This young man was unlucky not to be chosen by the tower to receive skills, and obviously had no chance to participate in the monster leveling mission inside. So Kim Gong had no choice but to sit in front of the TV and envy the Fire King awe-inspiring who was chatting away. The more I look at the posters plastered on his wall, the more jealous I get and scream. I want to be someone like the Fire King. If only the Fire King's skills were mine, how great that would be. So it turns out the heavens have eyes too. It must not be the new tower. And suddenly a skill card appeared along with a faint green notification. The tower, surprised by your envy, granted you a skill. It's true that you can't expect to eat without working. Even though Kim Gong-jia has seen it many times on TV, she still can't believe it's real. This is the moment you have longed for. Tears stream down your cheeks as you hurriedly reached out. It's an S-rank skill. Gotta unlock it right now. But what the hell is this? I want to become an S+ rank person. The effect automatically activates when killed by an enemy. You copy a skill from an enemy who killed you and make it yours. You cannot copy from an opponent who has copied before. The copying skill will be chosen randomly. However, you must die. Kim Gong was brought down from the blue clouds to the depths of hell, screaming in despair. What meaning does copying have when you're already dead? Feeling depressed and sad, the young man dragged his broken body, a worthless guy, to the bar to drown his sorrows. He drank all the alcohol, his head pounding like a hammer, staggering unsteadily as he stumbled out. But how come what I see is the idol and the saintess arguing in the alley? Because the saintess was believed to have poisoned and was about to assassinate him, the Fire King did not hesitate to strangle her to death in a sea of flames. Even though the saintess screamed, desperately begging him to resolve the misunderstanding together, he still showed no mercy. Kim Gong-ra, standing nearby, witnessing everything, turned pale as a ghost, covering his mouth in fear. A negotiation between a killer and someone who doesn't want to be killed. A hero? What's this name? Psychotic murderer. The young man hurriedly grabbed his pants and ran away, but Swanna's legs betrayed her, and she slowly fell just at the critical moment. The Fire King then suddenly appeared from behind. I thought I had cleared out all the rats around here. So there's still one left. Faced with death, romance turns into nonsense. Kim Gong kept begging for mercy, shouting that he saw nothing and wouldn't tell anyone about this. But there's no such thing as a coincidence, right? Appearing at the right time and place running while calling Fire King. Sounds reasonable. If he were stupid, he would probably believe you. However, this is the Fire King, and he has won countless battles against demons, so of course not. Kim Gong desperately told him to use the lie detection skill to check, but unfortunately, the Fire King didn't know what it was at all. He stabbed the saintess just because he felt a little suspicious. And of course, it's better to kill by mistake than to let slip. Immediately after, Kim Gong-ra turned into a wisp of smoke under the hands of the Fire King. The last thing he heard was his name. Suha thought he had placed the garlic on the altar to eat naked chicken, but unexpectedly, the blue notification appeared. Tin, you are dead. The skill conditions have been met. Randomly copying Yosuha's skill, choose a skill card. Kim Gong vaguely couldn't believe he had left his legs cold, hands reaching out to grab a golden card, then opened his eyes to find himself already lying in a room. The young man looked around in panic. The familiar scene, the TV was airing news interviewing the Fire King from yesterday. The messages in the group chat were identical down to every detail. Kim Gong quickly opened the skill card to check. I have one skill that is the worst of the century, and the other is a skill you copied from the Fire King, the wind-up clock of the reincarnated person. It automatically activates when you die. You will return to before 24 hours from when you opened. Memories and experience points are preserved upon return. However, the higher the level, the greater your punishment. Now Kim Gong-jia understands the secret to becoming a legendary hunter of the Fire King, and why he killed the saintess. That's because he was truly poisoned by the saintess the next day, and feeling bitter about being killed by him. Hearing the video on TV full of the Fire King's overconfidence made men even more determined to take revenge on that bastard. At that moment, a huge explosion suddenly occurred outside. Everyone was carrying things and rushing to put out the fire. It turned out that it was the time when men was about to be pierced by the Fire King. This is a city different from the outside world. It was built by those who entered the tower to become hunters. This city is known by many names like Babylon, the First Layer City, or the Death City. But basically it's the same, because once you step in, you can't step out. People are used to situations like this, so they are not surprised. However, the fire keeps spreading, while the person who caused it remains carefree, as if nothing happened. He appeared cool and said some nonsense, as if he didn't care, pretending to be eccentric, but no one knew his true nature, except Kim Gong. The Fire King is a cold-blooded killer. At this moment, only one thought crosses my mind. I must deal with him for humanity, and the honor of hunters. And so Kim Gong's family plunged into the sea of fire and died painfully. For him, this was the only way to make that monster disappear from the world. The status message appeared, "You are dead, you will return 24 hours earlier, no penalty for using skills." Oh, so a low-rank hunter, a loser, also has an advantage thanks to this, so the guy doesn't suffer any penalty at all. Kim Gong sat silently thinking for a while. Currently eliminating the Fire King was impossible. Even if he was lucky enough to kill him, he would return 24 hours earlier, because he also possessed the power of resurrection. And the only way for a low-level hunter like me to hunt him was 11 years ago on June 7, the day he first awakened. If counting from today, that's 450 days. So in Q's mind, a spark suddenly flashed. He just needs to die 4,050 more times to return to before he awakened. The reckless kid said it and did it. Kim immediately stabbed his own heart with a knife, a painless death. And so the notification saying you died kept appearing continuously. I became more and more excited. The feeling of dying made him so happy that Q died 30 times more than originally planned. In the end, Kim Gong's family succeeded. You have returned to the time before the Fire King's trial began. You endured all that hardship, just to prove that the trial of a demon like him is not eternal. 11 years ago, right after May M followed the trail to track the Fire King. To create a perfect plan, he repeated it 10 times without any failure. Every morning at 9:00, he wakes up in the cramped dormitory. At 3 o'clock, he goes hunting slimes on the second floor of the hunting area. When the Fire King was 21, he was just a low-rank hunter hoping for a change of fate. Over time, he realized that just hunting slam would never improve his situation. So he took a risk and went to a hunting area that novice hunters rarely visited. Kim Gong had been waiting there for a long time and appeared immediately upon seeing the young prey. You covered yourself in blood and pretended to be attacked by wolves, trembling as you ran to him to beg for a potion. The Fire King was angry because someone had ruined his hunting trip. He scowled, pointed his sword at you, and shouted, "How much will you pay me for the medicine? My fight today was ruined, and now I have to give away a bottle of red clay medicine for free, to a stranger I just met. Do you have no shame?" But at this point, what shame is there? I reached out and snatched it, saying I would pay 20 gold the market price. But this greedy guy is not satisfied. He demands as much as 40 gold for the other's life being in danger. Wait, he hasn't stopped there yet. The Fire King grabbed my collar and threatened me. "Give me everything you have." "Oh right, you want to give it to me, but your hands can't be used. Don't worry, I'll help you." Even with the meager 60 gold from that poor scholar in front of him, he wasn't satisfied, and fearing the other would come back for revenge, he decided to finish him off. Thinking it would be easy, the Fire King charged with his weapon, but unfortunately for him, he was immediately pulled out a sword from his body and had his throat cut directly. The Fire King didn't understand anything suddenly being stabbed and dying without even leaving a final word except to prevent the 1 in a million chance that the opponent might wake up at the critical moment. Men rushed in to stab a few more times to make sure there was nothing left. Kim Gong was still angry, silently cursing him as a cold-blooded killer, but pretending to be a knight in a sacred duel, acting righteous after killing so many innocent people. To completely eliminate the evidence, then, he had the wolves gnaw on the Fire King's body and put on the clean clothes he had prepared, then went out of the tower and past the guards as if nothing had happened. It seems everything is over and no one knows what just happened. Kim Gong Jia happily returns to the bar to celebrate his recent achievement. Opening the skill status check, Men realizes he doesn't have a single combat skill. Thinking about how to get rich with the skills, I have an ordinary tall, dark old man from Bin Duong in a suit, and red sneakers suddenly appeared outside. He oddly ordered a glass of vodka with sugar and hot milk. People around started gossiping about his appearance because he is the Sword King and is involved in a controversy for refusing to go hunting on the 10th floor, as requested by the Hunters Association. Kim Gongjia tried to sift through his chaotic memories. The Sword King's real name is Mark Genberry. He disappeared, and by your time has been completely forgotten. When the Fire King named Josuha appeared, he made a name for himself and became a legend. Looking at the old man, Min felt really sorry. With such a legend, he must possess a powerful skill called S-rank, not something as terrible as himself. Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. With my useless skills, if a hunter stabbed me, I could copy their skills, even the #1 hunter in Korea. Kim Gong went online trying to find useful information to make the Sword King angry, but most of it was just rumors. While searching intently, he suddenly started talking to himself, making the boy jump in surprise, thinking maybe he wasn't really autistic but perhaps too strong, affecting his personality. After rummaging around for a while, Men's attention was caught by a warning about things not to say in front of the Sword King, specifically asking about his descendants. It sounds illogical, but also makes sense, worth trying once. To know men can die countless times, so why worry? Saying is doing. Right after the Sword King left, Kim Gong's family also trailed behind him, almost losing track. Luckily, with eyes as sharp as an owl's, they managed to find his figure again. Mian excitedly followed closely, feeling like he was about to become #1 in the world, muttering to himself. The Fire King, he even has an S-rank skill. What do you have, old man? Oh, leader of the previous generation, just as you enjoy the string breaks. Just as you spy, you get caught. Kim Gong was so stunned and shocked that he didn't know what to do next. The Sword King holding his weapon stepped forward and asked, "What do you want from this old man, my friend? Your actions are pretty good, but I thought a top assassin like you would be better than this." The more Kim Gong listened, the more confused he became, pausing for about 2 seconds. "What assassin? Congratulations, you no longer need to provoke his descendants to die at his hands." The young man trembled and stepped back, trying to explain that it was all a misunderstanding, he was just passing by. "But still, I'm not stupid. As a once famous kingmaker, do you really think you can fool this old man?" To save his life, Kim Gong tries to explain that he is not an assassin, just an ordinary person who got lost. However, the more he spoke, the more it drove him crazy. The Sword King said he had some skills to determine that. "A skill that allows me to see the number of people they have killed." Only then did I realize that although I have a justified reason, a murderer is still a murderer, and cannot be excused for that. "Maybe he saw the number 1 on your head." Kim Gong tried again to save the situation, sincerely shouting, "I understand, Sword King, but please hear me out. I truly have a valid reason for this number. I am willing to risk my life for it. Nothing else matters." The old man took off his hat seriously and stepped forward to prepare to strike. "Disgusting, a demon like you who has killed countless lives dares to swear by your life. I may not be a clean living person, but at least I'm not a cold-blooded killer who treats human lives like trash like you. Right now, question marks are floating all over my head. What the hell is this? I just killed one person. Is this guy crazy or what?" To stop the kid from wondering about the Sword King, he then told him the truth, glaring fiercely at Kim Gong. "Aren't you ashamed of these lies? The number of people you have killed is not just 1, but 4,091. Kim Gong finally realized this. "Damn it, I stabbed that bastard and myself 4,090 times. From his perspective, I am a cold-blooded killer who has killed 4,091 people. This is no longer about copying skills. That Sword King will kill me. As soon as he meets me, he will kill me." Kim Gong Jia ran away in fear, feeling terrified as he ran. However, men had short legs and couldn't run far before the opponent's sword was right at his neck, causing him to fall flat forward. Men fearfully curled up in a corner, hearing him talk to himself, and interpreting it as telepathy, sharing information with others. Kim Gong became even more terrified, thinking he would become a hunted target by the Hunters Association and be chased by bounty hunters and elite guilds until executed on the first floor of the tower. That can't be allowed to happen. Kim Gong decided he needed to die right now. So no matter what you play, playing dumb is the only skill. The young man immediately opened his mouth to ask about his grandchildren and family. Then before he could finish speaking, Ku felt a chill on his neck. "And my dear, say goodbye for now." Looking at the inverted moon in the distance, once again greed rises within me. You want to become like him, standing at the peak of fame, possessing the swordsmanship of a master. Finally, Min can die and acquire the skills of 2 top-tier hunters. After much deliberation, Kim Gong prayed while reaching for a skill card, hoping for another chance to change his life. But there was no gold card, only 3 crappy cards and 4 silver cards. Better than nothing, right? You just hope not to get the skill of counting lives, but to have a skill that helps him succeed. Kim Gong returned 24 hours ago, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he immediately opened the hunter status to check it out. Luckily, it was an A+ skill, but it was another passive one. So bored. The kid fell onto the bed with a thud, complaining about life and wishing to have some martial arts skill or some kind of awakening. Lost in thought, Men suddenly heard some nonsense by his ear, so he quickly turned politely and asked the old man next to him who he was. The red-haired guy was quite surprised to see you and turned around with a dazed look. "Oh, you can see me? And you can hear me speak?" Men boldly looked at him with a confused expression and replied, "Yeah, I think so, because you and I are having this conversation." The other party now feels strange, looking around the small room in disbelief, wondering where the hell they are and where Marus is. Kim Gong Jia suddenly realized something and hurriedly checked the skill he had just acquired. Oh, it turns out he is a ghost. The one who cleared that world's tower up to the 99th floor, but was defeated on the 100th floor. Unable to give up his earthly desires, he became a spirit. He cannot physically interact with anything in this world, but he can communicate with the holder of this skill. At this moment, Men feels guilty and gently explains in detail to the stranger. "I'm sorry, but I accidentally copied you." The red-haired guy was shocked as soon as he heard it. "Your eyes are like the letter A, and your mouth like the letter O, screaming. Move your dad back to the place to find the king right now. You can copy me with your skills, right? Then you can probably destroy it too, can't you? Don't you know how to get a refund? Everything should have been refunded immediately." 2 strangers suddenly bumped into each other, both panicked, yelling loudly, but still couldn't find a way to resolve it. The guy cried miserably like a wet baby, making everyone who heard him scream for silence. "Damn this stupid disciple, your master is being kidnapped by a brat. This happened because my stupid disciple did not respect his master's words. I told you not to follow in my footsteps." He kept talking non-stop to the point that I had to ask him to please live in silence. Oh, but the kid just finished talking and you already argued back, you stubborn guy. Living hard, living bitter, our old man is already dead. Okay. Then could you please die quietly? So it turns out that the Sword King talking to the air is because of this noisy guy. Kim Gong-jia not only has to hide from the Sword King but also received this stupid skill. Truly unlucky. The young man sadly told the old man about being killed by his disciple, and the reason why he had 4,091 lives hanging over his head along with his cheap skills. After learning that he had committed suicide repeatedly, and then returned 11 years ago to take revenge on someone, the old man found the kid quite interesting, and told him to stand up so he could check him out. He said you would get better with some practice, because at least you have enough perseverance and ambition, at least not too bad. Then to test M's fighting ability, he told him to stab the monster for him. To build trust, he explained that he was born in another world and had a rose tower there. He quickly climbed to the top, and when reaching his level, he could assess abilities at a glance, the ability to become a hunter. And that's also why I want to see you go hunting. After watching the young man handle the group of So Lam, the guy said, "Men is a person with ability, an infinite ability." Kim Gong scratched his head and ears absent-mindedly, telling him not to praise him anymore, he knows his place. But the guy honestly said that he has no martial arts talent, his movements are clumsy, his body untrained, and he does not feel his own glory. But you have a talent no one else has, which is that you are not afraid of death. Usually people instinctively protect themselves when they fight. But the kid doesn't have that instinct. He probably disappeared after you died more than 4,000 times. Talent is not something you are born with. Anyone can acquire talent throughout their life. And one of the hardest things to overcome is facing the fear of death. It really is too surreal, Lazada, Spain. I wonder if not being afraid of death is really a talent. It's hard to believe that no one has ever said such things to Kim Gong. When asked about my thoughts on death, Men answered honestly. I thought it was truly beautiful. I find Q to be quite an interesting guy. The old man excitedly laughs out loud, confirming once again that Mars still has another version of himself as a guardian spirit, right? Then confidently say that you want to see how Men becomes a great hunter, and I will help you until you can stand firm against Mars, not until you can stand above him. Let's conquer this tower together. The next day, before the rooster crowed and the dog woke up, the old spirit was already shouting loudly in every way to wake up the blanket. He kept talking non-stop for a minute, making the kid cover his ears and hold his head in helpless misery. Exhausted with this over-energetic old man, Kim Gong finally had to let him take the phone to check the time and yell out loud. Damn, it's only 4:00 a.m., he's crazy. I was wondering how the Sword King could wake up at 4:00 a.m. every day. It turns out it's not because he's hard-working, but because someone keeps bothering him while he's sleeping. Hit right in the heart, he was so angry he wanted to vomit blood, retorting sharply, "Damn it, I woke you up because I was bored happy now." Not only that, he also laughed mockingly when you said you wanted to kill him. I'm already dead, so you can't kill me. If you feel there's something wrong, why don't you just kill yourself? Oh right, you can't anyway. I've got an idea. From now on I will call you Zombie Kim. People say one understands another. Old Spirit here says one thing 100 times. Indeed, his mouth never stays silent. Even after training until exhausted and out of breath, he kept nagging beside me. It has been 4 days since Kim Gong copied the Sword King's skill from the Sword King, and since then he has stabbed Yosuha once again and avoided the Sword King as much as possible. Right now, you have to follow a strict training regimen set by the Old Spirit to gain enough strength to overcome the challenges ahead. In the material world where consciousness is determined by potential, it's like being in a black lake. So as the Old Spirit suggested, making money is the top priority, and you need some initial capital. So they played a lottery ticket. And of course with M's skills, winning the jackpot was guaranteed. The two quickly rushed to the trader Sangrun to collect their reward. Their official name is United Merchants, owned by a famous hunter, CES. The only one with the skill to trade with the outside world. And Sangrun is also the only place in Babylon that sells lottery tickets. To avoid danger, Kim Gong-jia confidently announced his win in front of everyone. Because if the winner is attacked, the right side is affected, the most causing shaking. Since they won the jackpot, they were warmly hosted by manager Otto Tyler. Normally, someone with a rank like yours would never even dream of having the chance to talk to a business executive. But today is different. Looking at the 5,000 gold coins in front of him, Men could hardly believe his eyes. With this amount, he could live a comfortable and leisurely life forever. If that's your goal, then you've definitely achieved it. But since you've decided to clear this tower like a hunter, money is just paper that blows away. It's just a small stepping stone on the path to becoming a great man. I have also seen a shade of gold even more beautiful than this pile of gold before. Following the manager's instructions, Men asked Run to hold this money for him and buy an honorary membership title from Jun. A worm is not just a group of friends hunting together. The biggest reason to join the Run is because they want to be protected. This is a pretty wise and smart decision. There are protectors and hunters, but life is too wild if there are only those two types of people. Besides, Min also asked the old manager to arrange a better place for him to rest than that tiny rented room. Along with that, I was instructed that if any news agency asks about the winner, they can be told it is an honorary member of Sang Run. 4,000 times of dying and returning 400 days into the past. So he couldn't enjoy it because he was too focused on revenge, and now is the time for him to enjoy it. After settling his money, Kim Gong went back to prepare for training as usual. According to the old spirit elder, there are two ways to increase strength. One is to use scrolls to learn martial arts skills, and the other is to use medicine to enhance physical abilities. But with M's level, even reading tons of scrolls is nothing. So the kid has no choice but to use medicine. According to the old spirit's guidance, they will go to a pharmacy said to be the best here, with each bottle of medicine priced sky high and the boy's entire fortune now only enough to buy 4 bottles. While casually walking on the street, the old man suddenly slammed the brakes and shouted to run immediately before things got worse. It turned out this was the shop the Sword King often visited, and he was also on his way there. Seeing the silhouette of the old man who once skewered him, men still felt scared and hid behind the hexagonal box. Luckily, he wasn't discovered or he would have been skewered again. Old Spirit Lin worriedly sighed. This is bad if he comes here. Does that mean he intends to buy all those medicines? Gong, hurry up and follow me. Seeing the Sword King step inside the two master and disciple outside, felt heartache and tears streaming down. But it would be very bad to share a shop with the Sword King, yet there was no shop in the top 20, even top 100 or 300 around here. After thinking for a while, Kim Gong suddenly came up with an idea. He confidently said that they wouldn't have to spend as much money as the old spirit said, and could still get quality potions from a pretty good alchemist. And to get what he needed, the boy led the teacher deep into the slums to search. Old Tin Lin seemed to not believe the boy's words. What great alchemist, what one-of-a-kind genius. Stop lying, there's no genius living in a place like this. Ignore him, Min just kept moving deeper inside. The street thugs were trying to see if you had anything to steal, but they gave up when they saw the kid talking to himself like a madman. It's really sad for them. If you knew carrying a large sum in your pocket would surely be heartbreaking. After wandering around for a while, you finally found the place you needed. But right now there's a fight because the alchemist girl couldn't repay the debt she borrowed 6 months ago, so all her belongings were confiscated. Begging, but their answer was, no, never. Witnessing this scene, everyone around seemed too familiar, and no one stood up to stop it, instead whispering that the shop was small but sold expensive. She tries to argue that she doesn't overcharge. I'm the one selling the best quality medicine at the best price in this Babylon tower. They should be grateful that their store is located in a place like this. Lao Tin Lin looked at the girl in front of him with great suspicion. Wait for everyone to disperse, then approach the other person and ask, "Excuse me, are you still open for business? If you are still selling, I plan to order a few things. Maybe something a bit expensive, around 20000 VND. The girl in front of you is neither crazy nor a failure. Her future is to become a 5th-ranked alchemist and the leader of the alchemy castle. If I can connect with 1 or 2 ran later, M will definitely have an advantage. This will be a golden egg-laying duck in the future." With that dark intention, Men made himself her #1 customer by placing an order worth up to 20 newtons, an enormous order she had never seen before. The fake Kim girl could hardly believe the truth before her eyes that a VIP customer would come looking for her one day. The girl hesitated and led me inside the store to discuss. However, the place was quite messy because the thugs had just rampaged and caused a lot of damage. The other party once again confirmed that Kim Gong agreed to pay him 20k gold before getting to the main issue. To make her believe what he said, M proposed to pay that amount in advance from his savings account, just keeping a limit of about 20k because his money is not unlimited. The core issue has been resolved. They quickly moved on to the main content. But before that, the pharmacist girl mentioned that she would refuse illegal drugs no matter what price he offered. Although the pharmacy business was in trouble, she still had the courage to refuse 10000 gold coins. She looks like a mess, but she's definitely fit to be a master alchemist. Of course, there's no age requirement for making forbidden potions. Based on what was whispered to him, the young elf began to state his demands. I'll only explain it to you once. The liver of a pig, rabbit, the eyes of a shadow cat, the skin of a giant desert worm, blah blah, and finally the tail of the earth god. There are a total of 23 components. Based on this formula, she quickly explained their combined effect, which is to create a reaction speed boost for the user. The elements of an expert begin to emerge. She pours out to a guy, the use's side effects and all kinds of blah blah that leave the old elf gaping in amazement and praise. Before the other person could finish speaking, Men jumped in and asked about the product release date. After learning it was in 4 days, Kim Gong became even more excited. Recalling the past when it sometimes took years to get medicine from the top fake Kim house, 4 days is nothing to you. A few days later, while absent-mindedly admiring the houses provided by Doong Run, the girl unexpectedly brought the medicine to men earlier than expected. They include 3 boxes, each containing 30 vials, usable for about 30 days, priced 15 times higher than the store's price, as proposed by Mr. Tin Lin's bodyguard. Seeing men happily receiving the pile of goods, the girl couldn't help but curiously ask why he gave such an expensive order to an unknown pharmacist like herself. The reason, it's because the pharmacist standing in front of you is one of the genius generation. But you can't say that to her. And that's not the only thing. She was also the first to rush to the Fire King's arson scene before anyone else when the city was burning to rescue those inside. Moreover, Ko was not intimidated by the Fire King when she realized he was not normal. Her skills are kind and even a good personality. Isn't it a big loss not to become close to such a person? To answer her question, men quietly and calmly said that it was just because she looked very kind. The young man arrogantly boasted that good hunters like them must succeed. It was frustrating to see crazy psychopaths succeed, and he wished the best for both. His silly nonsense somehow made her believe it. She told Q they had to succeed to change the world and to call any time for more, as she would always prioritize his requests. Listening to these two talk makes the spirit guy feel sick, saying hunters like us are just sophists. The next day to practice, the master and disciple went together to the 3rd hunting floor to stab the monsters. As requested by the teacher, as soon as the medicine entered my mouth, before I could even taste the sweetness of lips, my head started pounding like a hammer, feeling like it would explode. I felt like I could count every strand of hair on my head, and even the sweat dripping felt very vivid. That is also the effect of the drug. It increases the rate at which the user perceives reality. The elf started explaining for a while. The thing swirling around his heart was Era. It exists inside every hunter when they enter the tower. Most of them are unaware of it. How freely you can control this will be the deciding factor. Usually, you will feel a flow in this state, but it will take a long time. If you lack talent, at least you need to practice hard. While explaining arrogantly, the elf suddenly laughed mysteriously and shouted, "Run, Zombie Kim, if you don't want to get your ass kicked." What a coincidence and surprise. I quickly turned around and, oh my god, a giant super big horn appeared. The mischievous fairy flying nearby called Kim Gong to release A for an attack, saying that the creatures follow 7 groups have low levels, and their attacks are quite simple, making it easy to see through their moves. Just focus on the calf muscle. But a loser wouldn't know how to do that damn thing. Under the teacher's taunting, the boy ran with all his might. Although he could see the attack coming, his body couldn't fight back. Thanks to the effect of the medicine, I managed to dodge a few basic attacks. You calmly stand back, trying your best to regulate your breathing, and then pull out the dagger from your body to counterattack the enemy. The crab jumped and directly stabbed into the snail's shell, but it was quite thick and hard, so it couldn't pierce through. Men continued to focus the remaining energy on the knife, pressing it against the sword tip, and then stabbing deeply into the monster. Finally, M's persistence and effort began to show some results. The monster left with cold feet, but Kim Gong also felt quite a painful force because he didn't clear the aura flow properly. But that's still much better than before. At least he managed to activate aura. I am in pain. I am collapsing. I cannot bear it, a feeling like something is about to explode inside. Despite my brother still writhing, the teacher beside me keeps talking endlessly. You feel so much pain you just want to die, right? Then just go ahead and die. If you didn't have this skill, I wouldn't have suggested this teaching method. That old Mars always meditates after taking medicine. He wouldn't dare to use his body recklessly like you. But you just need to die to be able to return. That's easy. Oh, I'm really jealous. Because your score will increase if you commit suicide. So let the monster behind take care of the rest. You were able to use AA right from the first time. At this rate, I think about 100 more times should be enough. Every step will be a journey. So this will be the first time. The first time it started. And then boom. I don't understand anything. Kim Gong was hit hard from behind by the hawk before he could even react. Before going back 24 hours, men will wait a few minutes in the outer world to perform the skill transaction. It's strange, but the elf also came in with you. That's interesting. Just as both were wondering, a blue notification appeared. The skill activation conditions have been met. The brain skill will be randomly copied. Choose a skill card. What the hell is this? The two teachers and students finished reading, their eyes wide open in surprise as they screamed loudly. Monsters have skills too. What the hell is this? This is a blatant hacking skill. I also want to have this skill. Who the hell is supervising this tower? Why give this divine skill to a loser like him instead of a great hunter like me? Used to the old man's noise, I didn't bother to explain much and reached out to grab a skill card, but was immediately stopped by him. It turns out he saw the back of the cards because they could float in space, so he could read which one was the best, then happily shouted for him to tell him what they were so he could hack the best skill. According to the eyes, that the old man considered extremely powerful when he was a child, and still had keen insight when he was older. The first is the fertility blessing card that allows you to give birth to 9 babies at once without feeling tired, but you will feel energetic all year round. The second is Wick. They always add win at the end of the sentence. I don't know why they did that, Wick. But you should start saying something funny too. You will never escape the joy of saying Wick. Wick is immortal. Both of these cards are traps, but at least catching the Wick is better than the blessing that spawns Wick. Don't let the teacher stop and talk nonsense anymore. Min quickly grabbed it and returned 24 hours earlier. After returning from the outer world with Min, the old spirit felt very tired. He begged, asking you to practice by sitting like in meditation instead of going to the pharmacy. It hurts like hell. He swore he promised he guaranteed that he would help you control AA within half a year. But it's too late, teacher. Once a young man has made up his mind, he must see it through. He takes a sip of the medicine and confidently moves forward. Hey King Sword, do you know, you call me a zombie when you're on the upper gate, and call me Gong family when you're on the lower gate, and soon you will have to call me Gong. I will really make you realize that you can change that habit. Facing the monster in front, M was almost familiar with its operation, quickly approaching and instinctively shouting Wick to send it back to the ancestors in no time. The old spirit beside him witnessed everything, and felt indignant for the boy, angrily casting a spell to protect him, saying, "Damn it, you're a cheater, you knew this would happen. Are you happy, tricking an innocent fool like that? Are you very happy? Why don't you put yourself in the bird's position and see how it felt? Innocent birds in this world are being tormented by a deceitful person like you. I'm going crazy." "Oh Tower, why did you give this bastard a cheating skill?" In response to the talkative teacher, Min smiled confidently. "Wick, no complaints, just follow me. We need to clear this 4th floor." A week later, with his game hacking skills, M easily cleared the 5th floor with only 6 lives. Even more special thanks to relentless suicide attempts, the youth's existence was acknowledged, and he was finally promoted. Kim-gu happily savored this moment, as it was his first time experiencing it since becoming a hunter. Old Spirit looked at Q with great curiosity, wondering if it was fire or blood just now, really confusing. He thought the old man was talking nonsense, but based on his experience clearing 99 floors, he said it was not just to make people level up cooler, but also a sign. When leveling up, there will be effects that serve as omens of the future aura shape. For example, the Fire King's aura is fire. The shape of aura usually appears at the moment of death, and it's not exactly a pleasant memory. It exists like a form of subconsciousness. Looking at it earlier, you could guess it was fire or some kind of blood. Sounds reasonable. I'm curious and asked him about the shape of the Sword King's AA. Let's see, to recall a bit, it's the moonlight. When the old man was young, he got lost in the mountains and climbed to the summit to avoid dying. He said the moonlight had beautifully cleared the sky. I want to shine by embracing sunlight like the moonlight. He thought so when he was only 12 years old, and he has cherished that moment until now. After hearing the story moved and touched, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, a Sword King, not an ordinary person." After chatting, the elf invited the kid to go up to the 6th floor to continue fighting. But surprisingly, Men said to storm the 10th floor right away. A crazy idea for a rookie. The teacher obviously disagreed. However, Kim Gong was quite confident. The young man proposed a bet: if he couldn't clean the 10th floor in 2 hours, he promised to call the man master. But if he succeeded, the man would have to call him Gong Runam as a superior. On the condition that he reveals to me the skills the boss on floor 10 possesses. Sounds good, but can I trust this arrogant guy? The elf silently thought for a while, feeling really shady. But with his competitive nature, he immediately agreed when the kid provoked him, saying he was scared and might retreat. "I bet the Zombie King is ready to serve you for life. You won't be able to clear the 10th floor. "That's right, you can't die. Call me your master for life." Kim Gong is quite something. He laughed happily, and told him to get ready to call him Kim Gong Nim. Well then, those who haven't seen the fairy just now, thought the kid was crazy for talking nonsense to himself. To complete the bet, the master and apprentice quickly headed to the 10th floor to carry out the mission. But since he was going alone, Men was stopped by the gatekeeper, who said that going hunting alone would be a pointless death. How could he be so heartless as to let a fool go commit suicide, so he should reconsider? Faced with this absurd situation, the old spirit urged the kid to just hit him in the face and charge straight into the M floor. But who would be that stupid? At least use your head. Obsessed with shifting gears faster than light, take out a wad of cash, shove it into his hand, and start the psychological manipulation with bribery. "Manager, I know you have good intentions for me. What you said is also very true. Actually, I really wanted to commit suicide. A year ago, my wife passed away. Not long ago, the healers diagnosed me with terminal cancer, giving me only 6 months to live. But I truly cannot live without my life partner by my side. But after all, no matter how weak I am still a hunter. Instead of wasting the rest of my life in bed, I truly want to dedicate my last strength to my country. This is the money I saved for treatment. Please take it." People come and go like dust. I don't want to leave any attachments in this world, so please manager don't record that I ever came here. This is my final wish as a hunter. Truly laughable, a truly chilling story. Thanks to the money and his eloquence, Min finally succeeded in entering the 10th floor smoothly. This place was originally going to be cleared by Duha, but that's old news now, DM, because Men is about to create a legend even greater than the Fire King. Kim Gong-jia has always wondered why among different types of hunters only the Fire King can easily clear the 10th floor. To answer that question, he decided to verify it himself. The gate to the 10th floor of the Black Hell opens, revealing a pile of dolls engulfed in hellfire, constantly inviting the player to play with them and make them happy. The mission on this floor is to find out who is real in this mansion, choose the real puppet and destroy it. No matter how much aura you wrap around as a shield, you can only survive in this fire for 10 minutes. But for a hunter using the fire element, it won't be too difficult, and that's why Suha easily passed this round. Clean up thoroughly without a trace. Even though he has been dead for 3 generations, Men still bitterly keeps recalling the arrogant attitude of that bastard who was the first to surpass the human level. The teacher suggested that there are 2 ways to complete this level. Either try your luck by finding the real puppet or use well to survive long enough to find it. It's just like thread. It's completely useless. After arguing for a while, finally, just as M's door ran out in the last 10 seconds, the guy had to randomly pick one, but it was true that randomly picking didn't hit anything. The puppet kept saying it wasn't me, then slowly disappeared. And that meant I was also burned and smelled like garlic. Falling into the outer world, a random notification copying the skill of the black demon fire monster appeared just as I predicted. The old spirit didn't even look at the level cards and immediately handed over the golden fire shield card, telling me to choose it right away. It can create a fire formation with a radius of 2 kilometers around it. No one can leave the formation without the owner's permission. However, you need to stay behind the shield. Seeing the kid still standing there, the old man hurriedly urged him. It must be it, quickly choose it. Although it is a boss, it still has an S-rank skill. Imagine hell appearing with just a snap of the fingers. But I don't think like that. You feel something is wrong, something uncomfortable, a heavy feeling in your heart as the doll suddenly melts. The young man asked the old man to continue reading the other skills for him to see. The cards were read one by one. M's attention collided with the last one. It helps the ability holder designate living objects in AA to not burn. Kim Gong-gia felt strange from the beginning. A puppet among thousands of other puppets. Your fire aura cannot be burned. But the others are the same. So this is the answer. Ignore the teacher's advice and take the yellow card to instantly create hellfire. Everyone will be mesmerized by your divine appearance. But he still insisted on choosing that skill card. Now the kid can go back and find the real puppet without any fear. The game is easy, but how easy is still unclear. Before I could return, the kid was punished for reaching level E. A faint blue notification appeared, recreating the scene of the Black Plum prison, replaying the scene of the enemy you killed. That is the memory of the boss on the 10th floor. In a world ravaged by famine, a cute white-haired kid kept knocking on every door asking for a small piece of bread or something edible. However, because there have been too many cases like this, people no longer feel any sympathy, but instead show discomfort and drive them away. While walking on the street, Q was suddenly confronted by a well-dressed young man. He approached, showing pity, and then flirted. You seem very hungry and your body is injured all over, right? Come with me. I am a doctor with many children like you in my mansion. We can be treated together and play together too. Listening to his sweet temptations, the kid followed without any suspicion. But contrary to what that guy said, there is no place for fun or treatment here. The kid was thrown into the iron cage and treated like an animal. He is the leader of a sect, and uses homeless children as tools to make money. And one day, someone carelessly knocked over a candle onto the floor, causing the entire building to be engulfed in flames. Those inside quickly ran out of the mansion, not forgetting to grab their valuables and take the precious things with them. The only thing is they don't remember the kids locked in the basement. The fire quickly spread down. The white-haired boy kept screaming for help, but it was all in vain. They didn't do anything wrong. They didn't want to be burned. They just wanted to play with their friends just a little bit. At this moment, Min's punishment also ended. Witnessing and experiencing the children's injuries firsthand made him feel truly helpless. Anger, hostility, revenge, unbearable rage. Voices unheard, unfinished dreams all turned to ashes. Not wanting to become like that bastard King Kim, Gong tried to find another solution, even though the old spirit kept babbling to find the boss hit it, and quickly go upstairs, you brainless zombie. But Men still insisted no. You realize that the yellow card said no one can leave the formation without the owner's permission. The members of the Black Dragon Society could have survived without killing the boss. The only answer is that it let them escape, a place that no human can surpass. Kim Gong-jia realized how it operates. The boss only wants one thing from the adventurers. It just wants to play with them. The young man opened the door on the 10th floor and rushed inside, playing along with the trapped children, as suggested, confidently walking through the sea of fire with his newly hacked skills, unafraid of being burned to ashes. One by one, the young man chose them. Memories of the children appeared right after. It's all just answers, not you. After a long search, finally, heaven does not disappoint those who persevere. I found the boss easily and placed my hand on its head. That kid finally found a teammate. A human-like smile appeared on the lips, along with the most sincere thanks. The boss was found, the mission was accomplished. Looking at the villa in front of me, an indescribable feeling arose in my mind. Whether in this world or the outside world, terrible things like this always happen. To reassure his brother, the old man began to explain a moral lesson. Everyone is the same, brah. But after talking for a while, he muttered to himself and shouted, "Frog, what the heck, I can't just keep preaching like this. But more than that, you are amazing. You beat the boss level your way. Amazing, good job." Just then, fireworks filled the sky of the floor. Announcement: Floor 10 is complete. Floor 11 will open within 24 hours, and will be broadcast to every alley and corner in the tower. Everyone started panicking in the chat group, trying to find out the identity of the person who cleared the game. Some said it was the Black Dragon Gang, others claimed it was the Sword King, but none of them were right. Proof that all the major guilds are working outside and not inside the tower. The question is, who keeps appearing in the chat group so frequently that everyone is curious? This is the second time the old spirit has experienced something like this. How nostalgic does it feel? He approached and asked, going from a supporting character to the main character, how does it feel? Is it numb and euphoric? Mian happily replied that she felt wonderful, as if she had the whole world in the palm of her hand. At that moment, the gatekeeper outside rushed over. "Hunter, is that you? You are the one who passed the 10th floor. You are the only person to pass the 10th floor today. This is a message from my superior asking me what is happening." In response to the accusatory question from that guy, men silently asked back, "What if I did that? Your name, you already gave him 100 gold. The gatekeeper had to keep quiet, and only dared to ask the young man what his group's name was. But the kid didn't have any group at all. The old spirit beside you praises your brother as a wise decision. Your name is valuable. You must keep your identity secret, and make them come looking for you. But before those praises, me looked at him suspiciously and shouted. I only realized a few things, the reason he praised me so much. He said he calls me Gong Family, Lord Gongra. If I finish the boss door with 2x right, so what should we do? I actually finished floor 10 with 2x. Old Spirit changes his attitude faster than rice paper, getting close to squeeze the boy's shoulder and neck while flattering him. Just think about it, you and I are teammates, we are equals. The person who has passed floor 99, and the one who will pass 100 floors, comrade and close friend. Hi, you fool, there's no such thing, so don't let any word slip in. Just keep calling the Lord Gong until the end of your life. After conquering the 10th floor, I leisurely returned to the coffee shop on the first floor, sitting and listening to Chu-Chi music while waiting for guests to come. Continuously being called the Lord Gong made Old Spirit extremely bitter. He became more dazed and foolish than ever before, and shouted, I want to go back to Old Man Maris. But it's already too late. Honey, didn't you say we are teammates for life? We will always be by each other's side. Half an hour has passed, mesmerized by the numbers in the sky, counting down each second, hoping that good things will come to me. Just then a cat appeared from somewhere, crawling towards me and meowing, making Min feel very adorable and hugging it tightly. And old Tin Lin now seems like a madman. What a wonderful performance. Finally, after waiting so long, the uninvited guests have arrived. They are the heads of the recruitment team for the big June event in the tower. Before entering the competition, M proposed 2 conditions to them. First, don't reveal your name to the press until the clock counts down to 0, because you don't want reporters to catch you before entering the 11th floor. And second, be mindful of other customers, as this is a public place. The conditions were too simple. They quickly joined hands to cooperate, took over the coffee shop within an hour, and immediately kicked out the other customers. Everything was settled now. It was time for the exchange. Each duo took turns, offering the amount of money they had to recruit talent. 1,0,0,0,0,1,5,0,0,0, then 2,5,0,0,0 gold, neither side willing to give in. But surprisingly, the cat in Min's arms suddenly spoke. It offered a price of 5,000,000 gold, and made the young man the deputy commander of June, which shocked everyone. So that cat is rank Barionu, the countess of the merchant guild. No wonder she's so rich. Now Min is feeling interested. She was quite curious, and asked M why he wasn't surprised when she transformed into a human. Didn't it scare him? Kim Gongjia has seen stranger things, like the ghostly spirit flickering behind that girl, so none of this phases him. Looking at her, no one would believe she's 40 the richest among the top executives in the tower, so she must have taken some rejuvenation medicine. Setting aside, looks Ryeonju quickly got straight to the point of kicking out those brave recruits. If any of you can pay more than 5,000,000 gold, then we can continue talking. But as soon as the staff left, the bosses suddenly appeared. As soon as they showed up, the dark-skinned guy named J. Viper started yelling loudly. "You damn bastard." Next is rank B Heretic Interrogator Jun, and rank A 8 Deputy Guard Jun Crusader. Finally, the second-ranked Black Dragon, Lord Jun the Black Wizard. All the top hunters are gathered here just because of a kid who just ranked up to E yesterday. They were like a bunch of noisy kids constantly arguing and making a ruckus in the small coffee shop. The first thing they asked Men when he sat down was what he was going to do next. Facing these incredibly strong people, Men felt a bit intimidated. He realized they wanted to test him. It is definitely not a coincidence that they are all here. It might be their strategy to scare you. The old spirit elder also realized this early, and advised the boy not to be afraid, because if he is, they will ask you immediately. That's the difference between the strong and the weak. However, these things mean nothing compared to being burned alive. At this moment, what needs to be shown to them is simply comfort with no reason to fear them. Kim Gong happily called the waiter to order, as if it were a normal thing in the neighborhood. The only one scared here is the young waiter trembling over there. Can't wait any longer. They asked you to choose a guild, and if you don't intend to join any guild like Sword King, let them know they need to inform the media. Boss Jun Black Dragon coldly explained that if you intend to join the competition, for you will begin. They have been on the 9th floor for too long. When you clear the 10th floor, this is the chance to showcase the tower's value to the outside world once again. It will bring war refugees from outside into the tower, and most hunters living on the 1st floor will feel motivated to conquer the higher floors. The world will not stop at the 11th floor. Curiosity is the only thing that keeps this tower standing. Especially food supplies will increase and be saved. It will be very difficult to provide food for everyone with only 9 floors. Although Ron, the female count of the Merchants Guild, is maintaining food supplies with the outside world, it certainly won't be enough. This is the time to gather more food. Hunters must go beyond floor 10 and find things only available on floor 10. Moreover, this message needs to be communicated to the outside world. A symbol is essential for a new era. After hearing what they said, Min felt quite curious, as these were the things the Fire King had done. But Jun Hak Long tried to kill that symbol. Although the reason is unknown, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. To resolve this, without anyone having to dispute, Kim Gong suggested that everyone play cards. You will join the group of whoever leads the card game without needing money or position. However, if you win, you can make a request to all of us. On the surface, I will still become a member of Jun. But in reality, everyone has to see me as someone on the same level as them. Someone who has only cleaned 1 floor of the tower wants to be on the same level as the prestigious members. It's really interesting. Anyway, there's nothing to lose. They all agreed to Min's request. As long as there was no cheating or using similar skills, it was fine. Anyone who cheats must automatically withdraw from the competition. Kim Gongjia is quite confident with this gambling game. You have your own way to win, without anyone noticing. Of course, everything comes with a price. To win this match, I had to lower my voice and negotiate with the fairy. If you don't want to call me the Lord of Gong anymore, just help the boy and it's done. Oh village people, the teacher is down because of being bullied now. It's like finding a life buoy. Don't believe it, ask again, is this true? This is easy to handle. I accept this offer. Gong Gim is giving you a promotion. I will inform you if they cheat. Gong Ra Nim is truly great. The old spirit is like a goldfish swimming in a pond, twitching like a child, revealing all the opponent's cards to the kid without hesitation. Gong Ra Nim, this little one is out of good cards. You should reveal your hand. Is this guy trying to cheat? Ah, so embarrassing. Let's go all out once. Is this guy planning to bluff? Don't worry, I've seen his cards, he can't win. Trust me, and bet it all. With the teacher's help, I played 30 rounds without losing a single game, making the notorious J Viper furious and scream in anger. Assuming you're sure he's a scammer, but what can you do to eat? The kid put on an innocent face and told him to show evidence or else he'd get hurt. The other guy didn't stop, and the teasing made him even angrier. He held his head helplessly, watching how he was enjoying it. No way he's a loser. Oh, so this uncle has eyes in the back of his head slick and fighting back. Wow, how did you know I'm not a fame chaser? I haven't reported it yet, but I just ranked up to E yesterday. Mocked to the point of wanting to vomit blood, he couldn't argue back and silently retreated to the wings to wait for the final results. Playing over and over, losing repeatedly, the other players gradually gave up, leaving only the Black Dragon girl who had not yet given up. They also realized that men must have used some kind of skill, but they couldn't do anything to the kid. The final card was dealt. Black Dragon tried hard to persuade, but Men was not moved at all. You said you like being noticed, want to be praised, and dream of becoming someone like me. That's all it takes. The leader of the Black Dragon is quite a tough nut to crack. Although he didn't have the skills to defeat her, he was still extremely confident. Kim Gong coolly told them all. I am very confident. Let me tell you, my achievements will not stop at the top 10 floors. I will clear floors 20, 30, 50, and 100. No matter how long it takes, I will climb to the top of this tower. I respect that you see this tower as a treasure. I don't necessarily have to fight you, but I will see you as opponents. I would rather explore the world outside this tower than know what is hidden inside here. To be honest, I don't know much about the famine and poverty here. But if you want to use my name to address those issues, go ahead. But please help me climb this tower. I want to know what it feels like to stand at the top of the tower. Finally, the game ended with M's side winning perfectly, and the elf joyfully spun dozens of times, feeling reborn repeatedly, saying the word Zombie Kim, as if missing the chance to say it meant losing the opportunity. The man known as the Sword Emperor is so childish, it's truly embarrassing. Before leaving the cafe, Men revealed to them that the hint from floors 11 to 20 is role-playing, but he doesn't know what else is there. The next day, everyone gathered at the center to wait for the gate to open before entering the 11th floor, still wondering who cleared the 10th floor. The Sword King had to put on his serious face to firmly assert that he was not the one who did it. The clock was about to strike 0, and everyone counted down the last 11 seconds together, as if preparing to welcome the new year. At this very moment, fireworks explode across the sky, and a beautiful girl appears faintly above. Everyone, from today, the guidance has ended. I repeat once again, from today, the guidance has ended. To the heroes who climbed to the top of this tower, congratulations on clearing the Hellfire floor. Oh heroes, the world needs your help. In this world, humans are being invaded by the Demon King. Now everyone will be summoned there as heroes protecting humanity. If you wish to accept this mission, say teleport. Everyone thought it was an angel, but the elf interrupted and said, "It's a trick, it's just an automated question-answering system. No matter how much it looks like a goddess, it's just a recorded video because he has seen it once before." Just at this moment, the Sword King flew from the rooftop of Phi Nu to the video billboards in the sky, shattering the goddess dreams of the young men below. The skilled workers quickly accepted the mission and were instantly transported to the 11th floor. Only Men is still stuck with the reporters because the Crusader girl leaked the information. Faced with continuous questions from the reporters, the kid only answered briefly, "I will be the one cleaning the 20th floor, then just move down to the 11th floor." In front of everyone is a pile of ruins. The soldiers of the AIM Empire are fighting monsters to protect something. The tower now sends a mission to rescue the food supply line with difficulty from F to A. Disaster has struck the AIM Empire. The Demon King has created an army to destroy the Empire's food supply line to cut off the manpower source of the capital. Save the Empire's food supply line. This will be the first step to saving the Empire. If we fail, the 12th floor will not open. Everything will become chaotic. Everyone quickly rushed to attack. Although we don't know the situation, we must defeat them first. With the top spot on the leaderboard, the Sword King blazes a trail at full speed. The other hunters follow him. Amid the chaos, I remain calm without drawing my sword. The kid calmly opens the hidden gifts received from clearing floor 10. A map that shows all locations and abilities of all NPCs from floor 11 to 10 and an item to possess. Hacking the game really feels awesome. From here, me realize there are 2 ways to defeat the Demon King. One is to have enough strength to single-handedly defeat the entire Demon King's army. Second is leading a legion to fight hard against hard. Of course, Ku will choose the second option. Although he lacks the talent to lead an army, he has the skill to hack a dead game to create something that can lead an entire battalion. People say victory depends on skill. This is not just luck, but also requires using your brain. Kim Gong opened the map to find an NPC with leadership skills, displayed its location and his own, and then off he went, straight there. Old Spirit was so angry he felt like vomiting blood. "Hey zombie, this won't do, you have to walk on your own 2 feet. Aren't you ashamed to keep hacking like this?" Men approached the NPC with a cool mustache and amazing skills, starting a long psychological manipulation. "General Aim Sabbat. Since you have trusted me, I also have a favor to ask of you. I'm arrogant. Actually, I have a secret skill. If I rely on God's blessings, they will be spread across this battlefield. It's like a suicidal skill. If I leave, this empire will be blessed and victorious." Blah blah, in short, convinced the guy to stab himself to hack the leadership skill of the soldiers. The teacher beside kept shouting for the NPC to run away immediately. This guy's just bluffing. There is no such skill. However, it's all in vain since no one listens to him. In the end, with his sharp tongue, he got the man to stab him fatally. The old man left with cold feet. A notification immediately appeared. "You have died and copied the skill of NPC Sabbat Aim," just as expected from the kid. Among hunters, there's a saying that no matter how high a mountain is, there's always a higher one. No matter how skilled you are with a knife, you cannot defeat someone who can command an entire army. A proverb created by Kim Gong, and of course that person here is me. Going back 24 hours, the usual gang was still busy beating up goblins, hoping to scavenge something by following the Sword King. Seeing the kid riding a horse leading an entire army, they had to stop for about 5 seconds and wonder who that hunter was and why he was there. With the copied visual skills, you can see the battlefield comprehensively. Are the allies in an advantageous or disadvantageous position, and where are the enemy's weaknesses? Thanks to it and the map, you can now see through everything behind Sabat Aim's saddle and command an entire army. It's likely we'll find the Demon King's general there, and there will be some monsters around, but it's okay, just kick their asses. Skin helped M become a military expert and gain the trust of the commander. Everyone looked at the legendary sword considered the protector of Lafanta Aim. The gift from the goddess given to the founder of the Aim Empire is in your hands, continuously chanting, "The goddess's hero will protect us. The immortal empire, the immortal hero." The other hunters looked on with great envy. Why was he the only one allowed to go with the commander? Since he appeared, he looked like a hunter, blah blah. Seeing his younger brother excited about others' jealousy made the teacher even angrier. I taught him about a 2 practice swordsmanship, but the kid used it to eavesdrop on others, which is really frustrating. The battle is gradually coming to an end. Thanks to the NPC tools, they are controlling the situation. The left wing of the demon army has been destroyed. The army continues to attack their main force. Other hunters, along with the Sword King, advanced, and the hero successively defeated one group of goblins after another. Before long, the level 11 boss, the Goblin Emperor, was killed outright by Menzen. Cheers, praise, joy, and happiness spread across the battlefield. We have defeated these evil monsters. The goddess's hero has defeated the enemy leader, the immortal Aim Empire. Finally, the game is complete. They captured the 11th floor in just 1 day. The tower began evaluating the participants of the raid. The list of the top 10 contributors for the mission was quickly announced. Coincidentally, and surprisingly, the first place goes to Kim Gongjia. Second is the Sword King, followed by the owners of several other powerful clans. Everyone was curious about Menmak's name, wondering why the number 1 position had no nickname. Kim Gongjong, the one who cleared the 10th floor. Is he a hidden master? The elf saw them praising his brother endlessly, then the 3rd floor grumbled about the master of the hammer. He's just a damn clever guy. He still refuses to admit that this is a game of divine skills, that truly values a person's ability more than skill. To please the teacher, I promised to practice some sword fighting after passing level 20, so he should stop sneering. Hearing his little brother say that, he felt like a flag was raised inside him and immediately became cheerful, his eyes shining like 2 headlights as he laughed heartily. That's right, kid. In the end, the last zombie, you finally realized my true value. You know that the tower you are climbing may be different from what I have experienced, but in my world, blah blah. Before he could finish his sentence, the NPC general of AEM appeared and thanked M for bringing victory to them. He trusted and said he would place the fate of the empire in your hands. At this moment, the tower sends a notification announcing the completion of the reward evaluation for the highest contribution to the raid. Top contributors will receive early access to floor 12. Until the top contributors receive their awards, others will be blocked from accessing the 12th floor. And immediately, the top 10 members were transported to the Empire's palace. Worried about the kid, the elf warned about Marusa's presence. If he notices you, he'll hit you right away. But Kim Gong didn't seem very scared. It looks like he already had some plan, so he confidently responded to the teacher. Don't worry too much. The worst that can happen is that I will die. Everything will be fine because I already have a plan. And just as expected, as soon as we landed at the castle and hadn't even greeted each other, the Sword King played a move that left men stunned. May, with the cross-shaped business, Judd Heretic Interrogator, quickly stopped the young man from succeeding in saving a life. Mar didn't explain much, just pointed the sword at them and threatened. Move aside, I have to skewer that guy. If you don't move to the side, don't blame me for taking one of your arms during the fight. Thap 2 didn't understand anything. He still spoke gently and calmly to him despite the terrifying threat. I still need my arms for many things. And if we let the Golden Needle Hunter go, the reputation of the greatest junior will collapse immediately. If you could tell me why you want to take down the Golden Hunter, talking too much just means talking a lot. The Sword King just snapped back that he has no obligation to tell them, so don't bother being here. But old man, you're so wrong. Why bother fighting against the kids when you're old? Right after that, I saw Thap 2 use teleportation skills and 2 other young masters appeared above, ready to beat him up. Fortunately, thanks to his strong skills, the Sword King easily dodged, and those mosquitoes couldn't do anything to him. But it didn't stop there. The cross continued to strike. He asked the Countess for 10k gold in a spirit of theft, then used the holy skill Lord Donate to enhance his body, covering it entirely with gold for 300 seconds, preparing for the 2 teammates waiting over there. To shake the Sword King's spirit somewhat, the cross issued warnings. From now on, for the next 300 seconds, Paladin and the Master of Gran Chunin will become truly different. Even if it's you, you will have to face me, the Countess, Blandon, and Viper. Although the Countess lost some money, if you want, we can check what happens first, whether you go to the altar to eat naked chicken or the Countess runs out of money. At that moment the Black Dragon also appeared. She said she would also join the fight because yesterday there was an official contract between them and the Kim Gong family, with Nam Do. So when he points his sword at him, he is also pointing it at them. And this is also the plan that Men came up with. He once said there are 2 ways to fight a strong opponent. 1 is to have enough strength to fight on your own. 2 is to build an army for yourself. A solo player will be powerless against a hunter from a powerful alliance. To make the plan perfect, Men stepped forward and asked the Sword King for a few minutes to discuss and find common ground. Pretending to be innocent and blameless, I don't know why I got attacked. This is the first time we've met and I didn't do anything wrong. An upright tree does not fear standing dead, but throwing eggs at stones, 1 against 5, still requires reconsideration. The Sword King feels truly wronged. He started talking about how, since joining the tower, they pressured him to join the run every day, and the reasons why he refused it. He said he wanted everyone to know that one person can stand at the top of the tower regardless of bloodline, nationality, integration, blah blah. Those lowly things do not exist here. A person can become great with just a sword. They can succeed with just talent and effort. He wants to bring hope to all players, and those losers are just worthless scum like buzzing mosquitoes. The Rune Masters reacted as if scratched in the right spot. They shouted, criticizing him for not helping to clear the other levels. This will reduce losses in money, and also use one's influence to help improve food shortages, blah blah. They bluntly say that if they are filthy mosquitoes, then you are nothing but a child avoiding responsibility. If you have a title, then show the responsibility that comes with it. But no matter what is said, the Sword King still insists on pointing his sword at Min. He will fight even if surrounded by 10 people like that. Kim Gongjia stepped forward to mediate, saying that instead of arguing loudly, they should unite to solve the problem on the 12th floor. Even though they were just NPCs, they said their nation was on the brink of collapse, and the summoned heroes wanted to destroy the Dirt Fongstar Empire. The paladin beside me also stepped forward to support. Although he didn't understand why the Sword King did that, he was willing to sacrifice a bit and use his lie detection skill to help reconcile the two. Doubt is the poison that kills, while truth is the antidote. Of course, Men immediately agreed to Paladin's request. You want to seize this opportunity to dispel suspicion by using another skill. The Sword King also backs down because of this. Paladin, you are the only one here I can trust. Alright, I will put my trust in you. And so the exchange began with Old Man Marus, asking the kid if he had killed more than 4,000 people right. Min smiled wickedly, and nodded, making the Sword King roar in anger. As expected, he is trash. This guy is the assassin sent here. Who would have known? Before he could finish his sentence, Paladin interrupted firmly, stating that was the wrong answer. Kim Gong's correct answer is a lie, which also means he didn't kill 4,000 people. Who could possibly stab that many people? The Sword King went mad with disbelief, insisting that Cu was a seasoned assassin. Min laughed like a madman, saying he was exactly as the man described. Paran here confirmed that it was a lie. Maris became more and more bewildered and stunned. What the hell is this? No matter what I say, it's never right. The guy angrily shouted at the guard, accusing her of lying, but the paladin retorted with a remark that silenced him. I clearly asked from the start, clearly said we would trust each other, so do you want to take it back now? Taking this opportunity, Kim Gongjia began to make a move, pretending to be innocent while admitting, yes, I have killed someone, but exactly only one person. Of course, a murderer is still a murderer, but that bastard really deserved to die, and not only that he tried to kill me first, in fact, it was just an act of self-defense. What Men said was confirmed by Paladin to be all true, which surprised Marus, who couldn't believe his nonsense skills could be wrong. Kim Gong then approached and told Mr. Sword King to apologize to him for what happened earlier. Without the Dun Master's protection, he would have been gone for sure. To make things go well, the Paladin once again emphasized that what he said was completely true without any falsehood, so he should quickly apologize to him. Faced with these things, I thought the Sword King would once again refuse to believe and demand a challenge, but unexpectedly, he bowed his head and spoke the most sincere words. I am truly sorry I was wrong. I thought too simply, and misunderstood you, almost killing the wrong person. Please forgive me for trying to kill you. Thanks to you, because of this old man, you have reached the top of this tower, so please have mercy and spare me. Marcus realized that his skill meant nothing. He promised himself that from now on he would no longer kill people using it. The pride and faith that have long been held have been shaken. The Sword King really has no choice but to bow his head and apologize to continue living. In response to his sincere words, Mi shyly blushed and asked him to teach her how to use the sword. With a sword master like this, there would be no worthy rivals left. Everyone witnessing the confession between the old and young friends just now felt deeply moved, telling the Sword King not to stand there anymore. Marcus was stunned for several seconds, but now he has regained his composure and agreed with the kid. Not only that, Mars was very excited, insisting on introducing his niece to me, telling the kid to change his style and a bunch of other stuff that made men just want to be saved again, helplessly thinking about suicide to start the day. Over. While the old man was grabbing my head and ears, pulling my collar to lecture me about love, the tower just happened to send a reward to the person who completed the mission. And of course, the first slot went to Kim Gong-ra, the top-ranked person on floor 11. There are 2 rewards to choose from. The first is the Guardian Goddess. The guardian deity of the Aikim Empire was moved by your dedication, so the goddess entrusted you with a very important responsibility for the nation. You can become the Prime Minister, Grand General, or leader of the Knights, etc. Whichever position you choose, you will inherit the abilities and reputation of that role. Join forces with your other warriors to take down the Demon King's lair on the 20th floor. But if you choose the Demon King's reward, you cannot choose the goddess's reward. Second is the reward of the Demon King. The Autumn Reign of the Demon King. The Demon King is very impressed with your performance. Therefore, he has secretly teamed up with you. He promised to give you a reward like the goddess, along with another reward. Except for you, all the warriors in the top 10 were killed. Then the Demon King will unleash his power and take you straight to floor 99. However, only one person in the top 10 will receive the Demon King's reward. If no one chooses, the reward will disappear. Mender was shocked by the announcement. If everyone dies, can the mission really be completed all the way to floor 99? Not wanting his brother to make a mistake, Old Spirit immediately appeared, saying this was definitely a trap. Don't fall into such a trap. You know right, you realized it was a trap because there's no way the former Hellfire King wouldn't choose the Demon King's reward. That bastard will definitely choose the Demon King's reward, then he will still be on the 40th floor instead of the 99th floor. Therefore, the Demon King's reward must be a trap. But actually, it seems very appealing. It wouldn't be a bad idea to be skewered by the boss of the 99th floor. The teacher saw that Thanku had wrong thoughts, and immediately spoke up to stop him. Gong, don't do that. Look at me. I am the Sword King. I climbed to the 99th floor alone and I failed and I tried to show you. This is a trap. There will only be one terrible and scary thing there. With your current skills, you can't handle anyone in the top 10, and even if you find a way to do it, you're just an ant when you reach floor 99. There is no boss on the 99th floor, not a single monster. But instead, there will be something much more terrifying. Whatever, it's a trap, don't blame me for not warning you. Looking back on what I've been through, I still feel everything is terrible and vague. Turned around to the kid with a sulky look and said, "You did very well, just keep doing what you're doing, and you'll gradually get past level 99. I don't know why he suddenly acted like that, but after thinking it over to keep everything safe, Men decided to skip both options to see what would happen next. Men explained the rewards he received to others, and said he didn't choose any, so everyone should consider what is best for themselves. Tianchu questioned Men's decision, while the Demon King laughed menacingly. Next is the part about the 2 Sword Kings. Reading through, he knows why Men did that. It was the safest choice, but it really wasn't necessary. This is a good reward, very hard for me to accept. So, the Sword King chose the reward of the God's protection, taking the position of Commander-in-Chief of the AIM Empire suitable to his own abilities. Next is the part about the Crusade, so everyone won't be confused. He revealed all the rewards and compared them to a mafia game, viewing those who chose the God's reward as knights, and those who chose the Demon King's reward as traitors. Now the knights will use Paladin's lying skill to find out who the traitor is. Everything is as easy as turning your hand. He immediately chose the position of Supreme Commander of the Empire to roleplay. The others also trusted wholeheartedly, seeing it as the best choice, and all chose the reward of God without anyone choosing the Demon King's reward. However, when the notification of the completion of the reward section appeared, everyone began to panic. One person had guaranteed the reward, 1 received the reward of God, 8 received the reward of the Demon King. All top players have completed their selections. The situation is starting to get tense. The parachute owners lost their temper, and demanded Paladin use lie detection skills immediately, but after questioning everyone, it turned out all were telling the truth. Everyone kept asking each other, if it's not the 10 people here, then who exactly is the traitor? Seeing the chaotic situation, even the Guardian Goddess lamented their stupidity, while the Demon King smiled quietly with bloodthirsty joy. Everyone began to suspect each other. The Sword King believed that it might be the Paladin who was lying and covering for the Masters. She tried to calm everyone down, saying we need to trust each other and sit down to analyze the situation clearly. But how can we stay calm now when the cross is starting to go crazy? He believes that the 5 major guilds took 10 years to work together like this, so it's hard to trust anyone other than the 5 major guilds, and it would be a waste to spend 10 years building trust with everyone. Thap 2 immediately used skills combined with Viper to handle companies 8, 9, and 10 one by one. The Paladin kept shouting for him to stop, but it was already too late. A horrifying scene unfolded before everyone's eyes, causing them to cover their mouths in terror. 3 lives were lost in an instant. As a supporting character, I hadn't even had a chance to show myself before being placed on the altar, eating naked chicken. However, after skewering them, the tower announced that none of the names belonged to the Demon King's servants. The Crusader still refuses to stop. He looks more and more crazed with blood on his hands, staring at the Paladin with an excited expression as he charges forward. This is really difficult. I thought the traitor would be among these 3. Haha, so the traitor is one of us. It seems that hope will vanish any moment now, right? The Sword King can no longer stand by and watch. He immediately angrily rushed towards Viper to attack. Thaptu's arm was chopped off, but it didn't matter because he could reattach it in an instant. Everything went crazy. Viper couldn't resist anymore. He shouted, "Someone help me, this old Sword King is about to stab me several times." The Paladin helplessly called out to Kim Gong because only he did not receive a reward. Others might be servants of the Demon King, but he was not. Everyone rushed into the fight 4 against 1, but the Sword King did not back down. Nothing could stop him anymore. People also said they would trust him and respect all his decisions because they did not trust their own judgment until the traitor was caught. Thinking a war would break out and a traitor would appear, M gave up the reward but never imagined things would get this bad. Seeing the chaos before him, men tried every way to persuade the Sword King to stop. You shouted at a young man in vain. Sword King, if you ever bowed and apologized to me, it means you respect me. So listen to me. Stop it, let's talk together. I will date your granddaughter. Of course I will date her if she can make it to the tower. So please support me, I might become your son-in-law in the future. You wouldn't expect it, but it's surprisingly good. Messing with his descendants is different. King Keem stopped and immediately told him it was best to find the traitor, kill them, and then leave. Phew, at this moment I dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, this old man also stopped. Kim Gong Jia urged everyone to stay calm and explained that they did not know who the traitor was and could not even find him, but that was another matter. They could defeat the traitor even without finding him. The focus is not on finding the traitor or killing the traitor. It is a trap. The traitor can be terrible right now and cause internal turmoil. Or the system can choose its own traitor. First, eliminate the Demon King. If he leaves, the reward will disappear, making it a simple matter. No matter how challenging the tower is, the solution is always simple. Just climb the tower and together destroy the Demon King's core on the 20th floor. Right now, the mission for the 12th floor has been unlocked. Outside, a terrifying red rain kept falling. NPCs clutching their heads in pain kept crying out, "It's a nightmare. The nightmare rain is pouring down again, all of us. Demon King Goddess, please don't abandon us." The Demon King then appeared immediately with a huge, supersized knife on his shoulder. Such pitiful people. You call people from another world here, and give them high positions, so they can become your shields. Call as many as you want, hundreds, thousands are fine. After all, they are just humans, like you, truly pitiful. In the end, you still don't realize your own foolishness, worthless humans swallowed by your own evil thoughts. According to the tower's message, the mission this time is to stop the Demon King. His power has weakened since appearing here. If they fail, the 12th floor will not be opened. Everyone started arguing again, insisting that this was something they could not solve on their own. Min tries to reassure them to stay calm, certain that the tower will not send an impossible mission. They cannot get through this stage by themselves. They need to persuade the NPCs, boost their combat power, command them, and lead them into battle like real people. The heroes have received their roles, and now it's time to step into character and complete the mission. Kim Gong starts assigning tasks based on the roles everyone has received. First is the Cross Virgin. This is the reception room, but there is no emperor. He is probably somewhere with the NPCs, and it will be very difficult to control the NPCs without their king. So Paladin's task is to find the king. Next, the Cross is the commander-in-chief, so walls are needed, and soldiers must be calmed, and must protect the walls at all costs. If the walls collapse, this phase will end. And next are the others, each having jobs suitable for their positions. Everyone on the 11th floor has also been moved here to carry out the mission. While everyone else scattered to work, the leader of the Black Dragon Black Witch returned to search using teleportation magic, allowing her to go wherever she could see. Quite interesting. The elf immediately told men to kill him. Teleportation is a powerful skill. It turns out Black Dragon came to take M away, because on the 11th floor, she saw he had a sword that boosted the soldiers' morale. She felt that what they needed now was not her, but him. Black Dragon needs Kim Gong-doo's consent to teleport because it is a skill limitation. If the companion does not agree, nothing can be done. The young man looked quite confused and asked the girl again, "Isn't this at least an S-level skill? Is it okay to reveal its limits? Isn't that her trump card?" In this critical situation, there is nothing left to hide. The Prime Minister, using his trump card to protect the country, is perfectly normal. There wasn't much time left. The Dark Witch urged Q to quickly agree and go to the city together immediately. The rain kept pouring down and the tears of the NPCs flowed along with it. Cannot leave after letting me see such a pathetic side of myself. The dark wizard stood before the soldiers and began to explain, urging them to rise and fight. With all her strength to protect the AIM Empire, the goddess stands with them. Raising the sword, the guardian goddess expresses gratitude for their choice, gathering her final power to illuminate the sky. Though it is a tiny light, the rain in the places it shines on has begun to stop falling. This is very special for those who have nothing left. Initially, the reason why there were no NPCs in the castle was because all the rulers had abandoned the empire. Maybe that's why the tower chose the empire as a stage, just like the abandoned child on the 10th floor of the castle. The rallying call of the Black Dragon, along with the goddess's light, took effect, causing the fallen NPCs to rise and fight to protect the empire. To complete the mission, the next step, M proposed that the girl help him. First, create a situation where he can face the Demon King one-on-one. Then when the NPCs are outside, try to gather the hunters together. With their help, it won't be too overwhelming. And if the Demon King wants to send more monsters to break the wall, immediately teleport you to his place. The Dark Wizard was very curious and turned to ask the boy, "Are you planning to play a special character? Do you want to commit suicide?" She should be suspicious, but Men is not afraid at all and confidently says that what he wants is victory, not death. "I have a plan, so just trust me." Every hunter has at least one secret of their own, so the Black Witch didn't ask any further. She hoped that his sword would be sharp enough to defeat the boss. Just mentioned, the boss appeared right away, lumbering forward and swinging the sword straight towards the castle. Quite a few NPCs have left. The scene of devastation, a message announcing a hero has fallen. This person is not a subordinate of the Demon King standing alone before them. Black Dragon froze for 5 seconds, looked that way, and exclaimed, "Holy sword! The heretic judge and Viper must be with the army already. The paladin is probably looking for the king, so the only person who could be there is the countess. How did this bastard die before me?" She was very sad but couldn't cry. They had stood shoulder to shoulder for 10 years to have this day. It doesn't stop there. If the countess leaves, the tower's connection to the outside world will collapse. Temporarily setting aside the pain and consequences, Hak Long suppresses his feelings and says, "Let's focus on the present. Even the Demon King cannot attack continuously, so protect the fortress with me." Looking at the map, Kim Gong realizes the Demon King has changed formation and plans to attack here. So, right after that, you and the Black Dragon Girl teleported together to the front line. The elf then began to seriously warn you. "Hey zombie, 1 minute is good, not just 30 seconds resist. To win this battle, you have to become everyone's hope. It doesn't matter how long it lasts, you just need to show everyone you fight against the monsters. No one can become a hero just by surviving 30 years. When everyone has only 30 seconds of despair left, the one who can give them 30 seconds of hope can become a hero. I promised to teach you swordsmanship before the 20th floor, didn't I? Although it might be a bit too early, this is the time to practice. In a battle, what matters is not an absolute second, but a relative second. Use the sword to blind them and steal a second from them. Come on, my companion, it's time to become a hero." Kim Gong drank the entire bottle of medicine and transformed into a different person. His every second became faster, and his heart and sword moved quicker than a normal second. Thanks to the enthusiastic guidance of the teacher and the perfect coordination of the younger brother, men gradually began to adapt, eliminating one after another, like a symphony of swordsmen. 10 seconds have passed. Countless monsters have been sent off by the kid to meet their ancestors. Suddenly a thought crossed his mind. Why did the tower grant a rare level skill to someone like him? It doesn't have to be as great as a god. What's wrong with giving it to an ordinary person? So why did the world of 8 billion people give skills to a madman like him? Could it be that the tower thinks no one can conquer it except Josu Ha? So to conquer the tower, I have to become as insane as he is. Ridiculous. I will be the one to conquer the 20th floor, instead of that Fire King, the 30th floor, the 50th floor, even the 100th floor. I will show you. After 30 seconds of fighting, Kim Gong's rank rose from E to D. Everyone in the top 10 has gathered here. They completed their assigned mission and rushed into battle. No matter how terrifying the Demon King was, everything else stopped for him with only one thought in his mind to move forward. With everyone's help, the path was quickly cleared. As planned, the Dark Wizard swiftly teleported the generals to the Demon King. However, unlike them, men rushed forward alone. This scene is about to disappear the unity of everyone, the sacrifice to cooperate together. Maybe people won't remember, but that doesn't mean everything disappears, like the soul that died on the 99th floor is with the one who died on the 1st floor. When you return, although nothing is resolved, you will become stronger, and everything will get better. When asked if you came to kill me, the hero of the Demon King, Men confidently raised his index finger and replied, "No. I came for you to kill me." The stupid head, the "you are dead" message appears immediately. The activated skill condition is randomly copying the Demon King's ability as planned. The system notifies that you have randomly copied the skill of the Autumn Dream Demon Lord monster. Old Spirit turned his back and said, I've seen all kinds of skills, let me read it for you. Anyway, the tower seems disappointed with the hunter's attitude. Gong nodded in agreement. Thanks to him, the man smiled back. Okay, listen carefully. The first skill is called Surge of Rage, like Rain S rank with invisible effects. It is invisible. Humans consider something non-existent if they cannot see it. Are you all blind then? That's right, you fools expose everything so they know how many have died because of their stupidity, then the red sky will rain a little more. However, only the blood rain you witness with your own eyes can turn into rain, to fall down. I don't understand why you have a hunch. DM Day will definitely break through floor 10. Doesn't the tower feel guilty about that? The voice of the old elf echoes, this is the next skill. The heart beats wildly at A+ level, using your own emotions to strengthen the aura. The stronger your emotions, the stronger your aura reacts. Determination for revenge, hatred, suffering, joy, love, any feeling will do. Any wood will eventually catch fire. However, you might become addicted to that feeling. Gong raised his chin thoughtfully. Every floor has a secret mission. You are thoughtful, and the 12th floor is definitely no exception. The old elf's voice rang out again. The next skill is this one, summoning the SS level White Demon, which summons a deceased friend to become a demon. The dead do not inherit any skills or memories from their past life. You can only summon monsters like goblins, demons, zombies, and skeletons. However, you can only summon once a week. Gong crossed his arms and looked at the 3 glowing cards floating in front of him. These are the 3 skills I like the most. You raised your hand, I'll choose this one. He frowned slightly and said, Really, I don't know anything. But if you develop it, it will be the most useful skill for you to conquer up to the 20th floor. The old spirit muttered. Is that so? Just do as you wish. Although I don't know what you're planning, I'm really looking forward to it. Gongjia just touched the card and exclaimed, Oh Lord Sword Emperor. You asked, are you used to daily sword training at the Sword Emperor's house? He replied, how could I not be? Mr. Marcus is a genuine old man. He plans everything clearly from early morning until he goes to bed. Gong glanced over and said, that's why I asked about his evening plans. There will definitely be a time to use it. Lao Tinling nodded agreeing, and the system lit up notifying the selection was complete. After chill going back 24 hours, even though I will see all the karma of the Demon King. You are a level D hunter, and because of this skill you will have to be punished. We are now reliving the karma of the enemy who killed you. The difficulty level of the punishment is common, which is the hungry ghost. We will talk more about this nightmare later. Cut to another place where the Dark Witch is sitting with her elbow on the table. She asked, are you leaving now? Gongjia nodded and replied, yes, the 11th floor will open soon, so to avoid falling behind I have to start preparing now. The Dark Wizard asked again, how do you know what the 11th floor is like to prepare? There's still no problem on the 11th floor. But on the 12th floor, when the Demon King appeared, you saw that he didn't answer. She called his name louder. Kim Gongra, are you okay? You don't look well. Are you in pain anywhere? You look a bit tired from hugging so much. I'm fine, it's just that everyone is so good at peeing, but now having to be in this situation is really frustrating. Is everyone feeling overwhelmed? Then Gong pulled his hand away, looking quite optimistic. Anyway, yes, that's how it is. I know what the 11th floor is like. Even without that person, I already know what's on the 11th floor. Everyone was stunned when they heard you say that, because that is the reward for me for conquering the 10th floor. I bring this up because analyzing the shared information together would be better, right? The monk asks and answers himself. That's right. But I have one condition. Your image appears in the eyes of the Black Witch. Your voice echoes in everyone's ears. When should I speak? Please, you must listen carefully. Gong said seriously. Although I can't say what my request is, yet I won't threaten anyone's life or demand money. If everyone finds my request unreasonable, you can refuse. Herrick rubbed his chin and said, I think this condition is very good. Once we have the information, we can handle most problems in advance. I agree. Ron closed his eyes and smiled softly. We also have the right to refuse, so I agree as well. Others kept agreeing too. Well, let's just listen first. This deal doesn't harm me either. I agree. Okay. So phase 1 is complete. You smiled and spoke. So I will say it. From the 11th to the 20th floor is the Empire. Everyone was buzzing after hearing that. Indeed, the first 10 levels are just practice, and from level 11 onwards there will be large-scale battles. Gong looked around at everyone and continued speaking. I will reveal a little information to the guild members. Oh, they're fighting. This way I can easily deal with the 11th floor. Before leaving, he turned to Paladin and said, then I will take my leave first. Ah, Holy Knight. She heard her name mentioned and asked back, what? The palace attendant suggested, you are the captain of the guard, right? Do you want to take a little walk? I have something to advise you. Paladin agreed. I was just about to get up too, as long as you don't go for too long. He smiled. Yes, just 30 minutes is enough. She smiled back with a touch of humor. All right then, I will gladly accept this date invitation. As the two walked down the street, there was nearby chatter and commotion. He hasn't said anything because someone new appeared. Could it really be true? Are the major guilds making some adjustments? I want to get through the gate too. The old spirit closely followed behind someone's voice echoed in his ear. Why is there no clue about the M floor? Suddenly a gong sound echoed in his head. The zombie noticed a strange change around him, his serious face quietly instructing the old spirit without others knowing. Follow me. Gong asked again. Are you sure? He nodded to himself. So don't look back. Even if you do, you won't understand. That old man also has a stealth barrier skill. You should feel lucky. Perfect timing, I understand. Just check for me, is it following me? I secretly thought to myself at the front door that I already had this bone-deep pain. Gong fell into deep thought. If I wait until the 12th floor to resolve the misunderstanding with the Sword Saint, it will be too late. I must settle it before entering the tower. The relationship between the Sword Saint and the guild leaders is very bad. Once he puts the sword in his hand, he treats himself as the guild master and fights. Then there will also be a bomb called the traitor falling down. This is the path leading to destruction. Baladin saw that you kept walking without saying anything. She looked around and asked Kim Gong, where are we going? He turned around and smiled. Although this way is a bit dark, I want to show you a shop. In Gong Jia's mind, he plans to lure a sword saint now. He tries to attract attention by doing things that match the daily schedule of the sword saint, according to Bihiron's account. Once he discovers you, he will follow you immediately. Of course, the holy knight beside you doesn't know this. The paladin asked in surprise. A shop, Gongra explains. The shop of an unnamed pharmacist is quite good. Once it gains a reputation, this shop will become very famous. Holy knight, please come and help him run the business smoothly. She laughed sarcastically. Was what you just said true? You just realized it now. So she had activated it. Detecting the lie, Gongjia calmly replied, of course I wouldn't lie to you. He smiled innocently. I only said it because I care about that person. I don't want to create a suspicious story. I just want the Holy Knight's help. No matter what happens that puts me in danger, you will be fine. Trust me. The paladin became confused. Is it true that everything is real? She forced a smile. Sorry, people often say I am overly suspicious. Let's keep going. The two continued moving to the place introduced by the Gong family, and as soon as they entered, they were greeted with a smile by the fake golden lion. You asked if the shop is still open now, she smiled brightly. Even though it's past closing time, if it's you, I'm always ready to welcome you. You are our very first regular customer. Then, pretending to be Kim Soo, she looked at the person next to him and asked, is that your companion? When Gongjia introduced him, the leader of the guard team was called the Holy Knight, and she was startled, her eyes wide open. The alchemist asked in surprise, the leader of the guard team. Isn't he a very noble person? How could he appear here? Oh, you smile to yourself, thinking that for an ordinary hunter, this reaction is not unusual, right? Suddenly, the fake golden lion kneels down and shouts, are you here to catch drugs? Although I do business in this alley, I never produce any harmful drugs. I live very honestly, and I will continue to live honestly in the future. So please focus on the investigation. Gong was speechless, and I silently asked to take back my usual comment. Baladin nodded and replied, all right, and you know she uses lie detection right. The results are all true. She will definitely be surprised. Gongjia sat down opposite the alchemist and reassured, don't worry, she didn't come here because of this. The lady boss is a very kind and skilled person. She looked up at him and cautiously asked, so, can you explain why you brought someone here? Compared to her talent, this shop is too poorly managed. I felt sorry, so I introduced this shop to the Holy Knight, the alchemist stammered in surprise. An introduction, Gongjia mentioned something she wants to see, some samples of magical water. Do you know, if the medicine is good, she will sign the contract. If the medicine is distributed to the guards, it will be very good for you. The alchemist with teary eyes held your hand and said gratefully, that's great then. He helped me when I was about to sell the store, helped me place large orders, and now even introduces acquaintances to me. She said sadly, how can I ever repay you? At this moment, someone opened the door and stepped in. Gongra, who had been waiting for this moment, did not turn around but just glanced back. Marcus stood at the door and said, can everyone else step back? Only that guy needs to stay. He said coldly, this old man has something private to tell him. Paladin was very surprised by Marcus's appearance and immediately asked, Holy Sword, what are you doing here? The opponent looked at her thoughtfully and then responded somewhat mockingly, it turns out this young lady is already deaf. Gong on this side just silently listened to every emphasized word of the gentleman. I told you to step aside. The men here have business to settle with each other. She responded indifferently. He said it sounded really unpleasant. You and the hunter Kim Gong have something private to discuss, right? Marcus repeated his offer once again. Go outside, I've said it for the third time already. Suddenly Paladin hurriedly blocked the way. If saying it once doesn't work, then saying it 3 or 4 times won't either. You're an old sage and you've even forgotten this basic principle. Marus gritted his teeth at her blunt revelations. Kim Gong-jia had officially joined the 5 major guilds. Attacking him means declaring war on us. I don't know what you're planning, but don't expect the guards to stand by and let you do whatever you want. Finally, he only uttered one word. Thun Tuk's hand placed on the sword handle, ready to draw it from the sheath. Every guild says they're all in the same boat. I already know that. The other party found it confusing and asked again. I'm increasingly not understanding what you're trying to say. Baladin also performed the same action, his expression remaining strangely calm. Sword Saint, I have learned from Kaka that you occasionally go hunting people. Of course, we are not so busy as to interfere in your personal matters, but if that happens before my eyes, it will be a completely different matter. I will bet my life to stop you. Marcus glared provocatively. Are you confident enough that you can stop me? Baladin knows well the difference in strength between us, so he basically doesn't dare to assert anything. No, I will do my best to fight you and will die. Instead, he clearly declared, but when I die, your reputation will be linked to the name of the disgusting corpse who kills innocent people. Sword Saint. If you want to live the rest of your life with that title, then go ahead and attack me. This is the weakness of the Sword Saint that you learned from the previous level. Gong family's memories rewind to a moment in the past. Marus once asked Paladin, Miss Holy Knight, you are the only one here who would never hurt anyone, right? Good. So I will try to trust you. Now looking back, the Sword Saint was very weak before the innocent. From that we can deduce that the thing you brought along is probably the only innocent person among the gang leaders here. According to the Sword Saint's view on violence, those who have never killed anyone are holy knights. They are the good ones, and there is one more person besides them. At that moment the alchemist hurriedly stepped in front of Gong, his words filled with implied threats. Sir, although I don't know what's going on, this customer is my benefactor. Although Babylon has no laws like the real world, if you touch my benefactor, even if you are a sword saint, I will not spare you. Marcus was silent for a moment, the other's earnest voice still coming steadily. A few days ago some thugs caused trouble here. I'm very sorry, sir, but please leave my store. I officially demand that you leave here. Baladin dares to swear this is a kind of injury. Those who lack the ability cannot fight against the Sword Saint, but the only one who can stop the Sword Saint is this kind-hearted girl. Marcus is very confused right now. What should he do? If you want to fall into the drain, you have to happily get along with that person. The hand suddenly withdrew from the sword hilt silently, then turned around to leave, not forgetting to leave an excuse just because today is not the right day. Gong let out a sigh of relief. Good, the second condition is done. Before the Sword Saint wants to kill me, at least I have a few words to say back. A strong shout suddenly rang out, calling. Sir Sword Saint, I will wait for you tomorrow noon at the empty land in the north. Gong made the announcement with a determined look. If he comes, great. If not, it's okay, I will wait by myself. If you want to know what kind of person I am, come tomorrow. He didn't respond even half a word, his sharp eyes glanced slightly behind. Following Marcus's leisurely silhouette, someone sharply remarked sarcastically, It does shorten your lifespan by 10 years. But does he want to meet a murderous demon tonight? Yeah. The opponent asked confusedly, Is the Sword Saint famous for the nickname Demon Killer? Paladin hurriedly denied it. Not famous or anything, but at least people in the 5 great families know him. She calmly recounted the image of Marus standing silently before a pure white flower in the pouring rain appeared. Her daughter and son-in-law were killed by the murderous flood. He doesn't like to talk about himself, so I'm not sure either. Gongjia could only listen silently. For that reason, the Sword Saint has no feelings towards the murderers. Well, since there was no evidence from the start, we are just bystanders. Of course, but everything is a secret. After understanding the whole story, the Spirit Elder quickly verified the information. That's right, he once talked to me. Only the granddaughter and grandson are still alive. You then turned to question. Why did you only say now when he cunningly turned it back you didn't ask? Baladin continues to express his personal opinion. Well, it's not that I can't understand the Holy Sword, but if you're in the guard team you have to deal with all kinds of criminals. Sometimes I talk to them and wonder if forgiving people like that is really okay. The ones who deserve to die have already been killed, and sometimes even I get tempted like that. Half of her face gently turned to the side. Each member of the guild has their own story. You have joined our side, so you will gradually understand. But there are countless rotten things to see how you will react. Realizing he was leading the conversation too far, Baladin silently shook his head. The story had taken a different turn. His lips curved into a smile, not very bright but very rare. So how much does the poison cost here? The guard team's budget is always tight, so if it's too expensive, it would be quite troublesome. Time passed to the next day, the countdown timer in the sky ticking down every second. Everyone here kept discussing excitedly together. Gongjia just stepped out from the forest, staring intently at his phone. The atmosphere is different from last time. He silently pondered, but noticed some differences, then looked at the breaking news on the screen. The masked person was attacking the 10th floor. Who is it after all? After finishing, Gong quickly put it into his jacket pocket. Nothing else matters, you are the difference. At that moment Marus suddenly appeared on the opposite side. So you really waited alone. The image of the ring from the past flickers and he challenges, are you confident you can escape all by yourself? Makes sense, someone who has massacred so many times like you must be very confident in your abilities. Gongjia could only remain silent, unable to refute a single word. Old Spirit kindly asked Han, hey, are you okay? He tightly gripped his shirt as a way to reassure himself. I'm fine, just a little hurt, Gong said, after calming down and explaining at length. Sword Saint, I have a long story to tell you. I know why the Sword Saint wants to kill me. Marcus smugly accuses the opponent. Indeed, a thief is always nervous. You must admit your own guilt. However, what he said next was the last thing he expected. Is it because of the clairvoyance skill? Marcus was very surprised. How did you know? Suddenly he intertwined his hands sincerely. Please believe the words I am about to say. In my heart I clearly feel how hard it is to gain everyone's trust. Gong silently analyzes. Everyone has their own stubbornness with the holy sword skill. The old man in front of you has lived his whole life with that stubbornness, so stubbornness has become his life. This is what the Sword Saint convinced me to do, to deny the life I've had all this time. No matter how harsh or difficult it is, fighting with all my life is what matters. Next is a shocking statement from Gong Ra. Sword Saint, I have a prophet that leaves Marcus astonished. If you honestly declare and speak accurately, I have the skill to make predictions. Thanks to this skill, I know that you have the insight of a detective. If this continues, the Sword Saint will want to kill me. So I asked why he had to kill me. He silently listened to every single word. At that time the Sword Saint had already spoken right. Based on that skill, the number above my head is 4093. Marcus did not respond immediately, even sternly challenging the opponent. Try to guess. The hand behind my back is gripping the sword tightly. Guess how many fingers my left hand is holding up right now. If you were a prophet, this wouldn't be difficult, right? Keep pondering silently. As expected, this method must be used. The rest is just waiting for the right moment to act. If you can't guess, it's because of your confusion. Deep down, you were almost certain. Just as I predicted, Marcus was about to rush forward at an incredible speed but suddenly stopped. Seeing the opponent end his own life, Marcus's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Immediate notification displayed. You are dead, you will return 24 hours earlier. Time once again returned to the exact moment, and the two stood facing each other. Marcus posed a riddle. Guess it. Gongjia then spoke. You were trying to hide your hand behind your back, right? You want me to guess how many fingers you are holding up. And you think that if I were really a prophet, this wouldn't be difficult, right? You try to convince the other person. Holy sword, believe me. I really have this skill. If you kill me now, it would be as easy as turning your hand. But without me, you won't be able to safely get past the 12th floor. Suddenly, there was an interrupting sound. Wait, I will wait. Marcus still firmly objects to the end. That's still not enough. What if you have clairvoyance or telepathy instead of prophecy? How can you be sure that you are a prophet? Gongjia also silently agreed with those words. That's right. You also thought that just once was not enough. The notification kept popping up. You died. You will return 24 hours earlier. At another moment before reviving, Marus pointed his sword straight at his face. No, that alone was not enough. You prove that you have no other skills. Suppose you really understand that persuading someone is not easy. The familiar words appear again. You are dead. You will return 24 hours earlier. Gongjia still tries his best to convey his meaning. Sword Saint, you can't kill me here. Then many people on the 12th floor will get hurt. I'm serious, it's even harder if that person is an old man who is a leader in some field. Your expression gradually becomes extremely urgent. Please believe me, it's okay, you can try as many times as you want. Even if it takes a week or half a month, I am confident that I will be able to convince you. Continuous lines of repeated characters, you will go back 24 hours. Gong's death lasted longer than his life. After so many trials, you now simply speak a few brief words. I do not claim to be innocent, nor do I wish to beg you for mercy for life. The opponent hesitated and asked again, then what is it? Suddenly the hand spread wide open. 5 days, within the next 5 days, please do not kill me. Follow me and see for yourself whether I really deserve to die. Seeing the opponent hesitate for a long time, Gongda gradually became impatient. It seems you still don't trust me. Now you will deliver the final blow. You begin to make the prophecy. One day, not far from now, you will say this to me. If I say this, you will believe I am a prophet. What did I say? The system suddenly appeared and hummed, O angels, O conquerors of the tower. To Marus's astonishment, the surprising truth about the Sword Emperor was revealed, leaving the old spirit equally amazed. Gongjia is extremely confident in his assertion. Although I don't know whose nickname it is, just saying it is enough, right? The system reminds you that you will have to go through a test of trust. The answer you are seeking will help you know who you are. Marcus asked again to confirm. You said 5 days, right? The clear sound keeps coming steadily, so you will understand yourself. The silhouette of the opponent reflected deeply in his blue eyes. In 5 days I will follow you. I will closely observe all your actions, words, attitude, and posture. In the end, I will agree on an opinion, and then I will decide whether you deserve to die or not. Is that okay? Gong obviously won't refuse. Yes, all right. Don't you bow deeply and sincerely thank him. The bloody scene flashed through my mind. All right, the promise of the gang leaders, the Sword Saint will not kill Gong immediately upon seeing him. At that time, the guardian appeared a warrior was lost. Next, the ruined structure created a very desolate image. Temporarily, the Sword Saint will trust you must meet all the conditions to prevent any useless sacrifices on the 12th floor. A rare bright smile appeared at the corner of Gong's lips. So Sword Saint, see you on the next floor. The system sound rang out again. Oh, conquerors of the tower, you have given the order to send. He responded enthusiastically, wishing luck to always be by your side. Gong Jia stood before the chaotic battle scene. Everyone is shouting loudly, watch out for the arrows. What is going on here? Oh, they are the warriors saving the Empire. That steel-willed warrior demands that we must help them rescue the Empire. The bulletin board shows the decisive supply battle. The mission objective is the disaster that has struck the Empire. The Demon King, a legendary existence, has finally awakened the army's power. The Demon King is extremely powerful, evil, and cunning. First, he planned to cut off the Empire's supplies. Please protect the harbor. This battle will be the first step in rescuing the Empire. However, if you fail, the 12th floor will not be opened. Up to this point, it's still the same as last time. But the Dark Wizard clearly shouted, Dark Dragons assemble. Immediately after came a powerful declaration. From now on, Black Dragon will have the right to command this battle backed by fierce comrades. She divided the tasks. Mumun's defense team took the left wing breaking through Shin, while Sangran took the right wing. Our Black Dragon will break the center. If anyone is dissatisfied with the command, speak after the battle is over. Under the banner of the Black Witch, if there's time to shout now then, catch another squirrel. Everyone charges into battle together. Excited voices layered on top of each other. Momon excitedly cheers. You guys stay close to me. If any kid dies before me, they will start going to hell from that kid. Baladin said as he killed a goblin. What is that about? The whole army must help Moomin, so those reckless wild boars are not isolated. She laughs happily while stepping on another. Aha, separate actions mean instant execution on the spot. Act decisively as a group. Ron just softened his exclamation. Everyone is so passionate. Let's take it slow, don't overdo it, and help each other out. The battlefield is in ruins with smoke rising everywhere, countless moves clashing to create extremely harsh sounds. Oh. Savas immediately turned to call his subordinates. Look, the warriors who came to this world are not hesitating to push back the monsters, the Empire's soldiers. Let's join in too. All troops follow me. Your words further strengthen everyone's faith. The gods have always protected our empire. At the back, Old Spirit asked Han Gong. Are you okay? He reminded the other person. If it's like this, you'll attract less attention. But you just secretly smiled with satisfaction. Next is the revealing words from the person who always watches Gong Ra most closely. There's no one who likes to stand out in others' eyes like you do. If that's the case, wouldn't you get less attention than last time? You just respond indifferently. Anyway, it will be like that. It seems I've accepted my fate, but this mood isn't too bad. Old Spirit felt very surprised, his tone somewhat teasing. Ho, kid, you've grown up a bit, haven't you? Gong Jia just laughed. Maturity what? Anyway, I think I should prepare something without paying attention to the shadow lurking behind the soldiers. Feeling a strange presence, Lin suddenly turned his head back in extreme fear. Gong Jia couldn't help but wonder, what are you doing there? Marcos only reminded what they had agreed on before. I said I would keep an eye on you. He repeated once again. I already said that earlier, didn't I? I will watch you for 5 days and decide whether to kill you. You wouldn't even dream that the other person is the kind who does what they say. Are you planning to follow me 24/7? I immediately received a firm confirmation. Of course. The Sword King casually swung his sword towards the group of bandits in the distance. That calmness only makes the opponent even more confused. Even the elders have to catch the monster right. The rewards will be given according to the order of contribution to the battle, he calmly explained. I also use a sword when I have time, so no need to worry. The truth is right before our eyes. The old soldier, Gong Jia, is just helpless. This is really something. Suddenly 2 people rushed out to stop him as he approached the Dark Wizard. Stop. Is there something you need to discuss with the guild leader? She seemed very skeptical. The Golden Sword Air Hunter basically has no spare time right now, so he can only arrange things quickly. I'm busy commanding the guild, so please try to finish this within 30 seconds. There, Team 4, don't run away, foolishly, just hold your position. Gong immediately took the opportunity to interrupt. Black Dragon Lord, I have a reward for clearing floor 10. The Black Wizard wonders you must have that. So you immediately pulled it out to prove that this is the mini-map reward, which can see enemy troops, our troops, and the entire battlefield. This successfully attracted her attention. Really, the opponent dares to guarantee it. What can I do if I lie? It's true. She quickly grabbed Gong's hand. So what did you do that you only just arrived now? Speak up, where is the boss monster? You answer hesitantly. Although not clearly visible due to being surrounded by monsters, the map shows it over there. The Dark Wizard keeps urging and repeating to agree to use the skill. Hurry up, it's an emergency. Gongra can only negotiate. Oh, I agree to use the skill of the Black Dragon Lord. Silently lamenting when this person loses spirit, their true nature reveals itself. Miss Fong flares up around the two as the skill activates, shifting. They are currently in the air, where they can observe the entire situation. The Dark Wizard urgently asks, where? You quickly pointed, over there. The two of you use the space jump again and rush down to the target you just found, moving swiftly. At the crucial moment, she hurriedly asked about the Gong family's weapon skills. Can you use a sword? You honestly replied, enough to catch that guy. With that, the Dark Wizard threw the gong down with all his strength. Then go. The sword slash tore through the space, leaving a long trail of endless red light followed by the blue liquid of the goblins splattering everywhere. The nearby monsters saw that and whispered among themselves in their own language. Peek. With the enemy's face stained with blood, he turned his head 45 degrees. Why do you also want to be cut in half? They were terrified and immediately scattered to run away. The others still hadn't understood what had just happened. Oh no, those guys ran away. They immediately took advantage of the momentum, chased after them, and killed them all, not letting a single one escape. Over there, those damn love fools. At the same time, the Dark Wizard screamed loudly. Ah, the face cannot hide the joy. Well done. Young Master Kim, is it true that you finished the task in less than an hour? Perhaps fewer than 50 hunters have died, maybe even less than 30. What could be better than such endless praise from the opponent? Gongra was stunned, thinking that the reason he kept showing no expression last time was because images from her past flashed through his mind. At first, many hunters died because they were burned to death. Your face is always serious and tense, but now you're happy because the damage is minimal. You finally realize you're surprisingly simple, feeling happy or sad, depending on how few the victims are, raising both hands to calm the overly excited atmosphere. Whoa, you're too excited, calm down a bit. However, the basic Dark Wizard could not control his feelings. When a person is excited, they must be excited. Once again, I praise you, you really did very well. Young Master Kim. A rare, radiant smile was painted on the lips. No layer was processed, yet so few people sacrificed like today. Consider it pride. Gongra fell silent, listening to every word, even if he wanted to claim the reward alone. It's truly lucky to have a new hero like you. She's now completely opened up to the other side. From today on, all of the tower's media outlets will attack you, so be prepared. Your mind seems to have realized a new truth. Yes, that's exactly it. Gongjia accepted her handshake without hesitation, receiving attention from many people, being honored as a hero. Feel envy and resentment, but end everything happily. However, not to the extent of gaining recognition from these people. Everyone happily exchanged with each other after the fierce battle. Those who survived were very positive, and although they couldn't say they tried their best, the celebration was livelier than ever. You could say they are people who have done and lived their lives to the fullest. Everyone wants to shake their hand. Only Maris still stood silently apart. The sacred Black Dragon Lord and many others truly lived positively. I want to live a life recognized by those who want it. Ah, everything ends peacefully. The Gong family and the Black Witch have also formed a friendly alliance. I want to protect these people. The system displays at the perfect time, calculating the level of contribution to avoid being mocked by the Demon King, not letting those who have lived positively be insulted or ridiculed, and not wasting time on vile behavior or consistent mockery. I simply want to be acknowledged and recognized by them. The sound rang out again, completing the calculation. The old spirit suddenly called out, Kid, the Gong family's wish is simple. They want to earn their respect. Even if it's an impossible dream, I still want to live like that. Mr. Key sighed. He's definitely a kid worth watching. Next is the appearance of the contribution ranking, with the first place, as expected, being the Golden Heir. Second place is the Dark Enchantress. Third place is the Heretical Judge. Fourth place is the Reader. Fifth place is the Fierce Warrior. Sixth place is the Count. And seventh place is the Sword Saint. You seem to have made up your mind. I also want to change a bit in this changed world. The gaze quickly shifted to the screen. The order was different from before. The system immediately announced that high-ranking attackers would enter the 12th floor first. The Dark Wizard confidently claims that with this momentum, it might even reach the 20th floor, he quickly added. Before the high-ranking attackers receive their rewards, other attackers cannot enter the 12th floor. she continued. At least I predicted that 5,000 people would be lost. The start was already very good. But the Gong family thinks differently. No, if we leave it alone, we will have to sacrifice a lot on the 12th floor. Looking at Riondu, who was beginning to teleport, he considered that they would lose the only talent capable of communicating with the outside world. If so, it wouldn't be 5,000 people, but perhaps 5,000 or even 5,000,000 who would perish. When escaping, it was your turn to be enveloped by the upward energy flow, your eyes slowly opening upon arrival. So the final decision is that I will carry the heart. Everyone around also gradually stepped into another space. Mun let out a shout, ho-oh. The Dark Wizard was also very surprised, not expecting to come to a place like this. Herrick hurried over the noble hunter, truly wonderful. You kept interrogating, but I didn't expect you to team up with the Black Dragon Lord like that. Could it be that your guess about the boss monster's location came from the previous level's reward? Gong hurriedly raised his hand to signal he wanted to interrupt. Wait. Then he turned to the other side and declared, I have something to say to everyone. This made Marus in the distance concerned. Gongjia couldn't hide his smug look. Alright, the Sword Saint won't attack me either. A clear voice spoke up. Yesterday I told everyone something. You reminded me I told everyone that if one day I ask for help, everyone must accept it. Herrick replied happily. Oh yes, of course I remember. The others also listened attentively because of that. Now please accept me. Gong, raise your hand high. For the next 5 days, everyone stay here for 5 days and don't do anything at all. You ended the last sentence in an incredibly badass way. If so, I will finish up to the 20th floor in 5 days. The goddess figure was actually the system gently announcing. Oh, warriors, those who choose to climb the tower from the 11th to the 20th floor, your faith mixed with some shouts. From the 11th to the 20th floor, your faith. Suddenly, there were countless rude voices upstairs. 11th floor, open the 11th floor. The image of the magical battle in the previous timeline flickers. It continues to be verified, returning to reality. Amid everyone's bewildered gaze, a question was raised. Remember what I said yesterday? The system gently and sincerely told you that you would find the answer, and the answer you find will remind you who you are. On one side, Gong calmly spoke. I asked everyone to listen to me when the time came. Now please listen to it. This is the answer you have found. Warm sunlight shines inside the castle, accompanied by his serious and earnest voice. Just stay here and do nothing for 5 days. If everyone can do it, I promise to conquer up to the 20th floor in 5 days. Hearing that, the Black Witch couldn't help but feel confused. Wait a moment. 5 days, she asked again to confirm. Did I hear wrong? Don't joke, it's not funny at all. The auctioneer calmly reaffirmed everyone already heard it. I don't have enough. This statement directly silenced everyone. The Dark Wizard bluntly retorted. I can't keep questioning you relentlessly without any respect. You know it took us years to conquer the 10th floor. We did conquer the 11th floor in under an hour, but you're way too confident. Who do you think you are? Unexpectedly, the opponent bowed sincerely. Please. The cautious Gongmaster reports. I have conquered the 10th floor. Of course, I did it for myself, but I also shared the rewards and benefits from the 10th floor. On this side, Ranzu thoughtfully placed the paper fan under his chin. From the information about the 11th floor to the boss's location, it benefits everyone. Mun also listened intently to every word. I have gained the right to ask for everyone's help. Gong tried to persuade them to come along. Even if I conquer the 22nd floor, please wait for these 5 days. The system suddenly announced. Congratulations to the Golden Hunter. You ranked first in conquering level 11. Just a moment later, he had completely regained his confident appearance. Please, everyone. The system continues to assign tasks, receiving the reward for floor 11. Then 2 screens with different color tones appear simultaneously. The Guardian Goddess offers you a reward. The Demon King of Autumn Rain offers you a reward. Gong tilts his head back slightly, revealing a smug smile. A provocative thought clearly appears in my mind. Demon King, are you disappointed that we haven't fought yet? Next, the Demon King of Thuvu suggests you choose a reward. Gong, feeling uneasy, glances at M, standing in the distance, then observes the Paladin group. The Demon King of Autumn Rain suggests that you can also refuse the reward. The news board keeps displaying. The Demon King of Autumn Rain is curious about your choice and wants to tempt you to choose, but in the end he still doesn't get an answer. The Demon King of Autumn Rain does not understand your intention. Herctic is the first to speak. This issue is quite simple. You were casually walking on the tiled floor while analyzing the situation. Hunter Kim Gong has shared information on how to conquer floor 11 with us. In return, he asked us to listen to him, and we agreed that unless it was something impossible, we would follow his advice. Her every tick slowly repeats all of Gong's requests. We all stay still and do nothing for 5 days. It's not that simple because the media will definitely be chaotic these days. However, according to your own calm belief, you accept it, but it's not impossible. So I agree. The Dark Wizard is completely in a dilemma. Well, it's not impossible, but before he finished, Herrick interrupted. I already promised Longchu. She helplessly hugged her arms, finally giving in. You're right, we made a promise. Mun didn't intend to argue further. All right, even though I don't understand what you're thinking. Rondu asked again to confirm. You say that because you already have a plan, right? I agree. Baladin silently accepted that decision. Understood. I promise to stay silent for 5 days. Others also seem to be gradually convinced. If everyone is like that, then I think I can wait 5 days. At this moment, Marus, who had been standing in the dark until now, finally spoke indifferently. As for me, his voice was icy, cold, mixed with steel. I never promised this. The Sword King bluntly declared. I will only keep one promise, which is to watch this guy for 5 days. There is no reason for me to obey his request. He firmly refuses to stay here like the others. If you go to the 20th floor, I will follow as promised. Gongjia agreed. Yes, that's fine. Deep down, I know there's no way to change the other person's mind. I plan to defeat the Demon King alone, but having the Holy Sword is fine. I have no reason to refuse him. After settling things, the Dark Witch and Mon silently listened as Gong gently spoke. Now everyone watches them with confident eyes and sincerely expresses their gratitude. Thank you for your help, each person wearing an expression and emotions that are hard to read. After speaking, he turned decisively and left meeting again 5 days later. When he opened the large door, a dazzling light immediately poured in. At that moment, the Gong family and the old spirit were both stunned by the unusual point. Huh. Observing the scene around him, the old man said in confusion, all NBC are frozen. The boy quickly realized the problem was because the mission had not yet started. The old spirit was lost in thought, wondering about the mission far away. Marus was following them at a minimal distance. Gong calmly explained, I haven't chosen a position yet. Currently, the Empire has neither a Grand Mage nor a Chief Knight. Normally, hunters from floors 12 to 20 take on these professions. You made a guess based on the clues from the 11th floor that there was already a mission as soon as you entered. That must be the normal procedure. The image of Savas wielding the sword heroically appears. Please help us protect the Empire. At this moment, the system announced that the mission for floor 12 had been issued. Next, Gong, Jia, and Marcus simultaneously directed their eyes to one spot. But we are kind of stuck on the 12th floor, right? So why not let the mission never be assigned? The mission only starts when everyone has chosen their profession, which means under the gray sky they quickly approach the city gate. If we don't choose a profession, the mission won't start. Stepping outside, your detailed analytical voice still comes through steadily. The invasion of the Demon King's army will not happen, and the Empire's forces will not fight against them. So Sword King, the problem is coming. Notifications from the Demon King keep popping up. Thuvu's Demon King instructs you to choose a reward and forces you to make a choice. Gongjia slowly gathered magic into his palm, then casually asked the old spirit, suppose the Demon King dies in this state, what will happen? He replied in surprise, what? The virtual map opened with a large red dot appearing in the center. He explained in more detail so the other party could clearly understand. I am asking what will happen if I kill the boss before the mission starts. In the pitch-black space, the Gong family came up with the final answer themselves. It's quite simple. No one will receive the Demon King's reward, so we won't have any traitors. The Demon King will be disrupted before anything happens. The lines of text appear one after another on the pitch-black screen. The Demon King of Autumn Rain is furious, and immediately after an indistinct entity suddenly tears through the sky and crashes down. The Demon King roared in anger, full of accusation. How dare you? He shouted wildly without stopping. Go the right way. The goddess's hero is really arrogant. How dare he come here without choosing? Yet your attitude remains completely indifferent. What the hell are you babbling about? I clearly made my choice already, the Demon King asked in surprise. What? But before I could finish my sentence, a sharp sword was pressed against my neck, twisting mercilessly. See, this is the optimal choice. A sly smile curved on my lips. I killed the Demon King before the mission even started. Then no hunters or citizens of the Empire will have to die. And of course we will have no traitors either. Do you understand? This is the perfect ending, no need to sacrifice anything. Finally, an expression full of peace, as if shedding some of the burdens carried all this time. Because we're still kids, it's quite bad, Enzin. Maybe I'm that kind of person. If possible, I would like a perfect ending. To achieve that, you do not hesitate to eliminate obstacles. So unfortunately, you must die, because if you keep getting in the way, I won't see that ending. The Demon King roared angrily. How dare you? Provoked and enraged, it frantically charged to attack its twisted face, looking extremely terrifying, trying to stop me without the Empire's help. At that moment, the gold-plated clock struck 6. He raised his sword high into the sky with pride, radiant light shining all around. I don't need anyone's help. Gong jumped up with an expression full of confidence and a surge of strong belief. In a frozen world, I will survive by holding the sword like the hands of a clock. A hero is destined to be alone. The 5 immortal days have begun. A gentle phrase like a butterfly fluttering by something that awakens on a rainy day. It looked like a pile of black slimy mud with a pair of ugly red eyes. The cries of some animal kept echoing. On a rock, a green frog croaks unaware of the black figure slowly approaching from behind its body, elongating before swallowing the frog whole. The whole process was silent. The sky dropped heavy raindrops, the mysterious creature slowly digested, then a green frog gradually emerged from the black mud, the view becoming clearer and clearer. It tilted its head up to the sky, watching each raindrop fall, and a familiar sound formed in its heart. It rained, and like all other frogs, it croaked the familiar sound. The back looked extremely lonely, wanting to live a little longer. The Demon King slashed powerfully, tearing the ground apart as dust and smoke rose thickly. The notification appeared just then: you are dead. Suddenly a hand holding a pen appeared, writing the first stroke. Old Spirit calmly commented with arms crossed, "Zombie, your sword stance is not good at all, you're just swinging the sword with all your strength." Of course, that alone is scary enough. Gong carefully watched the shadow flying above him and replied, "But as long as the opponent could guess the direction of his sword, they could avoid it, right?" He immediately agreed. "That's right," another familiar message appeared: "You are dead." The second ink stroke is drawn on the hand. This is the prison of time. Midway, Gong Ji takes a sip of water to rest and regain strength. He then continues to raise his sword to confront the shadow of the Demon King. That black slimy mud suddenly rushed in front of me while I couldn't prepare in time. It was the familiar words again. "You are dead." Another stroke of the pen smears across the fair skin. Indicates the number of times you have traveled back in time. What would happen if you carried out the mission in the usual way? Recalling the horrific images of war, the bodies of soldiers lying everywhere amidst endless chaos. The endless war will happen and cause countless soldiers to die. Every time a soldier falls, at least 20 years of life are lost. Throughout that long process, Gong Ra can only move forward alone. 10 people will be 200 years, 100 people will be 2,000 years. To save that time, I must not choose any role. The loop happens again as before. "You are dead," the message appears: "You will go back 24 hours earlier." The tangled thoughts keep going. If so, I have to prepare myself to be stuck in this body forever. Old Spirit stood aside, constantly reminding. But the problem is, even if you predict the sword direction, you have to see if the opponent can avoid it. Remember, the zombie is weak and faint. Gong Ra was struggling hard, getting extremely annoyed by someone nagging in his ear. "Once again you have died." His voice was still as loud as ever. "The problem is, I still haven't mastered using aura. Aura must flow and move balanced throughout the body. You try your best to use the sword to block the falling rocks with your life. Easier said than done, the outcome remains the same. You are dead." The Demon King's movements suddenly stopped. Outside, there was well-meaning advice, but the tone could not hide contempt. "You follow the proper order, warrior of the goddess below." It continued to add only those who inherit the kingdom's position. However, before he could finish speaking, Gong burst forward with fierce determination. "All right, today I will fight you one-on-one." The Demon King was shocked when he suddenly swung his sword and slashed. "What is this?" the monk muttered to himself. The warrior had slain the Demon King, and the loop had repeated once again. "You are dead." The statement continues clearly. The Demon King has slain the hero. Now there is nothing left to cry or grieve over. The result is the same: you are dead. Gong raised his sword to face level, his expression revealing undeniable satisfaction. "Come on, Demon King, I am the sword of the Empire." The Demon King immediately gathered momentum, preparing to swing the massive weapon with a fierce spirit, as if to crush everything. "All right, then prove it to me." You stand right under the Demon King, showing no sign of weakness as you respond to the overwhelming authority surrounding you. "All right, I'll show you. But the process is not simple. You are already dead." The long and short hands of the gold-plated clock both point to the Roman numeral 6 at the same time. The ultimate power radiates around Gong's body. "My sword is the only golden finger in this world." Just a moment later, the sword shifted slightly, and I kept thinking that in this world, if I want a second to pass, my sword must move 1 second ahead. Gong Ra raised his weapon to block the fierce attack of the enemy. I am just a sword living for a moment. The long needle quickly moved to number 7, but this world continued to exist thanks to a brief moment. Fleeting memories flashed through the mind like a slow-motion film. At that time, Gong was leisurely playing cards with water flooding to the horizon. Then came the moment he tried to persuade Marus, which also started from a raindrop. Remembering the battle with the Dark Wizard and the Empire's soldiers, even if I want to live forever, I can only live for a moment. When did my hand become covered in black ink? I have lived my own life. At one of the stops throughout your journey back in time, the Black Witch greeted you with a radiant smile. "Overall, well done. Oh my god, you finished this door in less than an hour." There must be about 40 immortal hunters. Another mark was added on the wrist since there was no more space above. She praised Gong again. Well done. Oh my god, you finished this door in less than 50 minutes. Your advice to coordinate with the soldiers defending Tomon was truly excellent. There must have been at least 30 hunters who didn't have to sacrifice themselves. The black ink line stretched down to the arm. The dark witch hugged her chest, her face showing relief from the bottom of her heart. Less than 40 minutes left, probably 20 hunters won't die. A dash represents the number of times added. The black wizard's eyes were filled with indescribable happiness. It was unbelievable. Well done, Gong said. We treated Knight Joshua and fought the golem together with him. Anyway, it seems that about 10 people will not die on this battlefield. So this is possible. The sound of the Demon King rang out full of anger, mixed with doubt. You there, why are you laughing? Gong honestly answered without any confusion. Because of that happiness. It asked again contemptuously. About to die and still happy. Your eyes gleam bright red like blood full of pride. You won't understand, and probably never will. The Demon King roared in anger upon hearing this truly arrogant, raising the great sword yet in the face of the impending storm. The Gong family's attitude remained strangely indifferent. I was just telling the truth. He couldn't help but sneer. Pathetic, the message appeared once again. You are dead. Under the vast blue sky, you let your thoughts drift into the unknown. But I did not give up, because there was no reason to give up. My swordsmanship has become much faster than yesterday. Suddenly another voice echoed. Just now, Gongjia firmly confirmed. Tomorrow it will be even faster. The dark wizard frowned, making the expression unclear. I just confirmed it. Kim is coming out. The reason is very simple, because I am still alive. She took his hand and softly announced, no one died. She tightly held the hand covered in ink marks of the other person. Of course, it was just a metaphorical image. I checked everywhere, but no one died. Although some fools were injured, the dark wizard rested his head on your chest, tears streaming down uncontrollably, but no one died. Thank you, I really appreciate it. Still, the Gong family kept telling themselves they wanted to live a little longer. The Demon King's fury has reached its peak. You dare to stop me all by yourself. Gongjia pointed his sword straight at the opponent who, despising the lone warrior, spat out the words, stupid. The Demon King raised his sword high, dark energy surging with utmost arrogance. My shadow is your own evil heart. Gongjia tightly grasped the #1 sword with both hands, energy gradually gathering in one place, responding to his call. Come here. The Demon King's emblem suddenly cracked, a burst of red light exploded right before Gongtra, and at the same time, a figure appeared from behind. Sorry, Gongjia. The dark wizard made an incredibly spectacular appearance. I wanted to wait quietly in the throne room, as you said, but I couldn't be patient, so I chased after you to see what you were doing. The situation is tense and critical, yet she calmly asks as if it's no big deal. Are you playing something very interesting? Gongjia calmly pointed his thumb towards the mighty Demon King in the distance. It's a fun warrior game. She immediately showed she understood. That's true, you do look like an animal worth hunting. Both quickly took their positions in perfect harmony, standing shoulder to shoulder while chatting cheerfully. But how could there be anything joyful? I'll help you. Oh, caught them all. Are you a thief? Is ruining someone else's hunting fun? The best thing in the world. That's right. The Demon King growled each word with anger. You all. Gong blinked mischievously, mixed with a burst of laughter. Sorry, I was going to fight you alone, but then I thought warriors always fight in groups, so you would understand, right? The black sticky substance on its body keeps boiling and bubbling. Does it want to block out the sun with one hand? The entire incorporeal body of the Demon King gradually melted into a pile of mud. You won't be able to use this sword anymore. The sharp claws of the Duong family are meant to show off their power. A hoarse voice summons. Hundreds of demons. From beneath the Demon King's feet, thousands of sharp-toothed gopins emerge, one after another, screaming as if they want to tear the space apart. Answer me. The dark wizard stared in shock at the suddenly appearing monsters. This is Marus, who suddenly appeared from nowhere, causing public confusion. It's no longer within our reach. Holy swordsman, why are you just standing there? Come help us quickly. His hand is already holding the sword at his side. We need to watch a bit more. He just fought in that dirty water for less than 30 minutes. Gongjia smiled gently, but how many truly understand what this young man has really been through? That's right, I will wait another minute and then ask for your help. A strange voice uttered. Oh, the dark wizard suddenly reached out his hand to the side. All right, both of you hold my hand, we will leave here. Gong's lips curled up slightly at a 45-degree angle. No, it's okay. He decisively raised his finger to the sky, summoning 100 demons. The Demon King was shocked and shouted loudly, What? The system immediately notified that you activated the skill, while black smoke surged to Gongra's feet, preparing for the upcoming fierce battle. The big leopard suddenly dashed by its muzzle, covered in fresh blood, and a terrified voice shouted, Is anyone here? Ah, it was chewing voraciously while sensing the aroma so fragrant. What is this? This scent from its back suddenly grew a coat of fur looking quite like human hair. It swallowed the prey as if swallowing something very small. Each time it is swallowed, the prey gains memories from previous hunts. After being bitten and swallowed, its whole body gradually transforms into the shape of a little girl crawling up. Next came a startled cry. My child, Esther, her father, appeared from behind the bushes with a face full of worry. How many times have I told you not to go out alone, but you didn't listen to the doctor? Your body is still weak. He suddenly paused when he saw his daughter's disheveled appearance and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with your clothes?" She turned her head, staring fixedly in one direction, and let out a short cry. Wow, then slowly turned around, a bright smile spreading on the lips while still stained with a strange red blood. She is much healthier now. And that is the first name of the Demon King. The flashback ends, returning to the present. The notification board appears right above Gong's head as he activates his skill. On the ground, fierce black smoke rises, forming a dry skeleton. One by one, the names appeared as if summoned from hell. His voice sneered. Hey, are you curious why I chose to summon 100 demons? Old Spirit immediately confirmed the information. Yes, that's right. The opponent immediately took the initiative to reveal it first. I was also attracted by other skills. You recall the fierce lightning strike from the Demon King earlier. For example, the skill to enhance aura is quite great if I can use light like the Demon King. The golden yellow light gradually gathered in the palm of the Gong family, but upon closer thought there was a difference. The system appears opening the skills. Next, a detailed information panel is updated. Summon SS level 100 demons. The function includes summoning monsters you have directly killed. The dead cannot inherit abilities while alive, even memories that can only be summoned as monsters like goblins, ogres, zombies, or undead soldiers. He read intently while repeating the highlighted line about the function to summon monsters you have directly killed. Gongjia turned around and asked Old Spirit, "The question is, how many people do you think I have killed?" He tilted his head thoughtfully, crossed his legs, and snapped 2 fingers as if counting something. The name of the Fire King or something with you, isn't it just 2 when added together? The other party immediately showed agreement. That's right, it's exactly that. Surrounded by a forest of ghost soldiers, the Gong family smiled with delight. But why did I kill more than 4,000 people? When the Sword King checked, it means there is a specific method to determine death in this tower. Now, let me ask you another question. Strangely, the army of thousands of dry skeletons directly bypassed you, along with a confusing riddle. How many deaths do you think I have caused? At this moment, the Old Spirit suddenly realized something, and opened his mouth in extreme astonishment. In the hands of a ghost soldier appeared a row of gleaming steel blades wrapped around the hilt with a worn-out green cloth. They were surrounded by black smoke, their mouths constantly making strange sounds. Gong smiled brightly, as if he had known the answer all along, and said, "Ah, there are indeed a lot, aren't there?" The dark wizard opened his eyes wide in amazement at such a huge number. Unbelievable. Is this really your skill? You are so sure about it? Yes. Gongjia scratched his cheek shyly as he listened to her endless praise. Oh my god, summoning thousands of monsters. It's thanks to that skill that you completed the floor all by yourself, right? Made you stammer for a moment. Well, the murderous aura surged through the Demon King's body like waves carrying anger and suspicion that could not be hidden. How can you use the same skill as me? Gong calmly slung the sword over his shoulder, his tone mocking as if he saw his opponent as a joke. Are you curious? What should I do? I have no intention of telling you. It got angry when you provoked it and started to vent. I cannot forgive you. This is something that is not allowed. So how long do you intend to keep me here? That person. The Demon King's voice full of rage still echoes steadily. My resentment, my fury, I have already accepted to absorb all the hatred. Gongjia immediately turned around to call for manpower. The Sword King spoke words of request. Please join these undead soldiers in battle. With you fighting alongside us, we will surely not lose. The Sword King looked at the pile of dry bones around him and nodded. I understand now. It is indeed a bit annoying to fight these monsters, but at least it's better than you. Gongjia looked to the other side. The Black Dragon Lord, please lend me a hand. Together we can defeat the Demon King. The Black Sorcerer responded without hesitation. Got it, don't get in my way. After arranging the personnel properly, he raised his sword straight up and shouted loudly. The 100 demons and ghost soldiers immediately responded to the powerful rallying call of the Gong family. Show us what you are best at. Chia pointed his sword at the opposite side and ordered, attack, kill them all. The giant over there was immediately surrounded by the skeletons jumping on him. It tries to smash the weak piles of dry bones, fully utilizing its body size many times larger than theirs. The undead soldiers are knocked down by the goblin. However, one of them, despite having lost its head, still held a spear in its hand and struggled to get up. The monster was surrounded once again, growling angrily, as if about to explode. Old Spirit looked at the situation softly, exclaiming, as if enjoying a good play. Wow, damn it. Then turned to the headless undead soldiers, still wildly swinging their weapons. The scene of slaughter and chaos is intense. Try to see who those undead soldiers look like. Old Spirit laughed with delight, a monster army that fears no death. It turns out those words were aimed directly at the Demon King. What's this, isn't it too scary? He gets furious whenever he's teased. How dare you? A hand clenched tightly with rage, just a person from another world. It stepped forward, the black smoke thickening around a being without any malice, hatred, or resentment in this world. How dare you block my way? Gong raised his sword straight at the enemy, his eyes unwavering as he replied clearly. No matter where I come from, it doesn't matter. Your spirit surges like a great wave, the immense confidence accumulated through a long, bitter journey. But right now I am standing here, if you still think this is not enough qualification for me. At this moment the announcement sounded, the tower has given you a new name, clearly ringing out the request not to interfere anymore. A brand new piece of information has just been updated. Your name from now on is Tuvwong. Gongra charged straight at the Demon King with the radiant first sword in hand. The tower will prove my worth. This is a tribute to the King of Death. The image of a tiny girl holding something in her hands, and upon closer look you can see a little frog. Time does not make it age, it only makes it more beautiful. The scent emanating from its body intoxicates everyone. Countless hands and eyes all turn to a single person, the little girl from back then who is now grown up, Lady Esther. She is the healing saint. Inside a church, a tiny creature is tightly wrapped in a cloth offered to the Demon King. She can heal all kinds of diseases. The strange woman urgently begged, please bless that poor child. Boo-hoo. She gently said, you know the rules, right? Leave the baby here and go back. Come back here early tomorrow morning at dawn. She immediately bowed respectfully, thanked the saintess, then placed the baby on the cold floor. She slowly approached to observe, gently holding the baby in her arms, as if something was urging her. The Demon King kept inhaling the scent of its body. So fragrant, it turns out other humans crave love so much. Her finger gently poked the small mouth. Your mother must have chosen the best pieces to warm you, right? Seeing her, the child was not afraid at all, but made babbling sounds as if wanting to talk. Ah, the Demon King can see the future fate of this child. Though bound by fate, your path is very bright. From now on you will no longer suffer. But the reflection on the wall looked extremely strange, as if the person there was not human. The shadow gradually transformed with an open mouth about to swallow the child. The miracle that happens to this person is the happiness of the world. The Demon King coldly said, how pitiful. After swallowing all the flesh and bones, all the memories of the child merged into Esther's body. She cried a lot in her mother's arms. The woman was deeply moved when she received the child back. The Demon King continued to whisper prayers of blessing. That's right, I know you have suffered a lot. I know, but from now on you will no longer be in pain. She ordered the thing before her, her tone both cruel and compassionate. Live longer, okay. Following her hand, it was a slimy black mass, an indistinct creature undulating like a breathing pool of darkness. Suddenly a tiny hand reached up, trying to escape like a faint hope struggling to rise from the abyss. The sound of digestion continues steadily with gurgles, while the Demon King only wears a cold smile throughout the process, poor thing. After getting her child back, the weary woman couldn't hide her joy as she held the baby in her arms. The Demon King carefully gave instructions in a deep and serious voice. From now on you will be healthier and no longer get sick easily, so keep loving her like you do now. She was so happy she was speechless. The poor mother gave the other person a deep bow to express her gratitude. Thank you very much. Next is the image of everyone simultaneously performing the same act of reverence. Thank you, Saintess. The rumors spread far and wide in all directions. He is the one who creates miracles and helps the sick. People praise and thank her for helping me walk on my own feet. Thanks to her, my eyesight has improved. To some extent, the Demon King at that time was regarded as the incarnation of the divine, our savior. However, there were still some forces dissatisfied with this. They are buzzing with discussion. Are the farmers continuing to flee? It seems they have joined the army of the savior Saintess. The black streak on the map is spreading, showing the Demon King's influence has greatly expanded. She is the savior of all the sick. Suddenly, a group of armored soldiers holding torches appeared out of nowhere. Under the strict command of the captain, the goddess's authority was buried. So we will let the heretic army run wild, no concessions to anyone on the succubus's side. Countless blazing torches were raised high in the night, showing an unyielding fighting spirit to burn down the demoness's lair at all costs. Amidst the sea of fire where smoke swirled and flames devoured everything in a moment when time seemed to stand still, the Demon King slowly stepped forward with a look of bewilderment. The soldiers are hunting everywhere, not missing a single one. No matter how much the people cry, they firmly believe that all those cursed are monsters. Her eyes widened in anger, unable to hide her resentment. Finally, when the frustration reached its limit, the Demon King screamed in despair. Those who do not see humans as humans, the space now is filled with darkness. I will swallow all your hatred. Back on the chaotic battlefield between the Gong family and the Demon King, someone suddenly called out to Kim Gong. Sliding across the ground, he reassured, "I'm fine." Gong Ra stood before two choices, left or right, but his decision led to a mistake, resulting in the system announcing you have died on the left side. Time rotated once again, the clock rewinding 24 hours back. You will be able to use the 100 Demon Summoning skill again after 6 days, 23 hours, 53 minutes, and 27 seconds. The time machine of the time traveler will clearly display memories and ability stats when used to go back in time. The Mad Demon King rampages with no sign of stopping, and the familiar words appear again. You have died, returning to 24 hours earlier. The Gong Master is fighting fiercely, while the old spirit quietly observes. Maintaining that power level only harms the skill. Just like B. Horian and I share memories when going back in time, the skill's power persists even after death. Notification displayed, you will be able to use the Summon 100 Demon skill again after 5 days, 23 hours, 51 minutes, 42 seconds. The cooldown time is the same. The Dark Wizard dodged the attack while frantically calling Kim Gong. Time is running out, you have died. You will be able to use the Summon 100 Demon skill again in 4 days, 23 hours, 49 minutes, 33 seconds. A day passed, a day full of many events. It feels like today was really too long. From Gong's alliance with the Dark Witch to his brave battle against the Demon King continues to summon fierce monsters, leaving Gong no choice but to keep swinging his sword relentlessly. Time is reversing, you have died, and you will be able to use the Demon Summoning skill again in 3 days, 23 hours, 47 minutes, 15 seconds. Before you, now is an undefined bright red sphere. You will be able to use the Summon 100 Demons skill again in 2 days, 23 hours, 45 minutes, 28 seconds. You will be able to use the Summon 100 Demons skill again in 1 day, 23 hours, 45 minutes, 28 seconds. The monsters rush in one after another, determined not to give the opponent a chance to escape. You will be able to use the 100 Demon Summoning skill again in 23 hours, 41 minutes, 13 seconds. The battle is still fierce, and once again a voice screams the name Kim Gong. His answer remains calm as before, "I'm fine." At the same time, the legs kept running tirelessly to dodge the fierce attacks. The Demon King growled, "You a doomed man, like you have precognition." The notification appeared just in time, allowing you to use the 100 Demons summon again. Gong family only gave a vague answer, something like that. The Demon King was extremely surprised when he started activating the skill. What? The ghost soldiers rushed out to attack the enemy's group. Gong Ra also jumped high, putting all his strength into his arm to strike a sword down on the Demon King. Someone's voice exclaimed, "Truly a venomous person." Old Spirit Lin kept marveling. This skill is truly top-notch. Zombie later try to see if you can summon duplicates. Go somewhere and then summon again after a week. The Gong Master just gave a brief reply and said to do it later. Please. But he kept babbling. I thought the next summoning wouldn't be okay, but the one after that would be fine. You don't know, if you get summoned repeatedly, you'll be promoted to Zombie King. Another dark energy attack was fired. He angrily shouted, "Stop talking, I can't concentrate." The result was as expected. You are dead. It's all because of that old spirit's smooth talk that made both of them go back 24 hours. Gong Ra held his head in despair. "Because of you I have to wait another week." Old Spirit firmly denies it. "Is it because you're not strong enough?" "It's not my fault, definitely. The system has extended the cooldown. You will be able to use the 100 Demons summoning skill again in 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 1 second. You're crazy for threatening. I swear one day you will pay for this," he smugly retorted. "I've been dead for ages. How do you plan to fight a ghost? It only makes the opponent more tired, honestly." Old Spirit urged, "If that's the case, quickly defeat the Demon King." "I have no skills but still made it to the 20th floor." The auctioneer immediately gave the order, "Black Dragon Lord, next time it will be on the left side." The Black Wizard decided to trust those words. "I understand." She quickly reached out her hand, beginning to unleash her power. A swirling magical energy formed a bright 5-pointed star floating before her, then slowly moved the magic circle above her head. When the Demon King got angry, he could only scold, "You guys are really something." Suddenly someone praised him. "Aha, the master is right on target." Even in this critical situation, a completely irrelevant conversation is happening right under the powerful Demon King's nose. "Who are you calling master? I'm still young, you know. I know all the magical herbs you use. I will start by killing the Demon King, first wait for me a moment." Seeing the enemy begin to counterattack Gong, a warning, then the Black Dragon Lord on the left simultaneously signals march. Sword Saint, move aside. You keep telling the Black Witch to avoid the left side next time. When no one is around, I will launch the main attack. She obediently follows. I know. As fast as lightning, the Dark Witch summoned sparkling mirrors. They quickly formed a formation to surround the Demon King under her command. A terrible explosion occurred and its body instantly burst into a mass of deformed black sludge. Its cracked face suddenly revealed flesh. "You dare to provoke my deep-seated hatred." Witnessing this scene made the Gong family extremely astonished. "Ga, you." Finally, the Autumn Rain Demon King decided to retreat, leaving both you and the Black Wizard completely confused. "Ah," the announcement says, "the Autumn Rain Demon King has retreated to the 13th floor. The Gong family protested. "Wait, I caught him. So how did he escape?" The Demon King immediately made excuses. "Don't think it's over, I'll be back," making you so angry you cursed out loud. That damn Demon King, everything passed peacefully, leaving only a pile of black mud on the ground. This is completely undeserved for what Gong Ra has been through, as evidenced by the arm covered in strokes representing the number of times he has dived between life and death. For what reason, the tower has accepted your choice. His hand rose to cover one side of his face, his expression betraying his disappointment, just as the system announced the creation of a hidden mission. It becomes even more confusing when the mission on the 12th floor is revised, the mission on the 13th floor is revised, and similarly, the 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th floors experience the same situation. He kept wondering, can missions really be fixed? The brand new info board has been updated. The Warrior of the Time-Stopped World difficulty level not yet determined. The mission objective includes your determination. You do not accept anyone having to sacrifice, and do not expect those you save to repay you. Not seeking recognition from those you have saved is true selflessness. By definition, those who sacrifice themselves for others are heroes. Oh, heroes, the people of the continent have yet to know this definition. They still haven't recognized your chivalrous gesture. But if a definition is always just a definition, then self-sacrifice will always just be self-sacrifice. So you will still become a warrior in the world where time is frozen. The Demon King was injured and fled. He hasn't gotten far yet. As long as you want, you can chase him down for as long as you like. Next is an option for the Gong family. Do you accept this mission? You now agree immediately without any hesitation. Yes. The hidden mission has been activated, your body gradually fading in the dim light as the teleportation begins. The one performing it is the Warrior of the Time-Stop World. Along with a wish for good luck, the system appears searching for the presence of the Demon King on the 12th floor, not detecting the Demon King, then announcing that the Demon King has retreated. The sky gradually returned to its original clear blue, and the three of them looked up at the floating words in the air, altering history. She looked at the tiny drifting lights around her in surprise, and immediately asked him, "Kim Gong Ra, what's going on here? You're just as surprised this is also the first time I've seen this." The old spirit agrees, "It's my first time seeing it too." What exactly is this? Gong Jia's mind quickly drifted elsewhere, full of confusion. Both of them looked simultaneously towards the large city gate. He spoke, "Black Dragon Lord, look over there. The ancient city wall is adorned with bright red flags symbolizing a nation. The fortress walls, where have all the flags gone? Now it's just playing in desolation under the serene blue sky." "You were right. Where did the flags go?" She firmly insisted on checking what was going on, and with your support you agreed, clasping your hands tightly together. They shouted, teleported, and moments later both appeared atop the city wall, the gloomy town scene from that day resurfacing in their minds with only a few people passing by, carrying an indescribable sadness. Today has completely changed. The houses have been renovated to be much more spacious, as if wearing a new look. Gong Jiang exclaimed in astonishment, changing history. The image of soldiers who only knew how to sit slumped on the ground has now turned into young men wearing armor, idly guarding but mainly eating and sleeping. They were stunned. History has changed. The Dark Wizard analyzed thoroughly. The A Kim Empire, originally invaded by the Demon King, never happened. Whether he won or lost, the invasion of this place has become history. You asked yourself a question, a satisfied smile on your lips. This time the world was not invaded by the Demon King, right? The system keeps notifying that the missions on floors 11 and 12 have been modified, leaving me to ponder silently. No one knows when everything started to change. I dare say history has changed. It's all thanks to me. Back in the unchanging history, people even sought peace from that toxic liquid. What is this rain? Acid rain. Wow, it looks so sparkling and beautiful compared to this ruined city. The current scene has completely taken on a bright appearance. A man is selling apples. Buy it, buy it. Early brand apples. Each historical milestone has been changed. 3 hospital facilities are located in the local area Tam Heap. Tan is locked down after recording 10 suspected COVID-19 cases, with new positive cases coming from tests of only a small group of patients. Witnessing such overwhelming changes, he smiled softly. The news broadcast's voice continued steadily. However, Vietnam still shows determination to defeat COVID-19, affirming indisputable sovereignty over the Hoang Sa and Truong Sa archipelagos, as well as the righteousness of the war that helped the Cambodian people escape the Khmer. Rouge genocide. Suddenly, there was a loud shout. Over there, Savas kept questioning the two of them. Who are you? There are two soldiers following behind as escorts. He shouted angrily. How dare you trample on the Empire's walls? Come down here at once. Images from the past suddenly appear, showing him in a solemn sword stance, praying with all his heart. Please, save our empire. You quickly realize the other person's identity. Savas asks in a confused voice. He growled each word with anger. Thief Ward, how do you know my name? Despite your harsh words, he was lost in his own thoughts. So that's how it is. You kept shouting hoarse even though there was no response. You bastards, can't you hear what I'm saying? Come down here quickly. Gongra then realized. He was originally a friendly Imperial citizen on the 11th floor, but now he had become a man who liked to yell at others. Looking back at your old appearance, you once earnestly begged him to save our empire. You suddenly broke into a sinister smile, then burst out laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, it made you quite surprised. The loud laughter of the Gong family even startled the Black Witch standing next to him. Ha ha, the old elf also threw you a judging look, the sound growing more intense. Aha, you slumped down, making your expression unclear, the sound gradually fading. Ha ha ha. Then suddenly he raised his head high and declared clearly. Savas stood below, listening to every word, having protected your empire. The other soldiers were also watching. The corners of Gong's mouth curled into a refreshing smile from the bottom of his heart, having kept his promise. The citizens of the empire were unconsciously drawn in, worthy of his pride in himself. For hundreds of days, the great ministers inside the church listened in secretly without any regret. Hoping that no one would have to sacrifice, I endured for hundreds of days and finally pushed back the Demon King. Hands covered in ink, gripping the railing tightly, are clear proof of invisible efforts. I am so proud I did it. Gongjia remembers his past self, living like a pile of trash, only knowing sarcasm and envy towards others, drinking day after day with the news ticker on the screen, saying, I want to become the Fire King. Thinking about that restless time, my heart turned cold. I had already given up on this life. The fateful moment arrived when no one expected it. The system announced the mission was completed. Your heart is now filled with satisfaction, but today I can finally lower my head. It continues. Let me remind you, looking at the companions with me, along with the Black Dragon Lord and the Sword Saint, I have saved this world. Official status updated. The mission on floor 12 has been completed. You can confidently hold your head high today. Next, countless different screens popped up ranking merits, announcing the top 3. The one with the most merits was the Purple King, second was the Black Dragon Lord, third was the Sword Saint. The result they reaped was the peaceful life of the city here. Savas frowned in confusion. What are you talking about? Suddenly the other shouted Savas Aim's name loudly. You really gave me a scare. The cheerful gong waved. The Empire is counting on you. He continued to explain amid the doubts of both Savas and the soldiers. Sorry, but my role as a warrior ends here. I will still be somewhere in their empire. The more he talked, the more excited Gong became than ever before. But from now on, you guys have to handle everything yourselves. Come on, come on. Old Spirit stood beside and laughed loudly. Aha, you flipped several times in midair. Haha, you crazy guy, I thought you had grown up more, but it turns out you started to brag about yourself. You just covered your face with a wry smile, then confidently looked at the old man, even brushing your hair back in a very dashing manner. How could you do that? It's also because today I'm so happy. Old Tin Lin took the chance and laughed so hard he almost fainted. Crazy zombie Kim, I understand it doesn't affect me at all. Aha, just ignore that crazy person. Gong shifted his attention elsewhere, extending his hand, hoping the other would continue with him. Come on, Black Dragon Lord, let's go to the 13th floor. Unexpectedly, that very scene made the Dark Witch reconsider that person. It makes sense, high-ranking hunters are never ordinary. I understand this. If you're confused, just ask again why the flag. The system announces you are moving to the 13th floor. The Death King welcomes you to the 13th floor. The three of them came out, the Black Witch, and Marus also teleported to the necessary location just in time. Upon seeing them, the Demon King roared furiously, unable to forgive. How dare you touch my children? You reckless people, are you mocking me? Do you want to steal my life, blood, and soul? The imposing aura is not simple, the voice seems filled with hatred for the mundane. I curse you all. Be careful, his screams are terrifying. It's the first time I've heard such a sound, and the Dark Witch agrees. Yes, after all, what is the reason for such misery? Gong's expression was a bit tense, and someone's questioning voice sounded. Hey, old spirit. Lin tilted his head curiously. What's wrong with that guy? It seems only he can feel the difference. He has become even weaker than before. The brand new intelligence surprises him. He placed his hand under his chin, looking thoughtful. He just took a heavy hit from the Black Dragon Lord, but it shouldn't have been this bad. Then there was a series of sharp analyses like he was deteriorating. On the 12th floor, his level was SSS-Class Goblin King, a black muddy entity invading the rooftop of a building exuding a terrifying aura. Yet the reality was completely different. But he is no longer like that now. He is now only at the level of the Goblin King you met on the 5th floor. He kept asking himself, "It's really strange. Normally, the higher the floors of the tower, the stronger the boss should be. Right. Could it be that the Black Dragon Lord's move just now had some effect?" Just as Gong was listening to those words, he silently pondered that something an unforeseen change had occurred. The system then announced that it was unable to proceed with awarding the completion reward for floor 12. All rewards will be given when you complete floor 19. You stare in amazement at the glowing object in your hand. Currently, you can only receive rewards in the form of herbs. A series of new statuses have been updated. You have been blessed by Truk Fook and the Electric God. The map from floor 11 to floor 20 has been unlocked, creating an overwhelming experience. World map. Marcus and the Dark Wizard are drawn by his sudden loud scream. "I know." Gong confidently asserts. "I know why the Demon King is like that. Black Dragon Lord, please recall what happened on the previous floors." Recalling the scene of the town after the transformation they witnessed from above, history was erased without a trace by the Demon King's invasion. The refugee village was gone too. On the map, red dots spread across the continent, while blue dots also appear densely, but in smaller numbers. Have you ever thought about where refugees come from? Could it be that they are people from entire empires or continents? You immediately pointed out this fact, but in reality, the refugee village had vanished without a trace. She nodded in agreement. That's right. From that we can deduce that not only the empire but the entire continent's history has been changed. The auctioneer commented, "That's right, you could say we've returned to the era before the Demon King invaded the continent, and now is the time when the Divine Palace is under attack." The Demon King is still screaming in pain. Old Spirit overheard their conversation. He was just downgraded a level and exclaimed in surprise. "Hey, your expression suddenly turned very cold. Thieves like us hear that sound every time we level up. Your presence has become one notch clearer." The hand is casually placed on the sword hilt. We can understand that this very phrase has leveled up the hunter. What does the existence that the tower refers to actually mean? Is it just said to sound cool? The only clue is the demon lord entity they once faced. The powerful boss monster grew strong by killing countless imperial citizens and refugees. Yet the slaughter and hunting became unprecedented. The system warns that Demon King Thu Vu is angry. The existence of the Demon King has become vague. He concluded that this also means his power has been erased, making his existence even more uncertain. He held his head and screamed miserably. The Demon King growled each word in rage, "You people." After the discussion ended, everyone shouted in unison, "Let's fight, the moment to counterattack has come." The Demon King continuously summoned his monsters. 100 demons, 10,000. Most of them wear clothes like living people, only their skin has been transformed. My children, in a clear voice, ordered to kill them. The Dark Wizard shaped his dark power while scolding. "I've hated zombie movies since way back." Marcus also raised his sword high. In the midst of the fierce battle, Gong suddenly made a proposal. "Are we betting, Sword Emperor?" This phrase is meant to convey to the old spirit floating in the air. "How many more times do I have to die to finish cleaning the 19th floor?" He rubbed his chin, looking intrigued. Then give an estimated number." "Okay. I bet less than 100 times." You smile smugly. "Oh then, I'll bet less than 99 times. He angrily retorted. "Damn, that's dirty play." The old spirit also did not hesitate to challenge the young man. "Tsk, let's see how your zombie chops its own kind. Because I've already bet everything this time, I won't help you." "Okay." A group of monsters is slowly creeping towards you. Gong Ra agrees to the deal without a second thought. "Okay." The familiar words appear again. "You died and will go back 24 hours earlier. This time you and the Dark Witch volunteer to lead the way. There are too many of them." The Black Dragon Lord is rising. She is just as tired. "I am also doing my best. I'm the only one here with light manipulation skills." "Tu Vuong, can't your skill shoot fire?" Gongjia hurriedly gave a vague explanation. "Now is the recovery time, we can only use about 3 coins. Made the opponent inevitably curious. Ba immediately confirmed it. "That's right, this is the holy sword." Then send a proposal to Marcus. "Could you help me open that big lid like the rock over there? I have a few things to check." He asked confusedly, "What exactly are you planning to check?" Gong made a peace sign to signal. "I'll explain later. Just help me now. I am a prophet." "Okay." Marcus just stared at you, the action of opening the rock cap replacing his answer while you were bitten fatally by the monster. The result is that you died. After resurrection, the Gong family continued to give directions. "Okay, Sword Saint, that rock outcrop is actually a secret passage. There's a very useful hammer down there. You should go down there with the Black Dragon Lord to get it," Mar said teasingly. "You seem to be living a very lonely life. Ignore that teasing and passionately explain at length. Combined with the energy beam, it will be very effective." Combining skills and striking the hammer hard on the ground will create a shockwave that can knock out these zombies. Okay. The opponent was very surprised. How did you find out about that? You shouted angrily. I am a prophet. Okay, I ignored a monster baring its teeth at me, and the result was that before I could finish my sentence I was done for again. You are dead. The Sword King looked at the pile of corpses lying scattered at his feet. The zombies have basically all been wiped out by this. The Gong family is moving towards the last enemy, so only the Demon King remains. Unexpectedly, what caught my eye was a strange one-eyed hawk. Oh my god, what is that? Its glowing eyeballs looked even more bizarre. Everyone calmly analyzed and saw that he was a giant, but also a zombie. Could it be a giant zombie? Maybe it was a guard, but now it has become a subordinate of the Demon King. We still need to study this kind of heretical demon carefully. Before it could swing its weapon they had just finished discussing. Anyway, leave this giant to me. Yes, thanks to you, someone died again, you are dead. Learning from last time when I heard Marus declare anyway, leave this giant to me. Did Gong immediately stop it? Holy Sword, please continue creating shockwaves to block the other zombies for me. He argued indignantly. Hey, I'm trying to earn some money here. You keep reminding to persuade the other person. I am a prophet. I am a prophet, okay. Then turn and order the Dark Witch. Dark Dragon Lord use energy beams to attack his face. Her expression clearly showed excitement. I was feeling the same way. Gong nailed it right on the spot. Perfect. Let's fight. A dazzling beam of light shot from the giant hawk's eyes towards them, scattering rocks and dirt everywhere. Gong shouted loudly, summoning 100 demons. The dark sorcerer couldn't help but exclaim, oh my god, Tu Vung, doesn't that skill of yours need a cooldown? You only gave a brief explanation, something like that. She listened attentively to the other's suggestion. Right now we have 2 people who can switch streets with that giant, but I want to ask you for a favor. The next words from the Gong family directly made the Black Witch restless. Don't hit him in the eye. She stared in shock. What you issued a warning that if she did that, something big would happen, and immediately face strong opposition. But Tu Vung, didn't you see that huge eye? Then there was a back-and-forth argument about the eyeball of the brainless creature. Yes, I saw it. I also know you have a passion for hitting that lost child right. King of Death, if you also had the ability to shoot energy beams like me, if you also saw that bright eye, you would know too. But really you can't do that. There's no time to explain now, so please. Is that okay? The Dark Wizard is a bit unwilling. Hey Marcus, beside comforting her, she should listen to that friend. He said he was some kind of prophet, which made her even more emotional. Even the Sword Saint quietly clenched his hands as if making a final decision. The stern Dark Wizard vowed, I know I will do my best to restrain myself from attacking that eye. Gong family felt relieved and thanked her. After planning the strategy, they fought together to defeat the giant demon. The Demon King roared in agony, my general. A notification appeared. Demon King Thu Vu has retreated to the 14th floor. The gray sky has completely vanished without a trace, restoring the peaceful scene. People happily return to their normal lives. I've told these kids so many times not to run around in the electric temple. The laughter of the children echoes. Congratulations, you have been blessed by the goddess. The satisfied Gong looked towards the hawk resting on the distant cliff, now just a gentle guardian. The 3 of them happily held hands tightly. Their journey was still very long. Let's go. Transferred to another location in the vast forest of the late afternoon, the 3 stood back to back silently, waiting for whatever might happen. The result was similar to the previous battle. The Demon King decided to retreat to the 15th floor, and they followed to eliminate him. This time, the battlefield was under the ocean with countless mermaid monsters, and the Demon King decided to retreat to the 16th floor. Next is the lava volcano where the red dragons rampage everywhere, and the Demon King has decided to retreat to the 17th floor. History has changed, continuing from the 18th floor to the 19th floor. The existence of the Demon King has gradually faded away, his blood-red eye glaring from his pitch-black face, his voice filled with bitterness. You all. It curled up in a corner, lamenting its fate. If it weren't for you, the sound of suffering wouldn't be constant, and my body wouldn't have shriveled into a tiny heap of mud. I wouldn't be in this situation. How dare you bring swords into this world? Gong Jia just smirked lightly. Oh, your hand is casually resting on the sword hilt now, I finally see your eyes. The Demon King looked full of astonishment. What? You calmly repeat your words. As I said, until now, I only had the chance to get close enough to see that eyeball. The Demon King and the hero have never met eye to eye, truly an absurd tragedy. The cold sword points straight at the enemy, exerting all its power to finish it. The Demon King gritted his teeth and was about to scold again. You were interrupted by him, otherwise you would have run away again. I'm really curious, if you run away this time, how weak will you be? Now it can only endure and listen to every contemptuous word from the opponent. Anyway, if you don't give it your all now, you won't have a chance to win. The anger is mounting. How dare you speak such words as if you are tearing the flesh off someone? What do you know? He quietly called out a nostalgic name. Esther then issued the final warning. I warn you, give it your all. With the #1 sword in hand, Gong's expression is full of seriousness. If not, my lifespan will be longer than the history of your existence. Gongra will die once again. You have died, the system announces again. A penalty arises from using the skill. Recalling the painful moment of your killer, you silently reflect. It's time to talk about some nightmare. The penalty level is medium. The penalty is starvation ghost. The tragic moment of Demon King Thu Vu will be reenacted, a fierce fire surrounding them, along with a commanding voice saying, burn everything for me. Burn down the lair of that demoness. Gongra opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The silhouette of a missing young woman appears amidst the devastating fire. No need for mercy, they are all monsters struck by the curse. None must be spared. That is the Demon King when he was human, his expression betraying his astonishment. She kept asking herself, why is this? The peaceful scene of people living together now lies in corpses scattered on the ground. Why do humans burn each other alive? A chaotic scene unfolds as soldiers take turns reciting their oath. This is the Lord's command. In the name of His Majesty, the King, in the name of the realm, in the name of the Pope. They use every excuse to justify their brutal killings in the name of the forest god, even involving beasts and elves, to recite the declaration with this cross, and the gem given by the Dragon King to our nation, and by the honor pledge of the warriors. The soldiers showed no mercy to anyone. The Demon King kept questioning. Who exactly are you people? Who do you think you are to dare burn others alive like that? One by one they fell right before her eyes. The deadly fire took many innocent lives. A mother firmly holds her child in her arms. The child keeps crying. Wah wah, Grandma gently reassures. You're feeling very uncomfortable, aren't you? Just a little more. Stand up. On the other hand, everyone comforts each other to reassure themselves. Gams, yes, everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. The fire was finally extinguished, leaving the Demon King alone and the remnants of the troops here. Feet slowly walking on the ground, remembering the image of a carefree young man inviting customers. Saintess, this is the first apple in my garden. Saintess, try it now, all that remains is a burnt arm, then a cheerful girl showing off her strong legs. I thought I wouldn't be able to run and jump for the rest of my life. It's all thanks to the Saintess. The legs have now become part of a cold corpse. As a result, she could no longer endure it, and collapsed tragically, her hand clutching the thick soil. The torment inside grows stronger each day. Those once full of life are now nothing but burnt corpses. The sand mixed with dust stained the Demon King's hands black. But now that no longer matters. She kept bringing it to her mouth. Under the gray sky, the Demon King gnawed on everything left, including the unspeakable sorrow. Her eyes became wild to see she could not stop feeling sorry for the poor children. Thick black tears gently flowed down the cheeks of my poor children. The pain mixed with sadness enveloped her heavy body. Children, you are also human. Dark energy is increasingly expanding. The children born are also human, and are living a good life. The children also know sadness and pain. Very quickly, it spread to other inhabited areas, like a silent plague creeping over each rooftop. Yet the children are called monsters by others. A child seeing this innocently asked her mother, "What is that?" She officially became the cruel Demon King of the present. "You are called humans, but my children are labeled monsters. Is this world only yours?" The cries of resentment continue to echo under the blood-soaked rain. "In this world, only you are human. Prove it. Prove that you are human." The sound of rain falling, she kept giving orders in utter hatred. From this moment on, prove that you are human. Because of the twists of fate, a kind saint has now become a Demon King like words of resentment. I curse you like the pain in my heart. All you have done is evil, forming the obsession that has lasted all this time. From now on, no village will be burned alive again. So from now on, you shall live and pay the price for those sins. What Gong is seeing now is the corpses of soldiers instead of villagers, as in the Demon King's painful memories. The old spirit softly calls his name. Gong, wake up quickly. Looking at Gong's blank face, he could somewhat guess his mood. This place is not hell for him. The system then announced the completion of pain reenactment, confirming the punished subject remained in a normal state. The punishment has ended. Gongjia continues to fight fiercely. He swings his sword in a way that the Demon King cannot defend against. Huh, old spirit shouted loudly. At this moment he played the role of Gong's cue giver. His mind was blank, and every slash he made was precise. The Demon King's groans and piercing screams echoed throughout the sky. Both legs slid a long way on the ground after being knocked back. The black mud increasingly dripping onto the ground, clearly revealing the shapes of two people. The system reappeared. The existence of the Demon King became faint. His body shrank, and most of the dirt on him was removed. The Demon King fell into extreme panic. No fresh blood also suddenly splattered just like humans. My children, the grudges. A stern, demanding voice rang out. Retreat. The detailed map appears behind Gongra. The blue dots represent your troops spread densely across the continents. Reach level 20. No matter what, you will never defeat me. Go back to your hiding place. Meanwhile, the red dots are being pushed into a small corner. Let's return to your original nature. You gradually manipulate the opponent's psychology return to where you began, and that will be your end. Demon King Maros tilted his head slightly, glancing at Gongra, hand ready on his sword, hoping to finish the enemy with a single decisive strike. The Dark Wizard calmly said, "I will give the last strike to the Death King." The Demon King's mouth kept spewing fresh blood as he angrily shouted, "Damn it, you bastard!" The Demon King Thu Vu has retreated to the 20th floor, the notification immediately displayed, confirming the Demon King's retreat once again changing history. The mission on the 19th floor has been unlocked. Gongjia softly called his two teammates. "Sword Saint Black Dragon Lord, sorry, but I want to clear floor 20 alone." He bowed, sincerely expressing gratitude to everyone who has helped me all this time. "But I really want to go alone to deal with that Demon King. Please let me go alone," making you two a bit confused. The Dark Wizard was the first to support the Gong family. "I have no opinion. We could get this far mostly thanks to you. Although I broke the promise not to move for 5 days, this time I will quietly wait for you." Mar quickly responded as well. "Just one more day to make it a full year. After finishing the 20th floor, we should meet privately, right? I really have a lot to talk to you about." The corner of Gong's mouth slightly curved into a smile. "Yes, you bow deeply once again before starting to teleport. Thank you. Transfer complete. System notification. Welcome, Death King. The quest boss is in position. You are currently standing in the middle of a flower bed. Only one person is participating in the challenge, and that is Tu Vuong. I hope luck will smile upon you. The Demon King in a tiny form has long been waiting. The feet slowly step forward. The tower will calculate your rewards from floor 11 to floor 19. Start calculating completion. The result is the tower recognizing your great career." Countless cards floated around him. The authority of the Death King had been adjusted. The expression cannot hide the surprise. "You have been granted the messenger's authority. Except for level X, you have the right to change. Any skill you currently have, you secretly wonder if the tower gives you a choice. Gongjia doesn't know why this tower exists, or who built it, but one thing is certain, the tower holds countless lives, hands ready to draw swords prepared for the upcoming decisive battle. The most powerful sword is gradually gathering pure golden energy, and he has also sensed the existence it always refers to. The sharp sword pointed straight at the Demon King, must protect one's own choice, and remember the choice one has made. Gong then threatened his opponent. "This is where you will meet your end, Demon King." The face covered in mud showed extreme terror. The voice filled with hatred and resentment echoed throughout the space. "Our villages, how dare people destroy our paradise? The Boston system is right in front of you, ringing out and controlling the flying cards around itself." The Demon King remained stubborn, unable to forgive your kind. Precisely, her life completely froze at that fateful moment. "My eyes and mind are always on the Empire. I will never forget the cruel fire you caused." The Demon King goes mad and summons the Blue Great Sword. "So now you intend to burn my heaven down once again." From observing the map, the conclusion is that the most cramped land has the weakest floor boss. The Demon King dashed towards him, his face showing extreme anger. He swung his sword with all his might at the enemy, but unexpectedly it was easily blocked. You softly said, "Our roles have swapped, haven't they?" Then slowly brought up the past while counterattacking fiercely. "Do you still remember? On the 12th floor, you were the Demon King and I was the hero. You are the invader and I am the one who resists." The Demon King gradually pushed back, let out a cry. The Gong family has begun to manipulate the opponent's psychology. This world is truly miraculous, and now you are the one fiercely protecting what you cherish. Demon King, perish, perish. You despise me, so I give you another powerful slash. Sorry, but your words are not scary at all. At a painful sound echoed. Yeah, this time it was a slash sweeping across the Demon King. The scream tore through the space. A. The system reappears. The existence of the Demon King Thu Vu is fading with black filth continuously flowing down onto the ground. The sword swings relentlessly. "You will only become weaker and weaker," the Demon King wailed pitifully. The familiar words appeared again. The existence of the Demon King Thu Vu was becoming faint. Gong hit harder and harder. The familiar announcement was accompanied by a miserable scream echoing through the sky. The movement of the Demon King completely froze for a moment, layers of mud gradually falling off to reveal a pure white robe underneath. The beginner-level robbery alert system has been adjusted. The nickname Demon King Thu Vu was revoked, and now even the darkness has abandoned her, causing her to panic. Trying to hold on to the last bit of strength, but failing. The Demon King keeps begging in despair. "Tower, you can't do that, just stand there watching her with a bit of regret for the last moment. You are very satisfied with this result. The process is correct now, the person is too weak. She feels scared, and quickly keeps her distance. Don't come here, don't. However, the Gong family completely ignored those words, their feet slowly walking on the ivory white petals. Then try to stop me, whether by reason or force, do your best. If not, I will still appear before you despite your threats. The Demon King tends to retreat towards the black dirt behind. You, all of you have done terrible things to my children, she insisted. You have no right to do that to me, but was interrupted midway. You are wrong. The first sword behind Gong's head emitted a brilliant diamond-like light. His expression was very serious. As you said, I am just a person from another world. The story of the king, emperor, and pope joining forces to burn your village is true, but you cannot blame the innocent people of this continent for that. The Demon King just silently listened to every single word. Of course it wasn't me either. I am just a person from another world. We hunters have only one responsibility, to bring freedom to this place. However, that was still not enough to convince her. She even tried to justify her own actions. You have no right to question my responsibility, nor the power to stop me. I just casually attacked the opponent's throat on the spot. Are you trying to say that person didn't do anything evil? Ether was just as scared as you are now. He recounted the heartbreaking story from the past. The little girl tried to call for help and ran to find her father. But then what did you do to her? Without hesitation, you directly criticized the Demon King. Not only that, you swallowed the child that the woman had trusted you with. That despicable act called saving a life. You yourself have betrayed those who trusted you wholeheartedly. She screamed in agony, trying to explain. I am not like that. Ta Gong family continues to expose the enemy's crimes. You have hidden the truth. Everyone knows the truth about you becoming Esther and swallowing the child, but out of fear they choose to remain silent. The Demon King denies everything, claiming he truly knows nothing. Two hands clutch the face in utter panic. I just didn't have awareness and memories back then. She recalled the scene when little Esther desperately tried to escape the clutches of the devil. Mom, save me, someone, please save me. She still tried to explain. I really don't understand what those words mean at all. At that time, you sarcastically asked back, is it just because you didn't know that you made a mistake? The Demon King was determined to justify himself. Yes, if we knew, we would never do that to Gong, go immediately emphasizing this point. Humans are the same. Then analyze it thoroughly. You are just making excuses, exactly like the emperors who committed crimes against you. They conspired to justify their own immoral behavior. I thought they were just evil witches and monsters. We knew nothing at all. Both sides kept arguing back and forth with blatant lies. Of course there will be troublemakers for their own benefit, but are you sure they are all like that? Images of people forced to move because of the toxic blood rain appear. What about the warriors who only follow the emperor's orders? What about the common people who have to leave the land they have lived on for so long to seek refuge? Among all those people, how many do you think are like you? The people I know nothing about. After a long explanation, Gong Jia softened his tone a bit. Sorry, I am uneducated and can only say a few words like that. The only thing I know in this world is cause and effect. Under the lush green canopy, you confidently assert that if you believe what you vomit after swallowing the image of a person is a person, then fine, you should experience the same thing. That's fair, she still hasn't digested it yet. What are you saying? A mysterious beam of light suddenly appeared in the palm of the hand under the call of the Gong family. The tower, I want to use the reward from clearing the floor. You add that the reward can change the skills you currently have. The information panel immediately displayed that the 100 Demon Summoning skill had reached SS level, along with a message that the tower had accepted your wish. But everything comes with a price. However, the change you desire has its limits. To help you make changes, the tower will provide suggestions. You can upgrade skills from SS to SSS level. Gongra quickly made a decision. So I request to upgrade the 100 Demon Summoning skill, keeping the other skills unchanged. Next are a series of other requests. I want to change the part that does not inherit the memory of this skill. When we request, zombies can have memories from their past lives. The Demon King couldn't hide his panic mixed with fear upon hearing this. What does your family intend to do? I urgently asked. How is it? Is this reasonable now? Isn't it about maintaining the abilities of the person I killed or reducing the cooldown time? It's just a memory. The notification sound rang again, measuring the level you requested. Quickly, the tower acknowledged that your request was reasonable. Your request has been sent to Zakua and approved. The card in your hand emits a brilliant golden light. Your request has been approved. A detailed information board has been updated immediately. The SSS level 100 Demon Summoning skill allows you to summon friends you have killed in monster form, but the summoned undead do not inherit their living skills. However, if you wish, the zombie can inherit the appearance and memories from when it was alive. If you do not request this, the zombie will only be summoned in monster form. Just a small note, you can only summon once a week. Gong is extremely satisfied with this. This is the first SSS level skill I have obtained. My hand swings ready to unleash power. Alright, it's time to send you on your way. The Demon King gritted his teeth and endured before the verdict was delivered. If you don't like this style, I will do it the way you did. You raise the number one sword high in the air, swallow and crush you once again, reminding you of her past crimes, just like you did to the warriors. The Demon King was no pushover either. His hand grasped the sword hilt on the ground. You enjoy mocking your opponent. I am truly happy to turn you back into a human, because if you keep dying as a monster, it will look very difficult to recover. She couldn't stand it anymore, and charged directly. Ga-ah-ah-hua. She clumsily swung once, but it was completely dodged with ease. A mocking voice suddenly rang out. Wrong. Old Spirit kept criticizing non-stop, finding fault from the stance to the way the foot touched the ground. If you keep spinning the sword in front like that, what else can you see? Seeing the Demon King's current exhausted state, he couldn't help but sneer with disdain. Snap. You are the typical swordsman who relies too much on skill. Without it, what kind of swordsman would you be? She gasped for breath, exhausted. Wheezing, he still reminds Gongra. Look at the zombie. This is why I always say you need a foundation before you can have skills. In the final moment, the only thing you can trust is your own hands and feet. Looking back at the Demon King, who was straining with all his might to pull the Lathan Great Sword, he furrowed his brows and uttered a chilling verdict. Your final moment has come. She intended to resist to the end, but unexpectedly the sword had broken without her noticing. The remaining piece of the weapon flew far away. She felt like falling into an abyss, only able to sob and cry. Gongjia could only silently watch that slender and helpless back. Do you still remember what the Demon King said? For now, the Demon King's regret is far too late. Aha, the hand tightly gripping the number one sword, the comrade who has fought alongside him through countless life and death battles. I am the harvester of death. That saying is not wrong at all. Just as Gong raised his sword high to strike down suddenly, a voice of protest rang out. Wait. Old Spirit Lin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Sorry for interrupting, but actually I don't feel very guilty, so for now don't kill her yet. Hearing that, you can't help but wonder. What? But why he only gave a vague answer. I understand this is something that must be done, but it only makes the Gong family angrier. So why are you stopping me? Mr. Bin calmly pointed to the corner of his mouth. She is no longer a monster now, is she? So is she human, like you, and by the way, add more. She might have become a normal NBC. So does Trio ask if Bak Kwai can be applied to her? Gongjia hesitated awkwardly as if there was something. Suddenly the old spirit turned and scolded him. It seems like you need to sober up. You have to keep a cool head in this matter. If the tower signaling is done, sorry, NBC is not the target of this skill, so what do you plan to do? Gongra is officially pushed into a state of complete speechlessness. The Demon King just sat there dazed while the other two kept arguing back and forth. Check the skills again, it says. The person you directly killed. No mention of NBC at all. NBC is human too. They are human too, that's just your thought. You don't know how to react properly, you just blurt out one word. A then turned to ask the tower system for its opinion, and it immediately responded. The tower is listening to you. Gongra did not beat around the bush. I want to ask something based on the earlier conversation with the old spirit. Can the 100 Demons summoning skill be applied to NBC, or is it only for hunters like me? The text on the screen is asking Zakua to check. After a long time, the unexpected result is that it cannot be checked. The system reminds you that your question has exceeded the tower's authority. Your face immediately goes blank. What? Next, a series of updated information is checking the advisory rank of the tower. Keeping the current advisory rank of the Death King, the tower will resolve the Death King's issues through an official discussion. Gongjia is now standing in a virtual space with the bright golden butterflies fluttering across the central field. His eyes glance at them as if pondering something, recalling the moment when the system first notified him to please select a skill card. Gongjia could not help but doubt himself about why he was here. The information was quickly updated, confirming that the participants included the 6th pillar, the ancient scepter, the 5th pillar, the virtual princess, the 4th pillar, the blindly contemplative moonlight, the 3rd pillar, the primal legislator, and the 2nd pillar, the void war god, all simultaneously confirmed their participation. Gong expressed confusion about everything. Although he couldn't see anything, he could feel that overwhelming presence. The system pushed a notification confirming the participation of the 6 pillars of all life, and the tower was proposing the issue of the Death King. Suddenly, a few shadows appeared from above, within sight, ringing out, like being lost in their own twisted mind. Can the 100 Demon summoning skill be applied to NBC? If possible, please say yes, otherwise please object. Another figure kept speaking in a strange language, the words echoing in his mind, gradually making his mind go blank. Finally, the sound became clearer, followed by a deadly silence. He suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, his hands lightly touching the back of his neck, clearly while inside the tower. No matter what language people use, the tower translates so others can understand, but why is it different this time? Gongra fell into deep thought, only then realizing the unsettling truth. They do not exist inside the tower. They are an existence that even the Demon Lord level cannot compare to. You speculate that they might be the ones who created this tower. The system promptly sends a notification that your issue is being voted on. In the tense atmosphere of the judgment session, the pillars vote one by one, with the sixth pillar opposing and the fifth and fourth pillars agreeing. Conflicting opinions piled up, sweating nervously, waiting for whatever would happen to them, while the third pillar voted against. Among the votes for and against, only the second pillar voted no. In summary, we have 2 votes in favor, 2 votes against, and 1 blank vote. Those with great existence have the right to decide on their 100 demon summoning skills, yet they want to nullify it. Why? Gong suddenly remembered something. There is still one person who hasn't voted yet. The stream of thoughts flows on a person who never needed to stay here from the start, someone who understands everything in this place better than anyone else. From that conclusion, the master of the Gong Tower finally spoke up. I think agreeing is a wise idea. The powerful image of the Demon King is deeply imprinted in his mind. If this skill can't be applied to NBC, then how could the Demon King Thu Vu summon so many monsters? Those who died at the hands of Demon King Thu Vu were almost all NBCs of empires and kingdoms. 3 different colors of light shone down on where the Gong family was standing. As if you are the star of the stage right now. Let me share my guess about what you are worried about. Are you afraid that I will indiscriminately kill NBCs just to increase the number of summons? But I believe that over time I have shown enough for you to see what kind of person I am. Finally, he clearly concluded with one sentence. I am absolutely not that kind of evil person. Gong Jia dared to firmly affirm that it is still true now, and even more so in the future. The tower's owner responded, not badly, appearing faintly, with a very satisfied grin. The shadow of the flowing hair stretches all the way to you, but it's a bit messy. Death King, please answer honestly with all your heart. Gong Jia bowed his head low, as if preparing for his fateful moment, then confidently replied, without hesitation, the Demon King is my prey, don't even think about touching him. The identity of the other pillar was then revealed. The first pillar master, Van Sin, voted in favor, and cracks suddenly appeared on the floor beneath him, spreading rapidly. As the announcement came in, voting ended with 3 in favor, 2 against, and 1 abstention. The skill to summon 100 demons can be applied to NBC. You have been temporarily deprived of the authority of the Death King's messenger. Everything gradually shattered into tiny shards of glass. The discussion ended just as the intense expanding light seemed to sweep everything into the unknown. Good luck. Suddenly a voice kept waking me up repeatedly. Zombie, hey zombie. Gong family's vacant gaze slowly opens. Old Spirit frowned, and asked, why did you suddenly zone out? I told you to ask the tower. The Demon King lay collapsed on the ground, not responding at all. He shouted again, Golden Zombie, hey, can you hear me? You stared confusedly at your palm. What just happened only took a moment, yet it felt like 100 years had passed. It took quite a while before Gong Jia finally decided to respond. Hey Sword Emperor, the Old Spirit is blaming you. Wow, you're only reacting now. I called you a zombie so many times that now your brain is rotting like a zombie too, huh? Gong Jia didn't explain further, and went straight to the point. Did you not hear or see anything? You continued speaking, making the other person fall silent and listen. The tower summoned me somewhere. I encountered what seemed like a pillar. Something about 10,000 lives. Then the owner of the tower appeared, and even laughed. You don't know anything, yet according to your view, the Gong family is just talking nonsense. Zombie, I really apologize for calling you so much. From now on, I'll call you just the right amount of zombie. Quickly wake up for me. This makes you have to think more deeply. He doesn't know anything at all. Even when a legend has stormed the 99th floor of the tower, he still doesn't know anything. Clutching the sword tightly, I couldn't help but wonder who those people I met earlier were. My expression fell into deep thought, calming down now. Although there are many mysteries, many things have become very clear. The sharp sword once again pointed at the Demon King crawling on the ground. She begged desperately, please, spare my life. Gong made a quick decision. The immediate thing to do is to eliminate the one in front of me. The rest will probably become clear after reaching the 100th floor of the tower. Suddenly Old Spirit asked him, hey, are you just going to kill her like that? Not planning to ask about the tower, it seems like you've made up your mind a long time ago. It's okay, the sword is raised high, mocking the center of the seam. The canopy sways with every fierce movement of the Gong family. I have found the answer. After finishing everything, you slowly chant the spell, O 100 Ghosts Rebirth. The dark liquid on the ground suddenly showed strange movements. It gradually merged into the form of the Demon King as before. Endless moaning echoed as Gong Jia gave the first order, stand up. Although her appearance remained the same, from this moment on she was reborn with a completely different identity. The final judgment you give to the opponent is that she must be responsible for serving the one who granted her that identity, and you gently explain that the name she took from someone else should no longer be hers. You quickly made a decision. I will give you a new name. Preta, from now on your name is Preta, which means hungry ghost in Pali. Gong clearly concluded with the final sentence. And I am your master Esther, the distant saint, the demon king, Thu Vu, the one who once had no right to bear any given name. Preta bowed respectfully. Yes, I will obey all your orders. You are my sovereign. At the very end of the promised 5 days, one of the two kings fell in the withering cherry blossom rain. So many events have happened. Old Spirit only sighed once, truly incomprehensible, fundamentally impossible to explain. After what you did to her, she should have been angry and resentful towards you, right? Why didn't you say a word and just bow before him like that? That's really the case. Preta's face is now flooded with tears. Hukgongjia asked the old man back. He wants to know why Preta is not afraid to obey me, right? Her sobbing still came through steadily. He didn't give a specific answer. Fa Mark let Chi Tung imagine freely, but Preta knew that this time it was tears of satisfaction. The echo of horse hooves blended with the calm voice, and the Sword Emperor would soon realize it too. The system sent a notification probing for the existence of the Demon King on the 20th floor. Found no Demon King, confirmed no Demon King on the 20th floor. Brett silently walked through the desolate village with his face in his hands. The scene gradually changes, the result of historical transformation. Brett covers his face, deeply moved to see the people here living in warmth and peace. She faced everyone here choked up and speechless. No, it seemed she was still not ready to accept this newness. Please don't. The horse's hooves stopped nearby. Her voice shattered and choked with sorrow. This village is a blessing. The person who just appeared was none other than Savas with a clear order. All troops halt. Brett collapsed, her voice trembling. You are my lord. She thinks about the children, their innocent smiles. I will no longer hold grudges or seek revenge. I will do everything you wish. She cannot stop crying. No matter what I become, it doesn't matter, but please. Preta begs you to come out. Please protect my paradise. The old spirit watched this scene from above, wondering, is this really necessary? You answered so calmly. Of course, the king must be responsible for his subjects. He felt guilty, apologized for not realizing it sooner. You turned around to Preta and said, you lost badly, get ready to be punished. You stand alone, arms outstretched to stop them, and shout loudly, the entire army halt. Savas angrily yells, I am General Savas Aim, who are you to dare block my path? Gongjia smiled mysteriously and asked what business brought you all here. He then announced loudly, this is the Emperor's order. As the sky darkens at dusk, the birds fly away one by one and his voice echoes. There is a female ghost here that bewilders the people of the continent. They even turned into monsters after falling into the deep pit of temptation created by the demoness. How can I let that continue? You wonder about that. You called on me to purify this place with sacred fire and your hand began to gather power. I know who they are. A virtual screen with pink squares appears. Gong silently took attendance of them. They were the knights guarding the temple on the 13th floor. He declared before the Pope that he dared to call himself a saint. Heretics like you must be punished. L stopped at the 14th floor. He held the sword with pride in the name of the sacred forest god and the waterfall mages on the 15th floor. He continued with the power of the jade amulet granted by the merman. You see familiar faces, warriors from Fire Mountain on the 16th floor, the armed brigade on the 17th floor, nomads on the 18th floor, the petty kingdoms on the 19th floor, and even the sacred land soldiers. All of them shout slogans. We are the pioneers of the Free Alliance, soldiers of the empires. Accept the punishment from us. It is painful when you realize they are all people you have saved. Savas impatiently shouted. I ask once again, you who are obstructing us, who exactly are you? The system board issued a warrior mission in a frozen world with an unknown difficulty level. Oh, brave warrior, no one on the continent will remember your righteousness and sacrifices, but righteousness will always remain, and your noble contributions will endure forever, even in death. Will you still choose the path of the warrior in the frozen world? You confirm the words of General Savas Aim. You said you came here under the king's orders, right? He was extremely angry when he saw the disrespectful attitude towards him. You insolent wretch, how dare you speak to this general like that? Have you received such an imperial order? Your sarcastic remarks are ridiculous. How could His Majesty the Emperor possibly know the affairs of your household so well? Making him uneasy. Savas flew with an arrogant demeanor, giving orders. No matter what your intentions are, those words were clearly rebellious. Hand over the demoness now. You snare in response. Rebellious. Are you talking about deposing the crown prince and replacing him with the third prince? Deep down, even without prior knowledge, I could still guess this from his expression. You walked up to the horse where he was sitting and said indignantly, you can't do that. His Majesty has granted you so many favors. From a man making a living by net weaving at the seaport, he changed his life after becoming a royal uncle, and is now a general of the court. All of that is thanks to the favor of his subordinate. Caught off guard, the general gritted his teeth in anger. I know you are from the Ho-Fach Palace, right? The whole world has gathered here. Do you think you can easily change our minds? Gongjia's face was full of contempt. Aoqi, do I look like a servant of a deposed queen to you? As expected, an old man who only knows how to weave nets with holes but no lenses. Sava's fearful and trembling asked him, Who exactly are you, and who sent you here? At this moment, Gong's family angrily shouted, You should be asking who I am. He raised his sword high, the tip of the blade, gathering a dazzling spot of light. Look closely here. I am the descendant of the late emperor, Repanda the Great Ascom. The light from his sword and his words stunned everyone. You go on, Savasame. He was the one who noticed the chaos in the royal family and knew well the reckless evil actions of the crown prince. Although he sided with the third prince, he remained loyal to the empire. I feared that power would blind him, so I deliberately used insulting words to test his loyalty. Are you ashamed of your rebellious thoughts? You stammer in fear, cold sweat pouring like a stream. Embarrassed, what about my loyalty? A mere kid dares to doubt my loyalty. This crime is truly too much. The questioning is justified. If you have no shame, why can't you speak up? You dismounted and knelt on one knee to justify yourself by saying you were just a bit scared. Savas clenched his teeth, emphasizing each word to show sincere reverence, guarding the heavens and seas, so the nation's sorrow and golden horse may last forever. These lowly ones bow before the descendants of the late emperor. Long live the late emperor. When the other soldiers saw their general suddenly kneel, they also had no choice but to dismount and kneel despite many reservations. Altogether, the Ai Kim Empire will endure forever. The old spirit can only admire this. You praise Kim Dong, you're really good at talking nonsense. When it comes to bragging, no one can beat you. Gong appears cold on the outside but is unhappy inside. You only realize that now. He closed his eyes and made a decision. Then I will teach you one more thing. When the Yang sword rises, what matters is not strength, but faith, confidence, and belief in yourself above all else, the old spirit explained seriously. Talking big is like that. If you want to fool others, you must first fool yourself. Take a notebook and write it down. Talking big requires confidence. When the gong sounded, and the soldiers knelt in unison, he sheathed his sword. The others murmured among themselves, each voicing their own questions. The descendant of the late emperor, someone hesitated, unsure if it was true. But why does the ancient emperor have descendants in a place like this? You know the holy sword is indeed the key point. Savas then looked up and spoke to him. Are you really a descendant of the late emperor? Then let me ask you a question. Gong Ra allows it. Just ask. He immediately expressed his confusion. Today we came here to eliminate that demon woman, but I don't know what exactly brought you here. Think carefully when you brag, you must be confident. Your eyes turned red. You tell everyone, listen up, the demon lady has been tamed by me. Can't believe your ears, huh? What, you pointed backwards. Everyone look! As soon as they saw Preda still kneeling on the ground, someone shouted loudly, Esther, the Western demoness, I have seen her before, it is her. Then in anger they shouted, burn her to death, kill her. Amidst the chaotic voices they demanded Breda come here quickly and kneel before them. She obeyed and knelt down, surprising Savas. He coldly ordered her to bow her head and lower her body. She gritted her teeth and trembled as she obeyed, while he continued to bow his head to the ground. Seeing Preda truly bowing, the Lord watched anxiously, sweating profusely. But it wasn't over yet, Gong said, keeping that position and then flipping forward. She was stunned and didn't understand when he urged her again. Can't you hear what I'm saying? She could only reply, yes, yes. Then do as you said. You made the request, now plant the banana tree. Brett helplessly looked at him. Doesn't she know how to plant banana trees? So Gong went to change it for something else. Then quickly raise your hands, lower them 20 times, sit down and stand up 10 more times. Do 10 push-ups, hold the plank position for 20 seconds and obediently follow along. After doing all the moves, she collapsed to the ground, so exhausted she could barely speak. I'm spent, my body can't move anymore. You stand aside and ask the soldiers, do you understand now? Gongjia points again to emphasize, the demoness has been tamed by me. From now on she must obey my orders, and can no longer harm the continent. You can rest assured. Becoming a general, the soldiers stared in amazement. Savas gritted his teeth and replied, if Lord Air said so, then before he finished, he was cut down by the 13th floor knight. Wait, what the hell are you doing? We came here to capture the demoness. He disagreed with the explanation, as the young man said, the demoness has already been tamed. He argued back, dissatisfied. How can we believe that? Just with a sword can it prove he is the descendant of the late emperor? Just one sword. Hearing that, Gongjia tightened his grip on the sword. Savas angrily asked, are you now doubting the authority of my empire? That sword is the one blessed by the goddess. The arrogant knight retorted, I don't care, I am only following the Pope's orders. You challenge me, so you value the Pope's orders more than the orders of the late emperor. Standing in the eye of the gong storm, closing eyes to rest. The knight's voice echoed. What, you dare to doubt the authority of the temple? Savas is not satisfied. Clearly it's because you doubted the authority of the holy sword first. You recall the scene of Mon and the Sword King fighting the chess player still refuses to lose. I know now it seems the third prince no longer needs the support of the Pope, right? Mr. Bionbach, what does that have to do with anything? Clearly the descendants of the late emperor have already proven it to us. The knight retorted that he also said you were a faction of the third prince. Gongjia just smiled and looked at her lying there. Now I understand why Prita used the tactic to separate the hunters. Some people are upset and trying to stop it. This is not the time for us to argue like this. The words of this young guy still need to be verified. It's because of people like you that you're called short-brained. She argued as if it would never end. What? In the eyes of the elves, are we really like that? What are the temple and the empire doing? At a place like this, arguing loudly, like in a market, what kind of dignity is that? Why say so much? Let's settle this with a battle. At this moment, the waterfall mage on the 15th floor shouted. Everyone quickly get out of the way. He calmly analyzes the details. The issue everyone is arguing about can actually be resolved very simply. Is this young man really a descendant of the late emperor? And is that girl really a demon? And whether the descendants of the late emperor have truly tamed the demoness, just confirming these issues will resolve the matter. Someone spoke up. So how are we supposed to confirm this? The Gong family just stood silently watching everyone discuss. This is a gem containing the soul of a mermaid, a blue orb held in the palm of the sorcerer. Just a drop of blood on this gem will reveal whether the soul of the blood's owner is good or evil. He proposed the most effective measure. If that girl is truly the Western demoness, and you are the descendant of the former emperor, then prove yourself by verifying through this jade amulet. The large pink pearl was taken from the ocean, and the sorcerer introduced it as the soul pearl given to me by the Emperor Merman. When the blood of a person with a holy soul touches the pearl, it emits a white light. On the contrary, with the blood of one bearing a poisonous soul, the orb will turn pitch black. The sorcerer brought the orb before the two, loudly calling out, "Come here, if she is truly the distant witch, and you are the messenger of the real founder, accept the orb's test." He let the orb ignite, with great power, the evil deeds you committed, the good deeds you accumulated, let the planet verify everything. Gong whispered to the old spirit, pleading like the detective eyeball of the sword saint with that knight's lie detection. Mr. Diemnien replied, "Yes, the mermaid tribe is very skilled at making such items, and you immediately drew your sword and said, 'All right, check it out.'" The mage stepped forward to threaten, hoping you would not regret it because no matter how good the disguise is, it is meaningless before the star. Then he immediately grabbed Preta's hand and pulled it up hard. "So first let me check the soul of this witch." The mage cut a line in her palm, causing her to scream in pain. He took a drop of her blood and placed it on the orb, which transformed as gray-black smoke swirled inside. The sorcerer exclaimed with fascination, "How can there be such a cruel soul?" Everyone was shocked after watching, and he was sweating cold with surprise. Just how much slaughter and heavy karma had she created? A completely cursed existence. The witch, if not her, must surely be the demon king. Done, he threw Preta away arrogantly and called out. "Now it's your turn," the arrogant sorcerer asked. The one who claimed to be the messenger of the founder. "Are you ready, Gong? Relax and reach out your hand." "Always ready." He slashed a cut on your arm, taking a drop of blood. "Even if you impersonate it, won't help. Right now." Then he dripped blood onto the planet, stained with colored gas. As the blood touched it, a light emitted from the planet. Immediately, a white beam of light spread across the planet, and seeing this, the mage screamed in panic. This is the light emitted, illuminating a corner of the forest. Savas was blinded by the light and quickly shielded himself. "What the hell is this?" The elf exclaimed in surprise. "It's the star orb sent by the Emperor Merman, so why is there such a dazzling radiance emanating from the orb?" The mage was extremely shocked and alarmed, saying, "How can there be such a soul in this world? So pure, how many lives has he saved this person?" He felt like a gong, like an angel, a light, or a warrior, radiating a divine aura. His expression showed submission, declaring that he was truly the light. The people around were surprised and couldn't believe it. Shining light. Hearing that, he asked anxiously, "Can't you recognize that sparkling soul?" In the knight's mind, a face appeared, then he stammered, "No, not exactly." The priest questioned the knight immediately. Why can't you realize that?" "Ha, the knight leader." He replied confusedly. "Light, what exactly did you say?" He patted his chest, tears choking him as he explained. "See, this is exactly why I can't communicate with these crude humans. There's no way someone with such a pure soul could deceive us. Even if he did, it would only be for our benefit. This young man is truly the messenger of the founder. No, he must be the apostle of the goddess." Under the sunset sky, Gong confidently said, "Exactly, I am the apostle of the goddess." The knights whispered to each other in confusion. She said, "He is the light." "What light?" That thing was glowing, and the sword was shining quite brightly too. The two sailors exchanged doubtful looks. This must be the sword used by the Emperor of A, or something like that. So could it be that he really comes from some noble family? The knight still angrily refuses to believe it. No, I still don't agree. Fine, let's just say he really is the founder's messenger and the light. But why did he block our way at the beginning? Have you all forgotten? The knight's words made Preta feel uneasy. Then he pointed straight at Kang Trang's house, saying we must burn that place down. The knight firmly believed that the Supreme Pope was not only concerned about the witch but also the heretics following her, and they could not be allowed to escape divine punishment. At that moment, the Gong family felt a hand grabbing his sleeve and looked over. And that person was Preta, sadly bowing his head, letting his harsh words ring out. If he were the apostle of the goddess, he should have been the one leading the execution of the Holy Spirit. At this time, Old Spirit can send you the message, he seriously announced. The most nonsensical thing is made up of 90% truth and 10% lies. You calmly remind the knight of the shrine. Look at you talking. Exactly how the execution is carried out is decided by me. I have destroyed all evil, and the execution of the Holy Spirit has been carried out. With that, he snapped his fingers. 2 demon soldiers emerged from the dusty ground, Gong said bluntly. Let me show you. Then the legion of demon soldiers appeared before the knights. They screamed in terror. Evil demons. Knight Bang Hong heard the desperate words of his subordinate. Oh God, how could these disgusting creatures? You gently rubbed Bretta's head to comfort her, then spoke sternly. That is my job. Gongra is straightforward and fearless. See how the witch is the only evil existence in this world. They are all the villains I have defeated before. In terms of cruelty, none are inferior to the witches you mentioned. The knight stammered nervously. All these monsters are. Before taking her away, he coldly left a sentence. The goddess has ordered me to act on her behalf and eliminate all evil that invades the territory. Conquering all evil in the world is my mission, and imprisoning monsters in hell is also my duty. You are currently witnessing the hell I have created. The wizard, astonished and tearful, said, So the apostle did everything alone, and we had no idea. Gongjia firmly replied, That's correct. Hearing this, he was stunned and exclaimed, Oh my God, no one recognizes your efforts. An ordinary human like you single-handedly created such a huge hell. He replied coldly, That's right. Proudly, he stated bluntly, That's my job. He sobbed, choked up, Oh almighty light. The wizard was moved to tears, listening carefully to every word of the Gong family. You do not need to purge the witches, for the scoundrels have been eradicated. They will forever suffer in my shadow, and I am their hell. He increasingly understood the truth. It turned out the honorable apostle had saved us many times without us even knowing. Hearing that, Gong Jia accepted without hesitation. That's exactly right. The old spirit said helplessly, I have nothing left to teach you. Move forward, your master is me, pure and innocent like a child, so I really can't control a son of the wind god like you. You casually pass on the message, so humble. I still have a lot to learn from your wicked personality. Master the Gong family is using dark energy to control the undead soldiers. I'm sure you all see it now. This is the goddess's will. The divine purge. You coldly assume that you surely do not intend to challenge the goddess's will, right? The knight spoke fearfully with a trembling voice. Forgive me, honorable apostle, but are the fierce demons truly locked away securely? The fearsome knight speculates. I mean, if those demons escape, the damage this world would suffer might be immeasurable. You casually snap your fingers, so you want to see for yourself if I can completely imprison those creatures. Seeing a ghost soldier advance, the knight fearfully takes a defensive stance. Dear esteemed apostle, what do you intend to do with this skeleton? He replied indifferently. Allow me to satisfy all your doubts. Gong unleashed a magical force on the demon soldier, awakening its memories. The demon soldier quickly returned to its original form, transforming back into the angry Fire King, shouting furiously. What the hell is this? He grabbed his shirt angrily and shouted. You damn bastard, what grudge do you hold that has brought me to this state? I will tear your flesh, swallow your liver, and drink your blood dry. You can't be this anger of mine. I'll kill you. You bastard. How dare you do that to me? No matter what, I guarantee I will kill you. Gongjia explained without any concern. You see, this villain shares the same desires as the witch. No, he's even a crueler, more vicious demon than she is by far. That witch was a monster from birth, but this guy committed heinous crimes as a human. The Fire King roared in anger. And who are those monsters? Hey Snake, you snitch. What the hell are you guys looking at? Huh. Will the stupid mobs drop items when killed? This sentence made everyone very excited. You snapped your fingers to command him to jump. He couldn't control his legs and jumped chaotically. What the Fire King was stunned, arching his body into a pose. Hey, wait a moment. He continues to kneel down and change his posture. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. He kept jumping around angrily shouting. I will definitely kill you. After seeing this beautiful image, the knight was frozen in surprise. Seeing the knight kneel down, Gong became solemn. The demon will never be able to defy my orders. What else are you worried about? He bowed his head and asked cautiously. Dear Apostle, may we have the honor of knowing your name, he replied with a cold gaze. My name is Gong. The knights immediately knelt down to pay respects and obeyed. We will do as you instructed, sir. At this moment, the system's voice echoed in his head. Congratulations, you have just completed a normal level. You have just completed the hidden hero mission of the frozen world. You have conquered the boss level. System notification conquered by a solo team. The Death King is evaluating the completed reward. Gong sounds comfortably enjoying the exhilarating feeling brought by the system. The communication system adds that the reward will be given to you within 24 hours after entering floor 21. The old spirit star shouted in amazement. Who would have thought it was possible to conquer the boss of this level? Kim is quite stubborn. He laughed heartily, and the boy next to him sighed. Well, whether stubborn or not doesn't matter at all. You recall the fierce battle before, as I conquered the 20th floor in my own way. At that time, the knights were overwhelmed by magic, and not a single hunter died, nor were there any casualties for the Empire or the continent's inhabitants. Then you rubbed Bretta's head to comfort her, and I even managed to save this girl. The 20th floor will probably be conquered even if I do nothing. Hearing that she was comforted, allowing Gongra to pat her head. The village was once harmonious and filled with laughter. Because the fire and the disappearance of the village can also be seen as a kind of ending, as long as there is a reasonable conclusion. The tower doesn't care whether it's a happy ending or a tragic one. Otherwise, Yosuha would not have been able to conquer up to the 40th floor. Here the people live happily together. So, this world is not the place of the prophetic tower, nor is it an inevitable end. Until today, the people still enjoy this peace. Facing the Gong family village, he knew the raindrops wouldn't fall by themselves, nor would any raging fire engulf the place. He confidently declared that it was simply the ending he had chosen. Old Spirit Lin's question is doubtful. Is that true? The ending you chose. Gongra did not answer him. Behind the Fire King, exhausted but relentless, he kept performing fierce dance moves and shouting. Damn it, aren't you going to stop? Damn it, why don't you stop this ridiculous stupid game? You laughed with your eyes squinting, teasing. Aren't you a great dancer? Hearing that, he shouted angrily. That damn dog, a system notification appeared from the tower today. The 20th floor has been conquered. I repeat today, the 20th floor has been conquered. I opened my phone to check, but it wasn't good size, so frustrating. There's no internet here. Old Spirit came by feeling puzzled. Didn't you decide not to pay attention to others' reactions? He immediately put down the phone and put on an innocent face. Oops, did I say that? He sighed helplessly. Hey, didn't you say you wanted to be recognized by the witch and the old holy sword rather than just a commoner? The system reminded floor 21 will unlock 24 hours from now. In the sky, fireworks exploded loudly. The countdown began with 23 minutes 59 seconds, 53 remaining. Gongjia replied, Isn't more always better? I will gain recognition from all of them. He angrily cursed the cold. Damn it, this greedy bastard. I don't understand how someone can be so greedy. The two were so busy arguing they didn't notice someone rushing over. The dark wizard lunged forward and hugged him tightly. Tuvong, she excitedly kept talking. You just did something crazy, do you know that? Amazing and also completely crazy. For a rookie not even 20 years old, he really stunned her by cutting her off without letting her finish. That black dragon hurts. Not far away, the Sword King quietly stood under the tree canopy, observing everything. The dark wizard put his arm around him and showed him the information on his phone. Who would have thought he actually conquered the 20th floor in just 5 days? Are you crazy? You probably don't know how everyone is desperately looking at this tower. Look, she is happily showing off. I rushed straight down to the first floor to take screenshots and bring them here. A series of news article images appeared on the phone. Breaking news from the 14th floor. Successful conquest. The Death King is the alias of the current Hunter Star. Who is the one bearing the responsibility of leadership? Holy Sword, Black Mage, or Death King? She continued. There are too many articles, so I couldn't take pictures of all. Sorry, but you understand right. The Death King, not just this tower, the whole world out there is going crazy. The Dark Wizard excitedly explains the titles may vary, but they are all about you, your origin, your quality of life, and how you suddenly became a schemer. Gong was confused and hurriedly interrupted. What word was that? You're a bit curious. Did she take all these photos herself? She replied warmly. Of course, suddenly you think of the system displaying the line moving to the first floor city, then taking her there, making a guess. So you mean to show me those articles? You moved down to the first floor, then looked through each article one by one and took pictures of each. The image of the Dark Witch constantly working on her phone appeared in his mind. She faced him and replied, Yeah, you're right. Second place on the Hunter, ranking in a top powerful figure in the tower. Remembering something, she warned. Just saying to be safe, but don't read the comments section. The jealous crowd must have been biting mad down there, and having no casualties is an incredible achievement, so don't pay attention to that noisy bunch. Gong looked at her with affectionate eyes and thought to himself, Is she an angel? The old spirit hated and mocked. You really think someone is an angel just because they were a little kind to you. Your eyes sparkle with gratitude. If not an angel, then perhaps a goddess. Seeing Gongjia lost in confusion, he scolded her. This stubborn fool, the dark wizard quickly withdrew his hand and took out a newspaper. Ah, take a look at this too. She excitedly gave you the key point in the third line. Look, you're on the front page now. She kept saying, in the history of the tower, this is the first time something like this has happened. I can't believe that in just a few short days you could rapidly rise from unranked to third place on the leaderboard. Gong was surprised to be ranked third on the leaderboard. Seeing his happy face, the Black Witch happily said, Congratulations, Suvung, now you are also a representative of all hunters. She rolled up the newspaper and reminded, from now on you also need to pay more attention to your behavior. Gong looked somewhat doubtful. Attitude. She hit the newspaper against his arm while giving instructions. Right now I have joined all 5 top guilds. But actually, I am still completely free and at ease. As a hunter holding third place on the leaderboard, he should have a title of some stature. Guild leader. Indeed, he has joined 5 guilds simultaneously, but there are still some members who do not accept him. You lowered your head carefully, considering President seeing Brother Trantru Black Witch unhappy. I added a sentence well. If you want to continue destroying everything on your path alone like that old man, I won't force you. The Sword King lost patience and loudly interrupted. What are you two saying bad about me behind my back? He looked towards the group of people setting up huts, wondering. Also, who are those people? Gongjia calmly replied, they are soldiers gathered here from all over the continent. Seeing Preda's dazed expression, he hesitated. That's a long story. But after defeating the Demon King, I guess there was an event where the NBCs invaded the 20th floor, but by using skills and item effects, I tricked them into thinking I was some kind of messenger of the Empire's founder. Then they stopped. As Gong's words echoed, the Black Witch and Sword King were left stunned. She didn't immediately deny it. Looks like you have a talent for bragging too, huh? You were straightforward in revealing it. Well, thanks to it, I successfully conquered the 20th floor without shedding a drop of blood. She happily changed the subject. I won't tease you anymore. I'm really happy. Thanks to you, we will be able to trade with the mainland. Watching everyone move the stuff, the Dark Wizard felt more relaxed. It also meant that from now on, I no longer have to bow my head, grovel, and haggle with those old merchants outside. Those old foxes always use food to lower the cost of items to see how long they can keep doing it. King of Merchants Demnien advises that trade inside and outside the tower is basically unbalanced. Even capital resources or external technology are more abundant in the tower. She rested the newspaper on her shoulder, emphasizing the food. The issue here is always food. For Gongra, when he first met her, he thought she was unapproachable. You're not very sure you must have gotten closer to her by now. At this moment you ask Hak Long Fu Thui. She is talking about hunters trading with this continent, right? She replied calmly. Of course. Gong warmly extends an invitation. I will lend you my title. In this world I am the messenger of the founder, and also the apostle of the goddess. Are you still talking about benefits in this matter? With my title, trading will be easier. The Black Talisman cautiously observed. Not a bad offer, but it seems you won't lend us that title for free, right? What do you want? He just casually said the 20th floor. Hearing these 2 words, Preta was confused and couldn't believe it. According to the map, the 20th floor is a large area, and she was somewhat skeptical. Didn't you say the entire 20th floor? You stated it outright. Yes, more precisely, I want the entire land on the 20th floor to be under my ownership. In return, I will not take anything from the conquest from floors 11 to 1. She can also share the profits from trade with the mainland with other hunters. She pondered for a while, and then carefully analyzed. That's quite a strange proposal, isn't it? This is not something I can decide on my own authority. I will discuss this matter with the other guild leaders. The Dark Wizard pointed out the suspicious point. I really just want this place. Clearly it doesn't say much about values. A small piece of land that doesn't seem suitable for farming. From my point of view, dividing the spoils from clearing floors 11 to 20 seems much more profitable. Gongjia smiled with joy, eyes squinting. I prefer real estate over money. Land is the best. Behind Preta, silent without a word, she took a step forward. I will gather the union leaders together since you have to meet them anyway, so let's go down to the first floor. You can agree comfortably, sounds good. Suddenly she stopped. But can I ask you something? Seeing the Fire King desperately dancing with tears streaming down, the Dark Wizard was confused what the hell was going on. The attitude was calm and playful. Have you never seen anything like that before? Soon after the system transported everyone to the first floor city. The 3 just landed. The Black Witch asked for your opinion. Is it okay if we meet at the coffee shop like last time? You immediately agreed. Alright, anywhere is fine with me. Just like that, Gongjia, and she left. You understand that for others it was only 5 days, but for me this was the first time after hundreds of days of suffering. Your steps suddenly slowed down. Wow, hearing his voice, she was suspicious. What's wrong? Gong replied calmly. I just suddenly realized that I finally succeeded in conquering floor 20. The dark wizard pushed the large door and turned back to remind me. Maybe you'll soon realize even more than that. Like I said, everyone outside the tower is going crazy because of you. Witnessing that scene, he was stunned. She warned him to be prepared. Below the tower, a crowd of reporters kept flashing cameras and shouting, "Here he is, the Death King." Gong's footsteps faltered and froze in front of this crowd. Reporters scrambled to film and photograph this moment. The Black Wizard and the Holy Sword have appeared. If so, that person must be them. They seem to have recognized Gong. The reporters are crowding around you for an interview. Is it true that you completed the mission on the 20th floor alone? Please look here just for a moment. What is your relationship with the Black Witch? You are confused about how to respond. Oh, the Black Witch calmly guides you. Don't say anything. She's asking the other person. You still have no experience dealing with public opinion, right? What do you want? Mysticism, or idol star Gong, asks the opposite question. What she explained more specifically. I'm talking about your image. Do you want to be mysterious or be a pop idol? Once your self-image is set, it's very hard to change. The Dark Wizard is afraid you won't understand, so he analyzes it thoroughly. Idols are like famous singers and actors. He will create a Lotus account, and must have a personal manager as well. In terms of manpower and cost, my Black Dragon Gang will help you. Marcus interrupted irritably. I hate those kinds of people, so I only work alone. You ask what it takes to maintain a mysterious image. She answered simply. The Dark Witch is more serious than ever. You just need to manage your own expressions well. She added a few more things, no using Lotus, and never appearing in any magazines or TV shows, including personal live streams. Accepting interviews about once every 2 years is fine, and for the journalists involved, I will thoroughly check them beforehand to help you dispel any doubts about those matters. Is that all? The Dark Wizard chuckled teasingly. You still don't seem to realize how difficult that is, do you? Public attention is the most toxic kind of drug of all. She spreads the information that an ordinary person only needs about 10 people to care about them to feel happy. But in your current position, every word you say is watched and judged by hundreds. There are not many people who can withstand this kind of demonic drug. Mar dismissed it as mere vanity. She responded gently. That's right, although frivolous, it's very useful. King of Death, so what is your choice? Gongjia pondered deeply. What I want is everyone's recognition. I don't know either, but I think it's a bit different from getting public attention. Over there, the Fire King is striking poses for the camera, unlike you. I just need the people around me to care about me. What I want from hundreds of thousands of people is not attention, but rather their recognition. The Dark Wizard is pleased. I don't see any difference between the two, but I respect your answer. Luckily, you are that kind of person. Gong has some more questions. So how can one manage their own expressions well? She lowered her voice and said, I will pass the secret technique to you. She recounted the past. This reminds me of some unpleasant memories from before. My father died in a civil war outside the tower. When my father and I were running away, the army chased after us. My father fell behind. He shouted at me not to look back and to run away. Every word the Dark Wizard spoke was heart-wrenching. I really didn't look back and just kept running. Even though I heard the gunshots, it's not that I hated running away, I was just too young at the time. But why didn't I turn around to look back? It wasn't that difficult. She sincerely expresses her feelings. Every time I need to adjust my expression, I remember that. The memory of that escape made my heart stop giving me the coldest, most genuine expression. The Dark Wizard guides me. You also have 1 or 2 memories like that, right? She suddenly glanced at you. You learn really fast. Then Chudo reminded you will get used to this soon. Elsewhere, when the 3 of them entered, they were welcomed. Welcome everyone, come in quickly. Herrick exclaimed excitedly. You really broke through the 20th floor in just 5 days. No one has ever achieved this before. I really admire you. The Golden Hunter said. Ah no, now I should call you King of Death, Baden added. Honestly, I thought there were 3 people. Brother, Sword, Saint, and Dragonlord have already sacrificed heroically. I didn't expect you to be able to clear the 20th floor all by yourself. Do you have any special tricks? Quickly share it with us. Gongjiang sat down opposite her and answered gently. It's simple, we just need to live kindly, Baladin exclaimed. That was truly very practical advice. You smiled with concern. Anyway, it's been a long time since I've seen everyone. I hope you are all well. Riondu recounts everything. It hasn't been long, only 5 days. As promised, we just waited in the opinion room, but after a while, suddenly the NBCs of the empires all flocked in there. Gong was silently thinking about that statement. They were talking about the time they fought off the Demon King on the 20th floor. Herrick casually added, the NBC thought we were rebels infiltrating the palace. Then the knights and guards came in droves to arrest us. Oh man, I was so scared at that moment. Mon Lan Toi happily continues the story. This kid really has a lot of tricks. At first, we allowed ourselves to be captured, then we broke out of prison to escape immediately. You still get excited when you remember that situation. Don't you find it interesting? I think there's a secret passage under the prison. I really want to go back to childhood. They were eagerly discussing what just happened, saying that when he was little, he was captured and imprisoned by the Bungaji Mafia. That's right, so prison's underground tunnels, escape, all those things remind me of those intense childhood years. Standing is really crazy. The Dark Wizard smiled in agreement. We all had a rough childhood in the outside world, didn't we? They gathered to talk about each other's pasts, and she was also born in a filthy village in India. Vi, your parents are also leaders of a violent organization, right? The knight also had a hard time in Venezuela. Body sips a drink. Isn't it true that in the outside world we're all just trash? But we didn't come here to talk about things like that, right? She reminded everyone to get back to the main point. The purpose of today's meeting is to recruit the Grim Reaper and our team. The Dark Witch agrees with her. Yes, maybe she just doesn't know. But the Death King was the one who played the biggest role in breaking through the tower levels. The Dark Wizard recalls that time, and this time no one had to die. Even on the 11th floor, where many hunters participated, she seriously expressed her thoughts. I want this man to become the hero representing us at the tower. You just point out each member's flaws. Countess, you like money too much. Mrs. Ingham accepts it so rightly that there's no arguing. And you have killed too many people. Her smile looked innocent. Those are all necessary sacrifices. Then the Dark Witch turned towards the other two. Knight, you are someone who hates being the focus of public attention. Baladin replied calmly. That's my own personality. The Dark Wizard hesitated. VIP, she ruthlessly criticized and apologized, but you are too ugly. I was stunned and didn't know how to respond. Then she shifted her attention to Marcus the Sword Saint. As everyone knows, he is just an old man, obsessed with swords. I have too many underground activities, so I am not involved. Finally, the Dark Wizard mentioned Gongra, but the Death King is still a blank slate. I admit this is true. We are all veterans with our own scars. Although news and images often appear in magazines, foreign trade with the outside world is still too little. We need to improve this. Then he glanced around Gongra. Although the height is a bit modest, it's okay, just the upper part is enough. We will edit the photo to look taller, a bit rude, but have you ever dated or are currently dating anyone? Gong honestly declared none. You cheer happily. Thank goodness, so we don't have to worry about the dating rumors. It's really delicious. Everyone agreed to ignore Gong's opinion and started making plans, noticing that his smile was a bit mischievous. But let's keep it mysterious. I've decided his image is mysterious, but not dating anyone is also worrying. There will be bad rumors about his gender. It's okay, I'll handle it. A series of plans were laid out. A scenario like 5 days of shared hardship, sowing the seeds of love between the Death King and the Dark Wizard isn't bad at all. Haha, oh right, we should spread a rumor that an anonymous person supported the orphanage and the charity angel, and that person is actually the Death King, for example. This matter also depends on you. They have planned the first step and are ready to act. Just call the photographer and makeup artist first. Anyway, today we must have a spectacular photo to announce to the public. Gong called the Black Witch nervously. You suspect they set a trap for me but have no proof. Clearly you told me to follow the mysterious image. I don't think we need a makeup artist. She folded her hands as if begging you. It's just today, but everyone really wants to know about you. Just one photo. Only one photo. Alright, switch to the scene in the photo studio. Gongjia reluctantly being groomed by hands, adjusting his appearance. Please look here. Good, very good. This time pose with the sword. You need to have a colder expression, add a bit more. You hold the sword stiffly, stammering. In front of me is the photographer focused on capturing every moment. The elegant Dark Wizard is chatting with Herktik. He looks good in a suit, doesn't he? What do you think about the image of an adventurous and passionate young man? Nippon's exclamations sound so steady and perfect. Old Spirit bit his lip, trying to control his emotions. In the end, he couldn't help but clutch his stomach and burst out laughing. Damn, my stomach hurts so much. Aha. Gong laughed irritably, his jacket rustling. Embarrassed and angry, he shouted, I'm not doing this anymore. You ruffle their hair, awakening the core of their innocent thoughts. Hunters just need to diligently break the tower floors. What kind of monkey is this image before the public? Because people focus too much on these things, they can't break through that level. The other members stared in amazement at him, then they all unanimously ignored Gong and continued their discussion. Wow, that last sentence could be considered an insult. This week's magazine title is Tower Climber Hunters Right. When we were in our 20 seconds, we were just as passionate, weren't we? If you get ignored, endure and compromise. Enough. I came here to talk about the 20th floor. I will give everyone full rights from the 11th to the 19th floor. The 20th floor will belong to me. The other side doesn't seem to notice you. The image of being pure and unambitious seems to suit him better. Would a headline like this be okay for tomorrow's paper? The Death King shares management rights from the 11th to the 19th floor. The Institute's demolition of the tower floors has already satisfied him. They enthusiastically made plans. The second page of the newspaper will feature Tu Vuong, who has been a long-time donor to the orphanage. Everyone seems very excited to show gratitude and respect to the person who completed the 20th floor mission. Marcus stands aside as an experienced mat advising the new mat Gong Ra. Give up, young man, even when we climb to the top spot on the leaderboard it's the same. The kind man explained. Those people want to show the outside world that we are still living well. It's a form of their inferiority complex. They left everything behind and came to the tower with a bit of resentment towards the outside world. Then he turned away, ignoring the group. You will waste a whole day if you keep staying here. At the same time, Ma Cert led the action, loudly signaling, let's run quickly. Old Spirit happily flew behind to watch the show when a loud voice called out, Death King. The considerate Dark Wizard reminded, tomorrow you have a press conference, so remember to come back early in the morning. Don't attract any attention. Go along the rooftop, be careful. After a while he struggled to climb onto the roof, as she said. A soldier suddenly called Mara Sir Sword Saint. He politely asks if you could leave for about 5 minutes. He hesitated a bit. Is that the Death King? Gong is breaking out in a sweat. Ah yes. The soldier happily took a notebook out of his pocket. It was the first time meeting him in person, truly wonderful. He handed the pen to Marcus. Now I only have these few sheets of paper. Could I please have your signature? He asked the other person kindly, what is your name? He denies it. Oh no, not at all. The soldier beamed, I want to get the signature of the Death King. Gong awkwardly scratched his head. I've never signed an autograph before. The other party continued. This is my wish, I hope you will sign here. Finally, the Gong family also signed the paper for him. Every stroke of your pen is like a stroke from an influential person. The soldier received the autograph and excitedly said, thank you, I'm going to listen now. You two talk. At noon I will pour water on the roof where they are standing. Gong looked at him thoughtfully. When seeking a saint, the other party responded quickly. Something, young man. He spoke his mind. Surely right now you are seeing a huge number of people I have killed, right? You continue to correct yourself for your own honor. But I'm really not a killer like you think. I don't actually kill people like the number you're seeing. Gong Jia spoke words from the bottom of his heart, but the holy sword did not judge himself. I know he has his own principles, and I am one who falls within those principles. The principle of punishing your slaughterous followers. Gong Jia tries to explain. But actually the path you and I are walking is not much different. Maris interrupted. You don't need to try explaining. I'm different from other hunters. He sincerely opens his heart. Those at the top of the rankings have all endured much suffering from the outside world. Unlike them, I was born and had a perfect life. So I began to doubt whether this success truly came from my own abilities. He slowly drew his sword from its sheath. Is it because we enjoy the best things that we easily attain the highest position? It can't be like that. He is absolutely certain. No matter what, you must stand on your own 2 feet. That is our pride. I simply want to prove my own pride. Gongra understands the truth clearly. So that's why you became a tower climber. Marcus reflected on himself, but it seems I have been too arrogant. The system sends a notification that you are opening the skill card. The reconnaissance's insight information is displayed. You can see the opponent's intention to kill directly, but not their indirect killing intention. You can accurately know the opponent's plan and the target the killer is aiming at. However, it is impossible to know the method the killer will use to murder. He added, I only trust my own eyes and hands, and I believe in the skills I have. Young man, I'm asking you for the last time. He looked at Gong Jia with sharp eyes. You really have never killed an innocent life. You think that's right? Gong Jia fell into deep thought, so he said I didn't need to explain, because explaining requires using the brain. The system guides the King of Death. Please answer honestly with all your heart. You speak loudly and clearly. That's right. Stand tall with a clear conscience. Sir Sword Saint, I have never killed an innocent life. You firmly stand by that statement. It is true now and will be true in the future. Mara swung his sword in many sparkling golden streaks. He acknowledged you. I trust my eyes. He sheathed his sword. You've worked hard for the past 5 days. Thank you for helping this stubborn old man. Please share your thoughts. Although these words come a bit late, breaking through floors 12 to 19 alongside you gives me a very interesting experience. Marcus glanced back and gave instructions. Take a rest today. Tomorrow after the press conference ends, will be the time for the 21st floor to open. I have high expectations for you on the 21st floor. After finishing, the King of Death jumped over the balcony and left. The Gong family still didn't trust the old spirit and asked him, Old Sword Emperor, I was just recognized by the Sword Saint, right? The other replied, it seems so. You collapsed from exhaustion, everything finally came to an end. Then you sighed in relief and relaxed your body. The 20th floor is mine now. The guild leaders will handle the public opinion, so I can rest now. He smiled teasingly. What do you mean by ending? Others might think you just conquered the 50th floor or something. The notification system pushes an alert. The benevolent goddess marvels at your achievements and acknowledges your accomplishments. Gong sounds startlingly. The notification is sent to you. The goddess recognizes you as worthy to become her disciple. You feel confused why all of a sudden. The system pushes the news. From now on you are fully qualified to use this title. He is suspicious about what happened. Wait, what is going on? The kind goddess tells you to look down below, and you follow the instructions. Down below, the detailed guidance system. The kind goddess tells you to look a little to the left. The palace seems to realize everything. Wait, a dazzling light shines over the entire tower. The goddess of mercy has granted you the ultimate power. You furrow your brow in suspicion. The goddess of mercy, the sword is still glowing as if confirming your suspicion. This sword, the news anchor is discussing the identity of the key figure who broke through the 20th floor. You are watching a truly amazing video, aren't you? This is the latest footage that our BBS station has just recorded. That person is leading the audience. Do you see it? The dark sorcerer is holding the hand of a hunter who is believed to be the Death King, causing chaos recently, and the incident continues to be discussed on the forum. If this video is true, the Death King defeated the boss on floor 11 with just a single sword strike. The host emphasized that this is the first time in history a boss monster has been killed with just one blow. The voice is still coming from the TV. Let's move on to the next video. Gong decisively pressed the off button and the screen immediately went dark. Old Spirit Lin was annoyed and asked, "Why did you turn it off? It's the good part and you're angrily banging the table. Stop watching, I'm so embarrassed I could die." Hearing that, he said softly, "Do you want to eat some onions? After all, you won't die from it." The Gong Master still shouted. "Even so, no way." He had to compromise. "I know, change the channel, you still don't agree. All the channels are talking about me, what else?" Suddenly, you receive a notification. The benevolent goddess considers your achievement an exception and advises you to get used to the title along with having to pay the infamous taxes. Your mood starts to decline. "Yesterday I was too tired to explain clearly. But goddess, aren't you flattering me a bit too much?" Thon Kiem suddenly strongly affirmed one thing: you are the light. The message continued to be sent. The kind goddess still clearly remembered it was you who climbed the city wall and declared so eloquently. You got so excited you covered your ears. "Ah, I only said those words in a moment of excitement." The goddess does not overlook this issue, that from this moment I entrust the empire to you. You weakly beg, please. But he is still stubborn. "I believe you are a person with the right ideals." Gong Jia is starting to suspect. "Is this sword a fan of mine?" This is the goddess's confession. The goddess is very happy that her second master is a wonderful person like you. "Are you comparing yourself to when you admired the Fire King?" The system praised endlessly. "Especially when you tamed the Demon King." Thu Vu said that a ruler also has the responsibility to protect their subordinates. At that time you looked very serious, shouting loudly to cover up that embarrassing sound. "Ah," you quickly drew your sword to cut off the opponent. The kind goddess angrily picked up a dirty broom and threatened. "This is your own fault." The sword kept signaling the goddess of mercy, felt her life was threatened, and hoped you would stop. Hearing this, Gong was delighted and breathed a sigh of relief. You smile happily, wiping the sword with that root. "Now be quiet." You observed it and wondered about a few things. "Aren't you called that constellation? A constellation that is actually a sword. Have you too possessed this sword?" Gong Jia recalled and reasoned thoroughly. If it was that constellation, wouldn't they be the managers of the tower's floors? Like the case of the Demon King, Thu Vu starting as a monster is understandable, but a constellation being an item sounds a bit strange. The responding sword fulfills the role of the messenger. The benevolent goddess was shaking her head, and it makes more sense if you understand the constellation as a representative of another world. She recounted everything from the past. The benevolent goddess was originally a holy spirit revered by the gods, but later she was sealed by the ancestors of the Isaacim Empire within 5 swords. And I am one of those 5 holy swords. The idol you are curious about studying. Is the name of this sword Ngao Tuang? It is certain. That's right, the identities of the 5 swords are: first sword, random image; second sword, empathy; third sword, era; fourth sword, sacrifice; fifth sword, salvation. It is said that if all 5 swords are gathered, the goddess of mercy can return to her peak era. Gong Jia also roughly understands the situation. In short, you are a piece of the holy sword, and to unleash your power, you really need to find the other sword fragments, right? That's interesting. Where are the other sword fragments? He fell into silence. You keep asking persistently. Hey goddess, where exactly are your brothers and sisters? He still steadfastly remains silent. You are putting pressure on him. Could it be that even you don't know? The idol responded. The kind goddess used her right to refuse to answer. Gong sighed in frustration. Just admit if you don't know. She immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. The kind goddess opposed your opinion. You ignored the issue and stood up wondering. After all, it's not an urgent matter. At least now you have 1/5 of the power right. Random statue, what can you do? It frankly reveals I can gain the absolute support of the people of Ice Kim country. When Gongra tried to find out more about it, who wouldn't know? Suddenly the sword shone brightly, leaving him no time to react. The idol expresses emotions through actions. The goddess of mercy is always proud of her ability to shine. You are crying tears of anger. Who wouldn't be blinded by this? Besides the support of the imperial people, and shining, what else can you do? It calmly introduced. I am very confident in slashing monsters, and also slashing people. Suddenly a voice echoed from outside the door. What's all the noise about? Gong denied it. Nothing at all. The dark wizard crossed his arms and leaned against the door. Is that so? Then she thoughtfully reminded him of the tasks he needed to do. The press conference will start in 5 minutes. Maybe by the time it ends, the 21st floor will be liberated. You just need to answer just enough. Then we will proceed directly to the 21st floor. Do you understand the schedule? You agree. Okay. She smiled and gave careful instructions. I believe you will do well in the interview, just remember not to be late. Gong raised his ear to listen to the footsteps fading away, then turned around dissatisfied with the random phenomenon. Can you stop glowing once you're done? So basically, you can't do anything right, can you? It immediately responds. The goddess of mercy is opposing your opinion. Gongra sweeps everything away. From now on I will call you Flash. What kind of holy sword and goddess are you talking about? From the beginning, you couldn't even protect your own country. You shouted loudly, criticizing it. And you talk too much. An old swordmaster is already giving me a headache. Please don't speak up unless it's necessary from now on. Merciful goddess, you interrupted. To threaten the opponent. If you don't obey, I will send you back to the Ice Kim Empire. Got it. Morning Flash. The random image embodies the spirit of timeliness. Morning Flash said, yes sir, finally you felt satisfied. At the press conference, a voice spoke to everyone, thanking everyone for being here today. A reporter called out loudly, Black Dragon Lord, please look this way. Please just look here once, that's enough. Gong thought about it, and it turned out that the Black Dragon Lord was the goddess of the previous generation. The lady just coldly delivered a speech. As you all know, we have conquered from the 11th floor to the 20th floor. I am very grateful to the speakers who have always accompanied us. Everyone is very excited to hear her speak. We really struggled a lot with how to spread this joy to everyone, but it was you who helped us do that. That helped us save a significant amount on advertising. Thank you very much once again. The Dark Wizard points at the gong. And what we are most proud of here is not the years-long desire to break through the 10th floor, nor the speed of breaking through the 20th floor. She proudly asserts that no one had to sacrifice in the recent battle, and more than anything, 0 casualties is our greatest joy and pride. Next, the Black Witch instructs everyone to look down. She introduced to everyone that this is the tile floor of Baby Square, each tile engraved with the name of a predecessor who sacrificed in the tower up to this point. Everyone silently reflected on her words. Many names were engraved when we conquered the 2nd and 3rd floors. Declaring this right before the names of the fallen predecessors is our greatest happiness. The Dark Wizard clearly declared to everyone that today we will not have to engrave anyone's name here. Everyone's mood was excited. Black Dragon Lord, Black Dragon Lord. After stirring up the atmosphere, she moved on to the main issue. Now it's time to answer the reporters. Please raise your hand one by one. Gongjia thinks that from now on he might not even need to show up once. You look at the watch in the air, lost in many thoughts. Indeed, one must choose the right comrade. The dark sorceress gently brushes her hair back, exuding an elegant aura. I would like to answer the previous question. Gongra is starting to lose patience. I want to quickly finish the press conference and move to the 21st floor. Someone stood up to introduce themselves. I am a reporter from Baby Daily Channel. He turned towards Gongra. I want to ask the Death King, who just climbed to 3rd place on the leaderboard. The question arises quickly. King of Death, you have climbed to this position at an incredible speed. Especially, I heard that you are the mysterious person from the major guilds. Are you surprised by this? He keeps questioning. If that were true, then he would be the hero who made the guild's achievements. Moreover, I have received news that you have requested exclusivity on the 20th floor, while the major unions will occupy floors 11 to 20. I think this is very concerning. May I ask what you think about this issue? The Dark Sorcerer whispered to him. You don't need to answer, I'll handle it. Gong is more serious than ever. No. You waved your hand to refuse the help. Anyway, there will be many people like him. I have to speak my mind too. She was a bit hesitant and worried. But you immediately took the mic and spoke up. It's okay, everything has a solution. The Dark Witch helplessly turned to the Gong family and said, if you don't respond directly to the public, I can help cover up all your mistakes. Looking at the reporters, she warned of the consequences. But now, if you step out there, I'm not sure I can still control the public opinion. The aura exudes calm encouragement. Rest assured, no one is as composed as I am. You already know. I am the fortune teller. Okay. Then you lift the jackfruit and say the first words. Hello 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 greetings to all of you. I am the hunter known as the Death King. I'm very happy to meet everyone here today. You go straight to the main point and shift attention to the person who just asked the question. You are journalist, Even right, he replied politely. Yes. You look straight at Even. Deep in his pupil there was a fierce fire blazing. He had a truly intense gaze. There is only one way to deal with this kind of gaze. Gongjia shows humility. I think I still have too many shortcomings to stand before the public and speak like this. He was a bit puzzled, not knowing what you intended to do. Yes, you have decided on the method of dealing with it, just say the opposite to the Fire King, then loudly confess in front of everyone. I must repeat, I think I still have many shortcomings to stand before the public and make such a statement. Gongjia has no experience and is not as eloquent as the Black Dragon Lord, but more than anyone he knows exactly what the cheapest interview in the world is like. He recalls the Fire King's attitude when facing questions from reporters. I am talented, which is why I was able to break through to the 20th floor. What do people like, you know? He pointed straight at Even's face, showing arrogance. I worked so hard that I even broke bones, so what I have today is completely deserved. Hey you, if it wasn't me, who else do you think is worthy enough to have these things? He frowned with contempt, angrily cursing. Could it be your dad? And was that event named after your dad? Recalling that awkward moment, the Black Witch's face turned pale as she tried to find a way to fix the consequences. Immediately after, the Black Dragon leader had to stop the press conference halfway, because Yu-Ha caused trouble with the reporters. He cursed freely, cursing even people's parents, wives, and children. He didn't care how it affected others. He turned that day's interview into a solo rant. And if Gong did the opposite of those ugly actions, he would have the best performance. Every insult from the Fire King and his arrogant attitude are etched in Gong's mind to this day. I'm a skilled peer, that's why I could break through to the 20th floor. What do you guys know? Here you use a calm tone to show everyone your character. I understand that there is a lot of public discussion about me, but you are overestimating me. Without the help of the Black Dragon Lord and the Sword Saint, I could never have climbed to the 20th floor alone. The Fire King considers himself superior. I worked so hard, I even broke bones, so what I have today is completely deserved. Gong slowly confided to the reporter. To achieve the goal, no one must be sacrificed. My king may suffer until his bones break without complaint. But I don't think that is called sacrifice. You clench your hand tightly, showing determination and courage. As a person and as a hunter, this is the duty I must fulfill. If the Fire King doesn't value everyone, then I fully deserve the position I have today, making me the perfect opposite. Therefore, I will not ask for any rights. Everything from the 11th to the 19th floor I entrust the Owners Association to decide. The 20th floor is originally the Greenbelt area and the residence of the tower's inhabitants. Becoming the manager of this floor has already made me very satisfied. So when the Fire King challenges, could it be your father? You smiled in response, surrounded by a seemingly holy light. I have finished answering reporter event. Gongjia even politely asked the other party if he had any other questions, while Even sat down awkwardly. No, not anymore. The image of the Fire King cursing rudely appears in your mind. What the hell are you still doing? If there's nothing, then get lost and use that American water pig with the spirit of Gong growing up with the nurturing wind. Thank you. If anyone has any other questions, feel free to ask. The atmosphere below immediately erupted. They all raised their hands, eager to catch his attention. Please answer my question. Sir Tu Vuong, I am from the Youthap newspaper. I am from Honmun newspaper. I am from Mung 14. Gong silently pondered in his heart. His reverse strategy was a brilliant success. The familiar name evoked past memories. The Fire King scornfully mocks. What? Honmun is a newspaper only for old people. I never agreed to be interviewed by you guys. Gong silently thought. Because I have always been the one going in the right direction. You signal with your hand. So I will start with a question from the Hoan Moner daily newspaper. The clock in the air showed 5 minutes and 27 seconds remaining. Seeing the time has come, I would like to end the interview here. The reporter is trying to call you. King of Death, please answer just one more question. But the Black Witch snatched the mic from Gong. Everyone I know, you are very curious about this new hero. That means there is not much time left for the press conference. She informed the fans. After dinner tonight, we'll move into the tower to continue the battle, and we'll never forget everyone's warm encouragement and deep concern for us today. She smiled with a calm demeanor. Our goal this time is still that no one has to sacrifice, and we will do our best to achieve this goal. An arm reaches out, trying to hold on. Black Dragon Lord, please answer this one last question for me. He represents the doubts everyone has had all this time. What is the relationship between the Black Dragon Lord and the Purple King? The Black Sorcerer and Gong both stiffened, and she glanced at him with interest. Regarding our relationship, what she said next surprised the reporter greatly. We are comrades even closer than friends. Everyone is buzzing about it, a relationship beyond friendship. Finally, the Dark Witch stood up. You can call us comrades, nothing more. I hope you won't get confused or misunderstand anything. She turned around and said goodbye. The press conference hosted by my boss Black Dragon ends here. Once again, I sincerely thank you all for your interest and support. The reporter was intrigued by her. Black Dragon Lord, please don't go. Please explain in more detail about your previous statement. They shifted towards Gongra. King of Death, how should we understand the above statement? You whispered to her. She lied. You find this action confusing. She left it open like that and just walked away. The mischievous Dark Witch winks. I'm a girl who loves watching drama. She calmly explains to you. It's always like that, just a little spark at the last minute makes a deeper impression on the public. Gong is truly admirable, as expected from the Tower Master. The two moved backstage. The Dark Wizard sighed in relief. Phew. She suddenly took your hand and praised you. Death King, everything ended perfectly. Her eyes sparkled with joy. The main character portrayed a humble attitude. Everyone likes heroes, but what they like most is a hero who bows before them. The Dark Wizard kept praising, making the Gong family feel quite embarrassed. Although he bowed his head, he was not at all timid or petty. Perfectly balanced. I had no idea you were so talented at speaking. Is this the first time you've had a chance to show it? She is very excited. Just tell me what you want. Fame, money. 2 lovers. If that thing is in the tower, I will definitely give it to you. You awkwardly refuse. I don't need anything. But just now the Black Dragon leader said that you and I are comrades beyond friendship. I was really surprised to hear you say that. The Dark Wizard acted normal as if used to it. It's nothing, I just intentionally sprinkled some bait to make the ending more impressive. She calmly explained the reason, saying that to avoid public scrutiny of his personal love life, it would be safer to let them focus on me instead. Gongjia is still a bit dazed. So what? The Dark Wizard reassured the opponent. Death King, don't worry too much. I have many years of experience dealing with public opinion. In this field, just trust me, and let me handle everything for you. Everyone was excited at the countdown. 109876. They both also looked towards the clock. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The system appears in the form of a radiant young woman welcoming the tower climbers. Congratulations on completing the Demon King challenge. The old spirit seriously warned Zombie, don't be careless. Gongda is in a state of concentration. This is not the time to bring a festive atmosphere with you. From the 21st floor, the tasks will be different. The system sends notifications that you could originally only stop at the first floor. Sunlight illuminates the tall tower, clearly her voice steady. This place could become a refuge for those fleeing the outside world. You can choose to settle down instead of facing challenges. A hand reaches out to embrace the light. But you did not do that, and made a breakthrough to the 10th and 20th floors. And you also said you would go to the top of the tower. An invisible pressure surrounds the two of them. Therefore, the tower will also respond to your will. Others are confused. What is that? No more talk of transfer. They are soberly assessing the situation. Could this be forced transfer? Even those not present there experience a similar state. The system clasped its hands together and smiled. Oh, those who were determined to climb the tower, those who received new names and became warriors of the tower. From this moment on, only the chosen warriors will bear this noble responsibility. With that, Gongjia and the others simultaneously teleported to the area inside the tower. A surreal sound echo. Come here quickly. Oh, brave tower climbers, the boy dressed in pure white appeared with an excited tone. The chief has been waiting for you all for a long time. You float excitedly in midair, welcoming everyone to the great Tao Library of Varn Sin. The chief librarian speaks. Oh, brave tower climbers, I, the chief librarian, have been waiting for you for a long time. Life always begins and ends with meetings. The meaning of this life is not only about who you have met, but also that waiting will bring more colorful spices to this life. While you were preaching, Gongjia turned his head. The system announced, welcome everyone to the great Tao Library of Varn Sin. You bow politely, and then continue. Let me remind you once again, welcome to the great Tao Library of Van Sin. Some in the crowd were still half asleep, bewildered and murmuring. Some wondered, what's going on? Where is this? Someone who hasn't finished showering can only shyly scream out loud. No, don't look. The others were so disappointed they couldn't speak and just exclaimed, oh my god. Looking at the chaotic group below, the steward said mischievously, Itra's actions were due to my own oversight. The boxes of books conveniently concealed sensitive and inappropriate images for viewers. Gongjia sighed deeply, lamenting how afraid he was to die. It was truly fortunate. The Dark Wizard was the first to speak. Who are you? She is full of doubt. Also, where is this place? The steward waved his long sleeves and replied, Black Dragon Lord, I am just a humble and insignificant manager of a rather large archive. The more he spoke, the darker her expression became, as he kept brushing it off. In other words, I am like a faint supporting character. Just pretend I don't exist. A grand library hall, quite large. Around are countless shelves filled with books that seem endless. Occasionally a few books drift by unnoticed. Gongra became the second person to voice an opinion. As I see it, this Taoist book can be likened to a world right. The steward smiled mysteriously and seemed amused, then flew in front of Gong. It turned out he was the Purple King. You keep waving your long sleeves around. Don't be so wary of me. I just wanted to show hospitality to everyone. The explanation was unexpectedly given. It takes people like us for heroes like you to be remembered in history. Mun wonders. A hero remembered in history. The steward summoned several books like the Great Chronicles of the Askam Empire to explain to everyone, and these are exactly those kinds of things. Reading books is one of my hobbies. Next is another book called Tales of the Dungeon City. So all the books in the library of the chief steward are far from ordinary. This is where the books related to history and the worlds created within the tower are kept. The steward began to lead us deeper. Surely everyone here is wondering why among countless heroes only those summoned here were called forth right. The reason is very simple, because you are all people named in the character list in the outside world. The truthful statement comes from you. This place summons all 302 people. All of them are warriors with their own nicknames. Then everyone panicked. Only hunters with code names were summoned. What about the others? The dark wizard asked in surprise. Wait, are we the only ones allowed to climb the tower? The steward holding the book asked the people below in return. Wasn't it just the three of you who successfully completed the mission to liberate the ASK Empire? You are very sure 300 people is 100 times more. Rest assured, I have prepared tasks for you that can be completed very easily. Gong is calmer than anyone else. Shall we proceed quickly? The chief steward said calmly, as if stating an obvious truth. Although we are very happy to meet you, chief steward, we are also eager to climb the tower. You happily exclaimed, oh, when you heard that, then started waving your hands again. So that's it, this steward will try to suppress this joy. And again, I will not explain anything. Talking about such trivial things is not my preference. Next, the steward scrutinizes his own bookshelf. Let's see which work should I choose. The Book of Revelation is so boring and the Apocalypse isn't much better. Ah, here it is. The moment the book opens, light flashes from it, a warning for you all. The light bursts as the pages appear from the steward's hands. This is just a little spice of color for life. Don't be too surprised. The city is filled with countless skyscrapers, the crowd falling amidst the sparkling stars. The manager calmly explains to the participants, I am the chief steward of the Great Tao Library. And as I said before, the records here are not ordinary records. Just a little bit, or in a moment, all standards will be raised even higher. Your voice continues to hum the great scripture official of Van Sin. It is a place that holds countless records of different worlds. You take out the Askim book as an example. This is the world you have conquered, and this is your world. The overseer listed with delight. There are many ways to refer to these books. Some call them Xuthi, while others call them Niandaiki. Some call them historical records, others call them sagas. But there is one name that the chief administrator likes the most. I don't know if anyone has noticed, but you still emphasize it like a force enveloping everything. The Book of Revelation. The scene before the Gong family lit up with each word spoken by the steward. If we follow the steward's way of calling it, your tower climbing is like a serialized story. You have just gotten through the introduction and are beginning to move into the main part. But not everyone can smoothly reach the next stage. Suddenly an explosion appeared, quickly flashing brightly and dazzling the eyes. According to the general manager, some apocalypse books sometimes have to stop being published midway through the school. There is not just one world. The summoner opened the book earlier and smiled mysteriously, saying it will open countless other worlds as well. The green element surrounded him like that. It could be fire, or it could be water. I don't know how many tragedies will happen here. At the same time, the rising water made the high-rise building seem to signal another disaster approaching. In the distance is the volcano signaling the end of the unfortunate city, just as you predicted. All the characters in the Apocalypse book seem to live just like everyone here. But they did not get a satisfactory ending, nor a happy ending. The modern city full of high-rise buildings was reduced to rubble, all engulfed by destruction and ruin. Simply put, the book series was discontinued. In the end, the manager concluded the spectacular presentation, or as some called it, the apocalypse. Everyone else kept coughing harshly. Cough, cough. Old Spirit is the one who commented, it is truly nauseating. For an ordinary person, this scene is really hard to endure. The steward said to the crowd very simply, you summon the books floating around you again. Choose one of the 8 apocalypse books that have fallen into ruin. The thought appeared, choosing one of the 8 destroyed worlds. The blue eyes lit up. The steward smiled madly. This is exactly the kind of story that I, the chief steward, like the most. The excitement is uncontrollable. Although it's a bit silly, I still want to see more stories about the wind extinction world. Keep making those announcements. Then you yourselves will enter those 8 stories and save the world that is heading towards destruction within the story. The silent urging voices say go directly into those 8 worlds and stop the destruction. The final words the overseer wants to convey this is the mission I want you to complete. The system displays the notification to recreate the world Volume 1. The difficulty is unknown. The mission objective is to continue the story for these worlds destroyed by absurd reasons. If you succeed in saving the doomed world, you will be granted access to unlock Floor 22. However, if you fail, Floor 22 will remain locked. Everyone there suddenly crouched down and kept searching for Miss Hugh. The steward reminded them. Everyone must clean up that vomit area. We are all civilized people. We must be self-aware to maintain the cleanliness of the library. And before anyone could ask, you mentioned what was coming. The book clip, the general manager briefly explains. They are the book-holding assistants who will accompany you until you complete the mission on the 30th floor. The dark wizard is suspicious of them. Aren't they monsters? The steward smiled quietly at that. Let's just consider it that way. Then you continue to spread a few things. First, absolutely do not touch the book without the permission of this temple. All of these were collected through my sweat and blood. They are some of the few apocalyptic books in this universe. There are aggressive underworld figures who want to cause trouble. Damn it, this is ridiculous. Aren't you the boss monster? The steward calmly ignored their reactions. Hey, you guys better grab your weapons quickly. We have to kill this guy to complete the mission to floor 30. He pointed towards the gong. The Death King broke through the 20th floor alone, so we can definitely beat this kid too. They are full of schemes in their hearts, but if we work together, there is nothing we can't do, right everyone? The gangster shouted. All of you, the 5 major guilds, step back. He muttered a few words. Your fighting from the 11th floor displeases me greatly. What the hell are you guys, heroes or something? The dark wizard has been provoked. What the hell are you talking about now? Gongra grabbed her hand to stop her from holding back. The dark wizard couldn't control his emotions. No, I can't let that kind of person go unpunished. You remind me gently, all of this is being broadcast live, making her stunned and rigid, clearly visible on a screen. What? Before the regression, the Gong family was also one of many watching the attack on the 30th floor, which was being live-streamed at the main square. The constellations have already spoken, yet we are no different from the characters. You keep adding words. And of course, if there are characters, there will be readers following them. If we leave a bad image now, it will never be erased for life. The Dark Wizard reconsidered the situation. That's right, the most important thing now is how to break through this floor. You are united. That's right. She realized that we are now inside the works of the Great Tau Library. The system sent a notification. Welcome, King of Death. The system has news. You will receive a reward for completing the 20th floor mission. Notification continues to send the main reward. You have received the blessing of the American god of bamboo and fortune. You can observe the favorability of the characters from floors 21 to 30. The hidden reward is that you have received the blessing of the serpent god of bamboo fortune. You can observe the psychology of the characters from floors 21 to 30. Kim Gong is bright-eyed and very excited. These are all essential skills for me right now. Thinking that you turn to the Black Witch beside you to test it out. The character status page appeared, showing a series of information. Favorite genres are romance, prince, charming, younger men, tsundere, and naive, including her inner thoughts. If I were to enter the land of Babylon and play the role of noble characters, completing the mission would only be a secondary goal for me. If that's the case, the smartest strategy would be. Suddenly realizing that she turned around embarrassed. Song Black Witch asked, "What's wrong with you? What's going on?" The Gong family turned pale at the flood of exciting news. It's nothing. Hearing that, she continued, "That's good. If anything happens, remember to share it with me." Old Spirit couldn't help but laugh. There goes the White Horse Prince. Let's find you a horse to ride, and a crown too. So can a warrior become a prince? Gong frowned deeply. Character information board. Information appears one by one. Thick vo heap monsieur, rival and mother and someone who hates losing. On second thought, could it be that even I cannot overcome this challenge? Gong laughed sinisterly. Mom, that old elf over there keeps calling out to him, continuously throwing punches through his body. If I kill him now, quickly turn off that status board and erase all memories, I will sever ties with him forever. Gongra deliberately avoided that remark. Yes, from now until the 30th floor you'd better stop talking nonsense. Old Spirit is venting his anger. You brat, just wait. The gangster gritted his teeth. That's right, everyone is not wrong to think so. With this number of members, this is truly the final match. But someone exclaimed, these young names have yet to experience life. Marus lowered his voice and added, have you already forgotten what happened earlier? He said he would show us the world destroyed, and he is fully capable of throwing us into it. Yet wanting to fight him is like rushing headlong into death. The whole crowd fell silent for a moment, but the gangster still shouted. Not scared, the Death King climbed from the 10th to the 20th floor by himself. The floor bosses are nothing to be afraid of. The big guilds are just a bunch of scammers. If anyone wants to cling to those 5 guilds for life, then get lost. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. Have you all reached an agreement yet? He remained stubborn. The monster boss handles it as easily as turning his hand. The manager continued. Sorry, but these old motifs are not my preference. Let's quickly end this matter. Then a series of giant tentacles emerged to attack the entire group led by the gangster. What the hell is that? After finishing, the steward quickly closed the book. In this apocalypse, all humanity was wiped out, leaving only one surviving mage. He explained further that, due to unfortunate circumstances, the mage had almost turned into a monster, a rather tragic protagonist and me's 9th favorite character. Looking at that book, the intense shock continues to explain. This wizard's special ability is magic sealing. Our relationship with him is like that of a host and a guest. I often throw him some ingredients and he happily entrusts me with other tasks. When finished, a series of bookmarks suddenly appear as if falling from your hands. The steward suddenly remembered something. He told in detail that the wizard's hobby was torturing the servants inside his own work. After saying that, he couldn't help but sigh. It was understandable because he was the only one left alive in that apocalyptic world, so of course he couldn't be normal. Finally, to the surprise of the Dark Witch, he said, Well, that concludes the instructions in this book. The manager smiled wickedly. Is everyone ready to become the main character now? Then the scene appears with countless thick stacks of books. Herrick did some calculations, and already about 50 people have been eliminated at the start. This won't be easy. You psychologically attack others, but those sacrifices mean you must be even more dedicated in this battle. Fortunately, the number only stops at 50. She sips her tea slowly. Is no one else drinking? This thing is really delicious. Gongjia turned around and called out, Judge Quan, can you keep quiet for a moment? The more we talked, the more confused we became. He immediately replied, Then it's a big deal, I'll be quiet right away. As for Gong, currently ranked 3rd, starting to spread the situation, everyone probably already understands the situation. You shouldn't mess with the chief arbitrarily. Now you must focus on completing the mission assigned by the Grandmaster. You are the 3rd most influential hunter here. You have to get used to all eyes being on you. Completing the mission is not impossible. Then you point fingers again, everyone. Please open the task board quickly. Someone is quick-witted. Yes. The task board is about choosing a book with rules to remind everyone. In this task table, the most important part is the last line. Do you understand the meaning of this sentence? The serious expression when talking about rewards will differ depending on the world saved, meaning, if you save a world full of diamonds, it will become our 22nd floor. And someone raises the question that it is only your prediction. What if that world contains water and food? The Dark Wizard responds. Self-sufficient. She proposed an idea. That will help us solve the food problem in the outside world. Gong agrees with her. That's right. He just opened a book when someone tried to stop him, but was too late. Be careful, King of Death. Mankia was very surprised. Nothing happened. The steward remains calm as if nothing happened. Of course, if I don't use my abilities, it's just an ordinary book, nothing dangerous or forbidden. Gong seriously asks everyone. Does everyone understand now? Read the books here. We must choose the beneficial ones that we can succeed with. The mission on the 20th floor will be about the worlds in the Book of Revelation. A brief information board about the story of student Sorrel Milwa appears. It is a romantic science fiction genre with a difficulty level of D. Only 4 to 5 participants are allowed. Each page emits a strong light when opened. The content is roughly like this. The scene shows a handsome young man proposing to his beloved in front of a magnificent palace. Oh, Sylvia, you are my other half. Sylvia gently replied, You are the one I have always been searching for. The moment they held hands, a beam of light shot to the peak, crackled with electricity, and then exploded with a bang. The people inside the book panicked. The demon has appeared. This is really bad luck. And so just like that, the world was destroyed. A romantic novel that's going well ends like this. Gongra, hurry up, no matter who the readers are, they will be angry. Each book will have different content and difficulty, so let's read and choose the book we can easily get through. The group of listeners said this, and then fell silent all at once. Old Spirit angrily grabbed his shoulder. You fool, speaking politely like that, no one will listen. Don't you know, hunters never listen to others. Explain more clearly. There are about 250 hunters in front of you. You have to speak confidently for them to even consider listening. Every time you level up, you always hear the phrase your existence has become clearer by 1 level. Do you know what that means? It means your pride is getting stronger. A hunter yawns loudly while he is suspicious. So what? He determined that the higher the hunter's level, the stronger their pride, and the less they listen to others. You grab your own collar. Right after that, he unleashed a fierce power, shouting with great authority. Listen up, everyone. There are hundreds of revelation books like this, so how the hell am I supposed to read them all by myself? You started barking orders, splitting into groups. The old men who have read books go to the left, and those who can't even tell history books from novels get to the right. Hurry up. Among the book, readers also divide into small groups based on your favorite genres. The group of hunters hurriedly ran to their assigned spots, while the steward leisurely whistled, floating above, ignoring their screams. Doesn't anyone like history books? Why are there so many people here? The gong bangs loudly on the table and announces. Now let's start reading the book. Next, you keep pushing quickly. Now I will classify the apocalypse books by genre. Groups should divide and read gradually. Also, for the books already read, everyone must make their own judgment whether the book is good or not. She waved her hand to get attention. Yes, Your Honor. You wonder, King of Death, what it means to flip through a book. It makes Gong hesitate. So it slowly explained. For example, this book is a bad book. The auction house offers a survival book at Fire Mountain in the romance genre. Survival difficulty is level D, and only 2 people are allowed to participate, which confuses Herrick. Adam and Eve of the new generation, that's romantic. The reason for the apocalypse was that the couple arrived at the meeting place, but it was an active volcano. Gongo remarked that saving this world was pointless. It has already gone through a nuclear war. The world we save will become the 22nd floor. What can we do with a place that has been contaminated by radiation? She suddenly realized. Aha. Moreover, the Fire King waged war in the Fire Mountain, and magma lands on the 29th floor because he was immune to fire, making the Gong family wary of him. If he had succeeded, he could have claimed all 8 treasures inside the tower that others dared not even consider. You're rushing to pack your books again. Does everyone understand? Pay attention to the main character's personality and the story's development. We need to read and think about what benefits saving the world would bring. And then surprised. Hey miss, this is the detective team here. The lazy dark wizard glanced. I know. Didn't the character info board just say she is a fan of romance novels? Gong is panicking. Why do you like detective stories? She replied calmly. Of course. She leisurely enjoyed her tea and said, I'm an intellectual girl, making you confused. Could it be that she doesn't want everyone to know about her own story because of the romance genre? He was stunned by the sight of piles of books and a group of people gathered in the romance section. Looking back, the romance genre has too few hunters, while the martial arts genre has too many male hunters. Now Gongra is even more troubled. These people still complicate things, even in this situation. The old spirit behind them scolded gloomily. I told you so. High-level hunters have a strong sense of pride. You've already seen 50 guys throw themselves to their deaths just now. They're all crazy. Gongjia keeps trying to start a conversation. This black dragon lord, even so, she interrupted. What are you talking about? You forced yourself to speak coldly to hand the Black Witch a step. The Black Dragon Lord, in my eyes, is a very romantic person. Her not joining that group surprised me a lot. She looked coldly. Really, do I look like the romantic type to you? You forced a smile. That's right. The fact that she was in another group made me feel very regretful. She sighed wearily. Both the Gong family and the Black Witch seem like they are escorting each other to the romantic battlefield. Since the Death King said so, I have no other choice. I've never read romance before. Maybe I should take this chance to challenge myself a bit. Herrick is in the brilliant detective group. Gongra, you're amazing. The Black Dragon Lord is not someone who sits wherever he is told. Gongjia is tired. Judge Quan, do you like detective novels? You're enthusiastic. I know Sherlock Holmes, and I also know Dr. Watson. You secretly activate the character info panel and silently curse this crazy guy. Because clearly Herctic's favorite genres are fairy tales and mythology. The more people are happy, the better, and the thoughts inside are just like the words outside. The whole person becomes startled. The outward appearance exactly matches the inner personality, making Herctic hard to understand. Huh. Is something wrong, Death King? The powerless Gongjia opened the fountain pen and wrote on Herctic's hand. From now on, you belong to the same group. Just keep pushing people away. You're the only one in this group. Judge Quan, you have to appraise all the books in this group. You're excited, such a great responsibility. Keep being smug, don't worry, I'll appraise everything. But deep down, Gongra thought that among the 100 apocalypse books, none of them were the same story, and no fairy tale would end with the world being destroyed. You tiredly sighed, frustrated by the chaotic scene before you, wondering how out of 250 people, 111 could hide their true interests. Just as you said, they are all crazy in the same way. It's time to check the last person. Gongjia coldly opened the opponent's character information board. You are stunned by your partner's favorite genres: alternate worlds, ultimate power, collapse, harem, older sister, younger sister, married women, purity, coldness, and even cross-dressing men, then frozen by images of women of all ages. Looking down. The person currently ranked 6th on the tower leaderboard, the sect leader of Tianvo Mon, has a turbulent heart. What the hell is the #1 sect? What the hell is a martial hero? Every time I read it, it's just a bunch of nonsense. He hesitated, then silently cursed him, not caring about the readers at all. Then Momon asked confusedly, "What are you looking at?" "People are busy reading books, but you think this is the Emperor's book by Nobel Lie, then say it's nothing, just keep reading." Someone's sleepy voice in the library, "My eyes are all red." The Dark Wizard King rubbed his eyes incessantly. "I just can't understand the heart of that constellation. Is Gong acting strange? She is holding one eye in discomfort. I'm talking about this apocalypse." All the climax scenes are stopped. Just as the female lead was about to confess, to the male lead, a meteor fell. Just when they were about to kiss, an alien suddenly appeared. The worst part is that everything is great until it gets interrupted. Do you know the feeling of having food right at your mouth and then having to stop? The gong startled me. "You don't need to tell me I'm eating." The Dark Wizard laughed wickedly. "Sorry about that. The truth is, I couldn't control myself. My feeling right now is that you screamed. We are live streaming now." "Okay." She huffed coldly in anger. Meanwhile, you breathed a sigh of relief. But the Dark Wizard couldn't help but suddenly rush up and whisper something into the boy's ear. The sandwich he was eating fell completely to the ground. The steward calmly chewed his food and laughed mockingly. "Finally, you all understand how I feel now. And then with 683 apocalypse books, all are very special and have tremendous impact, making no reader dislike the books of the Great Tao Library. You are excited, but the more interesting it gets, the more unhappy you will feel. Because all these magic books end up like stepping on dog poop." The Dark Wizard angrily said, "Did you intentionally make us read these books? You mean you want us to endure the hardships, like the characters in the story?" He happily waved his hand, thinking that wasn't wrong at all. "It seems you have all fallen into the hell of being discontinued, and you should sink into eternal suffering just like me right now. The young men and women are crazily tormented by this. He deliberately made us read the works that are discontinued. Truly a devil, he deserves to be punished by Ling Chi." A person raised their hand. The hunter guy curiously looked over. "Did she also get a nickname?" The alchemist is happy. "Well, as you can see, although the alias Potion Master isn't very cool, the alchemist has already received a nickname. You're amazed she's really good having a nickname in such a short time." The girl shyly said, "No, it's not like that. I'm not that talented." She still found it hard to understand. "A few days ago, I suddenly heard a voice saying, 'The world needs the medicine you are making. Help us,' and then I was given a nickname. I don't even know what happened that made you think of it, because that was the medicine she made for me. So isn't it me who caused her to come here?" She happily said, "The skilled one is not me, but the undead king. In just a few days, he has climbed to the top 3. Knowing someone like you is truly an honor for me. That happiness, it's nothing, I'm just lucky." Old Kim Soo sincerely said, "If you need anything, just let me know. I will help as much as I can." Then reports came in one after another. The group of martial artists had finished reading the books. The romance group has also finished. The detective group has read all the books, and the SF group is done too. Gong gave the order. So each group should nominate a few works. Herrick is excited. "As a group of speakers, I nominate this book because there is no other book besides this one." He wondered to himself, "Is this a fairy tale book?" The book information briefly appeared, fully detailing my sacrifice and ours, with a difficulty level of A, allowing only 2 participants. A world where movement is powered by the screams of innocent children, sacrificing one person for the happiness of 17 million. The reason for extinction is that after 118,000 years since the invention, there are fewer children. Deep analysis of the gong sound. This apocalypse's difficulty and rewards have nothing to do with each other. You need to listen more. Marus stands for nomination. The martial arts group proposes this work. The information of the book Thien Ma Thuk Luke is fully displayed by Thon Kiem, with difficulty level B, only 2 to 4 people participate. The cause of extinction is an unknown epidemic. He explained, "The reason I nominated this book, The True Record of Heavenly Demons, is very simple. In this world, heavenly demons are characters, and there are martial arts that actually exist in the martial world, and the demonic sect is a powerful force. They have various skills and secret martial arts manuals. That means if we succeed in saving this world, we will obtain a library of the world's best skills. For hunters like us, that's extremely useful. If the other hunters are interested, will we get 10-star skills?" Gong Jia carefully analyzed, if it were the martial arts world, the masters would at least have A-level skills. Old Spirit Lin was annoyed and sneered, "Why would they think that way? You don't feel bad again. Actually, that's a book I wanted to challenge, but my ability now seems a bit difficult." Suddenly, Sang Cho felt a signal. He touched the glowing sword at his side. "Signal. The system reports that the bright guys are nearby." Gong was stunned. "Brothers of this sword?" Yu and Marcus stare at each other. The focus on the glowing book he holds reveals the presence of the brothers inside the book that the sword saint is holding. A voice sounded behind the metal door. "All right." Gong seriously said to the old spirit before coming to the Murim world, "Just die once first and then go." He seemed confused. What does dying mean? The shining sword rings out, unable to understand your intention. You speak clearly in a serious tone. Rapanda Askim was the first emperor of the empire, and the one who created the shining goddess. Although I don't know what kind of person he is, one thing is certain: he can travel between worlds. The shining sword appears criticizing the person who named it Shining. The slow steps of reasoning lead to the conclusion isn't brilliance originally from the Askim Empire. Yet there is another sword in the Muram world. So that means he has the ability to cross dimensions. Maybe he's the Munchkin type. Now the Gong family is gradually becoming worried. The opponent is someone capable of building an empire and strong enough to divide the constellations. Someone like that wouldn't leave a sword in the Muram world without any purpose. And I'm not the champion of the world either. To be honest, I've recently started feeling more stressed than before, with the feeling that, if I'm a bit careless, confidence can turn into arrogance at any moment, always appearing in my mind. You looked gloomy and sullen, especially after climbing to third place on the leaderboard, and the story of me single-handedly defeating the Demon King spread throughout the city. I can even command the hunters who already have aliases now. It seems I was mistaken in being unprepared. If this continues one day, Gongra will lose his life like some top-tier person. Then I have to understand what kind of strength is inside Tian Ma before I can proceed. Until now, there is almost no information about the character in that Apocalypse book. Old Spirit Lin was pondering. It is indeed a good idea, but exactly what do we need to prepare? The doubt was raised. How could there be a way to find out about that name? But you raised your sword to deny it. You are wrong. This sword is the goddess's protector. Although it has been divided into 5 images, strictly speaking, it is still a constellation. Look at the reflected image on the shiny blade. That's the main issue. If you stab me with this sword, is it suicide or murder? Is he hard to understand? Then you decisively put the sword to his neck. The odds are 50 to 50, definitely worth a try. The blade suddenly shows some movement. Brightly pleading, the warrior is asked to reconsider. You ask coldly. Why? It's too embarrassed to say it. Sang Chu feels embarrassed when the past is exposed. Please protect Sang Chu's privacy. Gongjia even sneered. Among us, what privacy is there to talk about? I have shared my life with you for 24 hours straight, so why should I be fair? It looks like it's about to cry brightly, begging the warrior not to do that. A flash of blood triggered a series of notifications. You have acquired skill conditions after your own death. The goddess's blessing skill is sealed. You cannot learn any skills. The reminder frame is bolder. Your current hunter rank is D. You will be penalized for using the skill just now, with the penalty level being mid-level demon path. The goddess asked with concern. It seems you have just finished a long journey. I knew the brave warrior here would succeed. Rapanda on the throne spoke slowly. Gongra stood outside observing. Is that guy? Rapanda asked him. Meanwhile, Rapanda continued. Not long ago I was confused by your sudden summoning, and now I have become the emperor uniting the continents. Old Spirit was surprised. What the hell is this? Isn't that platinum blonde hair the heavenly assassin? It made the Gong family suspicious. Do you two know each other? What the hell is Sat Thien Tin? He then answered in a low voice. That's the alias of that guy. He is the one who specializes in finding constellations to fight them. Next, the old spirit began to explain in more detail that the tower and other worlds are connected. From floor 50 onwards, you will have to compete with hunters originating from absolute other worlds. Sometimes the constellations will visit the floors, and the name Assassin Star refers to the assassin on the 50th floor. Gong seemed to want to confirm for sure. So Rapanda Askim is also a hunter. Old Spirit mused. In any world there is always a madman like this guy. This place reminds me of old times, making you even more curious about what kind of relationship you two really have. Right now, the goddess is sighing, truly overwhelmed. Weren't you just an ordinary person at the beginning? Old Spirit calmly replied to Gongra. It's a fight to the death. Although he's strong, he's still nothing compared to me. The proud goddess said, right now you are much stronger than me. I wonder if you have any plans for the future. Brave warrior, there are no gods or evil spirits left who dare to block your path ahead. Your long journey has also been interrupted by Rapanda. This constellation he radiated an aura when declaring there are no gods or demons. Isn't this world for the constellations? This world belongs to humans. She uses the power of prayer to resist the pressure from Rapanda. Sir warrior, why are you like this? But you have cruelly extended your cold claws. Come closer. The broken glass layers, the goddess being easily drained of blood by him, made her scared. Rapanda's face remained calm to the point of madness. I will not kill you, because you have helped me up to this point. I will only separate and seal you so that you can no longer regain your power. His powerful magic surged forward. The loud explosion destroyed everything with dazzling light. Then he spoke again. Sorry, but this is the right path I must take. The notification displayed that the town reconstruction was complete, the subject's ego was maintained, and the punishment had ended. Both returned to the original restroom. Gong raised a question. After watching, I still don't understand anything, so he decided to ask directly. This morning, why exactly did your previous owner seal you? But he only replied Sangchu doesn't know either. Sangchu is feeling sad and said everything he could remember. According to what Sangchu remembers, Rapanda Askham is a man of few words and righteousness. Sangcho had no idea why he was sealed, nor why he alone built the empire and then left like that. Old Spirit grumbled, I told you high-level hunters are all crazy. Then he gritted his teeth and said don't try to understand crazy bugs. Listening to their stories will drive you crazy too. You just need to get stronger like me, and then deal with those zombie-like guys or whatever. Gong get up, never mind knowing his face is already a gain. Moreover, Sat Thien Tin became hostile as soon as he saw Gong, perhaps because the constellation he sealed brought him there. Back on the 21st floor, the hunters finished reading, and all the apocalypses have now chosen the 22nd floor. Because the reason given by the Sword King was very reasonable, the book Heavenly Demon Chronicles was chosen. The manager was pleased. Did everyone choose the first genre as martial arts? You also didn't forget to remind me that it's not a bad choice. But the world inside won't be exactly like the Muram world everyone knows. Only similar in martial arts and the underworld. Depending on how you lead the story, you might receive a fateful encounter, who knows. The solemn and quiet Gongjia listened as you continued speaking. Inside here are martial arts secrets worth a fortune. The skills you acquire will depend on each person's ability and performance. It's not always smooth when the general manager starts emphasizing. However, in any situation there will always be risks, as strong characters will appear to confront you. Of course, dying in the Apocalypse book is a real possibility, and you will not be able to escape the Apocalypse book until we reach the ending. And what will come when he declares the participant limit of the Heavenly Demon True Record to be from 2 to 4 people. So who wants to volunteer as the character of this story now? Everyone is buzzing as Gong steps forward calmly saying, I'll go in. Marus is next, of course. The person who recommended this book will participate and I will join too. Feeling joyful inside it seems Fawn and Vo Heap are also excited. The steward clapped his hands. Luckily, we finally have the minimum manpower we can choose 2 more companions. The Sword King seriously explained. Actually, the reason I nominated this Apocalypse book has another reason. Everyone look at this reason for extinction. The display board shows the cause of extinction as an unknown epidemic. He continued speaking. This is the final sentence in the introduction of the Apocalypse book. The Enma suddenly died from a strange disease, and others died shortly after. As you can see, the reason for the destruction of Fong in this world is due to an epidemic. What this world needs is someone who can heal. Speaking of healers, I know someone. An old man stepped forward when he shouted, Can the Medicine King come out here? Old Spirit Lin shouted loudly. Ah, that old man is the owner of the pharmacy that old man Mars often visits. And the next moment Marcus continued. When it comes to fighting, I'll take care of that. If it's not enough, Gong will come to help and the treatment will be handled here. So you only need this apocalypse, suddenly paying attention to the other side. Tui Vuong, do you have something to say? Gong Ra is excited. Yes, I also want to bring someone along. Pointing directly at the fake golden lion made her panic. Hey, are you talking about me? You are sure? Yes, it makes her flustered. I just got the codename less than a week ago. I'm very weak. Following me won't help at all. Then you directly held her hand and confessed. Among all the alchemists, I know she is the best. The alchemist was stunned. Yes, how about you? And then you smiled when you mentioned it. And you already said that earlier. Your words echoed in my mind. If you need any help, King of Death, just tell me. Like you secretly want to say she said she would help me when I need it. Gong Ra exudes a sinister aura. That can't be a lie, can it? The hidden meaning is to remember the one who planted the tree when eating the fruit right. The alchemist was so scared he trembled when you growled. The alchemist lady. Other hunters are gossiping and discussing. What is it? Are there already 4 people? But who is that girl? Mar suddenly remembered it seemed like he had seen her before. Next he seemed satisfied, so there was nothing to be afraid of anymore. This girl in the Gong family will help ease the tension. Old Kim, the timid lion, tightly grasped Gong's sleeve. Is it really true? I didn't expect Marus to suddenly change his tone. But this Death King, the place we're heading to, is extremely dangerous. As Chief Manager Kai Huyen said, death in the book is real death. You calmly respond with confidence. Yes, she is the best pharmacist I have ever known. The old spirit glanced over. She knows how to make medicine but can't be called the best. Having this girl around won't please that old man much. Hearing Gong's answer, Mars stroked his chin. Is this little girl the best pharmacist you know? His whole being exuded a sweet pink aura that contrasted with his stern expression. His goodwill was excellent, accompanied by an inner remark, an unusual but somewhat reasonable suggestion that made him agree with it himself. That's right. It's been a long time since you said something correct. Carp in the stream going to the river is still just a small fish, you agree, right? This is their chance to know the power of Duok Vuong. After finishing, he stared at the chat board. Hong Mak was a bit stunned. He didn't say it directly, but his nature of liking to preach hadn't changed at all. Then he looked over to the other side, the Medicine King. There was just like the Sword King here. Both of them looked down on the alchemist because of her appearance. But the Medicine King directly sneered and mocked her to her face. The best pharmacist you have ever known, that's just childish nonsense. After overcoming a rock outcrop and thinking he had surpassed Mount Taigong, family felt annoyed seeing the old Medicine King stroking his beard with disdain, as if recalling his own youth. The alchemist sadly held a lock of hair turned away in frustration and kept muttering, "Hateful, so hateful." Mara stepped forward to advise Medicine King. "I understand your feelings. Gong Ra is very talented, just lacking life experience." However, the Medicine King couldn't help but shout angrily that experience is the most important thing. What he's missing is the kind of ignorance where you don't know anything but act like you know everything. He's exactly like me at 20 when I made $100 0 inches Silicon Valley. Marcus can only advise, "Come on, can you calm down? Gong is scared. It's really terrible." Then suddenly, he has such a preachy habit that even a famous king would be confused. The Medicine King still continues to solve it. I have also tried very hard to hold back, telling these spoiled kids what to do like this. Out of respect for old Maker Star, I've held back a lot, but don't you really know we're heading into danger and still insist on bringing a little girl along? That's just too reckless. A thought flashed through Gong Ra's mind. A know-it-all living with a bigger know-it-all would create a world full of know-it-alls. Suddenly Kim Soo clenched his hand and said, "You can call me a brat, it doesn't matter." She shouted angrily, "But you calling out Gong like that is not allowed and is spoiled." Meanwhile, the Medicine King ignored it and shouted, "Marcus, aren't you too stuck in Western thinking?" She came over, dazed, her voice trembling Western philosophy. At this moment, Paladin stood up to speak. "Everyone stop. This girl is indeed a talented alchemist. I already knew her from the introduction, and the Knights Guild has received many good medicines from this alchemist." "Is the Medicine King doubting the Knights Guild's evaluation?" She asked back, "What did you say?" And then he started lecturing again. "You really don't know the vastness of the sky and earth, seeing the ceiling and thinking it's Mount Tai. Have you ever heard of my pharmacy? You're just as bold as I was when I was young." Old Tin Lin leisurely sat and asked Gong, "Why do you have to listen to things like that? Don't try to swallow discounted potatoes anymore." You confirm again, but it's not discounted potatoes. The virtual screen clearly displays the image of the Medicine King on a busy main street, and Gong whispers that this scene is being broadcast live at Babylon Square. Isn't this the perfect moment to either start or retreat? Next, you decided to ask a question that made the two pretending to be Kim Soo and Duong Vuong pay attention. "Do you want to have a match?" This proposal made the others shout loudly, clearly knowing that Mr. Morris doesn't know how to fight. "Are you planning to bully him?" Gong casually took a glass jar from the side. "That's not fighting me." Then you slowly explain. "I will provide the ingredients. You two will use these ingredients to make the medicine. We just need to compare the features of the drugs the two people made to clearly understand everything." Old Kim Soo was startled and stammered. "King of Death, I know you're angry because of the scolding, but after all, he is called the Medicine King by everyone. If I lose..." He firmly grabbed her shoulders. The alchemist priestess thought he was pressing hard. "I believe in you, and you have to believe in yourself too." The girl lowered her head hesitantly. Old Kim Soo looked up with excitement. "I will try. No, I will definitely win. The match will be held publicly in front of the hunters. The Medicine King and the fake Golden Lion focus on each person's medicine pot. The group buzzes with speculation that this time the Purple King seems to be suffering a great loss. That old man's pharmacy only sells expensive medicine and it's hard to buy even with an appointment. The Death King and the Medicine King are both kings, but the experience gap is really huge." Unexpectedly, Rian Du happily called out, "So who will be the winner? Everyone place your bets." The Dark Wizard rushes over. "King, are you okay? The current odds are 1.08 to 47. But you are relaxed and confident. Is that so? So I will put all the money I have on the fake Golden Lion door to keep the odds even." She immediately raised a confusing question. "You also know that all of this is being live-streamed, right? Then you worry and judge. If the alchemist you proposed performs poorly, your public image will be seriously affected." You smiled brightly without a care. "Yes, I know this is being broadcast live not only in Babylon but all over the world, so I do feel a bit guilty towards that old Medicine King." Right now, the Medicine King was filled with the confidence of a young man. "Those kids..." "It's over." Then it radiated a sparkling light of arrogance. "Bow down before the great invention of our Medicine King. The medicine that the Medicine King is proud of is the rare special grade recovery medicine. Although it tastes a bit bitter, if you can take this medicine, even fatal wounds will be healed. However, this medicine will leave various side effects. The creator of this medicine is truly incredibly talented and outstanding. Everyone enthusiastically cheers. A rare special recovery medicine, truly worthy of being the medicine king. Can you sell me that medicine? He was pleased to see everyone begging. I was the one who made the reservation. Who do you think you are to cut in line? Medicine king. Medicine king. When the alchemist took out his bottle, it shone brighter than the medicine king's dazzling the eyes. I have finished brewing it too. Everyone was stunned and amazed to the point of being dazed. Of course, Riondu had already prepared the necessary protective clothing for this moment. The dazzling golden light covered the entire area. Everyone around was buzzing. This is the instant revival medicine, truly the medicine king. Don't want to sell it back to me. According to the reservation schedule, it's mine, so why is it being blocked like this? The medicine king crossed his arms proudly. Hey, the alchemist successfully made the potion and I have finished mine too. The dazzling light left everyone speechless. It has a sweetness without adding any sweetener. Why does it taste so sweet? Everyone closed their eyes. What is this effect about? The medicine king held out the bottle to her in front of everyone, saying that as long as it is stored well and leaves no side effects, it can be used safely. The alchemist remained silent, adjusting her glasses arrogantly. Hey, she leaned in, took the bottle, and gently asked, is this medicine for the old man? The alchemist examines the bottle, pondering thoughtfully. Then he flipped the medicine bottle upside down, finally gently handing it back to the old man. The alchemist smiled and raised his hand to signal, this way, please. The alchemist crossed his arms and tilted his head, wondering if this person was the type who only became strong if it benefited himself. Could it be the old man? The medicine king hesitated and said, could it be the kid? She said clearly, is the strength very weak? He wondered, was it just luck? Both spoke at the same time, leaving her stunned. Why? He stroked his beard and said it was just luck. These kids, when I made $170 million from W Street, I thought it was because of my ability. The cold alchemist replied, how about trying one more game? The medicine king sneered, are you sure? The goddess of luck doesn't smile twice at the beginning. Tisk, these kids. He raised the bottle and shouted, luck is fine, but it won't come a third time, kid. She immediately created a new item. He was still stubborn, luck was good, but not for the fourth time, kid. And another punch to the face. The Sword King covers his face with his hand to block it. Stop it, Medicine King. The Medicine King could no longer keep calm and cried while holding the medicine tightly. He looked really ugly now and shouted in frustration. No way, this time my experience has to be better than this. He threw up his hands and shouted wildly. Can't you see Sonister's victory mat? The Sword King adjusted his tie politely to help. Sorry, girl, you really are the ultimate medicine. My friend is like that because of my fault, the alchemist hesitated. It must have been very hard because of that friend. Seeing that the Medicine King has now lost control, tears flowing endlessly, he commented. Although this person has no strengths and cannot make medicine as well as her, he can still produce some medicinal herbs. She modestly refuses. Yes, I don't dare claim to be excellent. I only know the basics, not anything too advanced. Suddenly an arm reaches out. Riondu rushed over and grabbed her wrist tightly. He signed the contract immediately. Always a long-term contract. The alchemist is mysterious. Why? Her eyes reflected a coin full of determination. The best treatment for you will help you get many things. No, it will give you everything. See that, those hands eagerly reaching around her with desire. Me, a pharmacist. No, I should be called the king of medicine. No, it's not the medicine god. The medicine god gave us the medicine. She couldn't bear it and screamed to stop the chaos. First Countess showed disappointment while Paladin and the Gong family were very pleased with the words of the fake golden lion. Those who want to trade, please contact this person. Others who want to buy, must get permission from the Death King. He blinked and gestured. First, what terms should we consider? The general manager appeared to make a verdict deciding all the roles. Right, Gongjia listened. Let me remind you, anyone who dies in the Apocalypse book will also die in reality. There is only one way out. Do everything to overcome the danger and find the final path. You repeat instinctively the final path. The chief raises a finger to explain that is based on each person's guess. The possibilities are endless. It can help to fight and eradicate infectious diseases, or it can also exploit infectious diseases to control. Gong clearly replied, okay then, send the list now. Suddenly a voice spoke up. Wait. Mun stood stunned. The person beside him hurriedly asked, are you not going, Mr. Muon? He glanced nervously, sweating profusely. The mine is still being cleared, and people are still discussing it. No matter what, this is all for Lord Muon. You know the method, not Lord Muon Sao. I think so too. Master must go first. He stood with arms crossed, head bowed silently. He suddenly spoke loudly. What was that? Even if you don't say it, I have already decided. Have you forgotten this, Master? He was inwardly upset. These bloodsuckers. Why do they want to take me to that village? Mun is excited. The world of those who value force, that is martial arts, the place where I was born. No matter how much it changes, I will always look towards it. My mind is screaming, damn it, there's probably not even a toilet there. How could the bathroom be thrown away like that, damn it? He arrogantly emphasized. It's not that I don't understand why the lucky family is called Chen Muan. His inner self emphasized that he was a cheater, so what if he was 32 years old? In other words, all of you are weaklings. Everyone around respectfully clasped their hands. He declared, I must go. The venomous snake pleaded, I don't want to go. The system screen appeared announcing that the previous line was lost. The Sword King stepped forward to confirm, the reader is the one who wants to go. Mun replied coldly without a second word. Morris's declaration of challenge radiated killing intent. Then there's no reason to yield to this person. Everyone around was stunned by the clash of two opposing forces. Is the Sword King going to fight the venomous snake? This is a battle of pride, Baden said, stopping immediately. Are you planning to kill each other right here? His eyes showed a strong, murderous intent. Both the Sword King and I are warriors. Let's see who is stronger and the loser will leave. In my mind, I plan to intentionally lose. Giving up means losing face, so just a slight price drop is needed. Mun silently thought, as long as they lose to the king, those guys will be convinced. She leans on her hands, pondering deeply. Paladin, do something. She quietly spoke, making him turn his head. Alone, a man like a restless soul, can the Sword King suppress him this time? King Sword listened seriously. I know what game you plan to play. Haven't you already participated in the attack up to the 10th floor? Now if someone plays the footholding game on the 22nd floor, they are shameless. Everyone is excited to support it. His words are full of provocation. And Chen Mumun is also a family. You should show some respect too, right? Not everyone wants to be as lonely as you. Mar adjusted his tie and crossed his arms coldly. Does this person ever care about others? Mun is arrogant. The real Sword King. Suddenly the Sword King looked at Gong with a tender gaze. However, I see that recently this person has some sense of shame. Why did you suddenly change your mind like that? He said to him. Duke, this time you have to yield to him. He said calmly. Oh, thank you. Mun thought to herself, what the? You are not the type to become a Sword King. Harry held Paladin's hand, smiling brightly, convinced the Sword King. She gently said that if needed, surely the Sword King would agree. The Dark Wizard stroked his chin, watching intently and listening. Is that so? Then I guess I have to give the Sword King a hug, right? I must decline. She felt intrigued, wondering if it was true or a joke, sensing that everyone had grown up a bit. The Medicine King interrupted, insisting that once the decision is made, we should hurry up. Waiting like this will kill me. There's no other way, so be it. Right now I keep losing to that girl, but that's only because she met my. I am still the Medicine King. The alchemist sneered. Oh, I'm so scared, but of course I have to stand out. That's the harsh truth, but it's just like me. The palm reader sneered. If you want to start a war, then use force. I mean, to throw him out, just one difference, deep down he thinks he doesn't want to. The Sword King goes to battle, trade places with me. The steward flipped the book open and spoke slowly. The King of Death, the Poison Master, the Medicine King, and the Pharmacist. They listened seriously. The four of them, please choose a new character. The steward decided that this world was still in a difficult phase 10 days ago, so try to find the final path. In your world, martial arts is a declining genre, and the era of martial heroes can only be felt through cinematic effects. At that time you saw Vo Heap looking really cool. In an era where a bit of sincerity was mocked, Vo and Heap had no place. The voice echoed from the computer, early stage chi refining, not yet advanced to the late stage chi refining and pill concocting. That declining genre, that vanished world. Snow is falling in this world. The Gong family's trio is standing in freezing weather. It's so cold. He still has the power to warn. Both of them used energy to protect their bodies. The alchemist and the Medicine King shivered from the cold. I have never studied chi. Who said this old man is about to die? You immediately give the order. Readers, please protect the Medicine King. He carried him and replied coldly. Yeah. He breathed a sigh of relief. Now he's alive. Gong reached out his hand to her. She should stay close to me. She's shy. How did you transfer energy into her hand? Give me your hand. The alchemist looked up to express his gratitude to him, but doing that is a bit uncomfortable. Gongjia is serious. I am also very embarrassed, but now is not the time to worry about that. You mentioned the steward because the head librarian is a constellation, so he uses words like work or performance. Gong reached out and held her hand, looking ahead. However, seriously speaking, this is still a separate world. This is not an ordinary book. We came here to save this world, do you understand? My hands transfer power to keep the alchemist warm. It seems I was thinking too simply. I will try my best. Gong assigned tasks, everyone just focus on their own roles. Right now I am protecting you with gas, but when treating infectious diseases, you and the Medicine King will have to take action. Dong Thon replied, all right, Prince Zai. A notification appeared. Heavenly demon power, a strange disease suddenly emerged. The heavenly demon died, and all other forces could not survive. His group had advanced step by step on the snow-covered ground, but the message did not mention the biting cold or snow up to their knees. Their eyes are full of determination. We have to handle this ourselves. Exactly what happened that caused Thien Ma to die. The alchemist pointed forward, saying it seemed like there was someone over there. What is the strange disease that caused this world to perish? The shadowy figures from afar, blurred in the freezing snowstorm, temporarily come and go. Elder Spirit Lin reminds them. Something is wrong. He emphasized that we didn't hear anything over there. The gong sounded. Perhaps the blizzard was so intense that the sound was blocked. The sky suddenly stopped snowing. It's possible. Not only that, those people did not move at all, not even a bit. What surprised the Medicine King? Everyone is frozen like a zombie. Why are these people all frozen? They were frozen and couldn't move. The alchemist put on gloves, took a skin sample from them with tweezers, and after observation concluded they were real people. According to my life diagnosis skills, this person has been dead for 2 years and 3 months due to an infectious disease. According to the analysis by the mobile hospital team, this person was infected before being frozen. It's really strange. He looked at the frozen corpses. The cause of death for these people was the same. They did not die of drowning. If they died from the epidemic, their bodies should be lying on the ground, but all the corpses are standing. The alchemist couldn't help but suspect it strange back in Silicon Valley. Whenever something like this happened, it was likely that someone deliberately moved them here. She carefully explained that the causes of death were the same, but the times of death were different. One died 2 years ago, the other 3 years ago. These bodies were moved deliberately by someone. Gong Ra looked at her questioningly. A kind of mass grave. Mun spoke up to explain. Are you talking about a grave? From a distance it looks like a terracotta army. Gong raises his hand to use the character window skill. The information of the deceased appears with the name Jiang Song 3. There are no other issues. You realize that the window of the dead character is like that. His group started analyzing and studying each corpse. Light is probably the last thing on this person's mind when they're about to die. If this is a grave, then why would someone turn it into this? Is there a place for us to go back to? Thanks to the poison, social's air, I feel damp. But these people all had weapons at their waists. Gong Jia suddenly froze when he heard someone's laughter. The old man shouted fiercely, "The demonic world will end right here," and a woman's voice responded, "Even a dog will laugh at your illusions." Bitch Hai proudly declared, "As long as I stand, the demonic sect will continue to dominate the world." Buan, you are the one who must say goodbye to the Viet Tien mansion. Kyun immediately retorted, "Nonsense. The blood demon squad of your cult that you have always been proud of was beheaded by my guiding blade long ago. I have also sent several of your old demon leaders to hell. Both of them are arguing face to face. I have up to 500 elite warriors. How can you stop me? You only know chaos. Old man, my blood demons are not here because they are on a secret mission." The gong signals to keep quiet. Let's quietly approach them. Bik Hyang despises. You should worry about your own dog instead of worrying about my people. Why is she pointing forward? Where did all the leaders of the great families she was proud of go? The former martial arts alliance leader has become a truly shameful old man. Kyun Gun decisively replied, "It's none of your business. I have already sent them on secret missions all over the world." She smiled sarcastically. "There must be a lot of secret missions, huh?" He replied angrily, "It's all because you cause trouble everywhere." That woman. Gong's group was stunned when they heard the two arguing. If it weren't for that foolish world of demonic cultivation or something, things wouldn't have been so chaotic. You are even more foolish to let a bunch of idiots like us take control of the martial arts world. Damn it. Bikyang drew her weapon. If you don't like it, then fight me, old man. Finally, I am about to finish off the last member of the Viet Tien mansion and prove that the demonic path is the true champion. Kyun is also ready to fight. I can't stand the bragging of a wicked woman like you anymore. I will chop the person in two. One half offered to the Jade Emperor, the other half to King Yama. Both held a small wooden stick in their hands, silently looking at each other. Kyun Gun's face turned red with anger when he heard her mock him. Kunun, what happened to Ngok Fu Viet? He was very proud, so why is he carrying that stick? The topic often mentioned by Nam Kung is that at least one can rely on oneself, which is also the only strength one has. He stops it quickly. Shut up, but what about you? Why are you holding a branch instead of your precious blood demon sword? Bichang gently replied. That's harsh, but this is the wooden sword I personally made. Her weapon is sharp and contains the essence of 1,000 years of the demon cult, so I named it Ma Thien Bach Dao. He wondered, did you really name such a noble weapon Ma Thien on a branch? She replied, oh, is that not allowed? A tense silence fell between them. Kyun Gun covered his mouth and shyly said, Ma Thien Bach Dao sounds a bit loud. Why not just call it the fairy platform? Bichiang looked at the branch calmly and replied, but if you call it that, then it's just a branch. He bluntly pointed out that it was a branch. You idiot. She stubbornly said, then I will accept calling it the fairy tower. That attitude made Kyun hold his head in frustration. Damn all these ghosts and spirits. Shouting and arguing under the snowy sky. Why do you cultists add the word demon to your name? Under the banner are Blood Demon Sword, Demon Ghost, Soul Demon, and Dark Moon Plum. So there are 4 demon leaders. Then let's just call them the 4 great demons. But doesn't that sound bad? I can't believe we let these fools control the martial arts world even for a moment. Both suddenly paused and glanced at Kyun-gun, who turned around to scold them. Isn't that person sure that the sky will be clear today? She replied. Fortune-telling can be right or wrong. How can anyone be sure about the future? Kyun-gun is blaming himself. Damn it, seeing a fortune-teller at the market do better than him, unbelievable. I'm about to face my fate because I trusted that stupid woman. She snapped back. Shut up, get ready to fight. Damn, old man, you're about to use up the last of my strength. The alchemist wondered. Why did they suddenly become like this? Gong was stunned. I'm not sure either. All 4 sat silently watching. The fake golden lion's face was stunned. All 4 turned around to see a figure that made everyone panic and flee. The martial arts world of Bichia gritted their teeth and held tightly to the branches, a world of those who use and worship martial arts. In this place, the heavenly demon has appeared and plots to unify the martial world. Kyun stands ready to fight. The demon cult revolves around the heavenly demon, and the forces opposing the cult clashing to seize the fate of this world. The dead suddenly came back to life and chased Gong family's group. What if a terrible pandemic suddenly breaks out, a super infectious pandemic? Zombie virus pandemic. The alchemist and the medicine king ran as fast as they could, shouting loudly. He pointed in fear. Run fast. Even in Silicon Valley, we've never seen anything like this. The apocalypse is coming. Gong family responds. From the start, this place was where you swung your sword to chop off the zombie's head. The world has ended. It still moves, even after losing its head. Damn it. They must be the type that only stop moving when the brain is destroyed. Bich Hyung and Kyun Gunan stared in shock. Run away from here quickly. Get up quickly, she shouted. Who are you people? She snuggled up to Kyun Gunan. Hey old man, I think I might have night blindness or something weird. I see 4 shadows moving as if the king of hell is inviting me down for tea. He looked like he was carrying an alchemist and running at full speed while being chased by zombies. I saw that too. I thought I was going crazy because you kept teasing me, he shouted a loud warning. You guys should run quickly too. Also, if you run, tell us where we should run to. Bi Kyung turned to Kyun and said, Heavens, I thought they were really alive. The old man. He thinks differently again. Could it be that this is a scene from hell because they are already dead? While both of them were talking excitedly, Gong ran over. So maybe we've arrived at the Peach Blossom Garden together, or transferred our household registration to hell. A righteous person like me leading the sex soldiers would never be sent to hell. So this must be the Peach Blossom Garden. But aside from the rotting corpses, I don't see any peach trees here. Before they even understood what was happening, Gong's group ran over, carrying Kyun Gunun and Bichang away. If this isn't a mirage, then they must be real. The living, judging by how they warm their bodies, definitely aren't zombies. She wonders where you all came from. Also, this pure martial technique is quite strange. Are you not from this place? The zombies are right on our heels, he hesitated. We are not from here. Does she mean we come from outside the martial arts world? They flew up and rushed forward, causing the Gong family and the alchemist to panic to the extreme. What the hell? Mun screamed desperately. What kind of zombie can even fly, damn it? Bich Hyung proudly spoke up. It is a forward-stepping technique that I created myself, inspired by Kon Luong Mountain. She emphasized, just look, these things completely surpass normal limits as they leave no footprints on the snow. They can fly, truly worthy as the elite demons of our kind. We disciples must obey. Even if we die, we will never forget our martial arts. Someone's voice interrupted. Wait. Gong tried to ask Bich Hyang, that thing has no eyes but can still practice martial arts even after death, she sneered. You probably don't know the kid from the outer world, right? Sak groaned. Yes. Who? She answers the question. Martial artists can use their martial arts even when turned into zombies. Just enjoy it. He snapped back. I've never heard of enjoying something like that. Bich Hai Hang proudly pointed out. And they are the elites of the demon sect. They are trained to react to the thirst for blood even in their sleep. I am quite proud of their ability to perform the retreat maneuver even though they are zombies. The Medicine King looked back in fear. They are about to catch up to me. If they keep this up, they will catch us. The stupid reader's name. The Medicine King is about to be caught by the zombies and urges the sect immediately. Hurry up, run faster. If I get bitten and turn into a zombie, I'll be the first to bite people. He was helpless having to carry Kyun too. That's just too much. Damn it. Whose stupid idea was it to bring along this whole useless bunch? And why should I carry an old man when you're surrounded by girls, huh, King of Death? Gongjia angrily retorted. When you're about to get bitten by a zombie on the butt, does that even matter anymore? He responded because he was about to be bitten, which made it even more important. Even the old spirit was scared out of his wits. A zombie is a zombie. Gong tries hard to extract more information from Bitch Kyung. Weakness. Do those damn zombies have any weaknesses? She calmly replied, unless we smash their heads, there's no way to stop them all. You wondered, can't it be a bit easier? Her face was cold. Baekhyung points to the sky. If the sun rises, they will stop too. Gong spoke up. Hey, Auntie, and also, the fake Miss Kim. The alchemist and Baekhyung respond. You still have the strength to remind me. Sorry, but I'll let you two float a bit, land on your own. You used your strength to lift the two of them high. Both landed buried in the snow. Gong raised his hand to apologize. Sorry. You turned to face the approaching zombies. Old Spirit is excited. You're about to die. I'm about to witness my zombie uncle being slaughtered by the Ryan zombies. This will be one of the achievements of the era. Gong Jia prepared to draw his sword. What the hell, even ghosts have titles now, man. Ah, you raised the sword to the sky. The zombies flying towards us can't die yet. He shouted brightly. Your weapon is starting to react, flashing in response to the warrior's call. A blinding light appeared, throwing the zombies into the air. The whole group felt relieved and ran away as the undead plunged headfirst into the snow. The Medicine King groaned pitifully. I am alive. I am truly alive. If it weren't for Marcus, I would never have entered the tower. Gong family inquired. Is everyone okay? The alchemist blushed in frustration. Ah, yes, but my face is in bad shape anyway. Thanks for saving me. The Death King scolded the drug. King damn it first, he was a sword saint. Now this old man, I really want to throw these bastards away. Gong Ra is asking for help. Hey, Heavenly Martial Sect Leader, while I deal with the zombies, please take care of everyone. He replied, what are you plotting? He pointed the sword at the zombies. I am planning to kill them all while they cannot move. Your calculations will take quite a while because I need to crush their brains, but nothing will happen. Baekhyung interrupted. Wait a moment, outsider kid. She expressed, first of all, thank you for saving a stranger like me. However, if you intend to harm those zombies, I will have to stop you. You wonder why. Is there a special curse on the zombies, and will the original owner transfer to me if I kill them? She quietly confessed that they were all members of my demon sect. Gong was stunned upon hearing this. What Baekhyung emphasized again, I said, they are my items and disciples. She looked at the undead buried under the snow. The great battle between the demons and the righteous had come to an end. We desperately need martial arts, masters, and I can't just keep losing so many elites like this. He secretly wondered what she meant by Great War. The world of the heavenly demon had fallen into ruin, so there couldn't possibly be a complete army to wage war. Cut to the general manager sitting with a cold, bowed face. When they open their eyes, the heavenly demon food record will be in the state of 10 days before destruction. He closed the book with a smile. I hope you can bring a beautiful ending to this story. Only 10 days left until the end of this world. Baekhyung was about to introduce that old man when Aikunun spoke up. My name is Go Seon. I am the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. She recounted that the old man and I had been fighting for 3 years. Her face calmly explained. Today marks exactly 989 days since the great battle between good and evil occurred. The old man and I swore on our own names. Until one of us admits defeat, no one can leave this place. Baekhyung's eyes were a little sad. They could become zombies, but as long as they still use the demon sect's martial arts, they will forever be my disciples. They are the followers I must protect, so don't expect to be able to kill them. She continued, if you insist on killing them, remember to only kill those with the Buddha's palm belt like him. Kyun-gun angrily shouted, nonsense, do you know how hard it was for me to gather them with the reputation of the righteous sect? Gong Jia stood dazed as he heard them threaten me. They already made a deal with me, damn heavenly demon. The person promised me that this war was only between me and them, and had nothing to do with others. Promises are made to be broken. Baekhyung and Kyun-gunun rushed into an argument. Stop arguing so much. Then I probably don't need to yield to those demon sect disciples anymore, right, bastard? A righteous leader like you breaking your promise. Finally, someone has seen through that hypocritical face. Gong Jia quietly realized that the two of them meant they would continue the great battle to pacify the world of Dirtfong. She objected, saying he was wrong. From the middle of the battle, this world was destined to reach its end. She pointed at him, but it didn't matter when we had to end the war, we started ourselves. I will not stop until I defeat this old man. Baekhyung mentioned the zombies lying motionless in Dongtuyet. We still have 500 elite warriors out there. I will lead them to destroy this ridiculous main faction. Kyun responds, that is my word. Damn, the warriors of the Martial Arts Association will fight even if it costs their lives. Gong Jia stood frozen watching them face off. It's time to put an end to this long-lasting war. Baekhyung pointed the branch at Kyun, saying that scholars do not choose their brushes, and the unknown do not choose their fences. Although I do not use the blood demon sword with just this horsetail whip in my hand, I will defeat you. Joe Cam, 10 old man, I will grant you a gentle death. He is ready to fight indeed, competing to see who will be the last one standing in this battle. They rushed at each other to fight both, blocking each other's strikes with branches tensely. Baekhyang and Kyun exchanged moves of the Heavenly Demon Magic Seal, Heavenly Seal of the Sixth Elder. Their branch soon broke. Kyun-gun grabbed his hair, while Baekhyang held his beard, stunned and exclaiming. He used 2 fingers to strike, causing her to cover her face with both hands to block the attack, while Old Spirit stroked his chin, pondering with a hint of strangeness. That old man analyzes the old man breathing methodically every second. In our world, they would definitely be masters. Gong is surprised. Those 2 people? He replied. I'm not sure either. What is their secret? Their technique looks like the claws of a divine dragon trying to snatch the jewel from the eye of an evil dragon. It is called the Duel of 2 Dragons. Their moves are like images of Buddha and dragon fighting each other. That person used their hands to cover their face, resembling the Buddha, with hands embracing the face like the Buddha's hands protecting all beings in the world, called the Thousand-Hand Avalokiteshvara. The 2 watched Baekhyang pinch Kyun-gun's cheek. Why have I been fighting with that crazy dog lately? Although it looks strange in their realm of forms, it corresponds to energy and abundant intelligence. Both fight fiercely. Now their energy is moving, but the situation is dangerous. They cannot attack recklessly. So is it possible that the woman is not using her full strength? Mun spoke up that old man and the girl were using their ultimate skills. He watched them fight and pointed out that move could have crushed everything instantly. The old man dodged that strike and applied the principle of using everything around him in his martial arts. He is a master but does not show it fully, with Earth Dragon on one side and Heaven Dragon on the other evenly matched. Old Spirit teased Gong, that zombie doesn't necessarily see better than you. He pointed and used a skill. The system panel displays the reader character's information. According to the analysis, they have been reincarnated with unparalleled skills probably. His inner thoughts appeared. Those movements reminded me that in my past life I was a hellhound, guarding the entrance to the Demon King's hell. I am the 2 faces of duality. A troublemaker and the class leader got stuck in life, and always felt sad. Then I played an online game and befriended a female classmate in the game. I was determined to become a warrior and roam the game with that friend. So the alchemist understood that, but they fight like kids. I wonder if everyone sees it that way, then what's the difference between a master and a novice? He wondered how many branches of these techniques existed in the world. Both were much higher in rank than the sword they used. Just by looking you can level up. If I go back, there is something I want to teach the disciples. The auctioneer speaks. The solitary society is just observing this world in a different way. The old man answered like that, thank you. Pharmaceutical king of darkness. Who's freezing to death? He shouted loudly at Baekhyang and Kyun. Hey old man, are you still fighting with that tree root? Can't you see we're standing right in front of you? Your mindset is so narrow, just like mine when I was young. Kyun-gun scratched his head apologetically. It has indeed been a long time since a guest came, so this is truly impolite. First, let me lead you into the hidden cave. As the sunset fell, the Gong group moved out with Baekhyang and Kyun. He glanced at them tiredly, following behind. He offered to help, saying if it's not a bother he could carry her. Bitch Hai hesitated before responding. Thanks to you today, when I practiced the mental technique it didn't go very smoothly. I was a bit confused. Tu Vung, that's a bit off, are you confused? Gong carried Kyun-gun, and happily glanced at him carrying Baekhyang. This is fine, he carried him silently, his hand on his shoulder. Kyun-gun was surprised it was so cold, but his body was really warm. Old Spirit recognized it, how strange. The whole group entered their secret cave. This is where I live. The cave has a hole high above where light shines in, looking very majestic. The alchemist looks up in amazement. Wow, a hot spring appeared ahead. Oh, is there a selection test? Bitch Hai Hang spoke up to explain. Long ago this place was found by the temple, never expecting to one day invite strangers from the outside world as guests. First, take a bath. I and this old man will look around the back to see if there is any food to offer you. Kyun-gun replied. Besides the Titchcock Dan family, do we have anything else to offer? She emphasized. Didn't I say to go to the back to find it? This old man, he's old, and his ears must be bad too. They both walked while arguing. Don't call the old man. Old man, if you think about it, you and I aren't that different after all. You do look old too. Gongjia and the fake golden lion silently watched. She admired, it's truly miraculous. They were really united just now. The Medicine King mentioned, don't forget, they fought for 3 years. If we keep fighting like this, we'll develop feelings for each other. He sighed, yet it was warm and wonderful here. Right after arriving in this world, even if I continuously hold hands with several boys, I feel normal, not the slightest bit embarrassed. Mu sect leader, step away from me a little. Mu Mon interrupts, why do you only befriend that noble sword saint? The Medicine King is upset, don't talk about such obvious things. That sword saint and I are obviously friends. The 4 divine pills are laid out. I can't treat you lavishly, but this is the best we have. We have plenty of Titchcock Dan. Gongjia listened carefully. This place used to have prey occasionally, but recently we haven't even seen small animals. Are you expressing gratitude? Thank you for the warm welcome. Gong's group hesitated at the edge of the road. The alchemist held the pill and asked, Do you two usually only eat this? Bichhyang quietly replied, Almost always. She wondered, Oh, how long have you been eating like that? She looked up at the characters carved in the stone, roughly about 2 years. The alchemist stammered, No, no way, that means no nutrition was absorbed at all. The medicine king jumped up, I can't stand it. Bikyang calmly replied, I don't know what you're talking about, but I still haven't reached the core formation stage. You use the skill to create food. If you only eat things like that, you won't have the strength to get through the snowy field. You are just like me when I was young, not thinking about your body at all. He started pouring water to cook. He stir-fried the rice skillfully. The medicine king laid out the food. Even these old-fashioned folks must eat no matter how scarce it is. When you're young, you have to eat well. Kyungun replied, No need. In fact, I'm almost the same age as Thien Ma. He brought out the food to remind you. Do you only eat that kind of elixir too? All right. If you are older, you should eat well for your age. Don't let the body suffer anymore. Gongjia picked up the bowl of food and ate quickly, his eyes lighting up. The happiness is overwhelming. This has been the most luxurious thing for me since I won the lottery. It calls up a storm of rich flavors on the tongue like a mocha frappuccino double cream syrup and chocolate chips. Such a flavor exists in the world. The alchemist held the food and exclaimed, Oh my god, this is so delicious. Bik Hai Hang couldn't help but admire. It truly is an exquisite flavor. Could it be that you are the emperor's chef? All the dishes are truly delicious. Kyun eats deliciously. As the leader, I often eat many different dishes, but I think this is the first time I've tasted something like this. The medicine king smiled proudly. Of course, that's why I received 3 Michelin stars at the age of 50. Instead of a gas stove here, there is only a volcano mouth, otherwise I would make you eat until your stomach bursts. Mun holding food wondered why he came to the tower when he was a successful pharmacist. He replied, Can't I come to someone else? Even that damn saint came here. He asked Han. So you knew the sword saint before coming here? The medicine king folded his arms and complained. What do you know? He is just an unlucky rich kid from a disgusting tycoon family, but he is also a self-made man in Silicon Valley, and a good person. His face showed sadness. In the end, luck turned its back on him, so he could only pick up the sword and go to the tower. The plates of food were quickly cleaned up. Bichhyang spoke up. These strange dishes are the same with diverse and bizarre appearances. I wonder where you all come from and why you are here. She pointed out, could it be that you came here because you were looking for a cure for the frozen corpses outside Gongjia? And the fake golden lion looked at each other, and he replied, No, we are still searching for a cure. She was sad indeed. Bichhyang recounted, in fact, all the best Taoist masters here had started researching this strange disease, but all in vain. Even the experts on corpses, the masters of the heavenly sect, are at a loss. Even if I tell you those guys from outside have nothing to hide. She closed her eyes in resignation. Is there really no cure? Gong immediately reached out towards the fake golden lion and medicine king. I'm not boasting, but you just saw us cook. We have knowledge different from everyone here. Especially the pharmacist present here is more excellent than anyone else when it comes to healing and making medicine. He replied, Just lucky. He sat quietly listening to the introduction. The person over there can also assist this pharmacist. Bichhyang and Kyun looked at each other and said, If you can help us a little now, we might succeed in making the cure. They said, You said the therapy method is something, it's not that there is no way. The alchemist replied happily, What is that? Then the two went inside, waiting here. They disappeared into the cave. In a moment, both quickly came back out. When the alchemists saw Bichhyang and Kyun Gunun carrying a coffin on their shoulders, they gently set it down. The coffin was opened, and Gong family and Medicine King looked inside to see a tightly bound corpse. The Gong master looked in and slowly said, This is a corpse frozen inside the coffin. Bichi Hang's eyes were sad. He was a disciple of the Wudang sect. She quietly confided. After being bitten by the corpse, he used his body to conduct research and entrusted the body to us. We only found one treatment method, a blood transfusion, so we restrained him. She touched a nail on the corpse with her hand. The nail was slowly pulled out. The corpse suddenly came to life, screaming loudly. It tried to get up. The alchemist was startled and fell back. Bichhyang immediately reinserted the nail as you have seen. She looked at the corpse thoughtfully. If the blood vessels between the brain and spinal cord are blocked, it could stop the zombie from functioning. However, this is only a temporary method and cannot completely cure it. The image of the moon spot appears in the zombie's body. If you pierce these points on the corpse, not only will the blood and energy stagnate, but the toxic energy will also be blocked. She quietly closed the coffin lid, knowing that no matter how hard she tried, she could not eliminate this toxic energy from the body. Demonic beings nurture demonic energy within their bodies, and the energy flow in Taoist practitioners is always moving like water. Therefore, just one bite is enough to be fatal. Kyun stood silently listening to her presentation, his body burning as if on fire, and by the time it stopped he had become a living corpse. Baek Hyang told about a monk, a grandmaster of Shaolin, who could endure the longest. After being bitten he could stay conscious for an entire year. However, this is one of the exceptions. Normally, after being bitten for 15 days one turns into a zombie. Then she looked up and asked, "So, can you find a way to completely cure this?" The alchemist and the medicine king could only remain silent. Baek Hyang gently sat up and said, "It's okay, I thought there were only 2 people left in this world, but today I have met other lucky survivors and that is enough." Kyun Gun said, "I will prepare sleeping places for you all, so let's stop here for today, go to sleep, and we will continue tomorrow." Night fell with the moonlight shining brightly into the cave. "Pharmacist, king, alchemist, and Muon half asleep," mumbled Marcus. "If you keep leaving like this, I'll only ever be second in life. I can't eat anymore." Ji opened his eyes wide, unable to sleep. The old spirit saw this and asked Zombie, "Why can't you sleep?" Yu replied, "I have something to confirm." The old man silently watched him, a shadowy figure approaching the gong. They whispered, "Asleep, seems like it, so let's seize this opportunity." He suddenly opened his eyes and sat up, startling Kyunu and Baek Hyang, who were bathing in the hot spring. He shouted, What is it? Kid, I thought you were asleep." Baek Hyang just silently glanced at her, probing sharp, "When did you realize it?" You stood up and clearly expressed, "From the beginning until now I have found everything very strange." He recounted the image of the 2 of them fighting with branches. "In this cold weather, if you 2 only wear thin clothes and don't practice internal energy, you would have died by now. Thanks to internal energy, the body is protected from the cold, and those who use more internal energy are more aggressive but tire quickly." Gong Jia raised a finger and said, "So when focusing on internal energy training, you can't pay attention to anything else. Did both of you get bitten?" Old spirit listens just like magic, and sex you are only trying to use a large amount of internal energy to suppress it. Am I wrong? Baek Hyang was dazed for a moment, then sat up, making Kyun-gu stop her. "Girl, you are definitely about to take off your clothes." "All right, old man, no need to explain." "You are right, kid from Tan Ngoi. Both shirt seams have bite marks. The master and the old man were bitten by Kangxi 3 years ago, but to be precise, your words are still somewhat wrong," Kyunu emphasized. "It's not that we are holding it back, but blocking the blood meridians with internal energy." The old spirit gritted his teeth and shouted, "Crazy, how can you withstand the power absorption?" The old man began to explain to Gong Ra. "Young master, do you know about the strange energy sword technique?" "Yes. Channel your internal energy into the swords to make them fly." The image of Baek Hyang blocking the meridians and blood vessels with internal energy means they are now moving entirely by internal energy, like using a strange weapon to control a sword. You froze upon hearing that, her hand clutching her heart, the heartbeat. Veins ran up Kyunu's neck, breath from the lungs, even the arm was affected. Every movement of each joint, each muscle fiber, everything necessary for life. They are controlling each one with internal energy. The old man emphasized that looking at Baek Hyang and Kungu was like wielding a rare sword all day long, so even taking a few steps was enough to tire these crazy guys. She quietly replied, "We are going through a great spiritual demon war like that." Kyunu was deep in thought. 3 years had passed. The scene gradually returned to the battle of the past, dying because of the betrayal of subordinates. Even the most trusted demon cannot be allowed. Half of the blood demons had died, declared to leave the martial world, and the elders scattered everywhere, unable to find any trace. This is not the time to fight with those sect fools. Our cult, even the whole world, is facing a greater threat spreading everywhere. The whole group knelt respectfully and said, "Heavenly Demon, according to your arrangement we have selected people from various sects and built the pharmacy. Of course, the head of the Yang sect and the masters of Mao Mountain sect are all present. We have captured many people infected with the zombie disease and used their bodies for research, achieving results in a short time. However, their voices gradually became powerless. Thien Ma, we have had to face Blood Ma and Guang. Today we defeated 100 zombies, but tomorrow thousands more will appear. We cannot withstand this plague." The person knelt down in pain. "Thien Ma, please leave this island. No matter what, those turned into zombies cannot swim across the sea. How can martial arts exist in only one place? Where there are banners of the 4 schools, there can be no martial arts. Before being tainted, this world was bound by alliances. The world has changed and the rules no longer matter. Please forget the oath made to the martial arts alliance leader. You must live well." The voice kept crying out. The voice of Thien Ma gradually faded away. After hearing everything, Thien Ma sighed. "How could you have endured until now?" Baek Hyang and Kyun looked at each other as if consulting, then spoke. "Follow me." Gongjiang heard this and quickly put on his shirt and went outside with them. They kept walking on the white snow. At some point when a person dies, Biqiang slowly said, "You are about to hear a very interesting story about martial arts." She looked at the statue in front of her and recounted the old story. A master must reach the highest level of diamond indestructibility in the realm of 10,000 poisons. Invincible, because no poison can harm him. Extraordinary, because no swordsmanship can injure him. The strongest poison and sharpest blades cannot defeat this person. He is unbeatable. Her calm voice echoed, but even in myths, such a champion could not be accepted. Bichai Hang turned and asked, "Hey kid, from outside, how do you think that master died?" Gongjia was quite surprised. "What killed that person?" Bichang coldly answered, "Died because of the lustful demon." She began to explain, "Pleasure from the union of man and woman is not poison, nor is it sharper than a sword." You wondered immediately. But isn't excessive pleasure also poison? She also agreed to follow. That's right, for that reason, from the beginning, the lustful demon. Bikhang continued, "Time slowly passed. That person started from gentle pleasure, the most dreamy, and by the end reached the peak of ecstasy. They walked and listened, mating with the sex demon, and at the climax of pleasure the master did not feel any pain. The master greatly enjoys the strikes from the whip of the sexual demon. Every small movement of the demon's hands, feet, and eyes becomes the master's happiness." She suddenly raised her hand at the last moment. Then she placed her hand on her neck to describe. The lustful demon gently chained the master's neck like this. Bich Hai Hang continued the story without using any strength at all. When the master stopped breathing, his face was filled with a smile, and she loudly declared that according to the story, the master's death was immersed in pleasure and was not considered a misfortune. The lesson of this story is very simple. Kyun Gunun warned, "Don't mess with random things like ghosts." And that wasn't an old story, it was something that had actually happened. The three of them were standing on a cliff, observing the zombies below. The masters of golden jade weapons lived in Yangmen. Last year, the sex demon came and assassinated them. The cries are now echoing everywhere. Hu Bichiang suddenly slipped down. In the underworld, most beginners are confused. Their goal is not to fit in but to join and reach the realm of the champion. The goal of martial arts is immortality and eternal life. She keeps a resurrected corpse and whispers. Ko Bichiang and Kyun Gunun are moving these zombies. She has a bit of difficulty raising her voice. 10,000 poisons are not as deadly as poison itself, but one can die from something else. Diamond warriors do not die from swords, but they will die from other things. She was a bit tired. Do you understand? Gangsters simply do not choose familiar martial art styles. Kunun, exhausted from staying by the side, gasped for breath and laid the living corpse down. Bichiang then coldly exclaimed, "When one chooses to live in such a deserted place, it is also choosing death for oneself." Then the two of them focus on moving their own corpses. People will die someday. We all know that. If you think about your own death, do you feel oppressed? She looked at the zombies, her voice heavy with sadness. But we do not wish to die like that. Kyun gritted his teeth, enduring the fatigue, and continued moving the zombies. Dying from assassination or poison, falling into the hands of bandits, being surrounded and attacked, or taking a hit from a Shaolin monk is all acceptable. Bichiang frowned, moving the remaining zombies. The best way is to die when breaking through the highest level of martial arts sect. Therefore, we cannot accept this kind of death. Hearing their words, Gong seemed to realize something. That's why we have been able to hold out until now. The two Kyun Gunun firmly asserted that we do not want to die in a way we do not desire. Everything happens naturally. You remember that fake Kim Soo said, although the cause of death is the same, the time of death is different. I don't see any signs of movement. Now that the sun is high, they are discussing. Very few people survived my day today. Very few people have survived until today. Last night was a bright moonlit night. Although not as bright as the sun, moonlight also contains calcium. It is a secret code, she warned. Now we fight without horses. Tuyet leaves Kyun Gunun screaming. Dong Pi Muram will never be defeated so easily. Bich Hyang also retorted that the ultimate fate of the main school will be swallowed by corpses. Everyone is about to die. He refuses to surrender and continues. If we are truly defeated, we should only die at the hands of the most evil sorcerer. She is determined to defend her stance to the end. If the main faction disappears, it will only be because of division and factionalism. The two suddenly performed a ceremony together, and records of 5 generations disappeared. All the secretaries were fired without pay, even though there was no one to read the documents. But this world still exists, because there are still 2 people who have not died yet, Kyun said cautiously. The martial arts leader Nam Kung family head, the supreme family head Nam Kung Van, all are people in the martial arts world, even though the world has billions of people, and 99.99% of them die from the plague. Bichiang also said afterwards, Life Bond Seal born from the Bond Seal, and the last person in the world to commit suicide, their death in the game is also suicide. This is a battle to probe the situation of this world. Life and death decision. Secret question number 990. Kyun wonders what is written on the death notice. She immediately responded to life and death. The old man shouted angrily, it was unacceptable. The two of them rushed at each other again. Kyun-gun pinched her cheek without any mercy. Humanity is in danger, the world is declining. Gong-ra watches them fight, not knowing what to do. The apocalypse will come within the next 990 days, but you should not exclaim, this Gong family cannot believe it, it cannot be like this. The sound of arguing still echoes as the two of them fight. It's not right, it can't happen like this. They looked at each other with intense eyes. To the swordsman this was a great battle, but no matter how skilled the technique it still looked like a joke. Old Spirit unconsciously asked, what are you going to do? Are you going to kill Thien Kwai, and then the martial arts leader? He sighed helplessly and continued, all right, it is a merciful punishment, but that doesn't mean it's easy. Gongjia listened carefully to his words, but he couldn't change the fact that we are just strangers. After a while he spoke up, I know that's something we don't want. He looked at the two people fighting in front of Hakwiat Tam. There are people who only want to die at the hands of someone they choose. I will control this world in my own way. I don't know how much time has passed, the sun has gradually set behind the mountains. A voice called out, the sky has already darkened. It's winter now, the days pass by quickly. They returned like that, walking and discussing. I will make a definite decision tomorrow about who will speak. Mun has been waiting in the cave for a long time, he coldly asked. Where have you been? The alchemist honestly said I was treating a patient. I was quite busy yesterday. Gongjia also heard and asked if there was any progress. The medicine king sighed and said nothing. Baekhyang turned and left. I'll be away for a while, feel free to relax. Did Gong family agree immediately? Goodbye. You turned back with a completely cold tone. Now go ahead and say everything. The alchemist was a bit surprised. He Gong revealed the other's lie. She knew exactly how much time was needed to heal the patient. She took off her glasses, sighed, and said, all right. She honestly said at least 120 days. The medicine king also interrupts, and it will take 2 to 3 attempts to succeed. That's too much of a waste of time. When success has been achieved, it is already too late. The alchemist also admitted he was right, that this is the worst case ever. The Gong master pondered and said, at least 100 days, and at most 300 days. She felt guilty and said, you're right, it might not even be possible due to poor facilities. Sorry, I trusted you so much. She continued, when the gods are alive, it will still be a normal world 10 days before the incident, and it is very difficult to treat in a short time. But Gongjia said, no, that's enough. He smiled reassuringly, don't worry, I'll manage the time issue. Rest assured and continue your research. He asked, do you remember what we said to each other when we first fell into this world? The alchemist immediately recounted, it is another world, not an ordinary book. We are here to save the world, right? Gongjia firmly said what I told her will not change. Time is limited, it's before the apocalypse. If we want to get out of here, we must complete this research. So stop all pointless activities immediately. You seriously said I will do my best to live up to your expectations and trust. Therefore, you must also fulfill your responsibilities as a superior. The alchemist listened attentively and replied, stop overthinking, Gongji has already reached out. The alchemist held his hand, yes, I will try to solve everything with my own strength. Future Master Luanghu, trust me and let's do it. The alchemist smiled confidently, trust me and leave this task to me. If I weren't the Death King right now, I might still be in my shop in the slums. All my belongings are gone, honestly, I can't imagine it turning out like this. She said very seriously, I want to repay this favor from the King of Death. I will put all my effort into making the healing medicine. However, the alchemist reached out to the gong and said, if I focus too much on work, I simply can't pay attention to my surroundings. Maybe I won't behave properly. So you didn't think, and responded immediately. No problem, just do your best. The alchemist adjusted his glasses and continued speaking. I understand now. Then you distribute the work. From now on, Dirk Vung will be my assistant and support me with all his abilities. After hearing that, the Medicine King was quite angry. His assistant shouted loudly, this is the first time I've seen such an insolent person, so let me help you sober up with some cold water. Where did a snot-nosed kid like you come from ordering me to be your assistant? But the alchemist master didn't care, and coldly ordered to unlock the skill. The Medicine King became even more furious at her attitude. What do you mean wanting to show off your skills to me? These kids nowadays think they can do anything just because they have skills. Not knowing anything is truly the ability of kids like that person. The alchemist also replied arrogantly. Can you take a look at what my skills are? He was stunned by her. What did he say? Let the competitor know all of your skills. The Medicine King questioned her. Are you awake? The alchemist did not hesitate to answer immediately. If not, I will show you what they do. She began to introduce this skill as a mobile hospital. With this skill, I can examine everything from blood to brain waves. With the information gathered, I might be able to develop an antidote. However, the probability of misdiagnosis is 2%. This is a life-saving diagnostic skill that can determine the patient's condition through a part of the gene. I combined these two skills to minimize misdiagnosis rates, but suddenly the Medicine King interrupted. Wait a minute. You lost your temper and scolded. Hey, why are you showing me your skills? What if I sell this information to others in the same field or to smiths? The alchemist calmly replied, if you want to do that, go ahead, but for this potion brewing you must be my assistant. The Medicine King stubbornly refused. No, why did you tell me? You don't care but said I want to speed up making the antidote, so I need your help. The alchemist leaned close to the other person and asked, do I look that hateful to you? She was strangely calm now. He is angry because of the annoying appearance and arrogant attitude of a kid. He is upset because of the talent I have. The Medicine King also gritted his teeth listening to every word she said. Because in the future I will live longer than you. Are you so angry about the truth that you're going crazy? The alchemist does not hesitate to set conditions. If you help me this time, I will give you all the formulas I have created. I created them without telling anyone. Medicine King, please take them and use them. But as she finished speaking, a slap like thunder struck her face. Immediately, the alchemist's glasses flew off. The Medicine King scolded angrily. The alchemist calmly picked up the glasses and said, I will analyze the zombie virus. The Medicine King gritted his teeth in anger and said, you will find that there are mountains higher than mountains. However, the alchemist still holds his own view. Pharmaceutical King, do as I say. He couldn't stand it and shouted. Because her pride was trampled on one day, it will definitely rot inside. She still tries to persuade. Pharmaceutical King, please do as I say. I will give you a list of necessary items. Find them and bring them here for me. He pointed at her and spoke. One day she will meet someone better than her. The alchemist said nothing, just looked at him. After a while they got to work. The alchemist put on gloves and said, Medicine King, sorry, but please follow what is written here. She gently reminded Death King, please be careful with your breath. It is hindering my work, the Medicine King said while taking notes. Catch 6 zombies on the way back and bring them here. I need more samples, children, elderly, young people of different genders. Gong Jia listened seriously to the instructions. And if you find the medicine, I ask you to bring it here. He drew a line with his sword and confidently spoke. Just trust me. Then everyone started coming out of the cave to search. Another mark was carved on the wall. Kyun-gun looked at the scene before him and said he felt quite tired lately because his body hasn't been cooperating. I don't know how far these corpses can go today, maybe 1,000 miles. Keep moving, and don't rest anymore. One day passed and another mark appeared on the wall. They were busy fighting the demon changelings every day. I don't know how many marks have been added to the wall by now. They brought back countless different types of substitutes to the cave. Another day passes with another mark on the wall. When Gong came out with the zombie book, the fake golden lion and the others were studying something. Time passed like that since entering the Book of Revelation. The two of them have been diligently working while everyone else has rested. A week has quickly gone by. Outside, the snow is falling heavily, making everyone feel depressed. Bik Hyung looked at the sky and sighed. Surely today she couldn't go outside. She turned around to light the candles, never expecting a day like this, but luckily the weather had been clear recently. At worst, it snowed for about 30 days with no light, so she couldn't move a step. Hearing that, Gongjia immediately wondered, wouldn't the zombies move? Is that okay? You can't summon zombies if you go too far. She replied helplessly. No choice, just consider them lost. Bik Hai Hang slowly recounted that just 3 years ago, the sect's forces had already reached 1,000 people. The rookies brought in by the old men from the sect are about that strong. Yet they escaped those zombies without a single one left behind. Gong said unconsciously, that kid is the scariest. She was very confused after hearing it. You quietly listen to him waking up and the moon has already faded. I don't know when these remaining zombies will disappear. Bich Hai Hang asked back, are you the one feeling scared? Aren't you afraid to admit it? Yes, I suppose so. She stood up and said, after all, the world has been overturned. Anyone who dared to bark nonsense like that before would have lost their head. If this world collapses, you should consider it a blessing. Gongjia avoided and turned his face away. Both the heavenly demon and the leader are masters. Compared to me, I feel guilty because their martial arts achievements are unmatched. Your voice still echoes, but no matter how skilled you are, internal energy is not bottomless. Gongjia didn't hesitate to ask, when will the internal energy disappear? The person is stopping the blood in the ancient life by using internal energy, right? Bich Hyang closed her eyes and listened attentively. The speaker said that the heartbeat, breathing, and even the hands all require internal energy to move. No matter how strong the internal energy is, it will eventually be depleted due to such wastefulness. The Gong Master firmly affirmed that humans will eventually die. I ask again, Lord Demon, when will your internal energy run out? Bik Hyang remained silent, then after a while she sighed, you are really quick. The Gong family's Purple King spoke up, there are only a few days left, right? But the opponent advised not to act so tough. The Death King is really too clever. From then on, he concluded that the reason the Heavenly Demon 7 destruction causes others to be startled is quite simple. Gongjia slowly said that if the internal energy is lost, those two people will gradually become unable to move. Biqiang also admitted it. That's right. She slowly cultivated her internal energy with her kidneys, lungs, dantian and other parts rotting away, leaving only those 3 parts intact. Gongra also realized that the person already knew beforehand. Biqiang replied. After all, I have spent a year with the flower monks of Shaolin Temple. She went to a nearby monk zombie, a flower monk, a monk who broke his vows by drinking and eating meat, afraid others wouldn't know he was a flower monk or what, so he pretended to die. Passing away in a meditative posture like that no one knew. Bitch Hai Hang looked at the person in front of her, and thought heavily that if she removed that face it would be no different from a zombie because the whole body was rotten and blackened. Amitabha, he only left that dying wish before passing away. She didn't wait for you to answer. She asked if I was scared. That's right, I'm scared. I fear my internal energy will gradually be depleted, and my vital energy will slowly run out. The snowstorm outside seems to reflect Biqiang's thoughts. I fear that with the snowstorm the sunlight cannot be seen, and I fear that under this clear sky I will have to witness my subordinates leaving one by one. She is not afraid to speak her mind. It turns out that the master is afraid he cannot kill that old man, and even more afraid that he will come back to kill him. I fear the day when both he and I can only lie still in bed without moving. Biqiang looked at Kunun and couldn't stop thinking, fearing that when we lie on the bed we will only wait until the internal energy dries up and completely disappears. She softly called out. Demon Kun Gun spoke again. I'm sorry. He cried and turned back. I probably can't move anymore. She remained silent, thinking about herself and the whole world. I am just as scared. The other person's sobbing apologies kept echoing. I'm very sorry. Biqiang stands in the snowy sky expressing her feelings. I fear that death is meaningless. Outside the snowstorm keeps falling as if reflecting her feelings. Even her desperate struggles in the end mean nothing. The two silently disappeared in this world, only snow falls, and the world is like a colorless landscape painting. Right now, Kunun is being examined by the fake golden lion. After a while, she helplessly said, I'm sorry, given the current situation I cannot treat him. Bai Hyang still refused to give up and ordered Kunun to stand up. He could only weakly say, forgive me. But she remained stubborn. What I want is not your apology. Stand up. Martial arts leader Nam Kyun, you no longer hold the same leadership as before. Are you not going to fulfill your promise to me? You are the one who raised the banner of righteousness for the martial arts sect and declared war against the demonic cult. Was all that just boasting? Biqiang's voice was full of helplessness. Wasn't it the person who gathered the 5 clans and planned the decisive battle? Therefore, a person cannot die in bed. At this moment, a strange black smoke emanated from her body. She stood up and grabbed a weapon. Her aura left the Gong family stunned. You don't need to hold a cane or any sharp weapon. The alchemist couldn't help but shout. Oh, my Biqiang still refuses to give up, whether it's a whip or a branch. Grab it and fight me. Kyun-gun now could only sigh and say, I'm sorry. Biqiang screamed wildly. I told you to get up, ancestor, but all I got was an apology. I'm sorry for being weaker than you. He lay there murmuring, I wish I could endure one more day, but I cannot. I feel that I am using innate true qi. All my internal energy has vanished and my qi is depleted. Biqiang quietly listened attentively. If it were you, you might hold on for about another year, but I can only make it this far, Kyun-gun said resignedly. I am weaker than you, kill me. Kyun's voice was full of bitterness. I don't want to be like the Shaolin abbot. Kill me before my body rots away. If I become a zombie, even if I stand in front of someone that is not really me, I am alive but not truly living. That's why Biqiang didn't let him finish speaking and interrupted him. So you say I killed someone while you were lying in a sickbed? She clenched her fist and exclaimed. So now you want to say that? Her anger filled the cave with demonic energy. Is this the end of the great battle we agreed upon? Suppose you and I had met our end a little earlier for some honor you have endured until now. Biqiang kept blaming. If we gather all the people of our sect, and the righteous side, and then order a collective self-destruction to feel that glory, you are truly a stubborn person. Kyun-gun choked up, not knowing what to say. She bent down beside him and gently said, Nam Kyun, since you were born, you have been a once-in-a-thousand-years talent and have gained all the admiration and envy of the martial world. At just 20 years old, he reached the highest realm, and before 30, he became the head of the Nam Kyun clan. When the era of demon cultivation flourished, he was honored as the leader. Biqiang kept talking passionately, but the other party did not respond. You hold all the essence of martial arts sects, and all the principles of the righteous path were established by you. Do you want me to gently take your head with the demon hand of this seat? She stood up angrily. All right, I will kill you, but you won't die the way you want. The demonic aura of Baekhyang is so strong that it makes everyone uncomfortable and avoid it. A huge axe suddenly appeared in her hand. She pointed it directly at Kyun-gun without hesitation. The old man of the Nam-kyun family, the thing you once treasured the most. Okay, Boon, I still haven't forgotten that. He turned his head to look at her, struggling to speak. You say at Voquen He Peep lost his martial arts. You said so, then just kill me as you wish. Kyun seemed to have truly let go. Everything will end with the conclusion of the martial world. The Martial Arts Alliance leader has issued a demand and acknowledged the end of the Orthodox sect. Moreover, the head of the Orthodox martial arts sect has also died from his own illness. The master of the demon sect declared this. Bitch Hai Hang screamed wildly, you should quickly admit defeat. He helplessly raised his voice. Impossible. Kyun-gun kept crying. Impossible. I can't say that. Sorry, bitch Kyang. At that moment she took up arms and advanced towards him. Sorry. Baekhyang spoke up, saying that since you said if you turn into a zombie living is not really living, it doesn't matter anyway. But the crutch fell right next to Kunun. Baekhyang coldly declared, even if you die now, it is not really death. Before leaving she added, living but not living, dying but not dying, then how is she any different? I don't see any difference. She looks up at the sky with a sad gaze, it's truly meaningless. Everyone went to check on him in this world, everyone will become zero. On the early morning of the 9th day when entering Mok Hai Huin, the martial arts leader Nam Kyun was terminally ill. At that moment an excited voice rang out. The precious sample has been received. The alchemist looked at Kun-gun frozen beside him. The zombies infected for nearly 10 years only showed the virus at a certain level when analyzed. Thanks to this specimen, the infection process can be observed in a short time. She gave Gong a report saying that after death, infection doesn't happen immediately, but there seems to be a certain period of awakening. It probably takes time for the virus to fully invade the brain. This is the revised research result. The medicine king grumbled, wondering if this girl was good at making medicine, but the master explained that she didn't know anything at all. How could she be so arrogant? The alchemist then said, even though I have put all my effort into research, I still couldn't make the medicine for you. Gongjia asked, are you short on time? She nodded in response immediately. Yes, at least 90 days, and at most 120 days are required. Suddenly, Kyun's body made a noise frightening her. He started yelling uncontrollably. Baek Hai Hang entered from outside and exclaimed how pathetic. She placed the sword against his neck and said, so when you remove that shell, is this what you become? Looks no different from a scavenger. Just eat and eat until the body can't move anymore. Just keep dying like that. It's like forgetting martial arts when it comes to chivalry, and losing chivalry when it comes to martial arts. Baekhyang put her hands straight into the opponent's mouth. Eat it. Mun was terrified and about to rush up. What the hell are you doing? If you do that, you'll become a zombie too. Gong immediately stopped him. Don't come near. Suddenly, a purple light appeared on Baekhyang's side. She slowly stole the sound. It was already over. Her hands had turned pitch black. She collapsed with a grunt, then threw her head back and laughed maniacally. The old spirit beside me warned me to be careful of zombies. The demonic energy created by Baekhyang enveloped the entire cave. The old spirit immediately recognized it. It's a desperate situation. Bitch Hai Hang smiled strangely and said to them, great, charge in together, let's have a sword fight. She didn't hesitate to swing her sword and shout, you all are about to die. Gong saw the situation was bad and urged everyone to run quickly. The medicine king was beheaded by her in an instant. Mun only managed to curse once before running away too. The old demon spirit closely followed Gong Ra, and they couldn't help but exclaim that he was truly going crazy. He witnessed the entire scene of Baekhyang fiercely fighting, Mumun surpassing the demonic realm, probably because his internal energy and vital energy surged one last time before disappearing. Perhaps now we are temporarily stepping into the realm of life and death. Even at the peak, if we fought 10 times, I would probably lose 4 times. Baekhyang wildly swings her sword in all directions. I will make this world fall into misery. The martial mountain is burning down completely. This world must be engulfed in hatred. Her crazy voice kept echoing like that. The demonic sect is the sky of martial arts, and I am the sky of the demonic sect. If you have the right to discuss the heavenly secret sect, the sect that shouted Death King, the alchemist must flee quickly. Gong family took the alchemist away, still hearing Baekhyang's voice. People like you are really worthless. Those stupid righteous fools. Where did Namkyun-gun and Namkyun-gun go? The alchemist could only helplessly watch the scene in the cave. In this martial world, no matter how dense the forest or how high the sky is, there's really no one who can withstand the sword of the throne. Tu Vung, quickly bring Nam Kyun here for me. I don't know when Baekhyang stood right behind you. The alchemist nestled into Gong Ra's arms. Lord Suwang, I trust you. Right after she finished speaking, the system announced that you have died. After the downward slash, blood splattered everywhere. Death that causes no sound, no trace, and no scent. In the cold blizzard now, only Baekhyang stands there alone. That person in this whole dark world, a cursed fate buried in white snow. That's all. Death to me is not the end. She just stood there alone, with no one beside her, turning back time from now to find her own world. The snow fell thickly, covering the whole sky. Footprints were left on the snow. A little girl was standing alone under the snowfall. The little girl kept watching the figure in front of her grow more distant. She called out loudly, "Mom," but no matter how much she called, the person still left. The other mother finally heartlessly left the little girl alone in the cold. The girl's eyes were full of confusion. Bi-hyung knew nothing at all. She keeps wondering if her mother abandoned her, used the excuse of crossing snowy roads to leave more reasonably, or if her mother really lost her. The truth is, Bi-hyung truly knows nothing. Elsewhere, Gong Jia was lying on the floor, a notice board displaying a line of text randomly copied from Bi-hyung. After some time, he woke up and asked if the pharmacist had obtained all the information. Old Spirit hesitated and replied vaguely. Then he continued, "You have to learn so that my information and yours match exactly. We should have checked each other to avoid forgetting." Gongra just had to accept it. "But all right then, you offered. Then let's choose a skill now, right?" The Old Spirit heard it and reached out to take a skill card. You start reviewing. What about this one? The information on the card also appears quickly. The demonic heavenly sect known as AC is an effective demonic cult. They not only hate and curse the laws of heaven but also establish a pope and create a new doctrine. The Demon Heaven Divine Skill is the essence of that doctrine. Those who possess the Demon Heaven Divine Skill have the power to turn the world upside down. To master the techniques of this martial art, one must have deep hatred and resentment. The more you hate and curse the world, the dimmer the sky becomes. If you master this martial art's secret, you will become a demon who can overthrow the heavens, but the drawback is that practicing it will cause you to lose yourself. Gongjia was a bit surprised and opened his eyes wide. Ma Thien asked, "Is it the martial art we saw earlier?" Lao Tianlin nodded in confirmation. "This is exactly demonic cultivation." He folded his arms and said, "In short, whether it's martial arts or formations, it all depends on how we deal with this world." The Gong Master asked again how to resolve and cope with the current situation, and the Old Spirit replied yes. Then he began to explain that the Orthodox sect wants to follow the world, while the demonic sect wants to overthrow it. Therefore, martial artists from the Orthodox sect always use following the world as a basis to cultivate themselves, while the demonic sect uses the excuse of overthrowing the world to create their own blood feud. He took a stance, preparing to swing his sword, and said, "Let's take a simple example." Then without a word, he struck down, and a sudden burst of energy appeared like a fierce beast waiting. The Old Spirit's strike aimed straight at Gongra. If the move comes from above the head to slash down some martial arts, call it the tiger's pounce strike. Hence it's called the tiger stance sword attack. He somewhat disdainfully said, "Whether it's a tiger or a cow doesn't matter, because anyway the techniques will differ, depending on the person who created the secret manual." What did they realize in the process of creating that martial art? In short, whether it's a tiger or a bull, the most important thing is to learn and replicate the techniques. At this moment, Gongda, exhausted, knelt down and thought to himself that everything in this world is created from its own essence, so following nature makes sense. Then the Old Spirit continued speaking. In the demon sect, when teaching techniques, they say it like this. With an angry face, he delivered a powerful strike. "Remember the rage when you were stabbed in the stomach by the robber." Old Spirit Lin then continued with several more moves. "Remember when your little sister was taken away by the county magistrate. Remember your helpless moment. Remember waiting all night outside the guardhouse only to receive your little sister's corpse." Then he bent his leg, his shadow clear on the wall. "Try to recall the scene when you buried your sister's body. At that time, it was winter. The ground was frozen and couldn't be dug up, so you had to use your hands to turn it over." His voice grew more and more angry, then his fingernails were torn off, blood flowed profusely, and finally he couldn't dig anymore, so he had no choice but to cover your younger sibling with soil in a hole less than a foot deep. Finally, he exclaimed, "Remember the feeling when you touch that pile of rubble, then use those hands to hold the sword, lament your helplessness, and let that fuel your hatred for this cruel world." Gongra was so captivated by those words that he unconsciously continued, "Use your hands to tear the world apart." The Old Spirit gently replied, "That's right." He spoke again. "The method that uses internal energy is the way to awaken and stir people's hearts. Whether you are a hunter or a tyrant, victory or defeat depends solely on how you use internal energy." Every word of the Old Spirit made him ponder. Simply put, it's all about fighting spirit, and demonic power always has the upper hand in spirit. In short, you don't need to study zombies. When he finished speaking, Gong suddenly said, "I want to learn." This made him so confused that he stammered, Hey, you said that, so I repeated it again. I said I want to learn." He was so angry he couldn't stand it and pointed at your face, scolding you not to say you were enchanted by some nonsense demon sword techniques. "You must be crazy. It's just that she exerted her vital energy one last time to temporarily enter the life and death realm." It seems those words of yours still can't get through to him. It's just an outburst, only a temporary burst of energy. Zombie, our ancestors taught us long ago not to be fooled by fake vitality. Compared to my martial arts, that demonic skill is just trash. Gongjia boldly asked back. Do you feel tired now, trying to learn martial arts from others, instead of from me? The old spirit shouted in confusion. What? Gongjia gently advised. Don't worry, after all, our swordsman is the best martial artist in the world. I don't know about that. I heard that you intend to study the demonic, heavenly divine skill. The old spirit couldn't help but smirk upon hearing this. Ah, I am the strongest after all. By the way, what exactly did you say you intended to learn from the demon sect's divine skill? Gongjia smiled slyly and said, It's because this time on stage I want to conquer it perfectly. He continued, because if I develop a cure, even if I save 2 people, it's still saving, but others have been dead for 2 years. I can't treat and save them back to health. Your voice is getting more and more agitated. So what will the outcome be? Martial arts, the leader, and the heavenly demon will become Adam and Eve. Do you think this is a good ending? Old Spirit was left speechless by you only stammering a little. No, that's not it. Just thinking about the 2 of them living harmoniously and happily makes my mood extremely bad. Gongjia took out a card and said, Creating the medicine is only the first condition for a happy ending. A truly happy ending is when the characters in the story get what they desire. You don't hesitate to express your own wishes. I want to give a perfect ending for the heavenly demon and the martial arts leader. Immediately after the system announced, selection completed, skill copied. The announcement keeps sounding your hunter rank is D penalty, due to skill appearance. Meanwhile, the Gong family keeps thinking of course it doesn't end here. The nightmare of the heavenly demon, this is another hell I must overcome. The system gradually reveals information, recreating the emotional wounds of the enemy who killed my friend with a moderate level of punishment. In the meantime, he suddenly thought there would be a chance to calmly talk about this. Finally, a location announcement from the system, this is the ghost path. Mun stood in the blizzard, unable to bear it, and cried out, It's so cold. Suddenly someone's voice echoed, surprising the alchemist. Is it Siberia, a whole region of ice and snow? Singing, she turned back and smiled at the Gong family. Thank you, Tsu Wang. You calmly replied. This is obvious, no big deal. Master Thien Vu, please arrange for Duok Vuong. The alchemist replied, immediately continuing to trust, but Gong family remembered something. Yes, that's right. You pointed ahead and continued. Just now at that spot I just saw a shadow pass by. Mon felt a bit uneasy after hearing that. What's wrong with these guys? Why is everyone here completely frozen? Gong said his thoughts. I think it's zombies. Everyone was shocked and screamed. What was that? You still calmly signal, look at this. You point to the mouth of a zombie, there is a lot of meat on their teeth. This bite definitely looks like it came from some kind of beast. The alchemist immediately began to examine it. This is the truth. The DNA of the owner of this body and the flesh inside his mouth do not match. This completely belongs to someone else. The time of death of this body was about 3 years ago, while the meat pile was from 2 years ago. It's hard to imagine, but I think this corpse came back to life and moved about a year ago. The Medicine King stood there trembling as he spoke. I really hate those things like monsters that always appear in horror movies. Try doing something. Gong silently thought to himself. Alright, this episode is much faster than the previous ones. Then you said, Pharmacist King, I have a magical skill. You recalled your conversation with the old spirit. What is on the second page of my fake medicine notebook? Old Spirit Lin said firmly. Don't move, just watch the result of the cell reaction experiment. You were thinking out loud. If we analyze that skill, the alchemist must have figured something out. Well, she couldn't help but say, that's too boastful. This is a perfect research method. There's nothing to criticize, just like what I did. But the vocabulary is completely different from mine. It's really exaggerated. Gongjia smiled brightly, thinking to himself that this person is considered a soldier's child, with an official's temperament very arrogant. The Medicine King impatiently said, anyway, it's lucky because the research time will be shortened. Anyway, I want to stay away from the zombies a bit. Let's move somewhere warmer. Suddenly a voice echoed through the white snow. The demon sect will also end today. The other person was Bitch Hyung, who laughed upon hearing that. A girl spoke up saying it was truly a ridiculous story. I'm so scared. Kyun Gun said, His Highness is that scared too. She didn't care and laughed, saying the sect leader would keep the demon cult's world intact as before. Buan Shang, you miserable man, quickly say goodbye to the orthodox martial arts world. Gongjia witnessed the whole scene and thought to herself, the strongest woman in the world. You just look at the person in front of you and think that's why in the end, she alone survived. In the saddest sense, she is the martial artist who achieved the supreme, the one and only. Bitch Hai, Hang saw you were a bit confused and asked, who are you? Gong knelt on both knees and said, I am someone who comes from a very far place. I have long come here after hearing the mighty reputation of Lord Tian Ma. I have heard of the legendary ancient sword and hold a passionate admiration for it. From now on, I don't know how much time it will take, but your voice has become very determined. Please, great demon lord, accept me as your disciple. On the white snowy ground with snow dust swirling in the cold wind, Bichhyang lay alone, the only living being in this frozen world. Even though her body felt the biting cold, the girl showed no expression, and only thought indifferently, so cold. In such a barren land with harsh weather, the girl heard no one, saw no one, and smelled nothing. Bichhyang could feel that even her internal organs must have frozen solid. At times like this, everyone unconsciously thinks of someone who can warm their heart. Mom, I'm so cold. At that moment, a hole appeared in the gray sky, shining with a holy light that grew larger and dispersed the fog. An old figure with white hair is standing against the light and watching. Oh wow. The elder bowed his head, carefully assessing Bichhyang, who was about to lose consciousness. Strangely, it had been snowing for over 10 days with snow reaching 1.5 meters, yet a child like this could survive. He hurriedly pulled the girl's hand and helped her up, then suddenly made a cryptic remark. You are not an ordinary child. With all your years of experience, elder, you can see that you were born with the snow, and the coldness of this world will become your strength. A child covered by the snowstorm who can still rise like this is rare, just like the characters in martial arts stories. Then he asked about Bai Qiang's identity, what was the child's name, but at that moment the little girl had no memory at all. I don't know. The elder didn't give up, but led people to follow while probing. How old are you? The little girl still uses the previous words. I don't know. Please continue once more. Why are you in this snowy wind? But the answer remains the same. I don't know. In the end, the elder concluded you don't remember anything. Poor thing, abandoned in a place like this. But you have all the qualities to learn. Martial arts. The Northern Sea Master will be very pleased to take you in for 1 billion gold coins. Truly destiny. He gently stroked her head and seemed to invite the girl, but he didn't know whether she would become the pride of the academy, or if the academy would be an opportunity for her. Are you willing to follow me? Seeing that Bichhyang did not react, the elder targeted what she needed most right now. I will let you escape, and rest properly. Sure enough, the little girl immediately nodded without hesitation. Although Bichhyang was very reserved, he always talked with her. I can't smell anything. I have no name or hometown. I was probably born from the cold snow. A purple butterfly never seen before appeared in the sky, as if signaling a new beginning. I will give it my name. From now on it will be Big Hyang, meaning the flavor of white snow. The elder added another sentence, and she is a disciple of the demon sect. So Bichhyang only now raised her first question to the kind stranger who fell from the sky. Where are you taking me? You only reveal that it is a place with children like me. But now the present Bichhyang carries a completely different and powerful aura compared to the past. Impossible. She vehemently denies it in front of the Gong family, who are obediently kneeling. I have never had a disciple. No matter what happens, my principles will never change. That disciple is useless. Kyun Gun, standing outside, also feels exasperated. As the Death King, you are too stingy. I am very glad to see the children are still alive. They have overcome countless difficulties because they want to be your disciples. The old man sincerely advises you. Do you have to be so rigid? Bichhyang sat down and calmed her emotions, saying that they also have feelings. But stubbornness seemed to be ingrained in her blood, beyond saving. However, principles are principles. Not everyone is accepted as a disciple. The academy cannot operate arbitrarily like this. Only children abandoned by their parents and the world are allowed to join the demon sect. Lao Siet clenched his fists in helplessness. We kept saying those old guys were old-fashioned, but it seems someone else is even more stubborn. So instead of continuing to persuade her, he switched his target to Gong Ra. That brat anyway, she already said that. Why don't you forget those petty demons? I am Kyun Gun from the Great Southern Kyun sect. I am the chief of the Taesong tribe and concurrently the sect leader of the righteous faction. Before the old man could finish speaking, you interrupted him. Why did the demon god refuse to accept me as a disciple? Kyun Gunan immediately rushed over and froze for a few seconds. Is that guy ignoring me? Bichhyang sticks to her point. Did I not say so? I only accept children who are abandoned by their families into this world. Even though he was rejected many times, he still tried to convince the other person. This world has changed. Because of a strange disease, people have turned into zombies. The clans and martial arts sects gradually faded away. The expression on Gong's face also darkened, matching the sad tone. This world has abandoned us, so we must abandon it too. Whether she accepts it or not, he thought to himself. Besides, I am a hunter climbing that tower like a lonely child. Then turned to Bichhyang for her opinion. If so, have I met your conditions? Heavenly devil. She was numb and silent, not saying a word. Gongjia feels a bit ashamed to say that he has been abandoned by this world, but it's true that he turned his back on it long ago. Only later did she give him a single chance to prove himself. Alright, if you're that confident, show me your 3 calamity sword. Bichhyang looked down at Gongjia with a cold gaze. I have to personally check if you deserve to study here. You don't seem much different from an empty barrel making a loud noise. You quickly bow with your hand on the sword hilt. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. As soon as the gong was struck and the elephant was summoned, the system immediately notified that your skill was activated and red lightning began to appear around you. Then your aura suddenly changed, becoming more dangerous with dark shadows surrounding you. The eyes still glowed blood red as the second announcement appeared. The Hellfire Heavenly Path evil skill was being activated. Gongo raised his sword and closed his eyes, feeling the shapes of the sword and countless moves being drawn in his mind. But that's all. He still couldn't deeply understand the hell-training Heavenly Dao demon technique. You clearly realize that if you keep showing off your swordsmanship, your body will be torn apart like a flock of sparrows chasing a grasshopper. Gong suddenly remembers the old spirit's reminder about your helplessness and blames the cruelty of this world. When you open your eyes, your pupils reveal sharpness and determination. If they're going to be torn anyway, they should be torn the right way. Someone once taught you that if you try to destroy this world, it is like heresy. That is why heretics nail their bodies to tear this world apart. Gong is the only one who can hear the screams around. Please have mercy and save me. It's so hot, I want to live a little longer. When you practice the Hell Heaven Path evil technique, your mind changed a bit. Chaotic sounds and bloody images keep appearing, burning the witch's acupuncture points. Instead of nails, the essence of heresy is screams. Despair covers all humanity. You do not see us as humans swallowed by your own malice. The lotus weaving carries the sound of anger and agitation. Speak war has forgotten chivalry, and chivalry has forgotten war. If you say that I will kill you as you wish. Gongjia understood long ago that no matter how clever the three-character classic is, it cannot surpass the screams of the lowest humans. No matter how miraculous yin and yang are, the world born from them is full of suffering. Qiyun is so shocked that he loses control. Madu, that sword you are holding is the sword that contains the world's suffering, sharper than the yin-yang sword, as a sage said, a sword that uses a scream stronger than a moving sword. Bikhyang was about to speak but stopped, too vague to enter the mind as you were overwhelmed with emotion. The deeper the suffering, the louder the clash, the stronger the sword. That's why we are powerful. Only the fittest survive. That is the principle of the heresy. Because of those conditions, the shape of the sword used by the heavenly demon must be a scream against the world. With each move, she whispered again by his ear, pausing. However, the Gong family continued swinging the sword relentlessly, each strike carrying deadly energy. The image you remember most is still the scene of your master, standing silently in the snow and wind, but the heavenly demon shouted in his final move. Bikhyang couldn't bear it anymore, and shouted, I told you to stop. She uses her power to block your sword stance, her eyes now carrying a threatening intent. Where did you learn the skills of our sect? Gongjia was tense, sweating profusely as she just escaped the flood of emotions along with the questioning sound in her ear. You can't deceive my eyes. No matter how messy and inexperienced your forms are, what you practice is definitely the hellish path of evil arts. In this world, only members of the evil cult can learn this skill. But I, the leader of the evil cult, have never seen your face. Bikhyang brushed aside the sword and stepped closer to him. Tell me, where did you steal it from? Gong's dry lips struggled to utter each word. Even I was stunned when I saw the relief on his face as he smiled. Am I worth it yet, bitch? Hi. Aang remained silent without giving any response. As soon as she turned her back and left, his body reached its limit and immediately fell into a coma. Sounds of worry arose simultaneously. Two people quickly approached his body and examined it. He had used too much internal energy. I will transfer energy to him. As his eyes still followed her back, a clicking sound suddenly echoed in his ear. The old spirit appeared, folding his arms and looking at him with a judging gaze. You have pushed yourself to the brink of the abyss of death by using martial arts beyond your level. Truly reckless. That's why everyone says you have to start practicing from the basics. Seeing that haggard face, he also showed some respect. Anyway, his figure gradually rose up, carrying a satisfied smile. You're not bad either. The conclusion of the old spirit is that this bastard is impressive. Bikhyang still remembers that day when the snow covered everywhere. The elder took the girl to a lively place and said this is where she would live from now on, telling her to eat when hungry, sleep when tired, and play whenever she wanted, just as an old man waved goodbye. And then the girl heard Master Bikhyang say, just live the life you want. At the dining hall, not long after, the kids were chatting excitedly. Everyone here is wonderful. They don't make me do anything at all. The boy suddenly wondered, could it be that they raised me to be a slave? The girl frowned and scolded immediately. Are you stupid? I've been here all year and never seen them do that before. The little girl asked softly. Forget about that. Have you greeted the newcomer yet? The boy replied, I just met one person. Today many people have come. Bikhyang's hand holding the spoon briefly dropped when they whispered. Are there really that many newcomers? Because of this year's famine. Anyway, you are all welcome here. You might have starved if you were still back home. Maybe thinking about something, the girl suddenly interrupted the conversation. You guys, the little girl is really serious about wanting to know how you got here. The question came so suddenly that they had to pause for a moment. Then each one took turns saying their work was too hard. My mom works in the red light district. I don't want to talk about it, why should I tell you? At night, thieves armed with swords attacked the town. The painful realities unfolded. The whole village suddenly got sick. My dad kept beating me, so I ran away. Because of that, Bitch Hyung clearly remembers that the jar of loneliness, her thoughts kept drifting along with the story. Wow, I even got hit by Grandpa. The girl saw that when all the poisonous insects were put into a jar and sealed, the trapped monster inside would tear them apart. They would wrap around each other and fight to survive until only one remained alive. Not only that, whenever the children open their mouths, the poison will fly out. Are there really that many poisons in the world? The question made the girl blurt out. Are you guys happy? They answered without hesitation. Yes. That made the girl even clearer. This place is not heaven, it is just a cage, nurturing the loneliness inside a person. The kids keep adding that I don't need to earn money from my mother anymore. During the doctor's treatments when I was sick, no one hit me. I was very happy. And so little bitch Hyung watched the elders back and whispered to herself. I don't know. Anyway, the darkness must give way to the morning Sunday. The moment the sun appeared came with an invitation. Breakfast is ready. But the person who came to call quickly got flustered and called bitch Hyung's name. Indeed, she sleeps when she wants to sleep, and eats when she wants to eat. The girl was absent while the kids were noisy. Is there another missing person today? Besides the scorching sun, that tiny body stood out more than ever. Although he said to play whenever she wanted, the little girl kept diligently farming the country. The girl works amid their confusion. Bitch Hyung is so strange. He always plays with the farmers and doesn't even eat anything. The elder's words stay with her every day. Live the life you want until the day you come. It's been a long time since we last met. Kang and the lady replied, yes, it's been quite a while. Seeing his daughter sitting by the riverbank, he suddenly spoke. I have a few things to ask you. You mentioned what you always do. I heard you help the farmers plant and harvest the food right, she replied calmly. Yes, sir. His voice continued to echo. I also heard that you sew your own clothes and blankets to cover yourself right. She gently touched the surface of the water. Yes, elder, I really don't understand why if I want I can live comfortably, even though this place is not luxurious. He added to what he was aiming for. This place is called the Peach Blossom Spring. Adults plant and pick fruits for the children. I'm just a child. Why do I have to work so much? She gently lifts the maple leaf in her hand. The Mo family. They farm on the lowest hillside. 2 daughters have been taken away by the magistrate. He said confusingly. You are waiting for her to continue. The man who worked in the orchard was called away to build the wall, and his second son died while he was away from home. When he reported that injustice to the magistrate, he was accused of plotting rebellion, and even his eldest child was killed. So you were talking about that friendly old man back then. After burying their 2 sons in their hometown, Mr. Choi and his wife devoted themselves to this land. Only after arriving here did Bitch Hyung let the leaf go free. Farmers who bring seeds to run orphaned like children are all hurt by the world. Not a single person lacks their own painful stories. In the end, she came to her own conclusion: this place is not heaven. They feed us and clothe us for free, not because they are stupid. The elder probed, so what do you think? Unexpectedly, she revealed a truth that they want us to take revenge for them. She seems to see through everything in the world because of regret and anger, as they cannot forgive the government and the town that destroyed their lives. They want revenge, but lack the strength. Then she turned to look at him. I heard them say I must study and become a martial arts master when I am young to succeed. These farmers, the people who provide food and clothing for us, are too old to deeply understand martial arts, but they can nurture children to learn martial arts. There is a saying: she does not tell the opponent directly that these are the truths about spring romance. At the headquarters of the Baekhyang demon cult, the harsh truth is revealed: we do not eat or sleep for free. This place exists to absorb the desires for revenge throughout the martial world on their behalf. The small but determined figure belonged to the girl who kept facing the elder. After a while he finally called Baekhyang. She answered immediately. Yes. Her eyes showed no change when he asked if she had anything to say to the world. She remembered the day she was saved as the children talked, and then admitted it. Yes, I have a lot to say. The elder listened silently and whispered, Is that so? I hope so? A sudden gust of wind swept by, blowing away your silver hair. If so, the world must listen to what you have to say. Right now you look strangely imposing. I am one of the 7 elders of the demon sect. But Baekhyang only has one question. Does Buddha also exist in hell? He gently bowed to her. If there were a Buddha in hell, what do you think he would do? Without waiting for her to answer, he continued. Baekhyang, you have passed the first test. You did not give in to yourself despite the abundant food and warm bedding. Therefore, your mind will be very steadfast. Accept me as your master, and call me master. A new path seems to begin unfolding beneath her feet. In the future, your sword will tremble, where countless desperate cries echo. The solemn master worship ceremony took place just like that at sunset that day. Bow your head, my disciple. While Gong Ra was still dazed, she called out to stand up. Hurry up. He could only tremble and reply. Please forgive me, heavenly demon, if you are still here. No matter how hard I try, I really cannot stand up. How is the condition of my head after the impact? She calmly remarked. You still seem to be quite talkative after waking up, huh? It seems your body is still very healthy. Before leaving, she even reminded you to go to the hot spring bathe, thoroughly cleanse your body, and relax your mind carefully. You nervously blurted out, "Excuse me, but you only said one sentence. I will wait at the cave entrance." After you jumped up and took off your shirt, they were still snoring soundly and deeply asleep. An endless curiosity rises within him. What are they dreaming about? Finally, you draw a system line. With that move, the dream of becoming a medicine king suddenly appears. This is my 100th victory. Marus also, I have beaten that brat 99999 times. The dream belongs to the alchemist, equally fascinating. Yes, I was right. Frankly, why do I have to explain this obvious thing? People will only understand if I explain. He is as dumb as a rock. No, that's not what I meant. He should have deeply reflected on what I said. Riang Mon was truly hard to describe as he kept laughing crazily. I expressed that maybe I shouldn't have woken them up, especially the last one, Doc Za. When you went out, Biqiang asked, "Have you bathed properly?" You politely replied, "Yes, I have bathed thoroughly, and my mind is completely clear." Unexpectedly, she told the Gong family straight up that she hates smooth talkers. She spoke like a machine gun, and you are really good at talking. Your tongue is truly flexible. I was worried your personality would be more like a con artist than a good boy. You silently thought so, waiting until you used the skill to realize she gave you 2 hearts, and thought that except for the slick mouth, his face still looked as stupid as before being washed. He truly embodies the image of a complete idiot in the group, right up to the moment she ordered him to follow me. Your head is still stuck on that name. What does Halmundu mean? As you move, I will guide you. If you want to wear the demon sect's outfit, you need to pass many tests. Although you have successfully proven your identity, that does not mean you have passed the test. The first test is, you think it's an easy test where you just accept the kids, feed them, and let them sleep for free. The children who feel satisfied and complacent with these things are raised by farmers, craftsmen, and other places, definitely not in the demon sect. Her footsteps immediately stopped along with his words. But the children who pass this easy test will be recognized as disciples of the demon sect. They will truly learn the arts of demonic cultivation and dark magic. Only then will they be truly considered as having joined the demonic path. Bik Hai Hang asked cautiously, "How do you know that?" You could only force a smile. "I know quite a bit. While you were pondering that he killed me, I saw the painful memories that especially hurt him." This matter made her sigh deeply. Paradise is carefree and fair. How should we make the final connection that we will carry out, so that they bring us a demon like you? Should I accept this second version of Howmen into the sect? But Old Spirit on the side saw he really has a good eye for people, not sure if it's because he's a celestial demon or not. If you were truly despicable, you'd get bored quickly, but when you just have a strange personality, you won't give up. Those words made you confused. Was it a compliment or an insult? At times like this, just take it as a compliment. Life is definitely much better. You're making me so angry. I'm scolding you badly. The crow that took over someone else's nest is your name. However, they fell silent when she spoke. This is fine, right? Bitch Hang looked at you seriously. You should be happy. Someone as great as me has humbled himself to take you as a disciple. This heavenly demon sect will not reject a disciple if you meet the conditions. Hearing this, he was overjoyed. Oh, so you emphasized it, but I still haven't accepted you as an official disciple. The Gong Master hurriedly took advantage and pushed forward. Hey, that's not allowed. I have climbed mountains and crossed streams to become your disciple. I have also proven my own abilities. What do you mean when you say I'm not good enough to become an official disciple, but you only explain? First of all, your words are very suspicious. She almost said everything she saw clearly suspicious since you came from the other side of the Great Wall. I also doubt that you have admired me for a long time. My intuition tells me that everything seems tangled, but your nature doesn't seem bad, so I'm leaving it alone for now. You briefly close your eyes in shock. How is his intuition so accurate? Unexpectedly, she even added more. It's actually quite strange because you turn out to have a warm heart, which is hard to recognize right away. Are we really meant to be together? In the end, you just asked what the test was. She quickly pointed in that direction. She gave you the information. I threw a Jang down there. He was once a master at Jang Hu, one of the most promising in the sect. Handle that Jang kid. Then I will recognize you as an official disciple of the sect. However, Biqiang's voice suddenly became unusually sharp. Fight when you are hungry. You look at her in confusion. Confirming that you are not an official disciple is really like the wind passing through the clouds. You see her still calmly looking at me, as if I just said to fight Jang. But only when hunger is burning the heart, only the pain of hunger can stand there, not allowing any emotion or thought to affect alertness. Can you do it? It's just that you easily understand that deep in the heart of the heavenly demon I have already been a disciple taught according to the guidance of the demon sect. This person clearly regarded himself as a disciple. She carefully guided him, thinking of the screams and moans full of hunger, the movement of the arms of those about to starve. Think about it, and plan your strategy in your head. Wielding the sword with this burning hunger in mind, only then does the demonic sorcery reveal its true power. Hearing that, you immediately draw your sword and raise a question. If I only swing the sword because I'm hungry, what will happen? She seriously answers. You will be able to cut a man who has never starved in one sword strike. Then you will be able to fight half of the righteous people with just one continuous strike. In other words, your nails can scratch the whole world. Then she added, first learn Ace's way of starving to death. Then learn Gansa's way of dying from dehydration. Only by understanding thirst can you wield the sword to attack those who have never been oppressed. Her words sparked Gong's interest. You will master all 9 sword techniques, and through these skills you will turn the world upside down. So you have to admit it sounds fascinating. Your positivity just made her smile brightly. So what are you waiting for? Hurry up, don't fall into hell. As soon as she finished speaking, the gong and her beloved sword immediately shot forward. Alright, there are countless types of zombies in the world. Sometimes they are called the undead, but other times they are jiangshi. So is there really a word that fits to describe zombies? After thinking it over, maybe there is a suitable term. It must be Hadouken. And the truth proved it. If zombies knew martial arts, the human world would definitely fall. Gong ran away in fear, barely alive, but the young man could not overcome the strength of that zombie. Grandpa, while still in the air from the jump, you were angry because you couldn't believe what was happening before your eyes. Damn it, this is crazy. Bitch Hai Hang is standing on the cliff teaching you a lesson. You're wrong, don't just randomly search like that. She shouted as the battle was getting intense. Didn't I tell you, think about the famine? About those who have starved to death. If you keep wavering like that, hellish sorcery will be no more than a harmless disguise. It's always easier said than done, especially for beginners learning Gong Da. But I'm really not hungry right now, making her helplessly curse, you idiot. Using all 9 lives, you barely escaped the Purple Reaper's scythe. Today's lesson is balance between Bitch Kiang's cold voice and the zombie's powerful blows. Don't you think about the color red in your mind, even when it's not in front of you? Just because you're not hungry now, doesn't mean you can't describe what hunger feels like. The two of them sparred with martial arts, moves on the snow temple. If you can't do it, it means you're not used to the feeling of hunger. Your stomach is too full. Those who have studied hellish magic must summon their senses themselves. Sniffling. Bikyang leaned forward to look down clearly, recalling the longest time he had been starved, using all his senses from then until now. Where were you then? What do you want to eat the most? How long have you been starving? Hearing that question made me freeze for a moment. The longest I have gone without eating is about 3 to 4 days. What clearly that answer did not please the teacher. She frowned. You mean the longest fasting time is only 4 days? Ridiculous. The world has endured chaos for a long time and the seasons have worsened. Her questions kept coming as the intense duel continued. Why did you only fast for 4 days, unless you are from a noble family outside the city walls surrounding the central area? Bikyang has long been heartbroken. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Hunger is the greatest concern because that pain cannot be ignored even for a day. The pain that no one can refuse. Humans live to soothe hunger. There is no difference between royalty and the lower classes. This person truly deserves a high position in the martial arts world, because what she knows is not limited to the dojo. How could you awaken the Hell Demon technique without knowing this? No, me too. I've lived like a forced hunter for 10 years and often felt hungry. Every time I bought rice cakes when I was still living outside the tower, I only bought the type that served more than 4 pieces per plate. Do you know? It seems we have overestimated the person from somewhere. She decisively turned away. Enough, this is my fault. At one point I hoped. But just as I thought, you're the type who only talks nonsense. His eyes filled with fear as he watched her leave. Demon. You look at the precarious cliff, hesitatingly calling out to confirm. The heavenly devil feels danger quickly approaching with no way out. Wait, I mean, not feeling hungry is nothing special. The hungry zombie's jaws open as wide as possible. Does that kid have any idea that she can't learn martial arts because of him? Huh. Dead pawn. The result is too clear. You were summoned to the outer world while still wearing a terrified expression. Damn, you truly feel more alive after this mission. Luckily, I'm still alive despite everything. Damn, she teaches you in a very traditional way. Indeed, she teaches you complex art, so it's right. You didn't even bother checking the pile of cards and immediately revived with an annoyed mood. So is she gonna become like this? The wind and snow howled through some cave. Gongjia suddenly woke up from under the blanket, recalling the conversation from that time. Do you think I would shrink back and surrender if you were that aggressive? Should I be grateful? With a fiery spirit like a summer night blaze, you ran out of the cave as if evacuating. I may not look like it, but I am a man with a burning will. You woke up, but where are we going? I'm looking for the item needed to pass this level. You think I can't die from starvation? The old spirit helplessly lingers behind. We're in trouble. This guy is really a bastard. He is truly a crazy kid who easily loses control when angry. The weary voice fades silently in the cold wind. We will keep losing for several more days. At some remote mountain hut, when Gong was still meditating, the old spirit cursed him right in the face. You crazy fool, he snapped in this desperate situation. Are you planning to stay here until you die? That's right. So what? Knowing he couldn't say harsh words to move the madman, he turned to pleading with the undead. No, Prince, the craziest person in this world. I'm begging you. I don't care if you're obsessively throwing yourself into training. But what did I do wrong that I have to sit here watching you like this? You can't hear anymore. Stop. Who told you that you are too noisy? Saying that, but he still has the energy to ask about your plans. Let me ask you something. How long have you been planning to do this? I have seen the wounds of the devil. This person has not eaten anything for 111 days, and has only breathed air to live, so I will stop for 112 days. The fairy only asked a casual question but unexpectedly got hit right in the face. You can't last more than 100 days, you damn thing. Look at the weather now, it's freezing cold. You'll freeze instantly if you don't have energy, but how will you maintain your energy cycle for over 100 days? He is extremely worried about this careless student. Moreover, it's Gongra. It won't just be hunger if you maintain it for more than 100 days. Have you ever fasted for more than 100 days? If not, then don't say anything. Gong asks back. Have you ever gone hungry? Your question to the old man sounded like a kind of taunt. Then I trained myself to be quicker following the monk's advice when I was young. In the first few days, I felt like I was dying and coming back to life. But after half a month, I no longer felt hungry. It's not about starving, it's just a psychological exercise. Let me repeat, it's just a psychological exercise. The auctioneer quickly interrupted. Then I had the answer. After fasting for 15 days, I can repeat the 15th day. The plan is bold enough to stun the old spirit. What did you say? You quietly and slowly shared your idea. I will not eat anything for 15 days. I will maintain the hunger until I reach the limit. Then I will commit suicide and be reborn on the 15th day. There will be no chance for hunger to run rampant. What would happen if I repeated it for 112 days? My energy wouldn't decrease, but I could still extend my hunger level. Hearing this plan, the old spirit cursed silently. That crazy guy, follow me. Don't listen to those strange old men. If you need a teacher, just learn from me what makes you so crazy. Meditation practice is like awakening a new wisdom within you. I have mastered the skills of hellish demon magic. The world survives because of questions. Do you know why the angel of despair sees this world as hopeless? Do you know why the chronicle of the heavenly demon ended? The whole world has become empty. I feel like there is no point in continuing to live. Remembering the image of that special woman, I don't want the world to be destroyed like that. Every line on that emotionless face, I don't want the apocalypse to end like this. Outside, the wind and snow still howl fiercely, making it easy to live by denying everything. You recall past memories and talk about unfair possibilities. I am great, and I win everything with skill. Others are worse than me because they are fools. I don't need to care about those fools. I just need to choose a perfect scene to make me shine. Beneath the pedestal of glory is always a blood-soaked path indifferent to what happens. I mock them, I despise them, I ridicule them. You gather your power into a red orb in your hand looking really cool. You recall Joshua's punchable face, the mockery that's no child's play. The ones who live joking around are the real children. You remember the image of two people representing warding off evil, greeting each other. Fairness is childlike, but those who live fairly are not children. You close your eyes as if to merge with the power of nature. I am human too, I must live. I didn't expect that method could also convince the old spirit to meditate with you. So your answer is as clear as how I should live. Time flies by inside the cave during the cold winter weather. It's been a week since I started fasting. Gongjia is still very persistent with his goal. The first 2 days were the most painful, but after just 3 days all the pain disappeared. Digestion also slows down, even my thinking slows down. My life must have dimmed a little too. Your face has become gaunt, clearly lifeless, like a riverbed dried up in a famine. You begin to wonder, is this famine? Suddenly he stood up and answered his own question. No, he drew the number 1 sword and reconsidered the upcoming plan. If we just stay in one place, it means nothing. The old spirit finds it hard to understand your constant changes. What are you going to do? Gong calmly replied. Practice. You swung your sword a few times, but immediately became unsteady. I was wrong, I was a bit foolish, so the famine the Demon King mentioned is not just about starving, it's not just about meditating without eating. Your sweat is pouring down, your limbs have long lost all strength. Famine means wanting to eat but unable to eat. Gongjia continues to try holding the sword to practice. This week I have been thinking about the farmers, the hungry farmers. You have truly pondered many profound things. What kind of farmer doesn't need to go to the field because they are hungry? Whether hungry or not, whether starving or not, he still has to work. And even if he works himself to death, there is nothing to put in his stomach. This living environment has become extremely harsh. He has to use a pickaxe to dig the ground. But the land is dry and cracked. No matter what you plant, nothing can grow. Gongjia felt the farmer's despair because he could do nothing and was hungry. Even if he tried to dig the dry ground, it would only waste his strength. This situation has lasted too long. The last time it rained was half a year ago. Harsh weather conditions forced them to find a way to survive. The village's reservoirs and wells were all dry. There isn't even a drop of water in the fields. The villagers have to abandon their withered gardens and go to the seaside. Some people choose to leave for other places, while others try to hold on. But this farmer stays because it seems the countryside isn't any better. People only live by what they steal, and this farmer only knows how to steal things from the earth. When he becomes too hungry and thirsty, anything can become food, so he keeps working even without any results. In the late afternoon, he climbed the mountain to peel the bark off a few trees, hoping to survive and bring it back for food. The vast forest had long ceased to thrive, and now there was hardly any bark left. The harsh winter and drought have withered everything, now covered by a layer of snow and ice. Famine has wiped out this world. What will happen to the fate of those farmers? But he can't even eat bark anymore. He has a family and children. Lao Tinling waited for the story to continue, so Gongra focused on thinking while practicing. He went to the well, then took the well water to cook the bark. The bark was cooked into a strange mixture. I'm so hungry. For starving farmers, it's like a lifeline. I want to eat because it's very hard to find something to fill my stomach. He thought about his family. No, I have to bring it back for the child. But the child got angry as soon as he saw it and threw it away. He didn't want to eat it anymore. Not right. The bowl of water containing that suffering spills and splashes everywhere. He was so angry that he didn't hesitate to hit his child. But then when his reason returned, no, he was shocked to realize the change in himself. This is not me. Everyone understands that it is because of the long-lasting hardship in life. I am not the type of person who would hit my children. Anyway, the famine was too harsh. It had been a long time since I had a proper meal, and I had become sensitive. He gradually fell into despair, wondering why his life was so miserable. The more Gongjia thought about it, the more painful it became, each blow growing more intense. There have been countless famines since the earth was formed, with countless farmers and thousands upon thousands of famines. At this moment, Bikhyang's words echoed in his ears. Fighting while hunger torments, every movement must stem from that hunger. You wildly swing your sword, determined to understand if the famine also has movement. Gongra exerts great force, a horizontal strike that cracks the stone face. Suddenly you realize the similarity in the story you're telling. That's right, hunger also moves. You begin to imagine yourself as that farmer. Think about the sounds and complaints of hunger, the hand movements and footsteps of the hungry. Think about every movement of that farmer as he slaps his child. You imitate every action, think about it, and nurture it in your mind. Think until you can do it. The farmer's gesture rushes out of the house. The gesture of throwing the bark onto the ground. Gong tries to feel each of those emotions. For this wish, swing the sword made from that hunger. The farmer returned home and gave the shell to his child. You have gradually come to deeply understand the hardships they endure. Since the beginning of settlement, some farmers may have beaten their children. Some farmers may have also wiped their cheeks and whispered apologies. Wondering if farmers still exist this year, some may have died along with their children. He closed his eyes tightly to contemplate deeply, every action driven by hunger. Finally, after much determination, he succeeded in learning the first form of the Hell Demon technique, Asa, the Sword of Hunger. The stone pillars in the cave are falling one after another. This is starvation. Gong was sweating all over, breathing heavily. This is hunger and thirst. You spoke up and immediately confused the old spirit, but it was still very clumsy. The old man just doesn't understand you. Are you crazy? Gong calmly replied, this time I'm training seriously. He looked at your current situation and shook his head in frustration. This is why those who know fear. The angry old man said to a tall young man, this weirdo, you are the craziest person in the world. Your soul belongs to the righteous sect, but your mind and skills have leaned towards the demonic cult, and you even try to develop them. Really? The expert replied calmly. What's wrong with that? He muttered, this idiot. The old spirit shouted at him, in short, a righteous master is using that magic. Do you want me to say it again? That a top orthodox master only knows how to use magic. The monster's name. He kept nagging. I'm worried about him too. How can I teach him my martial arts? I don't think it will work if I teach him using the sword saint method. You just feel tired right now. I'm so hungry I want to eat chocopie. You keep overthinking, so the hunger is just like chocopie. Old spirit gets even more annoyed, seeing you dazed. Hey, you're thinking about something else, right? Gong immediately said. I'm thinking of going down the mountain for a while. The old man was surprised again. Why would you teach the demons a lesson? You are beating around the bush. I have just started practicing hell demon arts. What good would it do if I killed myself and returned to the demons? You mimic Biqiang's mannerisms. Does he still have potential? It seems you already understand the situation that will happen. There's nothing but this reaction. The old spirit can't understand what you want to do. Not enough. You are still recognized. Gong lost his temper with the old man. How could it be enough? Not enough at all. You clearly remember the feeling the last time you faced Biqiang, when the devil ignored me and said I had never truly starved. Do you know how helpless and frustrated I felt? I hold grudges for a long time. Just being acknowledged doesn't heal my scars. He follows you around like a shadow. This kid makes me feel uneasy. You stated your expectations clearly, and my reaction was genuine surprise. Your talent is abundant and truly explosive. I didn't realize that you were a good opportunity for me. I'm sorry my eyes were blind at that time. Gongra was already smug, just imagining it. Thinking about that bastard alone was as sweet as a chocolate cake. Old Spirit looked at him with hidden disgust. Truly a crazy spoiled kid. You started recounting your recent experience of hunger. I felt something when using the Hell Demon technique. Compared to people nowadays, I have never been that hungry. The farmers know the bark and exactly which tree to peel it from. They know exactly how to handle the bark. My imagination can't go that far. You look up at the full moon and make a decision. From now on, I will fill my lacking imagination. You raised your hand and shouted the summoning command for the demon caretaker. Brett gently appeared in the hazy black smoke. She led the army of undead and bowed respectfully. Lord, what did you call us? Gong is assigning you a task. Bretta, I have a mission for you. She respectfully replied, give us your orders. He rambled on again, saying this is a post-apocalyptic world. Humans have all become ghosts and zombies roaming around the 9 Celestos, perhaps similar to the Aum Empire you once destroyed. Ultimately, this is the goal you need Preda to accomplish. My order is simple: scatter and gather the zombies. There are several towns and villages nearby to find them, and bring the zombies they find here. They can move, and will resist, but subdue them with your forces. She asked him again, How many zombies do we need to collect? The Gong Master answered without hesitation, 102, bring the zombies to me. Your plan has been confirmed. I will learn from their hunger, and come closer to the demon. Brett respectfully awaits orders from Gong. 112 people. She asked in surprise, Sir, 112 casualties is a very large number. You have also been very tired these past few days, so it is hard to notice. You heard that and calmly replied, Since when have you been so enthusiastic? Brett lowered his head and cautiously answered, If you disappear, so will I. Nam boldly confesses, I cannot stay in my small universe forever. My life, memories and meaning will all disappear. Everything depends on you. Because I care about myself, I also care about you, Master. Gong smiled and praised, I am glad that you are honest. You took the initiative to ask, Are you still doing well? Preda was a bit surprised to hear you say that. Yes. Gong recalled the last time he met her. After gaining the privilege to enter the 20th floor, I released Preda in the village. He then advised, You are in Esther's village. The people here treat you much better than your previous life. What do you think? You did that all according to plan? My plan is to leave her in that village just in case I need her. At that moment, Preda hesitantly replied, I'm fine, sir. Gong then added, Specifically, how so? She hesitated, then suddenly remembered something. What exactly do you mean? Oh, she recounted the events in the village. People called the hunter to rush in once. They say the secret of the sudden power of the Grim Reaper and the treasure hidden by the 5 great councils must be there. But the witch you brought stopped them with her own hunters, so the result was not much. You happily exclaimed, just as expected about the Black Dragon Society, their service is truly unmatched. Preta's story doesn't end there, and the lord of the neighboring kingdom has also disappeared because they had difficult negotiations with the nomads, proving they were indeed hired to attack us. Gongra looked satisfied. It seems everything in the parallel world has happened naturally. She continued reporting. Moreover, both the Empire and the Holy Church have declared my village a sanctuary, and the lizardmen and goblins even brought gifts. Suddenly Preta hesitated, but I had lost my ability. The sick ones who heard the rumors as well as the pilgrims were all searching for miracles after the declaration of the sanctuary was made. What should I do? Gong realizes and seriously considers it. You recall the alchemist's previous attitude, but to others I only sell to those permitted by death. Please don't worry, Preta, when you see me deep in thought, so you can reassure me. I'm just daydreaming, don't worry. You should think more carefully about your upcoming plans. My plan is to set up a pharmacy to sell compounded medicine on the 20th floor after this expedition. She also won't be able to handle everything, so workers will be needed, and having Preta as her assistant is not a bad idea. I can also use her to turn hunters into pharmacists as a student. That way, her pharmacy will naturally grow. Gong was pleased thinking about the benefits. If successful, it wouldn't be long before it became a branch of the alchemy castle and then the headquarters. Then he asked Bretta, what else is there? But there is actually something else interesting. Moreover, Dana, Dajna is a child in the village and seems to like something called rice cakes that the hunters buy. And Gachep, he is the gardener. He shares fruit with the Black Dragon Guild hunters because they protect the village, and in return, the Black Dragon Guild does the same. She seems to know everything that happens in the village. That is the current situation. Gong praised her ability. You did a good job reporting, Greta appreciated. Yes, my lord. You have put a lot of effort into your plan. Everything should be fine with the people in the parallel world. Now gather up those corpses, she replied politely. Weekly order. Gongra looked at Preta and thought absent-mindedly. She might be a shooting star, but she was the one who once destroyed the world, as the demon king of the autumn rain. She now strictly follows instructions to do her job, which is to learn about towns and cities with local government agencies. He is quite satisfied with that. She knows how to gather the corpses. She commands the undead with authority. There should have been a map. They usually have a lot of footage, but they should also cross-check with others by piecing the map fragments together. I will easily control the villages that raise soldiers. The undead quickly find suitable corpses. Brett feels pity for those unfortunate people. I should also encourage the children who wake up next to their mother's corpse, dying slowly from crying beside their mother. Almost all of them become like that for the same reason. The color of those who curse mothers who died for failing their parental duties, those who hide in wells to avoid disease but can no longer climb out, and criminals who never have a chance to escape imprisoned in cages. Finally, the mission has been successfully completed. The 112 starving souls have been chosen. Preta respectfully presents. I have brought them here. Sir, Gongra is ready to proceed with the mission. All right, now go get them. Get ready to shout with full spirit. Come here. The zombies smell fresh blood and quickly rush to tear you apart. Gongda gritted his teeth and endured the pain as they all rushed forward to gnaw at his body together. The system displays a message: you are dead, reliving the obsession of your killer. At this moment, the last memory of a zombie appears in your mind. If I die on the boat, at least I won't cause any trouble for this world. If I was born on the river and worked there all my life, then dying there would be considered happiness. He left in the night on a boat drifting on the river, so peaceful. The system continues to transfer, reenacting the obsession of a friend killer. The story of another man appears on Castellan. A guy who seems to be his servant is politely reporting that the food supplies are running low. In less than half a month we will run out of food supplies. The fishermen are not providing enough. What should we do? He didn't think much, and immediately ordered to reduce the food rations for the elderly and children, and cut the rations for the youth in half. The servant looked worried. The people will harshly criticize this. He tightened the sword in his hand. I will be the first to starve to death. He only tries to justify his selfishness. If I, the leader, do not eat, the criticism will have no basis. Even so, this place couldn't last long. A few days of hunger wouldn't change anything. This time it's the situation of a child reenacting the obsession of a friend killer. We will starve to death if it continues like this. The boy leading a group of 4 spoke up. Mr. C. Stellan reported that children should not eat. He is telling us to go die. A quick-witted kid asked, so what should we do? The child leader pulled out a small bag. If we are going to die anyway, we might as well die full. That way we won't look as pitiful as Gang XI, the boy explains. There is a cooking method I learned from the beggars called dirt cookies. A kid would be scared to hear that. You mean snacks made from dirt? That boy leader confidently made a plan. Now listen to me, kids who can swim, catch fish, and don't give them to the adults. Keep them for us. The boy divides clearly. The others dig loose soil by the riverbank. A shy kid speaks up. What are you planning to do? The leader immediately replied, let me show you. Gongra was now becoming easy prey for the bloodthirsty. The system again reports the recreation of the obsession of the friend killer. It is still the memory of one of those 4 kids. The boy leading looks very excited. Okay, the others are confused. What is this? It's confusing, he shouted. All you do is dry the ground under the sun. How can this be called a cookie? The kid in charge shouted back to be quiet. That's a secret cooking method passed down from the beggars sect. Just watch. The cookies were evenly divided for everyone. The exam is over now. Try it. The others are very shy. Oh dear. But because they were so hungry, they had no choice but to try eating it. But be careful when eating. This time the system is a bit different, recreating the emotional wounds of the one who killed you. The more these kids understand, the more pitiful they seem. It wouldn't be good if you ate it in just one bite. You should taste it and savor it slowly. Uncle Nu chewed the pieces of land, surprisingly delicious, and praised it without hesitation. I like this salty taste. The kid reminds his friends not to lick it too much or the flavor will disappear. You need to savor it when licking. Suddenly, they discovered the fisherman's boat from before. Look over there, that's a dead body. When the boat washed ashore, he stopped to watch. He looked like he was starving while climbing. I feel sorry for him. Do you guys think he's a fisherman? Suddenly his eyes turned completely white, scaring the children. He became a zombie, jumping up to chase the children in utter panic. They had tried to survive. They have also fallen. They endured hunger because they wanted to live. The clay cookie crumbled in their hands. The children were very resilient in difficult circumstances, with their fingers deeply embedded in the riverbed. Hands spread mud on stones to dry in the sun, fingertips gripping the dry mud cookies tightly. A tragic drama. Those are signs of starvation. This story is over. Recreating, obsession complete. The system displays the final notification. The target's ego remains intact. The punishment is over. The gong remains intact, not losing strength, lying on the snow, slowly blinking awake. He painfully holds his head, thinking he has learned how to cook bark or something like that. The memories you see cause you to painfully collapse, but reality is even harsher than you imagined. Gong feels sorrow for those tragic fates, so when you reach the end of the world, the bark is too precious to become a nightmare. It turns out that when in despair, people can even find peace. He frantically dug down through the snow with his hands. It's too hard for Tran's hand. He quickly digs through the thick snow to reveal the ground. The weather has also cleared up now. Gongjia learned from what he saw and put a lump of soil out to dry in the Sunday. When you feel better, you try the food. Thank you for the meal. You slowly take a bite, savoring it. You try to swallow, but you can't deny that it's terrible. Reality has made the Gong family feel utterly hopeless. It is disgusting. Hitting the head is very frustrating. Human life originates from the earth, so how can they not eat soil? You stare at your dirt-covered hands, wondering why the smell and taste of soil are so terrible, then suddenly your eyes light up as if you've just thought of something. Martial arts seriously acknowledge that emotions that cannot be conveyed by words can be expressed through the hands. Martial arts are just an expression of subtle vibrations within reach. You draw out the ultimate sword, ready for a new journey. Let's go back. Return and show the celestial demon your sword, the sword of those who died nameless. The clock starts counting down 24 hours, showing an image of Bitch Kiang. We threw a Gani soldier down there. She challenges you to defeat that gangster. If you succeed, I will take you as my disciple. However, you must fight while hungry. This is part of the next plan of the Gong family. Because I don't know martial arts, and I don't know anything about things like yin-yang disciples and the 5 elements, this challenge is like a test, and is not simple at all. When you fight the gang soldiers, your heart must be filled with nothing but hunger and the pain it causes. You are forbidden to feel any other thoughts or ideas. Can you do that? In Gong's subconscious, he realized that if his lawlessness had a principle, it was the screams of those people. After hearing Bikhyang's request, he fiercely charged down with his sword. The first sword is not just an ordinary weapon. If its blade is covered by the will of heaven, it is the struggle of humanity abandoned by heaven. Hatred and anger are what create demons. The bloodshot eyes seem like they will tear apart everything they target. The smell and taste of dirt in my mouth, the feeling of dirt on my hands. Every sword strike you make is a fatal blow. The gangster's blood flows in streams, and because of courage and anger directed towards the heavens, it is both evil and divine. He uses many high-speed attacks, finally creating a dazzling explosion of light. The art of the first demon, King Marquis, the Sword of Hunger. Bichiang witnessed it directly, and was wide-eyed with amazement. The demon named Gangzi was defeated miserably. Gong Ra easily completed his debut and was excited. What death should I portray next? After the Gong family successfully passed the challenge, Yu and Big Hyang sat down to talk. Originally, there were 9 swords that gave birth to the hellish sorcery. She understood well the sword you possessed. The sword of famine you displayed was only its first form. The next form will be thirst. Gong quickly absorbs it, so it is death from thirst. Bitch Hyang acknowledges your talent. That's right, a child from the other world like you has presented the sword of hunger quite well. You interrupted. Wait a moment. Gong straightforwardly asked again, what do you mean by just good enough? You seem very confident in your abilities. It's strange, I thought I did very well, but for the heavenly devil, it's just barely good enough. I'm sorry, my pride suddenly disappeared and I no longer have confidence in myself. I think I'm losing patience. Big Hyang looked at him full of judgment. The guy could only respond helplessly. Alright, I admit it. You really wield the sword of hunger skillfully, so don't go around saying that hell magic is simple. You pretend to be surprised. What did Auntie say? Why am I so skilled? Bitch Hyang gets annoyed at Gong family's careless attitude. Are you trying to bother me with that wordplay? It seems like you'll only be satisfied if I kneel and beg you. You really are a kid who doesn't know when to stop. So this was all part of your plan. Oh damn, she's gone crazy. You're enjoying her venting. Why don't you become a master and I'll become your disciple? Gong quickly grasped her words. So that means you admit I am your disciple, right? Not an outsider, but truly a disciple of the sect, a genuine disciple full of personality and the most wonderful. Bik deliberately avoided. Stop talking nonsense, from now on I will be your master, so you better focus. As expected, Gongra was easy to predict, just as I thought. You are intrigued by the thought that the heavenly devil is forcing herself to ignore your words, and she hasn't even acknowledged being your disciple yet. Of course you understand this is not a simple matter. For most swordsmen, the bond between master and disciple is extremely heavy, and that heaviness sometimes turns into terrifying ties. That's why Tianqi does not admit to being her disciple. At this time, Biqiang also spoke up. Listen, Gong knows you won't easily accept him. Can a child who isn't even from the central plains of the Murim world like me touch her heart? She allows you to follow and learn because you have studied the Sword of Famine to this extent. You are allowed to listen and secretly steal the sect's teaching skills, but you are secretly opening the character window skill. Gongra uses his ability to try to see Biqiang's thoughts. I wonder if I have a chance or not. Her information window popped up. Could he be a disciple? I need time to think. No, this is a bad idea. I should face Nam Gung Un. Biqiang is really being very generous. It would be too much to have a disciple. My life would be ruined. This is a wrong decision. The judge guessed their thoughts and smiled faintly. That's right, you know her thoughts are being shaken. Think about it, let yourself be shaken. Gongjia is really looking forward to following Biqiang. Will he and she continue the battle between good and evil without any hope? Or will she accept disciples and continue to pass on the doctrines of the demon cult to the next generation? And in the end, how will she escape that meaningless death? In your mind, there is a strong desire. Please don't let your life pass by like this. Deep down, you truly respect Biqiang. Please live. Even if the world collapses, and you are the only one left in the Murim world, I still want you to keep living. I want to be the reason for her to live even longer. She sat silently in thought, only the restless heart was still noisy. These are not meaningless words. I guess this is also why the celestial demon did not accept me as a disciple. The gentleness of the sword is linked to a person's strength. Only then will it not fly away. The system reveals Biqiang's inner thoughts. This is not the time to decide yet. You feel a bit disappointed. We are not brave enough to say what we want. I still can't make her decide. Then she called him the child from the other world to focus here. Are you listening to me? You quickly replied. Of course, what do you mean? Biqiang's eyes gazed vaguely and pensively at him for a while. Then she remained silent. She stood up to regain her composure. Very good. Seeing you so full of confidence means we can start the test right now. She decisively turned her back and left, leaving only one sentence. Don't follow me, I'm very busy. Gong watched Biqiang's footsteps with a chaotic heart. He looked at Tuyet Fangli's face, no more footprints. Suddenly a voice rang out, I really want to hit her. He turned around in surprise. Sorry. Old Spirit repeated. Didn't you hear anything? His face was tense as he said, I said I want to challenge her. Damn it, damn it. The old man didn't understand why he suddenly got so angry. Listen, zombie, in the martial arts world where I was born, the demon cult is really weak. The purpose of those devil's henchmen is just to take hits. You saw him go crazy and confused. There was someone who called himself the heavenly demon, but I buried his ass in the ground and renamed him the earthly demon. I have challenged and defeated hundreds of names of such powerful warriors. The old man seemed to pour out all his long-held resentment as he shouted, truly envious of that bastard martial arts leader for being born here. If that were the case, I wouldn't always have to fight to seize the chance to live. Instead, I could just say, this will be either my death or yours, and fight. Then climb to the snowy mountain peak to enjoy a glass of rice wine. That's the perfect life warriors always seek. The old man uttered the last sentence, I wish I were not a demon. Gong has been quietly lost in thought until now. You spoke as if replying. The old spirit suddenly paused. You explained a bunch of unrelated things to him. The pharmacist has made the medicine to cure the disease, and I am known as the official disciple of the heavenly demon. That is truly a good ending. You didn't pay much attention to the old man's words and were enjoying the fun. But you really brought me unexpected joy. Well done, Kaimda. Seeing you suddenly step back, he wondered. What's wrong with you? The old man appeared very cautious. Every time you make that expression, I see a flaw. Suddenly your tone becomes serious. There is still an unpaid debt between us. Old Tin Lin is a bit confused. Gongjia's debt recalls the story of fighting on the 18th floor. Bet on how many times I will die before I can climb to the 19th floor. Hearing this, the old man realized and broke out in a cold sweat. Our Sword Emperor has bet more than 100 times, and I have bet that I will die less than 99 times right. If I remember correctly, after that I only died 97 times. Your face was full of determination, as you said, Sword Emperor. Please listen to this proposal. After a while, Bitch Hyung returned carrying a living corpse. In our sect, there is an elite group called the Blood Demons. That's the finest unit formed from the greatest assassins. They exist only to carry out my orders. The Gong family also showed cooperation. Last time it was a promising martial arts master, and this time it is an elite soldier. Oh, wow, it looks like the difficulty has increased, huh? She actually prepared very thoroughly for the test. Don't worry, I guarantee to bring you a worthy opponent. Gongra fully understands Bitch Hyung. She has probably gone to find her perfect rival. To do that, you have to cross the snowy field, overcome hundreds of zombies, and examine each one carefully. She repeated the goal. What you have to do is exactly the same as this morning fight Jang. You are still busy thinking emotionally. That is a careful consideration. That is a sincere gesture. Bichang reminded the request. Your heart should only have the pain of hunger. Then she let the zombie lunge towards the gong. That's right, no emotions or thoughts other than hunger are allowed in your mind. You quickly entered combat mode, shouting excitedly. Alright, the timeline shifts to some past moment after the system announces you are dead. At this moment, Gong Jia was struggling in battle, his mouth hit hard. You handed a book to Fake Kim Soo and Medicine King standing beside each. The pharmacist and the Medicine King, the search for a cure for the zombie virus should be conducted like this. She exclaimed immediately, oh my, it's just like my research. More precisely, it is like research organized and arranged as a bouquet entrusted by a nobleman. He was also a bit surprised. What is this? Are you also from Silicon Valley? This is exactly how we will arrange everything. In a hidden cave nearby, Gong shouted the order to summon. The 100 demons returned, and you gave the command to eliminate and gather those hungry corpses. Brett and the demon army appeared. She respectfully replied, yes, my lord, as you command. Do you have another request? I need you to do one more thing. Gong entrusted her with an important task, saying there are martial arts disciples nearby, find them. The demon sect members wear black clothes, while the righteous warriors wear white clothes. Whether there are 100 or 300, you must find them, all understood. Hearing that, Brett wondered, why do you have to try so hard to save them? Lord Gong sincerely expressed his deep wish. The world no longer has any living people except for 2 who are still fighting fiercely. They want to see the outcome of their battle and the whole world. Unfortunately, no matter how many times we look at this, it seems like they're just putting on a show. After all, they want an ending. I will prepare a real battle for them. You smiled gently. We will prepare a true battle between good and evil, between the righteous sect and the demonic cult. Gongra recalls when he did Big Kyung's first challenge. While I was still learning about the Sword of Famine, the Heavenly Devil was no longer there. She didn't seem to take you seriously back then. What? You mean the longest time you went without eating was only 3 days? You noticed that easily. She doesn't care about her own efforts. She doesn't really trust the Gong family's abilities. The demon made things difficult for me, only to make me give up quickly. She didn't watch but left coldly. Forget it, it's my fault. You know Bichang is thinking about something because she has no hope left for this world anymore. That's what happened when I learned about the famine. Until you fought the zombies in the second challenge. However, when I started learning about Kung Kat, Gong Jia learned very well to understand the suffering of Kung Kat. Every sword stroke he made seemed to be enveloped by the power of flowing water. Finally, a single slash helped you easily defeat the zombie. Gongra ended the performance with a heroic landing. Bikyang stood watching intently. Without blinking, her attitude completely changed. Then she frankly commented to Gong, your sword technique is too simple. I can't see any skill in your swordplay. It has no practical application at all. He is straightforward and sincere but extremely vulnerable. She judges fairly as if his sword is not meant to fight against people but against this world. This is not a training sword but the sword of a righteous sect. It's best to be as excellent as possible. Bichang does not deny your talent, but the scream engraved on that sword is becoming clearer and clearer. Your skills are gradually being revealed. The origin of this sword is that Preta gave it to you. I took it from someone who died because of differences. Bikyang has proactively agreed to teach you. I should teach you the core of Simeon. If Gong doesn't understand, ask Simeon again. She will explain it to him in detail. It is a closely guarded secret at the core of our method. Think about the time you learned the path of the Sword of Hunger. What were you thinking when you swung your sword? You answered quickly. I think about the famine. Bitch Hai sat down preparing for a long conversation. Of course, but it's not just that you probably didn't realize it. But you have immersed yourself in the essence of swordsmanship. She started giving an example. Now this is an apple. Gong asked superficially if it tastes like the apple that Grandma ate. Bitch Hyang questioned. Have you thought about it? How does that apple feel? You were startled and froze. Sorry. She gently reminds me. It's okay. Just be honest. If you don't know, don't be shy to admit it. Oh yes, I can't think of anything at all. Bik Hyang made a different request for you. That's true. Very good. Now think about the famine. Gong, focus and follow. Yes. I am remembering it. You remember the scene where the children had to eat cookies made of dirt. She asked what he thought about famine, continuously guiding him to answer, bit by bit. It's dry. What does the taste of famine smell like? It smells like earth. Bikyang gradually leaned in and whispered to you. What type of soil is it? There are many different types of soil. So which one is the famine soil? Gong, explain in more detail. Mud and soil. Let me make it clear for you. You can't scoop the mud out completely. It must be mixed with some gravel and no sand. I understand. So what does hunger taste like? Gongjia suddenly fell silent, hesitating without answering. Hey kid. Bitch hi, Hang is patient. I asked what hunger tastes like. Why didn't you answer right away? Gongda's emotions surged as he slowly recounted the tragedies he had witnessed because they were very sad. The child made cakes from mud dried under the sunlight. While they were drying them, the children wandered around the mud puddles because there was nothing else to do. Bikyang helped you come to a conclusion, so they are children waiting for the sunlight. Hunger is children waiting for the Sunday. That is your poem. She explained about your confused feelings. Kid, when I asked you to describe the apple station, you said you didn't know. But what about when we ask you about the famine? You touch the mud. You smell it, sniff it, and swallow some of it. You have seen the flow of the river, and heard the sound of that river. Bitch Hai Hang understands that every image he has ever seen leaves a deep emotion. The apple has a shape, but there is no hunger at all. An apple can be tasted, but it resists hunger. Even so, you still spoke fluently about hunger. The hunger inside you is mud, sunlight, river, water, and children. She spoke and suddenly realized. Children. That's right, that's your talent. Once you grasp the key point, it's easier for you to explain. The reason you don't know about the structure of an apple is simply because it is not related to your memory. If you had eaten an apple before, you would know. Bikhai Hang used a bit of magical smoke to create the image of an apple for analysis. The apple has a soft skin, smooth but sometimes rough. I like to eat peeled apples, but with kids who have a cold, it's different. I will cut it in half. Most children are cared for by their parents like that, scraping the inside with a spoon and feeding sick children spoonful by spoonful. She wondered about the childhood of the Gong family. You never got to eat 1,000 apples when you were a kid, you gently replied. That's right. Bikyang lets you imagine what 1,000 apple tastes like. You seriously think about it, it's a bit crispy and spongy, with yellow juice flooding your mouth. She also described, that's right, but is that all? If you scrape off the rest of the peel, it will gradually become wrinkled. The mother's hand that peels the apple for the boy will also turn yellow from the apple juice. Bikyang's example seems simple, but draws very profound philosophies. So tell me, are these feelings also what the apple experiences? Is the apple a whole or a sliced apple or juice scraped from a spoon or the mother's hand? Which one is your apple? She delves deeply into the issue, offering very thorough and objective insights. And I also think of the children whose mothers never even peel an apple for them. I think of the mothers who don't have money to buy apples. I also think of the mothers who never buy even one fruit despite being able to do so. Bikyang knows how to put herself in a certain situation to understand. I think about the children who have no one to care for them when they are sick, and the children who die because there is no one to care for them. Just one apple can reveal many profound things. There is no place in this world that is not filled with human memories, and there is no place without anger, without a specific form or the taste or scent of hunger. Long. Gongjia listens attentively, sincerely feeling every word Bikyang explains. Hunger is mud, a river, a child. The same goes for others. She stood up abruptly, each word more emphasized. Feel the thirst filling you with its taste, smell its scent. The art of evil is memory. Gong Ra silently engraves every bit. Memories are also a fragrance that is the essence of our sect's ultimate skill. Big Hyang's emotions have reached their peak. There are peoples who must endure injustice without being able to speak out or express their anger, ultimately only able to endure bitterly. But the warriors of the demon sect are different. She enunciated each word with passion. We will swing the sword. If life only exists from day to day satisfied with what is given, how can it be called life? It's no different from death. A sword that is inherently sharp is different from a sword that you can make sharp. Do you want to become a monster? Gong family also exploded and shouted loudly at this moment. No, I am human. Bikyang once again strongly repeated what you needed to do. If so, become the thirst. Become as thirsty as you are hungry. Gong recalls the painful scenes etched in his mind. I have gathered 112 people who died of hunger. Among them, a child ate mud cookies and I bit a piece of dirt in my mouth. You have officially learned the first thing. The first heavenly demon prison yin technique, the sword of hunger. Bitch Hai, A continues to instruct. You have found the mud representing hunger, now you must find something to represent the other. Hunger to you, hunger is the child waiting for the sunlight, so what is the other to you? Gong Ra recalled the image of desperate people. I gathered the bodies of 48 who died of thirst. Among them was an old woman who kept drinking seawater out of thirst, and my heart was salted by the seawater. You quickly unlocked the second skill, the demonic hell yin technique. The second one, the sword of desire. She still follows you to give suggestions. Is the only pain the sea brings different? No, there is also the pain of suffocating at the bottom of the sea. Hey you, what does water mean to you? Gongjia also experienced this feeling himself. He gathered 37 drowned bodies. Among them there was a father who took his last breath for his child. When I sank into the deep sea, I could feel the breath passed on by my father. Thirdly, you learn about the sword, the celestial demon Hell Shadow. That is thirdly the sword of drowning death. Baekhyang's prompt echoed again. Hunger is mud, thirst is the sea waves. For you, suffocation is the last breath of a father. You have held the land, the sea, and the atmosphere. So what does winter mean to you? The memories of winter that the Gong family witnessed were also extremely painful. I have gathered 96 bodies of people who died from the cold. Among them was a newborn baby trapped inside the body of the mother who tried desperately to keep her child warm. That scene touched his heart. It made his heart colder than ice and snow. I held the mother's body tightly until it froze. The fourth lesson was discovered. Heavenly Demon Hell Sound. The fourth form, the Sword of Frost. Baekhyang stood aside, watching him carefully. A good child, your swordsmanship. She reached out to catch a falling snowflake, and slowly said, always changing. She realized many special things from Gongra martial arts originate from different intentions in life. These habits are never fixed. The Heavenly Demon Prison Yin form is the same, but you particularly have many different plans. Baekhyang is truly impressed with everything you have been through. It is hard for anyone to know all the pain that exists in the world, and even if they do, enduring and overcoming it is very difficult. But when we saw you studying the Heavenly Demon Prison Shadow technique, it seemed to immediately stop, as it sensed a strange movement. Someone was coming. From behind, Mun, carrying Kyun gun, slowly approached them. Baekhyang saw Mun carrying Kyun gun and wondered, what is this old man doing here, and why does he look so miserable? He immediately retorted, shut up, I only came because I care about you. He mentioned the main reason he was here. You haven't completed the 9 greeting rituals yet, right? Seeing Baekhyang's indifferent expression, Kunun became even more upset. Oh heavens, it's so obvious, too obvious. I know, hearing it from behind makes me curious. What kind of 9 greeting ritual is that? Old Spirit quickly stepped forward to explain that it is a solemn ritual, formalizing the relationship between master and disciple in the martial world, with methods varying by sect. There are places where you have to bow very low 9 times, and places where you only have to bow 3 times. For example, for us, the 9 bows ceremony means enduring 9 strikes from the master. I endured until the 63rd hit, so it's my longest record ever. Am I not amazing? When you realize it, you understand why Bi Huion went crazy. Baekhyang became angry because of Kunun's interference. Mouth rice, I will decide who and when it will explode. It's none of your business, so don't get involved. He still responded boldly. It's really unreasonable. Of course I have no right to interfere. He looked into her eyes and saw her thoughts. The reason she didn't accept the subject's belongings was because she felt sorry for me. Baekhyang, feeling uneasy, remained silent. Only the 2 of us remain in Jianghu. You are the only one who follows the path of evil, and I am the only one who follows the path of righteousness. If she accepts disciples alone, only the young will follow the evil side. So what is the conclusion? As if she were winning the battle herself without lifting a finger, the Gong family also listened attentively to every word of Kunun. You and I promised to end this ourselves. You feel guilty for breaking that vow and pity me, so you refuse to accept that child as your disciple, right? Tss. There's no need to be loyal in a useless way. Saying that, he patted Moon's shoulder and explained the reason that brought him here. I thought you would do that, so I found a solution. He appeared shy. It turned out like this. Baekhyang's eyes opened wide in amazement. Old man, you can't. That child. Kyun once again confirms. Yes, I have turned him into my strongest disciple. She angrily rushed towards him. He thought doing this was fine for him. She grabbed the old man's hair and gritted her teeth. Doesn't he know how I feel about not performing the ritual? Kunun still tries to argue. Shut up, if fate comes to you, thank your parents in heaven. She can't ignore it because she cares about others. Baekhyang continued to question. What about the great battle between good and evil? Is it just the 2 of us fighting? He also refused to be weak in response. I cannot accept, if you are my opponent. For the leader of the demon sect, you must have some really foolish thoughts. You and he keep arguing back and forth. You think the world will split in 2 if we switch places. I don't know what world you're talking about, but all I see is ice. Anyway, I will share if you dare. So why don't you break the ice? There is a flame called Demon Thunder that can melt, and the members of the Demon Council will be firewood. Then take another stick to light the fire. Baekhyang was completely annoyed, arguing with the hypocritical old saint of the righteous faction. He just twists words to argue with me. Gong has been watching and sighing all this time. That's a bit surprising. I'm curious. Why the flag? You directly questioned him. Even if you are a venomous snake, is it okay to take on another master? He arrogantly replied. If you have time to sword dance, you will sword dance. And if you have a teacher to guide you, you will want to study. I can't stop because of every little thing. I'm not that free. Gong said, his voice filled with even more contempt. I will make it clear whether forced into this position or out of pity, you will regret being a disciple of the martial arts leader for such a half-hearted reason. It was a decision that should not have been made as if his pride forced him to become the Minchu's pawn. Watching Kunun and Bihyang fight, he had many thoughts in his heart. Because it would be an insult to the two worlds still in turmoil, while Muon could not understand a word. I don't understand what you're saying. That's why he went crazy. Damn. Why does this guy named Tu Vuong keep rambling about this so much? If you want to confirm something, do it with a sword. He proactively drew his sword to threaten. It won't be easy anyway. Gong quickly got into fighting stance. Are you hungry, venomous snake? You immediately launch a preemptive strike with the hellish demon heaven technique. The first form is the hungry sword. Mo Mun luckily dodged in time. Brother, he didn't expect you to make the first move. What is this? Not giving him time to recover, Gong Jia kept attacking relentlessly, forcing him to retreat. A powerful sword strike came down. Mun was overwhelmed, but still spoke boldly. I might be doomed. I thought you were just talking nonsense, but your sword skills are pretty good. Really, what the hell is this? These gusts of wind can cause quite a lot of damage, right? Kyun is struggling with Big Hyung and also shouting at Sang. That's right, disciple. That is exactly the sword blade through which you can feel the frozen demonic energy crushing the enemy. With the eternal demon sword, Gongjia thought to himself, even though that was not its intended meaning. Big Hyung praised him, saying he was quite sharp for someone blind in one eye. He smugly agreed. Of course, unfortunately, he is a bit old, but in return he has an eye that truly sees the essence of everything. He also pays close attention to the skills of the Gong family. She also has a disciple better than expected. Although only for a short time he can use that terrifying demon sword like that. On second thought, her tiny seed could surpass her previous elders. Big Hyung quickly denied it. I already said I still haven't accepted him. Kyun Gun is at a loss with her stubbornness, can't believe she can still say that. Gongjia has seriously thought about it. Yes, this is not a battle where I can defeat the venomous snake. This battle has only one purpose, and she doesn't even know it yet. You have painstakingly calculated to gain the recognition of the demon sect leader. Kyun excitedly called out loudly, disciple. Mun enthusiastically responded. Yes, master, you are full of confidence in your decision. From now on I will give you some advice. Listen carefully. Bihyang saw this and quickly stopped it. What is this old man doing? Kyun is deliberately trying to annoy you. Do you have a problem? Weren't you the one who said you wouldn't teach that little demon? She awkwardly tries to explain. That's right, but thinking about him giving advice while they practice, how could he do that when two masters are competing? He didn't bother to listen to her excuses. Two masters in my eyes. I only see one proud successor of the righteous path and a newbie who worships the demonic way. Because he's a young demon, it doesn't matter how we defeat him, so I see no problem at all. Then he shouted with full spirit, disciple, the new guy worships the wind demon path. His attacks are a bit difficult, but don't think he can keep it up forever. Dodge and wait until he runs out of energy. Mo Muon laughed happily. Master, exactly. Kyun Gun asked again. Wait, why would my disciple say that he was full of arrogance? The disciple has seen through it long ago. Is there any more practical advice, master? He continued to guide him using the butterfly sword, and the exchange between life and death he would defeat him in one match. He seriously follows the butterfly sword and the exchange between life and death. Kunun becomes more and more vigorous. That's right, I want you to add more tricks that you use in combat so you can win. Muon's expression changed as if ready to take you down. Damn it, of course it was possible. Master, I am a venomous snake, the leader of a large guild. How could I lose to that kid? He challenged me, and you asked if I had ever gone hungry. Is that necessary in martial arts? His power gradually manifests surrounded by electric sparks. I will ask in another way, Death King, what do you think martial arts is? He quickly moved behind him to strike unexpectedly. I will answer it for you. Before he could gloat, you reacted and blocked a blow. Martial arts means Muon continues to jump up and launch a full-scale attack, beating up the brat in front of him. This time, Gongra couldn't dodge in time and was hit from all sides. That's all there is. That brat was very pleased to see you coughing up blood. I won't miss. Bihyang stood silently watching the Gong family struggling and desperately dodging. She clenched her fists, her mood growing tense. Finally, she took the initiative. You bastard, what are you doing? She shouted loudly in anger. That's water. Isn't that sword forged from rainwater? What are you afraid of? Take it and drink it. Gongjia was momentarily stunned. Seeing Bihyang's serious expression as she observed, he was secretly pleased that Thien Kuai had acknowledged the match. With renewed motivation, he immediately launched a counterattack. Got it, Hell Demon Sword, second form, the Sword of Thirst. Mum suddenly paused when witnessing your move. Did you just stab my sword into the ground? Kyun and Bihyang downstairs have stopped fighting and are taking turns focusing on guiding Mumun and Gong. Disciple using the withered petal technique, the ground is already wet. Then it formed a puddle. After regaining your spirit, each sword stroke becomes stronger and sharper. Demonic Hell Sword, third form the Sword of the Drowned. Seeing Mumun was injured, he warned, too strong, fall back. Baekhyang then ordered to chase after him. He tried to resist but was powerless. Damn it, you gong out without any delay. Hell Demon Sword, fourth form the Sword of Freezing. Kyun-gun hurriedly worried, kid, don't block that move, just dodge it. In the battle, Gong's mind was filled with thoughts of the many scars on his skin. The open wound will freeze due to the cold winds and quickly harden the scar. Mumun was injured badly enough for blood to flow in streams. Kyun also kicked evenly, you damn devil. Didn't you also interfere in that fight? He and she watched the two fighting with pride, their spirits soaring. Seeing them like that made him happy, but instead his body became infected and unable to fight, leaving only a soulless shell. I became the sword of the demon lord, and the venomous snake became the sword of the martial arts leader. This is what they once desired. This is a dream they can never fulfill. As the sunset slowly falls, Baekhyang's face seems to hold many emotions as the surroundings gradually open up. Her eyes gradually avoid contact, her smile tinged with sadness. No matter how perfect that dream is, it will eventually disappear. Everything is rotting inside. In the end, she covered her face and sobbed those evil people. Gongda's thoughts still echoed. A declining genre, a declining world. Baekhyang's choked voice quieted the atmosphere. I will throw everything away. I threw it away a long time ago, but it started again. What do you want me to do? The battle has stopped. Gasping tiredly for breath, only humans abandon humans. Your heart is full of sorrow, only humans do not abandon humans. You called out to the heavenly demon. Gong respectfully knelt down and said, I want to be your disciple. Deep down you carry many great wishes. I want to become her scenery. I want to become her dream. It will never fade. You express yourself with all sincerity. I want you to teach me as a master. With all the sympathy and respect for Baekhyang, I hope her scenery will lead to mine, her dream will lead to mine, and her life will lead to mine. You sincerely beg, I call her the Grim Reaper. My real name is Gongjia, please accept me as your disciple. Her eyes gradually became vacant. She has also hesitated a lot. I am the celestial demon from Baekhyang. Finally, she overcame herself to make a decision. Bow to me properly and I will accept you as my last disciple. The origin of the demon sect dates back a long time ago. There are prayers that have been passed down from ancient times. Bareha, Bareha, Aga Bareha. Since she was little, Baekhyang has heard it by heart. No one knows what Bareha means. Even the old man who took Baekhyang to the demon path doesn't know. They memorize them without understanding. The prayer is performed by the elder before the candle. The heart is a candle, so light this place on fire. Those words were repeated continuously. Baria. Agabara in thoughts, when still a child. For Soikyang Baria, it is the song of the masses, a scream. The scream actually has no meaning, so it's no wonder that the song of the common people also has no meaning. That thought followed her into adulthood. People don't need to know much to shout. So those who know nothing can only shout. Screaming is a common trait among people of all nations. Once an elder spoke with Baekhyang. I have nothing left to teach you. You have absorbed enough of the demon sect's essence. It's time for you to appear. He asked about her choice. Where do you want to go, bitch? Hai Hang decisively replied, to a place where people are hungry, to a place where people are thirsty, to a place where people are suffocating, to a place with addicts, to a place where people are sick and ill, to a place where people are punished by the authorities, to a place where people die in fires. That is where I want to go. The elder muttered after hearing Bareha Bara before the blazing candle. You declared so, Baekhyang, you can go anywhere in the world. And after that decision was made, 2 one-year-old Baekhyang appeared in the martial arts world. That winter, 21 martial artists, 47 court inspectors, and 55 members of prestigious families in the area were killed. Returning to the present, the Gong family was led by Baekhyang into a dark cave. Our sect's tradition is very special. In our sect, when a disciple greets the master, he must bow 9 times. Every candle she passes is instantly lit, illuminating a vast library, but it's not just about bowing 9 times. The master will decide whether to accept those 9 bows. Master can ask the disciple to perform the 9-bow ritual as many times as they want until they are satisfied. Gong looks around and is overwhelmed by the scene. That demon girl answered immediately. This is the sect's secret magic warehouse. She briefly introduced it to you, and it is also the martial arts warehouse of the 5 major sects and the 9 academies. I call this place the Heavenly Martial Arts Warehouse. The old elf was very excited to explore. Awesome. This is definitely a zombie treasure vault. I will read through some martial arts books. Don't worry about me, and do whatever you want. When you do it, just bring it out until I finish reading. The old man was as happy as a child. All the skills in this world are now mine. Ha ha ha. Baekhyang is starting to tell the story now. When I was 21, I entered the martial arts world. Do you know what my first thought was when I appeared in the martial arts world? The Gong family also tried to make a judgment, but all were wrong that she would destroy the top hypocrites in the sect. That is my third thought, that she will prove the demon cult is the best. That was the second thought. She explained her ideals to him. What we are saying is that since we were young we have hated the term martial arts. Martial arts is a term used to show respect, but why are there only martial arts masters in this world? There are also fishermen and farmers. Merchants live here, as do prostitutes. Countless things make up a forest. However, the 9 academies and the 5 great sects named the forest after martial arts, ignoring everything else, which is why we decided to take martial arts away from them. Gong was wide-eyed with surprise. Did she snatch the martial star? Mentioning this, Biqiang recounted it with great excitement. I stole all the martial arts documents they revered like gods. The faces of the Ganryu masters are still vivid in my mind. They kneel and beg me to leave the books containing Van Long's wisdom. I bury those monks in the ground but leave their heads exposed. And while they were still watching, I took all the martial arts books and left. Thinking back now still makes me anxious. Decades have passed. This warehouse holds the lifelong dedication of Biqiang. These are 4,000 secret manuals. This is the most powerful clan in the country. Because all the martial arts in the world create this library, this place deserves to be called the martial world. I want to receive your bow. Miss Yen stood before the giant bookshelf, her words full of charisma. Will you do it? Gong politely replied. Yes. You took the initiative to take off your shoes to prepare for the ritual. Biqiang also gave a prior warning. I will not care about your appearance. The otherworldly child just bowed as the original body spoke. She showed you step by step how to bow 9 times, but each bow should carry a different intention. The first bow should carry the intention of speaking. Seeing Gong still standing there, she emphasized. Do you understand? You know this is very important. In the demon sect, the 9 rituals are no different from the heavenly sound demon magic. He solemnly recalled each lesson, saying the child awaited the Sunday Gong Jia seriously began to redo the first one. Biqiang's expression was hard to read, unsure what she was thinking. The next thing he learned was the second strange thing about thirst, which she also explained slowly. The stages of demonism are mostly divided into 4. The first stage is the rise of demons or devils. Demons arise are those who speak with swords. Therefore, a demon arise is someone who can talk about their pain with a sword. You listen carefully while focusing your thoughts. This is a different wave. You kneel down and bow a second time, according to Biqiang's teachings. The second stage is Gukma, or extreme demons. The ultimate demon is one who can communicate with the pain of others. Therefore, the ultimate demon is only those who can use a sword to deal with the pain of others. She paused for a moment to carefully observe his attitude. The third hardship he experienced. The third bow of the drowning. Her words echoed again. The third stage is the dissolution of the demon, or the elusive demon. Biqiang clarifies it further for you. The elusive demon is one who can speak about everyone's pain. The elusive demon can easily walk down the street and feel the pain of those he passes by. Reaching that level of training is very difficult, and very few have achieved it. Even within our sect, the number of elusive demons can only be counted on one hand. I am a devil that is hard to grasp. The Gong family still pays close attention to every bow. Another freezing Wednesday. You remember the scene on a winter night with the feeling of a mother holding her son tightly as he freezes to death. Biqiang has also presented the conclusion. Finally, it's the stage of summoning ghosts and gods, something she has only heard about but never seen. The demon not only knows the pain of every human but also of all things. It is said that he can speak of the pain of all creatures, but this is just the theoretical stage, so we will skip this part. Actually, no one has ever reached the stage of God Demon. The 5th level is something you feel a bit worried about. Again on Thursday, the poison prayer, the 5th sword of heavenly sound demon magic is poison. It is the movement of those who died from poisoning and addiction. I still haven't mastered the 5th sword, Biqiang said. Stop. She said with Gong's confused expression. Do it again. When he did it again, he still heard the command to stop, then continue once more. Do it again. Stand up, then kneel down again. To understand the poison sword, the number of times I knelt with a heart dead from poisoning 336. Her voice was still cold. Do it again. The next challenge you must conquer is the number of times I have knelt with a heart dead from illness. 189 strict, so you can remember for a long time. Do it again. Saturday is the longest. Still the same familiar word. The number of times I have knelt with a dead heart from being hit by a blunt object is 510. Bitch Hai Hang commented, having seen your heart through 7 cold kneelings, you are an honest child. She looks at you with affectionate and empathetic eyes. Some children are honest from birth. There are children born with flaws, but become honest because of their own desires. Outsider child, you are the one behind. Until now, she has highly valued the Gong family's abilities. I wonder how you have lived your life to come this far. She also wondered if you wanted to live your life this way. You knelt down and listened to Biqiang's confession. If the sun means life, then darkness means pain. Everyone's life's limits are different, but their pains accumulate. Sweat poured down like a shower. You struggled to stand up because being human is not just about being alive but about having pain. Baekhyang's words clearly reveal your deepest feelings. If you say you will share your pain with someone, it means you will accompany that person for life. So the one hurt by everyone just wants to be with everyone. She warmed her hands over the brightly burning lamp. People not only decide who they will leave scars on, but also decide whose scars they will carry. Each word seemed to explain every effort you made in the past, that the ordinary people you tried to save would never get better. The crowds you saved will never become famous. The one you love will never be perfect. Bitch Hai Hang has shared a lifetime of feelings to make the Gong family understand. Even so, if you want to be hurt by others, think about how they scratch you with their nails, how they hurt you, even when holding you tight. These are all eternal truths. Life is pain, but only humans suffer. Bareha, Bareha, Agabaraha. This is the meaning in the flame of your heart. Burn it and see other people's true colors. The moment the candle goes out is also the right time. The eighth heavenly sound is death by fire. Bichhyang guides you out bowing to the fire medicine heart. You perform the eighth bow with Tam. She closes her eyes, feeling the connection with you growing stronger. She stood up and walked towards him. I understand the final sword of Thienam is not fixed. From generation to generation, the sect engraves their death onto the final sword, so the ninth sword of Thienam demon magic varies depending on the person. Seeing the obvious exhaustion of the Gong family, she made her final request, bow to your death. He pondered once again. This is what you feel most clearly after regressing 90 times. I once had pain deeply engraved in your mind. My neck hurts no matter how many times I go through it. You can never get used to that feeling. My hands are trembling. I'm afraid the blade will slip or the force will be off because I'm too shaky. When my determination fades, the day I must die stretches longer. The slower my death, the more my determination fades. The more my determination fades, the more I have to die. However, I cannot forgive that person. I am not confident that I can forgive him and continue living. I desperately want to live, so I die in despair. On the ninth day, the last thing you put your heart into was your own suffering. Bowing Bitch Hai Ang immediately knelt down and embraced you. Gong Ra, you are my disciple. She holds you tightly and comforts you. I don't care where you come from. Where are you going? Who are you? You are a disciple of the heavenly demon. Our teachings lie in your heart. Even if society is destroyed, as long as your heart keeps beating, Thienam will continue. Gongjia, weak at this moment, burst into tears. Yes, master, your tears fall for the efforts and hardships endured. My neck hurts so much. The ceremony ended, and you smiled warmly in Big Hyang's embrace. I finally understood it. Gongjia slowly walked behind eyes, focused on Big Hyang ahead. She reminded to be careful as it was very dark ahead. Deep down, he wondered, what is Master thinking the heavenly devil? So he decided to raise his hand and cast a spell to check her information. Big Hyang's thoughts appear. Let's see if I can calculate the remaining internal energy. I can live for another 1 year and 6 months if I save it. She complained, oh no, it's so hard in just a year and a half. I have to pass on my internal energy to Gong Ra. You just quietly listen without saying anything. He scratched his head shyly, feeling ticklish. The old spirit suddenly shouted zombie. The old spirit laughed loudly, waving his arms and spinning around. Haha, no matter how different the world is, martial arts are not much different from the martial world, but it still makes me feel comfortable to be able to read martial arts materials. Ah, right, did the ceremony go well? Remembering the old man made him cover his face in frustration as he kept bragging about the warrior. Moon sat not far away, and happily called out when he saw the two returning. Oh, you're back. He turned to ask the Gong family, is the 9 greeting ceremony over? The boy replied politely. I officially became a disciple of the heavenly devil, he said with a casual tone. Congratulations. Gongjia asked curiously, so how did Doksa become a disciple of the martial arts leader? He got up lazily and said, well, somehow it just happened. Mun crossed his arms and sneered, I just told him to teach me nothing else. But in his mind, that dying old man said Duong. Those time was short and wanted to give Tien Kwai a reason to live. How could I refuse? And he was better than me when we talked about martial arts side by side. He recalled his memory. Kyun-gun surprisedly called him. Hey, is that guy for real? The medicine king and medicine master standing nearby were also astonished. That guy looks like that, but he is our precious teammate. The venomous snake is like an idol for the youth in our world, right? He feels shy but also proud. Everyone stop talking about those things, it's so embarrassing. Then Kyun-gun's eyes looked at him sparkling and pleading. Yes, I beg you in the name of the greatest genius, please be my last disciple. Even though my brain is troubled, I just want to live peacefully, but why does my life turn out this way? While his face clearly shows satisfaction. The alchemist standing behind Mon spoke, Death King and Heavenly Demon. I have good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear? She softly announced, it's successful, the medicine has been made. It's successful. The king of Bichhyang was stunned and stepped forward. What? Did she really create the medicine? She adjusted her glasses, looking knowledgeable and speaking calmly. To be honest, it was only completed yesterday. I need to observe for another day because I have to see the drug test results the alchemist recounted about her, and the Medicine King's experiments and the samples they provided. I experimented on the corpse of that martial arts master. The zombie is gradually returning to a normal dead body. I affirm that there is no transmission, and his body has become an ordinary corpse. Biqiang happily grabbed her hand. It's amazing. Even with the cooperation of the righteous masters, we couldn't cure the disease that only the two of them have found the antidote for. The alchemist replied calmly, not daring to take all the credit for himself. Without the medicinal herbs provided by the Death King, we would not have succeeded. She was excited and thrilled. No need to be modest, treat him right away. Biqiang talks about her friend. He pretends to be strong and proud, but he is actually trembling with fear. He doesn't have many days left. Maybe God's mercy helped you create the cure before he dies. Gong silently thought to himself, the medicine master is a genius, so creating a cure is not surprising. The alchemist cautiously continued, yes, of course I will heal him. That's why I'm here. Seeing her face fall, Biqiang asked, is there a problem with the medicine? The alchemist avoided her gaze. No, the medicine is fine, just a little minor issue. The alchemist slowly explained the side effects which could negatively affect the patient's heart. Hearing that, she froze. Kyun-gun, standing behind, spoke up. Anyway, we have to treat it, we have to bear the side effects. The effects of the drug created by this girl are undeniable. The old man reiterated the truth about their current physical condition, but she also needed to pay attention to this. Both of us are half alive and half dead. Our bodies have long become mummified, but we are just trying to hold on. The old man rubbed his chin and stroked his beard. We defied the laws of nature to survive. Now we have to pay the price. The alchemist activated the health scanner. It had been a while since the two were infected, so she pointed the device at Biqiang to check her condition. The origin of this disease is very difficult to determine, making treatment truly challenging. She reminds patients that for the medicine to be effective, we need to clear out any obstructions in the body. Biqiang clenched her hand tightly. She hesitated and asked, do you mean we will remove the tumor from the patient's body? That's enough. There will be some internal energy loss, and the body will be affected to some extent. But we can recover quickly. The alchemist agreed with your opinion. That's exactly what I wanted to say to you both. Mun just stood silently with arms crossed on the side. Biqiang has no doubts about the two doctors. She doesn't need to worry about the surgery. Everything is going smoothly. I have complete trust in the Medicine Master and Medicine King. Both of them have done very well. That's what I wanted to tell you. The Medicine King just sat quietly listening to the conversation. Kyun expressed his inner feelings. Their medicine works very well, even though I don't know much about it. We are very lucky to have hope. You should try it too. Biqiang didn't answer. She just called his name Nam Kyun. He grabbed his collar to cover his wound, speaking firmly, I will have surgery. Kyun-gun expressed his feelings. Anyway, I think all hope is lost. Fortunately, it's not sadness or regret. I'm happy to have gained a disciple, even if only temporarily. My student is a unique genius. Say it with understanding. I'm glad about that. We are warriors and also the leaders of two sects. We need to be strong. He is in front of Biqiang. We don't need to be afraid or hesitant. This is an opportunity. Do you agree? Bai Hang placed his hand on his close friend's shoulder, hoping she would think it over, but all he got in return was silence. That night, the bright moonlight shone down the mountain crevices. The martial arts leader operated all night, and the surgery was successful. Biqiang quietly looked up at the Changyue sky with indescribable feelings. Gongo softly asked Master, I'll get straight to the point. Is the surgery result promising? How is it? You politely replied, he is safe. Biqiang smiled lightly, truly happy. She faces the distant sunlight, whispering her feelings. Disciple, if you want to extinguish the coldness in the world. Biqiang talks about the dream from childhood. That has been my wish since I was little. I hate winter and every snowflake that falls. Why does the world have seasons and winter too? In the seasons, we wonder why winter takes away the lives of others. She held her sword pointed straight towards the shining light. I am confident that I can do anything for this world if I try hard enough, but it is truly difficult, not as easy as I thought. Gong looked down and asked doubtfully, bloodthirsty demon sword, she replied gently. Biqiang held it up and a black aura began to envelop her. When I first appeared in the land full of rivers and lakes, I brought with me a heart full of passion. I accepted the coldness of the world as a given and wished to erase the snowy mountains. She raised her sword to cover her face and whispered, in those days I had a great desire and immense faith. Long hair fluttered gracefully as Biqiang danced softly to the call of the soul. Bariha, Bariha, why? Bariha, our heart is a candle. She jumped swiftly towards the snowy mountain ahead, slashing fiercely into the air. Then burn this place down. Her strike generated heat that gradually melted the snow on the mountain. Her tone was completely calm. I can only do a part of it with a passionate heart. Although I tried, I could not fulfill my wish, but with my lonely soul it is all just a dream. This is my final journey. Baekhyang slowly turned her face back, looking at Gong with deep, indescribable emotions. Disciple, I will perform the ritual. The Medicine King tiredly asked the fake golden lion, can you hold on until the surgery for the heavenly demon? She leaned against the rock, equally exhausted. Please forgive me, I think I need to rest. Kyun was lying still when a familiar voice suddenly sounded, breaking the silence. Old man, I heard your spirit was injured, so I came to see it with my own eyes. The old man smiled at Baekhyang, because the first visitor to the patient is me. It's truly unimaginable. Well then, look around as much as you want. Ask about the old man's health. How does he feel? Kyun-gun spoke softly, feeling relieved as if he was about to fly. She didn't believe him at all. It was all nonsense. He couldn't even turn over like a leaf, let alone fly. He asked Vuvo, well, you look much better. Madu, have you also decided to have surgery? She looked at him affectionately and said, yes. Baekhyang recounted what she had just done for him. I swung my sword with energy equivalent to a year. That was the last time in my life I could play with my aura like that. He laughed excitedly. That scene must have been magnificent. Unfortunately, I couldn't witness it because I was bedridden. So what did you do? Her eyes gazed distantly at the mountains she had just tried to cut with a hint of regret. I tried to cut off the winter but couldn't. The desolate arena in that despair passed me by. He comforted her to cheer her up. Oh my, what a pity, but cheer up. Isn't that an unprecedented performance? If it were that easy, the history of this world would have been overturned at least 6 times. Baekhyang hesitated, about to ask something. Nam Kyun, you understand my meaning and answer accordingly. I have no regrets. Kyun is always grateful for what he has and never complains. The world shattered long ago, but we can endure for years thanks to a strange fate. The strange fate that a divine healer from another world can save us, that I can take in the last disciple, that the sect I thought was destroyed still exists. Everything started from that strange fate. It brings miracles. I am truly grateful to it. You have lived this many years, so you understand very well. The only thing I regret is that we cannot continue the great battle between good and evil. You truly believe in the next generation. Wow, there is no perfect life in this world. Our disciple will take care of the rest. Baekhyang nodded in agreement when she heard those words. She glanced at Gongra, her voice full of faith. Yes, they will. If this is the final stop for my life, I am willing to accept it. You stand behind the two, quietly listening to their stories about life. Gong suddenly thought of something and turned to leave. Master, I have to go out. She curiously asked, where can you go in this situation? He just briefly explained, just think of it as a disciple going out for some fresh air, don't worry. The way you say it only makes her feel more uneasy. Hearing you say that makes me even more worried. Baek Haihang reminds Gong to be careful. You don't intend to get involved in dangerous matters, right? You respectfully clasp your hands to say goodbye. I will definitely return before the master's treatment is over. Master, please rest assured and heal the wound. Your unworthy disciple will be here when you open your eyes. Under the harsh cold, the thick snow made every step difficult. What did this world look like before it was destroyed? You stop and look up at the bright Sunday. Did the martial arts world once have a dense forest here? Gangster Songho, was there ever water flowing in this place? Suddenly Preta appeared, respectfully bowing to him. Her voice rose gently. My lot, she announced the assigned mission. By your order, there are 439 undead from the demon sect, 478 undead from the righteous sect, a total of 917 missing people, 560 demon sect members, and 521 righteous sect members, not missing but in the nearby area. In total there are 1,998 people of the Legion here. Gongra drew his sword ready, and prepared to fight. Good, from now on bring each zombie to me one by one. Brett respectfully stepped back, obeying orders. The zombies were slaughtered one by one, screaming in pain. The more you kill, the more fiercely you fight. Next, those Berea-type zombies. Gong rushed out with all his might to eliminate the bodies around. Agabaraha Gong gave the order. Hurry up. I will finish them all before sunset today. She pointed her hand eastward. Yes, my lord. In this fierce battle, you suddenly remember something. I have been thinking about this issue for a long time. Remembering that only made Gong Jia more determined. How can I achieve a perfect ending? How can one's life be complete? You tiredly wipe the sweat from your forehead. Will the master be pleased with the outcome of you becoming her disciple? His eyes blankly stared down at the cold layer of snow. In the end, it didn't matter. Gong stood dazed for a moment, a normal ending with just introducing the disciple. Even if I ended this world, the 22nd floor would still be just as clean. She stands beside you, cheering. Lord, please be strong, only half left. Greta announces. Please continue to encourage the efforts of the warriors. She and Gong made efforts to eliminate the zombies. The last few are rising to report to the Lord. You keep fighting while daydreaming, I'll never be satisfied. After wiping out all the corpses, you collapse exhausted to the ground. She approached excitedly. You have tried very hard, Lord. You have accomplished a lot. Seeing this, he asked, confused, why are you so happy? Greta, be quiet and shy. When I think of the Lord's appearance, my heart naturally fills up. She believes that the good things you do will surely be recognized. I have not yet met the Lord's Master in person, but I'm sure it will be very fun. And not just normal fun, really fun. You want that too? I guess so. I hope she will be happy. Inside the cave, the Kim Soo mask cheerfully informs Big Hyung and Kunun. Both are trying very hard. With this, I confidently say that both of you will recover within a week. She is speaking now. Even if Bai Kwang bites, you two will not be infected. Then suddenly, Bich Hyung reached out to pat Jia Kim Soo's head. Thank you. She is very grateful for this kind-heartedness. That old man and I owe you a life-saving favor. Helping strangers is not an easy thing. The humble alchemist replied, I only do what I need to do. Hearing this, Bich Hyung praised even more. It's wonderful to think that this is what she needs to do, even more wonderful, that she goes through it and sees it to the very end. She is a good child. Gong went home and saw them so close, then asked boss, does that mean both of them can move? The alchemist turned to answer him. Ah yes, even if two sects move there will be no problem. You invite the two predecessors, master martial arts leader, would you both take a walk with me for a bit? They looked at him bewildered. A walk? They just had surgery but still have energy to tease each other. I am very happy to go breathe the air with my disciple. But why did you bring this old man along? Oh dear, dealing with the little devil and the big devil, I am the one refusing. The Gong family does not allow them to refuse. Both of you must go. Both of them looked at each other simultaneously with suspicion and doubt. Although not voluntary, Bichhyung and Kyun still agreed. Alright, my disciple must have some plan, so I'll willingly be fooled. Well, since it's a little demon, it probably isn't a big deal. A rare peaceful scene. Gong Ra took their hand and called out, Master. Yes, the martial arts leader. He walked slowly while talking, and the two had said that their only regret was not being able to end their battle of good and evil. It's unfortunate, but that's what you became, a disciple of the person to deal with. You looked towards the bright dawn shining down, illuminating the cold, snowy mountains. But I came up with something else. You calmly shared your thoughts. The battle between good and evil is a ritual between two people. Even if you and the master fight each other, it's just a normal match. Only a match between the two of them can become that great battle. That's because they have resisted both the demonic cult and the righteous sect until now. Bich Hang suddenly understood something. The disciple did not let her continue speaking. Gongra expresses his gratitude to the woman and the old man. Thank you. Thank you for not giving up for 3 years. Thank you for gathering the zombies every morning. If both of them give up, I will never be able to heal them. After saying that, he began to chant, reincarnation of 100 demons. A black smoke appears, enveloping the surrounding space. In that black smoke, the old people began to appear. Gong continued speaking. You can think of it as a dream. You don't mind if people look back and say it's a side effect of losing integrity. You happily accept, thinking it's fine that the child has learned strange martial arts. The master, the leader, and everyone in the martial world are shocked to see their bodies intact. Seeing everyone return to normal, his eyes looked into the distance. The cult was not yet at its end. War had not forgotten chivalry, and chivalry did not abandon war. If the demonic sect vanishes from the world, it must be by the Orthodox school's sword. If the Orthodox school is destroyed, it must be by the demonic sect's slaughtering hand. Gong turned around, took their hands to hold each other, as the master of the demon sect said, and as the leader of the Orthodox wished. He respectfully clasped his hands. Fight to become the ultimate master of the martial world. The ghosts from before have mysteriously returned to human form. Those in cloaks are shocked by what is happening before their eyes. What's going on? The other side wasn't doing any better either. Their faces looked around in confusion. Is this heaven? Am I still alive? A cultist even hesitated to ask. I'm sure the body was bitten by Jiang Si. Bikyang looked at the image below with a heavy heart. Her daughter coldly questioned Gong Ra. You come from another world, right? Not just a place outside this wall. This is not magic that a human can do. This is truly an absurd act in legend. Or have we died and been taken to heaven without realizing it? You hear those words, bowing your head to look at the people below. That's not true. The next words were like tiny needles piercing Bichang's chest. These people cannot use martial arts like the master. They are weaker than when they were alive. You lifted Bichang's hands and gently said, go ahead and see for yourself. Bichang glided over the remaining snow on the cliff and quickly rushed down. She gently stepped onto the white snow just a few steps away. The former blood demon servant was clearly leading everyone. First, we need to assess the current situation. Everyone stay calm, send out a scouting team. She called out to Captain Red Blood Team. Hearing that familiar sound, Huyet Ma turned around in panic. Everyone saw the woman in front of them and couldn't believe their eyes. Thien Ma Bikyang, with a trance-like gaze, still hasn't grasped the true alchemist, her lips twitching. Captain of the Red Blood Team, are you really the captain of the Red Blood Team? She began calling out each familiar name. Demon King Guyang with the Fire Demon. Yes, there is a demon sword god. The god takes orders, you go out and stroke each person's cheek filled with happiness. I have lost you before. Looking at those kneeling on the snow, that voice softly echoed. My little child. Amidst that emotion, a deep voice resonated. Ahem was the abbot who once held the record during the plague back then. I should have died in the cave and been carried across the river. When I closed my eyes and passed away, I did not see the realm of the insect, nor the grave of the insect body, only the snowy cave. Kyun then quickly ran down. Master Du, the abbot, upon hearing that sound also responded coldly without regret. Ah, and this commoner too, even if I have to leave the mortal world, I must stay close to this man. What does the Buddha want from me? Kyun-gun happily hugged the abbot, hearing him talk like this. He really was a true monk. He even got a facial massage and acupuncture. He has returned. He is still alive, which makes the master quite unhappy. I am not his friend. This must be a miracle from the Jade Emperor. I am listening to your nonsense. Even though you are a monk, your voice seems to have not yet grasped the essence of Buddha. Don't dirty the ears of an ordinary monk. Besides, I shouldn't have listened to the temptation to confront your demonic sect. You better stay silent and enter the temple. Gongjia sees this scene and immediately knows who it is. He is probably the abbot of Shaolin. After my master and the lord of martial arts, he is the longest living person. I see you speak so coldly like this, it makes me very happy. You really are the monk I know. In that warm moment, a cold female voice cut through the chill wind. Ah, so it's Bikyang, she declared boldly. I am Bikyang of the Demon Wind sect. She held the Shaolin fist and continued, it is a heavenly demon. In the heaven-like space, that clear sound kept spreading through the air. Today may be an illusion of the blind, but it's okay, I'll be a dreaming patient in broad daylight. Behind her are countless disciples kneeling in reverence, and it's fine if this is just a dream as the world falls asleep. Her black hair fluttered in the wind. The student she mentored looked at her with pride. In the end, life is just a violent illness we have to fight through day by day. And this world is a dream we share together. The small silhouette stands firm like a towering mountain before the scorching Sunday. I still haven't forgotten the name of the disease I have. I still haven't forgotten this delusion. So I still haven't let go of anyone, and I still haven't given up on this world. Bikyang changed her posture, shook off the snow beneath her feet, and shouted, Really, you still haven't stopped. It's not martial arts, that disease is what proves my status. And it's not internal energy, but that delirium that proves who I am. The deep-set eyes look towards the righteous side. I will continue to be myself, and I propose the 990th battle. Under the witness of the high sky, old Kyun-gun responds, martial arts leader, male Kyun, adopting the Shaolin fist stance. Let me introduce myself to everyone once again. I am Kan Thon from Namkyu. The accusations begin to be spoken. Your demonic sect turns the screams of common people into doctrine. Those screams become revenge, and revenge turns into genocide that stains this world red. The sentence is even more intense than the previous one. The soul is stained with blood full of autumn hatred. You turned the celestial and mortal realms blood red, yet still acted like the weak ones. On the battlefield, then only two truly understood why this move was made. You keep crying out and clinging to the hem of the heavenly demon. You beg her to take your place and bear all the evils of the world for you. When you grasp her hem, it is clear that you are weak and pitiful. But the play never ends halfway. You all have your limbs intact, so how long do you plan to cling to the crimes of the past? Every word seems to fuel the flames of hatred in the evil faction. If the tree wants to bear fruit, it must shed its flowers, just as the bloodshed of the righteous faction stirs up turmoil. But look at what your vehicles are doing. The cheap thug sells his pain like people sell flowers. Bikyang, hearing this, was satisfied and exclaimed, Very good, I consider you are accepting the challenge. In that snowy place, only two people had the right to speak. Bikyang asked a meaningless question. Surrender or fight a life-and-death battle? Kunun listened and responded directly, fighting a life-or-death battle. As if waiting for this moment for a long time, Bikyang smiled wickedly and happily. I accept. She turned around and gave the order. The demon sect disciple reached out towards the moon. Bikyang raised the spirit of all things. You may remember today as a dream or an illusion. In response to her call, the military unit immediately shouted. Berea is a brilliant commander, continuing amidst the wails of his vassals. Perhaps all of this is just a fanciful dream. Berea raised his hand to order the troops out, but didn't forget to shout encouragement to everyone. If that's the case, I should live as if this is just a dream. Yam Berea. Like the sound of troops marching out, Bikyang's words are the low flame that lights up the heart. Our hearts are candles burning away this place. Before both sides charged to fight to the death, the sound swayed like the sharp strings of a pipa. Because of the cult for the lives of the civilians, and that scene, that moment had come to kill them all. Baekhyun raised her hand to order their destruction. Both sides drew their weapons and a violent atmosphere quickly emerged. Let's attack the heretical dogs today, I must kill them all. To win, they play any game, including biting opponents or ramming into others. The young second boy angrily shouted, "We are the moral guardians led by Demon King Guang, one of the 4 great protectors of the heresy. Taste the edge of my sword." You're facing a middle-aged man who seems to have no shortage of enemies. Both sides rushed in at the same time. Hai Gongjin was hit on the chin by Guyang's sword handle. Guang was poked in both eyes by him, but despite the pain, Jin still laughed out loud joyfully. "Ah ha ha!" On this side, a beautiful young lady politely introduces herself. "First-class fire demon among the 4 great guardians, I will take your head." Facing her is the abbot of Shaolin, Temple Amitabha Buddha. "I am Romagong." The demon flower raised 3 fingers, suggesting that out of respect for the abbot, I will let you go first for 3 days. Hearing this, he ran up and shouted, "The monk will never forget your kindness." Unexpectedly, he took a full blow to the stomach, the punch so strong that blood spurted from his mouth. The monk, Luong Thuong, stood up. "Didn't you tell me to strike first 3 times? But she shamelessly replied, "Do you really believe what I say?" She felt extremely amused, but wondered when she started having a nosebleed. "Yes, you do look like that." The monk is proud of the result before him. "Perhaps my skills are not yet worn out." She collapsed, cursing that terrible bastard. He ran over and grabbed the demon flower's head. "I still have those 2 moves." The monk used his knee to strike the demon's head, but he was the one who felt the pain. And a laugh tore through his heart. Kukaha. Elsewhere, the sword demon is still fiercely fighting the enemy. "You guys are just a bunch of monks who don't know how to use inner power. This is my real skill, try to block it." His voice echoed far away. The true faces of those damn righteous sects were exposed before the martial world. Using swords to duel the representative of the righteous sect was Thien Kiem Nan Hoa. "You are all rude people, evenly matched in the duel." The sword demon sweated and gasped. "Damn it, stop and give up." Both narrowly dodged the attack, the demon's sword showing loyalty to the cult. The cult disciples shouted in unison. For the common people, Gong family still stunned by a bloody battle, he could still feel how realistic this story was. Dai, come here in front of me." It's the first time witnessing the moment the master unleashes his move himself. Baekhyun seemed to be dancing lightly in the air. "Wow, it's so lively here." Contrary to her calm attitude, others like the abbot and the head of Naksan seemed to struggle as the 2 heroes attacked her together, but were repelled. Yes. The eyes radiate killing intent, but the mouth still smiles brightly like a flower. That is Bichkyang, the woman who represents the devil. The woman dances around the drops of blood. "I am filled with sorrow throughout the world. The hatred between heaven and earth burns the mountains and hills." Gong's sparkling eyes were like a mirror reflecting that madness. "The demonic sect rules the martial world, and I am the leader of the demonic sect. Do you think you are capable of facing the god of gods?" At this moment it seems no one on the battlefield has the strength to stop that woman. "You are not allowed to pass here." The henchmen of the righteous Bichhyang searched for people with their eyes and shouted, "Nam Kyun." Bichhyang seemed to want to ignite the competitive spirit of a friend and also an enemy. She fought off those who blocked her way to stand before him. The morning sunlight began to erase the darkness of the night. Kunun growled, "This reminds me of the first day of the war. That day we could not determine the winner, so the battle lasted into the second day. But since the second day couldn't end, we continued on the third day." He clenched his veiny hand, tightly gritting his teeth as he spoke. "In the end, I was wrong from the start. I should have used all my strength on the first day. You are really serious now, no longer gentle as before. Come with me, heavenly devil, today. Luck has chosen me." Baekhyun slowly stepped forward with a mocking smile. "You say luck." The 2 commanders of the opposing sides began a real duel. War must involve bloodshed. Baekhyun was punched hard in the face by Kunun. In response, she swung a straight blow under his chin. The dream battle has now become reality, making Baekhyun overjoyed. "Ha ha ha." She took a run-up and bit Kyun's ear. The bite was so painful it affected the nerve by the temple. Unexpectedly, that bite was strong enough to tear off the old master's left ear. Bichhyang spat the earpiece onto the ground. Blood from the ear splattered on her lips, making it filthy. She continued her provocative tone through words. "The noble dignity of the Nam Kyun family does not enhance your worth." Kyun Gun covered his open wound with his hand, panting. "Hey Madu, not only animal meat, do you also like human meat now?" She looked at the old man with half an eye like a grim reaper about to give the execution order. "You are so old that your taste is like rotten spinach, but there are some truths in what you said earlier. The great battle actually ended from the very first day. Right now, Trang Tuan Kiet, you usually know that an outstanding person like Bichhyang is hesitating between me and you. I thought I had fought with everything I had, but in reality I couldn't. I didn't have the courage to risk my life." Looking at his talented student, those words seemed to awaken someone. Today's battle is a second chance that heaven has given us, and no one can ignore their own wrong move. We cannot foolishly repeat the same mistake. In the end, that woman made a decision. Today we should use everything we have to stun that close enemy. Don't tell me. Kyun finally discovered something. You are using your vital energy. What Bichhyang is using is clearly celestial true energy, the energy everyone has when they are first born. In other words, their vitality is different from internal power when using it. Then there is no more, and once it is gone, it is the end of a martial artist's life. Of course, Gongjia also knows what that is, and he is truly panicked by his master's choice. Using vital energy to dominate comes at a high price. They may either die or become disabled. Kunun began to prepare his defense. Madhu, of course you know why Bikyang made this cunning move, but I still have a question. You and I are both weakened anyway. If we try to use our vital energy now, we can only use it like beginners. Not only do we lack internal strength, we don't even have central energy. You didn't notice this, did you? Only realizing that Bichhyang understands it very well. I know. Idle talk makes Kungun angry. Are you really going to use your internal energy to demonstrate the martial arts skills of a beginner once again? She gently replied. Of course, Bichhyang calmly suppressed Kyun's anger and told him not to be angry. I am not planning to throw away my life. I just hope that my final day will come today. Under the stunned gazes of the disciples, she continued. I now feel the complete joy of life. I am grateful to myself for surviving until this day, and I am grateful for all the connections I have made leading up to this moment. She began to position her feet like a serious martial artist, no longer unsteady as before. Looking back, I am truly happy with my life as a martial artist. Gongjia silently watches the scene ahead, the talented leader now on guard, his celestial energy flowing gently like a passing game. Having a worthy opponent who wouldn't be happy, Kunun too well done. I have lived long enough for today. Mr. Thontot uses his internal energy and his vital energy. Let's die together. Thien Ma. Two rivals representing two different factions who have fought hundreds of times decide to end this foolish war today. Starting a new battle, Big Hyang throws a punch, but Kunun swiftly dodges to the side. The energy of both merges with the air and surrounding creatures, causing the forest to bloom beautifully. The scene left him stunned. The old spirit remarked that they were depleting their vital energy. His commentary seemed to explain to the young apprentice beside him. It was like a feast for the flowers, because it was the vital energy of the masters, even if only temporary. The more he spoke, the more he admired those two people. However, this was just a rare scene. He asks himself the question and answers it himself. Is it because one side is born with a pure yin body, and the other with a body for martial artists? Both were truly immersed in their own world, unleashing their own moves, the torment of the celestial demon, the destruction of the golden moon. In the heat of the battle, a red petal fell into a waiting hand. The red petals, like blood, began to fall on the battlefield. Bichhyang twitched her lips. I hate you. Her every word escaped like oil, fueling Kyun's fighting spirit. I hate all of you. I hate the righteous sect. I hate heroes. I hate the 9 great academies. I hate the 5 great clans. While others fight, she appears graceful, as if shedding worldly troubles. We are all happy when the civilians scream, but it is not your happiness that I cannot forgive. She steps on the red petals scattered on the ground. Even someone like you can get hurt. Even someone like you can feel pain and seek comfort. And I despise that you all pretend and act like humans. She struck Kyungun's stomach, causing the wind to suddenly blow fiercely. Why are you beasts to each other, but always human among yourselves? The punch left Kyun stunned, as if it had destroyed something inside him. Blood clearly spurted from Kyun's mouth. The result was obvious. The red petals gradually faded like a magical dream, leaving 2 soldiers collapsed. Gong hurried over in fear. Master, you help your teacher up. Master. Bikyang kept her head down, saying, You win. She was worried about transferring power to her beloved master, constantly reassuring him. I feel her body getting colder. Yes, the winner, the winner. Originally, I was supposed to punch through his chest and seize his heart, but instead of piercing through, I stopped the strike and showed my disciples this humiliating face. That smudged face still calmly advises the favorite student. However, I still think it's better than what you are like now. She looked at his panicked face and asked, What is that expression? Big Hai Hang advised back then. Don't worry, I still have time before I die. I have enough time to say goodbye. 2 hours later, still on the battlefield, her voice like a lullaby rose, but you were still crying. Ignoring the surroundings, she continued amidst the noisy space. You are making everything difficult for me, so I have also become a difficult person. The alchemist ran over. Lord Su Vung, I have wanted to tell you everything for a long time, but I couldn't because of my stubbornness. I was worried this would leave something in your heart. Like a denial, she continued. I want you to remember me, like everyone remembers the moment the flowers bloom. Looking at the remnants around, the 2 companions who came here with you were panicked. What's happening? Master has woken up. Baekhyang looked at the fake Kim Soo and said, "That old man is still fine, the last hit was quite shallow. He boasted that luck was on his side today, but his luck is being crippled." As if the Golden Lion answered with absolute certainty. "What do you mean? I will never let him go in that condition. We don't have time for this. Both of them need to be treated immediately." Who would have thought? Baekhyang refused that help. "I'm fine. I know my body well. It's really too much for me. Just take care of the old man." When examining and diagnosing, the fake Kim Soo's face suddenly turned sad. But the woman still didn't care about that. "And I want to spend the last moment with only a few disciples. Can you please leave us alone, kid?" Old Kim Soo asked quietly and sadly. "I have some painkillers. Do you want some pills?" Baekhyang continued to refuse. "I'm fine. The winter wind is very lovely. I just want to feel this wind as it is now. When I reach Nirvana, everyone begins to return to the cave to treat Kunun, leaving the two masters and disciples on the pure white snow. Baekhyang is chatting. What should we do with the remaining time now? No matter how sad the student was, the master no longer cared about anything else. Her words were like a wish to have one last conversation in this life. "Do you want to see how beautiful our sex palace is? I didn't expect the Gong family to plead for mercy. There are still a few more things." Seeing Baekhyang's face starting to go blank, he spoke up to stop her. "I have a request to ask." "What is it? What Gong truly wants deep in your heart? I want you to have an alchemist ending that you will be satisfied with. This is a piece for that. One piece is the missing puzzle piece. Your next words awakened that master. Have a match with him." Tom Kim, so Baekhyang has fallen at that realm. She only realized that realm when called the Heavenly Demon, instead of Nurktwet. In the end, she finally understood the truth. "I understand now." Her eyes were empty and staring into space, killing with just her mind, she murmured. "So there is another realm that no one has reached yet." Baekhyang looked up at the nearest mountain, a realm that only existed in legends now before her eyes. She thought about it from afar. It looked like Nirvana, but once you reached it, there was no place you couldn't go. Her hand seemed to reach the mountain peak, but hearing someone call, she immediately let go. Behind her, the demons were poor and miserable, begging the Supreme Being with tears. Bitch Hai Hang wishes she had a few more decades, the poor long-haired person kneeling with a tired posture begging. "The court demands we pay taxes with black marten fur, but when my father went hunting martens, he never returned. We can't pay taxes per person." She looked at that scene and thought of that realm. If she just needs to practice. The guy with the tied hair tells a story. "Last year there was a drought, so we had nothing to eat. But we were forced to build a dam to store water for the next drought. How could we build it on an empty stomach?" In her heart she yearned. If she had those things, they would desperately call her name Thien Ma. Her dark empty eyes stared at the mountain, her hand gripping the weapon tightly, as if she had made up her mind. When the wretches kept begging, "This guy Van is helping us," someone complained, "I have to cut back on many things already." She chose to close her eyes and stride forward, leaving the snowy mountain behind. That day she eradicated those who made the world cold, yet she could not eliminate winter itself. Gong's words surprised Baekhyang. "Please fight me." He listened to her with eyes full of emotion. "Truly surprising, your desire to become my disciple and be taught by me is commendable." Her wounded hand hung limply on the black dress. "You see, I can't move anymore." "Gong, what do you gain by defeating your paralyzed master?" Your answer confuses her. It doesn't have to be a competition. Explain it to her. I want to argue with someone. A battle of words instead of bodies. A drawing of two devil men appears on both sides. The way to conduct a verbal battle is to talk about fighting styles and how to attack each other. The drawing shows a hand facing up and a shadow in a defensive stance. If one of the two counterattacks, it also talks about the way to counterattack. Then there is a drawing of a clenched fist and a shadow figure in the displayed stance. So they don't use physical moves or internal energy in a match, but only fight with martial arts knowledge. Baekhyang laughed after hearing this. "My disciple is really confident. She realizes your intention. If we fight, you will win, but if it's a battle of words, it won't be the same. I will use the style I had when I was at my strongest. How can you compete with that?" Gong hesitated, choosing his words carefully. Kyun Gun's memory with a look of surprise, and the moment her hand punched the old man's stomach flashed up. "Calmly state your opinion. I don't think you should fight the martial arts leader when you're not at your strongest. You told me, didn't you? You could have torn open his chest and ripped out his heart. Even if it's just a verbal spar, I want my master to have the most satisfying match." You wonder. "So that means you can show it to me, right?" She heard the answer and immediately smiled happily. "Right," Baekhyang said cheerfully. "All right, even if it's a battle of words, I won't yield to you. I'll let you go first, but don't be too upset if the match ends in just one move." You obediently answer, "Yes." She closed her eyes, lying in Gongra's arms so she didn't see his serious gaze. "When the match ends, I will tell you stories from my youth." She spoke unaware that the old sword spirit emperor was exchanging glances with you. "Now show the master the results of your training." He is someone who has reached the strongest position in another world. Seriously asking if it's my turn now? You whispered to him, right, now keep your losing promise. Old spirit mocks, please fulfill your promise since you lost the bet. Then he enters the battle stance saying he has always wanted to fight the cult leader. I will give her a great match. Tell her I will give her a 3-inch head start. He solemnly defended himself. Normally, when a martial artist borrows someone else's words to conduct a match, there is nothing ruder than this. This will go down in history and be ridiculed by people. Then he bowed respectfully. No matter how ridiculous it is, I have no choice but to demand a match. I am called the Sword Emperor. I am officially recognized as the #1 in the world of heavenly blades. This may seem rude. I demand that we have a debate. Bichang asked Gong in confusion. Is he your disciple? Why didn't you tell me your first move? The match has already started. You called her as if you wanted to confess something. Master. Gong Jia continued speaking under the gaze of her followers. You know that I can use strange techniques. You obviously know I'm talking about the technique I brought back from those martial artist corpses, right? You lie peacefully in his arms. I have decided not to ask you anything. Silence is virtue. You might be the envoy of the Jade Emperor who has taken pity on me. Gong Jia looked at the old spirit who had long been resigned. I have a technique that I can use. It is a technique related to summoning demons. Let me explain to you, there is a soul of a supreme master right beside you now. He is considered the greatest in the other world. Clearly it sounds like a made-up story, so she glanced playfully. Aha, the greatest person in another world. It's great that you're worried inside. She thinks this is a funny joke. She agrees to your request even though it sounds boring. I understand. If it is the soul of a supreme master from another world that my disciple has summoned, I will focus and gladly accept you as an opponent in a battle of intelligence. Bitch Hai Ang wondered. So what is the first technique of the #1 soul monk? Your answer surprised her. He said you could attack from 3 directions first. The woman frowned. How foolish, my disciple would never say such things. It seems this ghost knows its place. So with the 5th sword of the 12, Yunlong swords, the outer dragon swift sword will pierce the vital point. The first move, the old spirit closes his eyes to respond. I will use the 6th technique of the earth dragon style West River moving dragon to distract and retreat with the flying cloud step. You relay his message, he said, to use the 6th technique of the earth dragon style West River moving dragon to distract and then retreat with the flying cloud step. She was thoughtful. She said suspiciously. Then I will blow him away with the 7th secret technique of the great explosion. Predict the reaction. He opens his eyes to counter. I will dodge it and strike with the 2nd move of the 6-fist attack. Once Bitch Hyang clenched her fist, I will attack with the 6th technique of the 6 army tomb sword. Exhuming the sword, the old spirit Lin raises his palm upwards. I will use the pressure technique. I will retreat with the total chaotic dance steps. The 3 rounds ended immediately. She knew he was no joke. He was silent in thought. After a moment of silence, he was the one to break it. You can't imagine how you lived after reaching the peak of your sect. You sacrificed yourself for your people and had no time to train. You could have entered the life and death realm, but you didn't. Why? Because you are too busy. You have to take care of your family and your congregation. So when do you ever have time to practice? The old spirit smiled mysteriously. However, do you know what the most unfair part is? Even so, you are still the strongest. Her eyes darkened as he rambled. You no longer have to work hard because you are already the leader. Everyone knows your power because you are their god. He crossed his arms mockingly. Poor thing, becoming the strongest in this world is your misfortune. His face darkened, white aura, rising, merging into the blizzard. I will show you what a god among gods is like, Bichang said, struggling to sit up as her hand trembled. With respect, after the argument she sat down while assessing him. So you're not just the type to speak boldly, huh? As the heavenly demon from the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, the strongest of the era, the demon sect, she decided to accept a decisive battle between the two. Alright, I will take it seriously. Old Spirit is also the Sword Emperor of the Heavenly Sword Realm, the strongest in the mortal world on the righteous side. He replied to her, Of course, who do you think I am? The battle begins with the witness of Gong family Bik Hyang starting first. I will help you fly with the first form of the Bloodfire Dragon's Super Fury. The old spirit complains after hearing her, why does she behave exactly like the righteous sect? I will use the first technique of the 18 Van Longsword techniques to resist it. So if I fail the first time, I will perform the special hook punch. The Gong family silently listened to their duel. At the first step, she leaned on the Gong family and muttered, What should I do? Should I take that hit or? She holds hands with him. Alright, I will combine the secret of the law of life and death and use the butterfly effect. The old spirit spoke, and you started counting. One more step, you quietly listened to the verbal battle between the two. You came again when Bichang replied to him tiredly, and once more she grabbed his hand tighter and shouted angrily, How long do you intend to trample on my hand with that dirty foot? I will use the second technique of the three vampire blood-sucking arts, the fury of the vampire to tear you apart. He mocked her as she grew more frustrated. You're matching my movements perfectly now. But you're so grumpy. I'll take my foot out and be the lazy donkey to please you. I will also use the fourth move of the sacred cycle of life and death to target the right ankle, right elbow, and 3 spots at once. Bitch Yang was excited despite the sweat pouring down. I will take 3 steps back with the heavenly demon solution. Gong suddenly understood a few things when looking at her. Yes. The old spirit enthusiastically clapped his hands. Since you have acted like the righteous faction, I will take on the role of the evil faction. I will use the ice crystal sword to fight back against you. The silhouette of the young man appeared in his thoughts. The martial arts leader is not skilled enough to be my master. He is definitely the strongest person in the righteous martial world in this world. That's why he is the only one who can fight the heavenly devil. You wonder at the moment the image of her punching the old man appears, but hasn't it already been proven in the great battle between good and evil? Of course the Gong family knows who the winner is if the two fight. It's obvious. And Kyun too. I'm sorry. He spoke the truth he had to accept. It seems I am weaker than you. You learned a bit more about her. Perhaps that's why the master delayed ending that great battle until the 990th time, like a child, slowly savoring a candy about to melt and disappear forever. Big Yang criticized the old spirit and then attacked. Truly foolish. I will use the second move of the sword-killing technique. He calmly responded, no need to rush. I will use the demon step to dodge and super fury to attack. She gasped for breath, sweat pouring down like a shower. Hearing her call, I immediately turned around. My disciple, her face showed a fierce look. The ghost you summoned is really amazing. You look at her with mixed emotions. Yes, master, maybe he is the strongest person I know. Gong thought to himself, I think I finally understand how the martial arts leader feels. Big Hyang was very delighted. Why are you only introducing this ghost to me now? She praised the old spirit, saying she had never met such a strong fighter before. His hand gripped his thigh tightly as he thought he was very disappointed. The ink painting depicted the battle between the two. Big Hyang strikes first. I will use all the techniques of the supreme heavenly art to disable your arm and kill you. I will let the celestial demon rule this martial world. The drawing transforms into an old spirit wielding a sword and striking. Come on, you've already backed down. Are you going to just leave it like that now? I guess you should run away. I will use Van Shuyan Holy Truth to track your body. I will raise the sword in my hand and summon the storm to subdue you. Gongjia silently watches them fight. The more you fight, the more aggressive you become. I am already tired of testing your abilities. I will use the Sword of Desire to point you out, forcing you to use all 3 techniques of Dragon Piercing / Acupoint Destruction, Heavenly Flame Burst, and Body Split Strike. You silently think to yourself, I can't understand the purpose of this match. He quickly counters just as I expected. Alright, I will also use the Heavenly Sword technique and the Life and Death Lotus to distract you. I will step back to use the Blind Heavenly Sword Light to attack you. You admit your own weakness. You know what the Sword of Desire is, but you don't really understand the dragon-piercing talisman. I don't understand the meaning of using the Life and Death Lotus Palm to distract others or how the Blind Heavenly Sword is used. Because I don't know clearly, I can't understand how they are fighting. Your voice echoes. Not bad, quite good actually. Big Hyang swings her weapon. Alright, I will use Holy Magic to dodge your move. Gong sighed while listening to the two fighting. The old spirit used a sword to block the 3rd measure of the holy technique. In a past life, you desperately wished that if possible, you wanted to become a strong enough opponent to fight with people. You sincerely hoped that if possible, you wanted to become their hope. You seem exhausted. I will use the 2nd move of the chain kick to counterattack. She dodged the move while speaking, lunged in. I will stab and use the breaking sword technique to stop you. You helplessly think deeply, but all you can do is listen and watch. Somewhere, the old elf is complaining. Too fast already, don't be in such a hurry. I will use it to dodge, and then strike your neck. Her voice echoes somewhere. I will use it to attack. Compared to your strength, their level is beyond what I can reach. The drawing of Bich Hyang keeps fighting relentlessly. After I took that attack, she suddenly stopped to pay attention to you. The gaze of the painting Bich Hyang looks affectionately at Gong. She placed a hand on his shoulder. My disciple, it's very cold today. Winter has come again, and this place will turn into an endless snowfield. She explained as they both looked at the drawing of her, and the old spirit fiercely fighting that snowfield will become a ruthless battlefield for those in the underworld. Every step they took could sink them deep into the white snow, so they had to use magic to move. Bich Hyang patiently taught, and the battles on the snowy field focused on tactics to make the opponent fall. Are you a gambler? Have you seen the ghost I summoned fighting alongside me to snatch each other's lives on this snowy field? Let me explain in detail, that's why we use so many kicks. We have to kick that pile of snow up high to block the enemy's view. Don't you think we're really fighting for our lives? Then she covered his eyes with her hand. Close your eyes. Baekhyun tried to spark Gong's imagination. I can see my opponent. He is a very powerful martial artist, right? He is also quite big, isn't he? You saw the black and white image of the old spirit, and replied. Yes, master. Your description and image are becoming clearer. A martial artist with a bear-like body is breathing heavily. He is smiling confidently while demanding me to keep fighting. It's only natural. With such a huge difference in our physical conditions, he's right to be confident. You chose your words carefully to make him understand no one can overcome such a disparity in physical condition. I have to accept this truth and find my own strength. My speed is faster than his, and above all, I am more familiar with the snowy field. I have taken countless steps on the snow. This is a prolonged battle, understand. I am trying to turn it to my advantage. The battle became more vivid with each word from Big Hyung, and because he saw my intention, he moved faster. He charged straight at me like a wild boar. The black and white image blended with her voice, but there was nothing to be afraid of. I anticipated it, so I quietly stepped back. The black and white world suddenly gained color, her voice rang out and trapped him. Anyway, he's just a wild boar trying to charge at me while the snow falls white. Gong opened his eyes wide to watch that moment. I have. You were stunned looking at them. You can see the two people now, she explains thoroughly. Every step we took helped create the snowflakes flying around the sky. Hyung imagined stepping back and said, It's snowing. We've been fighting each other for 2 days now, haven't we? Old Spirit is annoyed at having to keep attacking. Why do you keep running away? Even if you use flash techniques, I still won't lose, she replied proudly. I'm very confident I can run until the end of my life, he replied sternly, but now you have to stop. She smiled brightly as if she were having fun. You know, this world will be completely covered by endless fields of snow. Even if I have nowhere to go, I will always have a place to escape. He disagrees with that idea. If it were you at the beginning, you could definitely run until the end of your life, but now, we are different from before. Gong Jia and Hyung still hold hands while observing the illusion. Old Spirit lunges again. Less than 2 hours left for your life. Do you still want to keep running? She mocked herself. Aha, how funny, she said casually. Then I admitted I didn't have much time left to keep running. Her hand tightened on the weapon and black smoke began to appear. If that's the case, her eyes became serious in a powerful declaration. I will show you all of my strength. She performs a move that surrounds her with snow. The demon angel's ultimate technique, fallen flowing sword. Her eyes were filled with anger. Hunger could make parents swap their child with the neighbors and eat that baby. Old Tin Lin had to endure the blow and listen to her tell the fate of those unfortunate kids. Have you ever heard of an adult burying a child after cutting it into pieces? Have you ever heard of a place where you can see pieces of children's flesh scattered all over the snow? He sneered and replied, That's really bad. They must have suffered famine, but it was just a coincidence. He said as they both rushed forward, sometimes the harvest was good, sometimes there was only famine. Nothing in life is not accidental. Demon sect leader, if you are sad about tragedies, then normally you should also be happy about joyful things. He expressed this opinion at the moment the two weapons clashed, that the depth of sorrow should be proportional to the joy. Big Hyung has a wound on her left cheek after the clash. The illusion shifts from snowy mountains, to rice fields, from dark clouds, to a clear blue sky, and he expresses the view that this is why we will sing for a happy harvest season. The children appeared through the words of the old spirit. I used to look towards the horizon every time I took a walk, and that day I always saw a golden sea in the eyes of the children playing hide and seek, among the rice fields as tall as me. I could hear their giggles amidst the rustling leaves. He provokes you mention the meat of the children buried under the snow. So I will tell you about their laughter as they run through the rice fields. Baekhyun couldn't dodge in time, and got another cut on her arm. Hick. He attacks her spirit, the swords of both opposing each other by chance. If I have to keep one, it will of course be the laughter among the rice fields. And if I had to choose a thing, I would recall the last seconds of life. That must be the scene of the children playing hide and seek. The rising fury reached its peak, forcing her to take action. You really manipulate the water and leaves around her, with the technique of Ma Thien Then Kong. Second form of the sword technique. She shouted the last phrase, You are blessed. The sound of flowing water blended with Baekhyung's voice. You say it was just a coincidence. However, happiness cannot kill a person, but the suffering of hunger and thirst can. Then the water dried up, revealing cracked land from the drought. Death is the end forever so. Her face showed bloodthirstiness. Let me sing for the souls who died without a drop of water to drink. The sound of weapons clashing continuously. Old Spirit Lin spoke up feeling truly exhilarated, as if jumping into a stream in the middle of summer. Then he told her that she was teaching Gong the wrong way, which made her unhappy. What? This time Big Hyung attacked first, forcing him to draw his weapon to block. Sorry, that was a bit harsh. Instead of being wrong, she taught him too early. He talks to her, sings to the pains in life, and acknowledges the pain of others, but she can't keep doing that forever. She flips into the air, why not? He looks at her with a serious gaze while attacking because it will exhaust her. Gong has not yet enjoyed enough joy in life. Before the opportunity, she stepped back, the old spirit advanced. She needed to broaden her experience so she could truly pity those who had never tasted happiness. She needs to swim in the summer stream to mourn those who died without a drop of water. Dark clouds cover the sun, raindrops fall, and he wields his weapon with determination. The human heart is like a candle wick. Bitch Hai Heng struggles to hold it up with weapons. He told her that if she only knew how to burn one day, she would wither away. The rain poured down heavily. You mentioned Gong Jia Tianma. Do you know he has never been in love? Step back. Doesn't it sound strange to have never experienced love? Gong Jia listened to him in shock. Yet he acted as if he had to carry the burden of pain and suffering of the whole world on his shoulders. Tell him to keep dreaming, it's still too early for him to learn the sex techniques from her. Hearing the spirit elder's assertion made Biqiang grit her teeth in anger. I will teach that kid what happiness really is. I will teach him to smile sincerely, to rely on others. He needs to feel lost in the joy given by others, because only then would he truly understand what real suffering is. Thunderstorms and lightning appeared in the sky, water rose in an instant, and her emotions exploded. You want to pretend to be my disciple's master? She poured all her emotions into the demon-summoning heavenly art. The third form Shaozi Mansword. He replied calmly. Yeah, it makes her furious. How dare you? Immediately, she used her weapon to launch a continuous attack. How dare you try to steal my personal disciple? Old Spirit Lin objected. Don't talk nonsense, I had planned to recruit him first. A few red flowers gradually appeared on the water surface. He proved that he was the one who received the gong first. I was the one who taught him to behead the fools, and also taught him to harness energy. Finally, just as I was about to succeed, the heretic leader interfered, criticizing his sect, making Big Hyang furious. What heresy, he shouted angrily, isn't a demon cult, just another heretical organization. He expressed his view that it was too early to learn the demon angel technique. He should have just enjoyed swinging his sword. Every word he uttered displeased her. The painful sword was swung by pain to cause pain. It was truly a demonic teaching. Life is too short not to enjoy it fully. Both fought under the darkening sky, their moves painting the field full of red flowers. She fought for her own determination. Gong Jia, my disciple, the boy was born to be the master of the demon sect, and the old spirit as well. That's why I call you a heretic. Crazy cult leader. In an instant, Biqiang's image turned into a monotonous black and white. I will blow him away with the first technique of the demon heaven divine art, the staff of Tsuda sword. The next moment, her imagined image returned to normal. I will blow him away with the first technique of the demon heaven divine art, Trong Tuda sword. Gong family is shocked to discover they can see their sword paths. In a moment, his image also returned to two colors. I will counterattack with the fourth technique of the 10,000 sea moon skill, the ultimate autumn moon skill. In the blink of an eye, your image becomes colorful. I will counterattack with the fourth consciousness technique of the 10,000 sea moon skill. Chi Thung Yet Gong, she quickly countered. I will retaliate with the eighth form of the demon heaven divine skill, the burning lotus sword. You realize the situation, and finally, I understand after observing them, the master of the demon sect Tianma is losing. Biqiang was hit by a sneaky blow. She slumped with the gun and blood flowers. Grandma. At her feet, the red of the flowers mixed with the color of blood. She murmured, ah, remembering her childhood breath. She revealed that initially, she did not intend to use the final technique of the demon heaven divine skill, because she planned to die for Dongtu to die alone in the snowy sky. After being abandoned by my own mother, I thought that was my fate. She raised her weapon to the sky and sarcastically said, I can only complete the ninth technique of the demon heavenly divine skill after I am dead. I am the sole ruler. She performs a technique that gathers white lines in the sky resembling a glowing flower. Whether looking up at the sky or down at the ground, I am the only being that exists. Barrier, because the world is frozen forever, even a burning candle cannot melt it. That song is just a hymn about heaven, and my death is the death of heaven and earth, making everything increasingly white. Then she turned pale, except for her determined black eyes and the blood from the wound. The demon lord will leave a curse on this snowy field. As soon as the heavenly demon divine skill was used by Kuthuk, the lone sword technique was unleashed. Everything turned completely white. Old Spirit Lin watched the explosion from the move and said to himself, so, that's how it is. He understands your decision. A lonely death here is the death the demon sect leader has chosen. Alright, I know there is no technique more fitting for a martial artist at the end of the world. While you raise your weapon with determination, I understand loneliness even more than you do. Big Hyung was stunned, eyes wide open, listening to the man's monologue. How long could she endure? 3 years. 20. You don't have to marry anyone because you always have the Viet Tien mansion by your side. He is about to apologize. Then a slash struck directly into the explosion. It shattered into pieces like glass, containing all the colors of the world where the two fought, he told her. But I have been alone, wandering for 130 years. Gong Jialuo closed his eyes tightly in fear at that moment. When he came to his senses and opened his eyes, he was panting heavily. It's still bitch Hia sitting on the snow. He hesitantly calls out to his master. You rush to the middle to get her. Is your master okay? How is the person's body? Your trembling hand takes the pulse and makes a diagnosis. Her master is still alive. She seemed to realize something but couldn't speak. That's how the station is. The station has always been like that. She fell into your arms. Dear disciple. She looked at you with affection from the beginning. You always wanted to help me. Your distorted expression tried not to cry when you heard her talking. All the rumors about me that I heard in the outer world are fabrications. Why didn't I realize it sooner? My disciple is not someone who would transcend time just because they are enchanted by someone's fame. The snow mountain still stands tall nearby. She asked him, thank you. Dear disciple, are you happy to meet me? You quickly replied, yes. Bitch Hyang wondered, does your mind remember me like a flower? Your answer still hasn't changed. Yes, it has. Her question sparked his memory of the red flower in the field. I really want to know what kind of flower it will be. Gongda, with tears in his eyes, said, you are a peony. I will remember you as a bright red peony. Master. She smiled with praise. Aha, she's quite beautiful too. Her hand gradually lowered. My beloved disciple. Then her hand dropped limply onto the cold snow. Immediately after, a flash of light appeared on the snowy mountain peak. It shone for a long time as if something was happening. Then in the middle of the mountain peak, split into two, a white stream of air flew out once again, and the dividing line widened with the light sparkling more. Gong hugged Bichiang and silently cried. The last master of the mountain was almost completely separated. The black clouds in the sky drifted aside, revealing dazzling light. You are sobbing. Winter has been cut off already. Master Winter has passed. The dark clouds dispersed to make way for the clear blue sky, as Gong embraces Bichiang on the white snow. He bowed his head silently while holding her, when suddenly someone interrupted. The leader of the demon sect looked exhausted and covered in wounds, as if he had been through a devastating battle. The reason for this is that they have encountered the righteous elders. A representative spoke up. Although we are fighting, some disciples heard the sect leader call you a disciple. Hu Yet Ma voiced the question on everyone's mind. Are you the direct heir of Thien Ma? Gongjia silently observed Guang and the withered demon flower intently looking at him. He hesitated and replied, I don't know if I am your heir. Hu Yet Ma asked confusedly, the sect leader has accepted you as a disciple, right? He answered seriously, yes, I am the master's disciple. His eyes became dangerous. If the sect leader accepts a direct disciple, he must be the one who taught the heavenly demon divine skill. He politely suggested, sorry for my frankness, but please show us some moves of the heavenly demon divine skill. You understand their attitude well. They speak very politely, but they actually mean that it's hard to believe you are a disciple of the heavenly demon, so prove it. The memory of her suddenly appeared in his mind. So I was treated like an heir just because I was her disciple. Now I know why the master hesitated to accept me as a disciple. Gongjia calculated in his heart that the little warmth on the master's body had dissipated. This demonic shell will belong to me, you decided to agree. All right. Hu Yetma reluctantly explained. Yes, it was said that even if one is your own flesh and blood, they will not be the heir if they are not outstanding. He silently warned you, although we are not much better than ordinary swordsmen, we can recognize a sword technique. Sir, over there the sword demon is whispering, what is the blood demon saying? The demon flower reluctantly replied, you still don't understand. He is saying he can tell if that guy is a disciple of the heavenly demon by observing the first move of his heavenly demon divine skill, the ghost sword wondered. Alright, but why does he represent all of us? She spoke as if it was obvious he was the only one who knew how to speak politely. Blood Demon helplessly listened to the two talking, as if hiding from someone. The demon suddenly appeared. He is a bastard from the damn Lamb family. She replied angrily, why are you acting like it's the first time you've heard this? We've talked about this at least a dozen times, you know. Don't worry about it. Rivers are water, mountains are rocks, and a head of flesh is just flesh. He'll get famous soon. What do you mean? The demon flower mocked him. I'm saying your existence is as harmful as the poison master at that Sichuan academy. Demon sword, the proof is, I'm poisoned right now talking to you. Even though I've resisted thousands of poisons, you're truly amazing. He is foolish and does not understand her implication. Oh ho, is he praising me? She clearly criticized. The idiot demon cleared his throat to stop the two from arguing. You cowardly demon hunter. What are you looking at? You want to leave? She rolled her eyes and gritted her teeth. So disgusting, stop looking, you make me feel sick. Gongjia has been smiling brightly while observing. That's right, this place used to be like that. Watching them talk reminds me that the cult was once a refuge for the uneducated. Master, I am unusually innocent. Most disciples don't even know the letter L in politeness. You raise your hand, a blood-red aura appears hungry and thirsty. Your eyes glow, red the aura around you grows stronger like children waiting for the sunlight. Gong's voice continued into the blood demon, astonished. The pain of dying from thirst is a wave, and the pain of drowning is a father's last breath. You wonder if it was because I watched the deadly match between the master and the sword saint. Your face darkened as you spoke. The pain of freezing was the last warmth of a mother holding her child. The demon swordsman, demon flower, and Guang were amazed to witness the scene. He realized that the power of each move had become sharper, and the aura gradually dissipated. You confess to them, I still haven't truly mastered the remaining moves. It's embarrassing that this is all I can show everyone. You ask everyone, but is this enough? Then suddenly someone kneels down. Before others could recover, the blood demon respectfully bowed. We welcome the heir of the legendary demon cult, a new Zen demon. His actions woke everyone up, and they immediately followed. We are awaiting the heir of the legendary demon sect. A new heavenly devil, we await the heir of the legendary demon sect, the new master of the divine gods. The Gong family politely declined. The title, Heavenly Devil, is a bit too much for me not to mention. I also have the alias of the Death King. You remember the image of Bitch Hyang? I want the master's nickname to forever belong to him. The blood demon looked up. Then you, looking at the old spirit with the title of master, is a bit too much. He closed his eyes and listened to your objection. I still have so much to learn. How can you call me master when I have nothing to teach you? Forget it. He expressed his view throughout his life. The heavenly demon never misjudged anyone. Since he chose you as his disciple, I believe you are the rightful heir to become the master of the demon sect. Gong family understands, but you refuse to thank them, and I feel unworthy to become the master, and not ready to inherit the legacy of the demon sect. He panicked, but if that's the case, how should we address you, young master? We can't just keep calling you young master. Suddenly someone interrupted. Deputy leader Hoa Kui suggested, why don't we call him deputy leader? The vice chieftain of the clans is almost the same. She suggested that if you feel you are not ready to become a true master but do not completely reject the position, then we can call you the deputy leader of the demon sect. You ponder thoughtfully. Then you agreed, making their smiles brighter than ever. Keep it up. Blood Demon is excited to become a long man. So from now on, we will call you deputy leader. Although we do not know the magic you used, we all clearly remember Gangxi's bite. Without you, we would not have been able to complete the great battle between the righteous sect and the demon cult, nor dedicate ourselves fully to serving the celestial demon. As one of the members of the 4 demon kings, I, Blood Demon, swear by my blood to be forever loyal to the deputy leader. The flower demon respectfully clasps hands as one of the members of the 4 demon kings. I, the demon prisoner, swear by the soul of my clan to be loyal to you. Deputy leader Gu Yang said with respect as one of the 4 demon kings. I am Moonlight Demon, and I and all the Moonlight Demon clan swear loyalty to you. Only the Sword Demon cannot clasp hands and loudly proclaim, I am the Sword Demon, and I and the entire clan swear loyalty to you. At that moment, Gong Jia placed Biqiang's body on the snow-covered ground. Holding her in that position made him a bit unsteady. You clasp your hands and declare, as long as my life remains, the mountain split in 2 suddenly shines brightly amidst the loud shouts. Our demonic sect will exist forever. System screen notification, Bitch Hai Hang has fallen into an endless sleep. Information system, you have completed the first episode of the World Reconstruction Mission. In the cave, the Moomin group is gathering to care for the sick, reporting that today, the 22nd floor has been completed, with inscriptions carved all over the rock surface. It repeats the announcement once again to everyone. White snow covers everywhere, sunlight shines down, making the snow sparkle. The system repeats today, the 22nd floor has been completed. The system continues, the work evaluates the participating members' evaluation completed. Gongjia bowed his head and begged, I beg you to leave the master's funeral to everyone. You ask them not to make it too complicated. Master doesn't like that. Master's simple joy is just having everyone by his side until the final burial. The system outputs the contribution ranking. First is the Death King, second the Pharmacist, third the Reader, fourth the Medicine King. In the colorful light he sincerely says, please. The next moment the steward's face appeared happily, returning to the Death King. Young Tao Tao was indifferent and did not notice the astonishment of the Gong family. Congratulations. It seems the last words of the real demon record will be, please. Please, it can be used to express someone's wish. The cult always uses the word Baria to refer to it. Chief Luan, Thuyen, and Baria can be considered synonymous. In the end, it seems that is enough for a conclusion. Gong interrupted, wait. You see everyone lying scattered on the floor in shock. Why did all the other hunters faint? The chief personally welcomed us. Welcome back. The Death King, ignoring Gong's astonished look, continued. I have always been impatiently waiting for your return. Hearing that, the steward looked at the people lying all over the floor, then laughed and reassured. Don't worry, I just made them sleep temporarily. Gong asked, you forced them to sleep? The steward did not deny it. Yes, I did light an innocent incense stick. Then you raise a purple book titled Fairy Tales about the city of Huangsen. Gong listens bitterly as the steward babbles on. There are many worlds that communicate through language like humans, but there are also worlds that communicate through songs or scents. In the place of enlightenment, people communicate through the scent of anger, the scent of sadness, and the scent of joy. You smile mischievously, and naturally carry the scent of sleep. You wrap the long sleeve around your body. Oh, don't look at me like that. I just made this area quiet because I wanted to talk to you for a moment. Gong Ra is very alert. Are you talking? You question me, what do you want to talk about after knocking out my teammate? Immediately after, the steward hugged the gong and shouted, Teammates, huh? As expected of the Death King, even if someone is considered useless and just a troublesome burden, you still don't hesitate to call them your teammates. The librarian was moved by your admirable feelings. The steward recalled that lively scene. Here we can see every gesture of yours like a film reel. Everyone is stirred with emotion. They are all ready to give you a warm welcome. His expression became mysterious, but if I ignore them, I would have to wait a long time before I could talk to you. The steward frowned and explained. So I helped them calm down to create an environment where we could talk together. Don't worry, I let them sleep as peacefully as possible. Gong Jia quickly ran to the Black Witch. You checked her pulse, expression, breath, and heartbeat, and everything is normal. Thank goodness. Gong Jia reproached, if you want to say something, why don't we discuss it so you can wake them up? At this moment, the steward just lowered the person to the floor. You are urging me too much. I want to talk to you in a very comfortable and pleasant way. That's why among all the participants in the conversation, I only respond to you. You argue back, but I'm not done with the 22nd floor yet. I still need to find a sword. Then the steward points a spear at your face to tell you to wait. The steward talks to you but is actually threatening. You can find it later. You just have to sit still obediently. He is a constellation that can freely control monsters from other worlds. Even with my demon god martial arts, I am sure I would lose if I attacked him. The steward is standing behind you with quite a long robe. Death King, let me cut it off for you. Then the steward trimmed the hair with scissors, catching the cut hair in a red cloth bag. The steward raised his hand and said, Your nails are too long. It's not good for a martial artist like Cao Tram to neglect his hands. Similarly, with hair, your nails are also kept by the steward in a red cloth bag. Let me cut them for you. Gong Jia asked coldly, What is the purpose of these things? The red cloth bags were stacked together by the steward, and he began to explain, King of Death, suppose there is someone you like, very, very much. Someone you like from head to toe, with the purest possible affection. The problem is that person does not exist in reality. They are a character that only exists in a story. The more you talk, the more terrifying it becomes. And that's when my ideal novel character appeared before me. Gong Ra showed a terrified expression, and raised his finger that flashed pink when he heard the general manager speak. Yes, that's right. The general manager's expression while clipping Gong Ra's toenails was extremely perverted. Then a pink system panel appeared, showing information about his favorite genres, disliked genres, favorite characters, disliked characters, favorite storylines, and disliked storylines. Especially a board with 5 heart shapes containing the content that the librarian likes to hide toenails. If possible, I would even want to take his eyebrows too. Next is the steward's thought. I wanted to tell him to grow a beard and pluck some out, but even I found that ridiculous. Oh Gong, you are the light. The main character radiates a halo. I want to turn you into a bookmark so I can keep you forever terrifying the Gong family. Truly a madman. At that moment, the Gong family realized something was wrong. When did you take off my socks? Give it back. The steward saw you struggling and begged you not to move. It would be terrible if my toenail clipper pinched your precious toes, you shouted angrily. You damn bastard, why did you do this to me, Gong? Pay up more. Moreover, you never spoke to me so politely before, acting like a strict manager. How could a lowly being like me not speak politely to you, Gong, who radiates so much glory? What the hell shocked you? Despite being driven away, the steward still tried to catch Gong Ra. My light, my music. Because you are named after Confucianism, I will gladly turn to Confucianism as well. As the proverb says, a king needs a confidant like Trung Chi Huang. Starting today, I am a Confucian scholar who worships you, but you keep avoiding me. The kind of virtuous person insists on taking someone else's toenails. As soon as the steward successfully touched the foot, you immediately threatened him. If you keep acting like this, next time I will refuse to enter the place of enlightenment. Gong Jia heard the steward confess that was indeed an effective threat. The steward touched your foot, but after analyzing your character, it was proven impossible. You know the Gong family heir will not refuse because he understands that there are others, like the celestial demon withered in sorrow in other worlds, and his personality made him unable to stop helping them. Then the steward's eyes lit up. I could write 2 pages detailing which hand he used to eat the cereal on his first day in the true records of the heavenly demon. Come on, Mr. Gong, please give up and hand over your little toenail to me. The Gong family frowned and warned, stepping back before saying they didn't like you. This time your threat was effective when the steward stepped back 5 paces from me, or I would really say that line. You are cold and don't speak so politely to me. It's really amazing, moreover. Return my toenails, fingernails, and hair to me. The steward sobbed, hugging the bundle of bags like a treasure. I can't. What you are asking is completely unreasonable. The hand emitted several red rays of light, startling the steward. After a moment, the steward spoke. That's truly amazing. You comment. I am touched by your concern for Thien Ma. You could have seen the ending just by becoming her disciple, but he did not stop there. The end of the great human-demon battle was followed by the most amazing hand-to-hand fight. I feel like I'm tasting sweet chocolate jade. Gongra asked to confirm if that means the martial arts realm of the true records of Thien Ma has been added to the 22nd floor. You answer. That's right. The steward is happy. Other hunters can now freely enter the 22nd floor, and they can even learn skills by reading the martial arts books in the Heavenly Martial Arts Library. It's all thanks to you. The family requests it. I want to ask you something while we are in the place of enlightenment. Why are the true records of the Heavenly Demon considered an enlightenment? The chief wondered. You ask if there is a reason. Gongjia did not answer, but asked back. Librarian, do you prefer a happy ending or a tragic one? The steward honestly admitted. I can't say which one is better. An ending is the final stop in the characters' lives as a reader. Of course I wish them happiness. But I also want to embrace their sadness and failures. His eyes looked as if he was pondering. So you are saying that even sad endings are decent endings in their own way. Without warning, you tugged the steward's sleeve, which led to a bigger question. You remember Bikhyang's figure. Even without my intervention, the true records of Thien Ma will still have a tragic end. Although it was a tragic ending, Master Hiennan A did his best until the very last moment. Hiennan A should have died earlier, and my master would have gone mad because of that, but that was still the ending my master reached. True, he asked. If so, why are the true records of the Heavenly Demon part of the enlightenment, or death of Sage A, and why doesn't my master's suicide form a meaningful ending? Gong thought about the book titled, My Name and Our Sacrificial Objects. This is a question I had from the moment I started reading other works. Setting aside whether I find this ending acceptable, they seem to be worlds that reach their conclusions based on fate. The steward asks in return, wanting to see a happy ending is not a valid reason, is it? Gong explains. You are very strong a librarian, and to a hunter like me you seem omnipotent, but instead of fixing the story yourself, you send us away. Also refuse to become the author yourself, even though you have the power to do so. The image of 2 hands around 3 books, with an eye appearing a reader who has never intervened themselves, that is the librarian constellation who likes to hide. The more Gongra speaks, the darker the chief steward's face becomes. Why don't you borrow my hand to analyze the character instead? No way someone meticulous like you would classify a story as a place of enlightenment just because it ends oddly. That means there must be a specific condition that categorizes the true records of the Heavenly Demon and other stories as places of enlightenment. Understanding that the Gong family will not overlook this without a proper answer, the steward said to him, You really won't let this go right. You held Gong's hand as if wanting to lead him somewhere. The manager held a book in one hand and pulled Gong with the other, inviting him. Come with me, I will teach you the secrets of enlightenment. The steward teleported them both to a land covered in white snow. He turned to actively start a conversation with the Gong family. If the steward took you flying over the cold and white scenery with no end in sight to confide in, the virus causing the zombie disease spreading in the martial world is a pandemic recorded in the Heavenly Demon Chronicles, but I don't see how it could cause an apocalyptic disaster, as you say. Gong seemed to guess the content afterward, which means the chief manager smiled and revealed it a step ahead without waiting for you to say it. The virus causing the zombie disease wasn't originally part of this story. He only briefly explained its origin. That zombie pandemic started from the outer world. How should I put it? It's like an invasion of a new continent. Suddenly, the steward pointed in a direction and called out, Gong. Look over there, do you see it? Unexpectedly, after flying around in the sky for a while, they came across an incredible sight. The body of a black dragon stretched out on the snow-covered road. From its body emanated a strange, indescribable black aura. A notification immediately appeared before Gongra's eyes. Sparkly felt a disturbing energy, as if the steward had anticipated it before leading him here. His sword probably sensed it too. Your sword was originally possessed by a constellation. People can quickly recognize those with similar fates. He suddenly asked Gongjia, have you ever seen a constellation fall from the heavens like that? At that moment, an image suddenly popped into his head of Preta, with a panicked expression upon seeing something. Gong openly admitted, I have seen it. Upon hearing the answer, the market manager's face suddenly showed a sorrowful sadness. In that case, you must have witnessed a corpse behind a comet before, right? Then he continued to explain, not just anywhere. It turned out that what the steward wanted to convey was the image of the dragon corpse sinking into eternal sleep in this frozen land. This is a rare sight, so open your eyes and observe carefully. The notification appeared once again. Sparkly noticed the presence of his sister. What caught his attention was the black sword emitting a mysterious aura stuck on the dragon scale. Sparkly said that it was the Holy Sword Maiden's protective sword, the sword of hidden determination. From afar, one could still hear the mournful and hateful wails coming from the body of the black dragon. I am in pain, humiliated, and so hurt. This surprised Gongjia very much. Didn't you say that the fallen star was already dead? How can it still speak? The steward then explained to him, actually it is dead, but what you see and hear now is just its sorrow. His eyes suddenly darkened, revealing a depth that made his emotions unclear. When a being nears the level of a constellation, its death is terrifying. The steward calmly revealed the origin of the virus to the Gong family. The zombie pandemic you saw in the martial world was caused by the curse of this entity. It also contains a tragic ancient story that few know about. A curse from this constellation left the martial world with Kim Long imprisoned in the Great Lake. When it died, its resentment still lingered. It carried the pain it had endured even in death, not fading away. This black dragon is the karmic consequence of another suffering. When its curse spreads to the martial arts world, it turns everyone into zombies like you have seen. The hoarse, murky sounds still linger in my ears, like some kind of spell. I am the pain, the source of the curse, the source of this world's destruction. The painful loop I am enduring now. The last look of Bitch Hyung before she closed her eyes suddenly appeared in his mind. That curse from Kim Long caused the martial artists and your master to die and turn into zombies. Gong also noticed another point: if this remnant star does not stab itself in the heart, someone else will destroy it. You unconsciously asked the only person here besides yourself, so who made this? He didn't answer immediately but looked towards Gong Ra. You can already guess who that person is. Right now, the only image in your mind is Lafanta. The steward immediately confirmed your guess. That's right, he is nicknamed the Star Killer, often wandering the world to kill constellations. Their existence is far from ordinary, as each constellation is a living entity representing their world, and when that constellation is lost, it is like a fortress losing its protective wall. And the unforeseeable consequence that no one can bear when it happens is the apocalypse, a world represented by death, with all its people wanting to escape from it. In this way, the path to the world's destruction will only increase, but Gongjia still cannot understand Aim's hidden motives. Why did he go and kill those constellations? He was supposed to rule everything in his own world as an emperor. Why does he keep wandering everywhere to eliminate other realms? Surprisingly, an encyclopedia as vast as the steward shook his head. That is a question I do not know the answer to either. His deep blue pupils reflected the image of Gongjia, while also reminding him of his own position. I am just a reader. The steward understands himself well, so he is very humble. If you see and feel that I am a talented and capable person, that is not true. I may know everything, but my ability is still weak. Although I know the truth about this world, I completely do not interfere or get involved in it. He saw the breakthrough point in Gong Ra, but he is different from me. That is also one of the reasons why the steward highly praises you. You can intervene in it and do what you want. What's even more special is that whether they want it or not, you can fix all problems and solve the threats that could destroy this world. Every word he utters carries a fleeting smile, as if he understands everything. If it only happened once, you could call it a coincidence, but if it happened a second time, you could call it fate. Gong reached out his hand towards his hand to land on the ground and continued listening. If it happens a third time, it could be called inevitability or something unavoidable, standing before a towering object like a fortress that emits a dangerous aura. You still hesitate a little, but the current words of the steward have given Gong Ra confidence. Kim Long, who had been imprisoned in the Great Lake, was brutally murdered without mercy. An ordinary person cannot touch that sword. However, for you, it's different because you have experienced fate and touched the inevitable. That's why you made the decision and immediately called Sparky. The notification appeared quickly. Yes. The hero and the Gong family also responded without hesitation. What do we need to do to save your sister? The method it suggests is also very simple. You just need to pull me out of the sword sheath and let me touch her. Then take a deep breath to gather your spirit. Gong Ra stared intently at the target with a determined look and a decisive sword draw, and as he pointed his sword near the black blade, a dazzling beam of light spread throughout the space, while the system also displayed. The guardian goddess is merging the fragments of herself. The power from Gong Da's sword is gradually approaching and enveloping the black sword. But that moment was quickly shattered by the mysterious energy emanating from it, catching him completely off guard. Gong was terrified and withdrew his sword when he saw the scene before his eyes. What's going on? Gongjia gritted his teeth, holding the sword tightly and enduring the conflict of two forces, despite the notification appearing as a reminder. The sword of compassion is blocking the merger. You can clearly feel the sword creating significant resistance, and another notification appears. The Sword of Compassion is confused like a black panther, suddenly awakened from deep sleep by something touching it. Suddenly he had the idea to probe the opponent. The Sword of Certainty asked, "Are you going to betray Lafanta?" A yellow notification immediately appeared, showing her attitude. The guardian goddess comforted her sister. In the mysterious vortex of dark power surrounding the dragon, it decides to give Gong a chance. The Sword of Hidden Strength demands to see if this new master is worthy. After only a few seconds of intense clash, the announcement concluded that the power of a constellation is immense, and an unworthy master is not allowed to use this power. The Sword of Compassion does not recognize you as its new master. It radiates a strong purple energy as a sign of rejection. Still, the Gong family refuses to give up easily, just with a little initial difficulty. "Okay, I know where you come from, but how can I prove that I am worthy?" The notification appeared with an explanation that we are fragments trapped in this state, because of the goddess's lack of compassion, accompanied by a transformation that shakes the heavens and earth, leaving the Gong family stunned. Hidden behind black feathered wings, Tu Yen is a beautiful young woman embodying the second sword of empathy. "Prove to me that you can become someone's faith." The announcement keeps appearing. Now is the time for you to prove that you have compassion and empathy for others. In her presence, Gongra is just a very small existence. When the notification appeared again, Lin's giant hands enveloped his entire body. The Sword of Trakan's heart demanded that he temporarily surrender his body and heart to her. Gong immediately objected. "Why should I do that?" She looked down at the tiny figure in her palm and made a request. "Let me review your memories." The yellow notification appears instead of the gong. The guardian goddess disagrees. The idol tries to persuade through empathy. "Join our hero, and you will be able to find out if the hero deserves to become your new master. There is no need to take unnecessary risks. But your attitude is very relaxed about this, even sheathing your sword and reassuring it." "No, it's okay. Gong Ra also has his own principles. I cannot carry a sword that I do not trust. Even if it is a sword forged by a master blacksmith, it won't do. It will make me uncomfortable. You carry a fierce spirit and shout regardless of everything. Come here." He even calmly spread his arms without any resistance to Lian's evaluation. "Feel free to dive into my memories or whatever you want. This is no different from an entrance exam specifically for the Gong family. The Sword of Compassion is testing your mercy." She hesitates not at all and begins to infiltrate his memories through the feathers. The deepest memories Gongda experienced appeared one after another, starting with the image of the boy shedding tears that gradually melted away under the pat on the head. "Kind master, please try a little harder." Then the girl's horrified face with blood-stained hands. The heartbreaking things. You stand amidst memories that have turned only black and white. Following was the silhouette of a young girl. The world had become meaningless. Finally, Big Hyung's last expression and words remained deeply etched in his mind. "You scoundrel of the Ta." After briefly reading the Gong family's memories, Lian suddenly fell into deep contemplation. Her gaze seemed to pierce deep and see right through, but outwardly she only uttered a sound. He was quite tired from being affected after reading memories. But even so, the Gong family still chooses to be honest with empathy. "I am not a perfect person. I am moved by everyone's goodwill and hope they treat me kindly. And just to make them good to me, I will even push myself to become better. I will risk everything to be seen as a good person in the eyes of others. That might actually be a weakness of mine." The next words pierced her dark heart like an arrow, and her predecessor was not perfect either. Gong raised his sword high, shining brightly, and expressing his own viewpoint. "I still don't know what great thoughts Lafanta has. Traveling around the world to destroy constellations, perhaps what he is doing is a noble act. But even so, I still think he went down the wrong path. Facing such a great figure, your spirit has not diminished at all. If she thinks her former master was flawless, then don't follow me. I don't need such a sword." Lian Cam suddenly had a suspicion. "You intend to kill Lafanta Ijama." Gong also straightforwardly revealed his intention. "If he is a man worth dying for, then I will indeed kill him. My intuition still wants to probe you a little more. Can you promise that you won't let personal feelings interfere with your judgment?" Yet Gongjia turned away and gave a half-hearted response. "I don't know. You reveal your emotional wounds and tell everything to Lin Cam to build trust. My master has died, and the martial arts world has been destroyed. There are too many casualties. I also don't fully understand everything. However, I promise you that I will do my best." She remained silent. His eyes towards Lian Cam were full of trust. "So if I am about to step off my journey, I want you to give your all to help me stay on the right path. Your clear eyes reflect the outstretched hand, and your voice by my ear brings comfort. I will do my best, and so will you, meaning we will walk this path together." Intuition suddenly melts away like wax being heated. Those fluids drip down but do not touch you at all. Gong notices a notification, and our ability is suffering. She begins to reveal her skills. "Those I/will feel the pain. If there are no wounds, there will be no death. My ability is to create pain without physical wounds. After merging with the sword, Lian Cam has truly submitted. My new master, I vow to serve you with the purest heart. The system immediately displayed a notification: the guardian goddess has become more radiant. The black sword embedded in the dragon's corpse gradually melted like lava. Even though its soul had dissipated, and its body was melting, the satisfied sighs of the dragon could still be heard. It seemed as if it had been waiting for this moment for a long time, so soon the massive body had decomposed into a pool of black liquid. Gong silently watches the black water wash away everything on the ground without harming him as the space trembles engulfed by a blizzard of dust and snow. The steward smiled and sighed. Winter is the season of death. He was right to bring Gong here. You have finally ended this lonely winter. Perhaps this is the first time the frozen land can see the ground beneath the snow. When I looked up, his eyes met a snowflake floating in the air. I could smell it. The hand just touched the delicate snowflake, and in a few seconds it vanished in the blink of an eye. That is the scent of spring in the air. Gong then began to feel nostalgic about the past. I wonder if the master knows where the scent of spring comes from. You didn't dwell on that feeling for too long before turning to the steward. Mr. Librarian, cleaning the floors also benefits me. I can see the characteristics of others. He is not surprised at all. I know. Because the steward is in charge from the 21st to the 30th floor. This is what he has prepared for you. While the steward wanted to cut Gong's toenails, he took the opportunity to read the information displayed beside him. Among the Lord's favorite characters I saw, there was a killer star, as well as characters from the story. He admitted it just to pretend he didn't know anything. Maybe that's how it is. Why is that? This is what made the Gong family feel very confused. Lafanta Am is the one who kills the constellations. If you don't like him, that's not surprising. But I don't know why you like him. The steward hesitated for a moment, then turned away, and decided to reveal the truth. Because you asked, I will answer just for you. There is something I have long wished for. Gong Jia is quite curious. A wish. The steward's eyes lit up when mentioning it. That's right. I want to appear as a character in the novel I like. Gong still doesn't really understand. Can't you do it right now? You have the ability to freely travel during the apocalypse. The steward taps his side. You can't understand how the reader will feel. He gradually rises and expresses his feelings. On the day of the apocalypse, I am nothing but a strange existence. The overseer closed his eyes and clasped his hands together as if silently praying for something. I do not belong to that world. He understands well that whether it is the assassin star that killed the constellations or me, we are alike in becoming a strange existence in this world. I don't want to enter a novel as a stranger. I want to appear as a character who has been there from the start. Gong's expressionless face still hasn't absorbed this. The steward doesn't say more and shifts his attention to you. Now it's my turn to ask a question. It's a question you didn't expect. Gong Ra, why didn't you kill Thien Ma? He explained that in the final moments, Thien Ma reached a level where she could kill others just with her bloodlust, while he was not as strong as her. But the memory of her continued inside him. If you include her as one of your hundreds of summoning nails, she will definitely become a formidable force. Gong's expression grew serious as the question was repeated. Why didn't you kill her? You stammered in response. That is, but before I could speak, the steward interrupted me. It's okay, even if you don't answer, I still understand. He did not hesitate to expose the truth. You do not want to interfere with what will ultimately happen to your master. Me too. I don't want to be directly involved in the apocalypse. What you want is also what I want. That's why I refuse to join. If that's the case, there's only one way to become a character in a novel. He pulled a book from his chest and continued the topic. I don't have to look for the characters in the novel, but they have to come to me. The manager had predicted this long ago. Lafanta, the star assassin, is continuously destroying constellations around the world. Perhaps he will finally visit our world, the great library of all creatures. His sweet face was completely at odds with the murderous words he spoke, marking the moment the steward's wish was fulfilled. I am waiting for the day he visits my library. On that day, I will finally appear in the story of Lafanta. From beginning to end, Gong still seemed very vague, even though the end of the story was also his own end. Complex emotions hidden beneath an indifferent smile appeared again. That's right, he thinks he might die at the hands of the main character. Isn't that the best ending? The whole snowy mountain suddenly becomes sparkling and radiant as the sun peeks out. Gong Jia was walking with Old Spirit, and the steward Jiao under that beautiful sky, until a series of footsteps echoed in response to a call. Young master. Gongan takes the lead of the group, clasping his hands and shouting loudly. Welcome. You just calmly and indifferently ask about the situation. Is the funeral all set? The opponent suddenly put on an indescribably difficult expression. Not yet. Still working on it. No one expected the blood demon to point directly. The body of the heavenly demon has been lost. This transformation really makes you find it unbelievable. You blurt out why. But he only told you that you would understand if you saw it with your own eyes. He recounted that while guiding you when the snow suddenly melted, the body of the heavenly demon also suddenly disappeared. A few red petals suddenly brushed past him with an apology asking for forgiveness. Everything happened quite unexpectedly. A whole vibrant flower garden appeared right before his eyes. The gods couldn't react in time. His words expressed as if weaving through each petal. We think that because the heavenly demon's internal energy was too pure, his body may have disappeared, merging with nature. The old spirit suddenly spoke up just as he sat down. Truly unexpected. He spoke just as you reached out your hand. Even if the constellation of this world dies, it only leaves a curse behind. But when your master died, the flowers bloomed again. Every word he said truly touched your heart. Your master is clearly better than the constellation. Wait a moment, Blood Demon added. Of course we have prepared for the funeral. I thought you would want to participate, but you just said no. You gently replied, it's okay, no need to organize it anymore. He still doesn't quite understand. What? Then Gong gently took off his coat. When I became the young master as tradition, there were still some people in the sect who did not accept me. The law has always been that the strongest person becomes the sect leader. Your whole body suddenly bursts with energy. Hold a match instead of a funeral. That's the most meaningful way to hold a funeral. The most important thing for us is to make money right. Just one sentence awakened everyone in the clan. So use the swordsmanship that the master taught. They quickly thought more openly and eagerly grabbed their swords to charge forward. And then a joyful match took place among the red flowers that afternoon. When he returned to the library, he received news that Tianvo sect would move to the 22nd floor. That announcement made him freeze and ask again to confirm. What flag? Munmun calmly explained. We have decided to move. We will also move the entire training hall. Just as you inherited from the demon, I have become a disciple of the martial arts leader. Tianvo sect is my sect, so it will join the martial arts alliance with me. I also don't know, since when he bought non-prescription glasses for 9,800 and a multifunctional license cover for 2,000. He still has faith in the future. Even though my master is weakened, he is not defeated. The healer said he will do everything to help him regain his internal power. So I am thinking of becoming his chief guard at this time. You silently think that a guard is someone who protects the sect. Not only that, you also understand that the Great Guardian is the strongest among the guardians. But he still keeps talking non-stop. He seems very angry about the death of the Enma. Even I feel sad when I look at him. Right now, it's best to keep everyone busy teaching the next generation. It also helps strengthen the members of our guild. From that, he concluded that the venomous snake wanted to become the Grand Elder of the martial world. This conclusion surprised and stunned the Gong family a little. He made him confused and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" he exclaimed. I was just a bit surprised to realize that not everyone can become the president of one of the top 5 clubs. While speaking, you were thoughtful, and I wondered why an otaku like him was so famous. You realize that he truly cares about the members of our group. Receiving the compliment, he shyly scratches his head. Really, your whole face has even turned red. Don't get me wrong, I'm just doing what needs to be done. Being happy to receive praise for something like this only makes the world worse. I can't let that happen. Then you fell silent, staring at him. What you said scares me. However, what just happened is enough for you to reflect. Thinking about it, you feel a bit confused. Do I have anyone to call my own? At that moment, the old spirit shouted, I want to smash him. Let the zombies enter the martial arts world in the next apocalypse. The steward boasted loudly, I have made a special nail clipper for you. Thon Kiem also emerged, the sacred song praising the hero's wisdom still resounding today. The solemn image of the hero roared on the walls of the Empire. This implication made him refuse. It definitely wasn't these 3, never, they weren't even human. Suddenly a hesitant voice sounded from behind him. Death King. You suddenly realize the alchemist is her. She is happily reporting. We have successfully produced large quantities of a vaccine against the zombie virus. If everyone is vaccinated before going up to the 22nd floor, they will be fine. In an instant, he pushed the old man aside to get closer to her. Pharmacist, do you intend to move? She exclaimed in embarrassment. Yes. You get straight to the point. Your shop is very small right now, isn't it? After completing this level, her reputation and value skyrocketed. Will she still keep her current store? She became even more confused. I was thinking of expanding the store, but the land price on the first floor is very expensive, so the Count proposed a contract to pay me in advance. You immediately stopped me. No, don't sign it. The cheerful auctioneer clapped and said, I will provide the store for you, and I will also cover the moving costs for the interior. Old Kim Soo beamed with confirmation. Really, you confirm it again. That's right, you know I own the 2nd floor, don't you? I'll give you a good place. But you still have your own proposal. In return, I want you to prioritize making the medicines I request okay. Who would refuse her? Of course, at that very moment, the Medicine King suddenly coughed to interrupt. Ahem. He coughed and loudly complained, "Oh heavens, my shop is in a very remote place. The surroundings have a strange smell and it's on the 3rd floor, so my knees always hurt when I have to climb up. If a young person offers us a place with fresh air of about 300,000 square meters, that would be best." He hasn't even had time to ask for anything before the king's men grabbed him and dragged him away. Sorry, it seems my friend was rude. Even though he couldn't resist, he still wanted to. How dare you interfere with your friend's business? I'm short on money. The demand has decreased, so it's really hard to make money. Even until he disappeared, his voice was still loud and clear. Pharmacist, please tell everyone this. I made a mistake in the last match. I can no longer follow Lord Sonister's path. Their cuteness made the two of them burst out laughing. Time gradually passed and the scene shifted from the library to a certain village. People from everywhere rushed in shouting. The pharmacist, Medicine King, please sell us some medicine. Brett is on the loudspeaker calling out, "Who is here to get medicine? Please line up. And who is here for the zombie vaccine? Please go to the Thien Vo Jiao headquarters on the 22nd floor." While he danced angrily, "You bastard, what are you making me do? How dare you make me do this?" On the 22nd floor, everyone is quickly coordinating. "Please keep order. This is the training hall of Tianvo sect. Please do not push." Mun is busy taking notes and making many comments. "Sir, we still have many guests. He made me angry and scolded me. Don't rush me. I came here to be the exclusive doctor for your cult and still have to help with vaccinations. I haven't even heard a thank you yet." Just as everything was settling down, the Black Witch suddenly appeared and exclaimed, "Truly amazing." She praised him for completing the Chronicle of the Heavenly Demon with a great role. All the other hunters are motivated because they don't want to be left behind by you. She smiles because of the great achievement. Thanks to that, the tower completion process has been faster than before. The system screen simultaneously displays the progress. Finally, everyone moved from the 21st floor of the Creator's Grand Library to the 24th floor of the Mythical Dawn House Diary. She happily turned to look at him. "At this rate, we'll finish the 30th floor next month. But will it really be that easy when everything is getting worse?" One by one, people fell along with the system message. This is an announcement to everyone. No one can count how many people have sacrificed. They only know that today's raid on the 25th floor has failed. The whole group stood on the cliff, witnessing everything. I repeat, today's raid on the 25th floor has failed. The 25th floor is a book titled Somi Win Academy Tales, a romantic fantasy with difficulty level D for 2 to 5 players. According to the description, Sony Win is a long-established magical academy, where friendship and rivalry, love, and jealousy take place. This apocalypse book could either be a simple academy story or a creation with world-destroying power sealed beneath the academy, and the reason for their failure is that the protagonist's fiancé, the prince, was captured by a reincarnated student. She was the one who broke the seal of the artifact, released the great demon there, and destroyed the world. Even to this day, the Dark Witch still cannot believe it. "The Count and the Knight lost," she muttered in confusion. "Impossible. They are the strongest couple." The steward beside him whispered softly, "How humiliating." Seeing the fearful and doubtful expressions, he sighed quietly. But it had already happened. The light at the side of the gong flashed quickly as the steward closed the book, unable to do anything more after the raid failed. "Please understand me." Then you smile and say the rest of the sentence, even though you could fix that mistake. Even after coming back, you still stood in the bathroom to calm down. You irritably said, "Damn it, I've never read romance stories before. I can't just let the Count and the Knight die. And the librarian has also hinted that I need to do something. Old Spirit doesn't quite understand. Why don't you give up and join another raid?" You suddenly drew your sword to show him and spoke. "I don't think it's that simple." You tried it on your neck and then laughed. The sword reacted before the apocalypse book closed. That means there is a sister sword in this world. Even Sparkly agrees with this hypothesis. So the old elf pointed out one thing. You haven't read martial arts novels before, but you did well last time. The moment his words stopped, he decisively grabbed the weapon and plunged it through his own throat. "Let's go." Time reversed, and when he returned, he raised his hand to volunteer. "I will command on this floor." Your words made Riondu and Paladin suddenly freeze in silence. The other party suddenly spoke. "Sorry, Death King, I didn't know you also read romance stories." You shyly scratched your head. "No need to apologize. Honestly, I'm a chicken when it comes to these kinds of romantic matters." Just a blink, she pressed close and asked darkly, "Then why do you want to be the commander on this floor?" Her terrifying gaze made him think. "Oh my god, she seems very serious about this, but I don't want to back down because if I do, she will fail." You stammered your answer, "But I really want to try." After saying that, you became even more determined. "I can't let her take the lead." You clenched your fists to resist her intimidation. "When it comes to romance, it's better to let someone knowledgeable handle it. She's fine, but I've finished the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon without reading any martial arts novels. She hesitated. That's true, but in the end, you chose to tell the truth, and more importantly, I have a bad feeling about this floor. Please let me join. Maybe because he understands you, the Dark Wizard immediately agrees. It's not about right or wrong, but he has proven his strength. Baladin startled and called Hak Long, the clan leader, not expecting the Sword King to be there too. I also think I should listen to Tu Vuong. Maybe he knows something she is even harder to believe. Even you too. The Holy Sword saw the two of them speak up, and immediately felt delighted, thinking very good, everyone supports me, and he clapped his hands to decide. So I will choose teammates to accompany me. You quickly take the lead. I will go with the best people available. Don't be sad when you're not chosen. The Dark Witch suddenly smiled. The best people. According to her, you immediately doubted and suddenly turned to observe the opponent. She straightforwardly patted your shoulder. This is a love story. Although I don't read these kinds of stories much, I think I am suited for it. Based on my personal perspective, I can't say that I have more experience than others. If they are the best people, isn't that me? What do you think? You suddenly feel confused. She's acting strangely. Unexpectedly, the paladin was equally excited. No, she was wrong. The Black Dragon Lord affection and mystical feelings are very different. If love is a cake, then magical love is a cake covered in chocolate. Death King, I am sure that someone experienced and knowledgeable like me should go. These sentences confuse you. Is she hinting that she is really experienced? Even Rondu eagerly joined the battle. Isn't love something that can be bought with money? Dating rich people is better, because love is power, and power is money. I think I will be very important in this story. Gong is starting to complain again. I don't understand why everyone thinks I know about these romance novels. The intense rivalry made you frown and stay silent for a long time. Then you suddenly blurt out in everyone's astonishment, "Why don't you join me in this novel?" The three of them, who had just looked at each other with displeasure, suddenly became bewildered and amazed. Even Mumun, who was leisurely enjoying his tea, was startled and choked. But even the owner, Heresy, couldn't handle it and was left stunned. Oh no. Then you happily reached out your hand. All right, I will obey all the requests from the Death King. The Dark Wizard can't accept it. Tu Vuong, are you crazy? She hurriedly gritted her teeth and whispered. He doesn't know how to empathize with others. He is a psychopath, and even if you put it mildly, he is an antisocial person. Why would you include someone like that in a love story? She made you tremble as you called Black Dragon Lord. Be careful to answer her. I don't know much about feelings, but I know the most important thing is that she doesn't understand something yet. Surely even the Dark Sorcerer could not have expected your answer to be appearance. This answer made her silently observe Herrick for a moment, so she had to accept this harsh truth. Yes, that's right. But he still has another reason, and he can also use holy magic. Therefore, he has the ability to face any situation. Besides, he also follows everything I say. However, there are things he hasn't told her. Most importantly, the heretic judge says whatever he thinks without hiding, with little difference between his thoughts and words. This honesty is wonderful in relationships. When they arrived, the steward laughed. Oh ho, a new group this time. All right, I'm really looking forward to it. You flip the page with a hint, the season of love. This is when everyone talks about love. Love transcends status, origin, and gender. Perhaps that is why true love is hard to find. Love comes from actions and awareness, but too many people only focus on fleeting emotions. You whispered as 3 cards flew out of the book, a fleeting feeling or true love. I will grant you the privilege to witness it. Then they flew towards where you were standing. You have completed the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon up to the hidden stage. You will receive a worthy reward for this. I will give it to you. You are confused and blurt out. These are the tags they carry, one after another as follows: invisible card, really coincidental card, eavesdropping card, and O card. I didn't mean anything by it. You won't understand a thing after reading it. What the hell is this? Yet the opponent just smiled and said they are very useful, they will be your trump card. Before the two of them were teleported, the steward reminded him that he could check the last gift in the Book of Revelation, which left the Gong family speechless. It seems the hint only goes that far because you opened the book again. The Death King judges Heresy. I choose 2 people to participate in the story of Somi Win Academy. The magic array quickly activates. When you open your eyes, you will be taken to 7 days before the world-ending event occurs. The light instantly flared up with your wave. I hope you will create a beautiful ending. Just recently they were still in the library, but now Gong Ra has been awakened by someone. The young lady and the butler. The moment of stepping into the character in the book begins with a really rude and stupid sentence. Herrick just arrived and got slapped without understanding what was going on. Then the two of them were shocked to realize which roles they were playing. Kim Gong was the steward, and the heretical official was the young lady. After the unexpected slap like a thunderbolt, Herctic staggered and fell to the floor. Everyone around the hall was silent. After a while, Herctic finally spoke up, letting out a sound of extreme panic. He still didn't understand what had happened. At this moment, Lavian was extremely angry and shouted, "You are so stupid." Herrick stood up and slowly touched the red mark on his cheek innocently, saying, "Did I do something wrong?" That slap really hurt. Lavian didn't answer Heretic's question. She swung her hand and slapped Herrick again, leaving both of them unable to react. The noise they made surprised and drew the attention of everyone around. Lavian was still angry and said, "How can you act like nothing happened after saying something so unreasonable? You want to imitate me, huh? You just started thinking about the current situation. Today is the banquet of the noble class." Despite her anger, the Gong family remained very calm. You analyze and recall Lavian's identity. And the young lady standing before us is the female villain in the Apocalypse book. Based on the memories of the Count and the Knight Church, as they tried to erase this part, Lavian's identity was gradually revealed. In this empire where alchemy and magic flourish, she is the daughter of the Duke, a powerful, noble second only to the royal family. The reason for annihilation, the fiancé of the crown prince of the female villain was heartbroken by a female student who transmigrated into this world. Lavian clenched his fist and aggressively called for help. "Hey, where's the servant? Come here quickly." A group of people in formal suits hurriedly ran over from afar and replied, "Yes, miss." She decisively pointed at Heretic and shouted, "Get this girl out of my sight immediately." Gong ran over and grabbed Herrick's arm. At this moment you are still bewildered by the situation, before you only raising your hand to hesitate and stop. The servants respectfully respond to the young lady understood. "Miss," she pulled her hand away from her steward. Despite the Gong family's objections, he went up to Lavian and said casually, "Are you feeling unwell somewhere? That's not good, let me help you." Herrick's words only fueled Lavian's anger, making her clench her teeth tightly, while Herc acted as if he didn't care. "You kept teasing. Why does your complexion keep getting worse? You should see a doctor now, instead of just standing around at this party." Lavian was so angry she was trembling. She growled the order, "Get out of my sight immediately. Throw that butler in jail too." Lavian's anger had reached its peak. She could not endure another second. The servants began their duty, escorting the speaker. "Sorry, please follow us." Gongda panicked and shouted, then was warned. "Please lower your voice. Our young lady is very sensitive to loud noises." Herrick and the guy Gong were reluctantly restrained and dragged out of the party. He struggled and shouted, "Where are you taking us?" They were pushed out the door by them, he shouted angrily. "That's the Duke's servant." He angrily got up, groaning, trying to unlock the door from the outside, while Herrick still lay comfortably on the ground. "This Death King is not good, it seems. I have become the main character here. They are locked in a prison with only a small window, just enough to see the bright moon outside. Now you can only sigh and say it's unbelievable." Herrick now sat up, looking at his hands and new form, excitedly saying, "Although I was always dressed in girls' clothes when I was little, who would have thought that one day I would become the female lead of a novel like this, a once-in-a-lifetime experience?" Gong frowned, sighing helplessly, optimistic despite the enviable circumstances. He smiled brightly like a flower, and cheerfully said, "Life is still very beautiful. King of Death, just be an official." Suddenly a dazzling light shone from your hand, and you excitedly said, "Abracadabra." What if Herrick made the Gong family notice and look back at him? Surprised by the slightly different tone of his voice, the Gong family asked curiously. Hersich's voice laughed very cutely, and replied, "Yes, I have modified my vocal cords a bit. Does my voice sound more like a girl's now?" Gong Jia was amazed and admired him. "Really amazing, now you look just like a true noble lady, though you need to watch your words a bit more. You smile brightly enough to make flowers stand out holding your dress," you say respectfully. "Thank you, sir." You smile gently, thinking that although becoming a butler and the heroine of a novel was a bit unexpected, everything will be fine. Herrick smiled contentedly, and said, "Your face is less grimacing than before. You can be somewhat reassured, all thanks to the judge's spell and my regression skills." Gongjia said in surprise. "What?" He began to explain his words to Gongjia. Since returning from the Demon Chronicles, his face has always been gloomy. "It's understandable because I just lost my beloved master. That's also why I'm so worried about this raid. I'm afraid negative emotions will affect your performance too. But it seems I was worrying unnecessarily." Gong approached him and spoke. You can tell someone's mood just by looking at their face. His eyes became sharp. The mystery is solved. Although I don't know what despair feels like, I understand it very well. Gong Jia was truly surprised by what you said. Very impressive. You keep analyzing, even machines can malfunction if a part is broken. Stress is the malfunction point of humans. If you keep ignoring it without dealing with it, it will deeply embed itself into your mind. So you must pay attention and control it yourself. Gong Jia feels like he is beginning to understand the boy in front of him better. Is he trying to understand people in his own way? Although a maniac, he is also very unique. Her tick, as if just discovering something, excitedly said. "By the way, something was strange just now." Gong Jia asked curiously, "What do you mean?" "In the dungeon filled with discarded items, you begin to ask about the recent incident. According to my understanding, we were imprisoned here for insulting the nobility, right? Gongjia also agreed, saying, I think so too. He got excited about your answer and then immediately said, seriously, our souls are more in sync now. It's really fun. Back to the point, usually the person in power is wrong, and guards or troops stand watch outside to guard the prisoners, right? You stated your reasoning, yet now I don't sense anyone at the door, but there are people at the window. After your words, a group of people dressed in black and wearing black masks rushed in through the window to capture them. One of them shouted, kill that man if you want, but don't harm that woman. Gong grabbed the sword at his side and chanted to summon power. Spark, I've got you. He drew his sword just in time to block one of their strikes, but realized the moment to make the decisive move had come. Right at that moment, he decisively slashed down with a sword, blood splattering everywhere. Herrick used a chain tied to the sword to whip the enemy fiercely. You still smiled and said, Death King, you shouldn't kill them all. You need to interrogate who is behind this, so keep at least one alive. In just a moment, Herrick and Gong finished dealing with them and tied them up. They stammered in fear, isn't she just a weak, noble girl? Their faces and clothes were speckled with blood. Her advanced towards them eagerly and said, now I give you 3 choices. Still holding the bloodied sword, he raised one finger and said, 1 if you want to die now, agree. You continue stating the second condition despite their fear. 2nd, let us interrogate and extract all important information here. You keep speaking with full enthusiasm. Dad, voluntarily reveal all the information to avoid interrogation and save your life. One of them angrily said, you crazy dog, just kill me already. Heresic did not hesitate at his words and immediately sent him to the King of Hell with a sword strike. You happily agreed. All right, let's do it then. You turned to the guy next to you and asked, so have the others made their decision yet? He was so scared now that he couldn't say a word. That person was so terrified that tears and snot ran down, begging for mercy. Please spare our lives. We were just following the driver's instructions, Herrick asked, satisfied. At least everyone should say why they want to assassinate us. You lose patience, hold the weapon tightly, and are eager to threaten. Still hesitating and haven't decided yet. All right, let me help speed things up. The other 2 became terrified and immediately begged, please spare our lives, we beg you both. Gong, standing beside, grabbed his hand to stop him, calmly saying the judge of heresy hasn't ruled yet, there's no need to resort to this method. You worry about the thoughts in your head. With this kind of guitar, the romance novel would have to be rated 19+. You step in front of them and calmly ask, listen carefully to my question. Then he headed towards the iron bars scattered on the ground and asked them, it seemed like you easily cut off the window just now, right? Or were they pre-cut because you knew we would be imprisoned here? They are whining. At this moment, a system board appears showing their thoughts. Under your supervision, we only heard that a girl would be taken down to the wine cellar. Damn it, they said, she was just an ordinary girl, you guys lied to me. After observing for a while, you concluded that they really knew we would be imprisoned here. You then seriously asked them. At that time, you said it was okay to kill that man, but don't harm that woman, right? Are you accusing her of kidnapping? They stammered, avoiding eye contact as if unwilling to answer. That. At this moment, the pink notification revealed their thoughts again. Return her, we were hired to kidnap, not harm. The client clearly requested that she must be intact without a scratch. So the 4 of us formed a group to guard against any uncertainties. Herrick is wiping the bloodstains off his face. Gongra began to stand up, adjust his clothes, and said, maybe I can guess who the culprit is. Herrick said in surprise, oh, you figured it out so quickly. You replied calmly. Your eyes shifted toward the broken window and began to analyze. The culprit must be someone with great power to be able to hire 4 assassins to infiltrate the academy, and also someone who knows the academy's security system inside out. You thought of the girl at the party, and the female villain who shouted like that when she kicked us out. At that moment, the young lady shouted, this girl is an eyesore to me, quickly get her out of my sight. The boy continued to express his reasoning. She never specified where to take us, but the servants knew to escort us to the exact place the assassins planned to attack, and Heresich, resting his chin on his hand as if understanding something, added that clearly the female villain was the mastermind behind this. His eyes suddenly became sinister to the point of being scary. But that might be a bit too obvious. Herrick continues to explain. Currently the outside is advancing. Although I look like this, I am still the heroine in the world of the Apocalypse book, a noble lady involved with the Crown Prince. That person arrived before the prison holding the 2. Herrick still knew nothing. You keep talking, yet the villain dared to bring me here and hire someone to assassinate me. She is the Duke's legitimate daughter, so she will be dragged into a major scandal. That means the real culprit is not the villainess. That person began to open the dungeon door. The 2 of them, still unsuspecting, continued to share their guesses. But the person who wanted to make her look like the culprit and who also values me greatly requested that not even a single hair of mine be touched. Suddenly someone rushed in from outside, hugged you tightly, and shouted for mercy. Holding you in his arms, he reassures you. Everything is fine now. I have come to protect you. With his distinctive bright blonde hair, he introduced himself. Ah, the sole heir of He Kingdom, he is the crown prince, the male lead Nung Lu. The scene before him made the Gong family's mood very uncomfortable and his face returned to the past. The story begins last year when two young ladies were named by the emperor. One was Sivia of Asia, a girl with beautifully curled blonde hair. She held her dress and happily played in the flower field. Under the sunlight, her smile shines even brighter. The hummingbird flower blooms in the golden garden, spreading its fragrance. From that moment on, she was called by the people of this country, with beautiful blue eyes, that were both charmingly mischievous and intelligent, the girl known as Miss Kim Tuk, the female protagonist in this world. The next person mentioned was someone with a completely opposite beauty, the other young lady, Lavian Evansia. The elegant and noble flower always holds her head high and excels in every field. From that moment on, she was called by the people of this land as the standout with cold red eyes, both mysterious and alluring, known as the Silver Crystal Lady, and also the female antagonist in the Book of Revelation. The two of them became formidable rivals who met by chance among the names of noble young ladies granted at the coming-of-age ball, and with their two different colors, they accidentally clashed, sparking an inevitable underground battle. But because the two young ladies are studying at the same academy, there will inevitably be turmoil within the academy. After absorbing the characters' memories, the Gong family couldn't help but feel confused about this storyline. Back in reality, before Gong stood the image of that prince who turned back and glanced at him with a hateful look. Seeing the situation before him, he couldn't hide his disdainful expression, and said, "Isn't he too rude for a noble prince? Oh, you're still alive. You were so angry that your face silently scolded. What's wrong with this guy? He really annoys me." Although annoyed, he respectfully said, "Yes, your highness, I am still alive and safe." He released Harasik, turned to look at him with a disdainful and contemptuous gaze and said, "You are really lucky." Although Gong was so angry that his facial expression was hard to hide, he still tried to remain calm, but there was some sarcasm in his words, all thanks to his highness's tolerance, and he silently judged his attitude. "What nonsense am I doing? You caused this assassination, didn't you?" He sneered arrogantly and said, "You flatter yourself. How could all the good things in the world be thanks to my mercy? It's because you protected yourself and Sinvia from those fierce assassins just now. That's your good fortune, allowing me to express my gratitude to you." He was so angry that the atmosphere changed to a dark color. You clench your fist silently, thinking about that curly-haired guy again. You always feel that Prince is trying to attack you, constantly belittling your true abilities and attributing them to luck. Although I don't want to believe it, could he be trying to control me? At this moment, Thandong's transformation is slowly increasing. Gongjia placed his hand on his chest, showing respect and calmly said, "Miss Kim Tuk is my master, I belong to her." He suddenly became confident and explained to him, how could a sword protecting its master be called lucky? "You were startled by what you just said. What am I doing?" My mouth moved on its own, extremely unsettled. Imagine what kind of drama would unfold when a mere butler dares to provoke the crown prince. The Gong master raised his hand to cover his mouth in fear, but his mouth uncontrollably continued speaking. "It's just a tool that knows how to complete its task. I don't deserve such praise from your highness. The system announced you are synchronizing with your character. The medium has shifted a bit more current. Synchronization level is 1%. Why is Gongjia covering his mouth in fear? What the hell is he thinking? The prince seemed about to explode, gritting his teeth and saying, "Surely noble families like the Baron use smooth talk as a criterion for hiring servants. His Majesty would surely be very disappointed if he knew." In Gong's mind right now, it's screaming non-stop. Don't curly hair, don't provoke me any further." Gongjia clenched his jaw tightly and said with difficulty, "Hoping you would forgive me for saying a word. Everything under His Majesty's reign is perfect. Looking at the current situation, you can't help but think of those blood sport scenes in movies. I am willing to sacrifice my life to protect you. My dear Lady Butler, the fiery scenes on the TV screen, please take care." Kim Gongjia sat watching angrily and said, "A prehistoric monster of the world. And what are these two humans doing? Is this really the time to be cuddling and hugging? Have you two lost your minds?" The shaman slowly increases synchronization. "You are synchronizing with your character, current sync level 2%. The prince said irritably. So now it's a war of words. You are lost in thought. This is exactly why the church knights and dukes in this book failed. Your response is just as sharp. Truly there is no one more reliable than your highness. I sincerely hope you will find the culprit behind the assassination, bring them to court, and give them the appropriate punishment as an example to others." He hugged Herrick tightly, turned to him and said confidently, "Definitely." He looked at you with contempt, and then said softly, "It seems Miss Sinvia is still very shocked. There might still be a few assassins around here today. Let me protect her." Gongjia gritted his teeth to endure, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "Please forgive my incompetence. Now that things have come to this, I should take Miss Sinvia to a comfortable place where she can relax her mind as much as possible. I hope my master will be able to stay in her beloved room as she always has." The gong endures the control and assimilation of the system's rebellious mouth. Shut up and watch. He immediately responded from this side. You mean if she stays with me, she will feel uncomfortable? The system continued to notify, you are synchronizing with your character. You try to talk to find a way to fake a siege. So embarrassing. The synchronization level gradually increases, currently at 3%. You helplessly sigh, pause for a moment. Not aloud. Suddenly the spirit elder appeared and called you. Hey, what are you doing? You were surprised when he called. Sword Emperor. Ah, no Sword Emperor. He immediately scolded him. Are you out of your mind? You turned to him, pleading, please pull me out. I'm about to lose my mind. Do something to save me. He stroked his chin, pondering the situation. He approached the gong and whispered to you, Zombie kid, you always say you feel disgusted when you see the venomous snake, but now you're doing something just as disgusting as the main creature in the venomous snakes. Hallucination. After hearing him speak, he thought to himself to take back his words. It was lucky for him that the man stayed still. Suddenly, Herrick standing beside him spoke up unexpectedly, making him worry, and turn around to ask Sylvia what's wrong. Herrick boldly pushed him away without any mercy, his eyes becoming amused, truly interesting. Herrick placed his hands on his chest and said with pleasure, right now I have a feeling in my heart, a feeling I have never experienced before. Your words made everyone present immediately stare at you in confusion. My heart is racing, it's so strange. You ran excitedly towards the prince, grabbed his hand and said, it seems like the owner of this body likes you a lot. His face gradually turned red, he looked at you affectionately, and gently called the name of the character. Herrick was playing Sylvia. Before he could express his feelings, Herrick was suddenly pulled away by a strong force. He looked at him with confusion. You really? At this moment Gong held Herrick's hand tightly and said seriously, Miss, let's go back to your room. You don't get a chance to refuse. I continue tomorrow, you still need to continue your daily life, right? In Herrick's eyes reflected the serious figure of the Gong family, which made Herrick understand his intention. We must not forget we are here because of duty, with a clear purpose to erase this situation. As if understanding the meaning behind his words, she immediately spoke up to explain. Ah, that's right, isn't it? Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, but now I must return to my residence with the steward. You cheerfully and respectfully greet him. Have a good evening, sir. I'm leaving. He regrets holding on. Sylvia, Herrick, and Gongjia stepped out of the prison. Still unconcerned, he said everything is getting more complicated. He was still angry, dark, synchronized auras emanated around him. I never expected there to be a trap like that. Damn it, when I saw you hugging that curly-haired guy, I was insanely jealous. Herrick laughed at his thoughts. This is something we did not anticipate. Herrick suddenly asked Gongjia, Death King, how much have you synchronized just now? Gongjia angrily scratched his head and said, already 3% so fast. Luckily I stopped in time. Herrick was very excited to hear that and replied, great, I have already reached 10% in the blink of an eye. Gong quickly asked Herchich, what did you say? Doubt arose in his mind. Just a short time with the Crown Prince and his synchronization level had already reached 10%. He put his hand into his pocket, hiding something, then thought it was even worse than he had imagined. Gong's eyes grew sad as he seriously suggested to Hersick that they should prepare some safety measures. While the two were talking, a figure was approaching. Use keywords. They will be what awaken our minds in every situation. For example, if I say peach, you will reply with carrot. Herrick is happily discussing with you, this will be our special code. You spoke for a while, then realized someone was coming from behind. You turned around and agreed with both hands and feet. So what word should I choose? In front of them is Miss Lavian and her entourage approaching. Her face was sharp and beautiful, the light shining on her, making her look even more mysterious and alluring. Herrick's face became serious, but his words were playful. King of Death, you suddenly turned that way and said firmly, I think I hate this girl. Then he looked at Gongjia excitedly and said, so curious. Herrick put his hands to his mouth, smiled, and said calmly, I wonder what my face looks like now. Gongda's eyes opened wide in fear, sweat drenched his face. At this moment, the system announced that you are synchronizing with your character. Current synchronization level is 4%. A notice board with intricate carvings and 2 neatly tied red curtains appears. A familiar motif in top romantic fantasy novels, every man around the heroine is suspicious. A familiar motif in romantic fantasy novels number 2. The phoenix disguised as a black crow. In the present, in a hallway of a large villa, Herctic stands there next to Gong, opposite Miss Lavian and 4 guards. A pink light shines on Gong's face, and he seems to sense something unusual and wrong. His eyes widened in amazement, sweat beading on his handsome face as he saw Herrick standing still. Why did Herrick suddenly become silent? Gong raised his hand forward as if trying to wake Herctic up. I have to wake him up immediately. Gongjia anxiously called out in a trance, judging heresy. At this moment, Lavian opposite immediately shouted, Miss Kim Took, it seems you are still doing well. You were startled by Lavian's voice. The worry on her face did not lessen and her eyes grew even more terrified. She called him by that name before I could call him by the correct name in his tower. Herrick just smiled gently, accepting Lavian's sarcastic remarks. I heard you were attacked, but it's not surprising coming from someone who grew up on the border. Herctic's smile remained unfazed by Lavian's sharp words. Then Herctic slowly and gently touched his finger to his lips. Herrick wanted to hear what tricks she wanted to play next. Lavian's sharp voice rang out again. She's as persistent as a leech. Those few petty assassins are probably nothing to her right. Herrick closed his eyes, still carefree, and happily responding to Lavian. Oh, could it be that the young lady came all the way here? Are you staying up late at night just because you're worried about my health? I'm truly grateful that someone as lowly as me is cared for by everyone around, including His Royal Highness the Prince. Lavian's eyes flickered slightly as she heard Herctic's reply. She responded suspiciously. The prince came to me because he worries about me and thinks you are the one behind those assassins, right? Gong's complexion gradually became unpleasant. He was silent, as if pondering something. Lavian became upset, her beautiful face dotted with sweat. She angrily said, the measure of inferiority lies not only in one's background but also in one's character and thoughts. Behave properly, according to your current noble title. Gong Jia began to worry more. Why did Herctic provoke her? Herctic still pretended not to notice Lavian's anger. You just gently said I didn't know that ignoring someone at a social event was considered proper behavior for nobles. Her smile turned sinister as she made a suggestion. I hope this request isn't too much. But can I stay in the living room here? It seems the young lady is very good at fighting, so I want to learn a bit. His inner self kept screaming, stop, judge, please shut up. But Lavian's subordinate angrily shouted, Miss Kim Tuk, you have crossed the line. How could the daughter of a mere count living on the border dare to say such words? Gong immediately stepped forward from behind Herrick and bowed to apologize. Please forgive us. Gong lowered his eyes respectfully and said, perhaps our young lady is still shocked after the terrible incident, so she probably needs time to rest. It's quite late now, may we ask for permission to leave? In Lavian's eyes, the reflection of the boy in front of him appeared as he continued to persuade Lavi to stop the tense situation. I think maybe it's not too late to resolve this misunderstanding tomorrow morning, right? The young lady's subordinate standing nearby saw Gong's angry action and shouted, how dare you stand in front of the young lady? Lavian raised his hand to stop them. He gently called out respectfully, Zinvia. Miss. Herrick happily poked his head out to answer the gong. Butler, what are you saying? He grabbed Herrick's hand and pleaded, please keep order. You immediately pull Herrick away. Herrick suddenly shouts towards the gong. Butler, wait a moment, I still have something to say to her. Don't interrupt the conversation like that. You walked for a while, then suddenly stopped, turned back, and called Lavian. I can't let the character sink anymore. Miss Lavian stood silently behind and coldly asked, what's the matter? Gong placed a hand on his chest and smiled gently, saying I have always respected the independence of the servants in the Duke's family, and tonight I get to witness it firsthand. They truly have great dignity, unlike a dull person like me. You met someone who bowed respectfully to Lavian and said, tonight I have learned a lot from you all. Although my status is humble, I still want to show my respect to the young lady and everyone. You smiled happily tightly, holding Herctic's hand to say goodbye to the young lady. Now we're leaving. You hold Herctic's hand and quickly get out of there. After walking for a while to the base of the white flower tree, he stopped panting, still holding Herctic's hand tightly. Gong, worried, turned and grabbed Herrick's shoulder, asking the heretical judge, are you awake now? His eyes opened blankly, then he asked confusedly, what did I just say? At a window still lit in the Somi Win Academy, Gong and Sylvia have returned to their room. As soon as Gong closed the door, he gritted his teeth and said, we must establish our own symbol. Herrick, sitting on the chair, casually asked Gong. Personal symbol. Gong recalled the issues he had been thinking about all day. I have been thinking all day, we cannot keep going like this. Herrick put his hand on his face, saying sadly, you are right, we have to do something. Gong immediately rushed over and grabbed Hercidic's small, cute face, lifting it in his hands and shouting loudly at him. Spring arrives, Mulan withers. In the dark and quiet night outside the voice of the gong, family still echoes. When I say spring returns, you will follow with withered magnolia. That is our special code. Use that sentence to wake him up. After giving your opinion seriously, suggest let's try it once now. Spring has come. Herrick's face still lies in his hands, the small lips speaking. Moklan frowned and said it again. Spring is coming. Her every smile was joyful. Mulan withered away. Gong grabbed your face and shook you gently. You smiled with your eyes squinting and happily said, all right, I'm awake now. Gong Jia proudly said, well done. Herrick calmed down and gratefully thanked him. Thank you, sir. So many things happened today like a storm. The cheerful Gong Jia ran off. He turned back and said to Herrick, do you want a cup of tea to calm down? He smiled brightly and replied, sorry to trouble you. Then Gong opened the drawer to look for a teacup, humming happily as he searched. How the heck is there a kitchen in a dorm room? That's definitely how rich people spend money. It's still too early to give up. After searching for a while, he brought the cup and teapot to the table. All right, let's see. Gong calmly makes tea, imagining wonderful scenes and the comfort of brewing tea. The method for making the favorite Kim Tuk Teuthu tea involves rinsing the teapot and cup with hot water using two different pots, one for soaking the tea leaves, and one for holding the brewed tea, never mixing them. Finally, remember to add some milk and a spoonful of honey. And ta-da, the young lady's favorite cup of tea is ready. We brought precious honey along the way, exactly for occasions like this, because normally the young lady lives quite frugally, so it's hard for her to indulge in luxury occasionally. Gongjia suddenly startled, realizing he had become just like a real butler. This is not good. The system notifies you that you are synchronizing with your character. The synchronization level suddenly increases, making you annoyed and curse. You were so angry that you poured all the salt in your hand into the cup of tea you were holding and said, "This cheap novel who just puts sugar in black tea and gets so upset about it." Sparkly is worried about your current mental state. Love intelligence, what the hell, nobody cares. You recall your past self, and now clearly see the difference. I really can't let it progress any further. I've had to overcome so many things just to get to this point. It feels like I'm slowly losing myself. Gong placed the tea tray on the table. Herrick was also a bit startled in response. Thank you, King of Death. After drinking for a while, it felt like something suddenly made you freeze. Her stomach seemed about to vomit everything she had just drunk, and she said in astonishment, "King of Death, does this taste strange to you? If my taste buds aren't broken, this seems to be a salty flavor." At the back, Gong didn't understand and asked, "What's wrong?" "That's how you were supposed to pay it back." Looking at the colorful cup of tea, Hersick said somewhat hesitantly, "Is this really tea?" "This salty taste can only be seawater," Gong said angrily. "Just drink it quietly." Herrick didn't know how to object, so he tried to drink it all in one go. He forced a bright smile to forget the salty taste on his tongue, then tried to say a few polite words. "Thank you, sir. But in my heart I thought differently. The saltiness completely ruined my taste buds." Gong smiled and said, "That's the real you." Hearing that, Herrick put down his teacup and eagerly asked, "Do you have any plans from now on?" The annoying auctioneer replied curtly, "Let's see. You recall the plot that will unfold. The one who destroys this world is that villainous girl. The Silver Lapis Lady was originally the prince's fiancée, so when the prince falls in love with Miss Kim Tuk, the feeling of betrayal and losing her beloved at the same time will cause her world to collapse. Her hatred will ultimately become the thing that destroys the world. You firmly said, we have to help the prince and the villainess get back together. You held up two fingers to explain the problem to Heresic, or else the intense feelings one of them has for the other must be broken. Just aim for one of those two options." Heresic smiled naturally and asked gently, "Planning to burn someone's house down?" Gong clenched his fist, staring at his hand. You fell silent, lost in thought. In over 20 years of your life, you've never dated, so you haven't really experienced these things. But breaking up a couple is definitely easier than nurturing their feelings right. Herrick suddenly spoke up. "Do you have any ideas yet?" You confidently released your hand in one direction. A surge of black energy immediately rose from the area where you just let go. "The more you act like a lady, the more I play the butler, the more synchronized we become with our characters. So what if we stop acting like a lady and a butler? The synchronization index will drop, or at least stop increasing." Herrick watched with interest. As the creature was about to form, snapped his fingers, and from the black smoke emerged a figure, none other than the legendary Fire King. Gong happily pointed at him and said, "So from now on, let's start the journey of playing a pair of young ladies and a bad manager." A formal announcement appears, offering a suggestion. A familiar motif in the third romantic fantasy novel. Want to bring a couple together? Simple. First, we must make them hate each other. Let love be thunder and hatred be lightning. Naturally, the sky is clear and the clouds have cleared, but suddenly there is a lightning strike. Of course, thunder will follow. In a formal and romantic schoolyard, students are entering the classroom one by one. Bak Lan quietly asks her friend Pin next to her, "Did you sleep well last night?" The little friend happily replied, "Very delicious, how about you?" The two girls walked while laughing and chatting. Bak Lan said, "Yes, last night I had a beautiful dream and this morning I feel completely refreshed. I'm thinking of choosing toast for breakfast." That little friend is also eager to hear about that dream. "Oh dear, I want to hear the young lady tell about her beautiful dream, is that okay? Let's have breakfast together." Bak Lan immediately replied, "Oh, that sounds great." The two suddenly stopped in shock and hesitantly asked, "Did you sleep well last night?" They couldn't believe their eyes and exclaimed, "Miss Kim Herrick doesn't look angelic today. You're squatting in pants, wearing sunglasses, chewing on a blade of grass, looking like a gangster, and you even growl. Not well at all." Bak Lan was so confused, she couldn't say a word. Her arms akimbo, she waved her other hand aggressively and said, "Last night I almost died because of an assassination attempt. I couldn't sleep all night. This morning you girls even asked me if I slept well." Herrick took off his glasses and stared fiercely at Bak Lan, saying, "I have braved all storms, only you timid ones need to sleep well." Is your mind feeling peaceful now, because the skull is still intact? Because the brain is still normal, Baklan couldn't handle the shock and fear, and fell to the ground. Little Pinko next to her caught her and cried out in fear. Miss Bachlan. Seeing Baklan's appearance, Pinko screamed in fear. Breathe. Can you still hear what I'm saying? Then she turned and shouted at Herrick. Miss Kim Took, why are you being so harsh? Herrick threw away his glasses, his eyes turning fierce. She laughed and said, why are you all getting so worked up? I was just answering her question. Binker shouted for help. Someone call the teachers in the medical room. Herrick pointed at another innocent friend, looked up to the sky and made a cruel, sarcastic remark. Why is your hair red? Did your brain fall out because your skull cracked? She didn't look very bright to begin with, and now there's a risk of intellectual disability too. Hurry up and pick up your brain. The red-haired girl fearfully covered her face and fell to the ground, while those around her panicked and shouted, Miss. Herrick turned around excitedly and gave a thumbs up to Gong. Then Herrick said with satisfaction, Death King, you really are number one. The synchronization process has completely stopped. Remember the words you both said last night, let's become a pair of spoiled lady and bad-tempered butler. The best beta teacher in the universe will guide you on the most beta path on Earth. I will try my best to learn. Herrick admired the Gong family's plan extremely effective. The Duke respectfully placed his hand on his chest and said, Thank you for your words, miss. Herrick happily said, From now on I place all my trust in you. Extremely reputable, absolutely perfect. The King of Death. Suddenly Gong stepped on Herrick's foot. He asked in surprise, Why did you step on my foot? To prevent the synchronization rate from increasing. The butler replied calmly, I have no other choice. If I want to be a bad butler, then so be it. Herrick understood and replied, Ah, I see now. The people around scared began whispering about the two. They said the lady has gone mad. They kept talking about the character played by Herrick. Then they mentioned those other things. After yesterday's attack, she suddenly became a completely different person as if possessed. Wishich and two other brave young ladies volunteered to go confirm that the rumors have not returned. It seems someone saw the butler putting salt in the young lady's tea. Suddenly a voice called Miss Kim Took. Some people dressed in black came from afar, angrily shouting at Herrick. How dare she slander the reputation of our noble master? For the family's reputation and for the young lady, we will not let this matter be buried. They pointed directly at Gong and said, So let me fight your servant. They were annoyed and forced Herrick to agree immediately. Quickly accept the challenge. I under the name Nam Thuk Khan declare that I will win. Gongjia was lost in thought, living a life near the bottom of society, how exhausting it was. Someone else added, Me too, I can also vouch for Count Bradley's honor. Harrisich laughed until his eyes squinted and calmly replied, All right, let's try to resolve this peacefully as everyone wishes. Before anyone could react, Gong stepped forward and kicked that guy's leg. Wait, that guy cried out in pain. Gong pulled Herrick back and whispered, If you're going to stab, you have to follow through, pretend to be a thug to make it believable. You can't just go along with what others want so easily. When has a thug ever been like that? Herrick seemed to understand and said casually, Ah, you are right. So what should I do now? The guy across raised his hand ready like that and said, What are you two whispering about? Herrick waved his hand and laughed excitedly. All right, I will allow my butler to fight you as you wish. But then he immediately raised his hand to signal and set a condition for them. The entry fee for each match is 5 gold coins, kids. They exclaimed in surprise. They reluctantly searched all over their bodies for the full amount of money. We are butlers, which means we also belong to the owner's property. We cannot let the family's reputation be tarnished just because of a few conflicts. I can't believe the family auction uses such a noble reason but still charges money. Don't tell me your loyalty to the family isn't even worth 5 gold coins. Damn it. They talked to each other to exchange money to have enough to give Herrick. Today I only have this silver coin. Do you have a gold coin to exchange with me? Here it is. Feel free to exchange. They think it's annoying. Like owner, like pet. At this moment the Gong family came out to the center of the court and began warming up. It was time to show the results of their training. Suddenly you spoke up to the astonishment of those present. I have a small request. Just for fun. Gong slicked back his shiny hair, posed coolly with his sword and spoke. Has anyone here ever been starved for a whole week? At this moment, the prince suddenly rushed out of the room shouting for help. Help me. He ran to where Herrick was sitting and questioning. Sylvia, what the hell is going on? I've heard others speak ill of you, but I thought it was just slander. Are you really going to fight your classmate? Then the prince turned and shouted right in Gong's face. What are you doing? When you see your master making a mistake as a servant, you must do your best to stop it. Why do you only know how to swing your sword around? The steward is just someone from the lower class of society, and you are merely a failed product trash. Gongjia only said softly, Sorry, your highness. He showed no expression, just placed his hand on his chest respectfully, and said, My ears only hear the teachings of the young lady. If she tells me to leave, I will willingly step back. but if she hasn't said anything, I remain a loyal butler to her." The prince angrily gritted his teeth and said, "You caused such a mess and still dare to speak shamelessly like that." He turned and softly pretended to be innocent. "Sylvia, how many times have I told you, why would you choose someone like that as your steward? There are dozens of eunuchs in the palace trained much better than this. I just need to say a word, and the emperor will grant you one immediately. Don't worry, my father favors you a lot." Baklan woke up half lying down supported by the soldier. The two of them watched the play and giggled, then started discussing the scene before them. "What should I do now? His Highness's fiancée is a lady from La Vienne. But isn't that just a promise made by the parents before those two were even born? There used to be rumors that the emperor wanted to marry the princess. Maybe that's why they started to get excited, their eyes wide with delight." Prince slowly took the hand of the beloved and said, "Sylvia, what did you say?" Gongjia suddenly felt uneasy, witnessing a romantic scene, feeling very tense and worried about Herrick, wondering if the love of Miss Kim Took, the female lead of the novel, would grow stronger, or if Herrick's reason would prevail. The woman playing the role of a bad lady will dominate here. With deep affection in his eyes, the prince knelt and said, "Will you listen to my sincere request?" Herrick is only just now answering, but his response is completely unrelated. "Your Highness, what kind of perfume do you use?" The prince opened his eyes wide in amazement, unable to believe that the girl he loved would ask him such a question. "Why the flag?" Herrick stood up from his seat, pulled his hand out of the prince's hand and said excitedly, "Please forgive my words, but this scent is very familiar." He couldn't help but be surprised. Herrick left, but then returned to ask him, "Have you found out who was behind the assassination attempt on me yesterday?" The prince stammered in surprise. "Not yet, still investigating." Herrick stepped forward and proudly held his steward's hand, saying, "If it weren't for this steward that night, I would have been in big trouble. If you truly value me, then you must also respect my steward. I trust the butler the most in the world." The prince looked up with great annoyance. She suddenly fanned herself and laughed loudly, making those around her astonished by this unusual laughter. He was scared, sweat beading on his trembling face, and said, "Sylvia, why are you laughing differently than usual? Even though your voice still sounds as clear as a bird's call." Herrick hardly pays attention to respond. "I really like this kind of laugh." The prince felt a bit embarrassed and tried to find a way out. "Is that so? I understand. If you listen carefully, it sounds pretty good, doesn't it?" "Yeah, right, exactly. This sound is truly amazing. Today I have discovered a new beauty in you." At this moment, a man with fiery red hair whispered closely behind, "Are you misunderstanding something here?" He took the opportunity to continue flattering. "Please, little sister, you are like a kaleidoscope reflecting a dazzling array of colors. Few people have laughter that sounds like birdsong. I must learn to laugh this way too." That voice continued to whisper, "You used to think it was easier to make someone break up than to help them fall in love, right? What a pity, but everyone is different." Her Titch and the prince suddenly burst out into loud laughter. Laughter continued non-stop. Nong was amazed, thinking that love could be at such a macro-intellectual level. At this moment the old spirit stepped up from behind, placing a hand on Gongra's shoulder. "You really are a single old relic who hasn't had anyone interested for years. Everyone's love is diverse and multifaceted." He kept talking, even though there was no reply. "Some feelings have never been separable from the start, no matter what. I fear the prince's feelings have ended, but your plan is quite creative." Gongjia then stepped forward, wondering why the Sword Emperor suddenly seemed so knowledgeable. "Don't tell me I'm the only one here who's like a blank sheet of paper when it comes to love. You're hurting my pride too much." Gong stepped forward in front of Herrick, raising his hand to protect from behind. "My lady has said she trusts me the most. Your Highness, you may be a noble lord, but whenever the young lady needs you, you are always far away, while I, despite my low status, have been and will always be by her side." His face became extremely ugly. "You think you're clever? Let's see if their love can survive this blow." Baklan and Pinker watch eagerly on one side. Old Spirit couldn't help but shout, "Fool, that guy is heavily struck by the demon of love, there's no saving him." The prince angrily lowered his head and clenched his teeth, continuing to hold Herrick's hand tightly. "You think you can be Sylvia's butler, and act arrogantly around her all day. If that's the case, I can also be there when Sylvia needs me. You can retire now." Gong was shocked inside, totally freaked out. The two people from Baklan also held hands excitedly and said, "Oh, is it okay for him to behave like that?" Suddenly a noise from behind made the two fall silent. "What is this commotion?" Miss Lavian stepped out of the classroom, and although she was only wearing a simple uniform, she still exuded the proud, cold, and noble aura of a young lady. The image of a prince sleeping on a luxurious bed. A girl's hand beside the bed slowly touches his hair. Has anyone ever loved him as much as I do? Has anyone ever tenderly caressed him? Then one day that prince left, and the girl could only watch him go in vain longing. Has he ever seen the great disappointment in the other's eyes? Has any hand ever touched him softer and gentler than mine? There is none, and there should not be, because you will be the one doing those things. At this moment, Miss Lavian stepped out, radiating light and elegance. The indifferent prince looked at the lady and said, Miss Lulai back, I heard you took a leave this morning because of a mild cold, so I thought you would skip school today, but are you feeling better now? He criticized her with a hateful tone, saying her heart was really good at causing trouble. Everyone around began to gossip about her. Miss Lavian held the two sides of her dress slightly bowed and respectfully said, wishing you a good day. Your Highness, thanks to your care, I had a good night's sleep last night. The prince didn't even bother to turn back, just said coldly, is that so? Hearing that I am very happy because most of the school year she has to lie in bed, so days like today are truly precious. With such a beautiful spring morning, she should have taken a walk around Q Hoa, right? Gong has been silent all this time, suddenly feeling puzzled. It's strange, even if he is a prince, he shouldn't be so cold to the duke's daughter. Lavian stood shyly to one side, still gently saying, sounds wonderful, doesn't it? When the spring wind blows a bit stronger, it will be the time for the magnolia flowers to start falling. I'm afraid those flowers will feel very lonely if they see only me going to admire them. The prince adjusted his clothes and stood up. Miss Lavian calmly said, Your Highness, please don't let your clothes get dirty just because of some scuffle like this. Instead, why don't you take a walk with me to enjoy the beauty of spring, he said irritably and resentfully. Why should I? Lavian turned to Herrick and invited. Miss Kim Tuk, please join us as well. At this moment, Harrisich smiled gently, looking towards the Gong family, as if silently asking if it was okay. Gong immediately pondered the current situation. Both Miss Lavi and the prince were dangerous elements, and just being with them would almost automatically increase the synchronization rate. You can't help but feel anxious. I'm becoming more like a butler, while Herktik is gradually turning into a true noble lady. It's dangerous. Gongjia turned and whispered to Herrick, what is your current synchronization rate? Herrick was still lost in his thoughts, but standing still wouldn't solve anything. Herktik whispered to him that it was 17%. The prince still maintained an indifferent attitude towards Lavian, and only turned to Herktik worriedly, saying Shinvia don't pay attention to what she says. Don't pay much attention to the prince's words, and continue whispering clearly to the Gong family about your stats. Just now, when I was talking to the crown prince, it increased by 1%, and then increased by another 1% when I made eye contact with Miss Luli back. In summary, it is 2% higher than yesterday. The level of emotional assimilation has increased by 2%. Hearing that, Gong began to plan, admitting that the speed had slowed down a lot compared to the excessive increase yesterday. If so, maybe just take a risk and see how it goes. Gong, as expected, then turned to Herrick and whispered, Spring has come. Every time she laughed with squinted eyes, she replied softly. Mulan withered away. Gongda also smiled lightly with satisfaction. The two began changing back into their regular clothes and happily accepted Lavian's invitation. If you are so earnest, then I will accept this invitation. Lady Lulai back. Lavian's cold eyes turned to Herrick and said, keep order and follow me. Miss Lavian led all three of them to somewhere. Upon arrival, the prince said sadly, you want to take a walk here? Lavian didn't mind. She led them to a large and elegant mansion full of nobility. The prince asked, isn't this your residence? Gongjia couldn't help but feel uneasy. Isn't she in the dormitory? You really can't mess with the power of the princess. Lavian answered calmly, of course not. Levine continued to lead them to a door, casually saying the walk was actually just an excuse. The prince and Herrick were both puzzled and confused. Lavi looked back at everyone under the sunlight, becoming even more beautiful and cold. Just now there were too many eyes watching outside the schoolyard, so I couldn't tell the truth. Miss Lavian spoke in a mysterious tone because this matter was particularly secret. The prince asked in confusion. A secret, she replied calmly. Yes. Then turn back, stomp, and walk with echoing sounds. The next words startled the prince. They were about the assassins who dared to infiltrate the noble's land. If I were to make a fuss about this outside, it would probably cause chaos. Gongjia started to ponder deeply, and based on Lavian's elimination method, it was quite certain that the mastermind behind this was the prince. The prince began to fear, sweating profusely. Has she caught the culprit? Gongjia looked at the prince with suspicion, unsure if her intuition was right, but the silver-haired lady was so resolute, as if clearly declaring she knew everything he had done. The prince clenched his fist to stay calm and said, even I haven't made any progress in the investigation, how could you? Lavian calmly replied, it's all thanks to the evidence provided by Miss Kim Tuk's servant. He felt scared, and sneaked a look behind. Lavian recounted what happened last night. Last night I kicked Miss Kim Tuk and her steward out of the banquet hall. That incident was due to my overreaction. In the past, when you couldn't control yourself, you slapped Sinya at the party. Just seeing you all makes me uncomfortable. Leave here immediately. Lavian's words made the prince even more terrified. However, I never mentioned where we would imprison them. At first I thought it was arranged by my servants. At this moment, she opened a door, revealing stairs going down. The lady turned and said, Your Highness, let's go down together. Seeing the situation before him, sweat drenched his face. Fear gradually growing in the prince's heart, he trembled and said, Strange, why don't I see any servants or attendants here? Where have the Duke's servants gone? Lavi turned abruptly towards the basement, coldly leaving a sentence. Are you worried? For me, this is normal. Let me lead the way first. They began to move down each step one by one, following behind Lavi and Vienne. The further down they went, the greater the prince's panic grew. He only dared to grit his teeth to hold back. At this moment, the Gong family also sensed that something was wrong. This smell, a strong, fishy scent lingering in the air for a while, you finally realize it is blood. Lavian has reached the basement. In front of her now were 3 men tied to chairs covered in blood. She turned to the prince and said, I am terribly sorry for bringing you to such a filthy, disgusting place. Your Highness Lav recalls that he has been tracking and investigating to find them. These are the ones who assassinated Miss Kim Tuk last night. After finding them, she locked them in the basement. The scene before him kept him thinking, even though she always looked fragile and about to collapse. Lavian continued to share his investigation. After a long night of investigation, I found out they accepted this request because they had a motive. The prince trembled and stammered. Revenge. Seeing Lavian's cold, unwavering gaze in the face of such bloody scenes terrified him, but despite the horrific bloodshed, his expression never changed even once. Lavian's eyes showed no sign of hesitation. She calmly said, Yes, haven't you been listening to me? In his thoughts, Gong secretly admired her, truly a person who could destroy this world. Lavian was not afraid at all, and even grabbed the hair of a nearby criminal coldly, saying, His Highness the Prince has arrived, show your respect quickly. The terrified man stammered miss, with eyes blazing red, full of killing intent, not a flicker of hesitation. Lavian asked them, You planned and hired assassins to follow. Miss Kim Tuk confessed to His Highness, why you targeted her life still. Holding tight. Lavian threatened, If you confess honestly, your family will be spared from separation. They can only fearfully beg the young lady. After a while the man stammered that although Miss Kim Tuk was of noble blood, she came from a humble background, and even dared to seduce His Highness, while the lady was the legitimate fiancée of the Crown Prince. The pain in his body made his speech unclear. I felt angry for you, unable to just sit still, so I did something foolish. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Lavi's eyes became more vicious than ever, continuing the interrogation. Is there anyone else behind you in this matter? That name stammered until it got one word wrong. They started admitting their mistakes, it was all because of the 3 of us. But the things in front of him couldn't fool Gong Ra. He began to analyze that testimony as a lie. The silver lapis lady forced them to confess that way to protect the prince, because if the news that the crown prince staged an assassination and pretended to be a hero got out, this unqualified crown prince would be in big trouble. She took the sword and pointed it at the prince, making a proposal. Your Highness, please execute them. The prince stammered in fear before finally speaking. Execution. The young lady bowed respectfully and continued to plead. They are the ones who tried to assassinate Miss Kim Tuk, whom you admire, and even dared to invade the noble family's territory, so the death sentence is deserved. Your Highness, you are the prince, the future pillar of this kingdom. What are you still hesitating about? Lavian's words made him even more fearful. Could there be any truth other than what we have just said, saying that Lavian shoved the sword into the prince's hand, not waiting for him to refuse? I beg you, Your Highness, not as a student of the academy but as your loyal servant. If you feel my investigation is still unsatisfactory, please postpone this punishment. Because this issue is too serious, I think I should report it to the Emperor to send special forces. Lavian took off his coat and continued urging. However, if the person is satisfied with the information we have gathered, then what is there to hesitate about? Lavian calmly rolled up his sleeves and said, Execute the traitor right here. Gong's eyes widened in fear. Rolling up his sleeves, Lavian raised his scarred arms towards the prince, demanding punishment for raising such disrespectful servants immediately. Lavian continued to ignore the fear that was impossible to hide on the prince's face. If the god makes a mistake, he will not avoid the consequences. Cut to the past, a woman lies on a luxurious royal bed, telling her beautiful daughter, My dear daughter, never expect anything. The daughter kneels beside her mother's bed, and the mother gently touches her delicate face. Because every time I think maybe this is the time the world turns its back and whispers that it's not. My parents gently remind their little daughter, and if you still want to face a life full of storms, remember this well. Just keep dedicating your life. Don't expect to receive anything in return. Her hands are still reaching out, slowly pulling back. Perhaps the thing she worries about most before leaving is her little daughter. She continues to advise and also forgive those who will celebrate when they see her cold body. Even if it is your pure sacrifice, it's okay. Even if it is a vain illusion, it doesn't matter. Just let them enjoy that gluttonous feast. That way, when you leave this world, you will have no regrets. Then the mother passed away. The daughter held her mother's photo and remembered her. She was lonely, tightly holding the photo in her hands. She has been cremated. Back to reality. In the dark dungeon on the ground, dried bloodstains are scattered. Miss Lavian raised her scarred arms toward the prince and asked, What are you hesitating for? She bowed her head respectfully and said, As the pillar of the nation, please grant them the appropriate punishment. The prince saw a series of actions before him and couldn't help but be horrified, gritting his teeth and not daring to speak. The prince turned to look at the eyes, watching him full of scrutiny, as if waiting for his next move. Miss Lavian's eyes suddenly glowed red, as she whispered closely into the prince's ear. Maybe I should bring their crimes before the imperial court. The prince's eyes were tense and full of fear. She continued questioning, Your Highness, do you want to be a cripple? Or are you trying to see how generous His Majesty can be with you? The prince turned back, whispering nervously. Sorry. Harry said happily, You really are a master. She not only dragged you here, but also dragged all of us along. How interesting. The prince was so scared that sweat dotted his face, and he couldn't utter a word. He slowly stepped down from the stairs to where he had just spoken. Now everyone here has become an accomplice and must all keep quiet alike. The prince, as if disbelieving, stammered her name. Please pretend you didn't hear his words and continue. If so, the prince's mistake will be completely concealed, and I also quite enjoy seeing Miss Luli Bach being punished. Heretic's eyes glowed with a malicious blue light as he said, The problem here is that no matter what choice you make, Miss Luli Bach will not benefit. Looking at the people before him, all covered in blood and wounds, he said sarcastically, What do you expect to gain by arranging things like this? Miss Luli Bach, your 3 loyal servants are about to die, and not only that, you will also have to take the blame for the prince. I really don't understand what you're thinking. Miss Lavian seemed indifferent to Herrick's words. She just stopped and replied, I don't understand what you mean. As you said, they are my servants as the Duke's daughter. I am only receiving the punishment I deserve for not properly disciplining my subordinates. Herrick had now come beside her, smiling cheerfully as he teased the beautiful face so delicate, yet her words were cold and ruthless. The smile gradually faded. He tilted his head, his cold eyes, looking at Lavian, and asked, Let's be honest, why exactly do you want to take the blame for the prince? Herrick adjusted Lavian's sleeve and continued asking, Is that how you express love? Lavian kept her cold expression, but her voice was no longer calm as before. I am just fulfilling the duty of a loyal subject. Miss Kim, only the disloyal weigh the benefits against the price to pay. Although I do not expect her to understand what I say, Heretic's eyes became more fierce than ever. You ask suspiciously. So in other words, she has no desire to be accepted back, right? Lavian brushed her hand away, not caring at all about what she said, adjusting her sleeve as she spoke, suggesting she might as well give up instead of expecting an answer. No matter how much she doubts, it won't affect my actions. The prince is still terrified, trembling as he calls out Sylvia's name. At this moment, the Gong family at the back had also reached the last steps. Gong finally came down and rested his chin as if he was thinking about something. Whenever you look at the current situation, you secretly think the heresy judge has no intention of stopping Miss Luli from leaving, and, as expected, the cowardly crown prince also fails to make any decision in this dilemma. Thinking so, Gongjia decisively made up his mind, and I had no choice but to rely on the butler's instincts. His eyes suddenly emitted a bright pink light, and his assimilation with your character was intensifying rapidly. Pink rays appeared around current synchronization level 7%. Gong called out to Herrick. Miss Kim took wait. He turned back with a mischievous smile and replied, What's wrong? Gongjia's face began to break out in a light sweat. You think it's okay at this size, I'm still fine. Gong quickly shared his thoughts with Heresich. If those servants are truly behind the assassination, then we have the right to take revenge, don't we? Only the prince has the right to punish. Isn't that too unfair? Miss Luli Bach, you have also been betrayed by your own subordinate. You have this power too. Miss Lavian looked coldly at the Gong family and asked back, So what? He just walked towards Lavian while Herrick explained the situation. There are 3 offenders and 3 parties with the right to impose punishment. Isn't that just perfect? I suggest each side punish 1 person. That way you have even more reason to drag us into being accomplices. Moreover, it seems a bit too much to assign this responsibility to the crown prince alone. Handling it this way means all 3 will share equal responsibility. Herrick smiled faintly. After hearing Gongra's words, Lavian's eyes remained cold as he slightly frowned. The prince was still terrified, trembling, and unable to speak a word. Suddenly, as if having figured out the plan, the prince opened his eyes wide and shouted, I understand now, you are right, Miss Silver cautioned. She was also betrayed by her subordinates, and Sylvia was assassinated, so I fully agree with the imperial law. Lavian finally spoke up. Everyone has a valid reason, and each person dealing with one enemy is perfectly reasonable. Your Highness, a prince cannot easily share his privileges with others like that. Gong stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. The prince seemed unable to hold back any longer, shouting at Lavian over and over. All you've been saying is to kill them, punish them. Are you speech-impaired or what that you can't say anything else? The sword now lies exposed on the blood-covered ground. The prince, still unyielding, continues. I've accused so many people all this time. Lavian was still not the least bit afraid, answering with the same attitude, but that is the responsibility of the one who holds the power to govern the future empire. The prince seemed to have truly exploded. Just stop being stubborn. I am not a murderer. At this moment, the young lady gently tucked her elegant white hair aside and bent down to pick up the sword. The prince continued to scold her, saying if she liked bloodshed so much, why didn't she just kill them herself from the start? Lavian drew his sword, his cold gaze piercing as he looked at the blade in his hand, and said calmly, "Then at least you must order me to do so." The prince was so terrified by her words that sweat broke out on his face. "Order me to punish them. Or have you forgotten how to command others? Are you serious about being the prince?" He closed his eyes and immediately ordered, "Kill them." She showed no mercy and took the lives of those subordinates with her sword. Seeing her decisive and unhesitating action, Gongjia couldn't help but fear this girl. He was still horrified by that act, afraid she would stop him unless he could escape her. By the end, Lavian will definitely be the one blocking Miss Kim Tuok, current synchronization level 8%. Her smiled brightly and snatched the sword Lavian was holding. "You are becoming more and more interesting to me. All right then, you raise your sword high and say decisively, 'Take this.'" The prince saw blood splattering everywhere, too scared to say a word. The sword was stained with blood, and Herdick's face and clothes were covered in blood. He smiled and said, "It's done now, there's only one left." The prince ran away in fear, but Hersick laughed behind him, squinting his eyes and calling out, "Prince, hurry up." Before the prince could run, he was grabbed and pulled back. If you had never done something ridiculous like arranging an assassination, this chaos would not have happened. The man looked fearfully at his clenched hand, and now the Gong family had the upper hand, and continued, "I understand that you love the young lady so much that you could painstakingly stage a whole play to corner her, but have you considered that using that madness as an excuse to avoid responsibility?" Gong grabbed the prince's hand and pulled him towards Herrick to take the sword. He didn't have time to react, only letting Gong drag him away. His fierce eyes turned back to look at him. The current synchronization level is 9%. The prince was forced to hold the sword and said, "How dare you be disrespectful?" He grabbed his hand from behind to control it. "I wonder how many people you have blamed over all these years of living. Now the synchronization rate increasing doesn't matter anymore. Because right now I truly share the same feeling as the butler, which is anger towards a coward who only knows how to run away." Lavian's face was also smeared with blood. She stood still without any protest. Gong Ra continued his questioning, probably countless. In the past, the prince must have run away many times to avoid responsibility. "Is now the time for you to run." The image of the prince, standing and looking at the emperor's throne above, once made him hesitate. Gongjia did not allow him to think further about the past. Standing as the prince of the empire, why would he do that? Gongjia grabbed the prince's raised hand and gave an order. "Please raise your sword." The prince can only cry and beg you to stop your servant. But there was no response. The sword slashed down, causing blood to splatter everywhere. After finishing, he could only scream in pain. At this moment, Lavian knelt down respectfully and said sincerely, "Your Highness, it is an honor that you personally dealt with the scoundrels according to the Empire's laws." The frightened prince dropped his sword beside Lavian, the sound blending with her following words. "Please try to maintain that determination so you can enforce clear punishments in the future. The future of this empire rests entirely in your hands." Your Highness. Gong cast his gaze towards Miss Lavian. He found the girl in front of him so interesting that he secretly began to want to understand her better. Lavian was still kneeling there begging, "Please become stronger." It has been 3 days since they entered the apocalypse, and today Miss Luli Bai did not come to the academy. Outside in the courtyard of the large villa, the sun was shining beautifully. Herdick calmly said, "I heard she was sick and bedridden." Herrick gently raised the teacup to his lips and smiled. "She often gets sick and she stayed up all night interrogating the servants, so she must be exhausted." Across from us, 2 girls are whispering about those two. "They're a crazy master and servant, don't go near them." Herrick calmly placed the teacup back on the saucer and said, "The crown prince didn't come today either. It's all thanks to you, Chief Steward. He must be really shocked. At this rate, he might just ask for a leave. The Gong Master still doesn't like being addressed that way and questions you. The heresy judge says, 'You just called me the steward instead of the assassin, be careful.'" Herrick opened his beautiful big blue eyes and happily replied, "I misspoke." The current synchronization has exceeded 20%, making it a bit difficult to control actions. "This salted black tea is surprisingly good. Butler, give me another glass." Gongjia became angry and annoyed, saying, "You called me butler again, wait a moment." Gongjia poured tea for Herrick, who was deep in thought. Brewing tea is a process full of subtlety. You feel more comfortable with your usual expression. Even just the scene of pouring tea from the pot into the cup is a beautiful moment that adorns the young lady. Suddenly you open your eyes wide in surprise when you see the notification appear. You are syncing with the character, current sync rate is 10%. You suddenly throw a glass of tea straight into Herrick's hair, causing him to startle and scream. Herrick nervously touched his hair and said anxiously, "Butler, why did you pour tea on my hair? It's so hot, my hair is ruined." Gongjia angrily shouted, "That's not your scream. Are you sure you haven't become Miss Kim Took yet?" Tell me when will spring come. She turned and grabbed his hair in retaliation. Mulan withers away, and so does his hair. The butler Gongda screams in pain. White petals fall and scatter in the wind all around a scene as beautiful as a painting. Under the flowering tree, a diligent butler is carefully tending to the little lady's hair as she sits on the chair, seemingly having discovered something. While gently touching Heritic's blonde hair, he was lost in thought. It seemed like his hair had grown a bit, wondering if it was the effect of the holy magic. Are you lost in thought about the time that has passed, or is it because he is becoming more and more like the little Kim Took? You suddenly share your feelings about Herctic now. You have much more experience than before. As an inquisitor, you used to smile often, but it never really looked like a smile. It's like you just smile, but you're not happy. Herrick happily smiles and dabs. Am I different now? You seriously observe and then speak. Now when you smile, I feel like I know the reason you're smiling, whether it's a happy smile or just a mocking one. She always smiles, brightly turns back to look at him and replies, I understand now. I noticed that too. Satin, do you think this is a good thing? He stood behind, admiring Heretich's petite figure, thinking about his identity. A small head, small body, small arms, how many people have been killed by this tiny body? The heretic judge is a first-generation hunter born in Bulgaria, Europe, with an unknown age and an unknown number of kills. He becomes silent in response to the heretic. Yeah, I think this is a good thing. Honestly, I was still wondering what to do with you. But Herrick didn't understand what he meant, and asked confusedly what he meant. After finishing the last step, he tied his hair with a pretty blue ribbon, and then calmly said, Because you are a psychopathic killer, but I can't just suddenly kill you. Even though the head of the Black Dragon Guild hates you, and the Sword Saint told me to spare your life, it means there is some reason you cannot be killed. Hearing the interesting words from the Gong family, Herrick turned back and smiled at you, then replied, That's an insightful perspective. You couldn't help but ask again, Why did you kill someone? Gongjia asked seriously. I have always wanted to ask you this. Even if you are mentally ill, you can still understand what others say. You take the trouble to understand others, so why do you kill them? Herrick slowly lifted his head to look at the clear sky above, before slowly saying, First of all, I must say that I am a very capable person. His eyes lit up with excitement as he looked at the glowing multicolored light in his hand and said, Invisibility, sacred technique. Heritic raised his arm to catch the slowly falling petals. He said slowly, This is one of the sacred spells I can use. I can make anything disappear. And so I can make all the deadly weapons and corpses disappear. Then Herrick looked at his fingers in the morning sun, smiling gently. She said, The powerful choose not to kill, not because they don't want to, but because hiding the body is very troublesome. They fear getting caught. Herrick pointed at him and continued explaining. At this moment you still stand silently listening, he said, but I don't need to worry about that. Herrick recalls the chaos of the past, slowly recounting it. The first generation, the tower was truly chaotic. The return of slavery, racism, dissenting opinions, terrorism, and violence in the shadows, the killing of the Council of Dissenters, it felt like all humanity was compressed into one block, and you could taste it. At this moment, Heresich recalls the difficult situation at that time, and what made him make the decision. If this continues, humanity will be doomed. The small brigades and the 5 major guilds have already sensed this crisis. Herrick chose to create a group to fight against that. 5 people gathered together. The first is a girl with high-spirited blue-purple hair tied up. She is the leader of the Black Dragon, the one who spoke up first. I won't beat around the bush, let's make an internal peace treaty. The next person is a woman with long curly hair exuding nobility. She is a countess. The countess made a promise to me that the trade association would have exclusive rights to the mayor outside the world. This time it is also a girl. She stands out with her short, bold blonde hair. She speaks up, I add in. I think each guild having its own exclusive area would be pretty good. That's the condition for me to hide the accidents. A young boy gritted his teeth in anger. Vi angrily said, Unbelievable, the craziest person here is actually the most trustworthy. Who ordered coffee, so worthy? The Sword Saint concluded. The last to speak was an elderly man, clad entirely in armor, exuding great authority. I will not say things like what needs to be done at work, instead I will say do what you want. They all raised their weapons high with determination, and said tonight we will kill with faith and rely on our methods. On that fateful night, the death toll reached thousands. That night 4, 6, 5, 3 people died. Everything gradually returns to the present where Herctic is sitting. He thinks about the number of people who have died each night. The next night, 1017, 1 people died, then 8275 people, followed by 7421 people, and then 23781 people. That day was the last day of the campaign. And finally, the image of the Dark Witch, sitting on a pile of corpses crying in the rain, marks the end of this campaign. No one died the next night. She slowly lifted her delicate face, tears not yet wiped away, and looked ahead. The Sword King beside her angrily threw off his helmet and said, I will take responsibility for this and resign. The remaining three of them stood silently in that darkness, and we will never mention this incident again. I agreed to participate in the massacre, even though I knew it shouldn't happen. He turned his back and left with the words, "I will hate you all for the rest of my life, and myself too." The helmet remained there, and the man never looked back. Since that day, the position of Vigilante Guild leader of the Sword Saint has remained vacant. Everything has returned to that peaceful scene in the present. At that moment, he still stood silently listening to Herctic's story, and was then handed over to the Holy Knight. She was very regretful. Herrick smiled beautifully and turned towards him. "I have no regrets. Those sacrifices are necessary. But I don't know if it's because of syncing with Miss Kim Took that I'm having some very strange thoughts right now." You widened your eyes when you heard what Herrick said. He expressed his thoughts that if I had been there at that time, things would have been different. Herrick stood up his hand, still catching the bright sunlight ahead. "How can you continue living with those feelings? If I had done this or that back then, how could you live with such thoughts?" Herrick pulled his hand back to look at it and said quietly, "Butler, this is not good. I'm starting to want to stay in this world." At this moment, the system suddenly announced, "You are syncing with the character." He frowned, thinking that he might not be able to kill this person. He looked at Herrick in the back, his thoughts gradually conflicting. He couldn't kill someone who might regret their actions. Suddenly, he called out to the lady when Spring arrived. Herrick turned back and replied gently, "Spring is beautiful, Butler. I was just taking a walk." Suddenly, his expression became very ugly. "What you were worried about really happened." Herrick turned back and smiled innocently, saying, "Stat Tin, you look really bad." This action was like saying he was just joking with Gong Da, making him angry and hold his head. "Really don't joke like that." Herrick kept laughing. "Sorry, now that I have these feelings, I really like teasing others." Herrick slowly walked towards him and said, "I think I sync pretty quickly with this character. Just talking a bit increased it by 1%. Currently at 32%, maybe Mai is even over 50%. I'm addicted to emotions." Herrick placed one hand on the chair, the other on his chest, confidently saying, "I am the main character of this apocalypse." As dusk gradually fell, Gong stood before the intricately carved door, adjusting his clothes and knocking on the door, while recalling what he had heard that morning. "But Sat Tin, you are the main character of the ending. Please save me before my personality drowns in emotions." You step into a luxurious room. The person sitting in the center is none other than little Lavian. The beautiful lady in the red dress is accompanied by her butler. "Miss Kim Took, wishing you good health." In the darkness, someone's promise still lingers. "Yes, I promise." In the luxurious and solemn Western-style setting, Kim Gong adjusted his shirt. As he knocked on the door, he thought that in the end, the future culprit who would destroy the whole world was still the Silver Jade Lady. So to solve the problem, it's best to start with the person who created it. The door opens, you tilt your head, place your hand on your chest and bow in salute. "Please allow me to convey the message. Miss Kim Took sends her sincerest wishes for your health." Inside the room, the Gong family respectfully delivers the message according to protocol. "Miss, there is a letter from Liano." Lavian sat solemnly in the center of the room. Her cold beauty was even more dazzling in the light from the window. "She looks just like a goddess right now." A calm voice echoed. "Put it on the left edge of my desk. Gong will announce next." There is also a request from Miss Lam Hoa. Lavianen respond by sending it to the finance department for verification before bringing it here to me. Kim Gong looked at the girl in front of him. Love, endurance, jealousy, as well as her arrogance and authoritarian demeanor. I must use all those elements to prevent the apocalypse. Seeing that fiery gaze, Gong became even more determined in his purpose. Lavian turned the hourglass and spoke. "Take a 15-minute break. Everyone can go outside to relax." In the room now, only Kim Gong and Lavian remained, the atmosphere unusually quiet. He thought for a long time, then slowly stepped forward and spoke. "I heard the young lady fainted because she was sick, but seeing her so healthy now, I'm really surprised." She didn't pay much attention to his words, just glanced at the papers in her hand and replied briefly. "Although we are different, I am still a student who wants to quit school to do something else, so there must be a reasonable reason. That said, it doesn't mean I am healthy. I have always been watching your movements. It didn't take you long to discover that there was a spy infiltrating my servants. Perhaps the actor chosen this time is truly wise, a blessing for the Empire. If you were not wise, I would not have allowed you to enter here." Gong Jia still stood seriously listening, but now he felt extremely shocked. "What?" Lavian raised his red eyes coldly, looking at him with a hint of surprise in his words. "Oh, I thought you were very smart, but it seems everyone has a foolish side. This is my 14th regression. Yet nothing changes except the last 10 days of life keep repeating like a loop, unable to change anything. This is also the 13th time I have met an actor like you. Time drifts aimlessly in space with no rules here at all. In short, Miss Lu Lai Bak is someone with a reincarnation system like you, bound by this endless timeline. It has been cold all these years." Kim Gong Jia looked at the girl in front of him and panicked. A A silver-covered heart is staring at you intently. Lavian asked, "How many times have you reincarnated?" Seeing Gong's fearful expression, she boldly voiced her guess. "Judging by your face, this must be your first time. The constellation sent someone here without explaining anything to them. That's really rare. Usually the constellations try to explain everything as thoroughly as possible before letting their apostles start a new life." After hearing this, you feel like you've been struck by lightning and stammer a question. An apostle Lavian opened the drawer and threw another question at him. "You really don't know anything." She continued taking out an hourglass and placing it on the table, then looked puzzled. "What is the identity of the star thief sent here? Nutya, Shigon, Hisamai, Krishnasaro, or Fimer?" "Who authorized you?" Kim Gong quickly replied. "It was the librarian in the dark corner who sent me here." Lavi just idly rested his chin, then, after a moment, seemed to remember something. "The librarian in the dark corner?" "Oh, Hamusta," Kim Gong asked suspiciously. "Hamus Chara, is that his real name?" The image of the mysterious steward appeared in his mind. "You didn't expect this girl to know so much about the steward." Lavian's voice was still ringing in your ears. "Hamusa, aren't you going to explain anything? This makes the Gong family suspicious." "Do you really think she knows the real names of the constellations? This clearly reveals her identity." So Kim Gong's family recounted. The librarian is doing his best to avoid any involvement with the Book of Revelation. He also said he wants us to find the information ourselves, not have it provided by him. "Sounds a bit interesting." Suddenly, Lavian Vian's voice interrupted. "The Book of Revelation." Kim Gong Jia added a little more. "The librarian calls the worlds where boundaries collapse due to the absence of constellations apocalyptic." Frowning, she wondered who he was to dare name someone else's world. She leaned back in her chair and muttered, piecing the information together. "The Book of Revelation. Although the world will eventually come to an end, I cannot sell my soul cheaply to others." The audience was amazed by her hypothesis. Lavian was also startled by his own thought. "Wait, don't tell me you have taken over the body of Miss Kim Took's butler to chase after my soul." Kim Gongjia was stunned by this and quickly shook his head in denial. Lavian glanced at the hourglass beside her, paused thoughtfully, then placed another hourglass next to it. She looked up and called the steward of Miss Kim Took. "Look here." Kim Gongjia replied shyly. Please call me Kim Gong Ra, that's my real name." Lavian picked up the teacup and gently blew on the steam above it. "I don't like it. How dare you tell me to call you by your real name? I can't blame myself, but I do blame you for choosing to possess the body of someone who is not a noble. From my understanding, you are still a blank sheet, having never received any strategic guidance." Kim Gong was suspicious. "What is strategic guidance?" Lavian Antun explains. "It is something like this." She handed a piece of paper to Kim Gong, on which was written that a silver lapis lady is very weak under the sunlight. The two taste buds of the silver lapis lady are not sensitive, so she often prefers to eat strongly flavored dishes. The three ladies of the silver agate love white camellias, but really hate agate flowers because they were given too many and got tired of them. She told him this was the strategic guide that the apostate we met in the 6th regression carried. Kim Gong, with a distorted face, continued reading the lines on the paper. The four silver agate ladies are practical people who like to discuss topics such as politics, diplomacy, and money. The new silver agate lady is a loyal subordinate. Although she herself speaks ill of the prince or the empire, others are not allowed to. She said that guy was sent here by a constellation called Mahos. You look at the paper sweating. "Is this how to erase the world?" Lavian replied. "I kept this after killing that guy. Looking back now, it really is ridiculous." She calmly took a sip of tea, and then told the story. "As he lay dying in my hands, he shouted why I followed the instructions exactly, but still couldn't get her heart. It sounded like he was very disappointed. But actually, I should be the one disappointed. Has anyone ever asked to write a strategy to steal someone else's heart? The system indicates the cold silver heart is showing it is unhappy." Lavian continues to express her feelings. "They greatly underestimate a person's sincerity. If they really wanted to move me, they should have approached me more honestly and straightforwardly." Gongjia also understood her words. He listened thoughtfully, but those disciples only carried the instructions without doing the same. Every clan's lion dance is the same, they all get rotted to the bone. Under her cold red gaze, Kim Gongjia spoke up. "I admit that." Lavinan put the teacup down on the saucer. "It seems you and I think alike. Actually, the reason I value you is not only because you are wise, but also because you truly see the people in my world as human." Hearing this, Fury immediately clenched his fists tightly. "Is that so? But isn't that obvious?" Lavian responded. "Yet there are many worthless people who can't even meet that obvious expectation. The beasts do not see humans as humans, yet they still dare to call themselves human. That's disgusting. Is this true?" After hearing this, Gongjia was also shocked. After talking for a while, she sighed, not knowing why she was telling these things to someone. Kim Gongjia looked worried and turned his head away. Lavian questioned, "Have you met many people like that before?" That red gaze and her teasing expression left the Gong family helpless, and the words rang out again. Could it be that you have treated others that way before? Her question startled him, making him think to himself. Again, it feels like she can see right through my heart. The system announced that a cold, unfaithful heart is staring at you. Lavian continues, or perhaps someone important to the person who said that can no longer bear it, and interrupts the Lady Lu Lai back. You clutch your chest panting as you speak. But isn't it true that you look down on me because I'm just possessing a servant's body, not a noble's? You definitely can't let her continue to dominate the conversation. Lavian asked, resting his chin on his hand and tilting his head. Are you upset because I refused to call you by your real name? Kim Gong answered, sweating. I said that because seeing you say such words, you should also lower your eyes below the crown of your head. Lav looked at him coldly and asked, Are you looking down from above? No wonder those words came from the mouth of the butler, who caused chaos throughout the academy. However, I admit you do have a point. So let's get back to the original topic. What exactly do people want? It seems you did not come here for my soul. So what made you willing to cross the boundary between worlds to come here to this place where the last 10 days keep repeating? The warning system, the cold, silver-covered heart is doubting your true motives. Lavian continues, could it be that you were exiled here because your constellation abandoned you? I heard Hamcha is a very gentle person, but he still can't let you come here to rest right. The actor playing the butler answer me, no lies accepted as soon as I detect any deceit. So no matter why someone comes here, they will never be able to extract anything from me. Whoever shows their heart first will see mine. Kim Gong-jia wonders, why did I come to this world? Is it to conquer this place as the 25th floor of the tower? You remember what the Dark Witch once said. The reason I suggested the Apocalypse book for the 25th floor is because the world inside is built on the foundation of magic and alchemy, meaning it is very rich in resources. You shook your head. No, I can choose another Apocalypse book, it's no problem. Could it be because a shard of my holy sword is here? You remember what the Dark Wizard said. Besides, since this is a fantasy magic world, you might gain a new skill or find some cool holy relic. He thought to himself that although finding the Sparkly Sisters had made him almost as strong as their previous owner, he had only gotten a little stronger. He then remembered her words, and by the way, this Apocalypse book also had another subgenre. Do you remember the conversation between the Spirit Elder and the Heavenly Demon? Heavenly Demon, do you know that he has never loved anyone before? I still haven't experienced all the sweetness life has to offer. Sounds funny, right? I've lived for so many years but never been on a date. In the end, you gave the answer. It's because I still don't know what love is. I'm still very indifferent to things like feelings when in love. She might already know that kind, but there is another genre in this world called romance, so I thought maybe this would be a great opportunity to learn about love. I want to learn about what I lack. Living a lifetime without knowing what it is makes me unwilling, as if I have never truly lived fully. Lavian asked, so you want to learn about love from me? He hesitated. I'm not sure. To be precise, I want to learn about love from this world. I want to experience it myself to see what I am still lacking, she wondered. Then why did you come to find me? Wouldn't it be faster to learn from Miss Kim Tuk? Do you remember what Miss Kim Tuk said? How can people live carrying those emotions? You answered. No way, she is even worse at this than I am. If you want to learn, you have to find someone better than you to learn from. Lav raised his cup and replied, you are right indeed. This time Miss Kim Tuk seems like someone who needs to be taught about love, but I still don't understand why it has to be me. Gong-jia raised his head proudly and replied, there is a reason, of course. Because I want to understand you better. Although I'm not sure if you are on the side of the Empire or the Prince, what I have noticed is that you are always willing to sacrifice your life for them. I want to understand better why you acted that way. If the reason is love, then I also want to try experiencing that feeling. Lavian was stunned after hearing it. Kim Gong-ji awkwardly scratched his head. I feel a bit embarrassed to say this, but that's how I truly feel. Lavian is still amazed. This is the first time I've heard such an answer. The desire to understand what love is. You really are shameless and fearless. So you want to understand me better, right? Gong-jia looked up at the ceiling and sighed. She said she understood the meaning as lightly as a feather, didn't she? Those two words can harm others because understanding and responsibility are often not much different. Librarian, could you please pause the broadcast for a moment? I have something to say privately to Miss Lu Lai back. The response system, the librarian in the dark corner, has approved your request. You have just been granted an additional 10 minutes of outdoor time. After being allowed, Kim Gong smiled, and I was also a regression fake. However, my regression was a bit different from hers. She said she would go back to the last 10 days of her life, right? As for me, I go back to one day before I die, and it's not just a normal return. And if someone kills me, I will be able to witness their mental breakdown. Lavian doubts a mental breakdown. He secretly thinks that maybe all this time he has always wished for someone to listen to his story. With someone who shares the same situation and lives a life like his, he explains their memories, perceiving the film of their life in slow motion, even the deepest wounds in their soul. If that wound was caused by someone they truly cherish, I would also witness everything. That's why I have the ability to understand others more easily. It's kind of like a skill, but I'm also really afraid of getting too used to understanding others easily. Someone very important told me this: never rely too much on your skills, but what if I'm the only one who understands them? Lavian interrupted, saying that this is not really understanding. Gong replied, but we can't just ignore them either. At Lavian smiling, right, I know it sounds hypocritical, but I still want others to know that I am right here trying to protect this place. Because living a life like that is a blessing, isn't it? You said it, didn't you? Kim Gong replied yes, and Lavi continued. Understanding is momentary, but responsibility is a lifelong trial. You just willingly stepped into hell, you know. At that moment, the system announced that the 10-minute outdoor break was over. Lavian glanced at the hourglass, picked it up, and said, All right, Miss Kim Took's butler, I will teach you what love is. Her cold voice, mixed with a hint of teasing, made others feel embarrassed. I will teach you about love. However, 1 week from today, until the moment of the apocalypse, you must be my servant, not Miss Kim Took's. Gong muttered her servant. She coldly looked at him and replied, I only know love for myself and have never taught anyone else about love before. The only way I can teach you is to let you observe directly, so you will have to stay by my side to watch and learn, okay? After hearing that, you fell silent, unable to argue back. Lavinan continued. Looking back, this deal seems too disadvantageous for me. Because in the end, I will have to show you my shameful private life, and remember to thank the luck of a lifetime. Kim Gongjia looked at her and thought, what a proud noble. Gongjia stood in front of the mansion gate for a moment, coughed, and then stepped inside. Lavian, sitting at the dressing table being attended by a servant, saw him enter and said, You're here, show him. The butler immediately replied, At your command, young lady. The butler pulled down the red cloth on the rack, revealing a board with the words, Basic Lesson Number 1. Love begins when someone meets a nasty woman. Gong comes out and then sprays stiff glue. Lavian spoke up. Last night I thought about this. What method should I use to teach you about love? Because I don't have much time to worry about you, it will be hard for me to help you find your first love right, so I plan to slowly teach you the things about love that you must know. Repeat after me. Love begins where one encounters a mean girl and stammers in panic. Love begins where I meet a mean girl. Lavian spread out the fan to respond. One must be mean, or maybe there are many of them. Somewhere out there, a beautiful first love still exists from the very first meeting. They were able to care for and harmonize with each other from the start and became lifelong partners. But you are not in that situation. The Gong family was stunned to hear that. Lavian continued explaining, saying there is a 90% chance that the woman you will meet is a wicked woman. Although she is not like that now, she will soon become mean. The reason is that humans cannot always maintain their good nature. And for that reason, she pointed to the board. The butler immediately flipped the board over. The words on the board changed to Advanced Lesson 1. You must be a nasty bastard too. Lavinan explained, Don't feel too hurt. Humans are creatures that grow through experience. You had to endure bitterness from a mean person, and gradually you became mean yourself. They can't stop repeating the same mistake. They need to learn what kind of people the bad ones really are. When will they become a bad person, and what do they need to do to avoid becoming one? You ask tiredly. Isn't there a way for everything to go smoothly from the start? Lavian spoke up. Butler, don't expect anything from humanity. People say one thing today and forget it tomorrow. They easily make decisions and just as easily give up. Forgetting and abandoning. Those are two ironclad rules in dating. Gongra fell silent after hearing them. Lavi continues. And if you really want to love someone, then you also have to learn how to remember and solve things on your own. You are very shocked to receive this information. Do I have to learn both of those too? Lavian nodded. You really are a kid. After hearing her words, Gongjia's head was filled with question marks. She stood up proudly and said, With proof I will show you. You were startled to hear that. How will you show me? How? She asked again. Just watch, and then ask if you can't understand, she said, stepping forward to pat Kim Gong's shoulder. I am the one who loved the worst person in the world. Let's go. Gong reached out to touch where she had just patted, then quickly turned to chase after her. Wait for me. The group walked outside together. Two guards standing at the door were startled when they saw Lavian and asked, Madame Nganbak is getting married. Did you hear? She replied, I have it. Has your highness woken up? The elder sister should actually wake up earlier than the common people. The guard muttered about that. Lavian gave the order. He must still be sleeping. Open the door. The two guards quickly bowed down. Please forgive me. But we must obey your highness's orders. She coldly bent down and spoke to the guards. I know for sure that he instructed you not to let me in under any circumstances, even if I stopped by, but the emperor, worried about the crown prince, ordered me to come. I ask you, are you a servant of the crown prince or of the emperor? Think carefully. After a moment of contemplation, the two guards stepped aside to make way for Lavian. She went to knock on the door. Your highness, are you awake yet? Inside, there was a scream, "Don't come in." But Lavian took out the yellow key, unlocked the door, stepped in and said, "If you are awake, then I am coming in." Kim Gong was shocked to see that. "Is she allowed to do that?" A shout echoed in the room. Lavian said, "The sun is already at its peak, yet you are still in bed. Do you think someone who will inherit this entire kingdom can live so indifferently? Is that okay?" The crown prince shouted in fear, closing the door. "Is anyone out there? Someone save me." Lavi remained indifferent to him. She turned to Gong Jia and said, "Butler, I will teach you the second lesson." His face showed a hint of surprise. The butler then brought over a board with the second basic lesson written on it as the veil was pulled down. "If you can't avoid meeting a bad person, then learn to enjoy it." Kim Gong Jia muttered, "Enjoy it," she replied. "Either way, you will love someone. And maybe your first love will be a bad person. If that happens, you will have to learn to enjoy it." The butler continued, flipping the board, the second advanced lesson. "You must become a person even worse than the one you meet." The servant immediately lifted the bucket of water and splashed it onto the crown prince's face. Lavian explains, "Dating a bad person is basically like a war. Peace might be the best situation. If the person you meet is friendly, then you have to behave accordingly. Just like that. But if that person becomes hopeless, remember this." The crown prince's shout still echoes in the room. Lavian calmly opens his fan. It says the slogan today is, "Don't be kind to bad people." She told him to repeat after her, "Don't be kind. You must respond seriously immediately. Don't be kind." Lavian is teaching. People always want to appear brave, intelligent, or kind in the eyes of others. From what we see, you belong to the last type. Don't be like that anymore. She stepped outside and gave the order, "Open up the door." Immediately opened. She told the servant outside, "The crown prince is all wet. Even though it's summer, I still worry about his health. Go in and take care of him." The two servants shouted in fear, "Your Highness." They immediately grabbed towels and ran inside the room. Lavian remained cold. "Remember this well. This is the formula for dating. A good-looking person will lose to an intelligent person, and an intelligent person will lose to a scoundrel. So the peak of love is someone who is both beautiful, intelligent, and a scoundrel." Remember that Kim Gong Jia replied in surprise after hearing it. "All right, you can still hear the prince's voice, just wipe it gently." You went out with Lavian and exclaimed, "It's so different from the love I imagined. I thought Lavian would ask something more romantic." You replied, "Yes." "Indeed," she interrupted. "You surely think that love belongs to the heart, not the mind." "That is true. However, it also depends on your luck. Meeting someone who makes your heart race at first sight is not easy, and depending on your daily life, it also affects the type of person who can make your heart flutter." In the hallway, the servants bowed their heads in greeting. "Welcome, Madam Ngan Bok Hop. I will take you to the reception room." Gong Ra looked at the servant and thought to himself, it felt like this place was more like her home than the crown prince's. Lavian continued, "Falling in love at first sight means you have already sensed how that person lives their life." Kim Gong Jia groaned, "Sounds too complicated." Lavian sat down and replied, "Indeed, because it really is very complicated. Do you want to try checking it out? Try to see if you can make my heart beat." "You're confusing. What should I do?" She replied, "You just need to do something sincere. You're doubting now." "What sincerity?" she asked sadly. "Do I really have to say that too? You could just confess right away." "I want you to think carefully and give me an answer. If you are skillful enough, you can really succeed." The ticking of the clock continues to sound. She reaches out to hold his hand and asks if the scent is fragrant. You answer, "Yes." She took his hand and asked, "Do you like it?" You answer, "Yes." She pulled him close and smiled. Her voice was like a whisper right next to his ear. "I also like it. This is my favorite and most precious fragrance. Confessing to you doesn't feel bad at all. Let's continue the journey together tonight. I will tell you a secret." The clock strikes 12. The red-faced gong master thinks to himself, "Big trouble it seems. I've fallen for her." Kim Gongjia, lying on the grass, still can't regain his spirit. The old elf appeared before him and called him zombie, this Kim zombie. The eagle calls the sparrow. You imagine Lavian's face. She smiles, the teasing face reaches out to call you. "Hey Death King, are you listening?" Thinking of Lavian, he had no mood to listen to what he said. In his heart, he silently admired truly the type of person he liked. He muttered to himself, "Do you think this is love?" Old Spirit frowned. Did this guy hit his head on a rock? Old Spirit picked his nose, his voice tinged with disdain. "Sorry, zombie, it's my fault." "Who would have thought you could stay away from someone like that?" Kim Gongjia continued to be immersed. "Suicide, if I commit suicide, I will go through it again, right?" Old Spirit was startled when he heard that it's over. He fell into the trap. At this moment, your sword Sheeny came to tap the hero's head. Sheeny immediately flew over and tapped his head, causing him to cry out in pain, clutch his face in anger and shout, "I know I'm crazy, but what should I do? I can't stop thinking about Miss Lu Li." The old spirit also shouted, "You call that girl miss, you're really crazy." Gongjia was no less and responded in a higher tone. "Today I will not wash my face. If I have to, I will not wash behind my ears. It seems there is still a bit of Miss Luli's scent there. Could you check if that's right? The old spirit angrily cursed for not being able to forge iron into steel, while Kim Gong's family was still immersed in love, shouting loudly. That prince with the noodle hair in his past life, he saved the world several times before earning the love of the lady. I need to go online immediately. I have to announce to the world that I want to become a prince. The old spirit is too tired of being controlled by this love demon's name. Now you are truly crazy. Kim Gong-jia doesn't care because his world is pink right now. Oh, love a sweet poison. Oh, poor heart. The old spirit's face went blank. I knew this guy would become a super pervert after falling in love. I'm really bad, yet I still gave him advice. Right now he was very angry and shouted behind, "That wasn't me." Look, my synchronization with the butler character keeps increasing. Do you know what that means? It means the butler has fallen in love with Miss Lu Lai. Old spirit crossed his arms and asked, "Isn't it the butler who likes Miss Kim Tuk Gong?" Then lay down on the grass and criticized. "You don't know anything. Love is not like that. Love, you know. Loving the old spirit is like pouring a bucket of cold water on you. Half a day ago you already loved first. You ask how I saved myself from Miss Lu Lai. With this status, what should I say? What do I need to do to make her happy?" Old spirit heard that and held his head in worry. "Because I have unleashed your transformation upon this world, I will take responsibility and give you some advice. Start by learning about others. When you start dating, it's important to always be in their sight. You are her personal servant, which means you don't have to do much to stay by her side." "You're in a good position, huh?" he muttered. "A good position, huh? But this world is about to end." The old spirit thought for a moment and replied, "That's a big problem." Hearing that, he immediately sat up with a head full of question marks. At that moment the bell rang and he exclaimed, "Oh, class is over, let's go meet Miss Kim, the heresy judge." That evening Lavian said, "Consider this a reward, I will tell you my secret if you follow me." She took the lamp and led Kim Gong down the hallway. He was clenching his fists and suddenly she asked, "What are you thinking? Why are you startled?" Lavian is disciplining. "Although it is only temporary, you are my personal servant, and asking your master a question again is extremely disrespectful. I asked you a question and you must answer it." Kim Gong hesitated as he tightly held her hand. "I was thinking about holding the young lady's hand." Lavian's footsteps immediately stopped. He blushed and cursed silently. "Are you crazy?" Unexpectedly, Lavian turned around, grabbed Gong's hand and moved closer to him. He panicked, his heart pounding and stammering. "Little miss." She looked up and asked, "Have you been thinking about me all day? Do you remember my scent?" "Do you dream about it?" he replied shyly. "Yes," Lavi ordered in response. "If you don't answer, I'll leave." He hurriedly said, I have thought about it." She reached out to touch the bow on his collar and spoke clearly. Kim Gongra said loudly, "I have been thinking about you all day." Miss Lavian is satisfied. Good. The system displays a notification. Synchronization with the character is rapidly increasing. The current synchronization rate is 29%. Gongda's heart is pounding. Before me, everything started to blur. I didn't know anything anymore. You shouted, "I don't know anything, young lady shouldn't do that." She asked, "Why is that?" He replied, "Think about it." She grabbed his hand tightly, pressed him against the window, and he hurriedly explained, "Think of me as someone who doesn't belong to this world. I'm just borrowing the butler's body." Lavi heard this and questioned, "So you don't consider me human?" "The Ingantam warning system is watching you. Lavian continues to question you. Are you treating me like your other followers? Or in other words, are you treating me like just a supporting character?" Kim Gong's face flushed as he stammered. I stammered. "The problem is that my original owner was Miss Kim Tuk, and I agreed to serve her because of my duty." "Miss Ingen Lu Lai, is that the reason?" Before you could finish, she interrupted. "That's strange. Earlier you said you only thought about me, meaning you didn't think about Miss Kim Tuk at all, right?" Her finger was still pulling the bow on his neck, and he was panicking. Suddenly Lavi asked, "Is that a lie?" Kim Gong was stunned and explained, "No, I'm not lying. I Lavi whisper in your ear, you can call me master once, but be sincere. If you do that, I promise to grant you a sweet reward." Suddenly someone called this guy out. Sini was shaking her head wildly, trying to help Hung regain consciousness. "Lavian is cold in front of you. What's wrong? You don't want the reward, just once is enough." Kim is lost in thought. Just once one time is still okay, right? If anything happens, I just need to turn back time. This is what I have to do to get more information to complete this level. Alright. If I say it just once. Suddenly he remembered what the Fire King once said. "But you know I am the Fire King, so I need you to die," and recalled the alchemist who once embraced him. I believe Lord Su Wang remembers Preta kneeling and calling my master, and also remembers Big Hyung lying in his arms dying calling my disciple. You push her away, and ask yourself if you are someone who easily gives in. Is the burden on your shoulders really that light? No, I am the Lord of Brett and the sect leader of the Mathan sect. You hold Lavian's hand and apologize. "Forgive me, miss, but I cannot see you as the true master. I keep reminding myself not to be like Yosua, which is why I ran like crazy in the snowy field with the pharmacist to save everyone. You can't treat death as something that always happens normally. You continue to tell Lavian I want to know the joy of love, but I don't want to trade it for myself. If you truly want to win my heart, I should use another way. I will see you as my master, so please accept me as your master. I will place your command above myself. I will break my own principles for you. I will put you above all. But in return, treat me the way I treat you. If only I give you my heart, how can my blood flow normally? I can only continue living if you give your heart back to me. If you want to see me love madly and recklessly, please go crazy with me. After hearing that, Lavi flicked his hand away, and the lamp in her hand fell to the ground, making a loud noise. The lantern rolled to the foot of the gong. Lavian spoke up. I see, compared to those crazy, foolish fanatics, I thought you were just a stupid owl who only knows how to obey. Being naive in love doesn't mean being naive in life, right? I was too hasty. Are you trying to seduce me to your side? This is my mistake. I have underestimated you. Gong picked up the lamp and smiled as he handed it to her. You told me that sympathy and pity are not much different. One-sided pity is not much better than one-sided sympathy. I didn't approach you because I wanted to be free to admire you like that. So what is the secret you want to show me now? She reached out and took the lamp. Then she turned and continued. In my family there is a treasure passed down through generations, a sword with a foolish legend, a sword that can grant wishes. The door opened. She stepped inside, raising the lamp to the red cloth in front. However, there was a condition. She pulled down the red cloth, revealing a sword stuck in a shattered mirror behind it. The Gong family sword announces that Sini has detected the presence of a sister. Lavian says, this is a wish-granting sword, a treasure of our clan passed down through generations. However, it has one condition when making a wish. This sword must pierce through the heart of the wishmaker. The notification appeared, and Sparkly discovered the source of his sister's energy. This startled Gong. The system continued. Sparkly said that it was the third sister sword among the guardian swords. Prayer Lavian said, before I became a false regression, the crown prince came to Miss Kim Took. Then I was so angry that I used this sword to make a wish. Please make my love eternal. And that is the reason why our lives become an eternal existence. Even if we die, we do not truly die. My feelings for the crown prince have not changed. Since that day my heart has become eternal. She pulled his hand to her chest. Gongjia was stunned. He couldn't feel any heartbeat at all. Lavian asked, you said you wanted to hold my heart. Sorry, but I don't have a heart to give you. The system alerts that the heart hidden by the lily is watching you. She turns holding the sword and says to the mirror, draw me, it's time to end what we're doing. The clock strikes 12. A stream of red blood flows in. The butler is stunned and asks Miss Lily, is this Lavian? She replies, my nightmare. Butler, don't let your guard down. From this moment on, this space has basically become a different world. It is completely separated from the outside. The system appears. The heart hidden by Bok Hop is expressing its feelings. The heart emits a sound. The crown prince is really annoying. Before he became the crown prince, he used to pick flowers for me himself. You once wiped my tears with your sleeve. You have always been a good person with a delicate heart. What does it mean to love someone who is already perfect from the moment they were born? Lavian immediately swung his sword towards the heart. It keeps making noise. You must be a hateful person to lead someone like you to true love. I love you, your highness. I am a noble who understands love. Did you see how Miss Kim Took seduced the crown prince? How disgusting. Kim Gong, Jia and Lavian keep moving towards the red liquid. You secretly think this feeling is very similar to Thu Vu Kui Vuong. The system panel appears and the presence of the heart hidden by Ngan Bok Hop has become clearer. Gong Jia realized this was the power of a constellation. He looked back and saw the memory of the heart, where the prince held Laven's hand and said, Laven, your family and the royal family have arranged a marriage for us, but I don't care if this is a political marriage, decided by the adults or not. I have come here today to officially propose to you. Will you agree to marry me when we are a little older? The heart answered, yes, my prince. The prince promises you will be the only one I love. The heart replied, I will only love you alone. The prince secretly cursed after hearing this, not expecting him to shirk responsibility after saying such words. The heart replies that you can't be blamed. After all, it was a promise from when we were kids. Humans are naturally creatures who easily remember and easily forget. Gong family's sword gradually brightened a blazing flame, engulfing the blade. You immediately grabbed the sword and said, Heavenly Demon Divine Art, 8th Awakening of Heavenly Demon Divine Art Fire Sword Section. The old spirit stood outside looking up in amazement at the burning red substance. It seems like he can handle these brats with just one move now, huh? He has grown up a lot. You wiped your sweat and asked, since when did you become a constellation? That thing just now was the close spirit of the constellation and you were the one who created it, right? She replied, that happened at the moment I stabbed myself in the heart. Gong said, so that means there was never a constellation in this world from the beginning. It's hard to determine whether it never existed or if it did exist but was killed. Old Spirit crossed his arms and said, "It seems the fake killer star has already killed the original constellation that existed in this world." Lavian said those demons have grown stronger every day, not only increasing in number and size but also in power. And when this world reaches the 10th day, somehow the days start to repeat, and I become the representative of this world. Whether I want it or not, the cycle of time keeps revolving with me at the center. Old Spirit Lin guessed after hearing becoming a god like that is really unusual. From the perspective of Vor Lam, she might be considered a god of some sect. Even though the sword she stabbed into the mirror was just a shard, it still belonged to the guardian goddess, a relic. If someone used it to stab their own heart, whether they wanted to or not, they would become a constellation. The terrible thing is that it transformed her body to withstand the karmic law of continuously reversing time, something a normal human body could never endure. Although she is not a complete constellation, this is still the result of many anomalies intersecting. Gong, after hearing this, sheathed his sword, and thought to himself that it was unexpected for a person to become a constellation whether they wanted to or not. Suddenly Lavi asked Strange, "Aren't you disappointed?" Gong Jia was startled upon hearing that. She stepped forward and said, "You were right. No matter what state my heart is, in those demons are still my close spirits. The words they speak are the voice of my heart. I have wished for an eternal, unchanging love. To maintain that love, I must eliminate all stains. The flaws within our love, day by day, disappointment, frustration, jealousy, the demons you have seen, are the result of that. Is it disgusting? Although I am the one who taught you about love, I must take back my own love now. My intention in bringing you here was to help you escape your illusions." Gong Jia stepped up, standing right behind her, and asked disappointed, "You ask me if this is disgusting, Miss Lily. That alone is not enough to make me disappointed in you." She was surprised to hear that. "Not enough yet." Gong Ji glanced at the sword and continued, "You only reveal your secret to me. A truly dirty person would never let others know their true nature. If you think that's enough to kick me away, you're wrong. I don't love you because I think you're pure." After listening, Lav stepped in front of him and said, "You've only loved me for one day, yet your words are already so sweet." Gong looked down at her, smiled and asked, "Is there a problem with it being just one day? So if I love you for 1 year or 10,000 years, it will be okay, right? Can I still come back after that happens?" After hearing your words, I silently thought to myself that I had become resolute at that moment, the moment the steward revealed his true feelings. Gong continued to express that in his eyes he could see the kind of person you despise and disdain. "I know what hurt you. You must be like me. And I love you because I see myself in your life, because I am also living the same life." Lavian pondered the words he spoke, were also my own feelings. Gong Da bent down and whispered sweet words in her ear. "I love you the way I love myself. And I hope you will love me as much as I love you. I'm sure I will make you fall for me. I don't care if your heart is imprisoned by this world. I will overshadow the memories between you and the Crown Prince from childhood. We are both false regressions, the only two people in the world. The two of us have a mountain of time that only we can enjoy. I will give you so much time that you might feel suffocated. I will do my best." Lavian looked up and asked, "Do you intend to keep repeating the last 10 days in this world forever?" "You will feel disgusted," he replied. "Scaring me doesn't work at all. This is not the first time I have lived the same day over and over again." Lavian was curious. "So what if I feel disgusted with you and want you to go away?" He held her hand and replied, "I will leave, but that will not happen. She has never grown tired of the prince, and I am a better person than him." He reached out to gently stroke her hair, and she murmured, "This is bad. I should have advised you not to waste useless words, but I couldn't say those words to you." At this moment, a group of servants appeared behind them, bowing anxiously. "Please forgive me, miss, it's late. Why are you still making noise?" "Excuse me, but Miss Kim Took is currently causing a commotion." Upon hearing this, his face showed extreme horror and deep existential doubt. Outside, the voice of Miss Kim Took echoed, "Butler, where are you?" The barefoot butler Kim Gong suddenly ran outside while Lavian calmly followed him. At the gate, 2 butlers holding Miss Kim Took said, "Miss Kim Took, you cannot behave like this. You recalled telling her last time that you would become the private butler of Miss Lily for a while to gather more information from her and complete this mission." Miss Finch replied, All right, since it's a mission it can't be helped. I'm fine, just do whatever you need to do." At this moment, Lady Kim Took is shouting, "Bring my butler here immediately. Butler, I know you are in there." Lavian spoke coldly. "Because you came uninvited, and I least want to see you." Miss Kim Took's eyes lit up and she smiled wildly when she saw Gong come out. "There you are." She quickly broke free from the 2 butlers' restraints and rushed over. While running, she said, "You are my only breath friend, and my only butler, which means to me you are not just a butler. Is it really mean if I want you to realize something? No matter what, you must not stay in a place like this. I think this entire garden is full of poisonous flowers. All right, butler, come home with me." She reached out her hand to Kim Gong. Lavian immediately stood in front of him, brushing her arm away and scolding her for being shameless. You have committed a grave crime worthy of execution for daring to cause trouble here at midnight. This is not a place where someone like you can cause trouble. Miss Kim Tuk saluted Lavian, coldly ordering her to kneel immediately and beg for forgiveness. Miss Kim Tuk smiled and asked, "Oh, are you planning to whip me? If you dare, just try it. I am curious how the prince will react when I show him the whip marks on my legs, and then I will have another memory with him." The other butler was startled and really disturbed upon hearing this. Lavian replied coldly, "Is that so? Then I will grant your wish. I like the way you try to create more memories during school days. So as a noble of this empire, I will help you achieve that. Give me the stick." She reached out and ordered. The two other butlers stammered upon hearing that. "The Duchess," she said coldly, "I told you not to call me that in the academy." The butler was worried, but if the crown prince found out about this, her eyes would become even colder. "My left hand still has nothing to hold." The two butlers were scared and hurried inside. Gong ran up to Miss Kim Tuk and asked, "My lady, what's wrong? It's late, why are you still here?" Miss Kim Tuk smiled, "I came here to take back what belongs to me. Isn't it obvious? I have been waiting for you since morning, but you still haven't returned. At first I thought you had urgent matters to attend to, but then I heard rumors that you are working as the butler for Miss Ingen Bak Hop. She has found your weakness and is using it to threaten you, right? Don't worry, I won't let her take anything else from me, including the prince's love and your loyalty." Kim Gongjia broke out in a sweat and said, "Heretic Judge Spring is coming." Miss Kim Tuk asked in confusion, "Huh, what are you saying?" He was so shocked it was as if he was breaking apart. At this moment, the butler returned and handed the whip to Lavian. This was what he requested. Lavian then stepped forward and said coldly, "Sivia Avania, you caused a disturbance and trespassed on a noble's territory over personal matters. Above all, you showed no remorse at all. You have been too insolent, so I will punish you under the Emperor's orders." Miss Kim Tuk smiled and asked, "Why apologize? I know better than anyone what I did wrong. My sin is receiving great love from the crown prince, even though I am just the daughter of a baronial family hiding in the countryside. I am sorry for accepting his love. Sorry for being loved more than you. Here comes Avania, is apologizing like this enough?" At this moment, the prince holding a torch ran outside and asked, "Is Herktik you?" "Herktik." He ran over to hug Saliva, asking if she was okay and if she was hurt anywhere. Then he glared at Lavian and scolded her harshly. "Why are you treating Herktik so cruelly?" Lavian coughed, covered her mouth, and trembled as she explained, "Your Highness, this is the law of the Empire." He angrily asked, "How can the law be more important than people? You always talk about the Empire, but what have you really done to contribute to it? What she does is just constantly bullying Sinvia, isn't it? That's why I call her the cruel one." "The evil water soldier," Lavian asked, "are you going to disown me?" He did not answer, but pulled Herdic away firmly, saying, "Please let's go, you shouldn't stay in a place like this." Herrick turned his head and called Butler, "Let's go home." Gongjia bowed his head and muttered, "Status window." As soon as he finished speaking, Herrick's status window immediately appeared, showing favorite genre, romance, disliked genre, politics, favorite character. Those who love me, the prince, the steward, the teacher, seniors, juniors, peers, disliked characters. Favorite plot, the victory of the strong and true love. Disliked plot, the failure of the weak and betrayal. Her motto is that Lavian will never let her have anything. Kim Gong clenched his teeth as he remembered Heretic's innocent smile. At this moment, Herrick was still asking, "Will you come back with me?" He tightened his arm and replied, "I'm thinking of staying by Miss Lily's side a little longer." Herrick's face turned cold after hearing that. "Do you really not know how to read the situation? I don't like showing my weaknesses to others, but to free you from her, I had to endure all kinds of humiliation." Gong replied, "Yes, I understand." She asked, "You understand but still decided to refuse to go with me." At this moment, the system displayed a message saying, "You are synchronizing with the character." He could only bow his head silently and apologize. "Excuse me, I still have unfinished business here." The synchronization speed with Kim Gong's character continued to increase. Herrick coldly questioned, "That was really a careless sophism. You haven't been enchanted by her, have you?" You smiled coldly and aimed at Lavian Vien. "Alright, whatever. I don't know if you have any other schemes, but you won't be able to shake the relationship between me and the steward." "Lavian, why are you frowning? What you think is your right. Now go away out of my sight." Then Heresy turned and smiled, asking the prince as if provoking Lavian, "Your Highness, will you come back with me?" The crown prince blushed and replied, "All right." The servant hurriedly ran after calling Your Highness Miss Kim Tuk. Only Gong and Lavian remained at the mansion. She spoke up, "That's enough, let's go inside." He turned around curiously, "What are you planning to do now?" Lavian turned towards the flower garden and replied, "I will spend some time admiring the flowers, so I will come in later. I want to be alone, everyone. Step back, even your steward, go inside and rest." The old spirit behind the Gong family immediately shouted, "Hey zombie, this is your chance. She's probably really frustrated now, it's time for you to score." Kim Gong ignored him and walked away. The old man angrily asked, "Are you ignoring me?" "You quickly follow," Lavi puzzled. I can go without sleep for days, but aren't you tired? Lavian replied, I want to say no, but I really do feel a bit tired. This is my 14th time regression. I have tried to guide the Crown Prince on the right path for 140 days. Even if my love for him is not fate, he must still follow the right path. For the sake of this nation, how difficult it is. Kim Gongjia stepped beside her and said, You are no longer alone now because you still have me, a human being. As long as there is someone who cares and understands you, they can endure everything. Are you really that suspicious? You nodded. Yes, we are exactly that case. She glanced at him. It seems you misunderstood something. I usually repeat the last 10 days of my life, but you return to the time before death. They may seem similar, but they are not. She drew 2 parallel lines on the ground and explained, because one of us will definitely regress earlier than the other. The first to regress will forget what has happened, and the other person is trapped in the timeline. We were originally 2 parallel lines that could never have a common point. I can understand who you are and your circumstances, but that is all there is. Living together is impossible. She threw away the whip in her hand, turned around and said, The confession you gave me saying you wanted to spend all your time with me is truly beautiful. However, perhaps it is beautiful, because it is something that can never become reality. Kim Gong chased after and asked, So what if that could become a reality? Levi replied coldly, In this world there are no empty words. If you keep chasing after her, I promise I won't say those words just to please her. I'm not the type to deceive others with meaningless words. What if I could help you escape this endless 10-day loop? Lavian said arrogantly. I am already very satisfied with my current life. You smiled. I know I feel the same way, but I still want to help you. Kim Gongjia took off his coat and gave it to her, explaining, Because you are the one I love. Saying that is also very arrogant, isn't it? He put his coat on her. She wriggled and asked, What do you want from me? You answered, Please stay by my side until the end of the world, and I would truly appreciate it if you could help me love you more. You thought to yourself, realizing that the synchronization rate of the heretic judge had reached 100%. The secret to completing this level is a bit of a trick, but it's very likely to succeed. You keep saying, Make me fall so deeply in love that I can never leave her. Lav doubted. Do you really want me to take that back? He shyly replied. It'll be fine. I'll be knocked down. Just holding your hand makes my heart race wildly. Lavian heard that, reached out to stroke his ear, scolding affectionately, really shameless. All right, since I said I would teach you about love, I will take responsibility. Is that enough? His face flushed as he stammered. Yes, that's enough. The system kept displaying notifications. You are syncing with the character, Lavian exclaims. Oh my god, I know I have no right to say this, but aren't you a bit too naive? I don't know how you can survive in such a harsh world. He smiled and answered, I have died countless times. She fell silent upon hearing that. You continued to get close to her and asked, Is it true that you also felt your heart race after seeing my vulnerable side? I've heard that showing others your weakness can sometimes bring them down. After hearing that, Lavian laughed. You continue. I realized after seeing the argument between you and Miss Kim Took, you might be wise, but not someone who can stay calm when provoked. Even if it means she will lose in this regression, that's why I want to test her as well. She always speaks as if she is a master of love. But isn't being loved just as important as giving love? She really knows nothing about being loved, or at least she is less knowledgeable than Miss Kim Took in this regard. Lavian reached out to lift his chin and asked, So what if you stammer? Lavian urges you to continue. I'm starting to like the sound of your voice. You blush and suddenly Lavi touches your teeth and compliments how white they are. Kim Gong quickly explained, not surprised, that Miss Kim Took could steal the Crown Prince from her. She needed to understand the Crown Prince's interests more thoroughly. Lavian didn't listen, and kept praising her tongue was red. She looked pretty. Kim Gong Jia groaned once, then asked with interest, Why did you stop? If you don't speak anymore, how can I evaluate your eloquence? Keep going, have you surrendered already? He replied, blushing. Yes. Lavian smiled and repeated what he said earlier. Make me so deeply in love that I can never leave you. You really are someone who likes to say dangerous things. I don't know what you're thinking to be so confident, but it's truly brave. Anyway, I've gone through 14 regressions, so I'm not afraid to shed that burden for a moment. Not treating evil people kindly is my principle. After reconsidering today's incidents, I think the Crown Prince has been a bit too harsh on me. I won't let it go. You're curious, did she finally give up on him? She replied, No, my heart has become a constellation stuck in the night sky. I don't have the ability to do that, but I also want to be a bad person and do extreme things. From today onwards, I will have an affair with you. Kim Gongjia was stunned upon hearing that. So my first love didn't feel right at all. You anxiously asked, Do you love me? She immediately replied, No, but since you are the loyal subordinate of Miss Kim Took, and also her only close steward, I wonder what face she would make if she found out about our relationship, and I'm sure the Crown Prince would be shocked too. Kim Gongjia was startled and wondered, An affair? Are you stammering? So you plan to pretend to date me to get back at those two? You secretly think this should be more romantic. She reaches out, hugs your neck and asks, "Do you hate that idea?" You immediately lift Lavian up. Lavian orders you to call my name. You immediately called Lavian. She started checking. "Do you remember the words I taught you the first time we talked about love?" You answered. "Love begins where we encounter a wicked woman." She replied, "Yes, I will become your first evil child." The old spirit nearby witnessed everything and spoke up, saying that the two of them were both very crazy and thus very similar, as it would be difficult for him to date a normal person anyway. Birds of a feather flock together, horses run with horses. Congratulations on your first love, even if it's just an affair. The next day, Kim Gong stood in front of the mirror, washed his face and adjusted his clothes. He muttered, Lavian. He thought to himself, "I've only been calling her name all this time. It seems I've truly been struck by love." You signaled the status window. The status window about you immediately appeared with the content of the name Death King level and the skills "I want to be like you." The clock of the false sword regression star sits contributing to the upper class reincarnated 100 times with heavenly demon magic. You have received the blessing of the god of beauty and the blessing of the snake god. Gongjia glanced secretly, thinking that Gongjia's life was simply described, including secret jealousy, relationships, humor, willpower, and happiness. He requested the status window of Gongda's status bar to appear with the content that he felt curious about his own appearance. Favorite genres are martial arts, romance, mystery, adventure. No disliked genres. Favorite characters include masters, noble heroes, those who accept sacrifice, hardworking people, children, good people, those not too arrogant, generous people, and those who care and understand me. The character I dislike is a pervert. The storylines I like involve justice, prevailing friendship, and love. The storylines I dislike include self-hatred, giving up, running away, disillusionment, doubt, and possessiveness. Reading this, you breathe a sigh of relief, realizing you are still Kim Gong-ra. The thought crosses your mind that you have not been possessed like the heretical judge, so your plan will proceed as originally intended, and you will succeed. You turned your head and called the Sword King. The old spirit behind crossed his arms and asked, "Yeah." Gong said, "To prevent the butler character from taking over, I have something I want to ask you. There is a high chance that if my synchronization reaches 100%, I will no longer hear your voice. No matter how many skills I have, I might forget how to use them. So, we have to do everything we can to prevent synchronization from reaching 100%. Gong took something out of his jacket pocket and instructed 90%. "That is the last warning. Do not let it increase any further. Do you understand? If you see that I am about to exceed 90%, stop me no matter what method you use." Old Spirit scratched his head and replied, "He couldn't believe you were worried about that. Your spirit has always been very strong, so that situation probably won't happen." Gong put on his shirt and said confidently, "Yes, that's right, but now I will deliberately increase the synchronization level." The old spirit was startled upon hearing that. "What? But if you do that, you'll fail this stage and get stuck in this world." Kim Gong-jia smiled and replied, "I can't explain the reason clearly right now. This method only works if I am the only one who knows the plan. I plan to exploit a system vulnerability in the tower to get past this checkpoint. Please help me if you see me in danger. I am counting on you. The world's #1 gentleman, the one who wants to become my master. Now I'm going to help my lover." Saying that, he immediately went outside. In Lavian's room, Gong asked with a tone full of concern, "You must have been too hard on yourself, right? Every night she has to fight demons and try to erase negative thoughts about the prince and Lady Kim Twok. Is that why she was absent from the academy today?" Lavian coughs and answers, "Don't worry, my illness has been like this since the first time I returned. More precisely, I have been like this since I was born. It grew with me, and the illness suddenly worsened after I plunged the sword into the mirror, causing my heart to disappear." After hearing that, Gong fell silent. Lavian leaned on the pillow and continued the story. "This is also why the Emperor allowed the Crown Prince to be betrothed to both me and Miss Kim Took, because even if I become Empress, I will die not long after. And I myself find it difficult to conceive, so I am truly not suitable to become Empress." After saying this, Lavian cleared her throat and hurriedly offered the tea. "Have some tea." She took the cup and replied, "Thank you." After drinking, she was amazed. "You added quite a bit of honey, didn't you? This is exactly the flavor I like. How did you know?" You answer, "Earlier, she said that the believers who came before me left an instruction sheet. I just followed what was written there. You remember reading it before. Secondly, Miss Nganbak has a very poor sense of taste, so she only likes things with strong flavors." Hearing this, she doubted. "So does that mean you intend to use the same method as them?" You smiled. "You were the one who told me about the instruction sheet, so I have to be different from them. I was just referring to it, hope you don't misunderstand." After hearing that, Lavian sneered, then looked closely and saw he did have some strength. "So what plan do you have?" "The time I spend with you now is simply a form of entertainment. One of us will definitely forget the time we had together. I don't think there's any way to solve this problem." Kim Gong-jia is curious. You probably have never trusted anyone before, right? Lavian looked up at him with suspicious eyes. Gong lowered his head and said, please trust me. Even if it's not a genuine relationship, I am still the one you chose. Even though I am just an incompetent person, I have had to rely on others many times, just like your current situation. You have already carried too much on your own. Even if I die, the Empire must remain strong. I need to guide the Crown Prince in the right direction. I have to defeat those blood demons. You must have had those thoughts throughout 14 regressions. Right. After hearing that, she asked, do you think we overdid it? Gongjia brought in a bouquet and said, yes, let's rest a bit. I think I'm the type of person who hates seeing the one I love carry everything alone. I hope that when I am tired, the person I love will be by my side to share with me, and vice versa. Lavian's eyes drooped as a reminder. What we have is just a fake relationship. Kim Gongjia looks at the bouquet and replies, that doesn't matter because I am very serious. Lavian was surprised to hear that. Didn't he feel this was too unfair to him? You immediately said, you still don't understand, I have had enough. I am really very optimistic. You think I would be discouraged by my own shortcomings just because you pretended to date me? No, I really see this as an opportunity, and you will fall for me. Lavi was curious upon hearing that. Oh my, where do you get that confidence from? He put the bouquet into the vase and said, because we will spend time together no matter what happens, I won't give up. Until you say you're fed up with me, I will do my best to be the pillar supporting your life. Time is passing, the clock is near 12. Lavianen gets off the bed with a sword saying time is up, let's do what needs to be done. Gong stopped her. No, she needed to rest. Are you planning to fight the enemy in this condition? Leave it to me, I'll handle it properly. Then he took the sword and went to kill the blood demons. A blood demon resembling Lavian approached him and asked, do you want to kill us? Are you planning to kill me? The next morning at 8 o'clock, Kim Gong hurriedly grabbed the stack of papers on Lavian's desk and said, please don't worry about this work anymore. Lavian was stunned. What are you doing again? He threw the pile of papers into the fire and told her, anyway, there are only a few days left until this world is turned upside down. If the Empire falls just because you couldn't finish some paperwork, then let it fall. Just consider today a holiday, your own holiday. Time keeps passing, Lavian sighed. This is the first time I've lived like this. She was sitting leaning against Gongra's chest. The two are sitting on the grass by the riverbank, she asks. Is it really okay that I'm doing nothing? I haven't been to class for 3 days. If someone saw me like this, please comfort them, it's okay. I will arrange everything properly. Lavian fell silent upon hearing that. After a moment she spoke up, I don't want to respond to you anymore. You were still very excited and said, who said I will always help you? If I need help in the future, I hope you will help me too. We should help each other, right? Hearing that, Lavi was surprised. You're changing the subject. Do you want me to read you some poems? She nodded and replied, yes. Time gradually passed to 6 o'clock and the two climbed into the boat by the riverbank. You asked Miss Naganbach is really beautiful, isn't she? She nodded, yes. The spring weather makes everything white. Kim Gongjia describes this as the stage when spring flowers bloom. Before the magnolia flowers wither, the Empire calls this time the white spring truly a beautiful season. She gazes at the river, nodding in agreement. Yes, I can't remember how long it has been since I last saw this scene. At this moment, the system notifies that the presence of the heart hidden by the lily has become stronger. Lavian's heart thumped as a woman appeared holding a red sword, raising it to strike down. The system announces that the heart hidden by the 100 harmonies has been revealed. The entire Empire's sky has turned red. People panicked and shouted, sky is that blood. The Empire experienced continuous explosions along with red blood-colored rain. Lavian calmly said, having the butler by my side feels so peaceful. Can I really trust you? Kim Gongjia climbed down the roof, approached her and said, you once said that we are two parallel lines, and the first person to die will definitely return. That's why we can't be together forever. Gongjia took her hand and said, now I will cover you with my aura, not only her body but also her brain. And the same goes for me, I will blow both our heads up at the same time. It is true that the first person to die will regress, and nothing can guarantee that the one who regresses later can retain their memories. If so, there is only one way for us to be together, and that is for both of us to die at the same time. Lavian, please die with me. Gongjia's heart felt a bit contemplative after hearing that. You quietly assess, just like how people arrange their daily lives. I also take care of my own death. I always think about how to leave peacefully. I just need to use magic to blow up my brain to end my life instantly, without pain. That's a simple and easy method. That's why I didn't commit suicide that way. If I become too familiar with this method, I will easily let my guard down. That is also why I killed the Fire King, so I didn't choose that way to die. I wanted a more painful death to stay alert and make the clearest and most accurate judgments possible. However, today is completely different. Kim Gongjia held Lavian's hand to comfort him. It's okay, it will be over soon. A source of energy radiates from you into Lavi's body, she exclaims. How warm it feels, like a stream flowing through her veins, spreading throughout her body. Is this your body temperature? Warmer than me. Really restless. I have never felt this way during previous regressions because as long as I don't lose myself, it's fine. But I don't want to lose you if today I regress and forget everything about you. You comfort me, don't worry, I will always be by your side. At this moment, the blood demons appeared, causing everyone to scream in fear. The demons are here. Screams echoed. Lavian threatened. No mistakes allowed. If one of us dies 0.1 seconds before the other, I will hate you forever. You only have one chance. Remember my words carefully. Kim Gong-ji smiled and replied. All right. The system displays a notification. The heart wrapped in platinum is looking at you, Lavian said coldly. You made me trust others once again, now take responsibility. The number of blood demons increased along with the appearance of the apostles. The system warning of the marauding apostles has appeared. The warhorse apostles of the endless prairie have appeared. The messenger apostles of eternal happiness have appeared. Lavian showed a look of disgust. These creatures really don't know how to read the atmosphere here. Gong smiled and said, we must teach them a lesson. Let them know that interfering in others' love affairs only leads to death. She smiled back and replied, sounds good, Gong, use your special skill. Heavenly Demon Divine Formula, number 9, the Suicide Sword. A sword appeared, ending both of them at once. Right after that, your system displayed, you have died. Going back 24 hours earlier, Kim Gong slowly woke up and opened his eyes. Lavian, holding an umbrella nearby, asked, you're awake now, I can't believe you woke up so late, truly an irresponsible butler. Gong Jiang sat up abruptly looking at her, and wondering will we both retain our memories after the regression. Lavian continued to speak, as if answering his inner question. Hey butler, you tricked me, didn't you? You promised to return at the same time as me, but I came back 9 days earlier than you. Even if this relationship is fake, how could you leave your lover lonely for 9 whole days? Gongra's eyes lit up with happiness upon hearing this. Lavian continued to blame. Because I returned 9 days earlier, I was the only one worried. You promised to be by my side, but did not keep your word. How dare you wake up so late? You need to do a lot to make up for your mistake. Kim Gong-jia ran over and hugged Lavian. He muttered, I'm sorry. She put down the umbrella in her hand, hugged him and said, it's okay, everything is fine. Staying awake alone to watch over you when you haven't fully woken up is really tough. You stroked her hair, smiling and saying it was a lie. She argued back. It's true, it's boring, but luckily I'm very good at waiting. He keeps apologizing to you. I'm sorry. She replied, I forgive you. At this moment, the system displays a synchronization level with your character at 71%. You ask her, my lady, I would like to ask you for a favor. Can you wait a little longer, 8 days, 7 days, 6 days? I will count down each day until we can spend the first day together when we meet. Lavi grabbed your collar and scolded, you're driving terribly, you're asking me to die 9 more times. You asked excitedly, are you afraid of pain? She replied, no. But the mean guy just took someone's life and already wants more. You smiled and asked, can I kiss you? Lavian did not respond, but pulled him close and kissed him on the lips. As the kiss ended, the system appeared. You have died, returning 24 hours earlier. After each resurrection, they exchanged a kiss. At the end of every kiss, the system appeared again and said they had died. You are dead. Among those times when the two kissed outside in the yard, the Kim family teased. Did you brush your teeth before coming here? She smiled. I think I have the right to remain silent. Gong Da is red-faced, shouting it's unfair. She stroked his hair and asked, didn't you make me wait 39 days? My selfishness helps you feel less guilty. You should thank me. Gongjia blushed upon hearing that. So we have been kissing for 39 days. She shyly stopped him, saying don't talk anymore, it's embarrassing. Then they continued kissing. Kim Gong-jia once again committed suicide with her, and returned 24 hours earlier. This time, Harisich ran to the place called Tu Vuong, where Miss Luli Kim Tua was. Why is she so late? I heard she is somewhere else, not in the main house. You immediately asked her where she was. Harry replied that she said she would wait in the garden in front of the main house. You heard the hurried footsteps that startled Herrick. You looked after Kim Gong's back and asked Tu Vuong suspiciously. But at this moment, the Gong family no longer had any mood. His heart was taking control of his body. He ran out to the yard, hugged Lavian, and attempted suicide once again. The timeline rewinds 24 hours. This reincarnation of Gongra appears at a social gathering. He smiles, looking ahead. Lavian appears wearing a blue social outfit. The two hurriedly stepped closer, sharing a passionate kiss before the astonished nobles. Kim Gong asked Lavian, is this the first day we met? She replied, it's the first day for both of us, and as long as we want it will be the eternal first day. At this moment, Miss Kim Tuk appeared and wondered, did I miss something? Kim Gong, Jia, and Lavian kissed right in the middle of the party hall. The nobles saw this and worriedly whispered, what is going on? I'm not seeing things, am I? The old spirit next to me covered his eyes and shouted, "Damn it, my eyes, why can't I rest in the afterlife? Why do I have to witness this even after death? Why do I have to watch you enjoy this?" The shameless name Kim Zak keeps causing continuous noisy chatter. What's going on here? I'm sure that Butler is someone from Miss Kim Tuok. If this matter reaches the Emperor, Miss Ngan Bakhop should stand up and coldly think that everyone is gradually showing reactions. Then the Crown Prince also appears. He urgently asks Ngan Bakhop what she is doing. She leans on Gong's body and says, "I apologize for causing chaos here. I shouldn't have done that in a crowded place. I should have reported to the Crown Prince." The Crown Prince was stunned and asked, Lav stepped forward with a piece of paper and said, "Because I have committed a serious crime, no matter how you punish me, I will gladly accept it." The Crown Prince stammered, punishing her. Lavian handed the paper to the Crown Prince. He asked in surprise. This is her reply. "This is my application to withdraw from the Academy. I have prepared my punishment. Because of your nature, it will be difficult to choose an appropriate punishment. I will withdraw from the Academy and silently reflect on my actions until the official punishment is determined. Please approve this petition. Your Highness and I will not accept any private favors." After reading the Crown Prince was terrified. Lavian immediately grabbed Kim Gong's hand and ran away, saying, "Thank you for your approval, Your Highness." The two of them ran out of the palace together. He watched her back and wondered, is this really okay? Because she stabbed her heart into Tong Guang, she should still have feelings for the Crown Prince. But whatever, with what he has done, that bastard deserves it. The most important thing is that Lavian looks very happy. As long as she is happy, it doesn't matter. Just then from behind, Herrick waved and asked Death King, "How do you plan to conquer this challenge?" You ran after Curious, asking, "And why are you two kissing? I don't understand anything, but I feel my heart racing when I see you together." "What is this called?" Gong answered. "It's called being touched. Besides, I will handle this challenge myself, so you just rest. Heretic Judge, consider this a vacation." Herrick was happy to hear that. "Is that so? I understand. Then I will do what I like. Gong warned you not to kill anyone." Herrick smiled happily. I understand now. It doesn't stop there. Kim Gong Ra continues. You are not allowed to be tortured either. Kidnapping or imprisoning someone just to ask for information. Her expression turned blank upon hearing that. "So what else can I do?" Kim Gong waved his hand and said there would be other tasks for you. Until then, just sit in the corner of the room and read comics. Herrick stopped behind, suspicious. "I just received a notification that the synchronization level has increased. What does that mean?" Gong Jia remains patient in answering. "It's touching." Herrick shouted. "So that's it." The carriage took Lavian and Kim Gong away from the palace. She sat in the carriage and said, "I'm sure the whole empire will be in an uproar tomorrow. First, among the capital's nobles there will be about 200 letters exchanged. Meanwhile, among the local nobles in our hometown there will be about 20 letters. 10 letters will be sent to my father. And finally, the emperor will send an envoy to meet me. Gong suggests me a few solutions for that situation." Gong was amazed. "What? Wait. Did you just call me Gong?" Gialav looked outside and said it was really small. "I have lived in such a small place all this time. The SW Academy is a tool to strengthen the Empire's power. The children of noble families in the Empire are required to enroll here, where we are taught the same curriculum, language, and history to synchronize a shared consciousness of rights and duties, envy, pride, arrogance, greed, and desire. Everything is hidden behind those small doors under the guise of tradition and orders. The Academy is simply hiding its true face. The future of the Empire does not exist there. I wonder if the Crown Prince realizes this." After hearing that, Gong interrupted. "Worries about the Empire can wait. You've talked about it too much already. Now just think about me alone. Even just that much is enough to make my head want to explode." Lavi approached and called out to him. "Gongra, if you dare leave a scar on my heart, I will take your life. Do you understand?" She grabbed his hand and asked. "You answer." "I know. I understand." Lavian gave the order. "So tell me, how do you understand it?" You replied, "I will never do anything to hurt you. And if I accidentally do something wrong, I will sincerely apologize to you." She raised his hand and said, "It seems you still need to understand a little more." She pulled his hand to her neck and instructed, "If you betray me, chain my neck yourself until I die. Don't use aura. I want you to use your own 2 hands to kill me, over and over again. Until our meeting vanishes from this world, I don't care if it takes you months or years to forget. But I will haunt you with my death, and I want you to live the rest of your life thinking that I will never forgive you." She asked, "You can live an eternal life if you want, right?" Kim Gongjia replied, "That's right." She continued with satisfaction, "The moment you betray me, your life will become eternal hell." The Duke nodded. "I understand, Lavian." She spoke up. "If you have any secrets you want to reveal to me, say it now." He reached out, took out his card and introduced, "I have a skill called Demon Reincarnation. Those who die by my hand can also be resurrected by me. If I want, I can even give them the appearance and memories they had before dying." In your hand appears the card Demon Reincarnation with effects. You can summon those who died by your hand as monsters. The purple spirit summoned by you will not possess power before death. However, if you want, the purple spirit can have their appearance and memories. If you don't allow them to keep their memories, they can only be summoned as monsters. After reading, she asked, "So does that mean you can summon me?" You retract the response card. "Because you died at my hands 9 times, I can summon 9 versions of you, but I don't intend to do that." Lavian then requests, "Then I want to add one more condition. If you dare betray me, I want you to abandon that skill." He took her hand and replied, "All right, I'm sorry for not saying this sooner." La said, "I will forgive you if you promise me one thing." "You agree, I'm listening." She stated her demands. "Do not act on your own without my permission, and do not die even when faced with an inevitable death. You are my lover. Now you are no longer someone who can lightly throw away your life. Although death is inevitable, you must fight until your last breath." Kim Gongjia smiled and replied, "All right." She said with satisfaction, "Now tell me what you want from me." He looked at her and made a request. "When I tell you to trust me, put all your trust in me." She kissed him on the lips and said, "I will always trust you." Kim Gongjia happily said, "My lady, let's enjoy a 10-day vacation without worrying about anything. Who else works so hard from public places to private ones like her? So in the next 10 days leave everything behind and use regression skills to serve what our hearts desire." She asked, "Do you want to enjoy the pleasure without caring about others?" He smiled. "Exactly." She asked again. "Because no matter how much trouble we cause, once time is reversed, they will all forget, right?" The cheerful Gong Master replied, "As expected of the young lady, I only needed to say it once for you to understand." The two of them then walked to a building. Lavian muttered, "So the partner I chose in the end is a scoundrel." The staff immediately stood up and asked, "Which seats would you like to choose?" Gong placed the suitcase on the table and said, "Today we want to book the entire theater troupe and the theater." The two of them then went to the theater troupe. Gong asked, "So there are 6 theater troupes in total?" Suddenly Lavian spoke up, "Dear Gong, I have always wanted to do something." "What are you curious about?" Lavian opened his fan and said it was for all 6 theater troupes to perform on one big stage. 3 troupes will perform tragedies, 2 troupes will perform comedies, and the remaining troupe will perform a musical. The actors here were extremely amazed upon hearing this. Kim Gongjia then reminded, "That sounds a bit chaotic." She replied, "Exactly, I want to see a chaotic play." Then the two sat down below to watch the 6 theater troupes performing. "Romeo, Romeo, so you are Romeo, you are truly wise and beautiful." You and Lavian laughed joyfully downstairs. "The two of you changed the location to play, this time at the casino. Lavian told me to follow." The other players also followed fearfully. Lavian signaled to fold. The player with her also trembled and stammered, "Fold." And finally Lavian says, "Raise." "Lift it up." Gongra stands behind her with a very proud expression. In the end, everyone couldn't stand it anymore and shouted out, "This is clearly an abuse of power. Miss Ngan Bakop. Even if you are human, you cannot blatantly ruin my business." You stand beside and ask, "Who do you think you're shouting at, miss? Let me take that old man's head for you." Lavian replied, "It's okay." The Marquis owned a drug compounding facility in the basement, supplying medicine to the entire capital, but that still wasn't enough to take his head. The Count asked fearfully, "What do you mean?" At that moment Gong pulled a chair next to Lavian and gestured for him to sit down. She said coldly, "Play with me for 10 rounds and I will let this matter go." That night Lavian lay in Kim Gong's arms. She asked, "Are you happy?" She leaned into his embrace and replied, "This is the first time I feel that living a little longer is good." Gongjia laughed, "I am also very happy. Look, my synchronization rate has increased again. At this time the rate is already 76%. Lav was doubtful. "Synchronization rate," you explained. "It is a mechanism created by the constellation that brought me to this world. You also know I came here by role-playing and being a butler. This number represents that I am gradually syncing with my role. When you call my name, touch my cheek, or lie in my arms like now, the number will increase." She listened and became curious. "So according to you, the synchronization rate is increasing now, right? What will happen if the number reaches 100? Gongjia replied, "Right now you shouldn't worry about these things. You promised to think only about me." Gong reached out to turn off the lamp by the bedside. She scolded the sly one. The next day on another street he loudly asked a nobleman, "Today Duchess of Anzia has already claimed this street. How dare you bring a carriage here, bought by exploiting the peasant class?" Then the two went to the palace and told the emperor, "Your Majesty, please pay more attention to your child. No one is as miserable as him." The emperor was so angry he foamed at the mouth and fainted, causing everyone to worry and call for the servants. Kim Gongjia happily said, "Day by day we use time as a means of relaxation." The two of them strolled together, splashing water in the pond, tossing coins to the people on the street, admiring the flowers together. Then one day they sat by the fountain holding Laviantan's hand. "We are really bad." She nodded. "You're right, we're really terrible." You said happily, "But only the two of us know about it. We are accomplices, Lavian. Do you still remember what I said on the carriage? She answered. I remember every word you said about me telling you to trust me. She nodded. Of course. You smiled and said, now let's keep that promise. Kim Gongjia was suspicious. You seem to be plotting something shady, huh? It would be easier if you just confessed your true feelings now. You tell her your plan. I will increase synchronization to 99%. Maybe I really need to become a complete butler, someone born into this world. She wondered why. Gongjia replied, I can't clearly explain the reason, Lavian said coldly. If you can't say the reason, then this plan can only succeed if you are the only one who knows it. And the reason you're worried about this is because you want to ask something from me, right? He smiled and replied, that's right. Lavian sighed. From the beginning, I wanted you to promise to trust me just for this moment. I should have been more cautious every time you spoke. What should I do now? Gong said the plan. First we will go back to day 1, returning to the starting point of this level. The two of them returned to that moment. After closing the door, Lavian turned and asked, what now? Gong handed her the rope and said, first wrap my arms behind the chair and then tie them up. Lavian was shocked to see that. She held the rope in her hand and said, Gongra, I think it's still a bit early for us to take this step. He sat down and smiled, asking, what do you think? I am very satisfied with my current life, so don't worry. You still doubt that I promised to trust you, but you really make it hard for me to keep that promise. She stepped forward and tightly held his hand behind the chair. Gong smiled and praised him. Very good, you really shone brightly. The old spirit beside me was panicked at this moment. Hey Zombie Kim, what the hell are you doing? Don't make me anxious. Thon Kim is also worried. Shinwai is anxious about the owner's actions. The steward pondered inwardly, believing that the master of this body harbored secret feelings for both young ladies, but being with either was impossible, so he had to bury his feelings. The prince also had feelings for both, and Miss Kim Tuk had some feelings for both the prince and the steward. At this moment Lavian also stood at the crossroads with me and the crown prince. This is the biggest change in a romance story, but it gave me an idea for a plan. You asked Lavi to bring a mirror and place it in front of me. A mirror was brought in front of you. You look at it and speak. The character window opens immediately, and at this time you are still Gong Jia. You keep calling Lavi. She looks up. I'm listening. Gong asked her, please keep kissing me, make me fall for you even more. She came closer, leaned down and asked, why didn't you say earlier? Do you like being kissed when you're dazzled? Kim Gong Jia warned that at a certain point I would no longer be myself. He silently thought to himself, realizing something strange as he watched the heretical judge gradually become Miss Kim Tuk, which was that her hair kept growing longer, leading him to come up with a plan to conquer this challenge. Gong approached her and asked, when my synchronization rate exceeds 90% and gradually reaches 100%, please end me yourself. Lavian was startled and asked what? Answer honestly. Think about it. I'm sure you can accurately guess my intentions. After all, we're both just fake regressions. Lavian and Tute reminded that this matter is too dangerous, like a gamble. Kim Gongjia replied, if this is a gamble, then clearly we have already won. Because this is the tower's weak spot, pointing it out already gives us the upper hand. Lavi muttered, bowing his head, but there's another problem, I won't be able to remember you. Gong comforted her. It's okay, I will find a way to solve it. And I want to ask you for another favor. If I cannot leave this world on my own, then strike me down so I can receive the transmission. Trust me. Finally, she placed her hand on his shoulder and replied, all right, I'm your first evil girl, and you're my last bastard. Oh my, so in the end, I still have to fall in love with a bastard. After finishing, she leaned down and kissed him on the lips. The system displayed a notification you are gradually synchronizing with the character. The speed has reached 84%. Lavian keeps kissing him, and the synchronization speed is gradually increasing. You secretly thought the last time the heretical judge gradually transformed into Miss Kim was very strange. Why did the change in appearance still continue? The heretical judge can freely change appearance using holy magic, but that skill is unique to the heretical judge, and Miss Kim does not have it. But instead his hair kept growing, meaning synchronization wouldn't make the skills disappear. His thighs trembled as Lavian still pinned him down, kissing him desperately. The system continuously displays a message that you are gradually synchronizing with the character. Your current synchronization rate is 88%. Right now, fragments of Kim Gongjia's memories appear. He sees images of his childhood with his teacher and friends cheering him on. Gongra, keep going. Your sword speaks of fear. Please stop, master. Lavian is also worried and asks if you are okay. Old spirit next to him shouted, hey Gong family, what the hell are you doing? Gong's character status window is gradually fading his face, flushing as he urges her, I'm still okay. More. Lavian frowned and asked, do you still want me to kiss you? You're so famous, my love. Yet she still bent down to continue kissing. The character system seems to be gradually malfunctioning. Gongjia and the butler character are almost synchronized. Kim Gongjia expresses to Lavian, I love you. Even if I am reborn, I will still love you. Better to do it than not, so even if I die, I will not forget. Lavian replied, I know. Your status window is gradually malfunctioning more severely. It is slowly merging with the butler's status window. You secretly think your existence is gradually fading away. In those vague memories you hear Lavi calling out, are you okay? But in front of her was not Gongjia but the butler. He asked in panic, what's going on? Oh my god, the Duchess was the one who kidnapped me. No matter how powerful the Avanzia ducal family is, this is really too much. Someone who hates Miss Kim Tuok so much that they would harm a lowly servant like me. This sentence shocked Lavian deeply. Then she said coldly, I understand is that, so I thought I no longer had a heart to feel hurt, but this really pains me. Very good, your sword has truly pierced my heart. The butler asked in surprise, what do you mean? Lavian held the sword and called out Gongra, but the steward finds it confusing. Who are you calling out to? She drew her sword and said, my lover is the one who gave me their whole heart and the one I will cherish. If you dare hurt me, I will take your life. This sentence struck Kim Gongjia's mind, making him groan once. Lavian called Gongjia to come back to him. The shocked Gongjia opened his eyes. Lavian had taken the sword in his hand and stabbed it into his chest. She said, I will always wait for you. Then she bent down and kissed his lips. The butler saw a tear in the shattered memories and whispered, Miss Nganbak Hop. Could it be that she is planning to go all out against Miss Kim Tuk? I must report this to Miss Kim Tuk. I want to wipe away her tears. Before Gong Da is complete darkness. The system displays a message, you have died, and are rewinding 24 hours earlier. An error is detected as the skill owner and the skill user do not match, currently evaluating whether to revert to 24 hours earlier of the owner or the current user unable to decide. This issue is beyond the tower's jurisdiction. The tower is verifying the authority of the Death King complete. The current Death King is temporarily suitable to become an apostle, the one who temporarily grants apostolic authority. Hamus. The tower believes that the issue raised by Tu Fuang should be included in the official conference, and calls for a vote from the 6 pillars of life. The dark space gradually changes as a swarm of yellow butterflies appears flying to surround Kim Gong. A figure appeared speaking a strange language. The system displayed a dialog box indicating that the drag language translation has been approved. It turns out the shadow in front is pointing at the soccer ball and scolding this brat for messing with us. Call Hamusta here immediately. Why did that guy dare to bring him here as an apostle? According to the procedure, there is no problem with this. But more importantly, he probably can't understand what we're saying. Has he synchronized with the character already? Reversing it will help us talk more easily. Mia reverses the process. System response. Request has been approved. Setting the synchronization rate of the Death King. Immediately, the synchronization rate returned to the part that made the Gong family cry out. One of the key points of questioning. You deliberately used the regression skill right after synchronizing with the character, didn't you? The Gong Master is coughing due to the sudden change and cannot respond. The Pillar Master continues to ask, so you can go back 24 hours to the character's time, not your own right. Gongra looked at the pillar in front and replied, yes, that's right. Send me back to the day before this endless 10-day chain began. Kim Gong requested, take me back to the time before the endless 10 days started. The Light Pillar Master scolded, you shameless bastard, calm down kid, you're starting that fragile dark era attitude again. I will kill you, no one can help you, just die. While the other Pillars of Light were frantically criticizing, a long-haired Pillar of Light asked, you call yourself the Death King, it's been a long time since we've had to hold 2 meetings about the same person like this. The last time it was like this was because of the deadly star right, and the connection between these two is getting stronger and stronger. I wonder if it's a coincidence. The Tower Master said, it's really troublesome. If the synchronization rate was 100%, we could have let you regress to a day before, from the butler's perspective. If it was 90%, the perspective would be from the Death King, but since the rate is 99%, it's too ambiguous. Who should we choose? You were amazed and thought, Master, you gave an opinion. Maybe I should regress from the butler's perspective. The Master said, convince me. You immediately explained, first of all, the synchronization rate is 99%, which means only 1% is left. Because the butler accounts for the largest part of this body, the butler is responsible. The Tower Master replied, that's right, but your skill is the fake regression. Wristwatch, only humans can use that skill, so it has to be the regressor. Kim Gongjia broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. The Tower Master opened a covering matrix and said, don't worry, I'm just curious and asking. Kim Gongjia looked a bit confused, wiped the sweat from his face and said, please choose the butler's perspective. Both the butler and I have always argued about who should control this body during the challenges. Sometimes the butler wins, and sometimes I do. I was defeated convincingly. After winning, he gained my skills. The fake regression wristwatch is also his skill. The Tower Master laughed after hearing it make sense. Alright, just do as you wish, like how you copied and acquired the Fire Emperor's skills. I just don't know who would win if the 2 revenants fought each other. On second thought, we should have the butler go back to the moment before he acquired the new skill. Your idea is impressive. The Tower Master had just finished speaking when the slow encirclement of Gong caused it to shatter. The Tower Master continued, you could have chosen to flee and avoid the attention of the Fire Emperor, but you did not. Why? A beam of light replied that he wanted to take a very deep revenge. The system informs you the moonlight shines on the blind, cursing you. Another beam of light disagrees because he always pursues justice. The system says that because the princess escaped the illusion, it grants you a blessing. After hearing this, the Tower Master said it was all correct. He attempted suicide several times for revenge and sometimes for justice. But there is one thing I will never forget. The fake legislator whispered quietly. That is the only way to ensure defeating the Fire Emperor. The Tower Lord agrees. Must be the Death King. Your heart remains pure and passionate, but your mind is anything but simple. You are always seeking an absolute victory, so we still wait guessing that the person will present that mindset to fully convince us. Kim Gongjia clenched his fist after hearing this. After a while, he replied, That's right, we did nothing wrong. The one at fault is this tower. The problem is that, in regression, which personality will appear is predetermined. If this tower were perfect from the start, such a mistake would not have happened. The Tower Master replied, I admit it. So what? You immediately reached out and said, because we are victims of that mistake, we hope you will compensate us. And you should also reward us for finding the error. The God of the Void glared at him and scolded, How careless, watch your words. Do you want to be erased? And the moonlight shines on the blind man who wants to kill you. The Tower Master shouted, Stop, interesting. I didn't expect you to be so confident that we would compensate and reward you. Why should we do that? Just clean up this mess first, it's even simpler that way. Kim Gongjia was stunned after hearing that, then he smiled and replied, Because you always wish me luck. You recall the system always displaying the phrase, good luck. You continue, You have never mocked or despised us, even though you are one of the supreme beings, you have never forced us to do anything. Hunters who want to stay on the first floor can stay there forever. He wishes good luck to the hunters who want to climb the tower and tells them to be careful. First of all, the people you allowed to have a private floor are all miserable loners. You gathered those who had experienced tragedy and helped them. You are very kind. You do not interfere when we fight and kill each other. Because you respect our freedom, you will surely compensate for the losses we suffered due to the tower's fault. Because the responsibility lies with this tower, not us. Thank you for creating the tower. I have always wanted to say those words to you but never had the chance to thank you. If it weren't for the tower, I would have wasted my life out there. Actually, even after reaching the tower, I still live the same life. In your heart, you silently think a life of mistakes. I have lived like that, but I cannot have another chance. You keep saying that without you, I couldn't have regressed 4,000 days back on my own. I was able to do it because someone was always watching over me. That is the only motivation that keeps me going. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Kim Gongjia bowed deeply to sincerely thank the tower. The princess escaped the illusion, and Tri-Men looked at him saying, You really please me a lot. The ancient staff looked at him affectionately and said, This is the first time I have received thanks from a human here. The god, dancing in the void, also looked at him fondly and said, Nowadays it's common for kids to point fingers and blame others. After all, the Tower Master smiled and praised, So adorable, I am just a mirror. You see me as good because you are kind-hearted yourself. Tell me how you want to make amends. You replied, I want to go back 24 hours from the butler's perspective. The Tower Master asked, What about the reward? Kim Gongda blushed shyly and replied, Miss Lu Li Bak, please keep the memories of my lover. The Tower Master answered, I understand you can request an extremely powerful skill, you know. Anyway, you have discovered the flaw in the tower, so we will enhance the regression watch. This way you can return to any moment you want, instead of just 24 hours, or the 100 souls reincarnation. The summoned object carries not only memories, but also the summoner's abilities. Gongjia kneels and pleads, Tower Lord, I don't need them, I beg you, I just want to be with the one I love. The Tower Master reached out to comfort him and smiled, saying, Death King, good luck. The system displays, wishing you all the best, the meeting has ended. Adjusting synchronization rate, current synchronization rate is 99%. Back 24 hours ago, a beam of light appeared, the silhouette of Heretic emerged, her voice echoed. Butler, you're finally awake, you've been sleeping for quite a long time. The butler exclaimed in surprise, Miss. Herrick replied, Yes, the only miss here. The butler wondered what's going on. Herc sat opposite him, smiling, and said, I just returned from dinner with the prince and saw you snoring on the chair. Sleeping before your master is really impolite. But I will forgive you, because your sleeping face looks very cute. You look like you want to cry. Did you have a nightmare? The butler was startled. What is this? You hurriedly wiped the sweat off your face and asked the young lady if she liked the dinner with the prince. She clapped her hands in response. Yeah, and guess what? The prince gave me this coral ring. She raised her hand to show the ring. He continued excitedly. He did it in the school cafeteria. The prince really knows how to win a girl's heart. I'm curious to see how Miss Evania will react after hearing this news. As soon as you heard this name, you paused. You muttered Levenian. Herrick turned around confused and called out. Butler. The cold butler spoke up. I don't think you can just casually say her name like that. Even though it's just the two of us here, that is extremely disrespectful. Please remember that. The old spirit's screams echoed from behind along with the sword's clashing sounds, but the steward couldn't hear them because this time, the one controlling the body was the steward, not Kim Gom. You held your head and asked, Miss, what are you talking about? Didn't you hear what I said? She replied confusedly. Yes. The butler said to the girl, I don't know what's going on, but it feels like someone is yelling in my ear. Herrick worried, are you sick? Should we go to the infirmary? The butler quickly stood up and said, I will go outside to get some air. Herrick looked in his direction, nodding with a reminder. All right, remember to come back early. The butler walked down the hallway, recalling what Lavian had said. Back when I hadn't returned yet, the prince was already with Miss Kim Took. I was so angry that I made a wish with the sword passed down through generations of my family. When I did, my life became eternal. The butler standing in front of Lavian's castle wonders what he is doing here. The butler steps inside the castle. Deep down, the steward was reminding himself to turn back, but his body moved on its own. The steward opened the door in front of him. The image of Lavian from the previous regression appeared. She was holding a sword pointed at him, saying, I will wait for you. In the room, Lavian was sitting with his chin in his hand. Seeing him, she smiled and said, You have arrived. She stood up, walked over to the mirror and said, It seems you have confirmed it. You understand your feelings clearly. I can see you spoke clearly all night. Seeing that expression, I understand this is your first time. The butler felt confused for the first time after hearing it. Lavian pulled down the red cloth, revealing a mirror shattered by a sword thrust. The butler said, I don't know what to say, so I will remain silent. Miss Evania, is this a dream? Why are you in my dream? Lavian turned coldly and praised, very good question. She went down, pulled him close to the mirror and said, I have become your dream and you have become my life. This exchange of dreams and life is our love. But I don't think that question has any romance in it. If you're still wondering why there are no servants here, I already told them to go outside. The butler is mysterious. But why did Lavian threaten? Let me warn you. Don't ever call me Miss Evania with that mouth again. Either I will rip your heart out and kill you. Her eyes glowed with deadly light. She reached out and patted the butler's back, startling him. She looked into the mirror and asked, What do you see there? The butler replied, I see the two of us standing together. Lavian asked, And what else do you see? A sharp pain surged in the butler's head as the character status bar flickered in the mirror. The butler clutched his head and screamed. The echo of the sword and the old spirit also rang out. The butler painfully clutched his neck, but Lavian kept urging him on. I asked if you see anything else, Gongjia answered. Words. I see strange words and I hear strange voices. Lavian smiled with satisfaction. He had received love. Tell me what those words say. The butler hesitated as he looked at the words appearing there. I can't see clearly. They haven't written yet. The end of love is everything. Lavian explained that Enyan means master and Yo means lover. It seems those are the remaining words within you. But what about the previous owner, the lover? Because I don't understand, I don't like it. The butler called her miss. There are many things I still don't understand. Although I said this is not a dream, if it is, what do you want from me? She replied, I want you. Lavi hesitated for a moment, then asked, You said you feel like you're dreaming. What kind of dream is it? The butler held his chest and replied, I can't remember clearly, but there were some things I saw. One of them was you looking at me and crying. She is curious. What else? The butler clutched his chest tightly as he spoke. And at that moment I felt like my trust was shattering. I don't think it was the blade that you stabbed me with. Hearing that, Lavi smiled. I'm glad you still remember that clearly. Do you know why you had that dream? The butler answered honestly. I don't know. Lavian immediately explained. It was because of the injury I had experienced. My mother committed suicide. I still clearly remember the words she whispered into my ear at that time. The memory of others gossiping about death, and silently watching him be swallowed by flames, does not traumatize me. It is not the memory that the prince gave to Miss Kim Turk before the blue coral hunting ring to propose. It is the memory of 10 days repeating endlessly, or the memory of all the things that have torn my heart apart. She reached out her hands to touch his neck. Her eyes flashed with murderous intent and hatred. She stared at him and said, Because right now only you can hurt my heart. Then her hand tightened around Gonza's neck. She coldly said, I have warned you very clearly. I will kill you if you dare to engrave yourself in me. I have engraved you deeply into my heart. Now die, and love me once again. The system displays a message you have died. Reenact the injury caused by your killer, with a medium-level penalty. This is the diary of the hungry demon. The scene changes. The silhouette of Kim Gong's family gradually appears shining on the chair. Lavian's past appears. In that memory, Kim Gong's family is being dazzled on the chair. You smiled and said, I don't know what others think, but if it's Ingan Bahorp, she can definitely understand what I'm calculating. After all, she's like me, just a fake regression. Lav looked at the man in front of her and judged he is truly a dangerous man. I quickly realized what he was plotting. He wants to exploit a loophole in the tower's system to turn the whole game around. I never expected someone with such an innocent face to come up with such a cunning plan. However, she stepped closer and told him, Gong Ra, this is too dangerous, I won't be able to forget you. She looked at him and thought, living is not what I truly want, but I just want to live with you. Now memories of you are everything to me. Even if you succeed in stopping me, stabbing the sword into the mirror and ending this endless 10-day cycle, if I cannot remember you, then it all means nothing. Suddenly, Kim Gong-jia spoke up. That's right, it makes her dazed. Kim Gong-jia smiled and continued, but I will take care of that. Please trust me. She was silent. Looking at him with eyes full of sorrow, she said to herself, there is no reason for me to believe him. Yes, I really regret promising to always trust you before, but in the end I still agreed. Anyway, since I promised, I can't not trust you. Lavian leaned down and kissed the lips of the one she loved, just as you requested. She silently thought that she trusted the man she loved, she believed in his abilities. Because this is the man I chose. He will be able to convince the tower and successfully return one day earlier. But the problem is what happens next. Each kiss falls, the synchronization gradually increases, and finally, the soul in front of her shatters into pieces. Before disappearing, you still said Lavian, I love you. She looked at the body in front of her and wondered, the synchronization level has exceeded 90%. How does he plan to reduce it here? If he succeeds in going back one day, he will obviously lose all memories of me, and even if he remembers something, it will only be a vague feeling. She picked up the shard and looked at her reflection in it. She remembered what he once said, that's why I easily empathize with others. Remembering this, her eyebrows furrowed, her eyes lost their coldness, replaced by a strange emotion rising. She sat before the body, he cried out once, and then said to himself, then I will have to kill him. You taught me what happiness is, someone who looks innocent but is a bit cruel. I don't want to kill you, but because he hurt my heart, this event has become a trauma for me. If I kill you now, the one I love might see what happened today. Thanks to that, I can transfer all my memories to him. She turned the fragments of his soul into a giant purple butterfly. When the butler woke up, he replaced Kim Gong. Seeing her, he was startled and asked, Oh my God, Duchess, did you kidnap me? She whispered to him. Listen carefully, this is the scar you left on me. Even if I die, never forget that I am always in your heart. Can you hear me? She stabbed the sword through the butler's chest and murmured, Goodbye, Gong Ra, I will always wait for you. She held the cold body in her arms and silently said, I will always love you. The memory ends here. The system displays a notification that the target's ego remains intact, the punishment is complete, and your current synchronization rate is 98%. The scene changes. The butler opens his eyes and a tear falls. She asked suspiciously, Butler, what's wrong? You were listening to my story, so why did you suddenly start crying? The butler stood up and said, I have to go. Herrick shouted in fear, No, you must not go. I'm telling you that I promised to go to the party with the crown prince. You have to listen to the whole story. Butler Gong, replied Miss Kim Took, tomorrow the crown prince will give you a blue coral hunting ring. Herrick blinked innocently. Huh, what did you just say? Answer me first before you leave. The butler hurried to find Lavian. She spoke, You have arrived. The butler asked, Have you always been waiting for me? Lavian stood in front of the mirror and said, Yes, this is the second time. She pushed the mirror in front of him and asked, What do you see? The butler replied, I see the words master and lover. I can also partially see some other words, but not enough to understand what they are. Lavian ordered to look at me. The butler called the Duchess. Suddenly, the butler remembered the words, Never call me Duchess again. The butler called out Miss. Lavi praised her. Much better now. The butler heard it and held his head in confusion. The butler heard Lavian ask, What did you dream about? He held his head and replied, Miss Nongba Kop was crying. She asked, So you said in front of the person that he was a blinded man, and you were so distressed that you stabbed him. Lavian heard this and reached out to pat the butler's head, praising, Well done. The butler was stunned upon hearing that. A yellow glowing orb appeared in Lavian's hand. She said, Look at this. This is the proof of your efforts. The card of steadfast love for the pseudo-regression appeared with a love effect like a toxin to a pseudo-regression, because no matter how hard they try, they still cannot share time with the person they love. However, there was a certain pseudo-regression that voiced its burning wish. Let the one I love keep their memories. And that wish truly reached the tower. You and your lover will always exist in the same timeline. If your lover regresses to a day before, you will also go back accordingly. On the contrary, if you regress back one day, your lover will follow. This is the engagement ring, a marriage of time, wishing you both happiness. However, this effect can only be triggered when two people are in love. She was teasing. I didn't expect you to say, let the one I love keep their memories of me. But being proposed to like this isn't really good. I prefer hearing you say it out loud, do you understand? She reached out to pull the butler's collar down and said, if you don't propose directly, I won't bother, so you better go back quickly. She tightened the butler's collar and said she would kill him again and again until he returned to her. If showing you the scar in my heart can bring you back, then I will show it to you tens of thousands of times. So please look at that scar and feel the pain. The system displays a message that you have died. After each regression, Lavian always personally strangles you and shows off the scar he left on me, saying he is always in my heart. In this world, the only person who can kill me is you, and the only person who can kill you is me. Every time Lavi kills, Kim Gong's character synchronization level decreases. She thought to herself once more again, yet again, and once again I will still come to you. And finally, the Gong family regained control of the body. The palace guard ran into Lavian's castle, remembering Lavian's story as he ran. I was born into a ducal family. Because of my mother I had to live a dull life. Your fiancé was decided even before you were born. Every hour, every minute of your life you must sacrifice for him. Miss Inganbak Hop, Evanzia of Light, Duchess of Evanzia, that's what others call you, but I'm not like them. The door opened. Levine was standing there waiting for you in a pure white dress. She turned her head and asked, are you here? Gong looked at her and thought, I will call you by the name you want to be called. You smiled and called her name Lavian. The two of you hugged tightly. Lavi happily said, I've always been waiting for you. Gong Ra. Kim Gong Jia called Lavi's name, and he silently thought of 1,000 words he wanted to say himself. He held her tightly, wanting to tell her what he silently felt inside. I'm sorry for leaving you with those painful scars. He leaned on her shoulder, murmuring, wanting to say. He silently said, thank you for trusting me, waiting for me, and loving me. But at this moment I can only say one thing to you, the proposal that I am only allowed to say once in a lifetime. You lean on me to propose and marry me, okay? Lavian smiled and nodded in agreement. The two lay on the bed together. Gong praised her. You really are a genius, Lavian. I never expected you to use my skills to see the injuries and convey the memories to me. If I were you, I would never have thought of that way. She smiled and replied, and you always care about other people's pain. You are also very capable. How could you convince the tower? To the constellations, the tower is like a strict manager who cannot be swayed. I know you're a smooth talker, but I didn't expect you to be able to convince that tower. You replied, honestly, I don't remember it very well either. I met a high-ranking figure of the tower and the memories gradually faded. Lavian stroked his face and said, that doesn't change the fact that your lover is a really smart guy. You smiled and praised him, saying the person you love is a genius. Kim Gong, tired of her, asked, so when can we hold the wedding? She smiled mischievously. Isn't that rushing things a bit? Hearing that, you laughed and replied, you are being really unfair to me. Lavian explained, the first step is to cancel your engagement with the Crown Prince. Your Highness and I are bound by an engagement, so marrying you now would be legally difficult. Gong blushed and said, for me, whether the marriage is legal or not doesn't matter as long as we have a small ceremony with just the two of us. Lavian spoke up, but for me it does exist because this is the world I live in. Moreover, the Empire is also the country I have always been loyal to and helped build my world. My country should recognize my marriage. Gong is suspicious, but isn't it a bit difficult to get that recognition from everyone? She smiled and replied, all right, my prince, I will kill anyone who doesn't bless us. Kim Gong Jia blushed and thought, what can I do? She's so cool. You replied, I understand. Suddenly you sat up and made a request, saying you had one more condition. She looked on and asked Ant. He replied, I want you to be the one to suggest breaking off the engagement. You must not let him be the one to request breaking off the engagement with you. He wants everyone to think the engagement was broken off because of the Crown Prince, because he doesn't want anyone gossiping about his Lavian. She smiled. Do you want me to embarrass your highness? He eagerly replied, that's right. Lavian sat up, looked at Kim Gong and said, it's simple. You were stunned when you heard it. You already have a plan, she nodded. Of course, who do you think I am? Every time the Crown Prince meets his secret lover, I collect evidence and keep it in the drawer. There are about 100 pieces of evidence already. And I also witnessed it myself. She reached out to stroke his lips, his eyes gazing at her in ecstasy. You wonder why now, she's really so cool. She stroked his hair and continued, of course there's no need to go to court. The royal family will probably keep everything quiet, so we just need to ask to meet His Majesty. You smiled and asked, when exactly are you coming to the temple? She replied, as soon as possible. After marrying me, my Gong family will become the husband of the Duke of Evanzia. The royal family will directly grant you a title, and you will become my wife. In public I will also call you my wife, so will you be okay with that? Blushing Gong replied, I am Lavian, the owner of the Evanzia family, and you are just an outsider. Don't worry, I don't care about those things. She lay down laughing teasingly. I know it will be okay. Why don't we try it now? Call me your husband. You seemed a bit dazed hearing these words. Seeing you didn't answer, she asked. Huh, are you embarrassed? Kim Gong blushed and was speechless. Lavian turned and said, I knew you'd be shy, so let me be the model first. Madam Gongjia stammered. Madam. Lavian satisfied the request. Once again. Kim Gong called again. Madam. Lavi fell silent after hearing that. Gongra looked confused. The atmosphere was extremely quiet at this moment. After a while you called Lavian, she laughed and asked, Are you shy? My guy is so adorable. Gongjia immediately rushed over and hugged her, calling out husband. Lavian answers. Madam. You lie in her arms, hearing her heartbeat and feeling incredibly happy. You silently wonder, is this the sound of Lavian's heartbeat? Before giving her heart to the holy sword, was she once a person with such a warm heart? This challenge has only one goal: to prevent the destruction of this world. The first destruction was caused by the fragments of the sword, flying according to Lavian's will. If the prayer had not pierced Lavian's heart, it would not have happened. However, since the constellations, the greatest protective veil of this world, have also disappeared, cracks will appear on the day of the apocalypse, and creatures from other worlds will flood in. They will surely return in a stronger form. This level has not been completed yet. The next morning, Kim Gong said, the wedding ceremony is being prepared 1 month from now, exactly 10 days after you became the owner of this body. Lavian was handling work while replying, That's right, I arranged for it to happen exactly on the scheduled date. That was also the day the world faced destruction. We will not see that day as the end of the world, but as the beginning of our new life together. Kim Gong Jia blushed upon hearing this, thinking she was really strong. Lavian continued saying that because of this matter, she also faced many difficulties. First was canceling the engagement with the crown prince. Secondly, success means obtaining the position of the father. If you are not the head of the family, it will be very difficult to marry him. Not only are the legal procedures complicated, but society also talks because I married a commoner. However, if I become a duke and marry you, everything will go better. After hearing the gong, he recalled and asked, according to the butler's memory still lingering in, you isn't becoming the head of the family, a very difficult task. She nodded. Yes, it would be very difficult if I weren't Lavian, but I am Lavian. Gong saw her face and felt like he had been struck by the arrow of love. Oh my god, so cool. Lavian took the documents out of the drawer and said, the vassals have pledged loyalty to me, and I already have a title. If my father refuses to give up his position to me, the only way is to petition the emperor. But I need more evidence to prove that the crown prince has betrayed me. The emperor is also a wise man. He values preserving the royal dignity more than the loyalty of my father. The auctioneer then asked, you speak as if you are a close royal family member, but are you trying to exploit the emperor's weakness to threaten him? Lavian looked up and called the young lady. Gong answered, yes, husband. She explained to him that his talent was only suitable for use in the tower, not in this world. If you don't return to the empire, don't come back to my world, I can understand. But I want you to know that I will not give up my position. There will be times when you have to go with me to certain places like year-end or New Year events. Moreover, if you become the husband of a duchess, you will have to attend events with political significance. So you also need to know a bit about politics. You nodded. I understand. You mean to be loyal to the emperor while also being able to threaten him. Because if you become a duchess, the empire won't lose anything, and they will feel lucky to have a noble like you. Right, husband? Lavian smiled contentedly. It seems like I only said one thing, but my husband already understood too. Gongjia bowed and whispered. Of course, because you are my man. Lavian smiled and confessed. I love you. Then the two shared a passionate kiss. Old Spirit Lin witnessed this scene and shouted, Damn it! So who said we need to teach that bastard what love really is? Thon Kiam replied. In that brilliant moment, the old spirit carried a heart deep and profound. Rule number 999 inches love. Love does not need rules. In the garden, Gong was pouring tea for Herrick while making an announcement. Miss, I have urgent news to tell you. I'm getting married. Hearing this, Herrick was so shocked he spat out all his tea, and No asked in surprise, getting married. You're joking, right? Do you want to get beaten? Kim Gongjia calmly wiped the tea sprayed on his face and replied, I'm not joking. The wedding is planned for next month. Herrick questioned, Who are you laughing at? Gong replied, It's Miss Luli Silver. Hearing that, Herrick immediately said, Come on, don't say anything more. Gong then handed the paper and pen to Herrick as requested. Please sign here. May I ask what this is? You respond to the document approving the marriage between me and Miss Lavian. If we come together, I will be freed and become Miss Eva's husband. Herrick laughed loudly in disbelief. Did your husband really say that? You think it's easier to believe that I'm about to become the princess of this kingdom? Well, that's actually about to happen. You smiled and asked her to sign for me. She replied that I am very willing. This is proof that you have done something shameful again. Gong bowed. Thank you, ma'am. Then I would like to bring my wife tomorrow. The next day, Kim Gong brought Lavian to the garden and introduced, I have brought her here. Herrick was shocked to see Lavian appear in person. Lavian spoke up. Although you already know who I am, I will introduce myself once more. I am the daughter of Duke Avania and his heir, Lavian. Lavian took out a letter and said, I am truly delighted to be engaged to your butler. Herrick was stunned, stepped back and asked, What? Lavian didn't care, and kept moving forward. The butler was her servant after all. Thank you for agreeing to this marriage. This is the invitation. Saying that, Lavi threw the letter towards Herktik. She took out the letter and read it in shock. She arrogantly told her, You should be happy. You are the first to receive the invitation card. This is a small gift for you because you have supported him all this time. Seeing she was done, he reached out and asked Lavian, Shall we go? She placed her hand on his and said, Call me madam in front of others. Kim Gongjia hugged her and said, Sorry my lady, I still haven't forgotten to call you that. She replied, You're clumsy, but that's also what I like about you. The two left together, leaving behind someone reaching out. Seeing no response, Herrick shouted, Who gets married like this? The couple ignores everything and still confesses their love. I love you and I love you too. The two went to the academy together. Lavian said, I have discussed this with my father and Din Thursday. They just walked in and the students all said, Congratulations on your engagement. Greetings, sir. The young lady's fiancé. Lavianen continued, There are still some family members following your father, but only a few. You have almost become a duchess. Kim Gongjia wondered, Is it possible for the Avanzia family to be so prosperous? She replied, I just want it to be. And the Quinquai Chamberlain family will adopt you. He looked anxiously at the students bowing to him, the children of the nobility bowing to a butler like himself. I'm sure they won't be happy, but this is very different from the burden of being famous. Lavian is still talking about the plan. He will become an influencer responsible for royal affairs for a long time and also granted income and a good reputation. I will skip the troublesome procedures. We just need a signed document. Then you will be recognized as a Chamberlain family adoptee. Kim Gongjia looked at her and thought to himself, At first I was just Gongjia, then I became a hunter, nicknamed the Death King, and now I'm about to become the husband of the most noble lady in this kingdom. Gongjia said, You have helped me so much even with things I didn't know about. She held his hand gently and replied, Gongra, you have helped me a lot. Although people here may not know you saved this world from disaster and will continue to protect it in the future. At times like this, you have to seize the chance to do what you want. He lifted her hand and said, No, I intend to be by your side forever. Lavian, he bent down, kissed her hand and continued whispering, I don't want you to worry about what I've done for you because compared to those things I want to give you even more precious things. I hope meeting me will be the greatest luck of your life. I hope that the greatest happiness in your life is me, and I also hope to become the most meaningful thing to you. Lavian leaned on his forehead and said he was not just small things like joy or luck. He was my only miracle. As soon as the two bent down to kiss, Herktik hurried over and shouted, Oppose, oppose. Lavian was doubtful. She had already signed that document. Herrick hurriedly explained. I only signed it because I thought it was a joke. That's strange. This has never happened before. Is it because of me? What is this? I just can't understand. Kim Gongjia asked her confusingly. What's wrong? Her twitched and replied. It's nothing. Whatever happens, I'm sure the one who arranged everything is Miss Lu Lai. Gongjia smiled and corrected. It should be Duchess Lu Li back. She will be titled soon, please keep that in mind. Herrick heard that and immediately scolded. You despicable person, I will never forgive you. Herrick pointed at the gong and slammed the door shut. After a while the door opened and Herrick happily ran out to show off. Death King, it seems I have become the heroine of the apocalypse. The Emperor called the heretic judge. She answered, Here I am. King 2. Gong family is sitting on the sofa with Lavian. You speak up and say, the stars from another world will invade here in 10 days. Get ready for war. SSS level heresy judge. Introduction to the heresy judge. The original hunter of the tower, a madman who used blood to suppress early riots, was also a religious expert under the Pantheon, which governs all religions on Earth. Herrick reached out, a map appeared, and he said the basic holy power is the law. For example, the rules that exist in the world of Earth are the laws of physics. The laws of physics are like the system window. It's the same in every world, no exceptions. But on Earth there are guns and nuclear weapons, right? Because the laws of physics exist everywhere, it means those two things can appear in any realm. Although these techniques are not exclusive to Earth, they are truly incredibly powerful weapons. If we can use those two weapons, we can easily defeat most of the apostles of the constellations, Lavian said. I understand. Because everyone is governed by the laws of physics, they will also be affected by physical forces. Herrick replied happily. Exactly. In conclusion, physical attacks work on anything with a physical form. The only question now is whether their effect remains the same or diminishes. Old Spirit praised after hearing, saying it's smart. Yes, that's how the Star Slayer tore Sparkly apart with his aura. As long as I have a sword in hand, I can do anything. And the main force of the Black Dragon Guild has defeated that hungry demon. Physical impact is an incredibly powerful law. Sparkly nodded sadly. The old spirit continued. Whether the constellations are difficult depends on how far I can apply the laws of physics. Heretic touched the globe and said, the physical effects are diminished. What I just mentioned is actually very important because they are not completely limited by the laws of physics. Lavian continued, the constellations also have their own laws. They might use them to resist the laws of physics. Herrick exclaimed, you are truly outstanding, just as expected. Worthy of being the wife of the Tzu King. The Gong Master expresses his thoughts. The key to the battle with the constellations lies in the fact that each constellation has its own rules, and the apostles who follow them also abide by those rules. Do they have any rules? Harasich gave an example. For example, there is a constellation called Vavit, also known as the God of Love constellation. This constellation explains the world from the perspective of love. In the world ruled by Vavit, neither money nor power matters. Only the strength of love determines how strong a person is. Do you doubt the power of love? Herrick reached out, gathering the strength to summon. Hearing 100 times is not as good as seeing once. The sacred spell of love. As soon as you finished speaking, a pink aura appeared around Gongda and Lavian, startling them. Her tea pushed Gongda inside, saying go in. Gong was pushed, lost gravity, and fell on Lavian. Immediately after, their positions changed. Lavian pressed him down and said, Gong, doing that in front of others is very embarrassing. Gong's face flushed red as he shouted, wait Lavian, what are you planning to do? I just fell. What is this heresy judge story? Herrick smiled and explained. In the Vavi sanctuary, every action expresses love. Even if you fall, those near you will fall with you. When you drink water, it spills on your white shirt, making the atmosphere gloomy. This sanctuary is a machine that reinterprets the world and brainwashes others. Or like in the world of story collections, I am forced to become a character in a story in the library of all creations. This is how they exploit their laws to fight against mine. This war is a holy war, a war between the stars. Escaping that world, the Gong family stood up and adjusted their clothes. What about the upcoming war? Herrick creates a magic circle in response. First, we need to know which constellations we will be fighting. Do you know them? If you say their name, I will use the encyclopedic skills of the gods to find information about them. Lavian looked up at the strange characters appearing and asked, can that be used as a nickname? Fa Ngu, the warhorse of the eternal grassland, the immortal happiness messenger. She was silent for a moment, then spoke. The constellation nicknamed the Bull Breaker is Mudia, the constellation of destruction and rebirth. It can use any kind of physical power at will, like destroying an entire area or tearing apart a physically structured creature and then reassembling it. Although rare, there are cases where this power also affects time. Kim Gong Jia mumbles about time. Herrick explains that time is also a form of physics. Herctic introduces the next constellation, nicknamed the Warlord of the Eternal Grasslands, Mahos, the constellation of envy and war. It often drives people to madly kill each other or outsmart with strategy. On the contrary, he can also use his power to create peace by enforcing a ban on war. Lavian said it's simple, peace is established when war ends. Herrick talks about the remaining constellation. I don't know the name of the person nicknamed the Immortal Messenger of Happiness. It seems it's not a famous constellation. Kim Gongjia thought that not being famous meant being weak, and wondered what advantage it could have. Lavian sat down on the sofa, crossed his arms, analyzing there are 3 different types of enemies. What a hassle. Does the power of the apostles still depend on how much authority they borrow from the Holy Force? That's why it's more complicated. Still, I have a rough understanding of the situation now. Thank you. Herctic withdrew his magic, smiling, and replied, we also have the responsibility to protect this world. Herrick stepped forward, leaning against the pillar next to Lavian, and said I have another skill in holy magic that allows me to borrow almost all the power of the gods if I know their names. As long as we work together, there will definitely be a way to solve everything. Gong and Lavian looked at each other upon hearing this. Herrick stared at them and muttered, so this is what love is. The strange Death King made my heart burn, and I even heard that his synchronization speed increased. What does this symptom mean? Gongjia replied, startled. It's myocardial ischemia. Pay attention to the synchronization speed. The love I mentioned has another meaning as well. Herrick asked curiously, and Kim Gong replied, sorry, but I can't tell you. Just consider it a secret weapon. Lavian said to Hersich, you hold the power. I cannot freely deploy soldiers at the wedding, but we will borrow the king's special forces. Harsich asked with interest. Is the special forces large? Lavian replied, my husband's foster father is a noble and also the commander of the special forces. He can definitely endure training. Gong family asks the old spirit. What do you think, Sword Emperor? He asked what I was thinking again. Gongjia looked at Lavian and Heretic, happily talking to each other, and said, the 2 female leads understand each other very well. The future looks promising. Don't you think this campaign will succeed? Old Spirit reminded. Stay alert. Dealing with 3 apostles is not easy. Are you curious about how dangerous they are? The old man compared it, saying it was probably 1.5 times the hungry ghost on the 12th floor. Kim Gongjia was suspicious, as the hungry ghost was still a constellation after all. The enemies we have to face are just apostles. They must be weaker than a constellation, right? The old man explained. The hungry demon is the lowest level constellation, probably rank D, according to your tower ranking. He was startled to hear that. The 12th floor hungry ghost just leveled up. The old man nodded. Yeah, I'm not worried either. Because you are the ones who have to fight, but you want to conquer the tower without any casualties, right? If so, you have to think and plan carefully. Your combat ability also needs to improve. You don't intend to stay at level D forever, do you? You answer, of course not. On the wedding day, the maids praised. You look very handsome today. Gongra is truly flawless and beautiful. The Duchess is really lucky. The maids held him down to do his makeup, and Gong was sweating. Thank you all for your kind words. But can you all calm down a bit? The maidservants all refused at once. No, today you have to become the most handsome person in this kingdom. Gongjia thought to himself that this scene seemed familiar. After a while finally finished makeup, Kim Gong stood up and adjusted his shirt. The servant beside him happily congratulated the Gong family's wedding. Gong's adoptive father stepped forward and bowed, introducing himself. I am your adoptive father. I work for the royal family and hold a minor title. I have heard good things about you. Gongjia was startled and replied, Nice to meet you. My adoptive father stopped you and said, Now you can call me father. I know deep down you can't call me that, but I promise I won't bring shame to the Avancia family. After your wedding, I plan to retire. Avancia has already prepared for me, so when I get old, you don't need to worry about me. Kim Gongjia was surprised and wondered. How many things did Lavian prepare for today? The foster father continued. She truly is a talent, even though you and I are just father and son today. My wife demanded more soldiers, and even called on my title. Today's wedding might not go smoothly. He cautiously looked outside. The old spirit also spoke up. The zombies are getting ready to go. They're coming. The followers of the constellations from the sky appeared, frightening the guests. Lavian immediately ran over and shouted, They have appeared. From now on, everyone follow my orders. All soldiers of the Thianlong Corps gather at one location. My vassals, please escort the guests to evacuate. The Blue Lion Knights, take your positions. A troop followed Lavian's instructions to go. The guests were also led in the opposite direction. The foster father also commands another army. I order you as the commander of the special forces. All soldiers gather to protect the guests. Lavian turns to ask Herrick, do we have any information about their supernatural abilities? Herrick summoned the formation and replied, Yes, I have finished analyzing. That young lady with the giant hammer is. Before he could finish, the young lady charged forward, slamming the hammer into the ground, causing the entire castle to shake. Amidst the chaotic scene, the original Sylvia Evania appeared, her angry face and eyes full of resentment, shouting at Lavian with all her fury. Lavienta will not let you have anything. The guests were both fearful and amazed to see two golden falcon ladies before them. Everyone was confused and asked what was wrong with Miss Kim. Took Herrick as the lightest person. You caught the problem and immediately warned everyone. It's not good. This must be Miss Kim Took's original body. Gong family is protecting Lavian, so what about the original body? Herrick briefly explained simply. It seems her soul was taken by a demon. To gain the power of a constellation, she sacrificed her abilities, appearance, and memories. Perhaps she wishes for this to happen, even if it means sacrificing everything. The Blue Knights grabbed their weapons and charged at the group of strangers, shouting to protect the guests and stop them, but they were all thrown back by the circle of light surrounding Herrick. Herrick created a protective shield for everyone to shout. Everyone be careful, she is invincible, it's the power of MTIA. Sylvia saw the fear in everyone's eyes. She was thrilled to be about to crush everyone here. Her smile grew increasingly insane. She sent everyone an ultimatum. Since you are all going to follow Lavian anyway, I might as well destroy everything rather than give her anything. I can't literally love her. The real effect of that skill is to reduce physical damage by 99.9%. Saying that, Sylvia swung her hand and summoned a hammer with a skill. Oxbreaker, grant me strength. Lavian, just accept your fate. Herrick continues to present his plan. You said, unless there's a blow that crushes her head, the remaining damage is almost useless. This made the foster father look horrified. He asked, who in this world can do that? This is truly a difficult task, but if no one steps up, we will all die. Lavi frowned and muttered, this goldfinch lady was already strange before, but even more terrifying now, as Sylvia charged wildly, her entire body clad in golden armor with fierce power. At this moment, the warhorse of the eternal prairie appeared. His voice echoed, you pitiful black souls. You should blame that miserable girl, blame her for having that body, blame that young man, because of those two we have leveled this place. You have the right to grieve warriors who follow the awakened darkness. As soon as he finished speaking, a legion of undead soldiers appeared. The soldiers shouted in fear, "Run, the Eternal Prairie's warhorse commands attack." The Dark Warriors immediately rushed forward to hunt the guests. Kim Gong asked what the heretical and supernatural judgment of that apostle was. She searched and answered. He had activated the power of the warhorse of the sacred battlefield. This is an area of effect skill that impacts a large region with an extremely powerful effect. It can restore the strength of all summoned spirits to their prime when they were alive. All these souls are the essence of the nobility, the elite spirits of the strongest knights. Lavian heard this and frowned. The gap in combat ability is too great, our numbers are insufficient. Suddenly yellow children holding hands formed circles and began to sing, causing everyone who heard the song to faint one by one. Herrick is still working hard to create a magic circle to protect everyone. Trouble is coming. Anyone who hears that song gets stuck in their happiest moment. Now they can't do anything anymore. This is a psychological attack. Except for the truly strong, no one can escape it. The Gong family is full of exclamations. They all possess destructive supernatural powers that are hard to counter. Herrick replied, "That's right. There are 3 types of enemies to defeat. It's really tough." Suddenly Hersich called, "Can I trust you, my Death King?" Gong Jia looked towards Herktik. But at this moment Lavian beside him also called out to him, "Gong Ra, I should have told you earlier, but this outfit really suits you." Kim Gong Jia looked at her and thought silently. The disciples of the constellations had destroyed the chapel, and in the space there was only the terrified screams of the guests instead of blessings. Even so, we never wanted to cancel this wedding. Kim Gong took Lavian's hand and praised, "Lavian, you are the most beautiful person in this universe. You promised me without my permission. You will not leave even in life or death moments. You will try to hold on as long as possible." She replied, "I know." Shin paid attention to them. She gave a crazy smile, rushing towards the couple, busy exchanging their last sweet words, swinging the hammer to strike them, but the Gong family ignored her, and turned to ask Lavian if he could leave now. Lavian smiled and replied, "Yes." Right after that, he held her tightly as they endured Sinvia's attack together. Boom! It's all over. The space is strangely quiet, with only the sound of the notification system remaining. You died just like always. Going back 24 hours. Opening your eyes, you hear La Vivienne calling out. You think to yourself, he is no longer trapped in solitude, we will all be invincible. You said to carry out our plan. The space changes, the silhouette of a woman appears. She said, "Oh divine spirit, please help me." A woman prayed and her plea came true. A woman next to the other woman also prayed, and her plea came true. Back in the present, Lavian began to make plans. First, we need to change the arrangements in the wedding hall. Now that we know where the apostles will appear, we can focus our special forces and the fighters in that area. Kim Gong secretly thought that while preparing for the wedding he realized that both the bride and groom were given great power. We can summon any guest we want. Lavian points to the map and says, "The royal army and my clan's soldiers will be sent west. Nobles who can fight will be moved to the outskirts." Although the 2 families are fierce enemies, they are very skilled with swords, and may not be happy sitting together, but they will accept it anyway. You continue to think that if you can use your skills to steal the apostles' blessings, things will be much easier. The old spirit whispered in your ear, "Zombie, I've told you before, wherever it's strange, the tower will be very ruthless. You of the present even have more blessings, just like when you fought the hungry demon. And now you also have the blessings of the god of beauty, and the snake god." Kim Gong replied, "Yeah, but that has nothing to do with my skills." The old spirit continued, "That's right, to be precise, they belong to the category of beneficial effects granted to you by the constellations using their skills. So if you're not that happy, go find the constellations that gave you beneficial effects and tell them that." Kim Gong gritted his teeth, "I heard you, be quiet." Herrick expressed his thoughts. "If there are apostles who understand spiritual attacks, we will face a lot of trouble." At that time, the guests had to decrease, especially the blessings that recreated the happiest moments of life. After all, not many people can resist the poison of happiness spread by the immortal messenger of happiness. Lavian nodded. "The problem is here, if we reduce the number of guests, it will be difficult to deal with the cavalry of the eternal grassland. The apostle can summon 1,000,000 soldiers. If we invite more guests, they will easily attack our morale, but if we reduce the number, we will be overwhelmed by their troops." At this moment, Kim Gong raised his hand and said, "Leave that to me. But you have one condition. The Empire's law states that only those who inherit the family after marriage must wear black, right?" Lavian replied, "That's right. You immediately told Lavian to let me wear black clothes too." She was startled when she heard that. He scratched his head and explained, "I don't want to become the head of the Duke's family." But she replied, "I know you're not that kind of person. It's just the tradition of this empire that bothers me, but no tradition is more important than your handsome appearance. I'll have someone take care of it." You happily said, "Thank you." You looked up at the map thinking to yourself, and so all our preparations were complete. On the wedding day, many distinguished guests appeared. Upstairs, the adoptive father told Kim Gong, The arrangement in the hall is strange. May I ask about it? But it feels like this arrangement is for battle. Those who can fight are gathered in front, while the ordinary nobles are at the back. The Duke looked down and replied, surely my wife has her reasons. The foster father continued, I see you are carrying a sword at your side. Gong nodded. Yes, it's because I really enjoy training with the sword. If I am to become the second highest authority in the Avanzia family, I can't afford to look weak, right? Moreover, I have to be ready for any trouble that might happen at the wedding hall. The foster father nodded after hearing this. I understand. I will also quickly prepare for any trouble that may arise. Gong thought happily, good, this way, the special forces will be ready to fight at any time. The more people stay calm when unexpected situations occur, the better. La Vienne Vienne has probably also prepared the nobles mentally. Down below, the nobles are whispering to each other. Have you heard anything yet? I heard that some people are unhappy that the Duchess of Silver Lapis is marrying a commoner. They say there might be clashes at the wedding, which is really scary. I heard it too. I felt uneasy, so I brought a bodyguard along. At that moment, the sky turned red. 3 apostles appeared from the high heavens, startling everyone. What is that? The apostle who breaks bulls has appeared. The apostle of the eternal prairie has appeared. The apostle messenger of immortal happiness has appeared. The foster father immediately drew his sword and shouted, they are here, everyone get into position quickly. The guests capable of fighting also began to use magic. Oh my god, what's happening? Kim Gongjia shouted, those who cannot fight please evacuate to the castle. Fan Kuang Dijiao, climb on my back. Harry immediately ran to where he landed. She hurriedly climbed onto his back, summoned her power, and shouted holy technique divine teleportation. Right after that, they appeared behind Herrick, startling him. Herrick quickly turned around and swung his hammer at Gong, causing him to fall down. You hurriedly shouted once more. Herrick responded, blessed with divine teleportation. They appeared once again behind Herkdick. You swung your sword towards her. She quickly took out a hammer to block it. But Gong's strength was greater, so she was knocked away. Her furious shouted, I don't know what low tricks you're using, but it's useless. I have an invincible body. Nothing can harm me. Fanu has given me a chance to be immune to damage. Gongjia asked, you didn't want to get hurt, so you gave your soul to the Apostle Har, angrily retorted. What does that have to do with you? Everyone only pays attention to Lavi. She was just born into a good family. She acts like she's better than everyone else. It's like she understands all the sorrows in this world. I will kill her, and take everything she has. Kim Gong recalled, writing, I also wanted to be the Fire Emperor, thinking it was an ugly and rude desire. I have no right to mock Miss Kim Tuk, but because I am myself, I can shout these words. Miss Kim Tuk, you should know that there are many people in much worse situations than you. They understand the pain they have to endure. So when someone has to scream because of others, we should empathize with the loneliness they are bearing. For all those who are screaming because they are drowning in pain, Herrick scolds, whispering, who wants to live like that? Kim Gong calls Sparkly. Sparkly responded to the hero's call. He solemnly ordered to change from the sword of the symbol to the sword of compassion. You secretly think she is invincible, one of Mutia's blessings, and cannot be harmed literally. The sword transforms into a black color. It says, my ability is pain. Those I strike will experience pain, and if they cannot be injured, they will not die. My ability is to create pain without causing any wounds. Kim Gong, holding a sword, charged forward and said, Sinvia Ivania, from now on I will kill you. Sylvia crazily challenges, if you can do it, then go ahead and try. The sword stabbed into her, causing her to scream in pain. Gong Ra turned to call the heresy judge. Herrick immediately understood the divine teleportation. Sylvia was stabbed and fell to the ground, creating a huge crater. She lay there gasping for breath. Kim Gongjia stood by the pit and asked if she was in pain. Maybe there is. Sinvia reached out and said, help me, we have a deal. We still have a contract. If you leave me alone like this, Mutia won't let you off easily. The warhorse of the eternal prairie was silent for a moment, then spoke. Strange, a fragment of the constellation. I don't know how you got it, but it doesn't change the fact that I have to eliminate anyone who stands in our way. The warriors follow the awakened imperial warship. As soon as he finished speaking, the warriors appeared immediately. Kim Gong thought to himself, the holy battlefield is an area of effect skill that influences a vast area. Its effect is absolutely amazing. It has the ability to transform the power of all summoned spirits back to their golden days when they were alive on the surface. Lavian stepped forward to put the coat on him, and praised Gong Ra. This cloak suits you very well. He bowed his head and smiled. Thank you for fulfilling my request. I want to keep my promise to you. She replied, I understand. Please go and end this matter as you wish. Gong raised his sword and called out. The 100 Souls reincarnation, your army of souls immediately appears. Kim Gongjia thought to himself, the power of the demon constellation is a sacred battlefield. Its effect is to summon spirits from the Golden Age. The zombie legion appeared, bowed and said, may I perform the duties of the deputy sect leader of the demon cult? Gong smiled and said, fight in my place. The demon flower respectfully replied, I obey the deputy sect leader's orders. The demon flower praised, you look especially handsome today, deputy sect leader, as if you're about to get married with all that makeup on. You replied, I'm about to get married for real. This surprised everyone in the demon sect greatly. They exploded, the deputy sect leader is about to marry. The supreme leader of the demon cult is about to marry, and it's not just an engagement, it's a real wedding. The 4 heavenly kings ran over and asked, who are you marrying? Gongra just pointed to the side to introduce her. Everyone in the demon sect praised her for being so beautiful. Deputy sect leader's insight is truly sharp. The sword demon rushes over to eavesdrop. Deputy sect leader, what level has your noble wife cultivated to? You answer, my wife doesn't know martial arts. The 4 heavenly kings discussed this, and said she should have become the demon sect leader's girlfriend. If someone doesn't even know martial arts, isn't that a bit too much? A person's prestige is all based on their martial skills. The blood demon sect cannot accept this marriage. The Gong family speaks up. I forgot to mention this. My wife holds the highest noble title in this country, second only to the emperor. The 4 heavenly kings immediately changed their attitude. Then everything changed. People don't necessarily have to learn martial arts. Well then, power comes from authority. Congratulations on your wedding, said the deputy sect leader of the Hungry Ghost constellation. Master, are you getting married? Gongjia replied shyly. Yeah, I don't understand how things ended up like this. He muttered, no way. How could someone as crazy as the owner, please forgive me. Someone as special as you actually has, someone willing to marry you, Kim Gongjia wondered. So that's how you think of me. But you still answer, yes, she does exist, but more importantly I want you to focus on the battle. They are apostles from another world here to conquer this world. They are also the ones who want to sabotage my wedding ceremony. The 4 heavenly kings looked up at the soldiers and said coldly. Oh ho, Gu Yang stepped forward and said, want to stop the wedding of the deputy sect leader of the demon cult. The demon swordsman drew his sword and said, they must have lost their minds. The hungry demon star drew his sword and said, I have grasped the situation. At first, I thought it was because your power had reached a new level, that we could recover our strength, but it seems it was because of the blessing of the constellation. Kim Gong answered, that's right. It asked, I have a question. Under which constellation is that child? You replied, he is the demon host, the war horse of the eternal prairie. The hungry demon muttered, his disciples are all fools who only know how to fight, please give your orders. What do you want me to do? The hungry demon raised his sword. Kim Gong ordered to kill them. As soon as you finished speaking, the hungry demon immediately slashed forward. A tremendous power was unleashed, blowing away the group of warriors. The war horse of the eternal prairie was startled. Is that a constellation? This is too unreasonable. How can someone who is not a constellation control another constellation as if they were a subordinate? The 4 heavenly kings charged forward with swords shouting, let's show them what we've got. Guang slashed down a soldier in front of him and mocked him. They are so weak, not even worthy of us reading it clearly. The demon flower frantically slashed and cursed. How dare you bastards come to disrupt the wedding ceremony of vice sect leader Fa. The demon sword charged forward and shouted, their heads will be our wedding gift for the deputy sect leader. If you guys cut fewer than 5 heads, I will kill you myself. Blood demon drew his sword and said, this is why you shouldn't associate with that ignorant rabble. The eternal prairie warhorse shouted, do not falter warriors, obey the orders of the legion commander and him. Before he could finish speaking, a demon appeared behind him laughing and asking, are you the bastard who obstructed the deputy sect leader's marriage? You worthless scum, die. Without hesitation, the sword demon immediately slashed down the warhorse of eternal prairie, startled and said, before you could utter your final denial, the sword demon had already beheaded him amid the cheers of the demon cult. The sword demon raised his head and shouted loudly, see you little brats, I am the sword demon leader of the demon cult's destruction army. And the destruction army has given the deputy sect leader the most perfect wedding gift. Guang wiped his sweat angrily. Damn it, the demon flower complained. Why is it that idiot? The system notification appeared. The eternal epic's disciple of war has died. The effect of the holy battlefield has ended. Hu Yetma stared at his hand and murmured, my energy. Just then a group of children formed large circles and sang aloud. Brett painfully sat up, holding his head, scolding that idiot. He was supposed to be an ally, but in the end, he couldn't help at all. I'm sorry, master, if my power is not at its peak, then these mental attacks. Before finishing speaking, Preta collapsed from exhaustion. On this side, Heritic was still using his power to create a shield, saying, please wait for me a moment, I will create a safe zone right away. Kim Gong patted his shoulder and said, wait. He looked towards Lavian, who was running to him, and spoke his thoughts. If my judgment is correct, others will be affected, but we will be fine. Herrick also realized. You asked, you're right, what spell did you cast this time? The Death King Messenger of Happiness looked down at you and muttered, truly, a strange person. You don't have any happy memories, he replied, no. You secretly think there are countless reasons why you should feel miserable. You have lost your life countless times, lost companions, and even been abandoned in an endless time loop. I also have to let go of the person who can see the beauty of my soul even though no one blames me if I call my life a series of misfortunes. You keep saying it's because this is my happiest moment. Kim Gong-jia held Lavian's hand and said to the messenger of happiness, I don't know if you realize it, but today is my wedding day. You keep thinking, instead of hundreds of reasons why we should feel miserable, the one reason why we should feel happy is much more precious to us. You smile at her and say, maybe just for today, but it will be hard to find someone happier than me. As for the heretical judge, maybe she can't feel happiness, or maybe she's always happy, I don't know. Herrick spoke up. I always feel happy. It seems I can't escape your sharp gaze. After King Tu finished speaking, Herrick made a sign and told the holy technician. Immediately, Kim Gong appeared behind the messenger. The messenger looked up at him in amazement, truly a strange person. The system displayed a notification that the apostle messenger of eternal happiness had died. Below the pit, Sinvia was gritting her teeth looking up. Gongjia stood above, coldly looking down at her. You slowly approach, hearing Svia's painful cries and pleading, Va fa fa nu, please grant me another blessing. Kim Gongjia slowly stepped forward, then jumped down into the deep pit. Zinvia screamed in fear, I will pay with my own life. No, I will follow your words and make this world collapse, be destroyed and ruined. I'm very good at those things. After praying for a while with no response, she gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, You have broken the contract. You said you would give me the power to create a new destiny. So why? Why is there a crazy person inside my body? Give it back. Give my body back to me. Herktik kept running after Gong to explain that she was cursing at him. She misunderstood. If you are referring to me biologically, I am male. But more importantly, I advise you to use kinder words. Sylvia was provoked by Herktik and couldn't do anything, only angrily punching the ground and cursing. Damn it, it's wrong. Everything has gone off track. I am fully capable of becoming queen. My rank should be higher than Lavian Avancia. That is my destiny. The destiny that I will create. The little one wildly vents onto the ground, ignoring her complaints. Right at that moment, Kim Gong rushed forward and swung a blade at her, making her startle and scream. Sylvia panicked quickly, blocking the sword with her hammer, and scolded monster. Suddenly Sinvia felt something and looked over to see the boy's sword touching her. A sharp pain surged through her, causing her to scream in agony. Gong said coldly, Choose, you have lost your place in this world. Even if you choose to run away, you will no longer be Miss Kim Tuk, you will only be a disciple of the constellation. Gong pointed the sword at her and continued, I will give you a chance. If you want to continue being an apostle of the constellation, I will allow you to do so. Run away, I won't chase you. But if you still have attachments to this world, if there are things you want to do here, give up the blessing of the constellation. Hearing your unreasonable demands, Zinvia frowned and asked, Why should I? Kim Gong interrupted and died under my sword. You must have realized during the fight. I have the power to revive those I have killed. They can even retain memories before death. If you choose to give up, I will summon you to this world again so you can live once more under the name Miss Kim Tuk. Of course things will be different from before, and she will be forbidden from attacking my wife anymore. But that is my only condition. The rest will be up to her to decide. If she wants, she can even marry the crown prince. Sylvia asked in surprise. Why did you answer? Because people should be given the chance to start over. Hearing these words made Sfia disdainful. She still didn't believe, and quietly questioned, How can I trust your words? What if you only resurrected me to make me a slave? Gong explained. Just think about it. Think why you and the steward were chosen to have your bodies taken over. She gave everything to the constellation of memories, including her body. Everything fell into their hands as the price for her wish. So her place in this world became a void. Gong knew too much about her, making Sinvia suspicious. But then why is the position of the butler the same? Kim Gong honestly replied, I don't know the details either, but I have been a butler once. What I realize is that the love he has for her is noble and pure. And for that reason, even if she becomes queen, she will never find happiness. Xinvia asked in surprise, Why the flag? Kim Gongjia answered, You want to become queen not because you love the crown prince, but because you want to be superior to Lavian. But do you really believe that after becoming queen, your life will be easy and happy? She is very capable, but still cannot compare to Lavi. Even if she becomes queen, people will never stop comparing her to Lavi to break her down throughout her life. Kim Gong secretly added in his heart a certain steward, thought that if Miss Kim Tuk did not become queen, she could be happy. He continued, The man whose body I possess has spent his whole life witnessing her suffering. If he can save her, he is willing to give up everything he has. Sylvia was stunned, her voice tinged with sorrow. The butler is also a false regression. You shake your head. No, she is the one who made a wish for herself, but the butler is not like that. He forgot himself and gave that wish to her. His only desire was for her to be able to regress. Not him. Sfia heard that and shouted in defiance. What are you talking about? Gong asked. Do you remember his name? She immediately replied, Of course my butler is. Then she froze and muttered, Wait, that can't be. The butler saw this reaction and whispered to himself, "That's right, in this world no one has ever called the butler's name, not even once." Sylvia seemed to understand and immediately asked him, "So what does that mean? Has the butler completely disappeared from this world?" Kim Gong-jia deduced that this world must have reversed time a total of 3 times. The first is Sivia Avania, Miss Kim took, praying to the constellation to turn back time. Trom Sao granted her the wish to break the ox. Sylvia used the chance to start over to surpass Lavian and become the queen. The second person might be the butler who prayed to another constellation to reverse time. It is still unknown which constellation made his wish come true, but he sacrificed his existence so that Miss Kim Took could return to the past before becoming queen. And the third person who regressed is Lavian. Thinking of this, Gong said to Sylvia, "Now we will never know the butler's name. We will never know his feelings when taking care of you, his thoughts when begging to turn back time." In the end, his existence completely disappeared. But even so, it was clear that he wanted her to live a different life. And so I want to fulfill his wish. In a place where she cannot see the man whose name she forgot, sacrificed himself for her. The man who loved her more than anyone, who wanted to be with her more than anyone, gave up everything to live again as he had always wished. As Gong finished speaking, the armor on Sylvia's body gradually disappeared, along with her resentment, and her body slowly vanished. She hugged her face and cried bitterly. After a while she calmed down and was able to respond. Kim Gong-jia's sword has returned to its original form. He lifts it up. The system displays a notification that the floor has been passed. Floor 25 has been completed. Announcing once again, floor 25 has been completed. This notification sound also helped Preta gradually wake up. The system displayed the contribution ranking for clearing the game. First place is Tu Vuong. Second place is the Heretic Judge. Third place is Vo Dan. The guests murmured complaints. "I feel so tired. What happened?" Gongra looked at the leaderboard and thought to himself, the head librarian, who never shows his face, only sent 2 hunters. The third anonymous contributor is. Just then, Lavian stepped beside him. The two leaned on each other after fighting hard together. The matter was resolved and the wedding ceremony continued. She stood in front of the villa, introducing him to everyone. "He is my husband, the Duke Consort of the Avancia ducal family. Does anyone oppose this marriage?" Everyone fell silent as they woke up. Lavian spoke. "Very well then, I declare that the Gong family and I are husband and wife." A beam of light appeared. Someone shouted, "Death King, so you are the Black Witch." She looked angry and shouted loudly, "No, Gongra, how can you get married without consulting us? I oppose this marriage. You are the representative hunter of the Death King Tower, so your wedding must be held on the first floor of the tower. It also has to be broadcast worldwide. This marriage is annulled, invalid, completely void." Marcus also appeared. He coughed once and said, "First of all, I sincerely congratulate you for getting through this stage. This love is fast. It may be a bit rude, but it's a senior in life." Gong interrupted, "Don't." Hearing that, he fell silent. Baladin appeared and patted Gong on the shoulder, saying, "Lord of Death, there was chaos while you were crossing this table. No one understands why the two of you are in love. But I am completely on your side. Only those who have loved at first sight can understand." "I understand. Don't worry, I will reassure the Black Dragon Lord. Leave it to me." Gong was startled. "Why did she make that face? I don't understand." Lavian glanced at him and said, "Gong Ra, my love, it seems like many people want to introduce themselves to you, right?" Gong whispered in her ear that we are introducing our family after the wedding in the Empire. She replied that it is normal. Kim Gong-jia explains that among his family members, many live far away. The wedding is where they all come together. So that's why both families will introduce themselves at the wedding night. Lav whispered, "I understand, because marriage also means the union of both families. And our wedding is a wedding between 2 countries. I mean between 2 worlds." The foster father and the Black Witch group sit opposite each other. He shyly spoke up. "I never thought I would attend a meeting like this. I don't know how many letters I've had to send to His Majesty today. I have a lot to update him on." The Dark Wizard strokes his hair in agreement. "That's right. We couldn't have anticipated this either. However, this incident is not only not bad, but also fortunate. We consider the first meeting with your country as a wedding to be a stroke of luck. This is an event worth celebrating." The foster father hesitated. "After all, everyone is someone from another world. That is quite difficult to explain to your majesty. Explaining this to the entire nation will also be very difficult." The Dark Wizard replied, "You are right, I fully understand. But he has also witnessed creatures from other worlds invading your country. If humanity denies what exists one day, what exists will also deny humanity. I am very worried about such a future." The foster father nodded. "She was right. Thank you. What we need to strive for now is mutual understanding. Even if it takes 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, or even longer, seeing them get along like this makes me happily think that I thought it would be hard to talk, but it went quite well." "You whispered to Miss Lavi and she responded, 'Yes.' You smiled and said, 'I have a few people I want to introduce to you.' She asked, 'Aren't the others in this room?' Then she stood up and said to her foster father, "The night is still long, everyone take your time talking. I will go outside for a while to meet my husband's people." Kim Gong-ra led Lavi out of the palace outside. Laughter echoed the wine from another world, tasted strange. Seeing Gong-ra, the sword demon immediately got excited. "Vice leader, are you on your honeymoon now?" As soon as they saw you, the others immediately stood up to salute, but you waved your hand. "Forget the formalities, just enjoy yourselves." Everyone in the cult simultaneously bowed and shouted, "Congratulations on your wedding, congratulations, long live the cult." They looked so perfect together. Kim Gong called the demon sword back. He was startled when he heard that. Everyone immediately pointed at him and laughed. See, I knew he would scold him. He always forgets to use honorifics when speaking to him. What an idiot. Kim Gong-jia introduces Lavian Vien. He is also known as the demon sword, but he is my subordinate. He used to be a loyal subordinate of the demon sect leader, also known as my master. My master chose 4 special people in the demon sect and named them after the 4 demon generals. He is one of them. Lavian smiled and replied, "I understand." She reached out and touched the sword devil's arm, evaluating. "He's pretty simple, isn't he? He speaks rudely and coldly, so it shows that your master does not judge others based on how they talk or behave. Because she found him in such a dangerous place on the battlefield, he must be very important and precious to her." She bowed and introduced herself to the sword demon. "I am Lavian Avancia, princess of the empire, and wife of the vice sect leader you serve. I hope we can get along." The demon swordsman bowed shyly, and replied, "I also hope to get along well with the lady." Gong continued to summon Nguyen An Ma Huyet Ma Hoa Ling Ma. "Everyone come here too." You introduce them one by one. These 3 are the remaining demon generals in the demon sect. After the master passed away, he took them in. The 3 of them bowed in salute. "Greetings, madam." Kim Gong continued, "They are the elite of the elite. Their martial arts can be said to be masters in the demon sect." After introducing the people in the demon sect, he continued to call Bretta, "Come here quickly." Pret immediately stood up and replied, "Yes, sir." Gong introduced her. Her name is Preta. She was born a nameless monster. She can imitate the things she swallows. One day she accidentally swallowed a human and then began to exist in this form. These were also her days of suffering. After losing her loved one at the hands of the Empire's army, she became the Demon King and destroyed the Empire. Then she fought him and died. In the end, he took her in. Gong-ra remembered, drew his sword and said, "Ah, right, there is one more person. This is Vien and Blink." Gong-ra nodded. "Yes, she sparkles a lot. Her real name sounds much more solemn, but she was deceived and sealed by the villains." He didn't want to use the name of the guardian goddess, so he named her Sini. Levi took the sword with a smile. "Your naming skills need a lot of improvement. If it were me, I would name it Brilliant." X blushed and said, "Sini swears to be loyal to the hero's wife." Gong turned around to talk about the other person. "And you can't see him, but I have a friend. Maybe you'll never meet him. He is quite special. He cannot appear in front of many people. His way of speaking is much ruder than the demon swordsman, but he is very strong. I learned how to use the sword and aura from him." Lav looked in the direction you pointed and said, "Then he must be a very important person." The old spirit fell silent after hearing this. Gongjia continued, "Without him you probably would never have been able to endure the passage of time." Although he couldn't see, Lavian stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Then, I want to thank him." She sincerely told Old Spirit, "I have been very happy since meeting the Gong family. Without you, I would never have been this happy. Thank you for everything you have done so that we can have happiness today." Old Spirit smiled, "This bastard is very crazy, I'll leave him to you." Kim Gongjia stood before his subordinates, and said to her, "Laven, this is all I have." He silently added in his heart all that he cherished the people he had opened up to and let in, his family. Suddenly Lavi stepped forward, holding one hand and placing the other on his shoulder. She smiled and said, "Let's dance together." Kim Gongjang felt shy. "I've never danced before," she replied. "You still have some memories from the butler. Use them. You worry. What if I make a mistake and step on your foot? I'll be so embarrassed I could die." Lavi bent down, took off her clogs and threw them away in surprise. She pulled him down and said, "Now let's dance." You hurriedly took off your shoes too. The 2 of you danced together under the bright moonlight. Gong suddenly laughed. "See? You dance terribly. You've stepped on my foot 3 times already." Lavian stepped on his foot again and said, "It's okay, I'll step on your foot that many times. Now we're even right." Gong thought to himself, if he had to describe that dance, it wasn't about how many times we stepped on each other's feet, but it was a dance where even if we stepped on each other's feet, we would never let go of each other's hands. No matter what difficulties we face, we will smile at each other. I only belong to Lavienne, and she only belongs to me. As long as we are together, we will turn any world into our stage. The next developments of the story will begin more intense phases than what we have experienced. Gong Ra said it has been 15 days since the 2 sides met, while the remaining hunters in the library are breaking through higher floors, and the high-ranking nobles have met the Emperor of the Empire. The tower and the empire will form some secret treaties. However, I have decided to deal with those rapidly changed historical events later, to focus on what I need to do first. Levine and Gong both looked down at the sword placed on the bed. He said to Levine, "This is the sword that pierced through my heart." She said, "It is also the sword that caused this world to be stuck in an endless 10-day loop." Gong raised his sword and called Sparkly, seemingly immediately hearing a voice respond. "Yes, hero." He ordered, fiercely swallowing it, then swung his sword to strike the other blade. A radiant glow appeared. Sparkly announced that the guardian goddess had absorbed one of his fragments. The sword of prayer is fearful and stunned. A bright red light emanates from the sword of prayer. The source of immense power and light forced the Gong family to grit their teeth and hold tightly onto the sword in their hands, using the other hand to shield Lavian's eyes from the brightness. Sparkly continued, "The sword of the symbol tries to persuade the sword of prayer." Kim Gong's sword gradually turned black. Instead, the sword of firm resolve tries to persuade the sword of prayer. The prayer sword was shocked by the betrayal of the other swords, and roared that she would accept no master but Rapanda Askim. Gong looked down at the humming sword, thought for a moment, then raised his determined gaze again. "It seems I also understand why Rapanda Askim killed the constellations. At first I couldn't understand his reasons, but in this world I realized one thing: the constellations invade other worlds and dominate them as they please, without caring about the thoughts of the people in those worlds. Although their appearances differ, the masked head librarian is the same. He throws living people into stories as characters to intervene in them. The way he judges worlds according to his own preferences is no different from those constellations. You think about these issues and connect them, ultimately resulting in speculation. In short, they are spreading violence." You mutter, "What a bunch of nuisances." You told her about the sword's owner, Rapanda, who even harmed the emperor, so he must have thought a lot when facing the power of the constellations. Maybe that's when he started planning that, instead of using and adding the power of the constellations, he would kill them all. It is very likely that this world also has a constellation, but Rapanda Askim probably killed that constellation already. Lavian fell silent after hearing this. Gongjia is still fighting with the sword of prayer. He tells it, however, the original owner was wrong. If one constellation disappears, another will be born to replace it. In the continent where the guardian goddess is sealed, the demon king of the autumn rain has appeared. In this world, a heart covered in silver has emerged. In short, instead of solving the problem, her owner creates even bigger troubles. If she doesn't agree, then come out here and tell me yourself. Perhaps her owner has truly gone through great challenges and difficulties, and has pondered a lot before he became a killer. But there is one thing I am very sure of. If he has started something, he should take responsibility and see it through to the end. In another world, the master she served had killed the eternal winter constellation that had descended. The warriors of that world no longer hold honor, because they have all turned into walking corpses, even though Rapanda Askim's purpose is noble. But what he did is unforgivable. Take responsibility. As Kim Gongjia finished speaking, the sword emitted a tremendous power. Angel wings appeared surrounding the sword, and prayer introduced itself. "My name is Prayer. Our original goal was to turn everyone's prayers into reality. Rapanda Askim prayed like that. Kill all the constellations so that no one becomes their toy anymore. His prayer is very noble. It was both heavy and magnificent. So I entrusted myself to him. Oh human, what is your prayer?" Kim Gong-ji listened and recalled the people he had met, then replied, "I don't want to run away from anything. I don't want to turn a blind eye to what's happening right in front of me. I want to stay the same. I want to take responsibility for my words and actions. I don't want to overlook wrongdoings just because the world considers them right. As long as I am alive and holding a sword in my hand." After hearing the prayer, she shouted then, said, "The road to hell is always paved with good intentions. What I can do now is bless your good intentions. However, if you want to come along to this hell with me, that's another matter. My ability is a challenge. When I pierce through someone's heart, that person's wish will be put to the test. Is that really their wish? Is that the wish they want to make come true? Even if I have to sacrifice something in the end, this cursed ability of mine is to make them give up their own wishes. Oh, new master, I hope all your wishes will come true in this hell for many more years." As the prayer ended, it transformed into a source of power that entered the sword in Kim Gong's hand. Sparkly announced the existence of the guardian goddess had become clearer. After dealing with the prayer, he knelt down and breathed a sigh of relief. Lavian sat down beside him, patted his shoulder and asked, "Is it over?" Gong replied, "Yeah, there won't be any constellations or fragments causing chaos in this world anymore, at least for now." She smiled and said, "This is a world where even the 3 apostles cannot catch you. Now you can rest. After seeing your strength, no fool would dare plot an attack here." Just then someone spoke up. "I have a feeling you said those words just for me to hear." Sylvia in the maid outfit stepped inside and called out, "Hey Duchess, am I misunderstanding you?" Lavia looked at Sylvia and said, "You have sharp ears. I said those words for you to hear. Keep dwelling on your own stupidity." Surely you know who made the people know you as the pitiful noblewoman whose body was taken by demons. You should be grateful that your only punishment is to bow and serve me. Once I see that you have truly repented, I will ask my acquaintance at the temple to restore your honor. Until then, shut up and work for us. Jinvia can do nothing but sulk. After hearing it, she let out a groan. Lavian reminds, remember to thank my husband generously. He is the one who gave you the chance to start over. Seeing this scene, Kim Gongja happily thought to himself, this is the ending I created. He stood up and said to her, Lavenian, I will go to the next floor. She nodded and said, all right, I want to follow you and see other worlds, but we both have things we need to do. She reached out and gently touched his face. The two held each other's hands tightly. Lavian encouraged, go ahead and throw yourself out there. Gongra, if you feel tired and need comfort, you can always come back here. I'm always here. Gongjia awkwardly said. Okay, but if you agree, I want to build a house just for us. I have a piece of land on the 20th floor of the tower, and I plan to build a house there. Lavian smiled in agreement. It seems that next time that place will become our main home. She leaned on your chest and happily shared the vision in her mind. In that house, I am not Duchess of Anzia, I am just your partner. I am really looking forward to it. Then she handed him a handkerchief embroidered with a gentian flower. Kim is amazed. Here she explains. It's the handkerchief I usually carry. I used magic to keep the perfume scent from fading. That is the scent of white gillyflower. The scent you smelled on the day you fell in love with me. Whenever I want to calm down, I always fiddle with my sword chain. That habit is not good at all. Forget it. Instead, whenever you feel uneasy, just smell the flower on this handkerchief. Kim Gongjia happily brought the handkerchief to his nose, savoring the scent of the flowers on it. Lavian continued to express himself to him. Gongra, I wish that the reason you can keep yourself unchanged is not because of suffering or pain. I hope it is because of the memories and love you have for me. The happiness I feel when I'm with you helps me stay true to myself. Can I fulfill your wish? Gongjia laughed and replied, all right, I will do as you say. Lavian and the other person exchanged a kiss and expressed their feelings for each other. I love you, and I love you too. Ending the kiss, Gong muttered and teleported. Immediately after, he disappeared from that world. Back at the tower, the Dark Sorcerer spoke. Welcome back. Death King, please have a seat, we need to talk. Gongjia asked in surprise. Dark Wizard, has something happened? Wait, where did the other hunters go? Only the Dark Witch, Herctic Rionu Chen Mumun, and Paladin remain in the tower now. The Black Witch replied, I told them to go elsewhere because we have matters to discuss. What I am about to say is highly confidential information. But I don't know if security means anything because this conversation will be broadcast live to the entire tower. Gong sat on the bookshelf and asked, what do you mean by doing this? Herrick hurriedly ran over to explain and summarize the issue in a simple sentence. This Death King, you have completed the mission too well. Kim Gongjia was startled upon hearing that. Herrick keeps thinking about it in the chronicles of the demon sect. He has shown the noble and pure love between master and disciple. He has demonstrated respect for martial arts, and the scene where he comforts the disciples has filled countless hearts with passion. After he conquered the Bien Dien Su Tien, countless warriors from outside flooded into the tower with thousands entering every day. Paladin said, someone recorded the live broadcast on the first floor and leaked it outside. Actually we were the ones who allowed them to do that. What Paladin continued, even the scenes of your victories today have a great promotional effect. King of Death, we have no reason to stop them. Ron fanned out and said, but it seems we have underestimated this matter. The influence from your character? No, your influence as an icon. Suddenly Heritic said the number 113654. That is the number of people who entered the tower just yesterday. Gong asked in surprise. Just yesterday, the Dark Witch showed him the phone and replied, that's right. Herrick came over and said, before we only reached this number when there was a war outside, or a country completely collapsed. But apart from a few small local fights, there hasn't been any war recently. Ron handed you a flyer and said, although everything seems normal outside, the number of people entering the tower is surprisingly high. This is a flyer that someone from outside brought in here. On that flyer, there is a portrait of you, along with the words, our true king. The Death King, let's proceed to the ideal heaven. Gong was curious. The Death King they mentioned was Ranzu, seriously answering. Of course, I'm talking about his nickname. It seems these flyers have been distributed in many different countries, and I can assure you that we are not behind this. It was all done by outsiders acting on their own. After Kim Gong went out to sea, he became silent. Paladin was also surprised and stood up to speak. But in this day and age, using flyers, you probably understand what this means, right? It means we will have many people coming from developing countries without internet and refugees from conflict zones. In their complaints, they abandoned their country, nationality, and life to enter the Tower of Babel. Some of them even wore black clothes from head to toe. It's as if they are declaring that they will join the demon cult. To be honest, they only entered the tower after watching some footage of you. Black Dragon took back the phone, smiling, and said, "But it's not just refugees or the poor flocking to the tower. There are also reports of famous scholars entering the tower and saying things like, 'I will help you build a new society,' inside the tower. Gong Ra, he didn't just conquer the tower floor. Wherever they are, people want a hero who bravely faces danger, respects humanity, and is devoted to love. Nothing excites people more than a kind hero who dedicates their life to a cause. You have become our leading flag." She opened the leaderboard. Today's hunter rankings: first is Sword Saint, second is Death King, third is Black Witch, fourth is Heresy Judge, fifth is Countess, sixth is Poison Thrower, seventh is Linguist Babeo, eighth is Wide News, ninth is Knight. Kim Gong was amazed to see himself ranked second on the hunter leaderboard. It turns out this is the tower's new ranking for him. The Dark Wizard representative asked, "So what do you think, Death King? Are you ready to become our king?" King Gongjia asked fearfully, "Are you joking?" The Dark Witch laughed and replied, "We can't just turn the tower into a monarchy whenever we want. Maybe you don't know, but the current system is something we've put all our heart and soul into." Herrick continued, "What we want is to create an ideal form of irrationality." Paladin stepped forward and said, "Just here, there's no need to make things more complicated. Simply put, you will become a symbolic king for us, but even as a symbol it has its own power. Gongra, the power you possess can already influence this world. Just your name alone made 1,000,000 people join the tower in a single day. Even the Dark Wizard couldn't do that. A hunter with that much power is something never seen before." Chen Mummun also spoke up. "We used to never be able to accommodate so many people. We didn't have enough food. But right now we have enough land, and even though trade routes might face some difficulties, we can provide enough food for all of them." Ron folded his fan confidently and said, "More importantly, we have enough experience. Not to boast, but all the guild leaders here have been through adversity. Everyone is an expert at overcoming difficulties." The Dark Wizard is also convincing. "The only people in the world who can overcome this crisis are us. Any nation would throw in the towel, but we can. Death King will do it." Kim Gongjia was stunned as he looked at the outstretched hands, everyone smiling and saying, "Let's show them that we can create a better world here." Herrick said, "Death King, we can do it. It's a dream." The Dark Wizard continued to persuade, saying, "This is something only those of us in the tower can do. We can create a place that helps those abandoned by the outside world regain their freedom. That is an ideal." The knight who escaped from a South American country, Paladin, also cheers. "We understand what the collapse of a society looks like, and because we understand it well, we can prevent it from happening here." Black Dragon Monarch, you survived a war that engulfed the entire Black Sea, saying, "We understand the feeling of people being divided and forced into war. Because we understand it well, we can avoid civil war from happening. We understand what violence is, so we can use it to our advantage." Kim Gongjia looked at them thoughtfully. The heresy judge raised by the Eastern European mafia, the reader educated by the Triad in China, the countess who grew up in the slums of India, the voice of the Black Witch still echoing. "Because we understand what poverty is like, we can overcome it. Let's show them that we can create a better world here." Kim Gong's eyes lit up. The one who changed them was himself. He recalled when the Fire Emperor took first place, the tower remained unchanged, a paradise for criminals and death row inmates in that world. "The eyes of the Black Dragon Monarch are always cold and lifeless. But now I have seen a world that my master has always wished for. I can change the world." With that wish, he immediately said, "Please tell me what I need to do." Seeing he agreed, the Dark Witch smiled and said, "Just be yourself, that's the most important thing. We can slowly teach you about politics. It's okay if you're not proficient right away," she explained. "If you look at it negatively, basically she is saying that we will hold all the real power, and you just need to continue being our representative." The Dark Witch agrees. "Yeah. Actually, that's not wrong, but honestly, if I could, I would want to hand over this position to someone else immediately. Do you need me to tell you how many violent crimes happen every day? Oh, there are also many crimes related to religion." In the past 10 days, Kim Gong has been reflecting on their words. The most important thing is to keep one's true nature. He glanced to the side and saw the steward hiding behind the bookshelf. "You call the librarian over." The librarian trembles and stammers upon hearing this. "But how could a lowly being like me appear before the Death King and tarnish him? Please don't waste your time paying attention to my miserable existence. I'm just a speck of dust blown by the wind." The librarian's face flushed red. Gong Rake said, "Stop talking nonsense. Come here and take a look." The steward obeyed the order and flew over. "You made a request. Please get the book related to the next floor." The kid pouted and asked, "Which apocalypse book do you want?" Kim Gong replied, "Children's books." The two fingers that were rubbing the overview immediately stopped. He remembered Harktik holding a book titled Me and Our Substitute, and smiling brightly then said, "We only received a children's book as the apocalypse book from you. Please give it to us." The steward pondered for a moment, then the boy smiled and said, "I understand fate changes in strange ways." The steward took the book from the shelf and said, "All right, this is the apocalypse book you are looking for." The card of my book and our substitute appeared. The genre is Children's Story Difficulty Level A. The number of participants is 2 or more. This series has been cancelled. Description: the people of this world have created a paradise, powered by a special kind of energy, where the faint cries of innocent children result from advanced torture techniques and life-extending treatments. Now it is possible to extract the energy of the tools for a year from just one child. Sacrificing one person can bring happiness to 17 billion people. The productivity is really high. The reason for cancellation: 118,000 years. After creating Paradise, all innocent children were used up, and Paradise lost its energy source. Kim Gong held the book in his hand silently, thinking that he had remembered this apocalypse book since the first time he saw it. You hold up the book and say to the others, "Hey everyone, I want to choose this apocalypse book for our next level." The Dark Witch glances over and asks, "Is it a children's story?" "Sorry, King of Death, but choosing it for the next floor won't get us any resources or land. Besides, its difficulty is grade A. Do we really have to choose it?" The answer is there. Since then, we have only chosen apocalyptic books useful for the tower. We have enhanced our strength through martial arts secrets in the Chronicles of the Celestial Demon and through exchanges with the world of science fiction. Our scientific level has developed greatly. But resources and expertise are not the only things that are useful. Heresy Inquisitor. You said it yourself. Hundreds of thousands of people enter the tower every day. Herrick nodded. Yes, Kim Gong continued to say. What we need now is a flag. After hearing it, Herrick gave his opinion. I agree. But this Death King, haven't you already met that condition? You are our flag. Actually, we will soon give you a title that matches your status. Kim Gong Jia shook his head, saying such tricks won't work. Not just me, but everyone here needs to receive the same kind of support. Everyone was stunned after hearing that. Herrick asked, What you said makes sense, but do you know something else? All of us have committed crimes that can never be washed away. We exploited the tower's stability to commit countless terrible acts. And unfortunately, that means morally we do not have the right to receive such support. The Dark Wizard nodded. That's right, we have done too many bad things to become a flag leading others. Kim Gong Jia held the book forward and said, So from now on, can everyone do good deeds? From now on, please do more good deeds. We are a team. I cannot handle religious matters as easily as heresy, judges, nor can I deal with thugs or gangs as well as readers, politics, economics, and security. I can't do those things as well as everyone else, you tell yourself, but you are confident that you can help them unite. You made a promise to everyone. I will never betray any of you. Everyone can trust me. If there is a conflict among people, I will be the mediator. If we need to discuss, I will create space for everyone. Please trust me, and let's become a team together. As everyone has said, we cannot get anything from this book of Revelation. It has no resources nor land. However, there is a sacrifice happening there that no one can accept. The images inside the tower are being broadcast. Kim Gong's voice echoed, saying such sacrifice must never happen. Let everyone in this world see who we are by conquering the world in this book. This is the beginning of us. A crowd outside watching this scene cheered excitedly. Gong thought silently, a mark to show the world how we will manage the tower. He told his team that if we do this, we will earn their trust. We can ask the tower residents to trust us. She is delighted. Trust in those who rule, Gong continued to think. We will not ignore the sacrifice. No matter how impossible the difficulty, we must face and conquer it. We have to show the world what kind of people we are. You called for it, and this apocalypse book happens to require at least 2 participants. Oh, my most trusted allies in this tower, please stand by my side and fight. The atmosphere right now is very solemn. After a while, the Black Witch spoke. You are telling us to walk a very difficult path. Kim Gong advised that if a person knows how to strive, they will become talented. And through that effort, a person can become good or strong. Almost no one is both strong, good, and talented. That road is too difficult. Someone once said the same thing to me. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, so doesn't that mean the road to heaven is also covered with countless evils? But that should not be a reason for us to give up. Why don't we let those who have given up on the outside world see a better world, even if just a little? Herrick laughed, placed his hand on his, and said, I have no objections. A ruling class with good morals is quite attractive to others. And the Death King is the only one who can make us look like good people. It would be a pity to miss this opportunity. Chen Mo Man is also participating. Anyway, now I am the true heir. That old man keeps nagging me about having a kind heart. Just consider that I am fulfilling my duty as a disciple to my master. The paladin reaches out to join. I have been using lie detection skills since our conversation began. Everyone's words here are sincere. I believe in your sincere heart and love, but more importantly, I want to support you. Every uprising eventually fails, but I offer my life and soul so that our uprising will be remembered as the most beautiful failure. Ron smiled and reached out. I couldn't agree to romanticizing the story like this. But fine, I'll go along with the majority. I will pray that the stock I invested all my wealth in does not lose value. Remember to keep working hard. The last one to join was the Dark Witch. She muttered, I can't promise much. I can't promise success, nor that I will give up the methods I've long used, but if we fail, and one of us must die, I will go first. I can promise everyone that. Kim Gong-jia smiled happily. Then I also promise. I will not let anyone here die. No matter where or when, seeing that everyone agreed to participate, the manager spoke up. All right, Death King, Dark Sorcerer, Night Judge, Heretic, Countess, and Assassin. 6 people have been designated as characters in the story of me and our substitute. When you open your eyes again, you will enter that unfortunate world that was destroyed. Be careful. This apocalypse book is on a completely different level from anything you have encountered before. The difficulty of this apocalypse book is grade A. And unlike before, I cannot grant you many blessings. In this book of Revelation, the constellation still lives and reigns there, and you will be the invaders, of course. The constellation will resist you. Opening the book, a red light appeared, drawing everyone in. The steward reminded Death King that Star also specially considers you its enemy. Kim Gong-jia was startled upon hearing this. What do you mean? But before you could finish speaking, you were pulled into the space inside the book. The 6 people sucked into the book fell down one by one. Gong raised his hand to block the incoming wind, recalling the warning from the steward. The constellation will show hostility towards the Tu Vung. Be careful, King of Death, the constellation will show hostility towards you. The system warns that the Immortal Happiness Messenger will eliminate all intruders. Sparkly appeared and told him about discovering the traits of the Sword Sister from the Immortal Happiness Messenger. The Immortal Happiness Messenger was the 4th Sword Sister, who sacrificed herself and was abandoned by Raponda Askim. A strong gust of wind blew towards them, making Chen Muan shout, "This wind will scatter us." Herrick quickly grabbed Kim Gong's waist with his leg and said, "Hold tightly to my right leg, don't let go." Divine teleportation, divine teleportation, divine teleportation. Herrick teleported through space one after another and finally gathered his entire team close together. Chen Mumun shouted, "Hey, why are we at the very back like this?" Herrick coldly criticized, "Because you are the most useless." The Dark Wizard praised, "Good job, kid. Everyone please agree with my skills." Everyone shout, "I agree." Okay, yes, I agree. All right. With the group's consent, the Dark Sorcerer shouted to teleport. Immediately after, a purple beam of light appeared. The whole group landed safely at the same time. Just then, the voice of the Immortal Happiness Messenger Star rang out. "Don't even think about escaping." Gongra glanced and was startled to see the children forming a circle. They were the immortal messengers of happiness, ordering them to sing. My apostle Kim Gong-jia recognizes what this is, the one who invaded Lavian's world. Your system reports that the Immortal Happiness Messenger has declared war against you. All the apostles begin to sing. Chen Muan, startled, covered his ears and shouted. The sounds continued to echo, causing relentless pain in everyone's heads. The Dark Wizard covered his ears and gritted his teeth, saying, "It's a mental attack using magic to defend yourself immediately." Amid the chaos, Herrick reached out and said to Rianu, "Count, give me the money you're swearing." "Damn, I'm broke." Herrick still smiled better than a cracked skull. The Countess negotiates a 15% compound interest. Her son responds with no interest. The Countess scolded angrily upon hearing that. At that moment the Paladin gritted his teeth and said, "Nizga, hand over your wallet now, or I will kill you." Bax clenched his teeth, raised his hand and shouted, "Damn it, infinite withdrawal." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge bag of money appeared. From that purse, a stream of gold coins poured out. Riandu continued, "Change the user." Her eyes blossomed with a smile as she clasped her hands to recite the mantra Holy Spell, Divine Path, Sacred Transformation, strengthening demonic power, and resisting mental attacks. The target count Heretic Judge, Prince Black Dragon Clan Leader, Holy Knight Poison Master. The time limit is unknown, a protective circle is instantly created on the coins. The Count is still holding his head and shouting, "My love, if I go bankrupt, the tower will collapse too. Hang in there if you don't want to starve to death." At this moment, the voice of the Immortal Happiness Messenger continued to ring out. "Are you strong enough to overcome pity worship and the origin of all these things? I tried very hard to hide my presence and assassinate you." But Gongjia looked up and saw the person appear startled, thinking, "The Holy Sword Fragment." The messenger continued, "It has no effect on you. Traitor, my loyalty to Rapanda Askim will never waver." Gongjia drew his sword, thinking that Lavian became a constellation by stabbing the heart of the guardian goddess's shard. The Immortal Happiness Messenger shouted, "I will eliminate you to clear the tyrant's path for my master." Gongra continued to think, meaning that the fragments could also become a new constellation. The Immortal Messenger of Happiness commands the apostles sing loudly. As soon as he finishes speaking, the apostles continue to sing. Those sounds formed a powerful attack on the shield. Chen Mo-man angrily asked, "Hey, how long can it hold up?" The Dark Sorcerer held his head and cried out, "Even though he was empowered, my head still aches." The Baroness bristled and questioned. You can't do anything, I've already burned through the entire emergency fund. Gong called you. Count. She was startled and asked. Burn another fund. Kim Gongjia smiled and said this time she should sponsor generously. He raised his sword to summon. 100 Souls Reincarnation. After finishing, the sword emitted a powerful light. The Soul Army immediately appeared. Kim Gong introduced specific information about my favorite skill. Bok Lin Reincarnation. The Bok Lin Reincarnation power card has SSS grade. With its effect, you can summon those you have defeated. The dead will not retain the skills they had in life. However, if you want, they can keep their appearance and memories from their previous life. If you choose another way, they can only be summoned as monsters. Note that this skill can only be used once a week. Keep Gong Ra going. This is the most important thing. There is still writing on the card. However, if you want, they can retain their appearance and memories from their previous life. If you choose differently, they can only be summoned as monsters. Gong uses his skills. 100 spirits reincarnate. A stream of pitch-black water rises. From the water, skeletons emerged, startling everyone as Skoten and the ghost army awakened and moved forward. Old Spirit smiled and said he understood. Those kids wanted to stop the enemy with happy memories, but the Skoten had no memories, so it didn't work on them. The summoned bone demon immediately charged to attack the disciples. The voice of the immortal happiness messenger echoed. Beating the drum is useless. We will crush you with our overwhelming numbers, Gong said, raising his sword. Got it, even though these guys can't be physically affected, having a large number still gives an advantage. You must be confident attacking us with this. But she said we know how to defeat her, wanting to spread happiness without suffering. Black Dragon Clan leader. When the Dark Witch was called, she responded immediately. Then she reached out, gathering power, murmuring spells. A series of mirrors appeared. She was curious, what does he intend to do with this? You replied, remember the battle with the Autumn Rain Demon King. She redirected the Demon King's beam, weakening him and strengthening us. I will try one more time. The Dark Wizard doubted. Are you planning to shoot aura like a beam of light? Alright, but can you do it as powerfully as the Demon King? If you're not strong enough, my mirror won't help much. You answer, don't worry, just focus on spreading the light as wide as possible. The Dark Wizard shouted, I don't understand what you are thinking. Alright then. She continues to increase the power of the mirrors in the sky. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurs. Gongjia thought to himself he could not retreat them with brute force like that hungry demon, nor fight like his master. A multitude of hands reached out to grasp Gongjia's hand. You recall your master's words. What if you could swing a sword using only the power of hunger? At that moment, one could defeat someone who had never known hunger with just a single sword strike. Gong thought to himself, a joyful disciple, someone who knew nothing of misfortune, pain, or hunger. You shouted, heavenly demon divine skill. First move, hungry sword. A huge red power appeared, radiating brilliant light. The messenger of endless happiness was startled and asked, why the flag? You seriously looked at everyone and shouted, Black Dragon Army, move forward. The Black Witch immediately replied, all right. She began controlling her mirrors. The apostles were continuously defeated by the power shattering into pieces. The Dark Sorcerer looked up and realized, heavens, I understand now, the minions of that constellation cannot resist the elemental forces in your martial arts. Harry looked up at the clusters of bright red beams in the sky and exclaimed, amazing, truly, a spectacular sight. The tyrant over here is throwing money and shouting, hurry up, I've already had to use 2 emergency funds. Baladin fought while saying, Doxa, they're advancing towards you, wipe them out. Doc X immediately drew his sword and replied, alright, damn it, the demon sect is taking over all the good scenes. Kim Gongjia looked at everyone and thought to himself, if we can journey together, we are invincible. Look, there are only 6 of them, but they can defeat millions of apostles. Their performance is being shown to many people outside the tower. Gongjia continues to think great. In fact, there is nothing impossible in the tower. Let's see us, those who were once oppressed by the world, turn the tables. The messenger of eternal happiness angrily shouted, how dare you? You heretics, what right do you have to invade my ideal world? Look at our happy world. The messenger waved his hand, and the sky immediately became clear blue. The souls of the children are happily dancing together in the flower garden, but among them is a small soul wrapped in a power that constantly screams in pain. The mad messenger says, in this world there is no unhappiness, no such thing as unhappy memories exist. The world we create is much better than your wasteland. The children's singing still echoes. Kim Gong clenched his teeth and looked at the messenger angrily, asking, how dare you pretend to be virtuous in front of me? I have encountered many worlds while traveling with Rapanda. Ask him. No matter what world you witness, there are endless screams of torture, thousands, millions, billions. Yet only our world is unique. With just 1 sacrificial sheep, my apostles live without pain. When I commit a sin, all of you overlook billions of other sins. How dare you defame my world when you are so terrible? You recall the prayer once said, the road to hell is always paved with good intentions. Kim Gong-jia looked at this world and thought silently, this is a hell created by the immortal missionary of happiness for benevolent reasons. This world is just an extreme example. Perhaps the trials we face climbing the tower are not much different. When food runs out, when resources are depleted, we must make decisions like those responsible for the tower. Gong-jia continues to recall the question his team asked. What do you think, Prince Z? Are you ready to be our king? The cries of the immortal happiness messenger still echo. Answer me, you hypocrite. Do you really dare to say my world is hell? The messenger of eternal happiness questioned. You cannot answer, so do you still have some conscience? Go away, I will never see you as the new master. Gong spoke up. No, I will answer. The sword reflects the face full of hatred of the immortal happiness messenger. Kim Gong raises the sword and declares, I will kill you and turn you into my hungry ghost. Anyone killed by my sword will turn into a ghoul. If you want, I can summon them with all their memories from when they were alive. I will absorb and summon you so that you can live in this world once again. I will bring you eternal happiness. There are no more painful memories left. She will be free to sing comfortably like now. I'm not just talking to you. The image of the Gong family is being displayed. Your voice echoes. Outside there are still villains and sinners who refuse to mend their ways. Even the souls that want to live but cannot. From now on I will collect them all with my own hands. Many people are watching and recording these images with their phones. Gong continued, I will kill them and resurrect them as my ghosts. They will be exiled into my shadow, and live forever with a single purpose. The apostles of the messenger all looked towards him and the space suddenly fell silent. After a while the messenger of immortal happiness shouted, Lies all, sinners and souls, how could ordinary humans be? You ask if she doesn't understand I can create the ideal paradise she has always been proud of. And my world doesn't need the screams of innocent children. Gong-jia recalled the Black Witch asking Death King, Are you ready to become our king? You think to yourself, this is my answer. Kim Gong's family told the messenger, my hell has more privileges than yours. You add to the path of the king you have chosen. Baladin stepped forward and asked the Death King what he meant. You replied. As I just said, while managing the tower, she purged countless people, and her purges are still ongoing in secret even now. I'm not saying her methods are wrong and that she must change them. I'm not confident I can manage the tower better than you. However, if you want to eliminate someone for the future, bring them to me. Herrick stood by, clapping and praising. Got it, that's a good idea. Death King. The Dark Wizard turned around and asked. What do you mean? Herrick explained. Think about it, we can use the Death King's power as a mobile prison. The power of the Death King is to summon beings with all their memories from when they were alive. Since they are only souls, we don't need to provide them with any food or shelter. Evil, and by summoning them with the command never to sin again from the Death King, they will be permanently forbidden from doing evil. Baladin muttered, using his skill as a prison. Her response was that the criminals would be very afraid of that. The Death King is the king who imprisons and controls those who deserve death. Isn't that exactly like his name? After hearing that, Rian Du spoke up. From the perspective of the caravan leader, this idea is not bad. As everyone knows, the crime rate inside the tower is much higher than outside. The monastery is always overcrowded, and the maintenance costs are too expensive. Baladin holds his head. I don't know anymore. I didn't know it would work, but aren't we putting too much pressure on the Death King? He's all alone. The Black Witch stepped forward worriedly and asked, Are you really okay? Kim Gong-jia looked into the Black Witch's eyes, thinking to himself, She regrets it, regrets dragging me into their world. Although I jumped in because I wanted to, the Black Dragon Witch is a kind and noble person. He smiled, I'll be fine. You keep thinking that one day you will hear her real name. Kim Gong-jia turned around and shouted at the messenger of immortal happiness. What will you do? You can choose to keep fighting. However, the outcome was already decided. I will seize the ideal heaven that you always pride yourself on the immortal happiness, messenger replied while crying. I am not only a fragment of the guardian goddess, but also the immortal messenger of happiness controlling millions of apostles. If you absorb me, all my apostles will be connected to you. Can you guarantee that you will not use my apostles as pawns to do evil? Gong said, I swear. The messenger was startled and opened his eyes upon hearing that. Kim Gong continued to swear, Even if you invade Lavian's world, I will only summon those who worship the demon cult. I could have summoned legitimate martial artists, but I didn't. That would be unethical. They have no reason to obey the orders of the vice leader of the demon sect. Even if there are millions or billions of disciples, they all deserve to live happily in this world, just like they used to. The immortal happiness messenger looked up at the sky. She screamed once and then called out Sir Rapan to ask him. After that, the happy messenger vanished. Thonkium tells you sacrifice is waiting for your action and says my name is sacrifice. I can turn someone's pain into another's happiness. The more noble and pure the suffering person is, the greater the happiness of others will be. The immortal happiness messenger reincarnated back into a sword. Immediately after that, sword merged with Kim Gong's sword. Sparkly spoke. The guardian goddess had absorbed a fragment of her. The existence of the guardian goddess has become clearer. The apostles gradually melted away into a stream of water. The system displays a notification that the level has been cleared. Today, the 28th floor has been completed. The messenger of immortal happiness, and the apostles turned into red raindrops falling down. The dark wizard reached out to feel the raindrops and said in amazement, "So the new information is what is needed to pass the level. If we know their weaknesses, we can easily get through the level. I'm ready to run for my life, if thrown into the enemy's midst." But unexpectedly, everything was resolved so quickly. Gongjia stepped forward and said, "It's not over yet. Today I plan to sweep straight up to the 30th floor." The Black Witch was startled when she heard that, and looked at him. Baden asked in shock, "All of it today?" Hoek Long hurriedly advised Su Wang, "No, Kim Gong, you've been pushing yourself too hard lately. You still haven't rested at all after getting involved in the Songwind Academy story." Kim Gong thought, probably the Black Witch saw that. "You speak up, she is right, maybe I was a bit too tense." The Black Witch nods. "That's right, take a rest for now." Before she could finish speaking, Gong interrupted, "So today, I will finish it and then rest." The Dark Witch shouted, "Are you listening to me?" You approach the Black Witch to call the Black Dragon Witch. The population in the tower increases by hundreds, thousands every day, and among them are also bad people. We need to go back and manage them. How much longer can we focus on finishing the apocalypse? The Dark Sorcerer held his head and replied, "If you say so, then I give up." Kim Gongjia reached out and said, "Don't worry when it comes to resting, I'm number one. You'll be surprised at how I relax with love." The Dark Wizard clinked hands with the boy who smoothed his hair and said, "I'm not interested in watching newlyweds on their honeymoon." The boy winked mischievously. "If you're so worried, then help me prepare a ring next time. I want to give a gift to Lavian, but I don't know anything about it." The Dark Wizard sighed. "All right, you will need the most beautiful ring in the world." "Why did I suddenly become a parent like this?" Kim Gong laughed and thanked her as usual. The Dark Wizard replied, "I am the one." "Never mind, you shouldn't say that in front of everyone." Immediately after the teleportation, the whole group returned to the tower. Everyone in the tower looked at them in shock. Kim Gongjia thought to himself, "This is it, we will overwhelm them not only with power but also with a pure skill performance, proving our rank as a team with an overwhelming gap that no one will dare to make a sound during this time." Suddenly, a hum sounded. Kim Gong turned around, then he was stunned to see the manager's pensive face. The manager swung his legs and said, "Welcome, congratulations. I thought you would have to put in much more effort. But it seems I underestimated your ability to cooperate. I never expected you to complete a world dominated by a constellation so quickly and easily." Kim Gongjia looked at the steward and thought to himself that although he said he congratulated us, it was obvious that he was not happy. The mysterious librarian loves the phase where characters go through bittersweet experiences and unforeseen events just like unpredictable endings. He never liked victories that were too simple, or defeats that were too obvious. You call the character window. Information about the anonymous librarian appears, including favorite genres, disliked genres, favorite characters, and disliked characters. Favorite bros and disliked bros appear along with the kids' comments. Other martial arts during the Martial World Chronicles phase are too weak to fight against the Heavenly Demon Divine Skill. How boring is that? He really is an idiot. That should have been a good match. If he had called for help from the other constellations, the previous story might have been better. Kim Gong looked at the character's window and thought his name had been listed among the favorite characters of the librarian. Among the librarian's favorite characters are Sat Tin and Tu Vuong. The steward flies over curiously, "So what will you choose next? If you want, I can suggest a few for you to see." Kim Gong thinks it through, but he revealed that he likes the Assassin Star the most, so his name can be listed with the Assassin Star, proving that he is the second greatest in his eyes. You smiled and said, "The character you like the most is Rapanda. Ask him, how could I compare?" The steward felt confused but still replied, "That is indeed a difficult question to answer. You and that assassin are two completely opposite people." The steward compared it to, if that star killer were a man who had to bear all the world's misfortune on his shoulders, while you are like a chocolate ice cream. On the outside you are dark and seem hateful, but when I actually bite to taste you are very sweet. We have decided on the next apocalypse. The Rapanda Ask Him epic. You showed us that after we cleared the chronicles of the heavenly demon dying at the hands of the protagonist. Isn't that the most beautiful ending? Tui Vuong, I know you see Sat Tin as your mortal enemy, but the Rapanda Ask Him trial is not an apocalypse. I can only introduce worlds with less fortunate endings for you. Kim Gongji looked at the steward and thought to himself he must still be hiding that book. The steward reminded him that the Rapanda Ask Him trial is ongoing and we cannot interfere. Nothing can affect it. Kim Gongjia stepped up each step created by the pile. However, don't you want to see it? Your two favorite characters in the same scene, I can make it happen. You think to yourself, the genre of the next floor I chose is a combination leading into an introduction about the general manager, a cruel fate awaiting those who have fallen and immersed in the story. Those who have failed to distinguish between reality and fiction, those who have fallen into madness with addiction to stories, and those who cannot escape obsession, wasting half their lives on stories with them. Reality is simply a world that cannot become a story. There are no twists in reality, no shocking endings. Humans are ultimately just humans, not characters. Disappointment with the real-world, anger at humanity, and worship of those stories are what create people who have been tempted by stories. They have not lost the warmth in their hearts. They are just waiting for an exciting moment. Now before me stands someone at the top among such people. Looking down at Kim Gong, I said, "You and Sat Tin in the same story, that's truly a tempting offer. But every story has the right to reach its ending, so for me to intervene, the Gong family realized that he is hesitating." You waved your hand, pretending not to care. "Well then, if you don't want to see it, I guess I have no choice. So it's just a proposal, nothing more." The steward fell silent after hearing it. Then the kid explained, "We signed a contract with the tower. Only constellations that have signed a contract with the tower can enter the tower. I'm just like a tenant living here. In exchange for borrowing a floor of the tower, there are many rules I have to follow. For example, only providing apocalypses to humanity. The Rapanda Ascom epic is not considered a collective, and a contract is a contract. We cannot break the law just because we want to. I never wanted to anger the tower owner. A tenant has to depend on the landlord." Overview, reaching out the books fly out accordingly. Overview, lowering the hand, causes the books to fall down and then continue. "However, to be honest, I am not good at fighting. And it's not just me. Many other constellations are the same. I am nothing more than an ordinary book reader. If I didn't have these books in my library, and if I had no more books, then I would no longer be a librarian. Do you understand what I am trying to say?" The steward pursed his lips to suppress his excitement, but his eyes full of desire said it all. Kim Gong smiled and replied, "Yes, you shouldn't go against the terms of the contract, unless there's an urgent situation that needs immediate handling." Then he reached out and grabbed the steward's collar. "You give the order, hand me Rapanda Ascom's execution immediately." The steward's face flushed red, unable to hold back an excited smile. "But the kid still says you're really rude. I've only been friendly to you from the start. Your betrayal hurts a bit. This is why many stories advise us not to trust humans too much." Kim Gong laughed. He acted terribly. "You still have the power in your hands to threaten. Give it here or I will kill you." "You terrible bastard." The steward pretended to be stunned. "What a terrible bastard. Isn't that a bit too much?" Gongjia asked through gritted teeth. "Is there any other word to call someone who collects other people's hair and nails? Didn't you say your dream was to be killed by Rapanda Ascom? Do you think wanting to die at the hands of your favorite character is normal? Well, I am your favorite character too. What do you think? Should I make your wish come true?" The steward took a novel out of his shirt and handed it to Kim Gong, saying, "I will give it to you. You immediately snatch the book and praise it." "Good." You open the book. The introduction card appears. Epic Rapanda Ascom. However, categories like genre and difficulty, the number of people and the introduction all show the message that you cannot view it at your current level. Gong flipped through a few more pages, looked at the content for a while, then muttered, "I can't see it, nor can I read it." The overview speaks. "That's because I have granted you the right to witness the apocalypses. Every book here is forbidden, so humans cannot read them." Kim Gong Jia raised the book and said, "Then explain." The manager smiled and said, "Rapanda Ascom is from the same hometown as you." You were stunned after hearing that. "What?" Every word the steward said stunned Kim Gong. He was born in the same world and religion, and was also the same species as him. Not only that, he shares the same family name as you. He took the name Ascom by using the language of a religion called England. Kim Gong was startled and asked, "Do you mean Ask Kim is the same as Kim?" The steward replied, "Exactly. Sat Tin was summoned to another world when he was young. He was just a high school student. At that time, he went through a pretty tough challenge. Even so, he gained superpowers from that, and was able to endure hardships in another world." Nongra is still extremely shocked. "Wait, there it is." Overview nod. "Yeah, the epic Rapanda Ascom can be classified as a high school student transported to another world causing chaos. It is an Eikai series. When I heard it, I fell into a crisis. I heard that genre went extinct with the dinosaurs when I was a kid." The overview continues. Sat Tin is no longer young enough to be called a high school student, but it wouldn't be fair to say he only causes trouble in another world. He has gone through countless trials and hardships to be where he is now. A blue light appeared from the book. Kim Gong Jia was startled, thinking the content of the book was appearing. The first page says that long ago, there was a person living on the corpse of an ancient dragon emperor. The steward introduces that the killing star has begun on the 20th floor. What you possess is where he began his journey. The next page's content appears. These people are hailed as heroes, yet there is no mercy in them. The chief steward's next move in that journey was to wipe out an entire nation. After introducing the general manager folding the page and speaking the problem, is that the star is currently reigning on the 50th floor. Kim Gong thought to himself, I understand now. You remember what the spirit elder once said. That assassin basically stays on the 50th floor all the time. The steward reminds you that you still haven't cleared the 50th floor. You are basically still a newcomer. The 50th floor is a special place. Sending a newcomer there is not allowed. The other hunters were stunned to hear that. Floors below 50 are for beginners. We did our best to get here. Just calm down and think. From the 50th floor onwards, we have to fight hunters from other worlds. Just as the guardian spirit said, it must be a protective mechanism that prevents us from facing them until we reach the 50th floor. You looked up and asked the steward, so does that mean you can't send me to the 50th floor no matter what? The steward smiled and replied, no, actually there is still a way. If the sender leaves but you have to pay the price for it, you will need to think carefully. At least have you heard of the Death King? The steward asked blushing. Kim Gong did not listen but made a decision. Good, take me to the 50th floor. The manager hesitated, don't regret it. Kim Gong smiled. I have no regrets. The steward let out a sigh of relief. Then the boy opened the book and read the spell. I appoint you as a character in the Rapanda Ask Him poetry contest. A blue light emanates from the book. The tower system immediately displayed a warning. Unusual access has been detected. The punishment was imposed on the masked librarian. The steward smiled excitedly. I will use my authority. The system continued to sound warnings the punishment had been imposed on the hidden librarian. The steward comforts you that it's not worth worrying about. Go Death King and stand with the Death Star. The system warning has not stopped yet. You can no longer see into the target's mind. The protective layer of the goddess of beauty has been destroyed. The protective layer of the snake god has been destroyed. You can no longer look into the target's mind. After a while, your system finally displays a notification. An anonymous resident of the tower entered the 50th floor. Kim Gong's family had now stopped on a desolate piece of land. The scene changes. The guardian goddess appears, her voice echoing. Congratulations, you have been chosen as the hero to save this world. The light emanating from her is dazzlingly bright. Rapanda raised his hand to shield his eyes and asked Angel, where is this place? She introduced herself. I am the guardian goddess. From now on, I will protect you and guide you on your path like a guiding constellation. You may not understand now, but soon you will know everything. Rapanda, tense, gripping the railing, asked. You were just on the school roof, right? The guardian goddess replied. Indeed, young humans sometimes act with pure malice out of sheer ignorance. Unfortunately, you have become prey to the beasts and fallen after enduring too much suffering. Rapanda, as if recalling something, muttered to himself and collapsed. He looked up, thinking to himself, now I remember the door to the school roof was locked tight, so I opened the 5th floor classroom window and climbed up it. Ironically, at that very moment, for the first time in my life, I truly felt alive. Rapanda remembered climbing onto the railing and the panicked voices of the students ringing out. Hey, look over there, who is that? Is he crazy? Shouldn't we do something? At this moment, Rapanda thought that the feeling was something he had never experienced before when trying to live. Only when giving up did he truly feel alive. Rapanda Askham still held the shoes in his hands, looked down and wondered if people said you would regret the moment you fall, did he regret it? He put the shoes back on the rooftop and sent a message. The phone displayed a notification that the message had been successfully sent to 36 other people. Then Rapanda threw the phone down hard, silently cursing, hoping that their lives would be ruined forever. Right after that, before the horrified eyes, he stepped into the space ahead. The phone still displayed the message. You are the one who killed me. Don't forget that you killed me. The guardian goddess introduces herself. I am the guardian goddess possessing countless powers, worship, compassion, prayer, sacrifice, salvation. With my power, you can do anything and become anyone. What do you want to become? The hero returned to reality. Kim Gong and the old spirit entered the space of the 50th floor. There is no fight around this space, only continuous gusts of wind blowing in. Kim Gong's system notification appeared. You have entered the 50th floor through a secret passage. The blessing from the rear librarian has been removed. Protections for newcomers have been suspended, and their rights have been temporarily revoked. Gong thought to himself, just hearing this makes me feel used. He looked up at the dark things in front of him and asked, what are those? The old spirit beside him scolded. Damn it, I haven't been here for a long time. More than 150 years have passed yet. Nothing has changed. Gongjia thought to himself. Even Bihan had reached the 50th floor. Will you be my guide? You asked what those towers are, the old spirit replied. They are magic towers where some have hidden for over 1,000 years. Instead of climbing the tower, they choose to stay on the 50th floor, temporarily stopping near them. It's best not to look at them at all. Gong was curious. Why is that? Old Spiritlin replied, if you stare at them for more than 23 seconds, they will notice your gaze. In their world, the number 23 has a similar meaning to the number 18 inches your zombie world. It's like a warning system that says, hey bastard, what are you looking at? Kim Gong-jia heard that, quickly turned away, wondering what kind of people have such twisted personalities. Old Spirit excitedly said, by the way, they used to have 6 towers and I have destroyed one of them. If they find out I have returned as a ghost, they will go crazy. They will mobilize all forces and chase you to hell. So remember to hide well. The Gong Master thought to himself that this was clearly not a tour guide but a harasser. The system displayed a notification, you are starting to be poisoned. Gong was confused and looked down at his hand to see it starting to turn black. The system reported that your current corrosion level is level 1. Kim Gong turned to ask the Old Spirit, what is the poison void? Is my body being corroded? He pretended to hold his head and replied, right, that too, now I feel like I'm back at the tower. It's just a kind of poison spreading throughout the 50th floor. The former overseer of the 50th floor was biased towards some hunters and too close to them. Then a battle called the Midnight Liberation War broke out and he died. When he died, he cursed the world, and that curse turned into this toxin. Gong frowned upon hearing that. It's like that. The Old Spirit nodded, exactly right. It's like a zombie virus infected by a dying constellation left in the martial arts world before. Gong-jia was startled. Impossible people still live here despite that toxic thing in the air. Old Spirit explains, anyone who has reached here must have foundations like energy skills or blessings from the constellation. What are you doing? Use the gas to defend yourself immediately. Gong-jia immediately used his power to cover his entire body and asked, what if I don't do that? What will happen? The Old Spirit pondered and replied, you will have a very special appearance and mental state. As soon as the Old Spirit finished speaking, a giant frog immediately emerged from the ground. Gong family members were startled and ran away screaming. What is that guy doing? Old Spiritlin excitedly said. Who knows, maybe he's like you, I mean about 20 years ago. The mutated frog is still chasing Gong Ryu Run, while continuously shouting. The mutated frog jumps to the ground, creating a deep hole. You angrily drew your sword and shouted, damn it. You swung your sword and slashed at the frog. You look at the clean wound on its body and ask, is it dead? Old Spirit smiles. Sorry Kim Zombie, I didn't warn you in time. From the 50th floor onwards, it really is a haunted space. If you act normally, you will get into trouble. The frog you cut in half didn't die, but turned from 1 into 2. Kim Gong was stunned to see that scene. The 2 frogs rushed forward again. Old Spirit reminds, if scared, just stare at the magic tower. If you stare for more than 23 seconds, they will ask, who are you looking at? If you call for help, witches on brooms will come and save you. Sounds good, right? Curious, Gong-jia, what is the price to be paid for rescue? Old Spiritlin laughed. Look at you. You are beginning to understand, aren't you? You will sign a 12-year contract where they will drain your soul. Zombie, because you have SSS level suicide skills, you will be loved to the fullest. Gong Ra was running with a sword when someone called out, hey, you there. In front of them, 3 men in black shirts waved and called, run this way, run this way. He glanced at the old elf's smile and without hesitation swung his sword at the 3 men. Old Spirit praised, after all, as expected from a golden zombie innocent, but knows how to use his brain. A giant monster appeared blind, constantly saying, run this way, run this way. The palace guard fled while asking, is everything here like this? The Old Spirit replied, there are a few exceptions but mostly it is like this. The monsters behind still say welcome to the realm of monsters, where the horrors of the universe are dancing. Now do you see that I am an ordinary and rational hunter? You ran forward desperately, then someone appeared and approached. That person said, bow your head, stranger. Kim Gong-jia was startled, transmitting sound. The other person continued, cut it down. As soon as he finished speaking, the other rushed forward, swinging his sword at the monsters. Seeing this, Gong hurriedly reminded him, even if you cut it, it will split and regenerate. Seeing the color of the fallen monsters, he was startled. It didn't do that. The other person replied, to kill the one who dies when cut in half, you must cut it exactly in half, just like its name. Next, the person drew their sword and a massive power emerged from the blade. That power threw the demons away as they shouted, run this way, hurry up. The mysterious person's helmet fell off, revealing long silver hair. They continued to explain that the core of the screamer lies in its scream, and to kill it you must bury it in sound. When Kim Gongra clearly saw the other's face, he broke out in sweat. The hunter and the Old Spirit gritted his teeth and cursed, not pretending, you filthy bastard. Kim Gongra called Rapanda, ask him, the Star Slayer. Rapanda glanced with suspicion and asked, do you know me? Kim Gong and Rapanda, ask him, stood facing each other. You look into his eyes in shock. How can his eyes be like that? They look empty, showing no emotion or trace at all. He asked, do you know me? His sword spoke. The starlight was affected by the clash, but the starlight did not understand why its owner would betray it like that. Tin Kwang is considering whether to get angry instead of feeling touched. Rapanda glanced at the sword and said, "You possess a rather special sword, don't you? Isn't that a demon sword? Or a fallen sword? You'd better hide the special items you have carefully. Outsider, there are many predators here plotting against newcomers like you who have just reached level 50 to steal your skills and equipment." Kim Gong was stunned upon hearing this. "You drew your sword and asked, 'May I ask, don't you recognize this sword?'" Rapanda looked intently for a moment and then replied indifferently, "I don't. Maybe it has some connection to me, but I have no memories of it. It's best to hope that I don't remember anything about friends or past events." Kim Gongjia was a bit startled upon hearing that. "You can't control yourself for a moment." Rabanda saw this and quickly explained, "I have amnesia. I can't remember things that happened more than a week ago." Then he turned and said, "Talking here is very dangerous. Follow me quickly. I know a safer place to continue the conversation." Gong followed Rapanda, and those around talked when they saw him. "Look, that's the Star Destroyer. What is he planning to do? Will the Sorcerer's Tower spiders be okay? It's best not to get involved with him." The voices of the constellations echoed. Gongjia looked up at them, thinking to himself that he had never felt the presence of so many constellations at once before. He looked annoyed and muttered, "What a nuisance." He raised his head and shouted, "Get lost, all of you. If any constellation dares to bother me again, don't blame me for finding and destroying all their seals, even noisier than usual." Rabanda gave you a loving look and a sweet voice. "I think some of them have already noticed you. Tell me, stranger, have you ever done anything with the constellations?" Gongja replied, "I have broken the seal of the warhorse on the eternal plains." Rapanda took out the notebook and asked, "The seal of Mahos?" Rapanda flipped through the notebook. Gong saw this and became suspicious of him. "What notebook? What is it?" After reviewing the content for a while, he praised, "Not bad, the seal of Mahos is extraordinary. They also have a pretty complicated blessing. It's really not easy. How can you deal with it?" "You answer, is this what I have to tell you about that?" Rapanda replied. "Next time now we have arrived." In front of them appeared an outdoor bar. Rapanda pushed the door open to the Gong family's suspicion. He looked around for a moment, then exclaimed, "Is this the safe place you mentioned? There are no walls here that can limit our view." Rapanda did not rush to answer. He calmly sat down in the chair. "We can retreat, even if we are assassinated at any time. There is no risk that the enemies will destroy this entire building to trap us. Although sniping at us is quite easy. Same as usual, boss." The owner placed a glass of water down and asked, "Hey, do you know we had to turn this place into an outdoor bar just because you blew up the building here?" Upon hearing these accusations, Rabanda felt deeply regretful and immediately apologized. "Although you have no memory of this matter, sorry, I don't remember." The shop owner turned to advise Kim Gong to leave. "Young man, I don't know what deal you two are making, but just know, there are over 600 people around here wanting to assassinate him. I advise you to stay out of it unless you want to die." Rapanda flipped open the notebook and spoke. "More precisely, there are 1,127 people, but only 3 of them pose a threat to me. And one of the 3 went missing 154 years ago, probably. In other words, this guy would be safer being involved with me rather than staying away from me." The shop owner scolded after hearing this. "The crazy guy." Rapanda put down the glass of water and asked, "So do you have anything to say to me?" Kim Gongjia tightly held the cup in his hand and told me he was a bit surprised to learn that I had amnesia, but he still wanted to ask if I remembered the Empire A that I had built a long time ago. That country almost collapsed because of him when he sealed the protection of God, creating an opportunity for the Autumn Rain Demon King to grow much stronger in the empty lands, where he once killed the constellations, leaving only despair behind. In the world of the celestial demon, chronicles everywhere has become wasteland due to the lingering curse from the death of the constellations. The legendary Samhain Academy world has been invaded by other constellations because of the death of the old constellations. Lavian Avania in that world is my wife. She turned into a constellation because of the fragment of the protective sword she inherited. Rapanda closed the notebook and replied, "I understand, thank you for telling me. I can see that what you said is correct because I have verified the contents of this diary." After speaking, he lifted the glass of water. Kim Gong looked puzzled. "A diary." Then Rapanda immediately handed over the diary and explained, "This is what I use to keep all my memories. It looks like an ordinary notebook, but it's actually a sacred relic of the constellation called Canis Major. It has countless pages and even a search function. I use it to write down daily activities here. Thanks to that, I will not lose myself, even if I am losing my memory." After hearing this, Kim Gong became silent, his cold eyes staring intently at Rapana. He continued, "As you said in the past, I did build a nation called the Empire A. There I sealed the constellation of the Lord's protection, who has been by my side throughout my life. The world you call the Chronicles of the Celestial Demons seems to resemble what is described on page 236. That is where I killed the Great Lakes Hoang Long. This Songhui Academy legend is probably something I wrote on page 3215. You just said it's a piece of God. Has the prayer sword been passed down as a family heirloom?" There was a time when I shared a bed with a woman in that world. I believe Lavian Avanzia, whom you once met, is a distant descendant of both that woman and me. Kim Gong stared at Rapanda, wondering why. Rapanda's voice still echoed. Perhaps you have skills similar to a historian, or can spy on pain, but you cannot use them on me, because from the beginning I had no past in my mind, and you cannot steal this treasure to read it, since it is written in code that only I understand. Finally, outsider, I admit that what you said is true. Kim Gong looked at him, thinking that he came here to make him pay for his past sins. At this moment, before that thought could end, Rapanda asked him, "So what reward do you want from me?" Gong Jia stared at the man in front of him. Truly unpredictable. Countless innocent people have sacrificed under the hands of your so-called beliefs. But what is this? Gong Jia wondered. What reward? Rapanda asked, unclear expression, replying indifferently. A reward for pointing out my mistake. You wear an incredulous expression and question, so you still know what you're doing is wrong. He replied, of course. I made 2 mistakes. First, we do not realize that a new constellation can replace a dead one. Second, we have underestimated the fact that a dead constellation can curse an entire world. Gong Jia angrily squeezed the glass until it cracked and asked, is that all? Rapanda wrote while explaining. The purpose is for other constellations to invade the world. Where there is a star that has died, it means I must kill those invaders. It helps me reduce the number of stars. So those 2 things are my only mistakes. Rapanda stopped, handed out the notebook, and said, I have written it all down. Those mistakes will not happen again. I want to reward you as a way to show my gratitude for the advice you gave me. Kim Gong was very excited upon hearing this, and his words seemed uncontrollable at that moment. Advice, gratitude. The innocent people living in the underworld are all dead. They have turned into corpses. There was an old man who died on a boat drifting alone in the ocean because he did not want to be a burden to anyone else in his death. There was a child who helped other children so that all of them survived. Each of them had to go through very horrific deaths. Let me ask you a question, Star Destroyer. What do you think about that prospect? However, Rapanda showed no expression other than coldness in response to him. Nothing at all, as I said. It was because of the mistake of not considering the consequences when killing my star. However, mistakes are inevitable. I can only thank you for pointing out my errors in your own way. Kim Gongjia gritted his teeth and angrily crushed the cup in his hand, questioning, what if I say the reward I want is to see you die by my hand? Rapanda replied. That is a reward I cannot fulfill. I have a duty to eliminate all the stars. I must keep working until the task is complete. The Gong Master excitedly stood up. You are so selfish. Why was that your task from the beginning? Rapanda is used to that attitude. He has gradually become numb. I cannot answer. Ngong continues to question. I thought you could. Why is that? Is it because you don't think I can understand your noble duty? Rapanda did not hesitate at all and refused. I could not answer that question either. He looked up, his cold eyes staring intently at the Lord. He asked, so at least can you answer this question? If you need to destroy all the constellations, then why are you using their sacred objects? It doesn't really make sense, does it? Rapanda replied, I can answer this question. I intend to destroy this after eliminating all the constellations first. Gong asked, what about other constellations appearing to replace the dead ones? Rapanda flipped through his notebook, paused at a page, and answered Gong's question. I have thoughts about that, but can't tell anyone. This conversation has gone on too long. I cannot die, as I said before. My mission is not yet complete, so tell me what other reward you want. Kim Gong Jia reached out to touch the hilt of his sword, but then he remembered the handkerchief Lavian had given him. He picked it up, smelled it, and spoke. All right. You stand up and say, help me with something. Rapanda's eyes glowed with suspicion, as if he had misheard something. What? Kim Gong Jia asks you to protect me, no matter what happens while I am on the 50th floor. I am not only asking you to let me survive, but also to protect me from getting hurt, both physically and mentally. Of course, you can't avoid that by kicking me off the 50th floor. Almost immediately, Rapanda's voice rang out. You want me to be your bodyguard? He nodded similarly. Rapanda asked him, analyzes. I don't know what you're thinking anymore. From our conversation so far, you value justice greatly. Not only that, you also possess intelligence and martial strength. The request you just made really doesn't suit your personality. Gongjia laughed sarcastically. So you mean you can't do it? You won't die? You won't give up your mission? Now you can't even protect me when I'm on the 50th floor. Great. So what can you do to reward me? Rapanda immediately explained. I am only considering whether there is a trap in your request. The auctioneer asks again. What if there is a trap? You seem very confident in your abilities. I'm sure that even if there is a trap, you can still escape safely. Hearing that he was a bit silent, after a while he agreed. All right, I will write your request on page 1 so it controls my actions. Gong thought to himself he had fallen into a trap. You called the Sword Emperor. He turned and asked, huh? You said I claimed to have destroyed one of the mage towers 150 years ago. The old spirit proudly said, yes, that's one of the 6 things I'm most proud of. Gong asked, what did you say while destroying it, do you remember? You quickly replied in an obvious tone, and asked redundantly, oh of course, I remember it verbatim. Hey idiots, don't you have to clean the air in the house sometimes? Staying inside all the time is not good, I feel great. Today I will offer you free renovation services. But why are you planning something? Kim Gong-ga smiled. He stared at the towers. The old spirit is still calling. Zombie. Old spirit reminds, I told you not to look over there. They will notice if you stare at them for more than 23 seconds at your current level, you can't fight them. How about this? Are you planning to ask them to kill the one who destroyed the constellation? Even if they are family, they can't attack him, right? Hey, the colorful zombie is back. After 23 seconds, indeed, a sound was heard. Check the microphone. Who is that person watching us over there? You look quite inexperienced, don't you? This time I will show mercy to you because it's your first time. If you want to survive peacefully here, turn away quickly. Or if you want to die, just continue. Gong recounted the words of the old spirit, calling him a fool, and the stupid mages angrily scolded him. Hey, you really don't know how to value life, do you? What the hell are you talking about, Gong-ra? You guys have to clean the air in the house from time to time, right? Staying inside all the time is not good, I feel great. Today I will offer you free renovation services. Old Spirit asked in shock, have you really lost your damn mind? A series of red eyes appeared around the towers. The sorcerer angrily shouted, Sword Emperor, you have returned, I knew you would come back soon. Although everyone always suspected you were dead, I still doubted it. Are you taming someone? Hei has been reincarnated, it's okay, we will still kill you. A group of mages flew out of the tower and filled the sky. Gong stood up, looked at Rapanda smiling and asked, you promised, right? Hurry and protect me. Rapanda looked up and muttered, so I have understood the logic behind your actions. You brought reinforcements after realizing that you alone would not be enough to defeat me. It turns out that the group of mages surrounding them in the sky was gathering power to attack Rapanda Askin. Rapanda leisurely stood up and said, I thought a level 15 novice wouldn't find support, but that was my mistake. I should consider this possibility when facing a novice next time. The customers in the shop immediately took out their permit rolls and scolded, damn it, running to teleport, are those spiders all biting poison together or what? The shop owner also immediately took out his permit roll and shouted, hey, assassin, I will charge you a reconstruction fee, so don't forget to write it down. You also have to pay for the license roll. Rapanda Askin replied, I understand, I have written it down. Then he closed his diary and turned to the Gong family, saying, as promised, I will do my best to protect those outside. I optimized my vision and listened. In return, I will discard an hour's worth of my memories. Behind Kim Gong-ra is a large magical bomb attacking him. Rapanda immediately pulled him away, just before the magic bomb exploded. He was startled and looked around in amazement, thinking it felt like they were walking in slow motion. The wizard riding a broom above saw Rapanda pulling out the gong needle, and was very angry, scolding him. Hey, you self-destructive Zodiac guy, what the hell are you doing here? Go away, the one with you is the one we need to take revenge on. If you don't want to become our enemy, then leave. Rapanda ignored her words and coldly replied, I demand we resolve this through dialogue. The female mage immediately cursed, you piece of crap, get lost, you brainless idiot. The Lord raised his diary and said, Mage, I must protect this outsider at all costs. It includes both his mental and physical health, which cannot be negotiated. According to records, the Mage Tower is a very selfish organization, and can be persuaded if we use it. I am someone who can cause serious damage to your side. Negotiate with me. The sorcerer, angry after hearing this, turned, and ordered someone report to me how many memories he currently has. A female sorcerer immediately responded. Hong Buong Se Ok, the supervisory team reported. The assassin currently possesses 7 days' worth of memories. The mage gritted his teeth in anger. It always had to be a week, no matter what, both had to be taken. She waved her hand to give the order. From this moment, the Mage Tower declares war on all 5 fingers of the elite assassins and sword emperors. Rapanda Askim heard that, and immediately flipped through the diary, muttering. So the negotiation failed. You spoke to the diary searching for the Mage Tower battle cream and details on how to destroy it. The book kept flipping pages as commanded by you. Rapanda quickly skimmed through the lines in the notebook. After reading, he closed the notebook, tied up his silver hair, ready to enter combat mode. I am stepping into battle, the mage shouted. The commanders besiege them, the singers perform at the rear. The other mages immediately shout, understood. The group of mages immediately obeyed the mage's command, forming circles of different colors. The old spirit exclaimed, oh, it's been a long time since I've seen that it's the song, like the stars. Kim Gong-jia then asked, a voice like the stars, the old spirit explained. Do you see the 5 towers? Basically, it was a lockdown, but they used the power of the stars in the form of a song. As soon as the magic array was formed, King Gong's system announced and warned that you had been targeted for an attack. Warning, your aura force has been split. Warning, your magical spell force has been split. Warning, your psychological defense force has been split. Warning, all forms of punishment have been doubled. The old spirit continues to explain. Its effect is somewhat overwhelming. But you see, that's called a spider web, so people call them spiders. Meanwhile, in the sky, the mages have finished arranging their formation, creating 6 large magic circles. Those 6 circles combined to form a huge network surrounding everything in the middle. Rapanda calmly drew his sword and said, "Ultimate enhanced attack. In exchange, I will discard my memory of how beautiful the sunset was." With a word, he slashed towards the magic formation, the sword strike so strong it knocked the mages inside the formation away. The mages shouted, re-established, then retreated. After Rapanda Askim's attack, the penalty effect notification was removed. Then he pointed his sword at the mages and said, "Ultimate merit enhancement. In exchange, I will discard my memory of the sound of rain." The sword strike was launched again, continuing to knock away the other mages. Seeing this, the mage angrily slammed his hand and scolded. "The thumb ring has been destroyed. The index finger ring has been destroyed. It's very difficult to maintain position. The name is sick and twisted, a self-destructive constellation." At this moment, another female mage flew over to report to the mage. "Madam, we cannot confront the Star Killer when he has a week's worth of memories," the mage scolded. "Shut up and attack." The mages immediately joined forces to attack Rapanda Askim. They gathered their power and shouted as they unleashed it. But Rapanda remained very calm, showing no panic at all, and even responded nonchalantly, unleashing a final enhanced attack and striking at the mages. The mages were immediately knocked back by him, their bodies severely injured. The remaining sorcerer immediately informed the sorcerer that the middle finger ring was destroyed, the ring finger ring was destroyed, the pinky ring was destroyed, and the spell was completely destroyed, sir. Rapanda said, "I will discard the memory of the drink I just used, and then attack the formation." The wizard immediately informed the wizard that he was attacking the weak points of all the rings. Seeing the situation was not good, the wizard angrily shouted, "Who sold our secret?" Contrary to the wizard's anger, Rapanda remained calm. "I will discard the memory of the street I walked down yesterday. I will discard the memory of it." Kim Gongjia stared at him, her eyes flashing with astonishment and disbelief. The old spirit nearby saw this and asked, "What's wrong? He fights completely differently from you, right? The technique he is using is also a type of demonic skill. The heavenly demon divine skill you use is based on the memory of hunger and isolation, which is the opposite of killing intent. Discard your memories, watch closely, one day you will have to fight just like that." Ahead, Rapanda was still charging towards the mages and said, "I will discard the memories of walking under the warm sky and use my power to attack the mages." Old Spirit continued explaining to Kim Gong, "The killing star has at most a week's worth and at least a day's worth of memories. He doesn't have more memories because he hunts and kills a constellation each time he gains valuable memories. Does that mean he needs a week's worth of memories to kill a star cluster amnesia syndrome? No, he just sacrificed his memory to fulfill his duty." At this moment, the sword that Kim Gong is wielding, Sparkly, can no longer watch its former owner fight. Sparkly is reminiscing. He didn't fight like that in the past. Sparkly didn't understand when or why he started fighting like that. In the sky, a wizard said to another wizard, "Ma'am, I told you we don't stand a chance against the Star Killer when he has a week's worth of memories. If we waste more mana, we will suffer great losses." The monitoring team has reported that the constellations have detected something wrong. They might invade while we are weakened. The sorcerer, upon hearing this, angrily tightened his hat and shouted, "Sword Emperor, Sword Emperor, Sword Emperor." The old spirit below heard her calling his name and shrugged, thinking, "Really, am I still famous even after death? See, zombie, this is exactly why being too famous can cause trouble." The wizard threw off his hat and said, "It seems you have formed an alliance with the Star Killer. Wait there, we will hunt you down at all costs. This match is over, but next time we will kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, the team of mages immediately left. After the battle, Rapanda Askim turned to Kim Gong and said, "I have kept my promise to you outsiders, but from my observation I have fallen into your trap. I have won the battle, but now I only have the memories of one day left. I believe weakening me was your intention." The old spirit beside him immediately reminded, "Don't get caught by the fire, he's just stalling for time." Gong clenched the sword at his side and said, "You're right, I will kill you." After hearing that, Rapanda Askim continued to mumble, "On the other hand, I can't attack you because I promised, which is a dangerous situation. If you really are the heir of the Sword Emperor, as the master of the Magic Tower said, then it is especially dangerous." Gongjia drew his sword and introduced himself. "My name is Tu Vuong. I am the heir of the demon sect and part of the Avasia family." Rapanda immediately opened her diary and asked in a deep voice, "What is the demon sect?" Kim Gong replied, a sword responding to every scream. "You wonder what is an heir?" He answered without hesitation. The sword was swung first. "You asked the last word, what is the Death King?" He replied, "The name of the one who will kill you." Upon hearing this, Rapanda softly asked Death King, "Do you remember the days when you felt hungry?" "It was written in my diary, but I have no memory of feeling hungry." Kim Gongjia tightened his sword, a cold light flashing on the blade, and he charged straight at Rapanda, his voice ringing like a death knell. "That will be the cause of your downfall." Flashback to the past. Rapanda asks him, hears someone ask Hero, "Have you regained consciousness?" He slowly lifts his head to look at the sky, his eyes flashing with confusion. "Where is this?" Thon Kiem replied. "You were just in a very fierce battle. You fell into the enemy's trap. The ambush was overwhelming, and the resistance was firm, which meant defeat. That was also the first time you used the sword to threaten." Rapanda doesn't understand anything. You mutter to yourself, sulking. "What do you mean by saving Thon?" Kiem continued. "That's right, a certain power will save you, but in return it will take something from you, and then you lose a part of your name." That's when Kim realized where the gaps in his memory really came from. Rapanda asked him, picked up the sword, glanced at it critically, and said, "Ah, I understand now." The sword replied, "Yes, that's how it is." He permanently gave up a part of his name, but in return, he gained the scenery before his eyes. The evil force that attacked him earlier vanished without a trace, and once again the hero survived a seemingly insurmountable ordeal. He didn't expect his name to be so valuable. Understanding this, he smiled and said, "That's pretty good." A miracle happened just by giving up 1% of the name, but Kim's name was not the only useless thing to him. Everything in his life before coming to this world was meaningless to him, so he called it fun. Thon Kiem immediately received the order and replied, "Yes, hero." Rapanda took up the sword and said, "Now I can leave this world a little faster, but first I need to create a new name." "Aim," Rapanda asked him, "the one from the wasteland, the killer of stars in the sky. Respect him." Back in reality, Gong grabbed the sword and charged forward, swinging a strike at Rapanda asked him. Following the sword were a series of arms rushing forward, for the nature of hunger is the desperate hands of a child digging into the earth. Rapanda lifted his head, his eyes gradually turning red. He coldly ordered enhanced senses, discarded for an hour. Rapanda grabbed the sword to block Kim Gong's strike. He opened the diary and asked him, "This is martial arts, using aura as internal force, right? People say traditional fighters are obsessed with skills gained through internal force training. It seems this technical practitioner is from a heretical sect, probably the demonic cult you mentioned earlier." When the Jingong family was pushed back, they muttered, "For those who die because they cannot drink seawater, this world is a desert." The second formula of the heavenly demon divine art, the thirst-seeking sword Gong, strikes at Rapana once again. He is also very agile, and quickly reacts to block that attack. Fighting like this won't work. Tui Vuong, you are a person who values justice. If you build your justice on logic, you will not cause harm. Before Rapanda asked him finish speaking, Kim Gong interrupted. Bareha Baraha Aga Baraha. Third heavenly demon technique, sword energy. With every word you speak, the sword in your hand seems to gain more power. Gongjia continues to charge and attack Rapanda Askham. He once again erased the memory, reinforcing the strike to discard the scent of the ocean. Two sword strikes clashed, creating a force that pushed both back. Gongjia angrily questioned, "How long do you think you can fight back against me?" Rapanda said, "Nothing unnecessary as long as I am alive." After hearing it, I realized. Now I understand this guy is one of the endings. I was supposed to face a hero who reached the peak of demonic power. Gongra rushed forward once again using the heavenly demon divine skill. Furious, he unleashed the Ice Fang strike. I remember 150 years ago, my demon hunter met him. That's why he was so angry back then. The old spirit once said, "I will teach him how to be happy." Looking into Rapanda's soulless eyes, Gong realized that the guardian knew what would happen to someone who only knew how to abandon themselves. If I hadn't had a guardian by my side before, if I hadn't met Lavian, and if I believed that my memories were worthless enough to discard without a second thought. Rapanda raised his sword and said, "Forget the memories of warm and cold winds." Gong launched an attack at him and asked, "You speak of justice?" He nodded and replied, "That's right." Gongjia gritted his teeth and asked, "Then what is your justice?" Rapanda whispered, "Is it the destruction of the constellations?" At this moment, the Gong family was using the heavenly demon, divine skills, deadly poison sword strike. The poison was oozing out and corroding Rapanda's sword. Gong asked him why, and he replied, "Constellations exist to take away people's freedom of choice." The Duke, after hearing him speak, said, "Human freedom is the foundation of good, therefore the constellations are evil because they interfere with human freedom. You once said you defeated a constellation called the Immortal Happiness Messenger, which forced people in its world to live happily under the hooves of the eternal prairie knights. That world became a free battlefield for humans who did not exist there. So you, Rapanda Askham, still coldly look at the sword in your hand, and then increase your power." Discarding the scent of all flowers, Gongjia angrily questioned, "You are only doing what the diary tells you to do, so where is the freedom in that?" He listened silently, and then replied, "You make sense. I will answer that if a person sacrifices their own freedom to protect the freedom of everyone, then that person is right to do so. I draw that conclusion by my own free will, therefore. Gongjia attacked Rapanda again and scolded. Nonsense, even if you send flowers to watch the sunset, eat, or feel the wind all week, it's all meaningless. Because you keep sacrificing directly again and again, I will launch the next move. Heavenly Demon Divine Formula 6, the disease takes hold. Rapanda uses his sword to once again defeat Kim Gong's attack, and explains, the constellations have a bad influence on the world. They poison humanity through their minds. In that world everyone is the same because they only have one choice. I am killing the constellations to give humans the freedom to choose. Gongjia continued to rush forward shouting, I'm asking you, how is what you're doing any different from what they are doing? He was pushed back and once again abandoned his memories, threw away all my dreams this week, discarded the pain caused by the wounds, and abandoned the morning and night scenes. Kim Gongjia heard this, and shouted that the person was just following what was written in that diary. A blazing fire appeared on his sword. He said to Rapanda, ask him, the constellations are better than that, at least they know what they're doing. But you only act according to what is written on those pages. You are not the one who kills the stars in the sky. You are the deadly star, the star of destruction. If killing constellations is your only duty and job, then go ahead and kill yourself first. Then he attacked Rapanda again with the 9th Heavenly Demon Divine Arts Suicide Sword. This time, Kim Gong's sword pierced Rapanda's chest, causing the diary pages to gradually come apart. He kept saying, throw away a second, throw away a second, throw away a second. Gongra pushed Rapanda to the ground, grabbed his neck, raised his sword and said, Rapanda, ask him, I will cut off your scream. Looking at the sword in front of him, Rapanda's dry lips still muttered the words, discard. The system announced it was shocked by the death of the star assassin. The labyrinth of vigilant eyes warns you because of this incredible sight. The endless prairie warhorse expresses that the death of the star assassin shocked him. Your existence grows stronger, expanding the skill gap. As the system finished speaking, a giant yellow light radiated from Gong's body. The system announced your hunter rank is now B. Good luck. Kim Gongjia stood up and wiped the sweat from his face. The sorcerer was startled and asked, what? Wait, what? The killing star is dead. Others also appeared one after another, and when they saw the colorful Gongda on Rapanda Askim's shoulder, they were startled. It was really absurd. Nemesis, who is that person? It seems people call him the Sword King. Discussions keep arising continuously. Who is the Sword King? That terrifying guy has been reincarnated. Kim Gongjia saw more and more people appearing and began to worry. It's dangerous, I have to leave before I attract more attention. All those people are ranked higher than me. If they find out my martial arts are weaker than theirs, I don't know when they might attack me. So he spoke up to move. But as soon as he finished speaking, he realized he was still standing in the same spot. This made him extremely confused. Once again, he tried to teleport, but it had no effect. I wonder why it doesn't work like this. Thinking back, there hasn't been a notification that this level is completed yet. The deadly star is really dead, so why is something still missing? Or is killing the deadly star just not enough? Because the killing star is not the master of the 50th floor, it is not considered completed. Others saw him still standing still and asked, what's wrong with him? Just standing there all the time. At this moment, a guy wearing a white cloak used his ability to check the metal gong and then shouted, wait a moment, my observation skills show he is grade B. Someone exclaimed, grade B. This made Gongda even more anxious. His heart was pounding. Everyone gathered around him whispering, does he have camouflage skills? At least a killer star should be grade S. There's no way a grade B can kill him. Hey, someone go talk to him. Is there anyone here active when the Sword King was still alive? Gongjia heard their whispers and thought, this is bad, I missed something. Just then the old spirit asked, what are you looking at? Kim Gongjia immediately questioned him. Tell the truth, you know something, don't you? The old spirit smiled. I don't understand what you're saying at all. I have given all the advice I can. That silver-haired guy really looks like a killer. Kim Gongjia thought to himself, Behurian had met the Star Killer before, and he even defeated him. He recalled what the old spirit star said, they had a good fight. He was very strong, but not on my level yet. The appraisal recognizes and analyzes that someone like you cannot survive killing spirits. You are a thug, but when it comes to swordsmanship and martial arts, you are very serious. My master is a good person, but he defeated the one who called the demon sect's teachings heresy that day, so he would never let a killing spirit survive, who is even more heretical than my master. Old Spirit smiled in praise upon hearing this. That's why I like you. A hunter has to be smart like that. A hunter needs 3 intellectual qualities: to devise a way to win the courage to carry out the plan, and the ability to successfully implement it. A star hunter is a Gonga hunter, just like you. At this moment behind Kim Gong, Sat Tin appeared and said, enhanced attack, I have erased the memory of a white flower I saw on the way here. The fierce star launched an attack towards Gong Ra, its immense power sending people and rocks around flying. Rapanda Askim steps on the body of a man and continues. That flower pot is very beautiful. The old man's life was almost over. It felt like every remaining year of his was packed into that small pot. I looked at the flower pot filled with the old man's life for a moment. Life is beautiful. No matter its size, as long as there is a place to belong, it's enough. Enhancing the attack, I erased the memory of the fake old man and the flower pot. Rapanda erased his memory to concentrate power into the sword slashing forward. The power radiating from the sword causes all obstacles in the way to be thrown aside. The system announces the lone seeker is delighted. The eyes of the labyrinth saw the arrival of new information. The wild horse of the eternal plains gave up the intention to attack you. Someone rushed towards you and said, "The killer star is a person," but before he could finish, Rapanda Askim had already slain him and said, "I have heard rumors from the alley. It doesn't sound like a voice, but I still want to understand." Unable to understand but still yearning, perhaps that is a sign of beauty. I think the sound of that alley is very beautiful. When we walk barefoot on the ground, it feels very solid and real. I wonder if walking barefoot makes people better, but surely they only step on broken glass. Barefoot people may be kind, but they always have to endure pain. Among them is the one who killed me. The most likely is the one carrying my body. As soon as he finished speaking, Rapanda appeared in front of Gong, throwing the corpse he was carrying on his back down. Rapanda now takes out the diary and reads, "I have been dead for 153 years, 7 months and 2 days. The hunter killed me in the past. The Sword King is indeed more talented than me. That's why I added a rule to run away if killed by a stronger opponent. That was the lesson I learned after losing to the Sword King 3 times in a row." Rapanda's cold gaze then shifted towards Gongra. He said in a low voice, "You dodged 2 of my strikes, but if you were on the same level as the Sword King, you could counterattack immediately." The Sword King called his swordsmanship the Universe Sword. "You lack the skill to reach that level, and it's hard to imagine someone like you killing me. You are smart enough to dig into my weaknesses. A hunter smarter than me is very dangerous. If someone is stronger, they could become a hunter on par with the Sword King." After speaking, Rapanda drew the sword at his side, looking at Rapanda Askim in front of him, with only one thought in mind, a living weapon even prepared for his own death. "That's why I created a backup body." He raised his sword towards the Gong family, and said that he was a dangerous person who could not be ignored, and had to be eliminated immediately. Seeing Rapanda still alive right in front of him, the Gong family was extremely shocked and alert. At this moment, Old Spirit laughed loudly and said, "Let's celebrate Gong's release." Arriving at the outside world of the 50th floor, Rapanda charged at Kim Gong's family with a sword. He quickly drew his sword to block the attack. 2 great sources of power collided, creating a loud echo as Gong clenched his teeth and cursed, "Damn it. A puppet is a copy of myself. This way we can't stop the killing star. He's nothing but a fighting machine." Rapanda Aski holds a sword in one hand and flips open a book with the other. In the battle with the Ant King, no one witnessed it except for a constellation, because the Sword King considers one-on-one fight sacred, calling it a battle of fairness. But too many people saw this death, killing them all would be difficult. The sorcerer standing nearby heard Rapanda say this, and cursed the crazy bastard. He continued, "So listen to me, I declare to all those who are and will become my enemies. I have become immortal. Even if you kill me, I will still stand before you again." Rapanda warned while fighting Kim Gong, "Those who kill me I will find and kill you all. Anyone is part of a group. I will eliminate every member of your ranks. To prove my statement, I will kill you here. Enhancing my attack, I will discard all the beauty of this world." Gong looked at the sword thrusting towards him in surprise, silently thinking that he had never met Lavian, whose eyes showed no fear in sacrificing for his ideals. I remember what Lavian said, "Don't commit suicide without my permission, even if your death is inevitable. I want you to fight it until your last breath." Gong gritted his teeth, enduring Rapana's continuous attacks. Finally, his sword pierced through his stomach, and he also cut the pages of Rapanda Askim's diary. The pain from the wound made Gongda scream. He thought to himself, "I admit you are a monster, you are stronger than me, and you are also extremely cautious like me. However, you are not the only one given a second chance." Rapanda Askim. You grab Rapanda's arm and smile smugly. Your system notifies you that you have died. You are currently a B-rank hunter. The enhanced penalty has changed the skill activation sequence. Warning: reliving the pain caused by the one who took your life. Extract the necessary information to reconstruct the scene from your memory. A high level of punishment has been enforced. Gongda's eyes gradually became empty. After a while, the system appeared again and notified. This is an announcement for students still at school. Except for those participating in the evening self-study program, all other students please leave the school premises. The scene has now shifted to the school where Kim Gong-jia is slumped over the desk. The school's loudspeaker is making an announcement. Let me repeat once again, here is an announcement from the Radio Television Club. Recently, some students at Kim Gong-jia were found slumped over their desks, and upon hearing the sound they wondered what it was. At that moment Herrick appeared and said, "Senior, get up, they're telling us to go home." Gongjia saw him and stood up, asking, "Could it be Kim Hoa? That member of the heretic purge group has possessed my sister again," Heresy asked in shock. "What kind of heresy purge possession is this? Are you dreaming or what?" Gongjia gritted his teeth and thought to himself that this was not good. It seemed that the hunter's level was increasing, and the punishment was becoming stranger. No one answered, leaving Gongjia stunned. He looked around in surprise. Kim Gongjia once again called out to the Sword Emperor, but the only response was the sound of students playing outside the window. "Go ahead." Gongjia was stunned by this scene. Here we go again. Moving to psychological mode. Continuing to the psychological town, Herrick hurriedly pushed him out of the urging room. "Come on, you have to cherish relationships." The main character in Cao Trung, Shin Shu's legendary romantic story, shouldn't keep their lover waiting too long. Gongjia adjusted his coat and wondered. Seriously, what is going on? The student carrying a backpack walks down the school hallway, then thinks to himself, "I've been in middle school for about 2 years. This place is quite similar to my memory when I wanted to go outside." Gongjia was startled when he saw Ripana. "When he saw you, he bowed his head, which surprised you greatly." Just after leaving school, Gongjia saw Lavian standing in front of the car and said, "Today you are a bit late." As soon as Gongra saw Lavian, he blushed and stammered, calling Lavian. Lavian reached out and lifted Kim Gong's chin. The female students around saw this and started gossiping. "Look over here, senior. Oh, the person who confessed publicly at the school festival, right? So she is the daughter of a wealthy family. Look at that car. Damn, I'm really jealous." He tilted his head to look at you and said, "You speak so strangely." "My boyfriend. I was born into a wealthy family. Of course I am from a wealthy family." Gongjia was surprised to hear that. "Lavi's boyfriend just called me her boyfriend." You asked her, "What about you?" Lavi heard this and replied, "If I have to answer, my boyfriend is obviously also an 11th grade student like me. The butler should make an appointment with a psychiatrist right away. It seems like my boyfriend has mild amnesia." The butler heard her say that and immediately took out his phone to call. Gong then held his blushing face and sighed. "Ah, I could meet Lavi back in high school. This is truly a great blessing and I am the happiest man in the world. Lavian, seeing you back to normal, gives the order." The butler cancelled that appointment, he just acted as usual. Then she pulled Gong's hand and said, "But now I am still alive to choose this life. Get in the car, I'll take you home." Kim Gongjia wondered, "If it's my home, not that place, what kind of home would mine be here?" On the car, Lavian said, "I heard there was a big incident at your house yesterday." Gong was surprised to hear that. "A big deal?" Lavian asked again. "Don't you see what happened as a big deal? I never liked bringing up that topic before." The luxury car continued rolling down the road and stopped in front of a house. Gong looked at the house in front of him, thinking he couldn't even imagine what it would be like. As he got out of the car, he was stunned to see the father of this world say, "Who brought your girlfriend back home for you, Jiang? Life is so beautiful. You should thank your father for your handsome looks." Lavian stood beside him, bowing his head. "How are you, uncle?" Seeing Gongjia still looking at him in confusion, the old spirit angrily scolded, "Hey, you damn brat, lower your head immediately. If you don't behave with the girl, I'll erase your name from the household register." Then he turned and smiled at Lavian. "Oh, do you want to stay for dinner? Today Uncle's house makes very delicious clam salad." Lavian stepped inside smiling and replied, "Yes, if you don't mind." Old Spirit praised, "You are truly a good child," while Gong trudged inside. As soon as he entered, Gong was so startled that he dropped his bag when he saw Bichiang smiling and asking, "How was school today, son?" Old Spirit ran to her side and smiled. "You're so silly, my love. You think I invited the girl to our house. Ah, I lured her with the clam salad." Bik Hyang heard that and crossed her arms, replying, "You're right, my love. We shouldn't expect such bravery from our son." Gongra heard this form of address and was startled, "My love, my love." At this moment, the TV host's voice sounded. The following clip shows the assault involving singer Jo Soo-ha. However, we just received news this morning that the film crew story is fake. Shockingly, the person who made the video confessed to it. Gongjia was sweating coldly after watching that news clip. Bichiang spoke up, "Gong, go call your sister here, let's all eat together as a family." The fearful Gong asked, "Where is it?" She looked toward the room door and replied, "In my room." Hearing that, Gongjia hurriedly opened the door and saw the Fire King reading a book, who looked up at him and asked, "Hey, have you checked the news yet? I'm really in trouble, he keeps following me. I got angry and hit him once, but it was recorded. I almost ruined my singing career. So annoying." Luckily, he knew better and ran away. "Mom would have beaten me to death." "Huh, are you okay? You look really pale, my friend." Gong went crazy screaming D. He rushed to strike the Fire King and shouted, "Die, you bastard." The Fire King was startled and asked, "Are you out of your mind? Calm down." Gong shouted, "You call the master mom and still expect me to stay calm, damn bastard." The Fire King saw him continue to hit him and shouted, "Mom, Gong family is hitting me." Gong family became even angrier. Don't call her mom. Scene changes to the Gong family and the Fire King sitting at the dining table. The Gong family is being beaten with a swollen bump on the head. The Fire King with natural purple eyes sat opposite. Lavian ate while saying, I know this is rude, but I've already dealt with the matter involving my brother-in-law. Incidents like this usually need to be resolved quickly, or completely buried. Usually people prefer the latter, but this time the timing isn't great, because the political world is quiet, and the concert is scheduled just 10 days later. Gong Jia stared at Lavian's hand in silent admiration. Her hands are so beautiful. Bitch Hai sat on one side, raised her wine cup and then spoke. This is a bit surprising. Miss Lavian, if you did this because of Gong, I can understand. But as you know, Suha and the Gong family don't get along. Do I really need to use my family's power to help Suha? Lavi replied, I just want to show that to mom and dad. Baihyung then asked, what do you mean by showing them? Lavi put down his chopsticks and replied, they might be underestimating our love as just a fleeting pleasure of a rich girl, a beautiful memory from school days. They probably see it that way, whether in a good or bad way, but I truly want to embrace everyone as my family. There are voices of opposition in this family, but I will silence all objections. Handling this matter is how I prove my ability and determination to both of you. Please accept our marriage, parents. Then Lavi reached out and held Gong's hand. Baek Hyung smiled after hearing that such an extraordinary child has approached my son. Thank you, I have not raised the boy in vain. The Fire King sitting beside also laughed. Damn, so now we have become part of a rich family. Damn it, your singing career is basically over. Hey sister-in-law, many singers have been expanding into China lately. Can our group do that too? Baek Hyung immediately warned Suha, if you cause trouble again I will remove your name from the family household registration. The Fire King heard and asked in surprise, huh? Baek Hyung feels the warning is not severe enough. If not, find the person who raised them to kneel before them and apologize. Until you receive forgiveness, I will not recognize you as family. The Fire King was startled and asked mother. Old Tin Lin laughed happily. It seems we need to buy our son a really nice suit. Gongra looked at the scene in front of him and was silent. Why did he never have a family of his own? The next day on the way to school, Gong still wondered if this was the wound of the god-slaying assassin. Around him the sounds of students chatting echoed. Is there homework? There's a test today, right? While walking, he suddenly saw the 4 heavenly kings appear and say good morning. Gong family was startled and squinted. The 4 heavenly kings? The demon flower asked puzzled. Huh, we are the 4 heavenly kings of Trung Shin Shu. Gong Jia whispered to himself, crazy, impossible. Are you saying the 4 heavenly kings are bullies in this world? I just finished thinking when I heard the demon swordsman pat his chest and say, hey, what's the point of bullying? You guys should focus on studying and stop bullying. We've been obedient lately. You keep telling us to stay calm, but ever since you started dating the queen, we can't even boss around the lackeys anymore. Gong Jia was extremely shocked to hear that. You guys call Lavian the queen. What the hell is that? The demon sword angrily condemned it and you guys are still bragging about it. Really, and what the hell are the 4 heavenly kings? Gong sighed. Don't be so serious, it's too scary. In class, the Black Witch stood up and shouted, attention, greet the teacher. All the students stood up together and said, hello, teacher Ha. The teacher in this world is actually Chen Muan, he said, all right. Then hand the basket to the Dark Witch and tell the class president to collect everyone's phones. The Dark Witch took the basket and immediately replied, yes. Mun turned to warn the students, if I catch anyone hiding their phone you are definitely dead, understood. Seeing this scene, Gong Jia gritted his teeth. What the hell, a venomous snake has become a teacher. The Dark Witch carried a basket, went down to collect each student's phone and asked, you've turned off all your phones, right? The student replied, yeah. Gong lay on the table looking in the direction of the Dark Wizard and felt very confused. A holy knight obediently hands her the phone. I've seen all kinds of things in life, but this is truly unbelievable. Seeing the Dark Witch approaching, Gonga took out his phone and handed it to her. But the Dark Witch calmly walked past him and took another student's phone. Seeing this, Gongjia called her suspiciously, thinking she had forgotten him. The class president Black Witch asked, what's going on? Gongjia replied, you didn't take my phone. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at him at the same time. Gong went over and handed the phone to the Black Witch. Seeing this, the Black Witch teased him. So the wise princess is correcting the fool. Gongjia found it very confusing. On the podium, Muon excitedly said, oh, even the great Gong family is handing in their phones today. Everyone look closely, as long as there is love, a person can be transformed. When you enter university, remember to find your other half in life. The Holy Knight raised his hand to speak. Teacher Gong said he will enter soon National University. He said it very seriously. Rondu then added more. Huh. That's strange. He told me he was going to off-force. The student council president is studying abroad, and he said he would go without hesitation. Chen Mum Mun smiled upon hearing that. His safe school is Seoul National University, and his dream school is office. Indeed, Gong's family has completely different standards from ours. The dark witch calmly placed her phone on the teacher's desk. On the way back, Riondu teased her. Class president, be careful, you're about to lose the top spot. The cold, dark wizard retorted. That's none of your business. Kim Gong-jia looked around the classroom feeling very confused and strange. I was wearing the school uniform but familiar with all these faces except one. His eyes turned towards Rapanda, thinking silently about that child. Just then the door opened, and the fake Kim Soo asked, "The first period is math. Can we start the class now?" The whole class responded, "Yes, ma'am." Gongjia saw her and thought to himself that he was no longer surprised. Old Kim Soo stepped onto the podium and said, "Today we will start a new chapter." After class, Gongjia walked down to the schoolyard when a boy came up and asked Brother Gongdu, "Why have you been studying so much lately? Come play with us too." Another boy holding a ball said, "Let's play soccer." Kim Gong reached out to pat the boy holding the ball and said, "Yeah, let's play together." He played with the kids, then sat on the steps wondering why this scene became a psychological wound. Everyone is alive. Bahuri is not a ghost, the master is still alive. His personality is still as bad as before, but even the Fire Emperor quarrels with his parents and gets scolded. Still like a human. Isn't this a peaceful and happy hypothesis? Where in the world is like hell? Lavian appeared at this moment, standing in front of him smiling and said, "Here you are, my boyfriend, you look worried. I called you, but you didn't answer, which made me really worried." Making your lover worried for no reason is never good. Seeing her, he called Lavian in surprise. He quickly took out his phone to check, and said, "Sorry, I gave the phone to the class monitor and forgot to turn it back on. I just felt a little uneasy." After hearing that, Lavi bent down and kissed him, asking, "What could possibly move your heart? In this world, I hope nothing can move you, except me." Kim Gong blushed and called Lavian. Suddenly Gong asked her, "Do you know the names of my parents?" Lavian replied, "Of course, is your mother's name the same as your father's?" Gongjia couldn't hear the old spirit's name and thought to himself it was indeed because he didn't know the true name of the guardian. "Spirit." Lavian saw he didn't answer, so she called her boyfriend. Gongjia was still lost in thought. If this is a dream, it wouldn't contain truths, I don't know. Even when I check the class list during break, most names, including the gang leaders, are unreadable. He took her hand and said, "Lavianen, this may seem strange, but I feel uneasy. Lavien, you are the daughter of a wealthy family. Theoretically, there is no reason for me to live a life of studying with someone like you in this place." Lavian was startled and asked, "Your words make me uneasy. What are you trying to say?" Gong kept saying, "Maybe this is all." Just then his phone rang, startling him. Gong looked at the phone and saw a message saying, "You are the one who killed me. Don't forget you killed me." Then a loud scream echoed, attracting everyone's attention. Gongza, Jia, and Lavian hurriedly ran towards the crowd. The students surrounding a building shouted, "Over there, what should we do? We have to call the teacher." "What is he planning to do?" "I don't know. It seems like he intends to commit suicide." Rapanda is now standing on the rooftop looking down. The students are buzzing with chatter. "What should we do now? Someone call the teacher." Lavian looked up and shouted, then hurried inside. Before leaving, she said, "It's not good, call 119. I'll try to go up there and persuade him." Gong, scared, dialed 119 119 on the phone. At that moment, the phone fell from above, shattering and causing the students to scream. Gongda's phone screen showed 119. He froze, looked up at Rapanda's lifeless eyes, and muttered, "Die." Then he fell from above. The students shouted, "That bastard is crazy. Teacher, teacher." One of the students raised their phone to take a picture. Gong clenched his teeth and said, "Don't take pictures." But the camera clicks kept coming. Gongra panicked and asked, "What are you doing? Stop taking pictures." "I told you to stop, don't look anymore." Kim Gong's phone showed a message. "You killed me. Don't forget you are the one who killed me." Lavian also appeared on the rooftop at this moment. She looked down and said, "But Gongra, you are the one who killed him." Switching to the news report, a man is standing at the podium. As everyone knows, a recent unfortunate accident has occurred. But I believe you, the students in the class, are talking about this news. Have you seen the message he sent? Crazy, he's always so eccentric. After watching the news, Old Spirit calmly said, "Don't mind those who badmouth behind your back. They're just cowards who don't dare to say it to your face." The Fire King sat on the sofa eating chips and said, "Yeah, sometimes you have to face challenges to truly live. Life isn't about making a big deal out of small things, so why would that guy kill himself just because of that? He's a crazy attention seeker. Hey, call the Heavenly King. I want to play games." Chen Muan spoke up in class. "Yes, I am very sad too. But this is a very important time for you all. Once you enter, your third-year time will fly like a dog running across the field. Your future will depend greatly on this year, so make sure to write and prioritize your tasks." Classmates in Dongthon Ho class. Yes. Only the Dark Witch turned to look at the table by the window where the chrysanthemum was placed. Meanwhile, Gong heard the haunting sound repeating the punishment of the animal realm. He startled awake to find himself back at the starting point. The school's loudspeaker announced to the students still remaining on campus. Recently, there has been a phenomenon of students staying at school even after classes have ended. Please leave the school if you have not registered for evening classes. Herrick appeared once again and called out, "Hey, wake up. They are reminding us about home." Gong suddenly stood up and flicked Herrick's hand, making him cry out. He ran away thinking he understood. This must be Rapanda's obsession. So it turns out he was just like that. Herrick saw him running and opened the door saying no, running in the hallway. He ran while realizing his memories had been overwritten by his nightmare like a game skin. The same situation, the same role, the role assigned to him. Thinking about this, he immediately cursed. Damn it. He ran to the stairs and saw Rapanda standing at the emergency exit. Kim Gong realized he was the culprit. He called out, "Why are you bowing to your classmate like that?" Rapanda was puzzled and turned to ask. Kim Gongjia reached out and said, "Let me borrow your phone for a moment." "Please." Rapanda obediently handed the phone to Gong. When you open it, there are 47 unread messages. You open each message, and there are some extremely glaring lines of text. It's really pitiful for our juniors. They have to call you senior. Have you ever thought about how they feel? Hey, my dear. Shocking news. Our school has students who do not wash their uniforms. When I greeted you in the hallway, you looked really happy. Even though I was pretty embarrassed, I only did it because of the bet. Don't think we're friends or anything. Living in the school's dump area, he reuses uniforms and shoes, but there's one thing that can't be recycled. See you after class. After reading these messages, Kim Gongji immediately turned off the phone. He looked up and asked, "Why do you carry it with you? You just need to not bring it along." Rapanda fell silent upon hearing that. After a moment he spoke. "If I don't do it, you said you would kill me." Gongjia was startled to hear that. Gongjia then continued, "Then just throw it away if you say it's lost. Who can do anything to you?" But Randa replied, "It's the phone you gave me. It's your old phone. My family is very poor. You even paid my tuition. In return, I have to be available whenever you call. You said if I dare to lose it, you would kill me. Could I really throw it away?" Gong went to the school gate where Lavian was waiting. He said to her, "Lavian, I'm sorry I can't go home with you today." Gong pulled Rapanda along behind him. Seeing that Lavian praised him, saying he was sometimes mysterious, but also pretty cool, he leaned down for her to kiss his cheek. She asked, "If you want, is there anything I can do to help?" He laughed and replied, "Not yet, but if I do, I'll let you know immediately." Lavian heard that and said, "I believe you." After saying goodbye to Lavian, Gong turned to Rapana and said, "Let's go." He looked at him warily and asked, "Go where?" He thought to himself he didn't know where to start untangling this mess, but he had to do something different to end this obsession. First, he had to start with what he had. So he answers, "Your house." Another scene appears. This time, Kim Gong came out as a child, sitting on a chair, hearing the kids around gossiping. The director is heartless and locked. "All of our birthdays fall on the first day of the month," the friend next to me replied. "It means they don't bother organizing many birthday parties." The boy in the blue shirt continued to complain. "What about our name Kim Menus?" "Seriously, Kim Menus." The boy in the gray shirt drinking milk is answering. "At least today the boys' names all have the word Kim, so it sounds more natural. But my name is Kim Han Fai. Just call me Han Fai." After hearing their story, Kim Gong Gia muttered, "The director is really heartless." He thought to himself, "I've been thinking about this for a long time, but after climbing the tower and meeting many people, I realized their attitude is more than just ordinary indifference." When he grew up and went to school, he wondered why the director was like that. He tried to recall and reflect on those memories. It feels like they are always cautious not to love us too much. Once I asked the director, "You don't love us, do you?" The director replied that one day we would have the answer. Gongjiang thought to himself that we always got the same answer whenever we seriously asked something. "One day the director talked to you yesterday. You asked me why I don't love you a little more, right?" You nodded. "Yes." The director speaks up. "People often pretend to be someone they're not, acting smart, strong, kind, as if they are a certain type of person. Everyone wears a mask and feels no need to take it off. But if you get too used to wearing that mask one day, you might even forget you're wearing it, which means it's clouding your mind. Try to imagine what the child would think if we got angry." Kim Gong replied. "Oh, the director must have had a stressful day today." The director smiled after hearing it. "That's right, I am sometimes difficult with you, and you know that very well. Do you understand? That is who I am, and because of that you know me. But what if I am someone who loves you? What if I am someone who always says I love you? You are the purpose of my life. I love you the most in the world and always hug you. But what if someone like that gets angry with you? Then you will start having thoughts like this. Why is the director angry with us? He said he loves us the most. I must have done something wrong. Even though I only get upset once a year. After 10 years, that number will be 10 times. Even if I only remember half of those times, that number is 5 times, and 5 memories like that are enough for me to judge a person's character. Don't do that. Just remember me as someone easily annoyed and even too indifferent to bother organizing birthday parties for the kids. That's the truth. Don't lose yourself because of me, you did nothing wrong. Don't let someone like me make you a twisted child. You can become strong, so try to become strong. Kim Gongjia stood inside the room looking up at the photo hanging on the wall. It had the social worker's oath written on it. I join hands with individuals, families, groups, organizations, and the entire community to uphold dignity and social justice, so that everyone can live a humane life. I always stand with the marginalized and those suffering, protect their rights and interests, fight against injustice and corruption in society, and put the common good above personal interests. I pledge to uphold the ethical principles of social work, dedicating myself with ethics and responsibility. I swear on my honor and my own free will. Back to the present, Kim Gong said. Going to your house, you look at Rapanda, and wonder if, as the difficulty of psychological trauma increases, the trauma itself will become a boss you have to defeat. If so, the first thing I want to do is visit the parents of the Star Slayer and apologize to them. After hearing that, he replied, I know. Then he led the Gong family to his house and said, This is my house. Gong Jia looked up at the house in front of him, recalling the message living in Baijiak, even indoor shoes and uniforms are recycled. The only thing that can't be recycled is… Gong Jia went inside and asked, Where are your parents? Are they at work? Answer, My father sells scrap metal. You ask, What about your mother? Rapanda replied, It's lost. Just then the door opened and Rapanda's father came back and asked, Are you Kim Yun's friend? Gongjia turned to look at him and replied, No, it's not you, I'm the one who bullied him. He heard this and then turned away. Kim Gong was startled to see that, but it was too late. He no longer had the spark to ignite the fire in his heart. He hurriedly ran over and said, Here, I have evidence. If you check his phone, you'll see messages where I threatened to bully him if you found out. He handed the phone to him to look at. After watching, he muttered, So that's how it is. Kim Gong was stunned. This man no longer had the courage to take responsibility for the fake assassin. Gong spoke up. I'm sorry for entering your house without permission. If possible, I would like to stay with your child for a while. I want to invite him to my house. Is that okay? The old man heard and replied, Feel free. Gong then turned to Rapanda and said, Let's go. You heard what he said. Prepare whatever you need to bring. You'll be staying at my house for a while. Rapanda coldly asked, What are you trying to do? You're about to marry a rich girl, so now you're trying to whitewash your past. Afraid of leaving a stalemate, that's a smart move. These two are just another game you came up with. If you want to play, just say cancel outright. Should we meet at the schoolyard today? Gong Jia was shocked when he heard it. He bowed his head and said, I'm sorry. Rapanda saw this and stood up. You're crazy, Gong Ra. Please, I'm begging you, just give me one more day. I'm begging you. Please hold on just one more day. He silently thought that to me another day was just like any other day to come, but to the person standing before me it was his last day. Rapanda muttered, Do whatever you like. Kim Gongjia thought to himself, besides hoping and praying in despair, there was nothing else he could do. He led Rapanda back to his house, stood at the door and said, Please wait here for a moment. Rapanda replied, I already said do whatever you want. Gongjia entered the house and said, I'm home. Old Spirit smiled when he saw you return and asked, Oh, you're back, son. You looked at the man before you and thought, My Sword Emperor partner, you teach me how to look forward and live in this world. His father called out to him, which startled the Old Spirit. He was shocked and said, Wait, that's strange, isn't it? Hearing you call me once, Dad, feels strange. Not just strange, it sends chills down my spine. That call felt so strange it almost made me faint. The car. Kim Gong's father kept saying, Dad, there's no way you would teach me like this. The father I know is a wonderful, formidable man. Although sometimes he seems like a narcissistic lunatic, at least when he thinks something is wrong, he will fight against it to the end. If you are my son, you can never grow up to be a thug. Even if you go astray, I will beat you half to death if necessary to set you straight. Also, when you bully someone weaker, it will never happen, your father would say that. He recalled that last round, the spirit elder said people will talk, but just ignore what they say. Gongjia kept mumbling that there was no way his father would affectionately call someone like him, his son. A father is someone who shows those who are suffering how to find happiness. He is not a money seeker. Get out now, get out of my sight. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in front of him shattered, and a blazing red light appeared. He looked at the thing in front of him, and silently thought that this was the true face of the world. Inside, Bikyang was sitting at the desk writing in a notebook. Gongjia stepped forward calling master, then switched to calling mother. Kim Gongjia looked at her silently, thinking about the fateful meeting with his master, Moran. She looked at him and said, Strange, it's been a long time since I've heard someone call their mother like that. That's not right, Mom. It feels like you haven't finished speaking before I interrupted. I love you so much, Mom. I want to see Mom. I have found someone I will love in this life. Truly, loving someone and being loved wholeheartedly, in return, is not a fantasy. Taking Lariel's hand here, I want to introduce her to you first before anyone else. If Mom were here, I'm sure she and I would be good friends. I'm living in a living hell. I am still okay and trying my best to survive. Some days I think about the things you taught me. I want to see you again. Bichiang stood up and went to Gongra to wipe his tears, and asked, Did you have a nightmare? You answer, I'm still dreaming. She hears that and says, Life is no different from a dream, my child. Bichiang hugged him, comforting him and telling her son not to be fooled by those words, always cross-check with your heart. No matter what you call me, I will always be in your heart. And so will you. Kim Gong tearfully told her that remembering a few words and quoting a few sentences does not make a person. The more you cherish others in your heart, the more human you become. Mom will not raise Josu Ha that way either. Bichiang nodded. That's right. Gong Jia continued. She would never invite someone who throws punches out of anger to her dinner table. She will either kick that person out or correct them first. No, she will raise them to be good people from a young age. Bichiang smiled gently, her eyes kind like a mother's. That's right, Gong Jia concluded. So you are not S-Bang. As he finished speaking, Bichiang in front of him also gradually fell apart. Before completely disappearing, she instructed Survive Gong Jia, you must live strongly. Gong Jia hugged her one last time before she vanished, then he immediately ran to the bathroom to vomit violently. The Fire King passed by, heard the noise, and asked, Did you eat something wrong? I told you not to mess with random stuff, didn't I? Do you want me to rub your back? Gong Jia heard that and looked up to call out Josu Fire. King then asked, Are you so nauseous that you've lost your mind? Why do you call me so bluntly? Little brother Kim Gong scolded. You are a bastard. Did the Fire King startle when he heard that Gong asked as he stood up. Idol singer, do you think you can do a job like that, you crazy dog? You're not the type to comfort your brother just because he's vomiting. Gong stepped forward and pressed on his shoulder, continuing to condemn him. Even if you were like that, even just a little, if you were at least that kind of person, I wouldn't have killed you. You secretly think sometimes I dream I would say that. He recalls the scene when he was injured and went to beg the Fire King, the hunter, please help me with the wolf attacking me, medicine please. After hearing that, the Fire King handed the bottle to Kim Gong and said, Be more careful next time. Damn, it looks like I won't get my payday today. When you get here, think to yourself, that's what Joshua will say while giving the medicine. 11 years ago, Joshua was still that kind of person, a dream in which he didn't have to kill his own hero from the past with his own hands. Gong Ra grabbed the wallet in front of him and scolded, You bastard, you only have my ball. Forget the idea of moving to this hellish place and maybe end your past. At this moment, he suddenly realized this was not his home. After finishing up, Kim Gong opened the door and said, Come inside. He warmly pulled Rapanda into the house. This is not my world. Rapanda saw the person sitting outside and said hello. Gong interrupted, Don't greet me. Even if they act like they know you, just ignore them. He opened his room door and said, This is my room, you can stay here for a while. You looked at Rapanda and thought to yourself he isn't even surprised by his family's appearance. Perhaps in Tintu's eyes, murderers always look like souls. Gong then pulled Rapanda to sit on the bed and instructed, If my parents and older brother try to come in, don't open the door for them. He frowned upon hearing this and said, Don't talk to me so politely anymore. It's strange and annoying. I don't know why you're doing all these things as if you're plotting something. Kim Gong leaves the room without a word. He just thinks about it and doesn't care. As soon as the words ended, the door was closed. Cut to a scene in Preda's room where she answers the phone in surprise. Hello. You are Suha's younger brother. Gong told her that she was not an idol. As soon as he finished speaking, Preda's image disappeared and the phone fell to the ground. You came looking for Mumun. He was astonished. That's strange. It's rare to see you in the teacher's room. After that, his appearance gradually fell apart. System notification. The reality factor of psychological trauma has decreased, unable to recover the document. Extracting damaged document from your memory. Extracting damaged documents from people appearing in your memory. Kim Gong Jia goes to meet the fake Kim Soo. The girl was scared when she saw you. Gong Ra, do you want to meet me in an empty classroom for something? The system keeps requesting documents from Dragwa. Failing that, you go to see the faces you once knew. They said the student council president wants to see me. Do you have something to tell me? Gong, let's go play soccer. Dear Gong family, surely after each meeting, their images gradually fade from the warning system's memory, and the actual factor of psychological trauma has diminished. Before Kim Gong, Ji now remain only the colorless red souls. He realized this was the world of the star-killing beings. At this moment, only one person remained who still retained their original form, going against the flow with those souls to stand before him. Gong Jia called Lavi, and she stopped in front of him and replied, Yes. Gong said it. He really felt that something was not right. Lavian brushed his hair back and said, You insist on calling me Lavian, and this strange forced feeling tells me you have to call me by that name. More importantly, I can't remember how we met. You confessed to me at the school festival last year, and that's how we started dating. But I wonder if it's true. Our love is not like that, it is not so ordinary. Kiss me now. Gong leaned down and kissed Lavian on the lips. She smiled at him with eyes full of love. Your heart is beating. She held his hand and confessed. The love I have for you is completely real. I love you this much, not just because you are handsome and smooth-talking, the best couple in the history of middle and high school. Of course, we are the best couple in the universe. Kim Gongjia looked at her and replied. That's right. She asks you if my love is not fake, then my memories have been distorted. Whether this is a dream or an illusion, am I dreaming of you, or are you dreaming of me? He answered that he was dreaming about her. He bent down and hugged the girl he confessed to. You are the only one I love. Lavian gently stroked his face and smiled. Yes. Even if this is just a dream, I am the only one who has the right to love you, and be loved by you. You nodded to confirm the strap. You were right. Lavi smiled and spoke. I admire you. My lover, I love you deeply. Then she reached out and touched Kim Gong's forehead to guide him. Now close your eyes, no matter what happens, don't open them. Just call my name, do you understand? If you open your eyes, I'll be mad. Her fingertip moved down to his lips. He whispered Lavian's name. Lavian, his beloved. The system notifies that the reality factor of psychological trauma has decreased. He closes his eyes silently thinking, not letting himself see her true self. That's how Avancia works. The warning system continues, unable to recover the document. After settling everything, Gongjia returned home and faced Rapanda. Now, all that was left was for him to say to Rapanda, come with me, there's no time. Rapanda saw Gong appear and stood up abruptly asking, you haven't gone home yet. Gong hurriedly approached and grabbed his wrist, startling Rapanda. He panicked instinctively and quickly said, hey wait, what's going on? Where are you taking me? Gong pulled you away while answering. You'll live longer there. Rapanda looked confused and frowned. I don't understand what you're saying. You've been acting strange all month. What exactly are you afraid of? You're not the type of person who tries for anything. You responded because I promised to do my best to live no matter what. Gong dragged Rapanda down the school hallway, telling a story as they walked. My master swung his sword even as the world was ending. My comrade defended her country even if the world repeated itself. I am trying my best because I want to be proud standing beside them. Rapanda found it hard to understand. Master, do you mean our teacher? I really don't understand. Kim Gongjia didn't explain but continued telling, even mentioning someone who sacrificed themselves for their ideals to the point of paying the price by abandoning themselves. The two passed by the dark witch who looked up at the sign and wondered, is this the place? Gongjia looked at her thinking silently that she was the only one he hadn't defeated. He immediately grabbed the dark witch's hand. He pulled the dark witch along and said, you come with me too, you can't stay here now. The dark witch was startled when she saw you and asked Kim Gong, what are you talking about? The warning system, obsessive reproduction, is weakening, unable to maintain obsession. Gong Ra takes you and the black witch to the rooftop. The dark witch was startled and dodged, asking where we were going. Rapanda next to me shouted, I feel dizzy. Gongjia used force to break the lock, and just as he pushed open the terrace door, the black witch stopped him, saying drilling onto the terrace violates school rules. Gongjia stepped in and said, for now we will be safe here. The dark wizard was startled. What do you mean by safe? Don't you know how strict our school is with this rule? Especially after last year's incident, if the teacher finds out I'm here, my perfect record will be ruined. You silently think there are only 3 people left in this obsession. He called out class president, you know what's going on in the class, right? Kim acted as the villain. Rapanda is the victim. The dark wizard heard this, turned his head and gritted his teeth as he asked, so what exactly do you want to say to me? And the witness was the black witch herself. The black witch stared at Kim Gong and condemned him. It's all your fault. You were the one who joked and gave him that name. Gong called him and the other person, Shino's super trash duo. Who cares? I don't even want to talk about this with you. If I had known there was bullying even in high school, I would have chosen a different school. Gong spoke up. You are responsible for what happens to your classmates, class president, the black witch asked angrily. So what, you mean it's my fault? I can't believe it. So you're really going around telling everyone one by one. Gongjia is regretting. Gongjia has become someone else. All the teachers praised you. Very good. After hurting someone, you just need to apologize and your guilt is wiped away. If it's once or twice, I can still accept it. But how can life be a joke or a mistake that you can erase at will? Do you think the world is a trash bin for you to throw your mistakes into? Don't play this game with me. Don't drag me into this. I know you're trying to make me apologize. I didn't do anything wrong. You are the one who is wrong, not him. Kim Gonga spoke after hearing it. I know you don't think that way. A thought arose in his heart. When Rapanda took his own life, everyone tried their best to look away. He remembered that after hearing the news, the students asked, I can't believe he sent that message, is he crazy? Remembering Chen Mumun's advice to the students in class, so think about what is most important to them. He concluded, the madman is Rapanda. Coincidentally, I am the rational one. Although we teased him before, we were just going with the flow. We did nothing wrong. These people are angry at my life. Don't forget that you are the ones who killed me. Everyone is like that except one person. While the evil enemies hold their heads high, the lone witness sits there in remembrance. The Dark Witch trembled slightly. She was a bit unsettled now, but during that time I discovered a lot. Do you know this school is part of the Saroon Research Fund? Among the school board members are the parents of your girlfriend and the host of the study session at Saroon Church, which is also the church my family attends. I have to see his face every weekend. I bet you bully without knowing any of this, right? Why do I have to know these things when they only cause chaos? Stop it, just stop. We have to take the university entrance exam next year. Every day I only sleep a maximum of 4 to 5 hours to save time for studying. I also got accepted into this school thanks to a scholarship like that. Meanwhile, you just smile and enjoy your carefree school life bullying others without a second thought. Kim Gong-jia heard these words and realized that hatred is easy but goodwill is not. The Dark Wizard could no longer hold back and shouted, "But I'm struggling and trying my best. Do you know our homeroom teacher is the second-year representative of the Scholarship Council?" When I mentioned the name of that disgusting bastard teacher at this school, Kim Gong said, "I'm sorry." The Dark Wizard immediately ran over, kicked him in the leg, and scolded, "Don't apologize, you scum. Instead of apologizing, live and die like the trash you are. I beg you, after graduation, never meet the family again." Gong looked towards Rapanda and spoke. That person had intended to commit suicide. 1 month ago, right here. The Dark Witch was stunned and turned around. She trembled and asked, "Is it true?" The reluctant Gongjia replied, "Yes, I don't know why he knows. I don't know he thinks about such things." The head girl of the Dark Witch trembled after hearing it. "I didn't see any fault. I don't feel guilty. From the first year looking at the administration, I gave up because I knew nothing would change. This year, I tried to bring it up once with our homeroom teacher before backing down. I'm that kind of person. You can remember me like that, but don't commit suicide. You can't kill yourself just because of trash like that. That's not right. You have to keep living, got it? Go to a good university, make a lot of money, and leave this crappy city behind." Rapanda looked at the Black Witch, who was bowing her head, and spoke up. "I have thought about that, but then maybe those bastards will forget." He stepped closer to the Dark Witch and continued, "I want to ruin their lives somehow." Rapanda sat down, hugged the Dark Witch, and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt people like you. I'm very glad. I'm glad that 1 month ago on this day I did not commit suicide. I'm glad that at least there is one person I can forgive." The Black Witch cried and murmured, I'm sorry, please don't die, I beg you, don't die because of these beasts. Please endure and survive until the end. I promise to try harder. Together, let's reproduce the fading obsession." And beneath the Black Witch's disguise, the young director's face appeared, shocking the Gong family. The director cried and said, "Live for the unfortunate children, first go to university, we will major in social work. After moving to another city and getting a social work degree, no one will be able to trample on us anymore. We will graduate and help other children. Alone I may struggle, but together we can do anything, even find more people to join us. I'm sure this is not all the world has to offer. Let's create our own world." At this moment the rising waters surged, fiercely engulfing the two of them. Rapanda muttered, "Doesn't sound like a high-paying job." The director tearfully replied, "Doing that doesn't pay much, it sounds difficult." The director answered, "I heard it's even harder than that." Finally, Rapanda smiled with satisfaction, but it still sounded better than the world we know. "I gave up studying since the second half of my first year. Maybe I have already fallen behind." The director quickly said, "It's okay, it's not too late, and nothing is ever too late." He naturally responded, "All right, class, let's survive together in this world." Finally, the images of the two people disappeared. The system displayed a message, "Reproduction of the obsession completed, punishment finished." When Gong opened his eyes, a dialog box appeared before him, "Please choose a skill type." The system displayed a message that it was randomly copying a skill from the Star Killer. "Please choose a skill type." Gongjia is still lost in thought. They are classmates, they study in the same class. One of their clocks broke and the other's was destroyed. Why is it that the good ones always get ruined? Why do those who harm others get away while their victims have to die? At this moment the spirit elder appeared and laughed. "I really like it when people let their guard down and lose their lives. Isn't floor 50 tough? Even the deadly star people are not easy to deal with, right? You shouldn't have used tricks to climb up in the first place. It's all your fault." Gong silently thought that it seemed like he didn't know what he had just been through that day. "He always came to comfort me, but this time he didn't. He said I had a nightmare." The old man heard that and asked, Gom thinks this time is different from before, but he still explains that he is going to the psychology clinic. "The psychological shift this time was a bit strange. You weren't there with me then. And the mind of the star assassin was also blurry. It was like it was malfunctioning. I told myself it's best to keep that secret from him. Telling him that he was my father at that time would make him tease me to death. Old Spirit fell silent after hearing this, then scratched his head and said, "Strange, it doesn't make sense for me not to be there with you. People call me a ghost for convenience, but basically I am still a skill. It's true I have memories from the past, but in the end I am still just a skill entity. Roughly, it has been residing in your mind." Kim Gong was surprised to hear that. Really, then why did this happen? The Old Spirit silently rested his chin on his hand looking at him, and he also looked back in confusion. Suddenly the old man shouted, "I don't want to think about that. I'm sure that one day we will have the answer if we keep it in our minds. Let's go see the skills people have achieved. It's been a long time since you mastered a skill. Miss Kim took only grants blessings and such." After speaking, the Old Spirit waved his hand and a series of skill cards appeared. The old man picked up one card and was amazed. "Hey damn, this guy has all the awesome skills. That's why I hate you, hunter with carry skills." Gong looked up and saw a total of 13. "So what about the original form? Is it considered one of those 13 entities?" The old man beside him exclaimed again. "Oh wow, this skill is interesting too." The goddess's salvation skill was shattered into 100 pieces. The effect of the old days had a goddess who dedicated everything of herself to a hero. That hero shattered her into 100 pieces, but she still wanted to be by his side. This goddess later fell and sealed herself into a skill card. She has the ability to exchange memories for skills. You can enhance your skills and power by offering your memories to the goddess. If you offer memories that are important to you, the enhancement effect will be much stronger. The enhancement effect only works temporarily. After reading Gong, Jia pondered, "This must be the piece of the guardian goddess that I couldn't obtain. I think that hero is the Star Slayer." After looking at the cards, the Old Spirit spoke up. All of his skills are not good at all. That suits him well. So all those constellations obsessed with twisted people really like him. Gong Jia looked up and said, "I have decided what to take." Old Spirit rubbed his chin and squinted. The bet is too big. Do you really think so? Forget it, I don't want to admit it. But the skill list of the person from the beginning has always been quite impressive. If it weren't for them being a supreme elite one day, they will become great. Never mind, I've made up my mind, I need to use it. He took the card thinking he needed to defeat the Star Assassin. However, my victory will not be to kill the Star Humans, I have to do better. The system notifies that you have made a decision to copy. Gong Jia is determined he will make him realize that what he is doing is wrong. Turning back time 24 hours, he goes to meet Rionu. "I have something to ask you," the Count asked cheerfully. "What is it?" "Tell me, little treasure. I didn't expect you to get through this level so quickly when there's a constellation lying in wait to ambush you." At that moment, he suddenly saw the woman he remembered in his obsession. "Did you see that stupid message?" Remembering this, Gong was startled. But very quickly you reassured yourself and said, "No, that's not her. Comparing her to someone like that is not right." Count saw you were silent and asked what was wrong. Kim Gongjia kept shaking his head to show he was fine. "It's nothing. I want to send a letter to the outside world. It doesn't have to be a letter, but the sooner the better." Batuok smiled. "It's easy. If it doesn't have to be just easy, then there's an even easier way. Where do you want to send it? Sending it to a country with a collapsed government is difficult." The auctioneer quickly replied, "No problem, I want to send it to the country where I was born." She immediately said, "Your homeland, that's easy then." Then she turned to call the liaison officer over. The liaison officer, a wide-range 7th class, appeared and asked what this matter was about this time. Riondu walked over and put his arm around her shoulder, saying, "Allow me to introduce her as the wide-area liaison working with me, although we are from different social classes." The liaison replied, "If you called me here just to gossip, then I'll be going." Countess quickly said, "Calm down, Brahma. I will designate a shrine connected to the outside world, so please prepare a communication line for me." Brahma argued back. "Why me?" The Count pointed at the boy. "It's not for me, it's for this prince." Brahma then looked up at Kim Gong. The servant bowed and begged, "Please, sister." Brahma glanced at Riondu, who was smiling. Then she came and clasped her hands to him. "If a lowly person asks, I have always refused directly. But I have observed from afar and seen your dedicated service to the tower. You deserve a reward for that dedication, so I will help you." Upon hearing that, Mrs. Took immediately smiled and waved her hand. A light appeared. "Indeed, only nobles understand nobles. Grandma is here. If you keep bragging, I'll go back there." The Count immediately replied, got it, hurry up and finish quickly." Ron began to pray. "I pray to the Great Virgin Mary. I pray for a sacred wish, a prayer not yet spoken. Please help me, so that my silent prayer does not turn into a scream. Please allow me to be by your side. I beg you to open a small shop here." Brahma said to Kim Gong, "Give me your phone." After taking your phone, she also began chanting, connecting, linking. If a third person listens, the sound becomes noise. When there are people everywhere, the three realms sing in harmony with all things. As she finished speaking, a beam of light appeared from Kim Gong's phone connecting to the altar. The Countess smiled at the altar of the Death King. Grandma also said they would answer if you called. They will respond if you send an email. Phone charges will be billed separately, but I can cover that. However, you must follow the rules of the outside world. Gong then stepped inside the shrine, took the phone and said thank you. You start dialing the familiar numbers, hearing the phone ringing. You silently think this is the first phone number you remember. The landline phone on the other end also rang. The person on the other end answered. Hello, who is this? Gong called. I am the director coming out here. The director smiles. Yeah, it's been a long time since we last met. I thought there would be a time when you would get in touch. I see that you are living well. You've reached the age where life gets busy. The warm, deep voice of the director continued to resonate. Gong remained silent, listening to everything. The director continued. Sometimes there are people I don't know who come to the hospital to ask if you are from here. At first I thought you had done something wrong. He paused for a moment, hesitating whether to continue speaking. After a moment of struggle, he resumed speaking. But after your friend showed me the video, I realized I was wrong. The Death King. That's a strange name. Hearing that Gongjia was a bit helpless and flustered, as he explained. I didn't choose it, it was the tower. Although Gongjia hadn't finished speaking, he understood the main idea and spoke with relief. All right, hearing your voice makes me relieved. But your silence in response to the director made him a bit suspicious. Gong immediately called your name to confirm. Is something wrong? On the other end of the phone, he was frowning, holding back his emotions, and after a long moment, he finally spoke. I just have something to ask. He quickly agreed immediately. Go ahead. How serious are you? Say that first. The voice on the other side replied. It's really serious. Maybe the most serious topic I've ever discussed with you. The director replied. Then wait 2 minutes, no 3 minutes. I'll go get coffee and settle down. Hearing Gong smile in agreement, but in his heart, he knew better than anyone how he must be feeling. In your mind, the image of the director appears as a symbol showing how difficult it is to overcome all the evil to become a truly good person, also serving as a model for you to follow. At that moment, his voice rang out, bringing him back to reality. All right, I'm sitting down, go ahead. On the other end of the line, there was silence for a moment, then his hesitant voice sounded again. Did you graduate from SIN, CCO, high school and secondary school? He replied softly without hiding. Yes. I graduated from CCO high school, it must still be popular now. He sipped some coffee, reflecting on those years. Gong then asked, were you the class president in your second year? Hearing this, the director's vague memories flooded back, and he answered uncertainly. It's been decades. Hearing that, Gong fell silent for a moment, then asked again, when you were class president, did anything bad happen on your school's rooftop? These words were slowly digging into the dark corner of the director's heart. Gongjia remembered the dark corridor he passed through, realizing it wasn't entirely a nightmare. The image of the locked gate to the rooftop. Randa looked down on the desolate schoolyard, and the old house, all vague memories gradually becoming clearer. The truth gradually came to light. The young director cried out to Randa, please don't die, please let's get through life together, only death is fake. What should have been fake is actually real, and the story that should have been true is just a dissection of a dream. Just like Rapanda's strange appearance in that dream, Gong's voice echoed. Continuing the conversation, do you remember his name? Kim Yoon. Kim Yoon. The image of Rapanda in Gong's dream actually represents the unfortunate character Kim Yoon from the past. The director remembers that person's name. His name is Kim Yoon. That person was his classmate. They entered the school together on a scholarship. The vague image from Gongjia's dream appeared again. The young director was crying miserably, unable to protect his friend. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Kim Yoon once had a child who lived that life. There is a person who has lived for decades since then. These memories buried deep in the director's heart are now being stirred up. He suspiciously asked where you heard that story. I thought no one knew about it. The director is smart enough to get a scholarship. He studies instead of sleeping, and has dreamed of a future for himself. He is truly a model of relentless striving. But that person had to witness inhumanity. The times do not favor you. In other words, you are a talent who chose the right moment to be born. Because all the director received were contemptuous words from the lecturers. He said sternly, focus on prioritizing. No one cares about you guys. Those words were deeply engraved in his heart. He repeated them more sternly. There is no one. That's why the director's choice may have been taken away. His life was changed. For the director, the rest of his life was just to prove that there was a child named Kim Yoon who lived back then. Director, he is here. Kim Yoon is here. Hearing that, he panicked. What did you say? To confirm, Gong explained that he lives in the area near the mountain and he sits at the back of the class near the window. Do you remember the backyard of the school with the pack of wild animals, but the one Kim Yoon took care of because no one else cared? Before Gong family could finish speaking, his voice trembled with panic. What should you do? On the other end of the line, Gongjia continued. He had tried to stop the bullying since the first year, but in a situation where everyone was against the two of them, he gave up. Then he confirmed once again that he was here. The director didn't hesitate, and immediately decided, can you wait for a week? I will go there. The director arrived very quickly. I heard that once you step into the tower, you can't leave, and you can't even bring outside items in, so I prepared a few things. Gong Jia asked in surprise, "Are you sure you're okay?" He calmly replied, "I already have someone to take my place. And there are a few things I'm responsible for that they can't do anything about because now I'm in the tower, that's their problem." Gong Jia smiled and greeted, "Hello, director." But he simply replied gently, "I'm no longer the director, you can call me whatever you want." The two of them entered the tower together. The librarian at the corner had arranged for him to enter the Grand Library since he had no title. On the way, he happily told Gong, "I can really tell how great you are when you step in here. Everyone here talks about you." The whole group came to guide me as I entered the tower, receiving his praise, proudly showing off. I was a bit famous in that tower. I came in second. Hearing that, the director said with a teasing look, "But you ranked last in your studies." At this moment, Herrick approached to greet him. "You are the one who raised the prince. Introduce yourself." "They call me the heretic judge." "Pleased to meet you." The dark wizard also stepped forward to greet. "I am the Dark Dragon Lord. The king has helped me a lot. He is our vice president. So if you need anything, just let us know." Baladin also respectfully bowed nearby. "I am the Holy Knight responsible for security on the first floor. This is not what I wanted to say to you on our first meeting, but the tower always needs a facility to take care of children. I will meet with you later." You happily responded to their sincerity. "Thank you for the warm welcome." Everyone noticed his straightforwardness. Gong Jia approached to ask quietly, "You seem familiar with this scene. One of the kids from your generation at the facility has become a council member. When that happened, dozens of people came to the orphanage." "Huh." Who Kim Gong immediately reacted strongly. The image of the boy in the dream appears again. It is that boy. "Kim Han, do you remember him?" But he changed his name. The Gong family was even more panicked upon hearing that. "But that guy is really stupid." "What is his new name?" he replied calmly. Kim Han silently thought he was still a bit slow, only leaving out the last word, but it didn't concern him anyway. He sighed at Kim Gong's confusion and let it go. "Although I have already watched the video, Mr. Kung is still looking here to evaluate. This world is really strange." He turned to ask Gong Ra, "So where is he?" He didn't rush to answer. "I think I should first explain the power I received here." Then he began to tell him everything. His eyes changed from calm to astonished. In the end, it was heartbreaking. He couldn't believe it and could only say that it was unbelievable. Then he looked down at the cup of tea in his hand. "But you knowing Kim Yoon is already impossible. Kim Yoon is not even in the yearbook. There is no trace of him left anywhere. His image exists only in your mind." He continued, "Ngia, you see, they could have left a spot for him. Remembering that yearbook where everyone was smiling brightly. How can those bastards smile like that?" He decisively drank the cup of tea in his hand to stay calm, then seriously looked towards the Gong family and said to bring the one with his mark here. Gong Jia silently looked at him, then waved his hand to summon a stream of black smoke. It gradually grew larger and appeared before him. Next, Rapanda appeared. He said in surprise, "I never imagined this situation." He is a bit angry. "Did you kidnap the puppet and use force to awaken it? My power, I cannot use it, or you have disrupted the system or used something powerful." He looks majestic, with a face that seems unchanged. The director knelt before him and called out Kim Yoon. He knelt, apologized, "I am one of those who caused your death. I have always wanted to say this." Rapanda's gaze remained cold as ever, that statue-like beautiful face, showing no other expression when faced with the director's apology. "Yeah,